My name is Wu Chang. I ranked first in academic subjects throughout high school, but last month, during the career transition, I ended up with the most universally deemed useless profession of freelancer. This directly caused me to lose all my value at school. Today, the results of the Huazhong No. 1 high school skill competition were announced. Despite being the top academic student, I didn't even make it into the top 3, let alone receive the combat skill book worth over 100,000 yuan that the third-place winner got. Although my classmates expressed indignation on my behalf and accused others of pulling strings behind the scenes, deep down, I knew they were just saving face. Having switched professions to become a freelancer, I no longer hold any value for them to cling to. Aren't you angry? My deskmate Fong Zhang was indignant on my behalf, thinking I was too spineless. I simply smiled calmly. What's there to be angry about? For those in positions of power, people who have lost their usefulness don't even have the right to negotiate terms. I had long anticipated that even with the scoring footage in hand, the dean would find all sorts of excuses to dismiss it. At that moment, Li Huilei, ranked third in the skills competition, walked over with a sneer on his face. At least you have some self-awareness. What use does a freelancer have for skill books? A useless trash who can't even handle dungeons should just stay put quietly. He was allegedly the nephew of the dean of academics, consistently ranking at the bottom in academic subjects, yet somehow made it into the top 3 this time. The nepotism couldn't be more obvious. That's all you've got? I scoffed, not giving him any face. Li Huilei sprang up in an instant, fuming with rage, while Fong Zhang hurriedly tried to stop him. At this very moment of heightened tension, a sudden voice echoed in my mind. The ultimate choice system has been successfully bound. Complete the system's selections to receive rewards. Confronted with Li Huilei's provocation, please make your choice. Option A, plead with him not to cause trouble, earn the title coward, slightly increases movement speed. Option B, ignore him and wait to settle scores later, strength +5. Option C, expose his paper tiger nature, spirit +10. These attribute points are incredibly precious, and I only need to complete an option to obtain them. Without hesitation, I ruled out option A, my heart burning with fervor, and decided to choose C. I choose C. I grinned, having made up my mind. Li Huilei, seeing me like this, was furious, feeling that a dual-sword warrior like him was being mocked by a nobody. I coldly interrupted him. Fong Zhang, don't rush. We don't need to bother with this trash. Li Huilei flew into a rage, but I remained completely unafraid, coldly scrutinizing him until he grew uneasy inside. I'll cut to the chase. I'm just curious how you managed to rank in the top 3 when you sleep through every class. Did you get in through backdoor connections? The words struck Li Huilei like a thunderbolt. Pale-faced, he roared hoarsely, you're talking nonsense. I earned my place through my own ability. Option C completed. Spirit +10. A surge of warmth flowed through my body as I felt invigorated, all traces of past lethargy vanishing instantly. This is the change brought by the system. I looked at Li Huilei, whose face had turned deathly pale. He was on the verge of collapse. Seeing my smile, Li Huilei grew even more furious. Wu Chang, you're dead. Ignoring him, I prepared to gather my things and go level up. But Li Huilei suddenly grabbed me and shouted sharply, Wu Chang, do you think you can just leave after slandering me? If you don't explain this clearly, we're not done here today. I shook off his hand and said coldly, then what do you want to do? Bet on me to restore your reputation? Li Huilei clung to this last hope like a drowning man, gritting his teeth as he said, yes, I want to make this bet with you. 10 days later, you'll set the questions on the spot and I'll solve them. But if you can reach level 10 within 10 days, I'll apologize to the whole school. If you manage it, not only will I give you this skill book, but I'll also throw in an extra one as a bonus. How about that? For the skill book, I was tempted. While reaching level 10 in 10 days is nearly impossible for ordinary people, it's not entirely out of reach for me. I said coldly, then pray you can absorb all the knowledge from 3 years of study within these 10 days. After Li Huilei left carrying his school bag, I began calculating the wager. Reaching level 10 would even give me the confidence to apply for top-tier universities. Just as I was about to head to the beginner dungeon to level up, my phone rang. It was my good buddy Lauda from second high school, inviting me to grind levels together in the beginner dungeon. He said he'd already formed a 4-person squad and could save me a spot. Just as I was hesitating, the system appeared again, faced with Lauda's invitation, please make a choice. Option A, decline the invitation, gain plus 10% individual leveling efficiency for 1 day. Option B, pretend not to see it and leave through the back door of the school, spirit +5. Option C, gladly accept the invitation, obtain a random skill upon entering the instance. Chapter 3, Acquiring Skills, Enhancing Devouring. For a moment, Wu Chang stared at the 3 options in stunned silence. It wasn't that he was torn between choices, but rather that he hadn't expected the system to not only alter his innate talents but also grant him new skills. After all, every skill book was incredibly precious. Even the most basic ones were exorbitantly priced at the Guild of Practitioners, costing thousands or tens of thousands of coins. Now, simply by joining Lauda and the others in completing the beginner dungeon challenge, he could obtain a skill. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. Accepting it was a no-brainer. He immediately grabbed his phone and hurriedly replied, deal. By the time he reached the main gate, Lao Da was already there, sitting cheerfully on his electric scooter and waving at him. Hopping on his scooter, Wu Chang and Lao Da headed straight for the beginner dungeon in Huazhang City. As students, they could enter these dungeons for free before starting university. Even so, some people were still willing to pay. After all, paying a little money meant hiring a dedicated team to escort and protect you while face danger alone? But Wu Chang and his friend's family circumstances left them with few options. They had to level up on their own. Don't worry, the other two know you're a solo player. If they object, I'd rather not team up with them anyway. It's mainly because the cult of the Dark God has been acting up lately. Otherwise, with your skills, you wouldn't need me to lead you. The two raced along at breakneck speed. Wu Chang's silence led Lao Da to assume he was fretting over his free agent status. Little did he know, Wu Chang wasn't pondering that at all. Instead, he was deep in thought about what skills the system would prepare for him. Still, hearing those words warmed Wu Chang's heart. The demon cult mentioned by Lao Da was a group controlled by demonic bosses, whose ultimate goal was to break free from the dungeon and descend upon the world. Wu Chang dismissed the notion, reasoning that Huajian was merely a small city. There was no reason for the cult of the evil god to appear here. Lao Da's words earlier had genuinely touched Wu Chang. After becoming a free agent, everyone had shunned him, yet Lao Da remained as close as ever. Now, reflecting on it, he felt somewhat indebted to this loyal friend. A smile spread across Wu Chang's face as he explained in an unusually steady voice. Don't worry. This dungeon challenge will absolutely surpass your expectations. Wu Chang's smile actually brought Lao Da some relief. He'd feared Wu Chang might have given up on himself, but it seemed he'd overthought things. The two made their way toward the beginner dungeon. Upon arriving, they saw two young men with furrowed brows waiting at the entrance. Seeing them, Wu Chang understood their concern. They feared he, as a free agent, would slow them down. In stark contrast, Lao Da wore a smile, seemingly unconcerned about the challenges within the beginner dungeon. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is my good buddy, Wu Chang. After meeting the two, Lao Da patted Wu Chang on the shoulder and introduced them. This is my classmate, Shen Wei, who transferred to become a spirit foxwalker, and Leah, who transferred to become a magic cursor. We were supposed to have a shield master join us too, but he actually refused to let you join the party. I kicked him straight out. Lao Da pursed his lips. The two men gave Wu Chang a dismissive glance, holding little regard for him. What was there to admire about a guy who'd become a freelancer? Sure, his academic scores were impressive, but after class change, those grades barely mattered anymore. If not for Wu Chang consistently ranking first in his class at first high all these years, he'd likely have been expelled long ago. If it weren't for their own weak combat skills preventing them from finding suitable teams, they wouldn't have accepted Wu Chang as a trade-off for teaming up with Lao Da. After all, Wu Chang's addition only meant one more person splitting experience points, slowing their leveling progress even further. Hearing this, Wu Chang gave Lao Da a slight nod, saying nothing more. Seeing his reaction, the other two looked down on Wu Chang even more. How could a solo player care so much about face? Once they entered the dungeon, he'd see that this solo player was in a completely different league from them. Let's go. We need to level up quickly. Lao Da, naturally, didn't dwell on it. He simply called out, selected one of the 5 beginner dungeons, registered with the guild staff, and led the group inside. Watching his teammates vanish from sight, Wu Chang's heart pounded wildly. Yet he forced himself to suppress his excitement and followed them inside. Soon, the scene before him shifted, revealing a barren wilderness. Is this the goblin wastes? Gazing at the tangled weeds covering the ground, Wu Chang couldn't help but gasp. This was his first time entering a beginner dungeon, and he never imagined it would be such a scene. Just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Option C completed. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Enhanced Devouring. Enhanced Devour, after participating in combat, you may devour part of a monster's attributes or skills. Seeing the message in his mind, Wu Chang was overjoyed. He had known the system would grant him skills, but he hadn't expected one this powerful. Up ahead, the three were preparing for the upcoming battle, each opening their personal panels visible only to themselves for final adjustments. Seeing this, Wu Chang opened his own panel and instantly saw his full attributes. Name, Wu Chang. Class, Lone Wanderer. Level, LV 10%. Strength, 5 Spirit, 15. Physical Resistance, 5 Magic Resistance, 5. Critical Hit, 0 Critical Damage, 100%. Skills, Disruption inflicts momentary stun if spirit exceeds enemies, Enhanced Devour. Apart from its relatively high spirit stat, the rest of its attributes are utterly unremarkable. Even the interference skill is merely a default ability granted upon class change. Previously, it was useless, but now, he could harness it to gain attributes. This realization sent a surge of excitement through Wu Chang's heart. He waved his hand and immediately closed the interface before him. Let's go. According to the map, there are scattered minor monsters up ahead. Seeing everyone ready, Lao Da waved for the group to advance, positioning himself beside Wu Chang. Don't worry, these minions are no match for us. As a bloodthirsty berserker, dealing with these minions was child's play. Lao Da's words were meant to ease Wu Chang's mind.
Wu Chang didn't say much in response, merely nodding before following the group forward. Before long, the surrounding wild grass thickened, and dark specks could be seen moving across the wilderness.
The group swiftly located isolated goblins and closed in, determined to eliminate these fanged green dwarves. Die! Lao Da was the first to act after all. As the leader, he had to make an impression. Seeing this, Wu Chang shook his head slightly. They could have ambushed them, but now they insisted on a head-on confrontation. The goblin, hearing the commotion, swung its wooden club and charged. Lao Da drew the dagger at his waist and slashed directly at it. Just as their blades were about to clash, the priest Liya cast an enhancement skill on Lao Da. Chen Wei, meanwhile, gripped his dagger, ready to deal with any surviving goblins. Wu Chang, observing this, smiled. His skill interference was instantly unleashed, freezing the goblin in place. In an instant, the goblin froze like a wooden statue. Lao Da's dagger struck its body, cleaving the creature clean in two. The moment the goblin died, smiles spread across everyone's faces. They had clearly gained experience. Wu Chang was no exception, and a new message appeared before his eyes. Gained experience plus 10. Enhancement devouring successful, gained strength plus 3. Chapter 4, Attribute Boost, Dungeon Anomaly. For a moment, Wu Chang felt only a faint warmth flow through his body, seemingly without any other significant changes. But when he opened his interface, he was startled to see his strength had surged to 8 points. It really works. He had assumed his skill couldn't be counted as a combat method, yet it actually worked. Now, by simply tagging along with the party, he could undoubtedly achieve a comprehensive stat boost in this beginner dungeon. Doubling them was a given, tripling or even quadrupling might be possible. For a moment, Wu Chang felt the world open up before him. After all, besides the system's choices, he now had another means to accumulate attributes. Perhaps after this dungeon run, he might even be able to level up solo in dungeons. Good. Let's keep moving forward. Seeing Wu Chang's satisfied expression, Lao Da's face broke into a smile. He couldn't sense that fleeting oddity earlier, but as long as Wu Chang could level up, he couldn't care less about the details. Seeing this, Liya and Chen Wei hurried to catch up, while Wu Chang followed at a leisurely pace, a smile still on his face. Before long, they encountered another goblin. This time, however, it wasn't Lao Da who charged forward first, but the spirit foxwalker, Chen Wei. As an agility-focused class, his attack power was weak, but his agility surpassed that of most assassin classes. Now, Chen Wei strode forward boldly, yet the monsters seemed unable to see him, showing no reaction whatsoever. Observing this, Wu Chang immediately recognized that the opponent must be using his skill. Probably some sort of stealth ability, he surmised. Wu Chang speculated silently. After all, even if they changed to the same class, everyone's skills were different. Just then, Liya cast an attack boosting buff on Chen Wei, while Lao Da bellowed loudly, drawing the goblin's attention directly. Soon, the goblin charged forward with a ferocious expression, while Chen Wei sprinted toward it in an instant. The instant Chen Wei made contact with the goblin, Wu Chang smoothly unleashed his skill to disrupt it. The next second, a dagger plunged into the goblin's throat, ending the fight instantly. Experience plus 10. Enhanced plunder success, strength plus 3. Another wave of warmth washed over Wu Chang, filling him with immense delight. 11 points of strength, that was practically the baseline for a combat class. He never imagined he could reach it so quickly. Still not enough. Without a weapon, defeating goblins unscathed will be tough. Though his stats had risen, he still lacked a weapon. While he had a fighting chance in a head-on battle, killing monsters without taking damage was clearly still a challenge. Just then, Chen Wei, returning victorious from ahead, grinned at Wu Chang. Wu Chang, wanna give it a shot too? Even if solo players aren't much in combat, once you level up in the future, you'll still have to deal with enemies, right? Though Chen Wei wore a smile, Wu Chang detected a hint of resentment in his tone. Wu Chang understood all too well that in Chen Wei's eyes, he was merely a source of shared experience points utterly useless. A little resentment was only natural. Chen Wei, don't push it too far. Seeing Chen Wei speak to Wu Chang like that, Lao Da immediately frowned. If it weren't for the difficulty of protecting Wu Chang's safety during their current actions, he would have wanted to take Wu Chang with him to level up first. His good brother wasn't lacking in learning ability. Once he reached level 5, he'd surely get into university, and his future wouldn't be too bad. But now, Chen Wei was openly provoking him. Lao Da wasn't about to show any mercy. As for Liya, she shot Lao Da a glance before stepping forward and scolding in a sweet voice. Chen Wei, watch your tone. Seeing the rest of his teammates clearly displeased with him, Chen Wei could only shrug helplessly, his face wearing an expression of resignation as he explained. I'm not singling out Wu Chang. Besides, with 3 of us here, we can still help if danger arises. After all, he's in college now. He needs to learn to fight on his own. With that, even Lao Da had no retort. He could help Wu Chang once or twice, but was he supposed to keep doing it forever? Though he didn't want to admit it, he simply couldn't keep personally intervening like this. Wu Chang merely smiled at the remark, seemingly unburdened by any deeper thoughts. The youth's thoughts were simple, he just couldn't stand getting something for nothing. You're right. I'll handle the next goblin. Wu Chang cracked his knuckles, his tone light and easy. Hearing this, Chen Wei and Liya froze instantly. After all, goblins, the weak, were still no match for Wu Chang, a lone warrior. Lauda's face grew tense, about to speak up to dissuade him, but Wu Chang cut him off immediately.
It's fine. This is my first battle. And with you two here, I don't need to worry about safety. His voice was utterly calm, showing no sign of sulking at Chen Wei. Faced with this, Lauda could only remain silent, tacitly accepting Wu Chang's decision. He glanced around, then spotted a lone goblin. That one. Lauda pointed at the creature, then pulled a short dagger from his spatial pocket and handed it to Wu Chang. You can use this weapon for now. Seeing this, Wu Chang didn't hesitate at all, taking the dagger directly. He felt its weight, yet managed to lift it effortlessly with one hand. Before, this would have been impossible for him, but now, with his strength at 11 points, he could wield this beginner's weapon with ease. Seeing him pick up the dagger with such ease, Lauda's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. To lift the dagger effortlessly required at least 8 strength points, and judging by Wu Chang's demeanor, he clearly surpassed that requirement by a significant margin. It seemed his worries had been entirely unfounded. I'm heading out first. Wu Chang gave a wave of his blade before slowly striding toward the goblin. Watching him depart, Leah hurriedly activated her skill. As a beam of light descended, Wu Chang's footsteps faded away, and a faint blue glow appeared on the dagger in his hand. With the dual buffs, Wu Chang felt more confident. Crouching low, he crept toward the unsuspecting goblin. When the distance between them narrowed to mere meters, he swung his blade. But the goblin sensed danger and instantly spun around, charging forward with its blade raised. Wu Chang's mind raced. He activated his skill, Interference. The goblin froze in place as if its system had crashed, while Wu Chang's dagger plunged straight into its chest. A flash of crimson blood erupted. Wu Chang twisted his wrist and the dagger sliced through the goblin's chest, tearing it apart. Goblin slain, experience plus 20. Enhanced plunder successful. Gain strength plus 5. Another wave of warmth washed over Wu Chang, and he felt his strength surge as if from nowhere. He kicked the goblin's corpse aside and effortlessly pulled the dagger free. Seeing Wu Chang dispatch a monster with such decisive efficiency, Lauda and his companions were utterly stunned. With combat prowess like this, was Wu Chang really just a freelancer? He seemed stronger than some regular combat classes. Before they could process the shock, the ground trembled violently. Wu Chang's heart skipped a beat as he hurried to regroup with the others. At that moment, a voice echoed throughout the entire beginner dungeon. The dungeon boss has entered a rage state. Everyone evacuate the dungeon immediately. Instantly, terror washed over the faces of Lauda and his companions. When the dungeon boss went berserk, it could affect nearly every monster in the entire instance. Not only would they become far more aggressive, but their overall attributes would also surge significantly. Retreat. Seeing this, Lauda tried to lead them back. The other two were about to agree when they noticed Wu Chang wearing a bitter smile. Wu Chang shook his head and pointed around him. It's a multi-headed goblin. Do you really think we can escape? Hearing this, the trio looked up, their eyes filled with terror as they scanned their surroundings. The goblins that had been wandering nearby now approached with bloodshot eyes, clearly intent on exterminating them all. Chapter 5, Soloing Elite Monsters. What do we do now? Facing the encircling goblins, Leah panicked instantly. The others were combat classes. Even surrounded by goblins, they still had a chance to survive. But she was merely a healer. Where was her offensive capability now? Being surrounded meant certain death. Wu Chang, you decide. In this critical moment, the strongest fighter, Lauda, turned to look at her, and Chen Wei also snapped out of his daze. Right, though Wu Chang's class was a freelancer, he was still top in academic subjects. Perhaps he'd have a good idea now. But now, Wu Chang was also caught in a dilemma. Because just moments ago, the system had suddenly presented him with a choice. Facing dungeon turmoil, please make a choice. Option A, lead the group to escape this location, physical resistance plus 5. Option B, risk death to fight and level up here, strength plus 10. Option C, level up alone by venturing deeper into the instance, obtain instance map and replace interference with intimidation. After defeating enemies, intimidate monsters with lower spirit within a certain range. Faced with these three options, Wu Chang momentarily couldn't decide on the most suitable choice. Choosing option A would allow him to lead his men to safety before the goblins closed in. But option B was also incredibly tempting. Leveling up here might let him jump several levels at once. The most appealing option C came with immense risk. One misstep could mean certain death here. No guts, no glory. I choose C. Wu Chang's eyes blazed crimson as he made his choice. He looked up to find every pair of eyes fixed on him. He knew without a doubt they were waiting for him to make the call. Since that was the case, there was no point in agonizing over it. If he survived this time, he would turn the entire dungeon upside down. Take the same route we came in on. Lauda leads the way and keeps the monsters at bay. If any monsters get close, Chen Wei will handle them. As for Leah, you'll unleash your skills when the moment is right. Whether we escape or fight a protracted battle, you, the healer, are absolutely crucial. Wu Chang's gaze swept sternly across the group, his tone unusually grave. With over a dozen goblins closing in, one careless move could mean certain death here. Upon hearing Wu Cheng's instructions, Chenwei and Li Ye naturally had no objections, merely nodding in agreement. Lauda, however, stared at Wu Cheng in utter shock, his voice trembling with emotion. "But what about you? I'll stay here." Seeing his good brother, Wu Cheng's face broke into a smile. He flicked the short sword in his hand, sending a dazzling flash of blade light rippling through the air. "You saw my combat prowess earlier. Killing goblins is child's play. With you guys drawing the monsters, I might even rack up some extra experience here. Don't worry, I'll definitely make it back alive." Hearing this, Lauda's heart trembled. He couldn't believe Wu Cheng actually intended to stay behind alone to fight these goblins. The other two were equally stunned, utterly baffled as to why anyone would choose to stay behind in court death. Roar! Just as Lauda was about to speak, an incredibly muscular goblin charged from the distance. The remaining goblins, seeing it, surged forward like they'd been injected with stimulants. An elite monster, a strong goblin. Die! At that instant, Wu Cheng's eyes narrowed. His dagger plunged mercilessly into the goblin's skull before him. A flash of steel, and the goblin vanished. Wu Cheng had already spun and charged into the swarm of monsters. "Let's go!" Seeing this, Chenwei knew there was no time to waste. He had to take advantage of the chaos just erupting to alert the outside world. If reinforcements arrived in time, Wu Cheng might still have a chance. "Go!" Lauda gritted his teeth, wiping the tears from his eyes, then roared with fury as he charged recklessly to the forefront. Watching them depart, Wu Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. In that brief span, he had already slain 2 goblins. Though his strength had surged to 20 points, he too had been struck by the goblins' attacks. These creatures weren't game programs. The scent of blood only made them grow more savage. Roar! The strong goblin was already upon him. Though most goblins were distracted by Lauda, the single elite monster alone was enough to give Wu Cheng a run for his money. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Wu Cheng's mind. Option C completed. Skill enhancement successful. Dungeon map acquired. In an instant, Wu Cheng felt an overwhelming familiarity with his surroundings, as if he had been here countless times before. But before he could rejoice, the burly goblin swung its stone club toward him. The remaining 2 or 3 goblins also turned ferocious, their green skin gleaming with an oily sheen. Die! Though he couldn't kill the burly goblin, the ordinary ones weren't a match for him. As his blade plunged into the neck of the nearest goblin, a powerful, overwhelming force erupted from within him. Instantly, several goblins within 5 meters froze in place. Even the burly one was no exception. Seeing this, Wu Cheng's heart swelled with joy. He never imagined his enhanced skill would prove so devastating. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Cheng charged straight at the burly goblin, driving his short blade mercilessly into its abdomen. The intense pain snapped the goblin out of its stupor, and it swung its weapon, ready to attack Wu Cheng. The next second, Wu Cheng's dagger was already drawn from the body of another nearby goblin, plunging the burly goblin back into a state of shock. After repeating this 3 times, the burly goblin's massive body slowly collapsed, its small eyes still filled with lingering confusion. How could he have died without landing a single blow? At the instant of its death, a cool sensation flowed through Wu Cheng's entire body. Gained 50 EXP. Enhanced plunder success, physical resistance +5, magic resistance +5, strength +14. Surveying the goblin corpses he'd cleared away, Wu Cheng clenched the dagger in his hand. This is the thrill of leveling up. It's absolutely exhilarating. Though his class remained unchanged, his dual resistances now reached 10 points, nearly on par with other common classes. His spirit had soared to 15 points, putting him on par with Li Ye's priest. As for strength, Wu Cheng swung his short sword, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound. 30 points of strength. I can already match those high-level combat classes. Wu Cheng's heart surged with excitement. In such a short time, he had already attained this level of power. If he could conquer the entire dungeon, just how strong could he become? With that thought, he fixed his gaze on the depths of the dungeon. There, a boss was stirring. If he could defeat it, press onward. Without hesitation, Wu Cheng glanced back at the path they had come, then plunged headlong into the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 6, Boss Battle begins. As Wu Cheng advanced deeper into the dungeon, Lauda and his group had already escaped the goblins' pursuit and reached the dungeon entrance. With the rescue team's support, the goblins were swiftly slaughtered. Surveying the ground littered with monster corpses, Lauda and his companions exchanged glances, their hearts still pounding with fear. Thank goodness we got out. Chenwei wiped the sweat from his brow. Even his spirit fox walker, renowned for its agility, couldn't help but feel the lingering fear. Li Ye beside him was utterly terrified. Though she hadn't faced direct combat, several perilous moments had still occurred. Had Lauda not carried her on his back, she likely would have perished in this beginner dungeon. Rest well. We're only the advance team. The association has already dispatched a follow-up rescue squad. The rescue team dispatched by the professional association smiled at the two still reeling from the ordeal. Though the boss's sudden rage had been unexpected, the timely rescue meant most players had escaped except those deep within the dungeon and the boss challenge team. Bro, we still have one teammate trapped inside. He drew a lot of goblins to him. If you go now, you might still make it in time. Loda, who had been in a daze, suddenly grabbed the man's arm upon seeing him. He remembered Wu Chang's final decision staying behind as a lone player to hold the line. What else could that be but suicide? Now that he'd escaped, he naturally had to rush to alert the rescue team to save Wu Chang. Yet upon hearing his plea, the rescuer sighed softly, shook his head slightly, and gently pried Loda's hand away before walking off. Their advance team was here purely by chance. They'd just completed a rescue mission in another dungeon and encountered the situation on their way back. Though they understood Loda's desperation, the advance team numbered only 10. How could they spare the manpower for another rescue? Everything now rested on that child's fate. Watching the figure walk away, Loda slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant. If only I had been the rear guard. He murmured to himself, his heart filled with the desperate hope that Wu Chang would return safely. While the external rescue operation proceeded methodically, Wu Chang had already reached the depths of the instance. Thanks to the system-provided map, Wu Chang could pinpoint his exact location. This is strange. Isn't this supposed to be goblin territory? Why haven't I seen a single goblin since earlier? Wu Chang walked through the wilderness, short sword in hand, his eyes filled with confusion. According to the map in his memory, he should have reached the goblin tribe by now. He had deliberately chosen this path to gain some attribute points, yet there wasn't a single monster in sight. He'd never encountered such a situation in any of his books, so he could only continue exploring as he walked. The boss of this beginner dungeon is the goblin chieftain, and the hidden boss is the goblin high priest. Both possess extensive skill sets, but the former relies more on brute strength, while the latter draws upon spiritual power. With my current physical and magical resistance, defeating either should be quite difficult. Wu Chang assessed his strength while organizing the map information stored in his memory. In truth, his visit to the goblin tribe wasn't solely for grinding stats, it was because this location offered a shortcut directly to the goblin chieftain's lair. Under normal circumstances, he could have boosted his stats before challenging the boss. But now, it was clear he couldn't approach the boss fight with conventional tactics. Should we keep hunting monsters or go straight for the boss? For a moment, Wu Chang found himself stumped by the question. While he still recalled numerous monster gathering spots, if all were in the same state as this one, he clearly couldn't grind experience points quickly. Yet going straight for the boss now was clearly no easy feat either. Just as he hesitated, a furious roar suddenly echoed in his ears. Roar! In an instant, animals scattered from the forest, their fleeting forms visible as they darted through the trees. Then, a magical laser shot out from the thicket, and the sound of a human's agonized scream filled Wu Chang's ears. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chang instantly grasped the situation. The boss's rage wasn't triggered by anything else, it was because two bosses had unexpectedly encountered each other at this very moment. It was well known that the goblin chieftain and the high priest were bosses that could only be defeated by a team. Perhaps the challenging party had prepared to take down one of them. But now, with both bosses confronting each other, they were likely in grave danger. Run for my life? Or go check it out? Wu Chang gazed at the forest, gradually returning to calm, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Yet reason screamed that going in would be a suicide mission. Just then, the system in his mind stirred. Facing two bosses, please make a choice. Option A, slip away silently, pretending you were never here, mental +5. Option B, return to seek reinforcements and join the rescue operation, gain the title Hubei, all attributes +5 during rescue. Option C, proceed to the boss location and initiate boss combat. All stats doubled during this boss battle. Rewards doubled upon defeating the boss. Facing the three options before him, Wu Chang made his decision swiftly. Option A was dismissed without a second glance. He couldn't bear to watch a group of people die because of him. As for option B, while it offered a title, he wasn't part of any rescue team, and the stat boost seemed far too meager. His gaze fixed firmly on option C, his previously conflicted mind instantly settling. The boss battle rewards were already generous. If he could defeat the boss, his own rewards would double. So, by taking down these two bosses, he could save enough money to ease his family's hardships. Let's do this. Therefore, I choose C. Wu Chang took a deep breath and gripped his short sword tightly. Though his current stats weren't outstanding, after the doubling, his strength would soar to 60 points, giving him a real chance to take on that goblin chieftain. The instant he made his choice, a warm current surged through his body. This unusual sensation filled him with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Attributes doubled? I'll take down even a boss. Gripping his dagger, Wu Chang calmed his nerves before heading straight into the jungle. For the rewards, for the level up, he was determined to slay both of these bosses. Chapter 7, Shock. A solo boss hunt? The dense jungle lay before him. Parting layer upon layer of thick undergrowth, Wu Chang swiftly approached the rear of the two bosses. The goblin chieftain crouched on the ground, its body covered in wounds, evidence that the previous battle had dealt it significant damage. As for the goblin high priest, it was now waving its staff, casting one magical buff after another. The goblins ahead fought with increasing ferocity, driving the boss challenge team back step by step. Roar! Accompanied by the goblin chieftain's roar, the goblins fought with frenzied intensity, completely overwhelming the challenge team. Seeing this, the goblin high priest advanced step by step, staff in hand, determined to leave none of them alive. Now, the wounded goblin chief stood some 40 to 50 meters from the main group. He dropped his stone club and sat directly on the ground, panting heavily as he tried to recover. Seeing the gravely wounded goblin chieftain, Wu Chang's heart swelled with joy. If both bosses were at their peak strength, there was no way he could defeat them. But now, with the goblin chieftain gravely wounded and the goblin high priest leading the minions to encircle and kill the challenge team, why not seize this chance to take out the one right in front of him? The thought made Wu Chang's heart skip a beat. He bent low, advancing step by step toward his target. Once the distance was right, his dagger would strike without hesitation, ending the goblin chieftain's life. Captain, we can't hold out much longer. Su Lei, serving as the frontline defender as the challenge team was now completely surrounded, was reaching his limit. Even as an Iron Wall guardian, with 4 or 5 brothers sharing the damage, he was still struggling to hold his ground. After all, this was the boss area. Even ordinary goblins here were significantly stronger than those in the outer zones. And with the goblin chieftain and high priest boosting them, they attacked with a near foolhardy disregard for their own lives. As the challenge team's toughest shield, even Su Lei was struggling. The others were already gasping for breath, trapped with nowhere to flee, leaving resistance as their only option. Su Lei's gaze fell upon a burly man wielding a greatsword in both hands, none other than the challenge team's captain, Shi Zhongtian. Despite being only level 5, everyone knew that many of the newbie village bosses had fallen to this man's blade. Though Shi Zhongtian was merely a high-level combat class, a demon-slaying warrior, his combat experience was unmatched. Had he not encountered 2 bosses simultaneously this time, he likely would have completed the boss challenge long ago. Hearing Su Lei's words, Shi Zhongtian's gaze sharpened slightly. His entire body was drenched in goblin blood, the result of his earlier life and death struggle with the goblin chieftain. Now, his gaze swept over his exhausted teammates and the priest who couldn't even cast buffs. He took a deep breath. With over 10 members in the party, he couldn't let his own recklessness trap them here. They had to break out before the goblins closed in. With that thought, his gaze turned to the goblin high priest with pure venom. If it weren't for that beast showing up, he would have completed his mission and retreated long ago. His gaze shifted to the goblin chieftain. With just one more strike, his attack power of 150 would have been enough to finish him off. But alas. Wait. Just as he was about to order a retreat, Shi Zhongtian suddenly spotted something. A small dark figure emerged from the bushes, crouching low as it crept toward the goblin chieftain. Could it be this bastard was attempting a direct sneak attack? Have the brothers hold the line for now. Gritting his teeth, he decided to assess the shadow's strength first. If it could take down the goblin chieftain, they might still have a chance to turn the tide. If the shadow fell to the chieftain, it wouldn't matter, he'd simply lead the charge himself later. At that moment, Wu Chang lay flat on the ground, creeping closer to the goblin chieftain. A cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his palms. While ordinary goblins were incredibly small, the boss's stature was anything but ordinary. Seated before them, the goblin chief stood over 3 meters tall. Blood still gushed from its wounds, yet its gaze remained savagely fierce as it fixed upon Shi Zhongtian. What a stench! From 5 meters away, Wu Chang caught the stench and nearly vomited his dinner. But he knew that having come this far, he absolutely couldn't falter now. Die! In an instant, he planted his feet, driving a deep hit into the ground beneath him. Like an eagle soaring across the sky, he lunged forward. A flash of white light erupted as the dagger in his hand plunged deep into the goblin chieftain's throat. Roar! Sensing mortal danger, the goblin chieftain erupted in fury. One hand lunged for Wu Chang, while the other seized a stone club, poised to smash down. For a moment, Wu Chang hung suspended in midair, his blade gripped tightly around the goblin chieftain's throat. Hearing the roar, the goblin high priest ahead hurriedly led the main force to reinforce the front lines. At that moment, the members of the challenge team all turned their gaze toward Shi Zhongtian. Hold them off! Without hesitation, Shi Zhongtian, as the team leader, recognized Wu Chang's importance. He immediately ordered his men to engage the minor goblins while he, ignoring his own injuries, charged directly at the goblin high priest. At that moment, Wu Chang felt dizzy from the goblin chieftain's roar, the world spinning wildly around him. No, I can't die. Even so, he gritted his teeth and held on, his mind involuntarily flashing back to the injustices he'd endured these past days. The once smiling faces that had fawned over him now twisted into hideous grimaces. They transformed into flesh-clad specters, all mocking him in unison. His parents' earnest hopes for him had become a mountain crushing their backs the moment his career path was sealed. I'm going to get the hell out of here alive. In that instant, his eyes sharpened with clarity. The combat techniques he'd studied transformed into muscle memory. Just as the goblin chieftain's massive hand was about to strike, Wu Chang gritted his teeth and drew his dagger. A spray of foul-smelling blood instantly drenched him. Roar! Seeing this, the goblin chieftain swung his stone club to finish him off. But Wu Chang was now utterly composed. Survive. Become a professional warrior admired by all. That was the sole thought occupying his mind. Die. The stone rod struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, yet Wu Chang was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Shi Zhongtian's movements faltered. Could that kid have died just now? Yet the next instant, a dark figure burst from the dust like a shooting star, plunging directly into the goblin chieftain's chest. It was Wu Chang. Roar! The already gravely wounded goblin chieftain was struck through the heart. His health bar emptied instantly and his body slowly collapsed backward. Wu Chang drew his sword and withdrew, turning his gaze toward the goblins behind him. His fierce expression was enough to terrify even these monsters. With their leader dead, they lost their anchor and scattered like frightened birds. As for the goblin high priest, it possessed no ability to command the goblin horde. Next up, it's you. Wu Chang didn't pursue the lesser foes, instead fixing his gaze on the goblin high priest. Having slain one boss, he intended to claim the life of the remaining one as well. Chapter 8, The Terrifying Talent. Captain, what's happening over there? Why did the goblin chief suddenly die? Captain, did your attack have a bleeding skill? Captain. Seeing the goblin chieftain slowly collapse, the challenge team members were all stunned. Already pushed to their limits by the dual boss assault, the pressure lifted dramatically with the goblin chieftain's demise. The goblin high priest had been unable to rally the ordinary goblins, and these common monsters scattered in flight. The challenge team now faced only one boss. Hearing the other's words, Shi Zhongtian's eyes flashed with excitement and delight. Though the goblin chieftain was on the brink of death, it was no ordinary foe that could be slain by just anyone. After all, this monster possessed an attack power of a staggering 100 points. Even a level 5 or level 10 adventurer struck by it would likely lose half their health in one blow. The dark figure from earlier, though swift in movement, had shown sluggish attack timing, clearly a novice with little combat experience. That such a freshly class-changed individual could slay the goblin chieftain, such a prodigy, was utterly unheard of to Shi Zhongtian. Even high-level combat classes might not possess such terrifying talent. Perhaps I have a chance to recruit him into the challenge team. Stunned into speechlessness, Shi Zhongtian was suddenly struck by a thought that filled him with exhilaration. He immediately addressed the others. I didn't kill him, but once we take down this goblin high priest, we might uncover his identity. As he spoke, he prepared to command the group to charge and kill the boss. Yet, cries of shock echoed around him. He looked up to see that the dark figure from earlier, without even pausing to catch its breath, had already lunged toward the goblin high priest. At that moment, Wu Chang gripped his short sword, his body stained with the foul-smelling blood, a grim, murderous look in his eyes. Moments ago, he had slain the goblin leader, gaining a massive power boost in the process. Goblin chieftain slain. Plunder enhancement successful. All attributes +5. Don't underestimate these 5 points, they were doubled during the boss challenge phase. That meant his total attributes had now increased by 10 points. Roar! The goblin high priest's eyes locked onto Wu Chang, his gaze almost devouring him, while his staff pulsed with the ominous stirrings of magic. The next instant, Wu Chang charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Die! Bathed in magical light, Wu Chang's face was grim, his short dagger gleaming with a chilling, heart-stopping glint. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed through the chaotic scene, loud as thunder. Wu Chang dodged the magical beam fired from the staff, plunging forward to pin himself against the goblin high priest's chest. The dagger had already sunk deep into its heart. Critical hit triggered, weak point strike. The notification sounded as the goblin high priest's expression froze in shock, utterly unprepared for such a desperate attack from the human before him. Then, its massive body slowly collapsed. Wu Chang had already landed with his dagger drawn, now gazing coldly at the fallen boss before him. Defeated hidden boss, goblin high priest. Enhanced loot acquisition successful. Spirit +20. Instantly, his weary spirit surged with renewed vigor. Wu Chang felt as if he'd just awakened from a beautiful dream, his entire being brimming with vitality. Shi Zhongtian and the others, who had been preparing to assist Wu Chang, froze in shock. They couldn't fathom just how powerful this man was, capable of defeating 2 bosses. Though one had been gravely wounded, the goblin high priest had not been injured. Yet Wu Chang had instantly killed it. What class was this man? How could he possess such terrifying stats? Captain. Is this guy going to kill us too? Su Lei stared at Wu Chang, covered in blood, feeling his legs tremble. They had defeated numerous bosses before, but always through teamwork. How could this man have single-handedly taken down 2 bosses? Moreover, the rewards after a boss kill weren't based on individual contribution, but on the team. Whoever landed the final blow claimed the entire team's share of the loot. This guy was clearly operating solo. Could it be that both boss rewards would go to him alone? Surely not. For a moment, Shi Zhongtian was stunned. If he were in the enemy's shoes, he'd definitely eliminate these bystanders. After all, professionals must keep their strength under wraps, revealing all their cards would invite targeted attacks from others. But Wu Chang didn't seem to have such thoughts at all. Mainly, he'd never encountered such a situation before, so such calculations simply didn't occur to him. The moment he struck down the goblin high priest, the doubled attributes vanished, leaving his body feeling hollow. Yet the reward for defeating the boss followed swiftly. Standing rooted to the spot, he waited with eager anticipation. Option C completed, boss reward doubled. Killing the boss grants a total of 2000 EXP. Obtained Elite Exchange Voucher 2, Mysterious Exchange Voucher 2. Congratulations! Leveled up to level 5. In an instant, multiple notifications flooded his mind. Hearing this second-by-second feedback, Wu Chang felt this adventure was absolutely worth it. 2000 EXP, and that was the doubled amount. Had a challenge team defeated the boss, the reward would have been split among all members. But now, he claimed it all alone and instantly reached level 5. The exchange vouchers were rewards exclusive to defeating bosses, allowing him to visit the professional guild to trade for items he needed. Even though he had only defeated a beginner dungeon boss, he could still exchange for quite a few useful items. Take the dagger in his hand, it was an unmodified weapon. But using exchange vouchers, he could obtain weapons and gear with additional enhancements, further lowering the difficulty of challenging dungeons. At this rate, I might reach level 10 in just a few days. Wu Chang gazed up at the sky, a wave of emotion washing over him. The feeling of sweet relief after hardship was utterly addictive. With that thought, he composed himself. Now was not the time for reflection, he needed to leave the dungeon immediately. Glancing at the dazed challenge team, he turned and walked away without hesitation. He had no intention of joining their team, better to slip away before they reacted. Little did he know, chaos had erupted outside the dungeon at that very moment. Chapter 9, Return to the World. It's him. Why are there still so many people trapped inside the dungeon's core area? Exactly. My son is a high-level combat class. If anything happens to him, can you take responsibility? Our family's hopes are all in that dungeon. Are you rescue team members just going to stand by and watch? Outside the beginner dungeon, a group of parents had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Disturbances in the beginner dungeon easily set their nerves on edge. After all, every year, many perished within its walls, including some high-level classes. For these parents, their children were their entire world, so their worry was only natural. Hearing these words, the rescue team could only patiently explain. It's not that we won't rescue them, but the beginner dungeon has a level restriction. Players above level 10 cannot enter, so we can only wait outside. The rescue team leader stepped forward to explain, his face bearing an expression of helplessness. So we're stuck waiting outside. Whether they defeat the boss or escape is entirely up to them. At these words, the surrounding uproar instantly fell silent. They weren't unreasonable people, it was just that their worry had clouded their basic judgment. Now, after the explanation, all eyes turned toward the instant's entrance. A faint red glow now emanated from the entrance, a clear sign of the instance's disturbance. Only when that red light faded would the instance return to normal. Yet this light signified only two possible outcomes: either everyone inside had perished, or someone had slain the boss. If it's the latter, that's one thing, but if it's the former, it's almost unbearable. Wu Chang, you'd better come back alive. Gazing at the dungeon entrance, Lao Da's expression was tense. Had Wu Chang not held the rear, their escape would have been nothing but a pipe dream. Now he bitterly regretted not bringing Wu Chang out with him. If something truly happened to him, how could he ever face Wu Chang's parents? For a moment, everyone fell silent, waiting quietly for the instance to return to normal. Amidst their anxious anticipation, several figures suddenly emerged from the dungeon entrance, their bodies covered in wounds. What happened? Did anyone die? Soon, the injured were taken away for treatment, leaving only a few unharmed adventurers behind. Eager eyes turned to them, seeking answers. We don't know for sure, but it seems like there was an issue with the boss challenge. I heard from comrades who escaped the boss area that both the regular boss and the hidden boss appeared simultaneously. The challenge team seems to be in trouble too. After these few sentences, the surrounding crowd's eyes instantly turned red. Two bosses appearing simultaneously was an extremely rare occurrence. In other dungeons, it might be manageable, rescue teams could simply enter. But in a beginner dungeon, even though any member of the rescue team could easily defeat these bosses, level restrictions barred their entry. Parents who had remained composed moments before instantly lost their composure. Some collapsed to the ground, overcome with fear that their children might perish within the dungeon. Yet in the next instant, several more figures appeared, all gravely wounded. Rescue! The boss went berserk. The challenge team is probably wiped. With that, several figures collapsed unconscious. Those nearby who heard the words felt as if the sky had fallen. If the challenge team was wiped out, what hope was left for the others? After all, the challenge team was the most elite force in the entire dungeon. If even they were wiped out, the rest would be nothing more than casualties for the boss to dispose of. My son! My daughter! My daughter! In an instant, all the parents were overcome with panic. Yet their focus remained fixed on the dungeon entrance, desperately hoping the next person to emerge would be their child. Yet after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no one else appeared. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the glowing red entrance slowly returned to normal. Witnessing this, every heart in the crowd clenched in agony. Had everyone been killed by that maddened boss? At that moment, Lao Da could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his face. He couldn't accept that his best friend had died in a beginner's dungeon like this. But the next second, the dungeon entrance began to tremble violently. Everyone immediately looked up. Over a dozen figures slowly materialized, and the one leading them was someone they knew all too well, Shi Zhongtian, the captain of the challenge team. The challenge team. Didn't they all die? Could they have actually killed both bosses? Captain Shi, is anyone still inside? In an instant, the scene erupted into chaos. Everyone shouted questions in unison, desperate to know what was happening inside. Shi Zhongtian merely waved his hand, his eyes still filled with profound shock. That person had just killed two bosses. Though he couldn't see their face, he remembered their build. After the bosses fell, he'd intended to approach and make an acquaintance, but the figure had simply departed. Left with no choice, he'd used an item to teleport everyone out first. Captain Shi, you took down two bosses? That's a major achievement. The rescue team leader approached with a faint smile on his face. This dungeon disturbance likely involved casualties, but the appearance of the challenge team proved the bosses remained under control, meaning fatalities should be minimal. Upon hearing this, Shi Zhongtian slowly raised his head, only then realizing he was surrounded by people. Not only the rescue team leader, but several reporters were now anxiously awaiting his response. He desperately wanted to claim the credit, but in the end, he spoke slowly. I'm sorry, but neither of these two bosses were defeated by our challenge team. It was a lone professional adventurer. The moment these words left his mouth, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. What? The bosses weren't killed by the challenge team? While such occurrences weren't unheard of, this was a beginner dungeon. Aside from the challenge team, most players here were newly reclassed adventurers. Who on earth could single-handedly take down two bosses amidst the dungeon's chaos? Such terrifying combat prowess, even the top-tier adventurers couldn't match that. Hearing this, those around him froze in shock, unsure whether Shi Zhongtian was telling the truth or lying. Before they could react, the dungeon entrance began to tremble. Dozens of figures appeared before their eyes clearly. The remaining players had all been expelled from the instance. Seeing the familiar surroundings outside, Wu Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had thought he'd be forced to exit directly from the boss area, but unexpectedly, after challenging the boss, he could choose whether to teleport out. To avoid being recognized, Wu Chang immediately chose to teleport out. Scanning the crowd, he spotted Lauda and approached with a smile. Shi Zhongtian, meanwhile, scanned the group intently, his gaze searching for the exceptionally gifted adventurer. It's not him. Not him. As one figure after another passed by, Shi Zhongtian's gaze darted rapidly from person to person. Soon, the crowd dispersed, yet he still hadn't found the person he sought. He couldn't help but sigh deeply, preparing to wait longer, when suddenly a familiar figure pushed through the crowd. Just as the figure was about to vanish into the crowd, Shi Zhongtian suddenly pointed at Wu Chengdi's retreating back and shouted urgently. That's him. Chapter 10, Shockwaves the rescue team's kindness. That's him. Shi Zhongtian's voice echoed around him as he sprinted forward, reaching out to grab Wu Cheng's hand. But Wu Cheng frowned. He hadn't expected anyone to recognize him. Just as Shi Zhongtian was about to grab him, Wu Cheng swiftly sidestepped, causing the other man to lunge into thin air. Shi Zhongtian didn't seem annoyed, however. Instead, he approached with a hearty laugh. He scrutinized Wu Cheng from head to toe, his gaze darting back and forth as if trying to match the young man before him with the prodigious professionals etched in his memory. After pondering for a long while, he still couldn't match the youth to any professional he knew. Finally, he had to admit it. Perhaps this youth before him was the overlooked prodigy. What's your name? To have slain two bosses, you can't be just some obscure student. Shi Zhongtian's words sent a collective gasp through the crowd. It turned out he hadn't been speaking recklessly, a non-challenger team member had genuinely defeated the bosses. Hearing this, Lauda and the others who had just witnessed Wu Cheng's safe return froze in shock. What was going on? Wasn't Wu Cheng a solo player? Hadn't he stayed behind to cover their retreat? How had he suddenly ended up in the boss zone? And how could a lone player possibly take down a boss? Even as Wu Cheng's close friend, Lauda had to admit that as a lone player, Wu Cheng absolutely couldn't have taken down the boss. Even if he teamed up with Liya and Chen Wei, surviving a single boss would be a miracle, let alone defeating it. Yet now, the leader of this challenge team had personally confirmed that his friend who had transferred to become a free agent had slain a boss. Not just one, but two. How could this not be shocking? Meanwhile, reporters scrambled to capture Wu Cheng's image, eager to broadcast the exploits of this super transferred player. One reporter, staring at Wu Cheng's photo, couldn't help but gasp. Ha? Isn't that Wu Cheng from First High? I remember he transferred to become a free agent. How could he possibly solo a boss? The reporter's words sparked a murmur of whispers among those nearby. As they looked at Wu Cheng's face, memories gradually surfaced from 3 years prior. A teenager named Wu Cheng had entered first high school with a score over 20 points above the cutoff, then spent his 3 years of high school crushing the entire student body in academic performance. But during the recent class change event, rumors surfaced that this prodigy had switched to the so-called garbage class of free agent, news that had left everyone feeling a pang of regret. Who would have thought that today, during the commotion in the beginner dungeon, this very genius, now a freelancer, would slay two bosses? Holy crap, was that fake news after all? It's possible maybe he's even switched to a top-tier combat class. They might even be secretly training him already. How else could he take down the boss? It's possible. Who knew First High was so good at keeping secrets? Whispers erupted around them, while Wu Chang wore an expression of resignation. He had already switched to a free roaming class, facing ridicule from many at first. But today, after merely defeating 2 bosses, these people were already questioning his profession. This world truly defied comprehension. Upon hearing Shi Zhongtian's words, the rescue team leader immediately approached and stood before Wu Chang. He stared at Wu Chang's dark complexion, then couldn't help but nod in praise. Impressive, impressive. Killing bosses like that, you're a promising prospect. My name is Xiong Ding, leader of the Huajiang City Rescue Team. Since Shi Zhongtian vouches for you, I'll get straight to the point. Interested in joining the rescue team? I'll make you the rookie dungeon rescue team leader right away. As for compensation, I'll pay you triple the standard rate for this position. What do you say? Xiong Ding stood before Wu Chang, a satisfied look on his face. Rescue teams for beginner dungeons were the hardest to assemble. After all, most beginner dungeons only required a level 10 entry requirement, making it incredibly difficult to find suitable candidates within that level range. High-level adventurers rarely agreed to take level reduction potions or use items to suppress their levels, making the formation of a beginner dungeon rescue team exceptionally difficult. Wu Chang was different, however. As this year's newly transferred adventurer, even if he soloed a boss now, he'd only be around level 3 or 4. Reaching level 10 would take at least 2 or 3 months. Even if he had to attend university, the entire summer break would be ample time for him to engage in rescue missions. Therefore, Xiong Ding was confident that Wu Chang would definitely choose to join him. After all, the rescue team's invitation wasn't something they extended lightly. The surrounding crowd reacted with stunned silence. They never imagined a rescue team would extend such an offer to a high school senior, an honor not granted lightly. As for Wu Chang, a hint of curiosity flickered across his face. Not because he was interested in joining the rescue team, but because the system's choice had appeared. In response to Xiong Ding's invitation, please make a choice. Option A, neither decline nor accept, wait for them to raise the offer, mental plus 10. Option B, accept the invitation to join the rescue team, gain the special status rescue operation, plus 10 to all attributes during rescue missions. Option C, decline to join the rescue team, unlock an elite shop once, where elite exchange vouchers can be used to obtain rare items. Seeing the 3 options before him, Wu Chang instantly perked up. Each option had its merits, and option B's special status was particularly tempting. Yet his gaze remained fixed on option C, his eyes seemingly ablaze with desire. The elite store, where elite exchange vouchers could be used. While vouchers could also be used at the professional association to exchange for items, the system's offerings were likely far superior. With that thought, Wu Chang made his choice without hesitation. I choose C. His gaze shifted to Xiong Ding, who was still staring at him, seemingly convinced no one could refuse the rescue team's invitation. Yet Wu Chang approached with a smile, murmuring softly. Sorry, Captain Xiong Ding, I don't plan to join the rescue team. I'm also very grateful to Captain Shi for speaking up for me, but I'm still in school, and my studies come first. With that, he ignored the others, walked straight to Lauda, pulled him up from the ground, and strode off into the distance. Chapter 11, Elite Store, Mythic Grade Weapons. Pulling the bewildered Lauda along, Wu Chang effortlessly parted the crowd before him, clearing a path for their unimpeded passage. Seeing this, Li Ye and Shanwei gritted their teeth and followed after them. Shi Zhongtian and Xiong Ding, who had been rebuffed, showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, they stood in place, shaking their heads with a hint of regret. Such a prodigy, and we couldn't befriend him. What a pity. The two shook their heads in regret as they slowly withdrew their attention. Though they harbored plans to investigate Wu Chang at First High School, the current situation clearly left no room for further deliberation. Secure the scene. Notify the remaining personnel in the dungeon to come out immediately for casualty assessment. Journalists, please refrain from making a big fuss. It won't be easy to explain to First High School later. Soon, the previously chaotic scene fell into orderly arrangement under their direction, and the reporters who had been poised to make this front-page news halted their activities. A genius like this must be secretly cultivated by Huajiang No. 1 High School. If word got out, the principal would likely come knocking personally to have a chat with them. As for Wu Chang, he had already guided Lauda onto their respective electric scooters. The latter, however, remained frozen in place, staring blankly like a piece of wood. You two head back first. Turning to the two who had followed them, Wu Chang's tone was calm. Hearing his words, Li Ye and Shanwei didn't argue. They nodded and immediately split up, clearly understanding that what followed was beyond their purview. Are you really my good brother? Those words snapped Lauda out of his daze. He looked at Wu Chang with a questioning gaze, tinged with a hint of wariness. He knew full well that Wu Chang's class change wasn't some elite profession, it was the so-called trash class, the free agent. Yet now, Wu Chang had slain 2 bosses. Even if it was a low-level instance, it was still astonishing. Seeing Lauda's expression, Wu Chang knew that without a solid explanation, this so-called good brother might completely lose faith in him. After a moment's thought, he could only say, of course. Bedwetting at 8, getting splattered with cow dung while blowing it up at 10. I know all about your past. As for my class, I really can't reveal that. Though doubts had lingered, the moment he heard the words exploding cow dung, Lauda instantly believed Wu Chang. After all, only the two of them knew about that incident. More crucially, Wu Chang was the one who blew up the cow dung Lauda had merely watched from the sidelines. The fact that Wu Chang brought this up proved he wasn't an imposter. Alright, since you can't disclose your profession, I won't dwell on it. Lauda pursed his lips, shook his head, and sighed before returning to his usual demeanor. Let's go home. Standing before the dilapidated door, Wu Chang felt a surge of nervousness. He didn't know how to broach the subject with his parents, but under the setting sun, he gritted his teeth and pushed the door open. Fortunately, his parents weren't home yet, giving him time to keep this from them. Though he had grown stronger, his parents wouldn't be able to accept this news quickly. Never mind. First, activate the elite shop. Wu Chang refused to dwell on the matter any longer. As long as he grew stronger, someone would explain it for him later. Option C completed. Elite shop activated. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a massive interface suddenly materialized before Wu Chang. This panel was none other than the newly activated elite shop. Staring at the dazzling array of items, Wu Chang was utterly dumbfounded. He'd heard elite exchange vouchers could get him good stuff, but he never imagined the selection would be this vast. Poison-infused blade, a premium weapon usable by melee classes levels 110, accumulating toxins on monsters. 1 exchange voucher. Meteorite shield, a treasure-grade weapon usable by defensive classes levels 110, increasing both physical and magic resistance by 30 points. 3 exchange vouchers. High-efficiency recovery potion, continuously restores stamina over 5 minutes. 1 exchange voucher. Tiger skin robe, elite-grade weapon usable by mage classes levels 110, increases spirit by 20 points. 1 exchange voucher. Gazing at these items, Wu Chang couldn't help but swallow hard. Just like professions, weapons were categorized into 9 tiers: common, elite, treasure, hall of fame, revered, peerless, epic, legendary, and mythical. He had only ever seen the items in the elite shop in books. While the Adventurers Guild offered exchanges, most required traveling to major cities to obtain. In an economically underdeveloped small city like Huajiang, these items were likely priceless. And to think they even have revered grade weapons here, it's terrifying. Gazing at the formidable revered grade weapon, Wu Chang couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. A whopping 50 exchange vouchers. Even at his current pace, he'd need to defeat over 20 dungeon bosses just to have a chance at obtaining them. As for weapons above the peerless tier, that was beyond his wildest imagination. After all, every peerless tier weapon was unique. These weapons were all in the hands of the top-tier professionals. Even if some remained undiscovered, they were still beyond his reach. Well, perhaps I can only afford an elite grade weapon. With only 2 vouchers in hand, Wu Chang naturally had to be extremely careful with his spending. An elite weapon and a survival item were enough to spend every last exchange voucher he had. He glanced up at the cheapest weapon, only to notice a line of text in passing. 2 exchange vouchers required to enter the mall lottery. Upon seeing those words, Wu Chang froze instantly. A lottery? He hadn't expected the elite shop to have such a feature. Clicking on it, he felt his heart skip a beat. This lottery feature required only 2 exchange coupons to draw from all items in the mall. Though the lowest tier weapons in the elite mall only cost 1 voucher, if he could win a treasure level item, he'd be guaranteed a profit. At that moment, a voice echoed in Wu Chang's mind. Shop lottery, please make your choice. Option A, resist temptation and decline the draw elite voucher plus 10. Option B, proceed with the draw guaranteed to obtain a revered grade or higher item. Seeing the 2 choices, Wu Chang made his decision. 10 exchange vouchers? While tempting, hesitating in the face of a revered grade item would be disrespectful to the latter. I choose B. Draw for me. In an instant, Wu Chang tossed both vouchers into the machine. The elite mall's lottery wheel began spinning rapidly, revealing item after item and weapon after weapon. Wu Chang was tense beyond belief, his teeth clenched as he stared intently at the display panel. There were many revered grade items. If he drew a weapon or consumable, it wouldn't be too bad, but if he drew mismatched gear, he'd be at a huge disadvantage. Soon, the display panel slowed its rotation, with revered tier items and weapons gliding across it one by one. Just as it was about to stop, the entire display was filled with a peerless grade weapon. Seeing this, Wu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. A peerless grade weapon would serve him well for a very long time. Yet just as he thought it was over, the display suddenly trembled. The peerless weapon vanished instantly, replaced by a dazzling crimson glow. Congratulations! You have drawn a mythic grade weapon, the God King's Falling Star Blade. Chapter 12, Re-entering the Dungeon, Ambush. God King's Falling Star Blade, the sword wielded by the God King capable of striking down stars. All damage dealt is true damage. When attacking bosses, it inflicts an additional 10% of the target's current HP as damage. It grows alongside its master. Usable by melee classes. Current bonuses: strength plus 50, spirit plus 20, critical rate plus 10%. The moment Wu Cheng drew the God King's falling star blade, the elite shot before his eyes slowly dissipated, leaving only the blade floating in midair. His face frozen in astonishment, he stared at the crimson glowing blade, his eyes filled with shock and delight. He had expected only a peerless grade weapon, yet he had obtained a mythic weapon, one with terrifying bonuses. What did 50 attack power even mean? It was nearly double his current strength. It's mine now. Wu Cheng swallowed hard, his hand slowly reaching out. He seized the God King meteor blade, instantly feeling a surge of power radiating from it. Open the interface. Feeling the changes in his body, Wu Cheng hurriedly opened the interface to check his current attributes. Name, Wu Cheng. Class, Lone Wanderer. Level, LV 50%. Equipment, God King's Falling Star Blade Mythic Grade. Strength, 35 plus 50 Spirit, 40 plus 20. Physical Resistance, 15 Magic Resistance, 15. Critical Chance, 5% plus 10% critical damage, 105%. Skills, Intimidation, Enhanced Devour. His strength had soared to 85 points, and his spirit had likewise reached 60 points. With such terrifying stats, if I encounter the Goblin Chieftain again, facing it head-on would be no problem at all. I might even have a chance to kill it outright. Is this the power boost from a mythic tier weapon? With the weapon in hand, Wu Cheng instantly grasped the usage of the God King's Falling Star Blade. Not only could this weapon grow alongside him, but he didn't even need to carry it with him. With a wave of his hand, the God King Meteorite Blade dissolved into scattered starlight, yet the enhancements remained intact. With a thought, Wu Cheng reached out his right hand, and the Divine King Meteorite Blade materialized in his grasp. It dissipates when not needed, yet materializes instantly when required. Mythic tier weapons truly are terrifying. He gazed at the weapon in his hand, shaking his head in admiration. No wonder such weapons were the ultimate pursuit of all top-tier practitioners. Setting aside other factors, the enhancement alone was enough to make anyone envious. Suddenly, he heard movement outside the door. The weapon vanished instantly from his grasp, and the entire room returned to its original state. Looking up, he saw his parents returning home, their faces worn with fatigue. We bought your favorite dishes today. Wu's mother smiled, her weary eyes now sparkling with joy. Seeing this, Wu Cheng felt a pang of sadness. He knew how deeply his parents had grieved in secret after he became a freelancer, yet they still faced him with smiles. I'll keep grinding tomorrow. I have to earn some money to improve our family's situation. Watching his parents bustle into the kitchen, Wu Cheng made up his mind. After finishing his meal, he wasted no time and began searching online for information about Huazhang City's dungeons. Though he was only level 5 now, his stats were solid across the board. Even a level 10 normal dungeon was within his reach. However, dungeon conditions varied greatly, so he'd need to spend some time finding one suitable for him. Got it. Soon, Wu Cheng found a dungeon online with a maximum level requirement of 15. In this dungeon called Golden City, defeating monsters had a chance to drop items that could be sold back to the guild for cash. Given his current stats, while he couldn't dominate the dungeon outright, surviving and leveling up wouldn't be a problem. With his goal set, Wu Cheng went to bed early. When he woke up the next morning, he found his parents had already left, but the food on the table was still steaming hot. Devouring the meal with a vengeance, Wu Cheng hopped on a shuttle straight to the dungeon he'd scouted the previous day. Unlike the beginner dungeon, this place was bustling with more adventurers, and numerous lifestyle professionals had set up stalls outside. Come see for yourself. Meals that continuously restore stamina. Top-tier crafting buns that temporarily boost all stats, just 500 coins each. Thunderclap Guardians, your trusted upgrade companions. The lively hawking outside the instance instantly drew the attention of many adventurers. Securing a beneficial buff before entering the instance was undoubtedly advantageous. Though a single bun cost 500 gold, compared to the rewards inside the dungeon, it was clearly a mere drop in the bucket. One for me. Pack it up for me. I'll eat it once I'm inside the dungeon. Any potions? I'll buy them at a premium. The cries of vendors rose and fell, yet Wu Cheng's expression remained utterly composed. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in these items, it was simply that he had no money on him. Gazing at the dungeon entrance, a flicker of excitement crossed Wu Cheng's eyes. Monsters in Golden City offered modest experience gains, but the drop rates for valuable consumables and tradable items were surprisingly high. Spending a day inside could net him a tidy sum. Most crucially, he was still a high school student. Before entering university, access to any dungeon was free. Otherwise, he would never have chosen this one with its steep 5,000 yuan entry fee. Please purchase your ticket first. At the dungeon entrance, the professional guild's cashier smiled at Wu Cheng. This wasn't a beginner's dungeon. The vast majority of adventurers here were level 10 or above. Spotting a newbie adventurer here was about as likely as seeing tropical animals in the Arctic. Yet Wu Cheng simply produced his student ID, causing the cashier to gasp in astonishment. Though she was curious what gave this youth the confidence to enter Golden City, it clearly wasn't her place to ask, and she wasn't one to pry. After receiving his pass, Wu Cheng walked straight to the instance entrance and stepped inside. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him had transformed into a sea of golden hues. Golden City here, everything revered the color gold. As far as the eye could see, professionals rested at the entrance. Wu Cheng's solitary entry into the instance seemed rather peculiar, instantly drawing the attention of many. Ignoring the crowd, he strode straight toward the dungeon's boundaries. Before long, they spotted isolated monsters one after another. Golden Guard LV.5, an ordinary soldier of the Golden City. Killing one yields a small chance of dropping items. Strength 20, Spirit 10, Physical Resist 10, Magic Resist 10, Stamina 100. These guards wore humanoid armor, yet they were not human, more akin to elemental creatures. Die! A fierce gleam flashed in Wu Cheng's eyes as he charged directly at the nearest Golden Guard. His God King meteor blade traced a graceful yet deadly arc, slicing cleanly through the guard's throat before it could react. In an instant, the Golden Guard's body separated and disintegrated into dust, leaving only a glowing point behind. This strike had triggered a critical hit. Wu Cheng picked up the light point and examined it, causing data to appear before his eyes. High-speed recovery potion, restores stamina continuously for 1 minute. Enhanced plunder success, Spirit +1. Seeing the potion in his hand, he felt a surge of delight. He had no use for it himself, but it would be invaluable to others. Even selling it to the guild for recycling could fetch 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, a rare treasure indeed. Just as his excitement peaked, he suddenly frowned and sidestepped. Instantly, a flying dagger whizzed past the hem of his robe and plunged straight into the ground. Immediately, Wu Cheng heard a mocking laugh. Not bad, not bad. You truly live up to your reputation as the secretly cultivated talent of Huazhong First High School. But today, you're dead. Chapter 13, Murder, Hidden Instance. The chilling voice from behind sent goosebumps racing up Wu Cheng's spine. He turned to see a figure cloaked in black, a cold smile on their face, holding a dagger in each hand. They stared at him with utter contempt. Who are you? Wu Cheng's eyes flickered with confusion as he stared at the intruder. He didn't recognize the stranger, he wasn't even sure if they'd ever met before. Moreover, there was no trace of greed on the man's face, suggesting he wasn't after the artifact in Wu Cheng's hands. But the figure didn't answer Wu Cheng's question. Instead, he sneered coldly, "You ask too many questions." In the next instant, the cloaked figure transformed into a black lightning bolt and lunged forward. Simultaneously, a system prompt appeared in Wu Cheng's mind. Facing the black-robed figure's attack, please make a choice. Option A, play it safe and flee, defense +5. Option B, confront him head-on and kill him, strength +5. Option C, severely wound him and locate his hideout, obtain Golden City map. Option C. Without hesitation, Wu Cheng made his choice. While the first two options were decent, they offered little personal gain. Option C, however, was different. After severely wounding the black-robed figure, he could locate his lair, perhaps uncovering who was truly trying to kill him. Not to mention that completing this option would grant him the entire dungeon map, a reward far beyond mere attribute gains. His mind made up, Wu Cheng fixed his gaze on the cloaked figure. He stood merely 4 or 5 meters away, his dagger still gleaming with a cold, menacing light. This is an elite-grade weapon, you're as good as dead. The black-robed figure's voice brimmed with confidence as he flicked the dagger forward with a flick of his wrist. Witnessing this, Wu Cheng didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, he swung his Divine King meteorite blade directly at the figure. To the cloaked figure's stunned gaze, the Divine King meteorite blade shattered every dagger he had hurled before driving itself into his own chest with terrifying force. Instantly, a fountain of blood erupted. The cloaked figure flew backward, crashing to the ground and wailing in agony. He couldn't fathom how a level 13 assassin like himself could be so severely wounded by a mere newcomer. Damn it, Huazhong First High is treacherous. They actually cultivated such a freak of nature. I nearly died here. Run! Panic and fear flashed in the black-robed man's eyes as he clutched his wound and vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Wu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. He had held back slightly at the critical moment, otherwise, the cloaked figure would have died on the spot. Though the man fled swiftly, the trail of blood on the ground allowed Wu Cheng to clearly track his escape route. With a flick of his wrist, the God King meteor blade vanished. Wu Cheng followed the trail of footprints. What surprised him, however, was that he encountered no monsters along the way, not even a single living creature. He kept a safe distance behind the cloaked figure, ensuring he remained undetected. Huazhong First High School. This school's foundation is surprisingly strong. That weapon is undoubtedly peerless grade, yet they gave it to a newbie practitioner. Damn it, I was too careless. The black-robed man's face twisted in agony. His cloak was already soaked through with blood. If not for the few basic healing spells he'd learned, he likely would have died on the road. But thankfully, that guy will never find this place. Gazing at the dark golden gate before him, a faint smile flickered across the cloaked figure's pallid face. This was a place he'd worked incredibly hard to find, no one else could possibly know about it. After all, those adventurers came to Golden City solely to level up and make money. They deliberately sought out areas teeming with monsters. A place like this, with its dark gold gate and not a single monster in sight, naturally drew no one. Standing before the door, he pulled the handle, revealing a deep, dark passageway. Wu Cheng, huh? I'll remember you. Once I've healed my wounds, next time will be the day you meet your end. The black-robed figure grimaced at the memory of his earlier humiliation. Meanwhile, Wu Chang swiftly approached. Upon seeing the passageway beyond the dark gold gate, he heard the prompt sound. Option C completed. Obtained complete map of the Golden City. Instantly, he gained complete knowledge of his surroundings. This passage led to the hidden dungeon of the Golden City. Though the information only revealed itself after entering, discovering the hidden dungeon alone was already a huge win. In that case, he can die too. Recalling the ambush moments ago, Wu Chang's eyes flashed with terrifying murderous intent. Though he was merely a student, he knew well that not all professionals were upstanding individuals. Or rather, most who survived within dungeons had grown indifferent to life and death. While novice dungeons rarely witnessed professional players fighting each other, scenes of murder and looting were common in certain dungeons. Now that he was clearly being targeted, there was no reason to let this cloaked figure escape. With that thought, his speed surged. Before the cloaked figure could react, he bellowed. Die! In an instant, the God King's falling star blade materialized in his hand, slashing directly toward the opponent's throat. Hearing Wu Chang's voice, the cloaked figure's face twisted in shock. He whipped his head around to see Wu Chang charging toward him like a mountain tiger descending. I'm done for. The thought barely formed in his mind when a chill swept across his throat. He watched helplessly as his body collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading into nothingness. Blood gushed from the corpse lying on the ground, while Wu Chang stood panting heavily. Though he'd slain countless monsters in dungeons and even defeated 2 bosses, killing a human was a first. For some reason, though, the scene that should have made him feel physically ill didn't stir much emotion within him. Glancing at the black-robed man's corpse, Wu Chang kicked it aside before turning his full attention to the dark, deep passageway. The passage below was eerily silent, offering no clue as to what lay within. They say hidden dungeons yield rewards several times greater than regular ones. Well, today I'll see for myself what treasures this hidden dungeon holds. Wu Chang gritted his teeth and leapt headfirst into the passageway. Chapter 14, Dark Gold Plains, Boss, Dark Gold Giant King. As Wu Chang entered the tunnel, his vision suddenly blurred. The scenery around him rapidly shifted, the original dazzling gold fading into utter gloom. At the same time, a core appeared before his eyes, the true switch to enter the hidden dungeon. Gazing at the dark gold switch, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Wu Chang's mind. Facing the hidden instance, please make a choice. Option A, report the information to the guild rewards doubled. Option B, enter the hidden instance for exploration, selecting a difficulty no lower than Hell tier. Gain the skill Ultimate Divine Mind, enables weapon control through consciousness. Greater mental power, extends control range. Current range is 100 meters. The moment option B appeared, Wu Chang made his decision instantly. If I turn back now and reveal the hidden dungeon's location to the guild, I'd likely receive a substantial reward. He glanced at the interface with a smile, a flicker of fervor in his eyes. But compared to the skill, any reward is meaningless. I choose B. The instant his choice was made, he stepped forward, seized the instance core, and activated the instance in an instant. Select dungeon difficulty, Hard Nightmare Hell Godslayer locked. 3 difficulty options appeared before him, and Wu Chang immediately selected Hell. All dungeons were artificially categorized into different difficulties: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and the most terrifying Godslayer difficulty. Newbie dungeons were typically easy difficulty, though the Goblin Waste seat entered last time was normal, the same tier as the Golden City. Though Wu Chang yearned to attempt the Godslayer difficulty, he knew he was clearly not yet qualified. The moment he selected his difficulty, the barrier before him vanished instantly, revealing an endless plain stretching out before him. Dark golden weeds covered the land, and beneath the gloomy night sky, eerie howls echoed from all directions. Dark gold plains. Listening to the roars within the instance, he narrowed his eyes, gripped the God King's falling star blade in his hand, and stepped directly onto the plain. Option B completed. Acquired skill, Ultimate Divine Mind. The moment he stepped into the instance, the system's voice announced the completion, and the instance map appeared in his mind. The Dark Gold Plains layout was deceptively simple. Though called a plain, only one path existed. While he knew the dungeon contained only 3 monsters, their exact locations remained unknown. Even so, this saved Wu Chang considerable effort. Even though monsters gain significant attribute boosts at night, how powerful could a level 15 dungeon really be? Wu Chang snorted coldly before striding directly toward the depths of the instance. After covering a third of the distance, the ground suddenly shook violently. A cyclops emerged from beneath the earth, its dark gold body entwined with vines, a clear sign that no one had ventured here in ages. Dark Gold Cyclops LV.10, a golden giant cursed by a dark god. Killing it has a chance to drop dark gold items. Strength, 40 Spirit, 30 Physical Resist, 50 Magic Resist, 50 Stamina, 1000. Skills, Giant Wave, Earthquake, Dark Gold Rampage. No wonder it's a hidden dungeon at night. Even level 10 monsters have terrifying stats like this. Wu Chang couldn't help but marvel at the Dark Gold Cyclops' terrifying physical and magic resistance alongside its immense stamina. These stats rival some elite monsters outside the dungeon. With its high attack and defense, it could even serve as a boss in a simple dungeon. But what good are your high defenses and thick health? I deal true damage. Wu Chang wore a smug grin. While enemies with other attributes might prove troublesome, against such a tank, none could withstand the true damage unleashed by the God King's falling star blade. Roar! The dark old Cyclops lunged forward with one arm, its single eye blazing with unmasked murderous intent. Wu Chang merely sneered coldly. The creature's massive frame masked its sluggish speed. He leapt backward, while the God King meteor blade, guided by his divine will, slashed directly at the dark old Cyclops. Yet the dark old Cyclops made no move, seemingly ignoring Wu Chang's attack entirely. Heh, you'll soon learn what true agony feels like. Wu Chang maneuvered while directing the God King meteorite blade toward the colossal eyeball. The next instant, the dark old Cyclops palm struck the ground 10 meters beside Wu Chang, unleashing a whirlwind. Simultaneously, the God King meteorite blade plunged directly into the Cyclops' massive eye. Attack hits weak point, dealing 436 damage. Ah! The dark old Cyclops let out a wail of agony. Its once bulging eye was now shattered into fragments, spewing a torrent of dark old blood. Die! Seeing this, Wu Chang wasted no time. The God King meteor blade swept across the dark old Cyclops body, instantly dismembering the giant over 10 meters tall. Gained experience plus 100. Enhanced plunder success, strength plus 10. After the dark old Cyclops' death, Wu Chang found no drop items and pressed deeper into the labyrinth. Before long, he encountered another dark old Cyclops. Armed with his recent experience, dealing with this monster was child's play. He dispatched the second dark old Cyclops in just 5 minutes. Gained experience plus 100. Enhanced looting success, spirit plus 9. Only 3 monsters in total. Looks like the last one must be the boss. His gaze swept over the monster corpses on the ground before shifting toward the distant horizon, the very source of the roars echoing across the dark old plains. He drew the God King meteor blade from the ground and made his way toward the dungeon's boss area. In the boss area, a colossal giant over 20 meters tall sat upon a towering throne, surrounded by countless corpses of dark old Cyclopes. The giant's gaze fell upon the distant, insignificant sound, and it emitted a mechanical, cold chuckle. Dark Old Giant King LV.15, the sovereign born from the ranks of Dark Old Cyclopes, embodying terror and majesty. Strength, 100 spirit, 50 physical resist, 200 magic resist, 200 stamina, 10,000. Skills, Dark Old Giant Wave, Giant Rampage, Ancient Roar. Such high dual resistances? Staring at the Dark Old Giant King's stats, Wu Chang's face twisted into a twisted grin. While other teams might face certain annihilation against this boss, Wu Chang dealt true damage. It was safe to say that Wu Chang was the nemesis of these high defense, high health bosses. In that case, I'll show you what true damage means. Wu Chang swung the God King meteor blade directly at it. The Dark Old Giant King merely glanced at the attack before rising and striding toward Wu Chang. Clearly, it didn't believe this tiny blade barely big enough to fill a tooth gap could inflict any damage. Yet the next instant, the Divine King meteor blade sliced through its body. Inflicts 1095 true damage. Boom! One of the Dark Old Giant King's legs was severed cleanly. Its massive frame crashed to the ground, emitting only agonized howls. Arg! Its massive hands clawed wildly at the ground, its fury burning to crush Wu Chang 1,000 times over. But Wu Chang wouldn't give it that chance. Dodging its attacks while retreating, he wielded the God King's falling star blade to strike relentlessly. Before long, the Dark Old Giant King, boasting a staggering 10,000 HP, was torn to pieces by Wu Chang, its body utterly still. Defeated Dark Old Giant King. Gained plus 1000 EXP. Obtained revered great equipment Dark Old Giant's Eye. Enhanced plunder successful, strength plus 10. Chapter 15, Godslayer difficulty. Dark Old Giant Eye Venerable Grade, one of the Dark Old Giant's 3-piece set. Greatly increases strength and spirit but significantly reduces movement speed. Usable by melee classes levels 120. Bonus, strength plus 50, spirit plus 50. Staring at the equipment in his hands, Wu Chang felt no stirrings within. It was merely a revered grade item. In the past, he would have been overjoyed, but now that he possessed a mythical grade weapon like the God King's falling star blade, he naturally looked down on it. Still, I could trade this for cash at the guild. Completing the full set would fetch even more. Though he could use it himself, the negative effects were significant. Moreover, the gear wasn't even double star tier, there was no reason for him to keep it. Stowing the gear away, Wu Chang gazed at the teleportation array left behind by the Dark Old Giant King after its demise and stepped straight through it. When he reappeared, he found himself standing at the entrance to the Dark Old Plains. At that moment, the dungeon core glowed with an intense crimson light. It's tempting me into the Godslayer tier instance. Wu Chang smiled as he gazed at the instance core. He had already attempted the Hell difficulty dungeon, which had failed to inflict any significant harm upon him. Now, a Godslayer tier instance lay before him, finally granting his wish. Just as he reached out to grasp the core, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Facing the Godslayer tier dungeon, please make your choice. Option A, abandon the dungeon challenge mental plus 10. Option B, enter the Godslayer tier instance and complete the challenge. Upon entry, the God King's falling star blade temporarily unlocks its next tier of attributes, clear rewards tripled. There was no room for hesitation. Wu Chang glanced at the options and instantly knew his choice. Option B. His voice was unwavering. He had come here to earn money and improve his family's circumstances. Now, not only had the rewards for clearing the stage doubled, but he could also experience the next tier of enhancements from the God King's falling star blade. There was absolutely no need for hesitation. With a flick of his thoughts, he instantly materialized on the dark gold plains. Option B completed. God King's falling star blade enters liberation state. In that instant, the God King's falling star blade previously concealed as starlight suddenly materialized before Wu Chang. Yet unlike before, it now radiated a faint blue glow. Temporary attributes: strength plus 200, spirit plus 100, critical hit rate plus 20%. Temporary bonus: inflicts 20% of the target's current HP as additional damage against bosses. A colossal surge of power flooded his body. Wu Chang's strength now reached a terrifying 245 points, while his spirit soared to 150 points, completely outclassing even the most elite combat classes. Strength that is precisely why I'm here to conquer the Godslayer dungeon. He smiled faintly, his face radiating confidence. This was the confidence granted by his fully enhanced attributes. With a divine artifact in hand, no boss on the dark gold plains, no matter how powerful, could stand against him. The next instant, a roar filled with rage echoed through the air. It was the Dark Gold Giant King's roar, yet it carried with such clarity that even from the edge of the Dark Gold Plains, Wu Changxian could distinctly sense the resentment and fury within it. Indeed, the God Slayer difficulty offers a completely different experience from Hell Mode. Any other challenge team would probably have been scared out of the instance by now. Wu Chang smiled, but did not halt his advance. The map etched in his memory remained crystal clear. Even within the God Slayer difficulty Dark Gold Plains, he could navigate solely by the recollections stored in his mind. Unlike the Hell difficulty instance, however, he encountered no Dark Gold Cyclops this time. Instead, he advanced unimpeded straight to the Dark Gold Giant King. Gazing at the colossal figure, a flicker of surprise crossed Wu Chang's eyes. For some reason, he felt this Dark Gold Giant King seemed genuinely intelligent, not merely a mindless beast focused on attack. "Human who shattered my illusion, you have come." A majestic, resonant voice echoed across the Dark Gold Plains. Seated upon its throne, the Dark Gold Giant King opened its eyes. A fleeting madness flickered in its bloodshot eyes before quickly subsiding into calm. Hearing the Dark Gold Giant King's voice, Wu Chang froze for a moment before hastily looking over. Dark Gold Giant King Godslayer LV.15, the true form of the Dark Gold Giant King. Said to be the Golden Giant King cursed by a dark god, now embracing darkness to wield even more terrifying power. Strength, 300 spirit, 200 physical resistance, 500 magic resistance, 500 stamina, 100000. Skills: Dark Gold Giant Wave, Giant Rampage, Mad Roar, Earthquake, Dark Gold Armor. With 300 strength, 500 physical magic resistance, and 100,000 HP, this Godslayer difficulty boss is exponentially more challenging than Hell difficulty. Which level 15 boss hunting team dares claim victory? Without top-tier professionals leveling down to assist, this Dark Gold Giant King will surely become every challenger's nightmare. You defeated my illusion, yet now you dare seek my true form. Foolish humans, my form rivals mountains, my strength can tear the earth apart. And you? You are but a mere insect before me. A single pinch, and you shall be reduced to dust. Accept your fate of defeat. The Dark Gold Giant King rose slowly, extending a single finger that shot straight toward Wu Chang. This single gesture alone caused the ground to tear apart. Even unleashed without intent, its terrifying power achieved results beyond human capability. Yet to Wu Chang, though the Dark Gold Giant King appeared terrifying, he was nothing more than a punching bag in his eyes. Poof. Even with your defenses stacked to the max, there's still no match for true damage. Wu Chang sneered coldly, then abruptly retreated. Under his control, the God King meteor blade wobbled as it flew forward. As if sensing the blade's lethality through its own illusions, the Dark Gold Giant King advanced toward Wu Chang while casting Dark Gold armor to envelop its entire body. Feeling the solid armor, a trace of smugness flashed in the Dark Gold Giant King's eyes. This was armor forged with its utmost effort. Not only could this little blade not harm it, but even if magnified 100-fold, it still wouldn't inflict any real damage. Yet the next instant, a murderous glint flashed in Wu Chang's eyes. Under his command, the God King meteorite blade suddenly accelerated, instantly slashing into the Dark Gold Giant King's chest. Instantly, the Dark Gold armor sliced open like paper. Despite the Dark Gold Giant King's terrifying defenses, it could not prevent the God King meteorite blade from inflicting damage upon its body. Damage dealt, 20,245 points. Ah! A deep gash, exposing bone, tore through the Dark Gold Giant King's chest. Its single eye widened in disbelief and terror. What kind of human was this, capable of injuring him with a single strike? Wu Chang seized the opportunity to press his attack. His divine consciousness commanded the God King meteorite blade to strike rapidly, each sweeping motion inflicting significant damage upon the Dark Gold Giant King. Before long, the boss corrupted by the Dark God collapsed to the ground with eyes wide open, its expression frozen in bitter refusal. Even in death, it couldn't comprehend how this ant-like creature had the power to slay it. Defeated Dark Gold Giant King Godslayer. Gains 6000 EXP. Enhanced Plunder Success, Dual Resistances plus 15. Congratulations! Leveled up to level 9. Defeated Hidden Boss, obtained Hidden Exchange Voucher 18. Obtained Revered Tier Equipment Dark Gold Giant Armor. First clear of Godslayer difficulty, Dark Gold Plains. Obtained Skill Total Control, all special effects from currently equipped weapons can be shared. Chapter 16, Return to the Guild, Chance Encounter. Seeing his incredibly rich haul, even Wu Chang couldn't help but marvel this hidden dungeon truly was a treasure trove. What is this? The Dark Gold Giant King's true form slowly dissipated after death, yet a single light point remained. Wu Chang stepped forward to pick it up, and information instantly flooded his mind. Congratulations on obtaining a revered tier equipment, Dark Gold Giant Core. Instantly, the Dark Gold Giant eye he'd placed in his backpack floated out, hovering in midair alongside the armor and core. Dark Gold Giant Armor Venerable Grade, one of the Dark Gold Giant's 3-piece set. Greatly enhances both physical and magical resistance, but drastically reduces movement speed. Usable by melee classes levels 120. Bonus, physical resistance plus 50, magic resistance plus 50. Dark Gold Giant Core Venerable Grade, one of the Dark Gold Giant tri-set pieces. When fused into the body, it can reverse slow effects. Note, equipping all 3 Dark Gold pieces simultaneously upgrades them to Peerless Tier, increasing all bonuses by 50%. Gazing at the Dark Gold 3-piece set in his hands, Wu Chang instantly grew excited. He had originally intended to trade this set to the guild for money. After all, equipping it actually reduced his movement speed, something he absolutely couldn't accept. His dual resistances were already low. If chased by monsters, he might face a deadly mob attack. But now, he had nothing to fear. The Dark Gold Giant Core could actually reverse the slow effect, turning it into a speed boost. While the Dark Gold Giant set's effects weren't exceptionally powerful, they were more than sufficient for his current needs. Moreover, as a Peerless Tier set, he saw no reason to hand it over to the guild. Good things were meant to be kept for himself, how could he possibly give them away? Fusion. He grabbed the Dark Gold Giant Core, and it slowly fused into his body. The Dark Gold Giant Eyes and Dark Gold Giant Armor were immediately equipped. The moment the armor covered his body, a weighty sensation washed over him. Yet it was swiftly absorbed by the core. As a peculiar energy flowed through him, he actually felt his body grow lighter. However, the Dark Gold set was far too conspicuous when worn, which added a certain inconvenience to his daily life. If only the armor could appear only during combat. Wu Chang frowned, glancing at the Dark Gold Giant Armor on his body. To his surprise, the armor began to slowly dissipate, its vanishing process identical to that of the God King Meteorite Blade. Stunned by the sight, he suddenly recalled acquiring a skill earlier, one that seemed capable of sharing the special effects of his current weapon. Excited, he hurriedly opened his interface, his gaze immediately drawn to the screen. Name, Wu Chang. Class, Lone Wanderer. Level, LV 990%. Equipment, God King's Falling Star Blade Mythic Grade, Dark Gold Giant Set Unrivaled Grade. Strength, 55 plus 125 Spirit, 50 plus 95. Physical Resistance, 30 plus 75 Magic Resistance, 30 plus 75. Critical Chance, 5 plus 10% Critical Damage, 105%. Skills, Intimidation, Enhanced Devour, Total Control. The moment Wu Chang saw the stats, he was stunned by his own personal data. A staggering 180 strength, 145 spirit, and even his dual resistances hadn't fallen behind, reaching a solid 105 points. With such well-rounded stats, forget about high-level combat specialists of the same rank, even the top combat specialists might not be his match. Free agent. Ha! Wu Chang clenched his fist tightly. In just 2 short days, he had transformed from a lowly freelancer everyone looked down on into someone capable of crushing peers of the same rank. This time, he was determined to see what Groundsley Huilai had to keep jumping around in front of him. He composed himself and immediately proceeded to the core of the hidden instance, grasping its essence in his hand. Having already cleared the Godslayer tier instance, he now possessed complete control over the core. With it in hand, he could carry the hidden instance wherever he went. As for the Dark Gold Giant set, as long as Wu Chang hadn't sold it, no one else could possibly roll it again. This dungeon expedition had been worth every effort. It's just a pity I didn't uncover the true identity of that black-robed figure. Recalling the cloaked figure who had ambushed him, Wu Chang sighed and shook his head. In his rage at the time, he'd completely forgotten to spare the man's life to extract information. But with such immense gains, dwelling on that matter was unnecessary. Clutching the core, he retraced his steps. Handing it over to the guild would surely bring generous rewards. Just as he departed, a black spatial gate slowly unfolded, from which a shadowy figure emerged. It surveyed the empty passageway, puzzled. Where the hell is my massive instance core? Who the hell stole this great lord's dungeon core? I, the demon god Chris, will never let them off. The entire passage echoed with Chris's anguished cries. As for Wu Chang, he had already exited the dungeon and arrived at the professional association in Huajing City. The association wasn't particularly crowded at the moment, but Wu Chang suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It was none other than his teacher, Bai Shui. She had spotted him too, her expression shifting to surprise as she looked over. Teacher Bai. Seeing this, Wu Chang didn't pretend not to recognize her. He smiled and greeted her. Hearing his voice, Bai Shui gave a slight nod, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes. The Wu Chang before her was the most promising student she had encountered in her 3 years of teaching. He should have drawn one of the most elite professions. But fate had dealt him a cruel blow. The student she had placed her hopes in had drawn the so-called garbage profession of a wanderer, instantly tumbling from the pinnacle of envy into the depths of despair. Though she valued Wu Chang deeply, she knew offering comfort might only make things worse. Yet here they were, meeting unexpectedly at the professional association. Wu Chang, need help leveling up? Your teacher can take you through some dungeons for some experience. With a hint of pity in her heart, Bai Shui's beautiful eyes met Wu Chang's, determined to broaden this student's horizons. If she could get him to level 5, perhaps he could enter a decent university in the upcoming exams a few days later. Even if he couldn't live in luxury, at least he wouldn't end up like other solo adventurers who'd drawn random professions, merely scraping by day to day. Yet Wu Chang shook his head. Though he knew she meant well, he still declined. Thank you, teacher. I came to the guild for other matters. Seeing his refusal, Bai Shui didn't press him. She nodded and returned to her own tasks. Currently at level 70, she planned to rapidly level up, hoping for a chance to return to university and continue her studies. Wu Chang, meanwhile, headed straight for the guild staff to hand in the dungeon core. Chapter 17, The guild is in shock. You cleared a Godslayer tier dungeon? Hello, how may I assist you? To be fair, the guild staff were quite courteous, showing no condescension toward Wu Chang despite his age. Wu Chang, of course, held nothing back. With a smile, he explained. I discovered a hidden dungeon. Please elaborate. The staff member's eyes lit up instantly. Sitting upright at the computer, they prepared to record the information. After all, discovering a hidden dungeon was a major achievement that could boost their performance metrics. Even as a receptionist, they stood to gain substantial rewards. Once it's entered into the association's system, we'll issue rewards based on the dungeon's difficulty level. This process will take no longer than 1 day. Wu Chang naturally had no objections to the timeframe she mentioned. For him, the most important thing was the reward. But since the staff had assured him, he felt it unwise to press further. From what I see in the guild's regulations, bringing the dungeon core directly seems to grant additional rewards, right? His eyes gleamed as he pointed at the rules posted on the wall, making no effort to hide his eagerness for the rewards. Yes, bringing the dungeon core to the association does grant an additional reward. However, this requires clearing the instance at its highest difficulty level. Additionally, the first adventurer to clear the highest difficulty will receive a special reward from the guild. The staff member's smile was genuinely warm, and Wu Chang felt his excitement growing. Of course, it wasn't that he was particularly interested in the staff member. Rather, upon hearing the explanation, he realized he could potentially receive 3 separate rewards. 1 reward for discovering the hidden dungeon, 1 for bringing the dungeon core to the guild, and 1 for being the first to clear the highest difficulty. 3 full rewards. Even if the latter 2 were discounted, they would undoubtedly improve his family's circumstances considerably. That's perfect. He nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the charming staff member before him and said in a serious tone. If I clear the highest difficulty of the instance and bring the core here now, how exactly would the rewards be calculated? What did you say? The staff member froze in shock. What was going on? This boy looked like a high school student, yet he was claiming to have cleared a hidden dungeon? Setting aside other factors, the hidden dungeon's difficulty alone was several times that of a regular one. She could confidently deduce that the boy before her had absolutely no chance of conquering it. After all, even a level 5 hidden dungeon was impossible to clear without top-tier combat classes or a specialized challenge team. And that was assuming the highest difficulty level was merely hard. For higher tiers, it would likely wipe out several teams before being conquered. The main issue was that everyone was completely in the dark about new dungeons. Rushing in blindly meant facing an extraordinarily high risk of death. I said I brought the dungeon core with me. With no other choice, Wu Chang could only speak up again to explain. Hearing this, the staff member hesitated, stunned that this youth possessed such capability. She quickly replied. Please wait a moment. I'll go fetch the director. This situation was beyond her authority to handle. A figure capable of bringing the dungeon core was clearly beyond the reach of a mere receptionist like herself. Before long, she returned with a gaunt, middle-aged man whose brow was deeply furrowed. Even before they met, his voice cut through the air. I am Duan Hong, head of the records department at the Huajian City Practitioners Association. Please present your profession card and the dungeon core. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang promptly handed over his profession card. Duan Hong took it, and the smile on his face instantly froze. The card displayed a stark line of data: Wu Chang, profession, freelancer, level 9. Since profession cards become deeply bound to the professional after a class change, the information displayed is always real-time. A level 9 conquering a hidden dungeon wasn't the issue. The problem was, how could a freelancer possibly do that? In an instant, Duan Hong's expression turned cold as he recalled who Wu Chang was. The unlucky soul from First High who switched to a free agent class. Though it was unclear how he'd managed to reach level 9, this was the professional association. There was no room for such audacity. Mr. Wu Chang, please submit your party roster so we may record it. Duan Hong's tone was stiff, though he avoided outright confrontation. After all, it was common knowledge that solo players struggled to level up. But if he'd splurged on a team of companions, that could explain his rapid advancement. Sorry, I soloed it. As the words left his mouth, a faint smile touched Wu Chang's lips. Solo? Duan Hong, however, gave a cold laugh. A solo player tackling a hidden dungeon? So this kid was putting on a show? If a solo player could clear hidden dungeon solo, how could it be called the worst class? Rage surging through him, Duan Hong's voice grew deep and stern. This is the professional guild. You'll be held accountable for every word you say. If you can solo a hidden dungeon, Before he could finish, Duan Hong abruptly swallowed the rest of his words. Because Wu Chang now clutched a dungeon core in his hand, holding it as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Holy, a dungeon core. Which kid is this? He looks like he just graduated high school. What incredible luck. But how did he manage to bring the core? You fool, he cleared the highest difficulty dungeon, of course. Whispers immediately rippled through the crowd. Even Bai Shui, watching from the periphery, couldn't help but wonder which top-tier professional player could possibly be so incredibly lucky, conquering a hidden dungeon in such a short time? Wu Chang, however, fixed a mocking smile upon Duan Hong and coldly inquired. Director Duan, I wonder what you were planning to do just now. Hearing this, Duan Hong snapped back to reality. But he was a seasoned bureaucrat. The coldness vanished from his face, replaced by a smile. If Comrade Wu Chang had conquered the hidden dungeon, I would naturally have presented the reward with both hands. But I wonder if I might be permitted to examine the core of this instance? Poof. Take it. Seeing Duan Hong react so swiftly, Wu Chang saw no point in arguing further. His goal was to claim the reward, not to deliberately antagonize anyone. Now that the other party had backed down, he naturally wouldn't press his advantage. Taking the instance core from Wu Chang's hand, Duan Hong instantly focused his mind. In an instant, all the dungeon's information flooded into his mind. Dark Gold Plains. Curse of the Evil God. Godslayer Tier Dungeon. After processing the information in his mind, his eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at Wu Chang. Duan Hong's eyes were filled with utter disbelief, his eyes wide as copper bells, nearly popping out of their sockets. Grabbing Wu Chang's shoulders, he shouted at the top of his lungs, utterly disregarding his own composure. Wu Chang, you actually cleared a Godslayer tier instance at level 15? Chapter 18, strictly speaking, I was only level 5 when I cleared it. Wu Chang, you actually cleared a level 15 Godslayer tier dungeon? Duan Hong's voice instantly drowned out all the noise, plunging the entire hall into a deathly silence. Upon hearing the name Wu Chang, Bai Shui's expression turned peculiar. She tapped her cheek with her slender fingers, pouting as she muttered to herself. Wu Chang? That's the same name as a student in our class? Could it be him? But she immediately scoffed, shaking her head to dismiss the thought. The Wu Chang in her class had only advanced to a free agent class. How could he possibly possess the strength to clear a hidden dungeon, let alone a Godslayer tier 1? It must be someone else with the same name. Yet this speculation only made Bai Shui more curious to meet this person. After all, she'd never heard of anyone named Wu Chang in Huajiang City who had transferred into a top-tier combat class. Meanwhile, Wu Chang was being stared at by everyone as if he were some kind of freak. Duan Hong noticed his own indiscretion and inwardly cursed his carelessness. He should have discussed the hidden dungeon matter privately with the person involved in his office. But upon seeing Wu Chang was a solo adventurer, anger flared within him. He assumed Wu Chang was merely seeking attention to cope with their disparity, never expecting it to be genuine. Careless? He mentally slapped his forehead, yet maintained a smile outwardly. Shall we discuss this further in the office? Wu Chang remained silent, merely gesturing. Duan Hong instantly understood and trotted into the office. Facing such a prodigy who had brought the dungeon core, he had to treat this with utmost importance. Please have a seat. Here's the association's beverage menu. Take a look and see what you'd like to drink. Upon entering the office, Duan Hong had already arranged everything meticulously. Wu Chang's expression turned peculiar, and he felt goosebumps rising all over his body. I'll have a happy water, ice. And could you please calm down? I preferred your rebellious attitude earlier. Soon, Duan Hong emerged from the restroom, his expression back to normal. Wu Chang, I'd like to know more about this hidden dungeon. If you can provide useful insights, the guild's rewards will be even more generous. Duan Hong wore a faint smile, his sharp, capable demeanor restored. Originally, Wu Chang had no interest in sharing anything. After all, this information came directly from the system itself, making it invaluable. But the word reward instantly piqued his interest. Why pass up easy money? Information? That's just currency to be exchanged. Ahem, well, I suppose it's not impossible. He cleared his throat twice before beginning to describe the dungeon's layout.
They call it a plane, but there's really only one path to follow.
Once you enter the instance, just head straight ahead. Non-Godslayer tier dungeons only contain 3 monsters, a Dark Gold Cyclops and a level 15 boss, the Dark Gold Giant King. Godslayer tier dungeons have only one monster, the Dark Gold Giant King's true form.
Its true form boasts a staggering 100,000 HP, dual resistances reaching 500 points, and a strength of 300.
It's a formidable foe. Wait.
Before he could finish, Duan Hong interrupted. You know, while reporting hidden dungeons comes with rewards, fabricating data will get you punished by the association no matter who you are. Duan Hong's voice was stern, clearly skeptical of Wu Cheng's claims. After all, the youth before him looked every bit a high school student and an independent adventurer at that. There was no way he could possibly defeat such a monster. Wu Cheng, however, merely smiled and replied softly. The association can certainly investigate. I believe Director Duan already knows the dungeon's exact location and has the means to contact the challenge team. At this, Duan Hong fell silent. In truth, he had entered his office early precisely to handle this matter. Now that Wu Cheng had cleared the Godslayer difficulty dungeon, other challengers could naturally enter as well. Just moments ago, he had contacted the nearest challenge team and granted them access permissions. They were likely already inside, beginning their attempt. Just as he was about to speak, a notification suddenly appeared on his phone. In his urgency, he didn't bother to avoid suspicion and checked it right in front of Wu Cheng. What he saw made him gasp in shock. Director Duan, we simply can't challenge a god-slaying level dungeon. That Dark Gold Giant King alone has a staggering 100,000 HP, with both physical and magic resistance at 500.
We couldn't even land a single hit.
One of our brothers died the moment we entered. If we hadn't retreated quickly, we might have lost the entire team.
Without top-tier adventurers voluntarily downgrading their challenges, I doubt any team in Huajiang City could clear it. But I'm curious, who is this player named Wu Cheng? To solo clear it? That's terrifying.
The messages weren't long, but they made Duan Hong's heart race.
Duan Hong never imagined Wu Cheng's claims were entirely true, not a single drop of exaggeration.
When he said 100,000 HP, it was exactly 100,000 HP, not a single point more or less.
But how could this Wu Cheng before him have succeeded in the challenge? After all, his profession was merely that of a freelancer?
The thought made Duan Hong swallow hard, his normally composed face twisting into a grimace.
You really soloed it? Despite the challenge team's verification, Duan Hong gritted his teeth and blurted out the question.
Hearing this, Wu Cheng felt a pang of embarrassment. It seemed the other party had already suffered a setback in the dungeon, so he didn't want to rub salt in the wound. So he smiled and replied in a softer tone.
Pure luck, pure luck. Just got lucky. Right, buddy? Duan Hong couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing Wu Cheng's words, his whole body erupting with excitement. Are you even speaking human language? You soloed a boss cursed by a demon god, and you tell me it was just luck? If it really was luck, why didn't you clear it in under 10 minutes?
After this exchange, Wu Cheng felt helpless and could only let out a slight sigh. Truthfully, he wanted to tell Duan Hong he'd actually cleared it in 5 minutes, but seeing how devastated the other man was, he couldn't bring himself to say it.
Clearing a Godslayer tier dungeon at level 9? And you're a solo player. What about those top-tier professionals with records like yours? Hold on.
As Duan Hong grew increasingly agitated, he even jumped up in excitement.
Wu Cheng could no longer hold back and interrupted him.
To be precise, I was only level 5 when I cleared the Godslayer tier dungeon.
Chapter 19, The Hidden Voucher. For a moment, the entire office fell into dead silence.
Duan Hong stared at Wu Cheng in utter shock, his gaze as though he were looking at some kind of monster.
He was utterly speechless. Was he really going to argue back? Clearing a level 15 hidden dungeon at level 5? Why didn't you mention that all your damage was true damage? Otherwise, how the hell did you defeat such a high attack, high defense, high HP boss?
I need to report this to the guild leader first.
Wait here. No problem.
Soon, Duan Hong hurried out in a rush. As for Wu Cheng, he idly scanned the office with boredom. As the office of the Professional Association's data department director, the decor was naturally upscale. But what piqued Wu Cheng's curiosity was the entire dungeon distribution map of Hua City hanging on the wall. Intrigued, he walked over to the map. As he studied the alternating white and black markers indicating dungeon locations, his brow furrowed. Why does this feel so strange? The layout was unusually peculiar. Though he couldn't decipher what the white and black areas represented, if he ignored the white dungeons, the remaining black ones seemed to follow a certain pattern.
Normally, the black dungeons would gradually encroach closer to Huajiang City. Eventually, they might even appear right in the heart of Huajiang City.
Wu Cheng stroked his chin, his mind racing. But if we reverse the logic? Before he could examine it further, hurried footsteps echoed through the room. The office door swung open, and Duan Hong entered with a look of surprise and delight on his face.
He looked up and saw Wu Chang standing before his dungeon distribution map, but he said nothing. Since he'd posted it here, he wasn't worried about anyone seeing it. After all, if someone could decipher this map, finding the dungeon of the evil god's curse wouldn't be impossible. Congratulations, Wu Chang. After deliberation by the guild, your intelligence proved invaluable. Considering all factors, the guild will grant you 5 times the standard reward. What do you think? Duan Hong's gaze fell upon Wu Chang, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. To achieve such feats at such a young age truly defined him as a prodigy. Though as professionals, their lifespans extended with each level gained, a prodigy like Wu Chang was exceptionally rare even in Huajian City's history. Upon hearing he would receive 5 times the standard reward, Wu Chang's face lit up with delight. Naturally, he had no objections. That's certainly good news. Duan Hong smiled upon hearing Wu Chang's agreement. He sat down and placed the tablet in front of Wu Chang, displaying 3 reward options. These are the 3 reward methods listed by the association. You may choose one. Seeing this, Wu Chang stepped away from the dungeon map and sat down, his gaze fixed on the tablet. The first reward was the simplest, a direct cash payment of 3 million. This straightforward option was also what Wu Chang needed most at the moment. The second reward was rather intriguing. The association would dispatch a guardian team to help Wu Chang reach level 20 during the summer vacation. This reward was undeniably generous. Level 20 was nearly the highest level for an average freshman in college. If Wu Chang could reach level 20, he would likely be treated like a prized asset upon enrollment. As for the third reward, the guild would grant Wu Chang 10 hidden exchange vouchers, usable within the guild to redeem exclusive rewards from hidden bosses. Simultaneously, a system prompt appeared in his mind. Faced with different rewards, please make your choice. Option A, select monetary reward item recycling prices increase by 10% during summer vacation. Option B, choose Guardian Squad level boost 30% increased leveling efficiency until reaching level 20. Option C, select hidden exchange coupons upgrade the quality of your next obtained item by 1 tier. All 3 options were incredibly tempting. For Wu Chang, option A's appeal far surpassed the other 2. After all, with the increased recycling rates, he could earn more money in 2 months by grinding dungeons non-stop during summer break than his parents could earn in a lifetime. But as I always say, money alone is useless, true strength is everything. Wu Chang's gaze fixed on option C. The prospect of upgrading his item's quality was utterly mind-blowing. If he obtained a mythic tier weapon, could he enhance that too? But such thoughts were still a bit of a pipe dream. After all, he had no control over what item he would obtain next. I'll go with option C. In the end, among the 3 options, he chose the one that seemed the most unstable. With 20 hidden exchange vouchers already in his possession, adding these 10 more would allow him to trade for some decent items within the guild. Having made his decision, he confirmed his choice directly on the tablet. Seeing Wu Chang opt for the hidden exchange coupons, Duan Hong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. They seemed valuable, but what could 10 coupons really buy? Maybe a few rare grade items or a single legendary grade weapon at best. Please take them. But since Wu Chang had made his choice, he wouldn't say more. He simply handed the exchange coupons to Wu Chang. Taking the vouchers, Wu Chang now held a total of 30 hidden exchange vouchers. He planned to redeem them for items once this matter was settled. Otherwise, if he obtained any junk items in the dungeon, even upgrading their quality wouldn't amount to much. Leave me your contact info. We might need to connect again in the future. Seeing the matter settled, Duan Hong smiled and exchanged contact information with Wu Chang before escorting him to the door. Standing at the doorway as the office door slowly closed, Wu Chang could still hear Duan Hong's worried voice drifting out. The Demon God Dungeon, perhaps its final appearance will be in Huajing City. The voice grew fainter and fainter, and Wu Chang couldn't make out the rest. But none of this concerned him. He was just a lowly freelancer. What business did he have with the Demon God Dungeon? Just as he composed himself, Wu Chang sensed something was amiss. Though he'd been inside the office for quite some time, a crowd still lingered outside, watching him from a distance as if memorizing his features. Time to make a run for it. He hurriedly chose a direction and squeezed into the crowd, hoping to avoid anyone specifically watching him. But just as he squeezed into the crowd, he collided head-on with someone. Teacher Bai. He looked up and was startled to see his homeroom teacher, Bai Shuei. She clearly recognized him too, but merely smiled before asking. Earlier, a professional named Wu Chang seemed to clear the Godslayer level dungeon. Was that you? Though Bai Shuei was looking directly at him, her tone remained remarkably casual, clearly unaware of the recent incident. Wu Chang had no intention of hiding such an achievement. He simply preferred not to have his personal life disrupted. But with his homeroom teacher, there seemed little need for secrecy. He scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. Yep, that was me. Chapter 20, Level Up Unrivaled 100 Weapon Stance. It's me. Wu Chang had always spoken softly, but this time his words thundered like a bolt from the blue, leaving Bai Shuei's mind reeling. He actually claimed to have cleared the Godslayer tier dungeon? As his homeroom teacher, she couldn't decide whether to call Wu Chang thick-skinned or commend his audacity for joking around. Heh, you've got some nerve. After regaining her composure, Bai Shuwei merely chuckled, not taking Wu Cheng's words seriously. After all, it was utterly impossible for a lone player to clear a god-slaying level dungeon. Setting aside a free agent's combat prowess, just leveling them up to level 15 would require a significant investment. And as far as she knew, Wu Cheng's family seemed ordinary, hardly wealthy. Go ahead with your work. Now that you mention it, I'm actually more curious to see what kind of person this Wu Cheng really is. Bai Shuwei smiled as she ruffled Wu Cheng's hair, unconvinced by his words. Seeing her skepticism, Wu Cheng could only nod helplessly. Why was it that whenever he told the truth, no one believed him? Was it that being a free agent meant people just didn't trust what you said? No matter how much he pondered it, he couldn't fathom the reason. He could only push through the crowd toward the exchange counter, intending to redeem all 30 hidden exchange vouchers he carried. Shortly after he left, a message suddenly flashed across the guild's main screen. Wu Cheng of Huajiang First High School has discovered a level 15 hidden instance. Rewarded with 10 hidden exchange vouchers. The news spread rapidly, sparking gasps of astonishment. When had the reward for discovering a hidden dungeon become so astronomical? Previously, the maximum reward for uncovering one was 500,000 credits, yet Wu Cheng's bounty was nearly 5 times that amount. Bai Shuwei stared at the information on the screen, her entire being sinking into a daze. Huajiang First High School, she knew it well, the very institution where she worked. Wu Cheng, she knew him too, the genius from her class who had fallen from the mountain peak into the abyss. But the problem was, combining the two, she simply couldn't believe it, a lone player had actually cleared a god-slaying level dungeon. Could it be he was telling the truth? Instantly, the image of Wu Cheng scratching his head with a silly grin flashed before her eyes, leaving Bai Shuwei stunned and incredulous. Wu Cheng, of course, remained unaware of this. He stood at the exchange counter, smiling as he spoke with the staff. Here are the items available for hidden exchange coupons. Please take a look. The staff member placed a tablet displaying the list of items before Wu Cheng and waited with a smile for his selection. Wu Cheng swiftly scanned through the options available for 30 hidden exchange coupons. Although Huajiang City was only a small city, the items available at the guild weren't too shabby. Aside from some high-quality equipment, there were quite a few items below the treasure grade. Clearly, using 30 hidden exchange coupons for treasure grade gear would be a waste. Wu Cheng scrolled straight to the bottom to view the guild's most precious treasures. 1,000 exchange coupons for peerless grade gear? Not even close. But revered grade gear only requires 100 coupons? That ratio is far too high. Gazing at the 3 peerless grade items at the very bottom, Wu Cheng shook his head helplessly. This was the gap between revered and peerless tiers, they were simply not on the same level. Venerable grade merely signified rarity, but in a world this vast, someone else would inevitably possess identical gear. Unparalleled gear was different. As long as that specific set existed in the world, no one else could ever obtain an identical one. Add to that the significantly higher bonuses unparalleled grade gear provided, and a tenfold price difference seemed almost justifiable. Of course, this was only for the most common unparalleled gear. Truly powerful unparalleled equipment would likely cost upwards of 2,000 exchange vouchers. Though he felt a twinge of regret, Wu Cheng knew he couldn't expect good fortune to last forever. He swiped up to browse equipment of the next tier down. What's this revered grade equipment costing only 30 exchange coupons? After scrolling through the list, he noticed the prices for revered grade gear had steadily dropped from 500 exchange coupons to 300 coupons. But how could there possibly be an item available for just 30 coupons? Rubbing his eyes, Wu Cheng confirmed the item truly required only 30 exchange coupons. He realized he hadn't misread it after all. Steeling his nerves, he clicked on the item to examine its details. 100 weapons frame venerable grade, can store and wield up to 5 weapons simultaneously. Each weapon equipped from a different class increases direct damage dealt by 20%. Upon seeing this item, Wu Cheng instantly understood why this revered grade equipment only required 30 hidden exchange coupons. The reason lay in the cross-class equipment. It was common knowledge that each class had fixed equipment types: swords for swordsmen, wands for mages, and so on. Each class could only equip gear that met its specific requirements. Therefore, even if these class-specific players purchased the 100 weapons rack, they couldn't activate its effects. But he was different. Why is the free agent class considered the weakest? It's precisely because they lack a specialized development path, coupled with low attribute points, making it difficult to build combat power. But precisely because of this, the free spirit can equip nearly any gear. And now, my class is a free agent. This 100 weapons rack is a perfect match for me. I'll take this one. Wu Cheng didn't hesitate for a second, choosing to exchange for the 100 weapons rack immediately. The staff member's face lit up with delight upon seeing this. He promptly took Wu Cheng's hidden exchange voucher and retrieved the 100 weapons rack to hand it over. There was no way around it, this piece of gear was ancient, dating back 2 or 3 decades. For all these years, no one had ever redeemed it. Otherwise, how could a revered tier item possibly cost only 30 exchange vouchers? Now that someone finally wanted it, she couldn't wait to exchange it out. Stowing the 100 weapons rack away, Wu Cheng beamed with delight. This equipment felt tailor-made for him. Option C completed. 100 weapons rack venerable grade upgraded. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Wu Chang instantly glanced over. Weapon Master rack unrivaled grade can store and equip up to 5 weapons. Each weapon from a different class equipped increases direct damage dealt by 50%. Though it offered no direct stat boost, it could double his damage output. Given that his current damage dealt was true damage due to the God King Meteor Blade, the Weapon Master rack could forcibly amplify it by 50%. It was nothing short of terrifying. With this equipment, there are only 2 words to describe me among equals. Invincible. Chapter 21, Sudden Return to the Demon God Dungeon. Under the staff's stunned gazes, Wu Chang left the exchange counter. Gazing up at the blazing sun overhead, he ultimately decided to venture back into the dungeon. After all, as the old saying goes, time is money, and for him, that was especially true. The rewards from that hidden dungeon were surprisingly generous. I wish I could encounter it again. Gazing at his luxurious gear, Wu Chang couldn't help but nod slightly. He knew the hidden dungeon's rewards were generous, but he hadn't expected something that could directly boost his combat power like this. But if he could do it again, that sounded pretty good. But now, in his haste, his options were limited. Venturing to the outlying dungeons was clearly out of the question, leaving him to choose from those within the city limits. I recall a level 20 instance called Orc Plains. Perhaps I could try that. Having made up his mind, Wu Chang hailed a taxi and headed straight for the instance entrance. As before, he simply presented his class card and gained free entry to the Orc Plains. Unlike the entrance to Golden City, however, Orc Plains was notably challenging. Many players gathered at the entrance, forming parties to find the most suitable teammates. 3 melee classes needed. Level 18 ranged class, hurry up. About to hit level 20. Cleared the outer areas multiple times can carry 3. 3 ladies need melee powerhouses. Retired challenge team only 20k to carry you through. Every adventurer hailed potential allies at the entrance, making the entire dungeon entrance bustling with activity. Hey, need a bodyguard squad? 30,000 credits, and the 3 of us will protect you for 3 days. Just as Wu Chang was about to enter the dungeon, a chubby guy grabbed his arm with a goofy grin. No thanks. After declining the escort offer, Wu Chang changed direction, confirming no one was following him before entering the dungeon's outer perimeter. The black-robed figure had made him realize there were still unknown entities in this world seeking his life. Though the previous incident might have been a mere accident, now that he'd crossed paths with these people, escaping them seemed impossible. He didn't know if he was currently on their radar, but caution was always the better choice. Seeing no pursuers, he turned his attention to the monsters lurking at the dungeon's perimeter. Here, the monsters no longer appeared singly but in groups of 3. Each group contained monsters with distinct roles: attackers, defenders, and ranged attackers. With the squads positioned relatively close together, unwary adventurers entering in groups risked being surrounded and overwhelmed by these monsters. But I'm different. A smile spread across Wu Chang's face as he surveyed the monsters. With a wave of his hand, the weapon rack appeared on his back, and the God King Meteor Blade lay obediently within it. The dark gold giant armor slowly materialized, enveloping him in complete protection. Mine can take down monsters from 100 meters away, that's why I'm here to dominate this dungeon. Wu Chang let out a piercing shriek to draw the nearest monster squad, then immediately swung the God King Meteorite Blade at them. Borman Tank LV.18, a common orc frontline minion with decent defense. Strength 30 Spirit, 10 Physical Resist, 40 Magic Resist, 40 Stamina, 200. Skill, Meatball Charge. The Pigman Tank charged to the forefront, and Wu Chang's vision instantly displayed its stats. As for the Werewolf Blade Masters and Serpentine Archers, while each monster's stats varied, their HP generally ranged between 150 and 200. Such monsters might hold back other teams, but for Wu Chang, they were utterly insignificant. Die! A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as the God King Meteor Blade instantly transformed into a silver streak of light. In an instant, the blade streaked like a shooting star, slicing through the bodies of all 3 monsters in the Orc Squad. Instantly, the Pigman Tank's armor crumbled to dust, and the massive shield in its grasp was cleaved clean in 2 by the blade strike. As for the Werewolf Blade and the Snakeman Archer in ranged positions, they fared even worse. They didn't even have a chance to utter a scream before meeting their end. Instant kill, Orc Squad, experience plus 50. Congratulations! You have reached level 10. Enhanced plunder success, strength plus 10. The 3 monsters fell dead 20 to 30 meters away from Wu Chang. The other Orc Squads nearby didn't even realize what had happened, hearing only the abrupt end of a scream. Continue. Though gaining 10 points of strength no longer felt particularly significant to him, Wu Chang still let out a hearty laugh. Only ever higher stats would allow him to tackle higher level dungeons. While leveling up and boosting combat power might be incredibly difficult for others, for Wu Chang, it was incredibly simple. If not for needing rest, he could grind levels all day long. Soon, the surrounding monster squads lay utterly destroyed, leaving only scattered remains. Enhanced plunder successful, spirit plus 15, physical resistance plus 10, magic resistance plus 10. These outer monster squads posed no challenge whatsoever. Even when he drew the attention of multiple squads at once under the true damage of the God King's falling starblade, these monsters couldn't even hope to get within 10 meters of him. Still need to keep moving forward. Wu Chang glanced at the pristine blade and couldn't help but sigh. Invincibility was such a lonely place. With the surrounding monsters completely wiped out, there was no reason to linger. Wu Chang pressed deeper into the dungeon. Yet for some reason, the deeper he ventured, the more familiar the surroundings felt. Of course, this feeling wasn't the prelude to a monster uprising like in the Goblin Wastes. Instead, it resembled the sensation he'd felt in the Dark Gold Plains. His previous visit to the Dark Gold Plains hadn't felt this intense, but now, every pore in his body was warning him, great danger lurked in the depths of this dungeon. Roar! Before he could decipher the cause, a thunderous roar erupted from the very heart of the dungeon. The roar carried fury and agitation, along with an underlying scent of blood. Where the roar originated, a black portal suddenly appeared in the sky. A massive, ethereal figure slowly materialized before vanishing just as swiftly. The avatar of the rock demon Chris has descended. The Orc Plains instance is under invasion. All players are prohibited from leaving the instance until the demon god's avatar is defeated. A crimson alert suddenly flashed before Wu Chang's eyes, its message stark and impossible to miss. The demon god has descended. Staring at the message, Wu Chang froze in shock. He never imagined that the sensation he felt last time was caused by the evil god, and now, the evil god's avatar had directly descended upon the dungeon he was in. Although the cult of the evil god was widespread, he never imagined that such a place as Huazhang City, barely even a third-rate city, would be touched by the evil god. The deity's arrival triggered the dungeon's protective mechanism, trapping everyone inside. Unless they defeated the avatar, they risked being slaughtered by the monsters within. At that moment, Wu Chang steadied himself as a choice presented by the system appeared before him. Facing the dungeon where the evil god has descended, please make a choice. Option A, escape the dungeon, force your way out to earn the title Swift Feet increases speed during crises. Option B, wait for the guild's rescue and exit alive upon completion, plus 50 to both resistances. Option C, confront your fears. Today, slay the god. Obtain map. Upon initiating battle with the evil god Chris, earn the title Godslayer, deals 5x damage to enemies possessing divinity. Chapter 22, Orc Lord, Bloodlock Skill. The three options instantly captured Wu Chang's attention. Option A was straightforward, it offered an immediate escape route, potentially saving his life in future perilous situations. But the problem was, Wu Chang didn't want to be a deserter. Neither his inner resistance nor the guild's demands on its operatives would permit desertion in the face of battle. As for options B and C, he absolutely could not choose option B. I choose C. After a moment's thought, he made his decision. In an instant, the entire dungeon map appeared in Wu Chang's mind. He swiftly pinpointed his current location. He was about to enter the dungeon's central area. Based on the intel he possessed, the monsters there weren't significantly stronger than those on the periphery, or at least, not significantly stronger for him. After all, when facing true damage, 50 physical resistance and 500 physical resistance seemed practically the same. Even so, Wu Chang knew this was no time for hesitation. He charged straight toward the boss area at the dungeon's heart. But the moment he stepped into an area marked on the map as teeming with monsters, Wu Chang was stunned by the scene before him. All the monsters lay dead, their bodies dismembered and hung on racks, creating an utterly horrifying sight. At the center of these monster corpses stood a massive black inscription. The blood around it seemed drawn to the characters, slowly seeping into them. What is this? Wu Chang swallowed hard. He had never witnessed such a terrifying sight before. This must be why the demon god appeared here. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure. Now was no time to be dazed. Having chosen the path to defeat the demon god, he was determined to see it through no matter what. With that thought, he looked at the black characters. The blood on them kept writhing, like countless crimson little hands reaching out to grab something. Yet the next instant, a smile spread across Wu Chang's face. He had assumed these characters were solely for summoning, with no other purpose. Yet just now, a health bar for the characters had appeared before his eyes. Chris's summoning rune ILV.1, one of the 3 runes to summon the rock demon Chris, greatly enhancing its defense. Strength, 0 spirit, 0 physical resistance, 1000 magic resistance, 1000 stamina, 100. Such a pitiful health pool. Who does it think it's looking down on? Wu Chang's lips curled into a smirk at the sight of the summoning rune. You came here to get beaten up, what good are high physical and magic resist? You're underestimating true damage. With a flick of his thoughts, the God King's falling starblade struck the black rune directly. Instantly, the rune shattered into fragments. With just a light strike, the rune vanished and the blood on the ground returned to its normal state, as if the anomaly had never occurred. Not very durable, huh? Wu Chang exhaled a breath of stale air. Just moments ago, he'd thought Chris would leap directly from the rune. Clearly, he'd overestimated the threat. But since the hint had indicated this was only one of 3 runes, he now needed to destroy the other 2 to weaken the demon god's combat power as much as possible. He assessed the direction and immediately headed toward another monster gathering spot. The enemy had placed the summoning rune where monsters were plentiful, likely intending to strengthen themselves through slaughter. Finding the other summoning runes should be straightforward. Soon, Wu Chang arrived at another monster gathering spot, also located in the central area. Just as he'd expected, a summoning rune was present here as well. After methodically destroying it, he even felt the repulsive aura in the area lessen considerably. Now for the last one. According to the map, 2 more monster hotspots remained, both along the same route, so he wouldn't need to take a detour. But just as he prepared to move on, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Turning his head, he saw the forest behind him being violently torn apart as something rapidly closed in. Before he could conceal his tracks, a dark figure burst from the trees and charged straight at him. Damn it! The shadow moved with blinding speed. Even with his enhanced agility, Wu Chang could barely keep pace. Wu Chang rolled several times on the ground, barely evading the impact. The moment he stabilized himself, he turned to face the shadow. The figure rose from all fours to stand upright, then slowly turned. Its entire body was covered in black fur, muscles bulging like rolling hills beneath skin where veins twisted like coiled dragons. Pale yellow eyes, bloodshot and filled with a thirst for slaughter, stared back. Bloodline Lion King LV.20, Lord of the Orc Plains. Once the glorious Lion King, it embraced the Dark God, trading the lives of orcs for colossal power. Strength, 500 spirit, 300 physical resist, 200 magic resist, 200 stamina, 50,000. Skills, Bloodline Lion Roar, Servant of the Dark God, Beast Lord, Tough Body. Gazing upon this Bloodline Lion King, Wu Chang's heart sank instantly. Its speed was alarming enough, but its attack power was staggering. Even with his own physical resistance exceeding 100, the damage it dealt after resistance reduction was still devastating. If he had any healing abilities, it might be manageable. But now, a single hit like this would likely leave him either dead or gravely wounded. Kill! The beast's speed was no slouch either. Wu Chang knew a brutal battle was imminent and immediately swung his God King meteor blade at it. With 30 to 40 meters separating him and the boss, he could use this distance to inflict damage on the Bloodline Lion King. Soon, the Divine King meteor blade sliced through the Bloodline Lion King, instantly carving a bloody gash. Boss HP 5000. The Bloodline Lion King let out an agonized howl before accelerating even faster toward Wu Chang. Keep going. Wu Chang gritted his teeth, directing the Divine King meteor blade to attack relentlessly while constantly pulling away to evade the onslaught. Even though the opponent moved swiftly, the God King's falling star blade caught up, striking directly at the Bloodline Lion King's neck. The blade sank deep into its neck. Wu Chang, seeing this, rejoiced inwardly and prepared to halt his steps to witness the boss's demise. Yet, to his astonishment, the creature was still pursuing him. What the hell? It clearly struck a vital spot. Why hadn't it killed the enemy? At that moment, he saw the message before him. Boss HP 2000, triggered, fortified body. Tough body, power granted by the evil god, reducing damage taken while forcibly locking the target's HP 3 times. Chapter 23, First Encounter with the Evil God. Reading the message before him, Wu Chang felt a twinge of astonishment. He had only ever encountered healthlock skills in books, an extremely rare ability. He never imagined it would appear on a mere level 20 boss. But so what? Ultimately, it just means I'll have to kill you a few more times. He smiled faintly, then swiftly dodged as the God King meteor blade sliced through the Bloodline Lion King's body, instantly leaving streaks of blood. Boss HP 5398. Boss HP 4623. Boss HP 3984. Boss HP 1000, triggered, tough body. The Bloodline Lion King's body was covered in wounds. Under Wu Chang's relentless assault, it had no chance to fight back. Regardless of whether it could catch up, the sheer terror of that blade's strikes was enough to wound itself before reaching that despicable human. A trace of bewilderment flickered in its eyes. Why had it summoned the Dark God? Wasn't it for greater power, to break free from the dungeon's constraints? But now, power was his, yet a new problem arose. In the past, groups of humans had challenged him and failed. Why then, could a lone figure now wound him so severely? Yet it would never know the answer. Wu Chang wielded the God King meteor blade to deliver one final, brutal strike, cleanly severing the Bloodline Lion King's head. Killed Bloodline Lion King, experience plus 2000. Congratulations on reaching level 11. Enhanced plunder success, spirit plus 25. Gazing at the fallen Bloodline Lion King, Wu Chang's expression remained utterly impassive, as if he had just dispatched a mere goblin. In truth, such high defense, high health bosses were no different from goblins to him, except the former could withstand a few more blows, while ordinary monsters were instantly killed. The final summoning rune. Perhaps I truly have a chance to defeat Chris. Wu Chang narrowed his eyes slightly before striding directly toward the next monster gathering spot. Meanwhile, outside in Huajing City, chaos erupted. The arrival of the avatar of the rock demon Chris had already sparked panic among many adventurers, with numerous people preparing to flee the city. Dungeons contained monsters and bosses within their confines. Once these creatures broke free, they would directly invade Blue Star to wreak havoc. The evil god society accumulated power through this cycle of slaughter. They had assumed Huajiang City, a third-tier backwater, would escape the cult's notice. Little did they know the association had been complacent. Quickly, mobilize personnel to enter the instance immediately. Only by slaying the avatar of the evil god within can we prevent the dungeon from being breached. All teams must be prepared to die. Otherwise, it will be our city that faces destruction. Unfortunately, most of Hua City's guild leadership were away on training trips to other cities today, leaving only Duan Hong in charge. Faced with this dire situation, he immediately reported to the association president. But clearly, the president couldn't manage to return in time. Left with no choice, Duan Hong had to step up and organize a team to enter the instance. Reporting to the minister, 10 challenge teams have been urgently assembled. They have reached the instance entrance and will soon enter in sequence to confront the demon god. A staff member rushed into the office to deliver the latest update. Hearing this, Duan Hong's expression turned grave. He pulled his shirt over his shoulders and strode out of the office. Let them enter the dungeon. Hopefully, we'll receive good news. Remember, spare no resources. We absolutely must eliminate Chris's avatar. Yes, sir. Soon, the entire association was bustling with activity, while Duan Hong boarded his special vehicle and rushed toward the dungeon. As the only minister remaining in Huajing City, he had to be on site to oversee the situation. Whether the challenge team breached the dungeon or the monsters within descended upon Huajing City, he bore an inescapable responsibility. Chaos reigned outside now. Flights and train tickets to other cities were sold out, with many offering several times the usual price just to secure a seat. The third summoning rune. Within the dungeon, Wu Chang remained utterly unaware of these developments. His gaze was fixed on the summoning rune now within arm's reach, emanating a bone-chilling aura. Destroy this rune, and Chris's clone will weaken. Then, in battle, we might just have a chance to win. A faint smile touched Wu Chang's lips as the God King meteor blade drifted around him. Though Chris bore the title of rock-solid evil god, Wu Chang had never witnessed the true form of an evil god. Perhaps he was called the rock-solid evil god, but the elements he truly controlled were water and fire. After all, they were evil gods taking on nicknames to deceive their enemies was only natural. Break! The God King meteor blade slashed toward the summoning rune, a sharp gleam flashing in Wu Chang's eyes. Yet in the next instant, a black spatial gate materialized out of thin air, forcibly halting the Divine King meteor blade's assault. Upon seeing this spatial gate, Wu Chang instantly grasped the situation. He swiftly recalled his weapon and fixed the gate with a stern gaze. From within the portal, a shadowy figure slowly materialized. As it descended, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop significantly, and a savage, blood-soaked scent permeated the air. Ah, a familiar scent. It brings back some unpleasant memories. After Chris's avatar descended, it immediately scanned its surroundings with astonishment, as if encountering something that piqued its interest. But then, its eyes snapped open, filling with murderous intent as it fixed its gaze on Wu Chang. You despicable scoundrel! You stole my dungeon core! It was mine, the divine essence of Chris, the great rock demon god transformed into a godslayer tier dungeon after decades of effort. And you worthless scum, dared to steal it. Today, I shall tear you limb from limb. Accompanied by Chris's furious roar, the ground around them instantly cracked open. Millstone-sized rocks floated into the air, poised to rain down upon Wu Chang at any moment. Hearing the roar, Wu Chang instantly understood the reason for Chris's fury. So the dungeon core he'd handed over to the guild had been transformed by some unlucky demon god instead. He just hadn't expected to be the one to reap the rewards. Seems even a demon god has a rough life. Perhaps one must rely on converting dungeon cores to truly qualify as a demon god. Wu Chang couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This demon god's behavior seemed utterly abnormal. Yet even though he spoke softly to himself, Chris heard every word clearly. Seeing this insignificant human mocking it, the deity's rage flared instantly. Arrogant! In the next instant, countless rocks hurtled toward Wu Chang. At that very moment, the system reward arrived punctually. Option C completed. Title acquired, Godslayer. Chapter 24, Slaying the Avatar of the Evil God. The instant the system's voice faded, Wu Chang felt a peculiar power surge within him. He lifted his gaze toward Chris, a hint of defiance in his eyes. Wu Chang now desperately wanted to know whether his current fivefold damage against divine foes could truly defeat Chris, the so-called rock-solid evil god. But now, the enemy's attack was already upon him, leaving him no time for such thoughts. The next second, the God King meteor blade transformed into a streak of light. Wu Chang retreated while searching for an opening to strike Chris. Chris's clone LV.20, a clone of the rock demon god. Though possessing less than 1% of the original's power, it still wields world-shattering might. Strength, 550 spirit, 800 physical resistance, 4000 magic resistance, 2000 stamina, 500000. Skills, rock shield, regeneration, shock absorption, rock storm, earth spike. Seizing the opening, Wu Chang instantly scanned Chris's clone. The moment he saw the stats, he couldn't help but grin. This demon god is so naive. Just because he has high physical and magic resistance and thick health, he names himself the rock demon god. I thought it was just a prince sent out to confuse our judgment, but I never expected there to be such a naive creature. If I were a demon god, I'd name myself the exact opposite. High defense? I'd be called the god of assassins. High damage? I'd be the god of tanks. All I can say is this demon god is still too young, hasn't learned from past mistakes. Wu Cheng shook his head in exasperation, a hint of pity in his eyes. How could a god be so utterly lacking in wisdom? Seeing Wu Cheng staring at him with an expression that suggested he was looking at a simpleton, Chris instantly flew into a rage. He was a demon god. Though it had only ascended to godhood within the last century, it was still a god, a being whose true form surpassed level 700. Yet now, it saw mockery directed at itself in the gaze of a mere human. Worse still, this very human had stolen the core of its treasured dungeon this morning. This was utterly unforgivable. Human, die. Yet true to its reputation as the rock demon god, its armor provided invincible defense in battle. But now, the sheer weight of that armor severely hampered its speed. Forget catching up to Wu Cheng, it was lucky it wasn't being left behind. Oomph, you're nothing but a lump of rock. Damn it, it's you. Wu Cheng sneered coldly, then swung the God King meteor blade even faster, slicing directly through Chris's body. Seeing Wu Cheng attempt to harm him with a mere blade, Chris burst into laughter, his voice dripping with scorn. Oomph. A mere blade could never wound me, the rock demon god. My defense ranks among the highest even among the demon gods. Ah. But before he could finish, he felt his body grow light. His supposedly impenetrable armor failed to block the attack. The small blade had severed his left arm clean off. A massive arm thudded to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wu Cheng stared at the cold numbers before him, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. Evil God HP 250,950. A demon god clone with 500,000 HP had its health slashed by half in a single strike before his eyes. Who would have thought the God King Meteor Blade's bonus damage could also trigger Godslayer? The 10% bonus damage based on current health had been amplified to a terrifying 50% under this effect. Whether it be an evil god, a benevolent god, a true god, or a god king before fivefold damage, all are but illusions. What is the reason for sweeping through dungeons? True damage, that is the very foundation of my martial prowess that allows me to push through dungeons with ease. Ah! Human, what kind of monster are you? The evil god Chris howled in agony. Though it boasted the title of rock-solid evil god, what stone could withstand such damage? Half its health was instantly obliterated. Its face contorted as it halted, panic and terror flickering in its eyes. Damn it! He had been summoned, materializing his avatar here. That cursed bloodline Lion King had even boasted about storming into human cities to slaughter indiscriminately. Yet now, the bloodline Lion King was dead, and now even it was about to be killed by this human before its eyes. Though merely a fragment, its essence remained that of a demon god. And this human who had stolen the core of its instance dared to attempt god slaying. Sensing its terror, Wu Cheng couldn't help but grin. The God King's falling star blade returned to his grasp. He drew and swung it, his robes billowing in the howling gale. Amidst swirling sand and dust, Wu Cheng's gaze turned cold as he fixed it upon Chris. Today, I slay a god. The God King's falling star blade vanished in a streak of light, and Wu Cheng turned to leave. The next instant, Chris's agonized wails echoed through the air. All four limbs severed, it lay sprawled on the ground like a worm. The mighty demon god now lay in utter disarray. Human, don't ever let me find you. Or I will repay you 100-fold for what you've done today. Chris roared furiously, but his voice abruptly ceased. The God King's falling star blade delivered the final blow, severing its neck cleanly. Defeated the avatar of the evil god Chris. Experience plus 10,000. Congratulations. Leveled up to level 15. Enhanced plunder successful. Acquired skill, Divine Body Regeneration. Divine Body Regeneration, dual resistances plus 200. When critically wounded, can reduce dual resistances to heal injuries. I can actually plunder skills. Wu Cheng's eyes widened instantly upon realizing he had plundered a skill. Up until now, he'd only ever plundered attributes, but this time, by defeating Chris's clone, he'd actually snatched the opponent's skill. Crucially, it was an enhanced version. Chris possessed body regeneration, while Wu Cheng now wielded divine body regeneration. Though sharing the same pronunciation, they represented entirely different concepts, not to mention the added bonus of 200 dual resistance. Viewed through a gamer's lens, he was now the ultimate jack of all trades. Capable of dealing true damage with high dual resistances, he was utterly unbeatable among his peers. This is what invincibility feels like. This is the status only a combat class can bring. Recalling how Duan Han had looked down on him earlier today, yet how his attitude shifted the instant Wu Cheng produced the dungeon core, Wu Cheng finally gained a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a professional. No wonder combat classes have always been society's mainstream choice. No wonder, despite the multitude of other professions, combat practitioners hold absolute dominance. It was precisely this terrifying power that made combat professions the object of everyone's desire. And now, Wu Cheng, after slaying the avatar of the evil god, would undoubtedly be listed by the guild as a combat class practitioner. And not just any combat class, a top-tier elite among them. Chapter 25, Duan Hong. I feel like I might be a dumb NPC. After slaying the demon god's avatar, Wu Chang stood waiting in place. Since he had cleared this instance, he would soon be teleported out as a successful challenger. He could use this chance to get some much-needed rest. But while he was entangled with Chris, the tension outside the dungeon was palpable. Duan Hong stood at the dungeon entrance, his expression grave as he stared at the glowing red portal. 10 challenge teams were now fully prepared, clad in gear provided free by the guild, all aiming to slay Chris, the evil god trapped within the instance. On his way here, Duan Hong had also learned the identity of this rock demon. Everyone, this is a high-resistance, high-health demon god. Even if it's just an avatar, it shouldn't be underestimated. And now, you will face the demon god head-on. I cannot predict your success, but for now, I can only wish you luck. Duan Hong's expression grew solemn as he looked at the challenge team members before him. These were seasoned professionals, battle-hardened veterans. If they all fell to the demon god, it would deal a significant blow to Huajiang City. Yet despite this, they must still set out to defeat the demon god. After all, once the dungeon was breached, the entire city of Huajiang would be subjected to the onslaught of dungeon monsters. The scale of the devastation that would follow was beyond anyone's imagination. We will complete this mission. Every member of the challenge team carried a resolve to die if necessary. Their faces were set with determination. No matter how much reluctance lingered in their hearts, they had to let it go. Daughter, you must take care of yourself. The man standing at the forefront touched his chest, a fleeting tenderness in his eyes. His daughter's photo rested there. He would never allow the demon god to descend upon Huajiang City, not even at the cost of his own life. Victory is ours. He roared defiantly, expecting applause and cheers to greet him next. Yet after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the sound he longed to hear never came. The surroundings were eerily silent. He looked up at his surroundings, only to find that no one was paying attention to him. Even Duan Hong, the head of the materials department who was in charge of this dungeon run, stood directly in front of him, staring back in utter bewilderment. Turning around, he saw the scarred, fierce-looking man behind him nearly in tears. Behind him, the dungeon entrance had returned to normal. The abnormalities caused by the demon god's invasion had vanished, clearly restored to its usual state. So his earlier heroic display of self-sacrifice had looked nothing short of clownish to them. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the dungeon has already been conquered by the demon god? Is Huajiang City truly doomed to destruction by the demon god? Even if the demon god descends, we cannot give up. We must resist until our families evacuate Huajiang City. For a moment, every face bore a look of resolute determination. Regardless of their roles, they were all willing to stay and fight for their family's survival. But Duan Hong knew full well that there was no need to risk life and limb anymore. The demon god within the dungeon had already been slain. Who could have done this? Who possesses such terrifying power? Could it be some big shot who suppressed their level to get in? But we've never heard of any big shot in Huajiang City. What top-tier professional would just casually enter a dungeon like this? Duan Hong felt utterly bewildered. He began to wonder if the world itself was starting to glitch. Earlier that morning, a high school student had transferred to become a free agent, only to clear a level 15 Godslayer tier dungeon at level 5. Now this an evil god descends into a level 20 dungeon, and before the guild could even dispatch a challenge team, its avatar had already been slain. This world has gone mad, absolutely mad. Though his mind raced with disbelief, Duan Hong focused his attention on the instance entrance. Based on past experience, the Fallen God's Descent instance triggers a special protection mechanism. The team that defeats the fallen god is teleported out immediately after the battle concludes. This meant the first adventurer to appear next would be the one who slew the demon god. As this thought crossed his mind, Duan Hong noticed the dungeon entrance beginning to blur. Clearly, the team that defeated the evil god was about to emerge. Just as everyone's hearts were racing to their throats, Duan Hong realized the person appearing looked so familiar. Damn it, wasn't this the same Wu Chang who soloed the Godslayer tier instance this morning? Brothers, kill! Damn you, evil god! I'll fight you to the death. Charge! But the surrounding crowd, regardless of whether the newcomer was human or monster, grabbed their weapons and charged forward, intent on eliminating this sudden intruder. Seeing this, Duan Hong suppressed his confusion and bellowed. Halt! The demon god has been slain. What stands before you now is the team that defeated it. Hearing his words, the crowd froze in shock before erupting into wild jubilation. The demon god was vanquished, they wouldn't die. With that thought, they turned their gaze toward the dungeon entrance, eager to welcome the victorious party. But why was there only one person appearing? Could it be that the rest of the party had all perished? Why, little brother, please compose yourself. Your teammates are heroes of Huajiang City. We will remember them in our hearts. Don't grieve too deeply. Realizing something, the crowd's faces instantly clouded with sorrow as they slowly encircled Wu Chang. Hearing the collective wails, Wu Chang was momentarily bewildered. What grief? What teammates? Had he come to the wrong place? His gaze wandered around in confusion until it landed on Duan Hong standing atop the platform. A wave of surprise and delight washed over him. He never imagined that after such a short time apart, he would meet this deputy director of the resource department again. What a remarkable coincidence. But after waiting for so long and seeing only Wu Cheng appear, he suddenly realized something. He hurriedly leaped down from the platform, pushed through the crowd, and approached Wu Cheng. His gaze was incredibly complex as he looked at the youth before him. Minister, you absolutely must document those heroes. Without their sacrifices, Huajiang City would have been doomed. Yes, we must express our deepest gratitude to these fallen heroes. Upon seeing Duan Hong, the crowd immediately began petitioning for recognition for the team that defeated the demon god. Though only one remained, their admiration for those who had fallen only deepened. Duan Hong merely raised his hand, and the room instantly fell silent. His gaze swept over Wu Cheng with a complex expression, as if trying to see through the youth. Though he too was curious about Wu Cheng's teammates, given this morning's events, it wouldn't be surprising if he'd cleared it solo once again. Alone? Finally, he could only open his parched lips, his voice hoarse as he asked. Yes. Wu Cheng knew exactly what he was asking and nodded without hesitation. Hearing this, Duan Hong felt a surge of frustration rise within him. As a department head, even though he was just an ordinary combat class, he was now around level 80 or 90. Yet even so, soloing the demon god's descent dungeon was impossible. Yet the youth before him had single-handedly cleared the entire instance and made it look as effortless as tackling a beginner's dungeon. In that instant, a wave of profound melancholy washed over him. Dude, you're the protagonist, right? Otherwise, why would I, a 30-something department head, feel like an NPC whose intelligence had been forcibly downgraded? Chapter 26, The President's Audience, Back to School. You. Sigh. Seeing Wu Cheng's composed demeanor, Duan Hong was utterly impressed. This kind of genius was beyond his comprehension. Even though the other was just a freelancer, his ability to master the role to such an extraordinary degree meant his awareness far surpassed that of many professionals. Follow me. The president is waiting for you now. With that, Duan Hong turned and walked away, ignoring the murmurs around him. Wu Cheng saw this and pushed through the crowd to follow. He never imagined he'd get to meet the guild master of the professional association. He cherished this opportunity deeply. As they rode in the car, Duan Hong's expression remained impassive, save for the occasional hint of resignation that flickered in his eyes when he glanced at Wu Cheng. At times, Duan Hong was tempted to ask if Wu Cheng had concealed his profession, but since the information displayed on the profession card had never been inaccurate, he could only keep silent. As for Wu Cheng, he sat quietly in the car, his expression shifting from initial excitement to an almost unnerving calm. Let's go. Despite some traffic congestion, the news of the demon god's defeat had spread, and Huajiang City was gradually returning to its usual state. Consequently, they reached the association without much delay. The two entered Duan Hong's office to find someone seated on the sofa, now observing them with a look of curiosity. Wu Cheng glanced over and recognized the man instantly. Song Qingye, president of the Huajiang City Practitioners Association. Though he appeared middle-aged and looked remarkably energetic, his actual age was over 80. Of course, such an age was not unusual for a professional. After all, the higher one's rank, the longer their lifespan tended to be. Chairman, this is Wu Cheng, the hero who single-handedly defeated the god-slaying tier dungeon and slew the avatar of the evil god. Wu Cheng, this is our president, Song Qingye. As the only person who had met both of them, Duan Hong naturally took on the role of intermediary. Only after speaking did he realize his role felt somewhat redundant. Song Qingye was the guild leader, a figure virtually every professional in Huajiang City knew. As for Wu Cheng, though Song Qingye hadn't met him personally, he was no stranger to the news. As the prodigy who had once entered Huajiang First High School with overwhelming scores, news coverage of him was plentiful. Furthermore, his transition to becoming a freelancer this year, though not causing a huge stir, had still drawn considerable attention. Song Qingye was one of them. Sit down. Song Qingye waved his hand lightly, his voice soft yet carrying an unquestionable authority. Upon hearing this, Duan Hong obediently sat down, but dared only to rest half his butt on the sofa. As for Wu Cheng, he plopped down with a casual ease, even adding with apparent nonchalance. A cold happy water, please. Thanks. Duan Hong, sitting beside him, broke out in a cold sweat at those words. Dude, this is the chairman. You actually ask for happy water? How bold can you be? The staff member glanced at Song Qingye upon hearing this. Seeing no response, he hurriedly left, closing the office door behind him, clearly not intending to return. Seeing this, Wu Cheng instantly understood. The chairman had summoned him to discuss something confidential, otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted this way. We can't report today's incident. I trust you understand why. What surprised him was that Song Qingye cut straight to the chase. Wu Cheng understood the situation. After all, clearing a god-slaying level dungeon was manageable. Few knew about it, and even if word spread, it would remain localized. But slaying the avatar of a demon god? That was absolutely earth-shattering news that would send the entire city of Huajing into an uproar. Although the level cap of the dungeon where Chris descended was only 20, if the monster were truly unleashed, the damage it would cause would be no less than that of a high-level dungeon. And now, Wu Chang single-handedly slaying the avatar of the evil god would undoubtedly draw significant attention. Undeniably, most would express genuine gratitude, but it would also inevitably breed jealousy, even outright hostility. Especially those from the cult of the evil god. If Wu Chang's talents were discovered by these madmen, he would undoubtedly become a target for the cult of the evil god in the future. At that point, forget about leveling up in peace. Losing his life would be a real possibility. I understand that. Realizing this, Wu Chang nodded with a smile. While achieving fame at a young age had its perks, quietly accumulating wealth seemed like a decent alternative. Seeing Wu Chang's straightforward agreement, Song Qingye's smile grew even more warm and welcoming. He tapped the table, then glanced at Duan Hong before speaking slowly. However, since you've made a contribution, the association won't be stingy. Here's what we'll do: go to the association's warehouse and pick any 3 skill books you like, no level restrictions. Though it's difficult for free agents to learn skills, your talent is evident here. I believe it won't be a problem for you. At these words, Wu Chang's eyes lit up. Being able to choose 3 skill books might not seem like much, but the absence of any quality restrictions made it a tremendous windfall for him. Other free agents typically focused on low-level skills due to their exorbitant learning costs. What took them 1 skill's worth of time could be mastered by other classes in 3 or 4. Crucially, even if a free agent learned a skill, insufficient attributes often rendered it utterly useless. But he was different. His current attributes completely outclassed top-tier combat professionals of the same level. Any skill in his hands would unleash its full potential. Then I'm truly grateful to you, guild leader. Wu Chang's face broke into a smile, clearly pleased with this reward. Song Qingye rose and nodded before continuing. Come to the guild in a week. I'll introduce you to a few people then. If you impress them, you might have a chance to break through to level 50 this summer. Hearing this, Wu Chang's expression remained unchanged. Reaching level 50 in a single summer might seem impossible to others, but for him, it was a piece of cake. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. The association will be conducting thorough inspections of all dungeons in the coming days. All dungeons across the city will be closed during this period. After saying this, Duan Hong smiled and hurriedly stood up. Wu Chang knew the association had matters to attend to next, and it was time for him to leave as well. Stepping outside the guild, Wu Chang gazed at the horizon and felt a sudden emptiness wash over him. These past 2 days in the dungeon had given him a taste of the fulfillment that came with being a professional adventurer. The thought of being stuck at home for the next few days left him feeling hollow inside. Being abruptly pulled out of the fulfilling life of leveling in dungeons, he found himself strangely unaccustomed to this sudden change. I hope nothing else goes wrong. I just want to grind levels in peace. Wu Chang shook his head with a sigh. But no matter how much he wished otherwise, the outcome wouldn't change based on his thoughts. The cultists of the evil god society must be eradicated. Otherwise, the entire city of Huajing might suffer immense destruction at the hands of these madmen. Just then, his phone buzzed. He opened it to find a message from the school. Due to the demon god's invasion, all city dungeons will be sealed for 1 week. To avoid delaying student admissions, all students are required to return to campus tomorrow. The final assessment will be held the day after tomorrow to determine your final university placements. Chapter 27, I'm level 15. You want to compare skills with me? Reading the message on his phone, Wu Chang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this incident to affect admissions, but thankfully, his level had already reached 15. Entering the most prestigious universities wouldn't be a problem at all. Wonder how well Li Huilai has prepared. Recalling Li Huilai's earlier sarcastic taunts, Wu Chang let out a cold laugh. The guy had been so cocky back then, even daring to bet against him. Even though the timeline had been shortened considerably, that jerk better be ready. Otherwise, when he returned to campus, Wu Chang intended to expose him and the people backing him. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Wu Chang's eyes at the thought. Whether or not he could obtain the skill book was secondary. But the utter humiliation they had inflicted upon him was unforgivable. After returning home and preparing dinner, his parents finally came back, looking utterly astonished. Did you hear? There's a professional at the guild who cleared the Godslayer tier hidden dungeon at level 5. That kind of talent is truly beyond envy. But why does this person share the same name as our son Wu Chang? While eating, my parents discussed the news they'd heard, occasionally glancing at Wu Chang. They weren't suspecting Wu Chang of such an achievement, but rather using this event to gauge whether their son had emerged from the low point of becoming a freelancer after changing jobs. Hearing this, a flicker of amusement crossed Wu Chang's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Only then did his parents feel reassured. After the meal, Wu Chang sat on his bed. Over the past few days, he had finally come to appreciate the treatment afforded to top-tier professionals. I wonder who Song Qingye will introduce to me in a week. Wu Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind already turning to the types of skills he intended to select. The next day, Huajiang First High School. Wu Chang sat calmly at his desk, listening casually as classmates shared their experiences from the past 2 days. Did you hear? Several of our school's top-tier professionals have already reached level 10. Teams are practically begging to take them on for leveling. Unlike us, they'd gladly pay double the price just to join. No wonder. Once top-tier professionals establish themselves, their futures are wide open. You're right. Us ordinary practitioners shouldn't even think about that. Don't worry. Our class might be weak, but we still have the soloist class. I heard through the guild that some guy named Wu Chang cleared the Godslayer tier dungeon. You think it could be? Impossible. It's just a coincidence. The Wu Chang in our class is just a useless free agent. Don't get your hopes up. The students whispered among themselves, careful not to let Wu Chang overhear. After these past 2 days, they finally gained a clearer understanding of the free agent class. The worst class? That barely scratched the surface of how useless they saw freelancers. To them, choosing freelancer meant your life was basically over. Their attitude toward Wu Chang had shifted from pity at first to utter indifference now. Top student in academics? That was ancient history. Now, Wu Chang was just a freelancer. If not for lingering classmate ties, they might even wish Wu Chang would just disappear, hoping he'd never cross their paths again. Wu Chang was well aware of all this. His current level was unmatched not just in the entire school, but among all this year's graduates in Huajing City. Thus, even when those around him lowered their voices, he could hear every word crystal clear. Hey, isn't that Wu Chang? So, after 2 days, I wonder if you've managed to level up to 10 yet? Just as Wu Chang was reveling in the pleasure of eavesdropping, a voice dripping with contempt pierced the air. He looked up. Who else could it be but Li Huailai? The panic from the previous days had completely vanished from Li Huailai's demeanor. Instead, a hint of arrogance now graced his face. After returning, he de-inquired and learned that his actions had received tacit approval from the leadership. After all, they didn't want a lone individual to sweep the top 3 spots. That would be the greatest waste of the school's resources. The group, who had been passionately debating moments ago, immediately approached Li Huailai with smiles upon seeing him arrive. What? Sympathy for Wu Chang? What kind of status did he have that would warrant their pity? He was merely an independent student. After seeing the vast world beyond, Wu Chang no longer deserved to be considered their equal. Moreover, Li Huailai's background was incomparable to Wu Chang's. Instantly, several people offered flattering compliments with smiles. Wu Chang is just a freelancer. Reaching level 5 is already a stretch for him, let alone level 10. Exactly. Wu Chang is just a freelancer. He's probably attending the University of the Housebound. Could be true, but I think the University of Life suits him better. Several opportunistic students quickly stepped forward, standing before Li Huailai with fawning smiles. Seeing their expressions, Li Huailai couldn't help but laugh. Once the bottom of the class, he was now the one everyone looked up to. Even so, he shot Wu Chang a mocking glance and said with a flippant tone, Wu Chang, why aren't you saying anything? We agreed on this just the other day. You wouldn't be saying you couldn't reach level 10 because of time constraints, would you? No worries, I'll lower the bar. As long as you can reach level 3, I'll still give you 2 skill books. Just afraid some people aren't good enough to take them. Li Huailai laughed unabashedly, his sycophants joining in the mockery of Wu Chang. The other students, though not so blatant, remained silent. As for Wu Chang, his expression remained calm and composed. The events of recent days had long since made him see things clearly. A mere Li Huailai wasn't worth getting angry over. But since the other party was willing to lower the stakes, he didn't mind playing along with this guy. Level 3? How could a free agent class possibly accomplish that? Wu Chang's face betrayed a hint of panic, as if someone had struck a nerve. Seeing this, Li Huailai felt even more pleased. Just as he'd expected, the Lone Wolf class proved to be the weakest. 2 days were more than enough for other classes to reach level 3, while the Lone Wolf, lacking combat abilities, could barely climb past level 2. Knowing this, he had initially planned to push himself hard because of the bet. But now that victory was assured, why risk losing money? He'd long since forgotten about the wager. Witnessing Wu Chang's predicament now only solidified his resolve. He would press his advantage and crush this former prodigy beneath his feet. Today, he would make every student at Huajiang First High School know that Li Huailai had climbed to the top by stepping on Wu Chang's head. Humph, a loser is a loser. Not even level 3. I'm already level 5, and you still won't admit defeat? Li Huailai raised an eyebrow, his tone unmistakably dismissive. Today, he wouldn't just make Wu Chang apologize on the spot, he'd strip him of all dignity, even shaming him into refusing to take the level test. Yet upon hearing this, Wu Chang actually laughed. The panic vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by a hint of mockery in his eyes as he retorted. Of course I'm not level 3. Who in their right mind would suppress their level? I intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but all I received in return was ridicule and contempt. Alright, I'll lay my cards on the table now. I, Wu Chang, am level 15. Chapter 28, it really is him. I, Wu Chang, level 15. Wu Chang's voice echoed through the classroom. Everyone was stunned upon hearing it, followed by an outburst of laughter. Ha ha, a free agent hitting level 15 in 2 days? That's hilarious. Wu Chang, you're not the prodigy you used to be. Better get real about your abilities. Exactly. You can't just make stuff up like that. Ever heard of Li Xianhua? She's a top-tier professional and she's only at level 13. You claim level 15? Who's gonna buy that? Seeing Wu Chang so brazenly boast, the crowd's faces twisted with scorn. Some even dragged Li Xianhu into the conversation. Wu Chang knew of Li Xianhua too. She was Hua Zheng first highest top player, so famous she'd even caught the guild's attention. That's why no one knew her real class. Moreover, her privileged background allowed her to reach level 13 in just 2 days. As an ordinary solo player from an average family, Wu Chang knew no one would believe his claim. Wu Chang, you'll stop at nothing to win. Do you realize that the more you act like this, the more we despise you? Li Huilai sneered coldly, his eyes gleaming with the playful amusement of a cat toying with a mouse. In an instant, all eyes turned on Wu Chang with predatory intent. To curry favor with Li Huilai, they had to crush Wu Chang at all costs. The harder they pushed now, the more likely Li Huilai might reward them later. Yet despite the escalating tension, Wu Chang remained as immovable as a mountain. The mocking smile on his face remained unchanged as his gaze swept over the crowd. Many of them had once received his academic guidance, yet now they had all chosen to side with Li Huilai. In that case, I see no need to hold back any longer. He thought to himself, his resolve set to teach them a lesson. But at that very moment, a voice echoed from outside. Wu Chang, I believe in you. The crowd froze upon hearing these words, turning to see none other than their homeroom teacher, Bai Shuwei. Noticing the confusion in Wu Chang's eyes, Bai Shuwei gave him a reassuring smile. Seeing this gesture, Wu Chang finally understood the homeroom teacher had come to support him. Wu Chang, do you still wish to conceal your abilities? With all eyes on him, Bai Shuwei walked over to Wu Chang with a smile. Yet her single sentence only deepened the confusion among the crowd. Hide his strength? Wu Chang was just a lone practitioner, what strength could he possibly conceal? Could it be that even the homeroom teacher was siding with Wu Chang? The thought flashed through Li Huilai's mind, making his mouth twitch. But he quickly steeled his resolve, nothing could let the homeroom teacher mess with his plans. With that resolve, he steeled himself and stepped forward. Teacher, this is a wager between Wu Chang and me. If he can prove he's reached level 3, then I'll. Li Huilai's explanation instantly filled Bai Shuwei in on the entire situation. Upon learning this, the smile on her face grew even brighter. She had been wondering why Wu Chang was pushing himself so hard, and now she understood. But now that she understood, stepping forward became even more necessary. Wu Chang was a student who had cleared the god-slaying level dungeon. Moreover, the results of the school's skills competition were already riddled with suspicions. She had reported it to the vice principal once, but it had fallen on deaf ears. But now that Wu Chang had demonstrated his talent, she was determined to fight for justice. Alright, I'm aware of this matter. Wu Chang, hand over your profession card. After Li Huilai finished speaking, Bai Shuwei smiled at Wu Chang. Hearing her words, the surrounding students couldn't help but pause in surprise. They had assumed Bai Shuwei sided with Wu Chang purely out of ignorance regarding the situation. But now that she understood the truth and still stood by Wu Chang, could it be she knew something they didn't? Suddenly, a piece of news flashed through their minds, and their faces drained of color. The association had clearly announced just days ago that a professional named Wu Chang had cleared a god-slaying level dungeon. Though it hadn't specified his origin or the dungeon's level cap, Bai Shuwei's stance now made them realize something. Could it be this Wu Chang standing before them? Li Huilai's face turned deathly pale, his lips trembling so badly he could barely speak. Wu Chang, however, calmly produced his profession card and held it up with both hands, enlarging it. Suddenly, the card's information appeared before everyone's eyes. Wu Chang, class, freelancer, level, a staggering 15. The entire crowd erupted in an instant. A lone wolf had reached level 15 in just 2 days, a pace utterly beyond anyone's reach. While they were still struggling to reach level 5, he had already reached level 15. The gap between them was no longer a chasm, it was a world apart. Indeed, Wu Chang was the heavens, while they were but a handful of dirt from the deepest abyss of the world. But the most terrifying part wasn't even that. Wu Chang had already cleared the Godslayer tier dungeon. That achievement alone meant he could trample over 99% of all high school students nationwide. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing Wu Chang's class card, Li Huilai was utterly stunned. His eyes glazed over as he pushed Wu Chang away, his panicked face drained of all color. My uncle is the head of discipline. Vice Principal Wang is my great-uncle. I need to find my uncle. I need to find my great-uncle. Li Huilai roared, blurting out both men's identities in his desperation. But the moment the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake. After all, this information was unknown to everyone else. And his own placement in the top 3 of the skills competition owed much to their influence. But now, having revealed this connection, he scanned his surroundings with terror. The classmates who had supported him moments ago were now backing away, some even wearing expressions of outrage. Why? Because this connection meant everyone now knew the skills competition was rigged. He had initially assured them the competition was fair and impartial. Now, they clearly realized they'd been deceived. They probably wanted to tear him apart. The thought sent a chill through Li Huilai's heart. Yet, recalling his status, he straightened his back. So what if they found out? What could these people possibly do to him? Even if you know, what can you do? What can you do to me? Li Huilai calmed his emotions before sneering at Wu Chang. Seeing this, Wu Chang returned the cold smile, his anger flaring instantly. He had assumed only the dean of students was behind the scenes, but now he discovered the vice principal was involved as well. It was well known that the principal of Huajiang No. 1 High School rarely interfered in school affairs, leaving most matters to the two vice principals. Vice Principal Li, in charge of administrative affairs, held considerable power and influence. But now, this man was actually aiding his own grandnephew in cheating? It was utterly intolerable. At that very moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. When faced with unfair treatment, make your choice. Option A, suppress the incident. Receive item Monster Lure Potion X10, attracts aggro from monsters within 100 meters, lasts 10 minutes. Option B, report the incident to the guild and send the culprit to prison. Guild granted skill quality upgrade. Upon seeing the system's options, Wu Chang hesitated not a moment. Option A wasn't even on his radar. He selected option B immediately. I choose option B. When it comes to matters of principle, there can be no compromise. Wu Chang's expression was utterly cold as his gaze swept over Li Huilai like he was looking at a dead man. This incident could be minor or major, but if the association discovered someone abusing their authority for personal gain, they would face a lifetime behind bars. Therefore, Wu Chang was determined to report this matter to the association. Otherwise, even if he managed to turn the tables this time, who knew if the next victim would have the same ability? Whether to eradicate future threats or uphold his sense of justice, Wu Chang would report this to the association no matter what. Chapter 29, The Principal Steps and Members of the Evil God Society? Staring at the trembling Li Huilai before him, Wu Chang felt utterly indifferent. Teacher, I leave this matter in your hands. Though he intended to hand Li Huilai and the others over to the association, Bai Shuai was clearly more familiar with the proper procedures. Seeing Wu Chang entrust the matter to her, Bai Shuai offered a gentle smile. As a teacher, she had encountered numerous such incidents during her 4 years of training, precisely the kind of preparation the association had equipped them for. Besides, the last time she had reported such an incident, she had received no response whatsoever. It seemed she was perfectly capable of handling this matter herself now. Rest assured, I will see justice served for you. Bai Shuai smiled as she stepped out of the classroom, but the moment she crossed the threshold, her expression hardened, her face turning icy cold. Her next move was to go straight to the principal and report the incident. With the principal's backing, she was certain this matter would be resolved perfectly. Watching Bai Shuai leave, Li Huilai's face drained of color. If this scandal got out, he might not end up in jail, but without his powerful backer, how could he ever live comfortably again? Just as he prepared to chase after her, a figure blocked his path. It couldn't be anyone else but Wu Chang. Don't force my hand. Li Huilai's face darkened with menace as the outline of a weapon began to form in his hands. At that moment, lightning danced around his body. He had clearly activated his skill. Blinded by fear and hatred, Li Huilai cared not a whit for the lives of those around him. A mere lone adventurer, what good is reaching level 15 to you? My strength now stands at a full 30 points. Li Huilai swung a punch, his knuckle dusters now gleaming coldly, a move meant to take a life. If Wu Chang dodged, then he could first inform his uncle of the situation, buying some time to react. But if he didn't dodge, then Wu Chang would be dead under his fist. Surely the guild wouldn't turn on him over a single corpse. Die. He was certain that under his full power strike, not only Wu Chang, but even a combat professional of equal rank wouldn't survive. Yet Wu Chang merely stood before him, a cold smile on his lips, his eyes holding a trace of contempt. Surrounding students closed their eyes, dreading the sight of the brutal outcome. Thud. A dull thud echoed through the air, prompting everyone to open their eyes. But what they witnessed was nothing like what they had imagined. Li Huilai's fist had struck Wu Chang's chest, lightning crackling all over his body. Wu Chang stood there as if nothing had happened, not even shifting an inch. Ah! Terror filled Li Huilai's eyes. He mustered more strength, causing the lightning to leap directly onto Wu Chang's body. Yet the moment it touched Wu Chang, it vanished as if he were made of pure insulation. Wu Chang smiled at Li Huilai. He grabbed the other man's hand and yanked it hard. In an instant, Li Huilai crashed face first into the dirt. Your lightning doesn't seem too impressive. It can't even break through my defenses. Wu Chang lightly brushed his chest, then delivered a swift kick. Li Huilai flew backward, landing limp on the ground. The surrounding students watched in utter shock. Wu Chang had actually knocked Li Huilai flat on his back. His attacks hadn't even managed to breach Wu Chang's defenses. You're telling me Wu Chang's class is a free spirit? What kind of free spirit is this powerful? Seeing Li Huilai now lying there like a paralytic, Wu Chang saw no point in continuing the fight. He simply waited quietly for Bai Shuai's outcome. Meanwhile, Bai Shuai stood at the entrance to the principal's office, her expression still tinged with hesitation. It wasn't that she wanted to back out, but rather because she didn't know if the principal was inside. This office originally belonged to the principal, but since Principal Huang Jingtian rarely managed school affairs, Vice Principal Wan used it most of the time. If it wasn't the principal inside, then given the vice principal's strength, she might still be caught by him. Come in. Just as Bai Shuai hesitated, a deep, resonant male voice came from inside. Hearing this voice, Bai Shuai's face lit up with delight. Though she wasn't particularly close with the principal, she could tell this voice didn't belong to Vice Principal Wang. It seemed she'd timed her visit well. She pushed open the door and witnessed a shocking scene. Huang Jingtian sat in a chair, while the usually imposing Vice Principal Wang knelt bound on the floor, his eyes blazing with hatred like daggers. As for the dean of students, his obese body trembled uncontrollably, the terror in his eyes impossible to conceal. Let's go, Teacher Bai. I imagine that student, Wu Chang, is probably growing impatient waiting for this to be resolved. Huang Jingtian rose with a smile, while Vice Principal Wang lunged forward like a rabid dog. But with his hands and feet bound, even a professional at over 100 levels couldn't escape being caught. Seeing this, Bai Shuai swiftly followed. Principal. She looked slightly puzzled, unsure why Huang Jingtian would treat Vice Principal Wang and the Dean of Students this way. Even if they had made mistakes, they should be handed over to the association for handling, not dealt with by the principal himself. As if reading her thoughts, Huang Jingtian narrowed his eyes toward a nearby classroom before murmuring softly. Abusing public authority for personal gain is naturally something I won't tolerate. But what if they're colluding with the evil god society? At those words, Bai Shuai froze in shock. Collusion with the evil god society? If such a charge were proven, it wouldn't just be the individual practitioner's problem, their entire family could be targeted. Not just in Dragon Nation, across the entire world, collusion with the evil god society was a capital offense. There had even been cases where entire families, suspected of being members, were wiped out without mercy. Though it remained unclear who had colluded with the cult of the evil god, Bai Shuai knew they were doomed. Even Li Huilai might not survive. After learning of this, the two walked in silence. Upon entering the classroom, they found Li Huilai collapsed on the floor, while Wu Chang sat calmly, seemingly untouched by the chaos. This matter has been settled. Li Huilai's results are invalidated, and he will be handed over to the association for handling. As for Wu Chang, as principal, I congratulate you on clearing the god-slaying tier dungeon. Huang Jingtian glanced at Wu Chang with an admiring look before continuing. Secondly, the school will restore your ranking and formally apologize to you. As for your reward, it will naturally be the highest standard offered in the skills competition. A combat-type skill manual, would you accept it? By this point, the students were utterly consumed by envy. They could envy those slightly stronger than themselves, but faced with a genius who had utterly outclassed them, all they could do was look up in awe. Seeing all eyes on him, Wu Chang naturally chose to grant the principal this favor. He glanced at Huang Jingtian with a smile before replying. I'm satisfied. Finally, the skills competition could be put to rest. What he needed to prepare for next was the upcoming university admissions process. Chapter 30, Top University Representative, Sudden Situation. Seeing Wu Chang show no further reaction to his proposal, a hint of a smile flickered across Huang Jingtian's stern face. Since this youngster hadn't embarrassed him, he wouldn't dampen Wu Chang's spirits either. Didn't Wu Chang want admission to a top-tier university? Though he was merely a high school principal, he wasn't entirely without connections. Several admissions officers from top universities happened to be acquaintances of his this recruitment season. Though Wu Chang's profession was that of a freelancer, with his personal endorsement, they would certainly be willing to pull some strings for him. Not to mention, Wu Chang can already clear god-slaying level dungeons. While a solo player's potential is limited, it's not unreasonable to expect him to match an average combat class in the future, right? With his own guarantee securing admission to a top-tier university, Wu Chang won't have to worry about resources for the next 4 years. By this reckoning, the youngster Wu Chang actually came out ahead. In that case, let's consider this matter closed. Teachers of each class, organize your students to prepare for the test. With that, Wang Jingti's figure vanished instantly before everyone's eyes. Had his voice not still echoed within the classroom, they might have believed he had never appeared at all. His final words echoed not only in this classroom but also in every other senior high classroom. Hearing the principal's voice, the other students instantly perked up. They knew exactly what this final test represented. If they could gain admission to a top-tier university, their future would be secure, free from worries about resources. For those with potential, becoming a professional while in college could propel them to new heights, creating a gap as wide as a chasm between themselves and others. Instantly, all the students were stirred with excitement, rushing to the playground as instructed by their teachers to prepare for the test. Wu Chang was no exception. Not because he was preparing for the test, but because the system reward in his mind had arrived. Option completed. The quality of 3 skills rewarded by the association will be upgraded upon acquisition. He glanced around and saw everyone else rushing out of the classroom with great enthusiasm, leaving only himself and homeroom teacher Bai Shuai behind. Thank you, teacher. Wu Chang held a certain fondness for this homeroom teacher. He nodded his thanks before preparing to head to the playground. Bai Shuai gave a soft chuckle before speaking gently. Wu Cheng, there's no need for you to go to the playground. The principal specifically told me your test isn't on the playground, it's in his office. Hearing this, Wu Cheng paused in surprise. Though he didn't know how the principal had phrased it to Bai Shuai, he saw no reason for her to deceive him. Seeing this, he promptly turned around and headed toward the principal's office. Arriving at the principal's office, Wu Cheng found the door wide open. Occasional murmurs of conversation drifted out, and just then, the principal's voice called out. Come in. The abrupt voice in his mind startled Wu Cheng immensely, but he quickly realized this must be the principal's skill or some special profession. Hearing the voices inside gradually subside, Wu Cheng stepped inside. The moment he stepped inside, he saw the principal seated on the sofa. Across from him sat several stern-faced middle-aged men, all now scrutinizing him with critical gazes. Sit. The principal gestured to the seat beside him, his smile impossible to hide. Taking the seat beside the principal, Wu Cheng's gaze fell upon the middle-aged men before him. He noticed each wore a colorful name tag. His eyes widened in shock. The stern-faced man before him was none other than the regional admissions director for one of Longgua's top universities. Though not the chief officer, holding this position undoubtedly conferred considerable authority and influence. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the student I've been eager to introduce to you. Our most outstanding young talent from Huajiang No. 1 High School, Wu Cheng. As all eyes turned to him, the principal rose to formally introduce Wu Cheng to the assembled group. At these words, a sharp gleam instantly flashed in the eyes of several admissions officers, whose expressions had previously been impassive. Though they were old classmates with Huang Jingtian, they also had to uphold their professional roles. They had heard of Wu Cheng, apparently the top student in academic subjects in Huajiang City a few years back. Yet this year, he had chosen to become a free agent during the career transition, which was truly regrettable. But now, Huang Jingtian was introducing Wu Cheng, who had switched to being an independent scholar, to them. What could be the reason? Could it be that this Wu Cheng before them had some other special circumstances? Old Huang, you know how it is. Yenjing University rarely admits freelancers. Even with high grades, it's not a guaranteed admission. The Yenjing University representative adjusted his glasses, gave Wu Cheng a thorough once-over, and flatly refused. It was inevitable. As one of the most prestigious universities in the Dragon Nation, Yenjing University couldn't possibly admit just anyone, especially a free agent with no discernible potential. As for the practitioner's level, if Huang Jingshan was willing, cultivating Wu Cheng to level 20 wasn't impossible. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng remained silent. In truth, he understood all too well that he likely wouldn't meet the standards of these elite institutions. After all, the experience of clearing the Godslayer tier dungeon hadn't been fully disclosed yet, and his solo run through the Demon God dungeon was top secret. They naturally had no way of knowing. The principal nodded in agreement, saying little else. While it was true he and these administrators were classmates, as the saying goes, each person must fulfill their duties. These individuals also had the school's interests to consider. Just hope you don't come to regret this. The principal gave him a deep, lingering look, his eyes carrying an inexplicable meaning. If these people knew Wu Cheng had cleared the Godslayer tier dungeon, they'd likely be scrambling like mad right now. But their refusal was actually advantageous. When the time came, revealing this fact would allow him to secure better terms for Wu Cheng. While our admission standards at Magic City University aren't as stringent as those at Yenjing University, admitting a free agent. Seeing someone speak up, the representative from Magic City University shook his head in difficulty. It was a pity Wu Cheng wasn't a proper combat class. Even an ordinary combat class would have been acceptable. They could have admitted him based on his level alone. The problem was, Wu Cheng was a free agent. Even if he claimed to have leveled up 15 times in 2 days, who could verify the truth of that? Moreover, they knew full well the immense expense required to cultivate a free agent. Naturally, they couldn't possibly admit someone pursuing such a futile profession. Hearing this, Wang Jingtian frowned. He had invited 5 people, and now 2 had already refused. If all of them turned him down, wouldn't that make both himself and Wu Cheng look bad? Just then, a figure burst through the doorway. All eyes turned toward the entrance, and even Wu Cheng was momentarily stunned. The man before them was all too familiar, none other than Duan Hong, head of the resources department at the Huajiang City Practitioners Association. Director Duan, what brings you here? Huang Jingtian hurriedly rose to help him up, only to find Duan Hong in a state of utter disarray. His clothes were filthy, and he seemed utterly lost and disoriented. His vacant gaze swept past Huang Jingtian, then skipped over several admissions officers to land directly on Wu Cheng. Spotting Wu Cheng, he was overjoyed and rushed forward. Quick, follow me. The Demon God instance has arrived. Chapter 31, Level Suppression, The Evil God Solo Dungeon. The Demon God Dungeon has arrived. Duan Hong's voice echoed through the office, causing Huang Jingtian and several admissions officers to turn pale instantly. The Demon God Dungeon. This was undoubtedly the most worrisome existence of all. It was a fragment of the evil god's power imbued into the instance, or even a direct manifestation of one of the evil god's avatars. If Godslayer tier dungeons represented the pinnacle of human group combat, then the Demon God dungeon was absolutely beyond what humans could confront alone. Let's go! Upon hearing the news, Wu Cheng's expression also turned grave. Who would have thought that President Song Qingye's decision to seal off the instance for investigation would actually uncover a Demon God instance? Had they not taken it seriously back then, this instance might have continued eroding the space until it finally broke free from its restraints and descended upon the mortal world. Seeing Wu Cheng agree to descend, Duan Hong didn't even speak, he simply grabbed his hand and charged straight out. Witnessing this scene, not only were the admissions officers stunned, but even Principal Huang Jingtian was dumbfounded. What was going on? Shouldn't summoning a Demon God instance involve summoning powerful experts like them? Why drag Wu Cheng along? Had Duan Hong lost his mind and picked the wrong person? Even so, there was no time to waste. Exchanging glances, they saw the same resolute determination in each other's eyes. Go! The words barely left their lips when the principal and the others vanished instantly, reappearing beside Duan Hong and Wu Cheng. Following Duan Hong's lead, they immediately began guiding the two forward. Seeing the principal and the others appear out of nowhere, Wu Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. This was the responsibility of a professional. Though the principal and the others were professionals, they had long since withdrawn from combat. Yet upon hearing about the Demon God instance, they stepped forward without hesitation. This was their responsibility. Spill it. What's the situation? The principal and his group knew nothing about the dungeon's situation, so naturally, they had to ask Duan Hong. Wu Chengye also looked over, wanting to know what was happening with this Demon God instance. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Duan Hong took a deep breath and recounted the entire incident. After the guild issued the instance lockdown, they launched a thorough search, combing through every known instance without finding anything unusual. However, a peculiar situation was uncovered in a hidden instance. The power of the rock demon Chris had completely corrupted the instance. The silver lining was that all monsters within had perished, unable to withstand the demon god's possession. Just as the group prepared to destroy the instance, they discovered the god had summoned a level 25 avatar. Following the avatar's arrival, the instance underwent a complete transformation, shifting from its original team challenge mode to a solo challenge. After several adventurers perished, guild leader Song Qingye ordered Duan Hong to return to Huajing City for reinforcements. His first thought was Wu Cheng. You've come to the right place at our university. These gentlemen are admissions officers from top-tier universities. They should be able to defeat the demon god. A trace of confusion and speculation flickered across the principal's face, as if he had vaguely guessed something, yet he refused to spell it out. For if his guess proved correct, it would be an earth-shattering revelation, one so monumental that even these admissions officers couldn't conceal it. They would have to report it to the university immediately. Hearing this, the admissions officers stiffened, a wave of bitterness washing over them. They hadn't anticipated anything, but hearing Huang Jingtian's words left them deeply embarrassed. After all, they had been removed from the battlefield for many years. Facing the evil god one-on-one, it was doubtful they could even achieve a stalemate. Wu Cheng, however, began to speculate upon hearing these words. It seems the demon god Chris has set his sights on me. His expression turned grave. Ever since defeating the dark god's avatar last time, he knew he'd inevitably cross paths with Chris again, though he hadn't anticipated it happening so soon. Yet this situation also presented a tremendous opportunity: defeat the evil god's clone in front of several key figures and gain admission to a top university as a specially cultivated talent. More importantly, the evil god's influence is too widespread. One person alone is powerless. But if I can align myself with a top university, the evil god cult will surely think twice before taking action against me. After all, none of these elite universities are pushovers. Wu Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind already made up. He was determined to clear the demon god instance, but how he would do it and in what manner required careful planning. Without causing any unnecessary casualties, he would secure the best possible terms for himself. Upon hearing Huang Jingtian mention the admissions officer, Duan Hong quickly scanned the group. Now he understood why his sensors had detected Wu Cheng mingling with this group. Huang Jingtian was clearly leveraging connections to secure Wu Cheng admission to a top-tier university. Judging by the atmosphere when he entered, however, these people seemed unaware of Wu Cheng's background. Blind as bats, not knowing what they're missing. Duan Hong sneered inwardly, already resolved to do everything in his power to help Wu Cheng. Regardless of anything else, just getting him admitted to a top university would reflect well on Huajing City. We're here. Let's head down. Thanks to the principal's lightning speed, the group quickly reached the location of the hidden instance. There, President Song Qingye stood with an extremely solemn expression, gazing at the instance entrance. The surrounding adventurers hung their heads dejectedly, showing not a shred of fighting spirit. The group approached swiftly. Song Qingye nodded to the principal, his gaze skimming over the others before settling on Wu Cheng. Chairman Song, let us proceed. The representative from Yenjing University spoke first, simultaneously producing a vial of black potion. Seeing this, everyone froze in shock. How could this guy carry a level-suppressing potion with him at all times? And who are these individuals? Hearing the question, Song Qingye frowned and turned to look at Duan Hong. After Duan Hong explained, he understood the situation. With that thought, he gave the group a deep look, then glanced at the composed Wu Chang. His regard for Wu Chang immediately grew. Since the leaders wish to tackle the instance solo, that's perfectly fine. But I must clarify, this instance prohibits any buffs from outside the instance. It's absolutely not that simple. Song Qingye issued his warning just as he saw the other party swallow the downgrade potion. Seeing this, he swallowed his words. If they wanted to court hardship, let them go ahead. Otherwise, how could he help Wu Chang? At that very moment, Wu Chang's mind was suddenly filled with the system's voice. Facing the evil god instance, please make a choice. Option A, intercept the opponent and challenge the demon god instance yourself, gain 5x experience. Option B, wait until the opponent completes their challenge before entering the instance, attributes doubled upon challenge initiation, guaranteed drop of peerless grade or higher equipment upon clearing. Chapter 32, Soloing, Slaying the Evil God Once More. Two options appeared before Wu Chang. While the prospect of 5 times the experience was tempting, the chance to obtain a peerless grade weapon was even more enticing. Levels can be grinded up slowly, but a peerless grade weapon is something you can only hope to encounter. Wu Chang chuckled inwardly, making his choice without hesitation. Compared to a peerless grade weapon, experience points are laughable. I choose B. With his choice made, the floating option slowly faded away. Wu Chang turned his gaze toward the admissions officer from Yenjing University. The man stood at the dungeon entrance with a look of grim determination. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. As his figure faded from view, the hearts of the surrounding professionals, which had been hanging in suspense, slowly settled. Thanks to Chairman Song Qingye's announcement, they knew his identity and now watched with eager anticipation. That's the admissions officer from Yenjing University. Rumor has it he's over level 150. Even though he's been away from the battlefield for a long time, he should still be able to take down the demon god, right? The demon god stands no chance against him. We needn't worry. Exactly. We should be able to head home soon. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Principal Huang Jingti and the others turned ashen-faced. These words had elevated them far too high. If they failed to defeat the demon god's avatar, they had no idea how much ridicule they'd face from these professionals. As for whether they could defeat the avatar, Huang Jingti could only say it was extremely difficult. Principal Huang, what are your thoughts? Song Qingye glanced at the composed Wu Chang before turning his gaze to Huang Jingtian. For him, helping Wu Chang gain admission to a top-tier university was currently the best option. As for the pride of Huang Jingti and the others, though it sounded harsh, his position as chairman was simply not on the same level as Huang Jingtian's. He naturally had no reason to consider the other man's feelings. Hearing this, Huang Jingtian paused slightly. The gravity on his face quickly gave way to a relaxed expression as he replied in a calm tone. Chairman Son, though Li Dafei hasn't seen combat in quite some time, he could still easily hold off the demon god for half an hour. Though confidence shone in Huang Jingtian's eyes, President Son merely nodded thoughtfully, offering no further comment. Wu Chang, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on the dungeon entrance. His eyes narrowed instantly as he sensed something amiss. It's out, he murmured, his gaze fixed on the entrance. No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure plummeted to the ground, its body covered in wounds. Da Fei. The principal and others turned pale instantly and rushed over, only to find Li Dafei unconscious, his wounds rapidly worsening. Fortunately, his profession was underworld sorcerer, allowing him to forcefully exit the instance when his life was in grave danger. Otherwise, he might have lost his life within the instance. Save him. Song Qingye's gaze was fierce. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the rescue team rushed forward to save him. Then he noticed Wu Chang's figure approaching the dungeon entrance. With everyone's attention focused on Li Dafei, no one had spotted him. Quick! This is beyond what we can handle. Report dungeon difficulty, request top-tier professionals. After being revived, Li Dafei suddenly opened his eyes, clutching Huang Jingtian's clothes tightly, refusing to let go. Hearing this, Principal Huang snapped to attention and rose to seek out Chairman Song. Yet he discovered the latter standing alongside Duan Hong, both gazing intently in a certain direction. Following their gaze, he saw a figure slowly vanishing before his eyes. Wu Chang. Watching the vanishing figure, he froze in place. Coupled with Chairman Song's reaction, a suspicion began to solidify in his mind. Could it be that the person Duan Hong was looking for earlier was actually Wu Chang? While Song Qingye and the others stood outside the instance with a mix of tension and anticipation, Wu Chang had already entered this demon god instance. Surveying the world around him, now utterly ravaged by corruption, he couldn't help but sense a palpable danger. This environment was undoubtedly deliberately modified by Kleist. Option completed, all attributes doubled. Instantly, a colossal surge of power erupted from within him. Wu Chang clenched his fist, a faint smile curling his lips. His eyes burned as he surveyed the desolation before him, and he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh before shouting. Chris, I'm here. His impassioned figure echoed through the void, stirring waves of disturbance. A void-like spatial gate slowly materialized 100 meters ahead, revealing a figure covered in rock before Wu Chang. The moment Chris materialized, he locked eyes with Wu Chang. Instantly, his eyes blazed crimson, and even his rock-hard body visibly turned red. "You despicable human! The great god Chris will tear you limb from limb." Like a madman, it lunged at Wu Chang the moment it landed, all traces of a demon god's elegance gone. Chris's avatar LV.25, an avatar of the rock demon god, specially modified to possess exceptional physical and magical resistance along with immense stamina. Strength, 500 spirit, 500 physical resistance, 6000 magic resistance, 6000 stamina, 800000. Skills, rock bounce, son of the earth, magical stone armor, rock regeneration, earth fissure, lava power. Chris's information appeared before Wu Chang's eyes. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, and then the God King meteor blade slowly materialized. "And you call yourself a demon god? You turn red just seeing me? You call yourself the rock demon god? You're just a blushing demon god." Wu Chang opened with scathing sarcasm, yet the God King meteor blade still slashed toward Chris's avatar. Hearing his words, magma instantly began bubbling from Chris's body. He seemed on the verge of losing his mind. Even so, it registered Wu Chang's attack. Having experienced its power before, it held an intense fear of the God King meteor star blade. Last time, Wu Chang had used it to slay his clone. But now? Impossible. Counter-Strike Rock. Chris activated the skill the instant it was about to collide with the God King meteor blade. It believed the skill could absolutely kill Wu Chang in a single strike. For Counter-Strike Rock could reflect physical damage back tenfold, even 100-fold. It could withstand Wu Chang's attack without dying, but could Wu Chang himself endure over 100,000 points of damage? The next second, the God King meteor blade sliced through its left arm as easily as cutting through tofu. But Chris the ninja didn't cry out. It was a demon god. Its previous defeat had been due to carelessness. Now, after meticulous preparation, it could finally eliminate that detestable human. Yet as it gazed at Wu Chang with eager anticipation, it found the man staring back as if at a fool. Impossible. How can this human be completely unharmed? Terror and confusion flooded Chris's mind. He had clearly used his counterattack skill, so how could Wu Chang still be completely unharmed? Worse, those eyes now held a look of contempt directed at him. He was a demon god. How could he endure such a gaze? "Dude, is your brain made of stone? You're reflecting physical damage. What the hell does that have to do with my true damage?" Wu Chang's words instantly drove Chris mad. Damn it! This human's damage was true damage? How had he never heard of any weapon that could convert all damage into true damage? Die! Chris roared as he unleashed Earthquake, but just as his palm touched the ground and the tremor was about to erupt, he realized his right hand was gone too. The same gruesome fate as before befell him. Chris was sliced into a human stick, lying on the ground, while Wu Chang coldly watched him. "Remember this, my name is Wu Chang. Rock Demon Chris, I hope the next time we meet, your head isn't made of rock but of brains." Wu Chang stepped on Chris's head as the God King meteor blade slid down from its neck. The wicked god Chris's furious roar abruptly ceased, and the entire wicked god instance began to gradually crumble and collapse. The demon god's solo dungeon cleared. Option B completed. Obtained unrivaled tier weapon arcane staff unrivaled tier. Chapter 33, I got beaten up, and you treat the evil god like a toy? While Wu Chang and Chris battled, chaos erupted outside. Huang Jingtian, why didn't you stop him? Wu Chang is just a student. Are you really willing to gamble with his life just to let him show off in front of us? Several admissions officers erupted in fury upon seeing Wu Chang venture into the challenge instance. They hadn't recruited Wu Chang solely because of his class. Had he been anything other than a free agent, they would have undoubtedly enrolled him in their school. Yet now, they had merely hinted at their refusal, and Huang Jingtian had stood by and watched. Did he want Wu Chang to demonstrate what it meant for a freelancer to challenge the demon god dungeon only to be swiftly killed? Or did they expect Wu Chang to merely stall for time inside the instance, hoping that would earn him their respect? Don't even think about it. The more this happened, the more they wondered if Huang Jingtian had lost his mind. To get his student into a top university, he didn't even care about his own life. Seeing this, Huang Jingtian's face turned ashen. He knew no explanation could dispel their doubts. They likely believed he deliberately sent Wu Chang to his death. But he was the principal. How could he possibly send his students to their deaths? The crucial point was that Wu Chang possessed the capability to clear a god-slaying tier dungeon. While defeating the demon god was unlikely, achieving a stalemate was still within his reach. Don't panic, Huang Jingtian's face remained grim as he tried to calm the group, but the next second, he was cursed out so viciously by Li Dafei, who was lying on the ground, that he couldn't even recognize his own mother. Huang Jingtian, you despicable scoundrel! You didn't care when students were sent to their deaths, and now you're trying to play the good guy in front of us. Li Dafei had just recovered from near death, yet his combat prowess remained the highest among them. He nearly cursed Huang Jingtian's family the moment he regained his senses. At that moment, Li Dafei's sword-like eyebrows bristled, and the wounds on his body seemed to throb and crack open.
Yet despite Ji Bin's actions, he still sought to expose Huang Jingtian's true colors before everyone. This hypocritical principal had actually watched his own students march to their deaths.
We were classmates, you bastard. It's sickening. Wu Chang was a student, a powerless lone fighter at that, and you just sent him to his death? Do you really think graduation rates matter more than a student's life?
You despicable scoundrel, utterly shameless. Li Dafei practically shouted the insults right into Huang Jingtian's face, nearly pushing the principal over the edge. These guys didn't know that he had at least 50% of their combat strength. Anyone capable of clearing a god-slaying tier dungeon couldn't possibly be weak. They wouldn't get killed inside a dungeon just for challenging a demon god. But just as he opened his mouth, Song Qingye's words cut him off completely.
Alright, everyone. We're all respectable individuals here. Let's not resort to name-calling. Wu Chang entered at my request. I'm aware of the situation.
All we need to do now is wait quietly.
Song Qingye's expression remained utterly composed, though sweat had already soaked through his back.
He knew Wu Chang had defeated the demon god, but he didn't know what methods he'd used. If Wu Chang had won in a one-on-one duel, Song Qingye wouldn't have to worry now. But if Wu Chang had simultaneously fought the demon god while restoring his strength by slaying minor demons, then the current situation would be extremely dangerous. If his misjudgment led to Wu Chang's death, then he, Song Qingye, would be a criminal to Huajiang City, even to the entire Dragon Nation. Killing a professional who stood alone against the demon god, he deserved to be torn limb from limb.
Hearing Song Qingye's voice, the others immediately dropped their stances, standing solemnly on either side.
As for Huang Jingtian, he fully understood Li Dafei and the others' feelings, so he held no ill will toward them. But you'll pay for insulting me like this when you come begging me to release them later. He snorted coldly inwardly, then crossed his arms behind Song Qingye, watching the instant's entrance with a mixture of tension and anticipation. After an unknown amount of time, the instant's entrance finally showed signs of change. The once deep crimson portal instantly drained of color, even developing fine cracks across its surface. Then, a familiar figure materialized before the group. With his appearance, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Get ready! It might be the demon god's avatar breaking through the instance. Li Dafei's words instantly sent tension rippling through the group as they drew their weapons, preparing for battle. Who had been teleported out, Wu Chang or the demon god? Then they watched as the figure rose to its feet and turned, walking straight toward them. Everyone, what's going on here? Wu Chang raised an eyebrow at the hundreds of professionals standing ready for battle. One careless move could trigger hundreds of attacks. If they struck him, he wouldn't just be reduced to bones, he'd be obliterated into nothingness. Seeing Wu Chang suddenly appear before them, Li Dafei and the others instantly lost their composure. Before anyone could react, he rushed forward despite his injuries, scrutinizing Wu Chang from head to toe. Upon confirming the man bore no wounds and wasn't even breathing heavily, Li Dafei couldn't help but exclaim. How the hell are you unharmed? Didn't you activate the challenge? Yet as his words fell, the dungeon that had been in shambles moments before suddenly collapsed with a thunderous crash, clearly shattered beyond repair. With the dungeon entrance gone, the entire instance vanished. Even if the demon god's true form descended within that dungeon, it could no longer use it to manifest in the Dragon Nation. Only then did Li Dafei and the others realize Wu Chang had actually soloed the demon god dungeon. Holy, he took on the demon god one-on-one and actually won. Is he even human? He defeated the one who beat the head of Yinjing University. Unbelievable. Could Huajing City really be producing a top-tier professional? Terrifying. Looks like he just graduated high school, right? The crowd of players buzzed with discussion. In that moment, they felt nothing but relief at having survived the ordeal and sheer awe toward Wu Chang. Who would have thought to question his identity? Huang Jingtian snapped out of his daze at the crowd's gasps. His hunch had been right, Wu Chang truly possessed the power to take on the demon god single-handedly. As for Song Qingye, he walked over to Wu Chang with a smile, patted his shoulder lightly, and declared proudly. You're truly the top genius of Huajing City. You did well, kid. Last time you defeated the demon god's avatar, I was skeptical. But now? I'm convinced. Song Qingye's words echoed through the area, sending a chill through everyone present. This Wu Chang had already cleared the demon god instance once before. Wu Chang himself, however, remained utterly composed. After all, it was merely defeating a mindless evil god, nothing to be proud of. He walked up to Song Qingye and smiled softly. Chairman Song, it was nothing special. Call me again next time. Hearing this, the first to lose his composure wasn't anyone else, it was Li Dafei, who had just gone in to challenge the dungeon. He'd gone in only to be toyed with and beaten by the demon god's avatar, yet this guy had gone in and proceeded to beat the crap out of the demon god. Chapter 34, Hot Commodity, Frenzy to Snatch Talent. Seeing that Wu Chang was actually thinking about challenging the demon god instance again next time, everyone's expressions froze instantly. Damn it, they were avoiding the demon god instance like the plague, yet this kid Wu Chang was already scheming his next attempt. It just goes to show how comparing yourself to others can be soul-crushing. Even though Wu Chang was a solo adventurer, he managed to dominate the demon god. What could they do?
Accept it, of course. If they could recruit Wu Chang into their school, forget about anything else at least between levels 20 and 25, he'd absolutely crush everyone else. When it came to soloing the demon god's avatar, Li Dafei couldn't think of anyone else in their year who could pull it off besides Wu Chang standing before him. Even looking back a decade, there might not be anyone capable of it. Li Dafei couldn't help but sigh inwardly, but then something suddenly dawned on him. He had just vented his frustration by berating Huang Jingtian. It felt satisfying, but what now? Wu Chang was Huang Jingtian's student. If he persuaded Wu Chang to choose another school, wouldn't Yanjing University be missing out on a top-tier genius? Adding to that, he had already rejected Wu Chang at Huajiang No. 1 High School. Recruiting him now would be even more difficult. No. Before anyone else reacts, I must secure Wu Chang immediately. Even if it meant exhausting every resource at his disposal, he would recruit him into the school. Li Dafei snapped to his senses, his eyes darting around the room. He caught the others stealing glances at him clearly, they already caught on. Seeing that they all harbored the same intention, Li Dafei felt a sharp pang in his heart. Though they were classmates, before Wu Chang, they were all competitors. After all, there was only one Wu Chang, but he wasn't the only top university representative present. In fact, within a day or two, once word spread, other top universities would likely catch on too. By then, even with his status as Yanjing University's admissions director, it would be incredibly difficult to secure Wu Chang's enrollment. With this realization, Li Dafei disregarded his own injuries and rushed straight to Wu Chang, grabbing his hand firmly. Wu Chang, please join us at Yanjing University. This agile move left everyone frozen in place. No one could have imagined that the man who had nearly died from his injuries moments ago could suddenly burst with such speed. Wu Chang, however, was slightly taken aback. Hadn't this man been indifferent toward him back at the school? Why was he now displaying such fervent enthusiasm? A stiff smile played on his face, but his mind instantly grasped the other's intent. They were rushing to recruit him into Yanjing University before anyone else could react. Realizing this, Wu Chang knew the other administrators would soon extend invitations too. But negotiating terms? Clearly not his forte. He shifted his gaze toward President Huang Jingtian and Chairman Song Qingye, only to find them already standing there with proud expressions. The moment Wu Chang looked their way, they were instantly by his side. Dafei, let's sit down and discuss this properly. Huang Jingtian grinned maliciously as he pulled Li Dafei aside. After being cursed so viciously moments ago, now that he was negotiating terms for the student, if he didn't fleece this rich bastard good and proper, he'd be a disgrace to the teaching profession. Seeing the smiles on Huang Jingtian and Song Qingye's faces, Li Dafei felt as if his heart were bleeding. As the saying goes, strangers get half the cut, but acquaintances get the whole jackpot. As classmates, he just deeply offended Huang Jingtian. Unless he spit blood today, Wu Chang wouldn't be staying. Wu Chang, how about this? 5 million in cash, a revered grade weapon, plus 10 skill books as long as you enroll at Yanjing University, I'll give it to you immediately. Before Wu Chang could leave, Li Dafei hurriedly spoke up. This offer matched the top tier for elite professionals joining Yanjing University. If Wu Chang agreed, he too would receive elite level. Li Dafei, you despicable scoundrel. We at Magic City University will offer 10 million in cash. Damn it. You think this trash will lure Wu Chang away? Huangqing University offers 15 skill books. Put. You better cough up something worthwhile, old Huang. Otherwise, you're not letting him go. Ha! You dog, Li Dafei. I, Huang Jingtian, draw the line right here. No 10 million cash and 4 years of resources, and I won't let him go. As Wu Chang stared in stunned disbelief, Li Dafei was hauled away by everyone. Principal Huang Jingtian, meanwhile, wore the expression of a mother-in-law haggling over a dowry, demanding exorbitant terms to secure better conditions for Wu Chang. He'd been tempted earlier, but seeing the principal's refusal, he could only let the principal and the other officials negotiate how to sell their daughter, how to secure better terms for themselves. Never mind. Let's examine the magic staff first. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Wu Chang observed the other adventurers departing in orderly fashion under Duan Hong's direction. He found a secluded spot to review his current stats. After slaying Chris's clone, his level had instantly jumped to 20, granting him a massive influx of attribute points spiritual power plus 20. As for the mage staff, this peerless grade weapon he hadn't had time to inspect yet, it had already been stored in his weapon rack. Wu Chang decided to pull up his interface directly to examine it. Name, Wu Chang. Title, Godslayer. Class, Lone Wanderer. Level, LV 20%. Equipment, God King's Falling Star Blade Mythic Grade, Dark Gold Giant Set Unparalleled Grade, Weapon Master's Rack Unparalleled Grade, Mage Staff Unparalleled Grade. Strength, 65 plus 125 Spirit, 110 plus 145. Physical Resistance, 40 plus 275 Magic Resistance, 40 plus 275. Critical Chance, 5 plus 20% Critical Damage, 105%. Skills, Intimidation, Enhanced Devour, Total Control, Divine Regeneration. Arcane Staff Unmatched Grade, a staff wielded by an ancient mage who mastered close combat, capable of channeling both spirit and strength to deal damage. Bonuses: Spirit plus 50, Critical Strike plus 10%. Upon seeing the Archmage staff's description, Wu Chang was genuinely surprised not by its bonuses, but by its ability to synergize mental and physical power to deal damage. His strength now stood at 190 points, while his spirit reached a staggering 255 points, making him an elite even among level 20 professionals. Each stat alone was formidable, but combined they could deal a staggering 445 points of damage. Combined with the damage bonus from his weapon mastery, Wu Chang's hand suddenly trembled. He could now deal nearly 900 true damage to even ordinary monsters, rendering him virtually invincible against any creature of his level. Perhaps it's time to tell my parents about this. Wu Chang knew that once he entered a top-tier university, this news would be impossible to conceal. Once this matter was settled, he would come clean with his family. That way, when he ventured out into the world, they could rest easier. His gaze turned toward home, eyes gleaming with anticipation at the thought of his parents' reactions to the news. Chapter 35, Unless he can clear a level 30 dungeon. Wu Chang gazed at the ice-blue mage staff in his hand, his heart swelling with uncontrollable anticipation. He took a deep breath, then waved his hand, causing the equipment on his body to vanish. He couldn't predict the future, but if he could ease his parents' burdens even a little, he'd count that as a small achievement. He glanced around and saw everyone had already left, leaving only guild leader Song Qingye, principal Huang Jingti, and a few others still deep in discussion. For some reason, their discussion had become so heated that the principal's body seemed to be crackling with electricity, clearly struggling to contain his energy. So this is what negotiations between masters look like. He's managed to enrage the principal to the point where his energy is about to go berserk. Wu Chang felt a flicker of awe at the sight. To witness this today was already a stroke of luck. Just as he waited for the final outcome, he noticed Duan Hong approaching. As the head of the resources department of the professional association, Duan Hong held considerable power and influence. Yet, in front of Wu Chang, he felt like a greenhorn recruit. No wonder the man had cleared the demon god dungeon. That alone was his greatest asset. Coincidentally, Wu Chang knew several other dungeons nearby, the most challenging being a nightmare-level instance called the Orc Cavern. Though this dungeon contained only 3 orcs, each was an elite monster with high defense and thick health. Combined with the dungeon boss's amplification abilities and unique stage mechanics, despite sending numerous challenge teams, none had managed to conquer it. But now that Wu Chang was here, he could attempt to clear this level 30 dungeon. After explaining the situation to Wu Chang, Duan Hong still worried he might refuse the proposal. But when he turned to look, he saw a smile on Wu Chang's face. For as Duan Hong made his suggestion, a system prompt appeared in Wu Chang's mind. Facing the Orc Cave dungeon within reach, please make your choice. Option A, politely decline the invitation, but secretly attempt the dungeon. Days later, any weapon's quality increases by 1 tier. Option B, accept the dungeon challenge and complete it within 5 minutes. Doubles your benefits after university admission. The shorter the completion time, the higher the multiplier. Minister Duan, why didn't you mention such a great opportunity sooner? A flicker of delight crossed Wu Chang's eyes. He never turned down a dungeon challenge, especially now that he possessed an unparalleled weapon. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. Moreover, this directly impacted his university benefits, making it all the more crucial. Without hesitation, he chose option B. Seeing Wu Chang so excited surprised Duan Hong. He'd never met anyone who remained so optimistic after hearing they were entering a dungeon. But then he remembered this was Wu Chang. It made perfect sense. Having cleared the Demon God dungeon, a dungeon of the same level was nothing more than child's play to him. In that case, come with me. Duan Hong smiled as he led Wu Chang toward the instance's location, already resolved in his heart that no matter how Wu Chang's future unfolded, he would stand firmly by his side. To put it plainly, the fact that he could solo the Demon God dungeon at just over level 20 meant that even if other players outpaced him in future strength, as long as the level cap remained around 20, Wu Chang's combat prowess would be absolutely unmatched. As the two walked toward the instance, Wang Jingtian was nearly fuming with rage. Just moments ago, it was Li Dafei and the other recruitment officers frantically raising their offers to recruit Wu Chang. Yet, inexplicably, after he laid out his terms, they started relentlessly driving down the price. Now, it was approaching the very bottom line he set. You lot, don't push it too far. Huang Jingtian felt like he was about to lose his mind. If it weren't for the fact that he knew these people, he would have kicked them out long ago. Wu Chang, who had just single-handedly cleared the Demon God dungeon, was hot property. Yet these people were now trying to drive down his price? How utterly clueless. In truth, Li Dafei and the others had also snapped out of their earlier shock. They were truly possessed. First, recruiting Wu Chang must remain strictly confidential. After all, the evil god cult would certainly target him, so protecting his information was paramount. Moreover, Wu Chang was ultimately just a lone adventurer. Even with his formidable current combat prowess, his future was uncertain. If the academy invested heavily only for him to fade into mediocrity later, wouldn't that be a colossal loss? Thus, the admissions committee swiftly reached a decision. Wu Chang could be enrolled, but his terms would be far from generous. Forget the top-tier professional offered initially, even granting him the of a senior professional would be generous. Old Huang, you know Wu Chang is just a freelancer. So what if he's freelance? He soloed the Demon God Dungeon. Try doing that yourself. Li Dafei tried to haggle over the price, but Huang Jingtiang, now genuinely furious, shot back. There was no way around it. Wu Chang was Huajiang first highest prized asset. How could they let these schools take advantage like this? If these elite universities weren't willing to pay top dollar, then forget them. He'd settle for a key university one tier lower. Huang Jingtian refused to believe that as principal, he couldn't secure a decent deal for Wu Chang. Calm down, old Huang. Look at you getting worked up again. The admissions director from Magic City University stepped forward with a smile. He was genuinely interested in Wu Chang, and given Magic City University's vast resources, recruiting a single independent student wasn't a concern. Still, he'd be happy to drive down the price if possible. Old Huang, look, Wu Chang did solo the Demon God Dungeon, true. But he remains an independent player at heart. You know how difficult it is to cultivate a free agent. We can't guarantee Wu Chang will ever match the combat prowess of a dedicated class at the same level. If he can challenge content above his level, not necessarily clearing 40 or 50 level dungeons, but even tackling a difficult 30 level dungeon, then Magic City University would be willing to accept Wu Chang. A confident smile spread across his face. Soloing the Evil God Dungeon only proves Wu Chang's formidable solo combat skills, but how many solo dungeons exist? Across the entire Blue Star, there are probably less than 1,000. Could they really dedicate resources to cultivate a solo player whose future potential was entirely unknown, just for the sake of those 1,000 instances? Hearing this, Principal Huang Jingtian felt an inexplicable stir within him. He had to admit the other party had a point. Yet at that very moment, a sudden tremor shook the ground. Guild leader Song Qingye glanced at his phone and smiled. Everyone, you might want to raise your offers. I just got word that Wu Chang cleared the Nightmare difficulty level 30 dungeon in under 3 minutes. Although the guild assigned him 2 support members, he single-handedly cleared it. I suppose this is the gap between us and the top-tier geniuses. Song Qingye sighed with emotion, his gaze sweeping over Huang Jingtian. With the chairman's nod of approval and Wu Chang's astonishing achievement, Principal Huang Jingtian instantly straightened his posture. Listen up, all of you. Not a single inch of the terms I've, old Huang, just laid out will be compromised. Hearing this, Li Dafei and the others looked stunned. Not only had he soloed the Demon God Dungeon, but he'd also cleared the Nightmare difficulty 30 level dungeon solo. This Wu Chang, they absolutely had to recruit him into the school at any cost. Chapter 36, Yanjing University Acceptance Letter, Top Tier Treatment. Meanwhile, Wu Chang had already emerged from the dungeon. Just as Song Qingye had described, he had declined the guild's assistance and cleared the dungeon entirely on his own. This dungeon was quite interesting, turns out it was a mechanism-based one. Recalling the monsters he'd encountered, Wu Chang raised an eyebrow. 3 monsters, each with distinct mechanics. The first monster possessed 50,000 HP but only took 50% physical damage and was immune to magic damage. The second monster only took magic damage, yet its health pool soared to 100,000 points. As for the final boss, it only took true damage and was completely immune to all other types. Such challenging mechanics here meant that even if Wu Chang's strength were just a bit weaker, let alone ordinary challenge teams, they wouldn't stand a chance. Phew, but thankfully, in the face of true damage, everything else is meaningless. Recalling the earlier battle, Wu Chang felt a pang of emotion. He never imagined encountering a stage like this so soon, one that could only be cleared through mastering its mechanics. Thankfully my attack power was high enough. Otherwise, I might have died right there. The memory of overwhelming the 3 monsters with sheer damage flashed through Wu Chang's mind, and the last trace of apprehension vanished completely. Moreover, he was immensely satisfied to have looted 20 strength points from the 3 monsters, especially with the bonus of tripling the yield. As for Duan Hong, he kept his head down and followed obediently behind Wu Chang. Even after relaying the news to Song Qingye, he still hadn't recovered from the shock. This Nightmare tier dungeon at level 30 had already defeated over a dozen challenge teams. If they still couldn't crack it and create a strategy, he was even considering spending a fortune to hire some top-tier professionals to suppress their levels and attempt the challenge. Of course, with Wu Chang present now, any dungeon was no longer a challenge. Duan Hong was convinced that once Wu Chang leveled up sufficiently, he could single-handedly clear any dungeon discovered in Huajiang City. Indeed, the guild leader's foresight is beyond my reach. Duan Hong shook his head with a self-deprecating smile, his face radiating respect and admiration for Wu Chang. To master a free roaming class to this level, Wu Chang had truly become the foremost expert in that field. As for the future, the Huajiang Professional Association would make the right choice by standing firmly behind Wu Chang. The two headed toward Song Qingye and the others, where discussions about Wu Chang's compensation had reached their most heated point. Old Huang, 30 million and a revered grade weapon. You've witnessed the sincerity of our magic capital university. At that moment, the admissions director of Magic City University looked earnestly at the principal and the association president. If these two nodded, Wu Chang would surely agree to join Magic City University. Their willingness to offer such generous terms stemmed not only from Wu Chang's outstanding performance but also from the significant gap in professional talent between Magic City University and Yenjing University.
Though both institutions were elite, Yenjing University was the original pioneer, while Magic City University had only gradually risen in prominence over the past few centuries.
Given equal qualifications, students would naturally gravitate toward Yenjing. Wu Chang's arrival could partially bridge this gap. His terrifyingly formidable abilities might even propel Magic City University to surpass its rival. Huang Jingtiang's eyes lit up upon hearing his terms.
This was nearly the figure he had in mind. If other schools couldn't offer a higher price, he would gladly make the decision for Wu Chang and choose Magic City University for him. The others also looked downcast compared to the treatment offered by Magic City University. Their own conditions clearly fell short. But Li Dafei, eyes red and teeth clenched, stepped forward and suddenly barked coldly. 30 million credits, a revered grade weapon, and all materials and equipment required for Wu Chang to upgrade and challenge the dungeon. Should he complete the university's mission, Yenjing University pledges to furnish him with everything required including a peerless grade weapon. At these words, the others froze in stunned silence. No one had expected Li Dafei to be so generous, it was beyond anyone's imagination. Huang Jingtian and Song Qingyi exchanged glances, each seeing the fervor in the other's eyes. Watching the figure gradually approach from afar, the two finally gave a slight nod, clearly having made their decision. When Wu Chang met the principal again, the other officials had already departed, leaving only President Song Qingye and Li Dafei behind. Seeing Li Dafei's delighted expression, punctuated by occasional flashes of pained reluctance, Wu Chang knew the answer. It seemed Yenjing University had secured the most favorable terms among all the schools.
Otherwise, the principal wouldn't have specifically kept Li Dafei behind.
Congratulations, congratulations. Wu Chang, you've achieved another remarkable feat.
Li Dafei approached with a smile, his face radiating congratulations for Wu Chang.
Wu Chang merely smiled and nodded in return before approaching the president and casually inquiring.
Principal, what terms did Yenjing University offer?
A hint of excitement flashed in Wu Chang's eyes as he asked directly.
Hearing this, Li Dafei's smile instantly froze. How could you ask so directly in front of everyone? Don't you realize the person involved is right here? The principal, visibly excited, stepped forward and outlined Yenjing University's offer. 30 million in cash, plus equipment and gear for the next few years, even weapons of the peerless grade. Yenjing University will cover it all. Of course, all of this is contingent upon your completion of Yenjing University's mission. However, I have managed to secure one revered grade weapon for you. Huang Jingtiang's face betrayed unmistakable excitement and thrill, not only for Wu Chang's sake, but also because Huajiang No. 1 High School could now gain fame through this alone. Though he knew Wu Chang's solo victory over the demon god must remain confidential, the mere fact of his admission to Yenjing University was enough to elevate Huajiang No. 1 High School above all others. In this way, he had achieved something worthwhile. Yet upon hearing this condition, Wu Chang's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. He understood this offer matched the of many top-tier professionals, yet he still felt a pang of disappointment. What could he do? Every weapon he currently wielded was peerless grade. The God King Meteorite Blade was even a god-tier weapon. Yet, Yenjing University was offering him a venerable grade weapon? It truly felt like he was falling behind the pack. Still, he knew how to carry himself now. The stiffness vanished from his face, replaced by a smile. But Li Dafei saw it clearly. Wu Chang had clearly been disappointed just now. He had given him a revered grade weapon. How could it look like trash in Wu Chang's eyes? But hey, once everything settled, when Wu Chang entered Yenjing University, he'd get to see for himself whether this student who took on a demon god alone was a dragon soaring through the heavens or just a little bug dominating a corner. Song Qingye's face also wore an unceasing smile, but he steadied his emotions as he turned to Wu Chang, offering a quiet reminder. While we can't make a big fuss about this, you can certainly mention your admission to Yenjing University. Since there's nothing pressing now, why not go to the guild and select your 3 skill books? Hearing this, Wu Chang nodded in agreement. 3 skills. He just wondered if the skill books stored in the association would meet his needs. Chapter 37, Skill Books Restoration, Teleportation, and Enhancement. At the mention of skill books, Li Dafei's eyes lit up. Wu Chang's combat prowess had been tested, but by selecting skill books, he could gauge the true quality of Wu Chang's discernment. So, he shamelessly followed behind the group, regardless of whether they had invited him or not. Wu Chang, of course, paid no mind to such matters. The group made their way to the professional association, finally halting before the main gate. Li Dafei, come in. Principal Huang turned and rolled her eyes, grumbling irritably. At the command, Li Dafei immediately scampered over with a giggle, following the others inside the guild. This is where we store the skill books. Pick 3 for yourself. The quality of the skill books you get depends entirely on you. Song Qingye smiled as he opened a large door, releasing a wave of bookish fragrance. Wu Xing's face lit up with delight at the scent. This was the depth of a city-level guild. Even in a third-tier city like Huajing, its foundations far exceeded his expectations. He slowly stepped into the warehouse, only to find the skill books inside seemed to sense his presence. One by one, they began to float into the air. These skill books are the guild's treasured collection. They contain not only ordinary attack techniques but also some exceptionally powerful skills. Currently, the skill books are sealed. You can only choose based on your own intuition. Of course, you could ask me to select one for you, but the quality of the skill will depend entirely on my judgment. Song Qingye pointed at the skill books before explaining to Wu Chang. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward them, eager to see whether Wu Chang would trust his own instincts or rely on Song Qingye's judgment in this situation. Wu Chang, however, was filled with delight as a system prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Faced with Song Qingye's proposal, please make a choice. Option A, insist on your own choice. You can clearly see any sealed skill book during this selection and learn the skill immediately after use. Option B, let Song Qingye assist in the selection. Skill book quality increases by 1 tier. Seeing the system's options, Wu Chang felt immense excitement, though his expression remained calm and composed. Option B was certainly appealing after all, he had already managed to upgrade the skill book's quality once before. Another upgrade would mean even a basic attack skill could pack a decent punch. But compared to that, I trust my own choice more. Therefore, I choose option B. Wu Chang murmured silently, and a peculiar sensation instantly surged through him. Option A completed. Reward distributed. He didn't respond to Song Qingye, simply stepping into the storage room. Seeing this, the others understood Wu Chang's choice and followed him inside. The very first skill book he saw caught Wu Chang's attention. Thorns and Poison Spikes, clearly a skill with area control and debuff effects. However, his current damage output was sufficient to instantly kill monsters, rendering the skill book completely unnecessary. As for the second skill, it was a basic flying kick. While it included a short movement distance, it wasn't particularly practical. He continued browsing as he moved deeper inside. Though the others showed no expression, Song Qingye inwardly marveled at Wu Chang's sharp discernment. He had deliberately placed a decent control skill and a displacement attack skill at the front, yet Wu Chang showed no interest whatsoever, clearly a seasoned veteran. Wu Chang simply kept walking forward, and soon a skill caught his eye. Life Restoration restores health at the cost of stamina. Though it consumed stamina, this skill was already highly practical for Wu Chang. He desperately needed healing abilities, and as one of the few recovery skills accessible to non-specialist classes, Grand Life Restoration was already a solid choice. With that thought, he reached out and grabbed the skill book. Seeing Wu Chang's action, Song Qingye's face twitched. He hadn't expected Wu Chang to act so decisively. With the guild's already scarce collection of healing skills, this meant one less copy was now gone. Noticing Song Qingye's expression, Wang Jingti and Li Dafei both chuckled to themselves. Clearly, they hadn't expected Wu Chang to make Song Qingye feel such regret. But this outcome was undoubtedly the best. After all, the more outstanding Wu Chang proved himself, the greater his potential for future growth and the more valuable the resources provided by the academy would become. Continuing forward, Wu Chang soon spotted a skill book emitting a purple aura. He moved closer to examine it. Spatial Leap, teleport within a 20-meter radius. Usable once every 10 minutes. This is truly a treasure. Wu Chang was instantly overjoyed. A spatial skill, this was a rare treasure he had no reason not to claim. He swiftly snatched it up, and the skill book appeared in his hand. Song Qingye felt his heart bleed at this sight. Unlike healing skills, this was the sole spatial skill book held by the Huazhong City Practitioners Association. Now that Wu Chang had taken it, they were left with not a single spatial skill. Even if he appealed to the higher level association for a replacement, wouldn't that completely ruin his reputation? With that thought, Song Qingye gritted his teeth and accepted the situation. A promise made must be kept, even if it meant swallowing broken teeth. But when he saw the next skill book Wu Chang selected, the calm expression vanished from his face. Bloodline Curse consumes 1/3 of stamina to grant allied personnel a 10% boost to all attributes. Duration, 10 minutes. This augmentation skill is the association's most prized treasure, yet Wu Chang just reached out and grabbed it. Song Qingye couldn't help but inwardly rant. Is your luck really that incredible, Wu Chang? You pick nothing but the best stuff, not a single low-level skill among them. Ahem, Wu Chang, the guild is like your home, but you can't exactly empty the place out, can you? He couldn't help but offer a gentle reminder, inwardly marveling at his own shamelessness. How could he possibly go back on a promise he'd made? Hearing this, Wu Chang froze momentarily before grasping the implication. He chuckled and began returning the items. But Li Dafei and Huang Jingtian weren't having it. One shoved a skill book straight into Wu Chang's arms, while the other told Song Qingye to cut off his protest. Holding the 3 skill books in his hands, Wu Chang's face broke into a wide grin. True damage, buff skills, teleportation, and life recovery, he now possessed them all. Even a level 40 dungeon challenge was within his grasp. Meanwhile, Song Qingye stared at the 3 skill books, feeling like crying. These were all treasured possessions of the guild. Chapter 38, Godslayer Squad, Weapon Quality Upgrade? Seeing Song Qingye's forced smile, Li Dafei and Huang Jingtian couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. Even a wealthy guild leader could feel the sting of loss. This scene alone was enough to make the two of them inwardly jubilant, especially since all these skills had now fallen into Wu Cheng's hands. These things belonged to Wu Cheng anyway. Eventually, he'd bring them to Huajiang No. 1 High School or Yanjing University. Wu Cheng, meanwhile, examined his 3 new skills with immense satisfaction. With these skills, his weaknesses would be compensated for. Even if he faced a mob attack, he might even have the ability to fight back and kill his attackers. Even those dungeons rated 20 or 30 levels above me, I can challenge them now. Wu Cheng clenched his fist, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He recalled his first dungeon run when he'd needed Laoda's help. Now, he could tackle high-difficulty dungeons far beyond his level of feeling only he could truly understand. Seeing Wu Cheng complete his skill selection, Huang Jingtian and Li Dafei requested permission to leave from guild leader Song Chengyi. Before departing, however, Huang Jingtian revealed the matter concerning Principal Wang. Since this involves the Evil God Society, the association will handle it. As for that student named Li Huilei, Song Qingye fixed Li Dafei with a stern gaze, clearly unwilling to handle this matter himself. A simple punishment for Li Huilei wouldn't suffice, but if the punishment was too severe, he couldn't possibly impose collective punishment, could he? Li Dafei was clearly better suited to handle such matters. After all, as one of Yanjing University's admissions directors, he held considerable influence over other institutions. I know how to handle this. Li Dafei nodded solemnly. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger himself, a quiet mention would suffice. After all, other universities wouldn't want to admit a student with ties to the Evil God Society. With the matter settled, the two departed together. Before leaving, Li Dafei personally filled out and handed over the 30 million yuan card and the admission letter to Song Qingye. As for whether Wu Cheng would decline Yanjing University, frankly, he wasn't worried. Although other universities were gradually rising, Yanjing University still held its position as the top institution. Moreover, if other schools learned that Wu Cheng had broken his agreement with Yanjing University, they would likely be too afraid to even approach him. After the two departed, Song Qingye fixed Wu Cheng with a piercing gaze, his eyes brimming with unhidden anticipation. But while the demon god cult has appeared in Huajing City, so has this prodigiously talented prodigy, Wu Cheng. Perhaps Huajiang City's Godslayer squad could welcome a new member. Song Qingye's gaze toward Wu Cheng brimmed with admiration. Such a prodigy not joining the Godslayer squad would be a waste. With a month remaining, it's the perfect opportunity for Wu Cheng to complete missions alongside the Godslayer squad. Since we're stuck on several Godslayer level dungeons, it's perfect for this youngster to gain experience alongside the Godslayer squad. I hope your future accomplishments won't disappoint me. Though he harbored great expectations for Wu Cheng, Song Qingye knew that even with his addition, it would be difficult for him to play a decisive role in dungeons that the Godslayer squad itself couldn't conquer. Moreover, the monsters in these instances were all level 50 or higher, while Wu Cheng was barely level 20. Surviving the instance intact would be challenging enough for him, let alone expecting him to sway the outcome of the battle. But since it could serve as valuable training, Song Qingye naturally invited Wu Cheng to join the Godslayer squad. For no other reason than this, the Godslayer squad represented the absolute pinnacle of combat professionals in all of Huajing City. Even merely observing their battles would allow Wu Cheng to learn immensely. With that thought, he walked straight over to Wu Cheng. What followed left him utterly stunned. Wu Cheng had actually waved his skill book, causing it to slowly dissipate. A glow then emanated from his body. This was the sign that skill learning was complete. Wasn't it said that rogues faced immense difficulty in learning skills? Why did Wu Cheng learn 3 skills as easily as eating and drinking? Wait, even eating and drinking required swallowing, yet Wu Cheng had mastered skills with a mere wave of his hand. It was terrifyingly effortless. As for Wu Cheng, he was completely unaware that Song Qingye was right behind him, which was why he had used the skill book. Ah, bliss. The extra skills would massively boost his combat power. Soon, even Huajiang City's dungeons might not be challenging enough for him. And with the system's skill quality boost, the descriptions in the skill book had been amplified several times over. They were incomparable to the same skills learned by other classes. Before he could dwell on the thought, a sharp intake of breath echoed from behind him. Turning around, he saw Song Qingye staring at him in utter shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Guild leader, is something wrong? Wu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle softly as he asked. Hearing Wu Cheng's words, Song Qingye finally snapped out of his stunned state. It was no wonder anyone witnessing a lone practitioner master skills with such effortless ease would be astonished. The fact that he hadn't gasped aloud was already a testament to his composure. Nothing. I just wanted to tell you something. Song Qingye rubbed his palms together, his smile growing even brighter. After all, Wu Cheng's formidable strength was one thing, but his class traits were entirely different from other freelancers. Why were free agents considered the weakest class? It was precisely because learning skills was so difficult that they couldn't generate corresponding combat power. Some free agents took years to learn skills, yet Wu Cheng was different, he mastered them in mere seconds.
Given this, even if Wu Chang's combat power declined in the future, maintaining the level of an average combat class remained entirely possible.
The thought made Song Qingye unable to hold back any longer.
He stepped forward and blurted out his thoughts about the Godslayer squad. Wu Chang was taken aback when the guild leader invited him to join the Godslayer squad. Though he'd never heard of this team, the name alone suggested they were no ordinary group. And he was only level 20. Did this squad recruit talent regardless of level? So consider joining the Godslayer squad. Even though your level is a bit low, you won't lose out on learning combat experience. Song Qingye fixed Wu Chang with an intense gaze, but the latter remained rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the system prompt.
Faced with Song Qingye's invitation to join the Godslayer squad, please make a choice.
Option A, decline the invitation and declare you don't need guidance. Gain 100% EXP bonus for the next 10 days. Option B, accept the Godslayer squad invitation and pledge to conquer the first instance encountered. Receive a weapon quality upgrade hammer +1. Seeing the two options, Wu Chang felt conflicted. He genuinely didn't need anyone to guide him, and the 10-day EXP boost would be more than enough for him to level up like crazy. Although the EXP required would increase significantly later on, he might be able to use these 10 days to push himself straight to level 50 or even 60. As for the weapon quality upgrade, the prospect made his heart race. Once enrolled, he would receive a revered grade weapon. Perhaps he could upgrade it directly to peerless quality, elevating his combat prowess to a whole new level. Choose B. After some hesitation, Wu Chang ultimately chose to join the Godslayer squad. It wasn't that the experience bonus wasn't tempting, but a peerless grade weapon was far more rare. Levels could be raised eventually, but a peerless grade weapon was something one could only hope to encounter. Chapter 39, Shattering Dungeon Records, Mastery of All Martial Arts. I'm willing to join the Godslayer squad. With his mind made up, Wu Chang accepted Song Qingye's invitation without hesitation. Though he knew little of the team's strength, the name alone suggested this wasn't just any group. It was likely formed specifically to combat the evil god. Hearing Wu Chang's answer, Song Qingye's smile grew even broader. Though Wu Chang's strength was still modest, Song Qingye believed he would grow at an accelerated pace under the Godslayer squad's training. Simultaneously, a notification from the system flashed through Wu Chang's mind. Option completed. Weapon quality upgrade hammer issued. Ready for use anytime. Alright, head back and rest for today. The Godslayer squad will contact you tomorrow. We'll meet at the Frenzied Shark Forest. Though his heart raced with excitement, Song Qingye refrained from immediately arranging a handover with Wu Chang. First, Wu Chang's reputation was still low. Second, all members of the Godslayer squad were currently out conquering dungeons, making it impossible for them to return and interact with him. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang took his leave from Song Qingye. Just before departing, however, he received a storage card and an acceptance letter handed to him by Song Qingye. Is it that efficient? Upon returning home, Wu Chang couldn't help but chuckle softly. In the past, he knew seniors who had transitioned into top-tier professions and applied to Yenjing University. They were notoriously aloof. Not only did they require various assessments, but sometimes they even turned down applicants if too many of a certain profession were admitted. But when it came to him, they handed over the acceptance letter the moment he agreed. That efficiency was nothing short of remarkable. Ha, Xiao Chang, how did your admissions go today? Honey, what are you asking about? At the dinner table, his father cut straight to the chase, inquiring about Wu Chang's admission results. It wasn't that he was careless. He genuinely believed Wu Chang had moved past the disappointment of his failed career change. His mother, however, looked at Wu Chang with a hint of worry, fearing he might feel upset or uncomfortable by his father's inquiry. But Wu Chang understood his parents' expectations. He placed the memory card and acceptance letter on the table without hesitation. Seeing the storage card and acceptance letter on the table, his parents were both taken aback, unsure of what to say. Wu Chang smiled softly and said, "Mom and Dad, I'm going to bed now." Leaving his parents alone, Wu Chang returned directly to his room and pressed his ear against the door. Outside, a moment of silence fell, followed by an explosion of maniacal laughter. Haha, 30 million. 30 million. Honey, we're rich. That's for our son's wedding. If you dare touch it, I'll beat you to death. I checked the acceptance letter online. It's real. It's real. Our Wu Qingjin really got into Yenjing University. The frenzied laughter gradually faded, replaced by the parents' sobs. After he became a freelancer, both his school benefits and social standing plummeted to rock bottom. He'd even drifted into a hazy state of existence. Now, seeing him turn things around, how could they not be overwhelmed with emotion? Wu Chang gazed at the tiny holes gnawed by insects in the door, unable to suppress a soft chuckle as he shook his head in quiet reflection. The next day, his parents went to work as usual. In their words, their son had struck it rich. How could they not go out and show it off? After packing his belongings, Wu Chang headed straight for the meeting spot agreed upon the previous day. Mad Shark Forest, a dungeon inhabited by the shark people. The minimum difficulty was set to hard, with an entry requirement of level 50 or below. Its boss, the Frenzy Shark King, boasted terrifying level 70 stats, making it an unbeatable foe for ordinary adventurers.
But the God Slayer squad should be capable of handling it.
Wu Chang observed the crowd outside the instance, their expressions filled with hesitation, and gained a clearer understanding of the dungeon's difficulty. The challenge of this instance was likely far beyond his imagination. After waiting half an hour, he still hadn't seen any members of the Godslayer squad arrive.
Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Might as well go in and test my own strength.
Growing impatient, Wu Chang glanced around. Seeing no one paying him any mind, he directly requested a slot from the staff and entered the instance. But the moment his foot crossed the threshold, a voice echoed in his ears.
Special teleportation activated. You will be transported directly to the boss.
The dungeon's prompt left Wu Chang momentarily stunned.
He only wanted to test his strength, not come here to die.
The dungeon boss, the frenzied Shark King, was a level 70 monster. Even though the dungeon difficulty was only set to hard, he'd never attempted to kill a boss that was over 50 levels above him before.
Damn it, screw it.
The moment he landed, Wu Chang summoned all his weapons. The moment his armor materialized, a monstrous creature over 10 meters tall, wielding a massive cleaver, charged straight at him. Raging Shark King LV.70, the king of the Raging Shark clan who fought his way up from the lowest ranks, possessing power unmatched by other bosses of the same level. Strength, 2000 spirit, 100 physical resist, 1500 magic resist, 1500 stamina, 200,000. Skills, Frenzied Shark Strike, Hurricane Storm, Sandstorm, Serrated Slash, Martial Arts Mastery. This boss's attack power is a terrifying 2000 points, twice that of other bosses at this level. Upon seeing the Raging Wave Shark King, Wu Chang's heart sank instantly, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes.
Could he truly stand against a boss of this caliber? Damn it, die.
The hesitation in his heart lasted only an instant before Wu Chang swiftly wielded the God King Meteor Blade to attack. But astonishingly, just as the Divine King Meteor Blade was about to strike the Raging Wave Shark King, the enemy suddenly sidestepped the blow. Instantly, it grabbed the blade and hurled it back at Wu Chang.
Damn it.
Though he managed to regain control of the Divine King Meteor Blade just in time, the Raging Wave Shark King was now only 20 meters away. Its cleaver swung downwards in a direct strike the skill Raging Shark Assault. Seeing this, Wu Chang roared in fury. Space leap. In the next instant, he pierced through the spatial barrier and materialized directly above the Raging Wave Shark King. Gripping the God King Meteor Blade, he swung it down with brutal force.
Damage dealt, 40,930.
Critical hit triggered, additional damage, 42,976. Attack to head weakness, damage doubled. Triggered level 3 bleeding effect.
Bleeding, loses 300 HP per second.
A single strike had nearly taken half the Raging Wave Shark King's life. Combined with the fact that he was falling from the air, leaving the opponent no reaction time whatsoever, it dealt a staggering 167,813 points of damage. What astonished Wu Chang most was that the damage doubling effect from the Weapon Master's frame actually applied to the maximum life damage of the God King Meteorite Blade, an utterly terrifying weapon effect. Crashing to the ground, the Raging Wave Shark King was now utterly frenzied. The fatal head wound had nearly crippled its combat ability, and with its life hanging by a thread, it had entered its final countdown. If it couldn't kill the challenger before it, it would eventually bleed out and die. Driven by sheer survival instinct, it let out a furious roar and swung its massive cleaver wildly, utterly disregarding its wounds.
Wu Chang knew the enemy was merely a spent force.
After applying a blood curse buff to himself, he instantly teleported away. He then used the God King Meteor Blade and the Mage Staff to pin down the enraged boss. Within 8 minutes, the level 70 boss crashed to the ground, dying with a look of bitter resignation in its eyes.
Damn, that was close. Though the frenzied Shark King was dead, Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine as he stared at the gash over a meter deep in front of him. If luck hadn't been on his side, he might have perished here today. Defeated Raging Wave Shark King, gained 50,000 EXP. Congratulations! Leveled up to 25. Enhanced plunder successful. Acquired skill, Mastery of all weapons. Mastery of all martial arts, significantly reduces skill learning time and increases weapon damage by 10%. Before Wu Chang could savor his triumph, another dungeon notification echoed through the chamber. Dungeon record broken. Hard mode cleared in 8 minutes. Visit the guild to view details. Chapter 40, The Contact Person, member of the Godslayer squad. Wu Chang heard the announcement echoing through the dungeon. Instantly, a burst of light enveloped him, the teleportation mechanism activating. Though this might draw attention, the area outside the Mad Shark Forest was crowded with people, so he needn't worry about being spotted. What he didn't know was that both inside and outside the instance, the record-breaking achievement had already caused an uproar. Holy crap, someone cleared the Mad Shark Forest in just 8 minutes. Who the hell is this person? How could they possess such terrifying strength? What the hell kind of top-tier genius is this? Could it be one of those elite players level capping to farm dungeons? They're bored out of their minds running this dungeon? Even though Mad Shark Forest is only level 50, a 100 level pro might not even clear it if they level sync. This is terrifying. I'd call them the strongest. The entire instance entrance buzzed with this news, many eager to catch a glimpse of the player who cleared Mad Shark Forest in 8 minutes. Amidst the buzzing discussions, a slender figure appeared outside the instance. Yet those around her seemed utterly oblivious, as if she didn't exist in this world. She moved through the crowd, her beautiful eyes scanning the faces around her. A freshly printed photo clutched in her hand, her lips pressed tightly together. Oh dear, where is this Wu Chung fellow? The team leaders really have no sense of chivalry. They just finished a mission and now they're making me train this newbie. Does being a support class mean I have to do meaningless tasks like this every day? Hao Yanshu glanced at the photo, feeling utterly helpless. Yesterday, the guild leader had informed them that the Godslayer squad needed a new member. But back then, they'd been utterly overwhelmed in the Godslayer tier dungeon, leaving no time to properly assess Wu Chang. Today, the Godslayer squad finally got a day off, but while everyone else could relax, this support class had to make a special trip to meet this kid named Wu Chang. Still, this team that cleared the dungeon in 8 minutes is quite capable. I wonder which class is leading them. After searching for a while without finding Wu Chang, Hao Yanshua could only stare blankly at the dungeon entrance. The next moment, she saw several people teleporting out of the dungeon, each wearing a look of shock and disbelief. Amidst this crowd, a figure identical to the one in the photo slowly materialized, the very person she sought, Wu Chang. Spotting Wu Chang, Hao Yanshua immediately turned her gaze toward him only to see a look of blank bewilderment on his face. Looks like it's not him. Hao Yanshua shook her head slightly. She had overthought it. She had wondered if Wu Chang had cleared the Mad Shark Forest dungeon, but judging by his expression, that didn't seem to be the case. Meanwhile, Wu Chang pretended to be completely unaware, looking around with a bewildered expression, though inwardly he was filled with constant amazement. My acting is truly top-notch. Seeing that no one paid him any mind, Wu Chang let a faint smile touch his lips. The staff member who had given him the ticket earlier couldn't help but tease him. How was it? That dungeon's no walk in the park. Got to broaden your horizons, huh? With a smile on his face, Wu Chang replied with a laugh. It was enjoyable, though the difficulty level was a bit too low. Hearing Wu Chang's remark, the staff member laughed heartily, not taking the comments seriously. After all, Wu Chang had been checked before entering the instance, just a level 20 solo player. While it was hard to imagine which clan would bother training a solo player to level 20, such combat power would make surviving in the Mad Shark Forest for leveling nearly impossible. Thus, the staff member dismissed Wu Chang's words as nothing more than a joke. Seeing the disbelief, Wu Chang smiled and shook his head slightly. Why wouldn't anyone believe him when he was telling the truth? He walked to a secluded spot, sat cross-legged on the ground, and waited quietly for the Godslayer squad to arrive for their rendezvous. He'd waited here for so long that he felt a bit resentful, but since guild leader Song Qingye hadn't told him what to do next, he'd just keep waiting. If they still didn't show up after another half hour, he would definitely go to the association headquarters to demand a clear explanation from the chairman. Meanwhile, Hao Yanshua stood not far behind Wu Chang, a hint of amusement in her eyes. She had heard every word of Wu Chang's conversation with the staff earlier. She didn't believe for a second that he had broken the dungeon record. As for the expression on Wu Chang's face earlier, she dismissed it as nothing more than a young man putting on airs to save face. This is a good chance to test him properly. In the dungeon, one must always stay vigilant. A sly gleam flashed across Hao Yanshu's eyes. While she couldn't refuse Chairman Song Qingye's request, as a member of the Godslayer squad, testing a new recruit was only natural. With that thought, she casually unleashed a skill, and an elemental dagger materialized in her hand. Holding the elemental dagger, Hao Yanshua walked slowly toward Wu Chang. Of course, she had no intention of taking Wu Chang's life. Her primary goal was to teach this new recruit a lesson to maintain constant vigilance at all times, even outside the dungeon. Just as she prepared to strike, a system prompt echoed in Wu Chang's mind. Facing a sneak attack from Hao Yanshu of the Godslayer squad, please make a choice. Option A, do not dodge, feign being overpowered mental plus 20. Option B, dodge the attack strength plus 20. Option C, counterattack and take down this Godslayer squad member critical damage plus 25%. Hearing the system's voice, Wu Chang felt momentarily stunned. Members of the Godslayer squad ambushing him? Could they be colluding with the evil god? But the moment the thought surfaced, Wu Chang dismissed it. If the entire Godslayer squad were colluding with the evil god, then the entire guild would likely have been infiltrated already. More like a warning shot for new recruits, or perhaps an initiation test. That theory made perfect sense. Although he'd been nominated by the guild leader to join the Godslayer squad, it was only natural they wouldn't simply accept some random newcomer without a proper trial. Choose C. Though he didn't know the opponent's strength or class, if this Godslayer squad member favored ambushes, they were likely not particularly skilled. Of course, it was also possible they were currently in their class. But if it were a temporary class, they would have taken me down the moment I paused to think. I'm eager to see just how capable this Hao Yanshua really is. Wu Chang's lips curled slightly, but suddenly, he sensed a shrill cry and the whistling sound of an incoming projectile behind him. It seemed Hao Yanshu had made her move. In an instant, Wu Chang reacted. His right hand shot back, firmly seizing her wrist as his body thrust backward. Instantly, a wave of softness pressed against him. Hao Yenshu, a member of the Godslayer squad, am I correct? Wu Chang gazed down at the beauty kneeling before him, a teasing expression playing across his face. Hao Yenshua's face was twisted with humiliation. Though she was merely a support class, her level was about to break through the 100 mark. Yet here she was, completely outmaneuvered by this young upstart. Lifting her head, she pursed her lips and spoke in a voice thick with tears. Hey, what are you doing? Chapter 41, no buff needed? You just one-shot me? Ouch. What are you doing? Hao Yenshua's flushed face bore a mix of anger and humiliation, her furrowed brows adding a peculiar charm. Seeing a woman suddenly appear and such a beautiful one at that only to be pinned to the ground by Wu Chang, that clueless oaf, the crowd immediately gathered, eager to step in and play the hero. Option completed, critical damage plus 25%. The system's voice chimed in, signaling to Wu Chang that this matter should end here. He loosened his grip, and Hao Yenshua immediately broke free from his hold and stood up. You! Hao Yenshu glared at Wu Chang, but he stood there calmly, his finger pointing unobtrusively around them. Seeing the crowd gathering, Hao Yenshu knew this wasn't the time for anger. She had launched a surprise attack without warning and been caught by Wu Chang. Dwelling on it now would only make her look like an unskilled fighter. Oomph. Follow me. I'll see if this mad shark forest can bring you any luck. She grabbed Wu Chang's hand and, under everyone's gaze, charged straight toward the dungeon entrance. Seeing the two seemed acquainted, the spectators who had been itching to make a move earlier instantly deflated. They'd hoped to step forward and make an impression on the beauty, only to discover the pair were already familiar with each other. What a pity. As for Hao Yenshu, her blood boiled. She pulled out 100,000 credits to buy 2 tickets, downed a level reduction potion in one gulp, and dragged Wu Chang into the instance. This time, entering the dungeon went smoothly without incident, and Wu Chang felt slightly relieved. His previous victory over the frenzied Shark King had been pure luck, repeating that feat was far from guaranteed. But now, dispatching these minor monsters outside was child's play. Kid, you're pretty cocky, huh? Go ahead, show me how cocky you are in this level 50 dungeon. A hint of pride flashed across Hao Yenshu's pretty face. She had just graduated from university and returned to Huajing City to join the Godslayer squad. Although the Wu Chang before her was undeniably talented, and President Song had shared his impressive battle record with her. But he was still just a solo player under level 30. How strong could he really be? Defeating an avatar of the evil god? The Godslayer squad members had defeated avatars by the dozen. Wu Chang, however, wore a look of pain on his face, completely oblivious to Hao Yenshua's expression. Hey, I'm talking to you. Seeing Wu Chang ignore her, Hao Yenshua stamped her foot in frustration. The sound snapped Wu Chang back to reality. He looked at Hao Yenshu, shook his head, and sighed. Why did you just? Ah. Seeing Wu Chang like this, Hao Yenshua raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this guy wanted to ask why she had ambushed him? If that was the question, then it was easy to answer. Hao Yenshu put on an aloof expression, her voice icy as she said. Since you're asking so earnestly, I'll graciously enlighten you. Actually, did you know I don't need to buy a ticket? That's 50,000 yuan. Even as a member of the Godslayer squad, you shouldn't be spending money like that. Wu Chang cut Hao Yenshua off mid-sentence, forcing her to swallow her words. As expected, this guy had zero respect for her. She, Hao Yenshua, was the support for the Godslayer squad, the one who could buff her teammates like crazy. But since you're already here, fine. Let's start killing monsters. Seeing Hao Yenshua still frowning, Wu Chang assumed she was still upset and didn't bother explaining further. He simply walked toward the nearest group of monsters. Seeing Wu Chang ignore her and prepare to start grinding monsters, Hao Yenshua let out a cold laugh. This kid hasn't even started college yet, and he's already so arrogant. If I don't teach him a lesson, what kind of face would I have as his senior? She walked slowly behind him with a cold smile, silently chanting a simple incantation. This was a charged magic orb spell exclusive to the mage profession. Though she belonged to a support class, her specific role as a Spirit Blade priest allowed her to learn skills from mages, priests, assassins, and certain melee classes. For now, she could delay these monsters from reaching Wu Chang. But unless this brat suffered a setback, he'd never learn what respect for elders meant. Once Wu Chang is wounded, I'll step in. Then I'll see if this brat still dares to underestimate me. Hao Yenshua pouted, shifting her gaze toward Wu Chang. But the scene that unfolded next made her wish she could gouge out her own eyes and reinsert them to witness it again. 1000 HP mad sharks charged Wu Chang from all directions, their weapons gleaming with a sharp, icy glint. Though their HP was low, their defense soared to 500 points. Not just her, even the combat specialists in the Godslayer squad wouldn't dare claim they could walk away unscathed. Wu Chang, retreat. I'll cast a skill for you. Seeing the situation turn so dire, Hao Yenshua abandoned her stubbornness. She unleashed a charged magic orb to repel one shark, then immediately began chanting a healing spell to prevent Wu Chang from being instantly killed. Yet in the next instant, a set of armor materialized around Wu Chang's previously slender frame. A sword scabbard-like object appeared on his back, from which 2 weapons began to float. One blade was razor sharp, its icy glint seeming to freeze her very bones. The other, a staff, shimmered with a wise radiance, casting Wu Chang's form in the light of a sage. Die! The blade swept across the 5 raging sharks, instantly carving a precise, bone-deep gash. Then, a burst of light shot forth from the staff, instantly shattering the bodies of all 5 rabid sharks into pieces. Defeated 5 frenzied sharks, gained 5000 EXP. Enhanced plunder success, strength plus 20. In an instant, the 5 rabid sharks that had been snarling moments before were severed into pieces. One head rolled to Hao Yenshu's feet, its wide, bloodshot eyes still gleaming with a trace of madness and agony. Ah! Startled by the sight, Hao Yanshua panicked, unleashing her skill instinctively. But the distance was insufficient. The recovery skill, which consumed most of her stamina, missed its target entirely. Hearing the commotion behind him, Wu Chang slowly turned around just as the skill's visual effects faded away. What kind of Godslayer squad is this? Their mental fortitude is pathetic. Wu Chang was speechless. Wasn't this guy part of the Godslayer squad? Why did he seem so unreliable? Attempting a sneak attack on a solo player like him, who hadn't even reached level 30, was bad enough. But getting caught red-handed? Now, inside the dungeon, not only did he fail to buff himself, but after killing monsters, he started spamming skills recklessly. His mental fortitude was truly lacking. Sai needs more practice. Wu Chang walked over to Hao Yanshua, his eyes flickering with a hint of regret and resignation. If the entire Godslayer squad was made up of such unreliable members, he was truly unlucky. The sound snapped Hao Yanshua back to reality. She scrambled to her feet, scrutinizing Wu Chang from head to toe, her eyes brimming with unmistakable shock. Finally, she could only swallow hard and ask in a trembling voice. So? I hadn't even cast my skill yet, and you already one-shot the monster? Chapter 42, The Frenzied Shark King? Full buffs, one shot. So? I hadn't even cast my skill yet, and you already one-shot all the monsters? Hao Yanshua stared blankly at Wu Chang. What kind of terrifying attack power was this, capable of instantly killing monsters despite their 500 defense? Even members of their Godslayer squad couldn't achieve that. While these monsters weren't particularly troublesome at their level, they certainly couldn't be dispatched so cleanly and efficiently. Seeing the stunned look in her eyes, Wu Chang was speechless. Could the Godslayer's squad keep their emotions in check? He'd merely dispatched a few monsters. Why the over-the-top reactions? Let's move on. There are still plenty of monsters ahead. Wu Chang couldn't be bothered to waste words on Hao Yanshua. He sheathed his weapon and pressed onward into the depths of the dungeon. Seeing this guy show absolutely no chivalry, Hao Yanshua bit her lower lip, her face flushing with anger. Just a few years away, and the students of Huajian City have become this arrogant? Feeling belittled, she gritted her teeth, scrambled to her feet, and hurried to catch up with Wu Chang's pace. Having witnessed Wu Chang's formidable attacks earlier, Hao Yanshu knew her role now was to provide solid support for him. Having cleared the Mad Shark Forest dungeon multiple times with the Godslayer squad, she was intimately familiar with the routes here. Gather Hatred. Spirit Blade Enchantment. With 5 groups of monsters surrounding them, Hao Yanshua unleashed a crowd control skill without hesitation, then swiftly enchanted Wu Chang's weapon. Watching the God King's falling star blade gradually glow with a faint blue light, Wu Chang couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. No wonder they say fighting monsters with a support class makes all the difference, though these minions weren't much of a challenge. Even with the buff active, it didn't make much of a difference. Defeated Mad Shark, gained 25,000 EXP. Leveled up to level 28. Enhanced plunder successful, strength plus 30. In an instant, the swarm of mad sharks closing in was utterly annihilated by Wu Chang. He slowly sheathed his weapon, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. Against overwhelming power, sheer numbers meant nothing. 5 mad sharks weren't even a match for him alone. Even if their numbers were multiplied by 5, they'd still be no more than a single swing away. So? How's my buff working for you? Seeing Wu Chang standing still, Hao Yanshua couldn't help but stand tall and proud. Without her, these monsters would have given Wu Chang a run for his money. That was the true power of a support class. A skilled one could even turn the tide of battle. It's just okay. Why not just go straight for the boss? Wu Chang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Though the buff's effects weren't apparent against these monsters, facing the boss might yield some unexpected results. Hearing Wu Chang's suggestion, Hao Yanshua's eyes lit up. The boss, the Frenzied Shark King, was a level 70 challenge. Even on hard mode, it was beyond the capabilities of a support class like hers. But now, with this kid Wu Chang around, perhaps the two of them could clear this dungeon. Alright. I happen to have a teleportation scroll that takes us straight to the boss. Shall we use it now? Hao Yanshua's mind was already filled with visions of her and Wu Chang defeating the Frenzied Shark King. Once they returned to the party, the leader and the others would surely stop mocking her. Wu Chang shook his head, however, disagreeing with the idea. This is only a hard-level dungeon. Wasting a teleportation scroll would be too extravagant. Wu Chang rejected Hao Yanchu's suggestion not because he didn't want to challenge the boss, but because this difficulty level simply wasn't worthy of a teleportation scroll. Though he didn't know the exact quality of the teleportation scroll, its ability to instantly transport them to the boss's location clearly indicated it wasn't low grade. Using it on the easiest dungeon would be a waste. Let's back out and directly choose the highest difficulty dungeon to challenge. What do you think? As he spoke, Wu Chang's lips curved into a slight smile, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Hearing his words, Hao Yanchua froze in surprise. The highest difficulty in Mad Shark Forest was Hell Mode. However, due to its significant level suppression effect, very few adventurers had cleared this difficulty. Even attempting it with level suppression was extremely challenging. Now, with only the two of them, attempting to clear a Hell level dungeon was, if not a pipe dream, then certainly unrealistic. Yet, seeing the unwavering resolve in Wu Chang's eyes, Hao Yanchua gritted her teeth and agreed. Alright, let's go for the Hell difficulty dungeon. The pair exited the instance, purchased tickets, and immediately selected the Nightmare difficulty to enter. This difficulty level was sparsely populated. Monsters filled the view, with barely any other adventurers in sight. Let's go! Hao Yanchua pulled out a teleportation scroll and crushed it. A faint white light instantly enveloped both of them. The next second, Wu Chang felt a flash before his eyes, and then he saw a massive, colossal Raging Wave Shark King. Compared to the hard difficulty boss, this Hell difficulty boss was even larger in size, signifying even more terrifying power. Raging Wave Shark King LV.70, the most fearsome ruler of the Shark clan, whose terrifying attacks can even tear the earth apart. Strength, 5000 spirit, 500 physical resist, 4000 magic resist, 4000 stamina, 200,000. Skills, Frenzied Shark Strike, Hurricane Storm, Sandstorm, Serrated Slash, Martial Mastery, Earth-Splitting Slash, Secondary Damage. With a staggering 5000 strength, this is no foe for a lone adventurer. Even with Hao Yanchua stacking every possible buff, she'd be as fragile as paper against such terrifying assaults. Can you handle this? Hao Yanchua gritted her teeth as she stared at the Mad Wave Shark King. Though its stamina remained unchanged, all its other attributes had surged dramatically. Even the most heavily armored member of the Godslayer squad wouldn't dare claim they could withstand more than a few hits from this beast. Hearing his words, Wu Chang merely tilted his lips slightly and turned back to say, "A man never says he can't. Stop hesitating. Cast every buff you have." Seeing Wu Chang's unwavering confidence, Hao Yanchua's hesitation vanished instantly. She drew her staff and unleashed a spell, causing the crystal atop it to burst into a dazzling spectrum of colors. Spirit Blade Enchantment. Power Amplification. Spirit Empowerment. Life Lock. Instantly, 4 buffs were applied to Wu Chang. The Raging Shark King, noticing the two challengers, roared furiously and charged forward. Seeing the boss, Hao Yanchua clenched her teeth. Now, she could only trust Wu Chang. Bloodline Curse. Since the support class couldn't apply buffs, she'd have to do it herself. Under Hao Yanchu's astonished gaze, Wu Chang's skill spread to her, instantly boosting all her attributes by 20%. This was a system-enhanced skill doubling the effect while drastically reducing the mana cost. At that moment, Wu Chang gripped the God King's falling starblade with trembling hands. Empowered by multiple buffs, he felt his condition had reached its peak. God King Slash. With the Spirit Blade enchantment, the weapon's power increased by 20%, enabling it to unleash 3 ranged attacks like Blade Chi or Sword Energy. In an instant, 2 5-meter-wide blade auras streaked toward the Frenzy Shark King. Yet the beast, relying on its mastery of martial arts, leapt high into the air to evade them. Now! As the final blade aura struck, the Raging Wave Shark King, with nowhere left to evade in the sky, had no choice but to take the full brunt of the attack. Damage dealt, 80,721. Critical hit triggered, additional damage, 105,000. With just one strike, the once menacing Raging Wave Shark King was left barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, Wu Chang, wand in hand, released a magic orb with a faint smile on his lips. Damage dealt, 20,000. Boss defeated. Boom! The Raging Shark King perished before even reaching them, likely unaware of his demise until the very end. As the boss fell, Hao Yanchua was about to cheer when the dungeon's notification sounded. Hell difficulty dungeon record broken. Clear time, 1 minute 30 seconds. Chapter 43, Hidden Boss, Godslayer difficulty. New dungeon record, 1 minute 30 seconds. The announcement echoed throughout the entire instance, reaching even those outside. But the most terrifying part was that someone had actually cleared the dungeon in just 1 minute and 30 seconds? Keep in mind, this is a Hell difficulty dungeon. Even just defeating the boss alone takes more than 1 minute and 30 seconds. Their challenge teams tackled hard mode bosses in hours. How could Hell mode be measured in seconds? This is unreasonable. Damn it! The record for the hard difficulty dungeon was broken, and now the Hell difficulty one has been broken too. Who the hell did this? It definitely wasn't a challenge team. Otherwise, why wouldn't they step forward and claim it? Is this even a record humans can break? We have to find this team. We absolutely must recruit these talents to our team. We can't let other teams beat us to it. Instantly, everyone rushed toward the guild headquarters, desperate to uncover the identity of the record breaker. Meanwhile, Wu Chang and Hao Yenshu, still deep within the dungeon, remained unaware of the commotion outside as they focused on clearing the dungeon boss for its rewards. Defeated Hell difficulty Raging Shark King, experience plus 80,000. Leveled up to level 31. Enhanced plunder success, strength plus 50. In an instant, Wu Chang felt his body grow more formidable. The 50-point strength boost alone elevated his already formidable prowess to terrifying heights. 185 strength points? Even top-tier professionals would struggle to reach that figure. No wonder they need to team up for dungeons. This gap alone is nearly impossible to overcome. Wu Chang clenched his fist, gaining a clearer grasp of his own power. As for Hao Yenshu, her eyes burned with intensity as she looked at Wu Chang. She had initially assumed this new recruit was merely here to gain experience, but to think he had conquered the hell difficulty of Mad Shark Forest with just the two of them was beyond belief. If someone had told her before the two people could clear Mad Shark Forest, she would have dismissed it as a joke. But now, she truly believed in the existence of prodigies like this. This guy's solo play is completely different from everyone else's. Hao Yenshua recovered from her shock, her gaze lingering on Wu Chang as speculation filled her mind. Weren't all other solo players the weakest links in combat? Yet with Wu Chang, she couldn't pinpoint where his weakness lay. Not only did he possess formidable offensive capabilities, but his reaction speed was terrifying. And to top it off, Wu Chang could even use support skills. He was practically an all-around powerhouse. Look, what's that? Just as she pondered, Wu Chang's voice rang out, tinged with confusion. Hao Yenshua looked up and saw a circular object slowly floating up from the corpse of the frenzied wave Shark King, emitting a faint glow. The hidden boss mark. She stepped forward, grasping the mark in her hand, utterly stunned. They had cleared the Mad Shark Forest dungeon countless times without ever knowing a hidden boss existed. Discovering this hidden boss mark was a completely unexpected delight. Another unfamiliar term, but Wu Chang knew it must relate to the dungeon's hidden boss. Hao Yenshua's serious expression made him wonder what level this boss might be. Composing herself, Hao Yenshua looked up at Wu Chang, her expression bitter as she said. The mark of the hidden boss in the frenzied shark forest requires clearing the dungeon on hell difficulty and defeating the boss within 5 minutes. And this hidden boss is God-slaying tier difficulty, with a level cap of 50. Hearing her voice, Wu Chang finally understood why Hao Yenshua had been silent earlier. A God-slaying hidden boss? This was absolutely beyond any challenge team's capabilities. Perhaps only a God-slaying squad had a chance of defeating it. Yet Wu Chang merely smiled as he took the token from Hao Yenshua's hand. A system prompt immediately flashed in his mind. Facing a Godslayer level hidden boss, please make a choice. Option A, abandon the challenge and surrender the token to the guild mental plus 30. Option B, summon a Godslayer squad to challenge at critical hit rate plus 15%. Option C, directly challenge the hidden boss dungeon rewards quintuple upon clearing. Option C, one-shot it. In the face of dungeon rewards, all stats are but fleeting. He already had 50 elite exchange tickets from boss kills, but not a single hidden exchange ticket. Now that an opportunity to obtain hidden vouchers had presented itself, he wouldn't let it slip away. Besides, a 5-fold reward was incentive enough to take the risk. Summon now. Under Hao Yenshu's horrified gaze, Wu Chang crushed the seal. The earth trembled as the boss's mark transformed into specks of crimson light, entering the body of the Mad Wave Shark King. The fallen boss rose from the ground, flesh and blood violently regenerating across its form. Its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty crimson light. Blood-soaked Shark King LV.70. The corpse of the frenzy Shark King has been reanimated under the control of an evil god, even imbued with a trace of divine essence. Strength 8000, spirit 0, physical resist 0, magic resist 0, stamina 500000. Skills: Blood Shark Frenzy, Shark King's Earthquake, Evil God Soul Devour, immune to pain. 3 stats at 0, yet exchanged for even more terrifying attack power and stamina. Roar! The corpse Blood Shark King let out an inhuman scream from its mangled throat. Clenching the machete in its hand, it swung it wildly, guided by the remnants of its corpse's memories. Retreat! The terrifying attack ripped the ground apart. Hao Yenshua urgently ordered Wu Chang to retreat. A boss of this caliber was beyond their capabilities. But Wu Chang didn't move. This boss was formidable, even stronger than any they'd faced before. Yet it possessed a fatal weakness: divinity. My Godslayer isn't messing around. Using the weapon quality upgrade hammer. Target: God King Meteor Blade. Though uncertain if it would work, Wu Chang knew that while he might be able to stall the boss for now, the same couldn't be said for Hao Yenshu. Only by maximizing their own combat strength could they possibly survive the attacks of this god-slaying boss and escape alive. Yet as a mythic tier weapon, the God King's Falling Star Blade, would the upgrade hammer even affect it? The next instant, a golden elemental hammer materialized before Wu Chang, while the God King Meteor Blade rose into the air. At Wu Chang's command, the elemental hammer struck down with a thunderous crash. Instantly, the God King Meteor Blade erupted with a blazing, intense glow. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining the world's first super god tier weapon, the world-slaying god-slaying blade. Chapter 44, World-slaying god-slaying blade, super god tier weapon. World-slaying god-slaying blade, super god tier, a weapon forged from the blood of deities. Even an immortal god king risks falling before it. All damage dealt is true damage, ignoring any health lock or invincibility skills. When fighting bosses, each attack deals an additional 10% of the target's current health as damage, with a chance to inflict an extra 10% of the target's maximum health as damage. Grows stronger alongside its owner's level. Usable by melee classes. Skills, Godslayer/exclusive skill, deals 500% strength damage, doubled against bosses. 5-minute cooldown, refreshes upon boss kill, haughty exclusive skill, grants immunity to mental attacks. Next attack after killing an enemy deals double damage. Current bonuses, strength plus 100, spirit plus 50, critical rate plus 20%. Upon obtaining the world-shattering god-slaying blade, Wu Chang instantly felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his entire being. This is a god-tier weapon. An overwhelming surge of excitement welled up within Wu Chang. The world's sole god-tier weapon now lay in his grasp, its power destined to unlock alongside his own growth. With that thought, he flickered his wrist, instantly tracing a graceful blade pattern. Today, he would celebrate the birth of this god-tier weapon by taking down the Corpse Blood Shark King. Meanwhile, Hao Yenshu was nearing exhaustion. Though the Corpse Blood Shark King was a corpse, its residual combat instincts allowed it to discern which challenger posed the greater threat, hence its relentless pursuit of Hao Yenshu. But soon, it sensed a terrifying aura of power, as if something capable of instantly slaying it had appeared nearby. Roar! The Blood Shark King whipped its head around to see a young man approaching with a carefree grin, his long sword radiating a thick aura of death. Enraged, it hurled its blade forward before charging on all fours like a rabid beast. This human who appeared today, it would tear him to shreds. This wasn't merely the instinct of a monster, it was the faint divine essence of a demon god within its body trembling, constantly warning it of the danger posed by the figure before it. Wu Chang, run! Hao Yenshua, seeing the bloodstained Shark King abandon her, urgently shouted the warning. This boss was no ordinary corpse, its terrifying power could even crush the living Madwave Shark King outright. If Wu Chang fell here, it would truly be a loss far outweighing any gain. But Wu Chang seemed oblivious, his smile only deepening as a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Watching the boss charge toward him, he murmured softly. Immune to pain, can lock health 10 times. But my damage? Not even a god can lock it down. Roar! The Blood Shark King lunged forward, attempting to seize Wu Chang. Yet in the next instant, Wu Chang vanished and reappeared over 40 meters away, his world-shattering god-slaying blade already raised high. This strike slay the gods. Under Hao Yenshu's horrified gaze, the world-shattering god-slaying blade in Wu Chang's hand instantly radiated blinding divine light. A blade aura shot forth as if to cleave the heavens and split the earth, targeting the Corpse Blood Shark King. Damage dealt, 457,000. Triggered additional damage, 50,000. Bloodlock failed. Bloodlock failed. Bloodlock failed. A series of health lock failure alerts flashed across the screen, leaving Hao Yenshua utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Even with her composure, a curse slipped out before she could stop it. Just one strike had caused the Godslayer difficulty boss to fail its health lock and multiple failure alerts at that. Was something else going on in the instance? Otherwise, how could Wu Chang, a lone player, possibly deal such terrifying damage? Roar! The Corpse Blood Shark King's body was covered in slash marks. As a flash of bloodlight appeared, its form instantly shattered into pieces, all signs of life extinguished. Wu Chang watched the fallen boss coldly, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. This was the true power of a god-tier weapon. Even without any enhancements, it possessed the might to slay bosses below level 100. Defeated Corpse Blood Shark King, gained 200,000 EXP. Congratulations! Leveled up to 40. Obtained 30 hidden exchange vouchers. Enhancement plunder successful, dual resistances plus 50. The moment the Corpse Blood Shark King fell, Wu Chang heard the familiar level up notification chime ringing in his ears. Though he gained 200,000 EXP, it merely boosted his level from 31 to 40. Future level ups would likely demand millions of EXP points. Wu Chang, are you even human? A shrill cry shattered the silence. Hearing it, Wu Chang thought a new boss had appeared. But when he looked up, it was Hao Yenshua staring at him in utter shock, her eyes filled with terror and a hint of awe. Though both were human, Wu Chang's combat prowess clearly exceeded Hao Yenshu's imagination. A solo player in their 30s clearing Godslayer difficulty was already extraordinary, but Wu Chang had defeated a level 70 hidden boss? Was this the kind of combat power a solo player should possess? See? You're getting anxious again. Wu Chang chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with mockery. After all, if someone killed a 100-level boss at level 50, he'd be suspicious too. The class card can't be forged. With that, Wu Chang extended his hand, revealing his class card. His eyes held an unmistakable sincerity and calm. This single sentence snapped Hao Yenshua back to her senses, a flush spreading across her cheeks. It made sense. A profession card existed from the moment a person was born, only appearing after a class change. Once the profession holder died or their soul was corrupted by the dark god, the card would dissipate, impossible to reform. She had already checked Wu Chang's card before entering the instance. Now that he offered it to her again, there was no way he could be someone altered by the evil god society. I suppose I overreacted. Out of caution, she still examined Wu Chang's profession card. After confirming there were no issues, Hao Yanshua patted her chest, causing a sudden surge of relief. After stowing the card away, Wu Chang gazed up at the sky. He couldn't shake the feeling that after slaying the Blood Shark King, the sky above this dungeon had changed somehow. What is it? Seeing Wu Chang's reaction, Hao Yanshua looked up too, but she couldn't discern anything unusual. Nothing. Wu Chang shook his head, inwardly musing that dealing with the demon god so often had made him see signs of its impending arrival everywhere. Let's go. We need to report the situation here to the guild. He glanced at Hao Yanshua, seeing she too had detected nothing amiss, and finally relaxed. Chapter 45, Godslayer Squad, codename, Celestial Sovereign. Only upon exiting the instance did Wu Chang and Hao Yanshua grasp the magnitude of the impact they caused. Though not as terrifying as a dungeon tremor, their consecutive record-breaking runs, especially shattering the hell difficulty record to 1 minute 30 seconds, had already prompted a response from the association. Numerous challenge teams had even come knocking, desperate to learn from guild officials the identities of those who had shattered the records. But the Godslayer Squad was classified information, and Wu Chang was essentially a reserve member. Naturally, no one could pry any details out of him. Thus, even when these challengers offered hefty sums for information, the guild remained tight-lipped. They practically avoided the challengers altogether. There was nothing they could do. While these individuals were generous with their offers, the matter had been locked away by the association's management. They had absolutely no access to it. Even the association's chairman, Song Qingye, was alarmed by the situation. He had to stay behind, canceling his scheduled meeting. He assumed some prodigious professional had emerged. How else could someone clear the dungeon so swiftly? But when he checked the guild system, damn it, only 2 people had cleared it, and he knew both of them personally. One was Hao Yanshua, the support player from the Godslayer Squad. The other was Wu Chang, the rookie he'd personally recommended to join the squad. Damn it, what the hell is going on with these two? Song Qingye was both stunned and thrilled. The Mad Shark Forest dungeon was notoriously difficult to challenge, yet now records were being broken one after another. But how had just 2 people managed to pull this off? Gather the men and cordon off the entire instance. I'll see what these 2 have up their sleeves. Under Song Qingye's orders, the guild members layered the entire instance with multiple security rings. Just to be safe, they even summoned Xinglong, the 200-level top-tier combat specialist and leader of Huajing City's Godslayer Squad. The moment Wu Chang and Hao Yanshua emerged, they were confronted by this scene. Song Qingye stood alongside a figure wearing a Xinglong mask, while the surrounding combatants stared at them as if facing a formidable enemy. Song Hui. Spotting a familiar face, Wu Chang was about to greet him when Xinglong's figure flickered and instantly materialized before him. Next, he felt his body grow light as Xinglong lifted him off the ground. Before he could react, he was tossed onto the floor. Chairman, no problem. Xinglong nodded to Song Qingye before vanishing into thin air. Staring at the vanished Xinglong, Wu Chang would have thought he was dreaming if not for the lingering sting on his backside. He glanced back at Hao Yanshua and saw she was in no better shape than he was. Only then did he realize the man wearing the Xinglong mask had truly been there. Hearing Xinglong's reply, Song Qingye finally relaxed, his mood shifting to excitement. Without being corrupted by the power of the demon god, they had broken through the hell-level difficulty of the Mad Shark Forest with just the 2 of them. This Wu Chang truly hadn't disappointed him. Good. Come on, let's head back and discuss this later. Song Qingye laughed heartily as he approached the pair, then pulled them into his private vehicle, driving straight back to the association headquarters. As for the others, they would maintain order here before departing. Back at the association, Song Qingye led Wu Chang and the other into an office, only to find someone already seated on the sofa inside. Chairman. Xinglong rose to greet Song Qingye, but his gaze immediately shifted to Wu Chang. He had already ascertained the details of the earlier incident. Wu Chang and Hao Yanshua had cleared the hell difficulty of the Mad Shark Forest. Even Xinglong, known for his composure, was somewhat astonished upon hearing this. While the dungeon posed no challenge to him, he could clear it solo in under 5 minutes. This involved Wu Chang and Hao Yanshua. One was a newly recruited support player, the other a solo adventurer not even officially part of the team. By any measure, they seemed an unlikely combination to form a combat-effective duo. That they had cleared a hell difficulty dungeon was truly astonishing. Sit down, everyone. Song Qingye showed no airs whatsoever. After gesturing for everyone to sit, he proceeded to introduce them. This is Xinglong, captain of the Godslayer Squad. His class is Nightstalker. And this is Wu Chang. You saw his profile last time. Who'd have thought he'd surprise us again? With the guild leader's introduction, Wu Chang now understood Xinglong's true identity. He had suspected Qinglong might be a member of the Godslayer squad but never imagined his rank would be even higher than that. As it turned out, he was to be his future squad leader. Hao Yanchua, clearly intimidated by this captain, had already shed her usual sharp demeanor. She sat stiffly on the sofa like a schoolgirl, not daring to move. "I've reviewed your profile. It's quite impressive." A hint of mockery flickered across Qinglong's face. Though his words praised Wu Cheng's profile, his expression remained utterly cold. With a wave of his hand, an old parchment scroll materialized out of thin air, emanating an inexplicable aura. "Sign this team contract." As he spoke, the parchment floated toward Wu Cheng under Qinglong's control. Wu Cheng reached out and grasped it. The parchment emitted a faint residual warmth as he studied it intently. Yet, only one line was written on it: "Never betray any comrade. Never compromise with the Dark God." In the lower right corner, names were scrawled in blood. Upon closer inspection, Wu Cheng recognized the characters for Hao Yanchu. Seeing these names, Wu Cheng felt a surge of spirit. These are all members of the Godslayer squad. Faded names signify they have perished. The crimson markings above signify those who have embraced the embrace of thee. You have one final choice: join the Godslayer squad or withdraw here. Before you decide, let me remind you I've personally killed no fewer than 20 of those who colluded with the Dark God. Qinglong's voice was utterly cold, betraying no emotion whatsoever. Yet Wu Cheng knew that behind these words lay countless frustrations. If not for the evil god, how could these Godslayer squad members have died or been corrupted? Qinglong taking action to eliminate them was the only option. Otherwise, if captured by the association, the torture awaiting them would be worse than death. That is precisely why I joined the Godslayer squad. I will slaughter every single one of the evil gods, leaving not a single one alive. Wu Cheng's gaze grew icy as he bit his finger and wrote his name on the parchment scroll. The moment his name was complete, he felt a peculiar bond form between himself and the parchment. Seeing this, President Song Qingye, Hao Yanchu, and Qinglong all wore expressions of admiration. Qinglong rose immediately and approached Wu Cheng. His cold gaze seemed to pierce through him, yet Wu Cheng showed no sign of flinching. After a long, unbroken stare, Qinglong finally chuckled softly. "Very well. From this day forward, you are a member of the Godslayer squad. Within the team, you may use your given names, but outside, you must adopt a codename. I am Qinglong. Hao Yanchu's codename is Yenling. And you, Wu Cheng, your codename is Heavenly Lord." Chapter 46, Duo Team Dungeon Run or Murder? Heavenly Lord. Hearing his codename, a flicker of surprise crossed Wu Cheng's eyes. Though he didn't know what it signified, it felt like Azure Dragon had great expectations for him. Song Qingye, who understood the significance of this codename, frowned slightly. Heavenly Lord, this codename hadn't been used in the Godslayer squad for a very long time. The last person to bear it had been 30 years ago, a figure whose power far surpassed even Qinglong's at the same level. Tragically, he had been slain by an avatar of the evil god during a dungeon challenge, and the title had lain dormant ever since. Within the Godslayer squad, earning this title was notoriously difficult. Over the past 3 decades, many prodigies had joined the squad, yet not a single one had convinced Qinglong to relinquish it. Unexpectedly, today, Qinglong actually handed this codename over to Wu Cheng, and crucially, the latter's profession is merely that of a freelancer. This clearly signifies that Wu Cheng's performance has earned Qinglong's complete recognition, otherwise, he would never have bestowed this codename. Don't let this codename down. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Qinglong's eyes before he regained his composure. Wu Cheng, sensing the weight of the title in his tone, nodded solemnly. Understood. Upon hearing his reply, both Qinglong and Song Qingye's eyes flashed with approval. They hoped Wu Cheng would live up to this codename, or rather, that the Dark God wouldn't discover him before he had a chance to grow. Hao Yanchu, however, was simply filled with delight, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she smiled. Since you're now part of the Godslayer squad, let's begin the mission. Before Wu Cheng could savor his excitement at joining the Godslayer squad, Qinglong's cold voice cut through his thoughts. At those words, Wu Cheng's mood plummeted from the mountaintop to the bottom of a cliff. He had only just joined the Godslayer squad. Why were they assigning him a mission already? Shouldn't they have offered some benefits first to win his loyalty? But now that he was already on this ship, there was no turning back. He had no choice but to accept it obediently. There are 2 missions here. You and Hao Yanchuai will be working together. The first is to clear a major dungeon, with the minimum difficulty set at Nightmare. As for the second task, it requires you to kill someone. At the word kill, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashed in Qinglong's eyes. Wu Cheng felt a chill run down his spine, his curiosity piqued. Who could possibly provoke such a reaction from the formidable Captain Qinglong? To be honest, during their brief interaction earlier, Wu Cheng hadn't sensed any airs from Qinglong. He'd even seemed somewhat approachable. Aside from the occasional terrifying aura that flickered through, Qinglong appeared no different from an ordinary person. But now, his edge was fully exposed, with no intention of concealing his strength whatsoever. Kill whom? Seeing Qinglong's expression and recalling his earlier mention of certain individuals already corrupted by the evil god, Wu Cheng's suspicions began to crystallize. As if sensing Wu Chang's uncertainty, Xinglong waved his hand, instantly reigning in his overwhelming aura. He sat down on the sofa, his tone solemn. While the ultimate goal is to eliminate those comrades corrupted by the evil god, it's still too much to ask of you. The person I want you to kill is a hidden member of the evil god society. Thanks to the association's thorough search, we managed to uncover this individual. Of course, bringing him back alive would be ideal, but I suspect that might prove difficult for you. A smile played on Xinglong's face, the teasing expression seeming to openly tell Wu Chang that his strength was still insufficient to bring this person back alive. Wu Chang understood this look. After all, Xinglong's rank had surpassed 200. To him, an enemy who appeared effortlessly relaxed might well be an insurmountable foe. Xinglong, too, gave Wu Chang a glance. Seeing the man's expression remain utterly unruffled, he couldn't help but give him a silent nod of approval. A lone practitioner possessing skills beyond the reach of even top-tier professionals, yet completely unfazed by his subtle taunt, this youth's future promise was clearly beyond his own reach. Choose now. 2 tasks. Xinglong's tone was indifferent, but inwardly, he hoped Wu Chang would choose the first one. After all, they had just broken the record for the Mad Shark Forest. Challenging another instance would pose little difficulty. But if Wu Chang sought to challenge himself, choosing the second task was understandable, though it would carry a bit more danger. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in Wu Chang's mind. First mission after joining the Godslayer squad. Please make your choice. Option A, challenge the dungeon, refresh the dungeon record, shorter times yield better rewards, up to 10 times the original dungeon rewards. Option B, capture members of the evil god society, gain 20 strength upon killing them, bring them to Xinglong for 100 strength. Both options thrilled Wu Chang, leaving him momentarily unable to decide. I'll go with A. After weighing the difficulty, Wu Chang ultimately chose to challenge the dungeon. After all, breaking the dungeon record shouldn't be too difficult for him, but delivering that evil god society member to Xinglong would be quite a challenge. Weighing the options, the former clearly emerged as the superior choice. Having made his decision, Wu Chang didn't hesitate. He looked up at Xinglong and declared, "Captain, I want to challenge the dungeon." Hearing his words, Xinglong, Song Qingye, and Hao Yenshu all breathed a sigh of relief. The first two had hoped Wu Chang would challenge himself, yet also wished he'd play it safe to avoid danger. As for Hao Yenshu, it was purely because she was a support class with low combat prowess. While challenging the dungeon still posed difficulties, having Wu Chang lead the way made it manageable. But if they were going to kill people, she truly couldn't offer much help. Alright. Since you've made your choice, there's no room for regrets. Level 40 Dungeon, Garden of Ill Omen. This is your mission with Hao Yenshu. After assigning the task, Xinglong slowly dissipated into thin air, even the dust on his body vanishing alongside him. Wu Chang watched with envy as this skill of appearing and vanishing without a trace unfolded. Not only did he come and go without a shadow, but even the starlight that accompanied his dissipation was dazzlingly beautiful, truly enviable. I hope to obtain the skill book for this ability someday. It pains me that such a cool and practical skill isn't mine. Wu Chang murmured inwardly, though his expression remained largely unchanged. As for guild leader Song Qingye, he wouldn't interfere with the Godslayer squad's decisions. Thus, he could only watch as Wu Chang made his choice. Do your best. He murmured in Wu Chang's ear before turning and leaving the office. Suddenly, the entire office was left with only Wu Chang and Hao Yenshu. Hao Yenshu, who had been somewhat reserved moments ago, instantly perked up. Wu Chang, while your talent is exceptional, I am still your senior. Alright, today's dungeon run wore me out. I'll head back tomorrow. See you later. With that, she cast her invisibility skill on herself and vanished. Watching Hao Yenshu vanish like that, Wu Chang could only shake his head with a wry smile. If his teammate wanted to start tomorrow, what else could he do? He had no choice but to follow her lead. Chapter 47, Xiaozhang City, Chengchu. The next day, when Wu Chang arrived at the Eternal Garden to mourn the ill omen, he found Hao Yenshu already waiting there. Unlike her vibrant attire the previous day, Hao Yenshu was now dressed in thick layers. What's this? Playing it safe now? Why are you bundled up like a cabbage? Wu Chang chuckled lightly before speaking, causing Hao Yenshu to roll her eyes involuntarily. This guy was just so irritating. She was dressed so beautifully, yet in his mouth, it turned into a cabbage. Fine, I won't bother arguing with you. Hao Yenshu pouted, her eyes sparkling like precious gems. Hey, little brother, I studied this dungeon thoroughly yesterday. Most of the monsters inside are plants, and they're incredibly resilient. The boss spawn mechanism is quite interesting too. Once you accumulate 1,000,1,000,000,000,000 points of damage in the dungeon, the boss will appear immediately. If you fail to defeat it within 3 attempts, you'll have to wait for the next challenge. So, what do you think? Pretty challenging, huh? Mentioning this boss made Hao Yenshu smile until her eyes crinkled, not because it was easy to handle, but because it was incredibly difficult. It only appears 3 times total, and each appearance lasts just 1 minute. The fastest clear time for the Nightmare tier dungeon had already been reduced to 10 minutes. With only 2 of them attempting to break the record, it was proving quite challenging. Wasn't Wu Chang so formidable yesterday? Now, Hao Yanchua was determined to see just how much of that junior's prowess was all bluff. Hearing this, Wu Chang raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that this stage had such a mechanism. He'd assumed the boss here would be like others, requiring a fight through the dungeon to locate it. Instead, it appeared instantly upon dealing damage. Don't worry, you know my attack power. The moment it shows its face, it's dead. Boss guaranteed. Wu Chang waved it off, unconcerned. It's just a boss, right? His gear was built for boss fights, and with true damage on top of that, even a tank with thick armor was nothing more than a punching bag. Hope you can back up your words, kid. Seeing his overconfidence, Hao Yanchua gave a light snort, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Truthfully, she'd already figured out the entire boss yesterday. Today, she just wanted to see Wu Chang make a fool of himself. Didn't that kid one-shot the Blood Shark King yesterday? I refuse to believe he can one-shot a boss with 500k HP and powerful regeneration. With a hint of quiet satisfaction, Hao Yanchua followed Wu Chang into the dungeon. The moment they entered, Wu Chang sensed something different about this dungeon compared to others. Though she hadn't visited many dungeons herself, the Omen Garden felt downright bizarre. Not a single monster was in sight, yet a massive health bar loomed before them. There were no monster descriptions, no signs of life activity, and all the plants looked exactly the same, as if no other species could exist here. What do you think? Isn't it spectacular? Hao Yanchua's lips curved into a smile. She hadn't been to this instance either, and upon learning about it yesterday, she'd been stunned by this very sight. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was monotonously uniform. Once the challenge began, one could easily become lost in the jungle. This was precisely why few dared venture into the Omen Garden. Not only were the clearance requirements brutal, but getting lost meant paying for rescue utterly humiliating. Yeah, this dungeon's pretty interesting. Wu Chang chuckled, and immediately, specks of starlight began to appear on his body as his full set of gear was about to materialize. But the next second, Wu Chang abruptly turned around. Behind him, a 6-person squad materialized. Their leader, sporting a cocky grin, was already surveying the surroundings. These are the only decent dungeons in Huajiang City. Nothing but mechanics-heavy dungeons. Nothing like the ones outside where you just plow through and call it a day. The young leader's words dripped with contempt for Huajiang City, even the smile on his lips tinged with mockery. But the others behind him seemed unconcerned, even approaching with fawning deference. Young Master Chang is absolutely right. There's nothing fun about this place. Absolutely, absolutely. Master Chang cleared this dungeon with ease, didn't he? Exactly. The celebratory banquet outside is all set, just waiting for your arrival, young master. Such spineless sycophants nearly made Wu Chang vomit up his dinner. What the hell was this? Could it be another spoiled rich kid from the big city coming to Huajiang City for some training? The thought crushed any lingering excitement Wu Chang had felt. In the past, Huajiang City had far fewer dungeons than it did now, which had drawn challengers from the big cities. But some spoiled brats, relying on their family's power and influence, couldn't care less. They'd have their men start brawls inside the dungeons. Some even used downgrade potions inside, causing massive damage to the dungeons. Over a dozen instances were rendered inaccessible this way, forced into repair mode. After that, Huajiang City strictly prohibited such actions. Anyone daring to damage an instance would be arrested immediately by the guild. As for this young Master Chang before us, while he might not go so far as to destroy a dungeon, he certainly didn't look like a good person. Hey, don't say that. Look, meeting a cute girl in the dungeon isn't so bad, right? Amidst the group's boasts, young Master Chang immediately set his sights on Wu Chang and Hao Yanchua standing at the front. Wu Chang was naturally beneath his notice, but Hao Yanchu's beauty was undeniable, even strikingly so, and she instantly captured his attention. Approaching Hao Yanchu with a smile, young Master Chang wore a gentle expression as he inquired softly. I'm Chung Chu, the young master of Longlin Plaza in Xiajiang City. Might I ask the name of this lovely lady? Chang Chu wore an expression of genuine sincerity. With a deft flick of his wrist, he effortlessly revealed a treasure-grade bracelet on his arm, a piece capable of withstanding a single lethal strike. Seeing the bracelet, the henchmen behind him nearly dropped their jaws in shock. A treasure-grade life-saving accessory, this wasn't something ordinary people could possess. It seemed young Master Chung Chu's family background was even more terrifying than they had imagined. As for Wu Chang, upon hearing the name Xiajiang City, he instantly understood why the other party was so arrogant. The entire Huajiang region benefited numerous cities, but Huajiang City itself was excluded. Its remote location hindered economic development. Xiajiang City, however, had rapidly flourished thanks to its transportation and logistics networks. Most of the group responsible for sabotaging the project back then were from Xiajiang City. Even so, seeing Hao Yanchua's grim expression, Wu Chang knew he had to step forward now. Sorry, no teaming up here. He stood coldly before Hao Yanchu, his gaze sweeping indifferently over Chung Chu, his tone laced with warning. Chung Chu immediately shifted his attention when someone dared to step forward. Noticing Wu Chang's plain attire, whose entire wardrobe couldn't match the value of a single strand of his hair, a sneer spread across his face. What if I insist on joining anyway? Chapter 48, The Bet, Dungeon Speedrun, Slay the Boss. And what if I insist on joining? A playful grin spread across Chung Chu's face. Though his family was only a minor force in Lower Jiang City, in Huajiang City, he was an arrogant rich kid who ruled the roost. And now this ragged-looking guy had the nerve to team up with the beauty he had his eye on? He must be tired of living. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several henchmen behind Chung Chu sprang forward. Young Master Cheng has taken a liking to you, that's your good fortune. Others wouldn't get such a blessing even if they wanted it. Exactly. Our Hua City is building the Dragon Forest Plaza, and its future depends on young Master Cheng. Oomph. Some wild child who crawled out of the woodwork, doesn't he know his place? When did Huajiang City ever see such an arrogant upstart? The group hurled accusations at Wu Chang, sparing not even Hao Yanshua standing behind him. Hearing these words, Wu Chang felt his blood boil. When had anyone ever mocked him like this before? And to drag Hao Yanshua into it too? A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and a dangerous aura erupted from him. But Chung Chu seemed oblivious, continuing his cold, mocking tone. I can tell you're not satisfied. Why don't we settle this with a contest? Right here in this dungeon. Whoever clears it first gets to keep her. If I win, this little beauty spends the night with me. If you win, though it's unlikely, I'll give you something to dream about. If you beat me, you can do with me as you please. What do you say? Hearing this, Wu Chang sneered coldly. How dare this doomed fool spout such arrogance? Just as he prepared to summon his weapon, a sound came from behind him. Fine. Let's do it your way. A crisp voice rang out. Wu Chang turned with astonishment to find Hao Yanshu standing there, her eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. He knew instantly she meant every word. Seeing Hao Yanshua agree, Chung Chu burst into laughter and strode toward the group of henchmen. He shot Wu Chang a sneer and coldly declared, in that case, let these country bumpkins see what they are in the face of true genius. In the next instant, gear flew out of the pockets at his waist, automatically fitting onto his body and making him look quite extraordinary. Let's go. Today, I'm going to break a record just for fun. With that command, Chung Chu, now fully equipped, led his henchmen forward. Their bold boast stemmed from thorough research on this dungeon. Chung Chu had even paid a hefty sum to obtain intel on the boss's weaknesses, giving him the confidence to speak so arrogantly. With that, the group vanished from Wu Chang's sight. Let's go too. Seeing Wu Chang still seething with anger, Hao Yanshu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hearing her voice, Wu Chang felt puzzled. Did she not worry he wouldn't give his all? But then he remembered the identity of the Godslayer squad. Wu Chang knew that Chung Chu's fate had already been sealed. Let's go. He dared to challenge our expertise with his personal whims. Then today, I'll make him regret it. A fierce glint flashed in Wu Chang's eyes as his aura surged violently. Since killing Chung Chu wasn't an option right now, he'd take his frustration out on the boss of Omen Garden first. The pair stepped directly out of the safe zone. Surrounded by tangled vines, Wu Chang summoned all his gear at once. Before his gear could fully materialize, tendrils erupted from the ground like sentient tentacles, lunging toward the pair. Watch out! Hao Yanshua warned, her staff gradually glowing as she prepared to cast a buff spell on Wu Chang. Yet even surrounded by tentacles, Wu Chang showed no trace of fear or hesitation. With the world-slaying god-cutting blade in hand, vine after vine was severed. Once the god-annihilating slash was unleashed, no matter how many vines there were, they were nothing more than strings of meaningless numbers. The vines encircling Wu Chang were severed in an instant. The severed sections lying on the ground still writhed, attempting to burrow back into the earth as if they possessed some lingering vitality. But Wu Chang gave them no chance. With another strike, the ground finally became clear. But as he surveyed the cleared ground, Wu Chang furrowed his brow. These vines weren't monsters? He had received no notification after slaying them. He had never encountered such a situation before. Not bad. That wave should have done 200 or 300 damage points. A faint smile appeared on Hao Yanshu's face. For an ordinary challenge team to deal that much damage without taking any hits would be impossible. Next wave, just pull the mobs. We'll bring the boss out directly. Got it. With a plan in place, the two headed straight for the densest cluster of vines. As a suction force emanated from Hao Yanshu's staff, countless vines surged toward Wu Chang. Wu Chang remained utterly composed, the world-shattering god-slaying blade in his hand blazing with dazzling divine light. Slash! Instantly, all the vines were severed. Wu Chang caught a fleeting glimpse of a danger signaling red light before him. It's coming! No sooner had Hao Yanshua's voice faded than the ground began to tremble violently. A massive hole abruptly opened before them. Soon after, a colossal vine shot skyward before their eyes. Facing this vine boss so massive it would take dozens to encircle, Wu Chang was startled, but quickly regained his composure and immediately checked its attributes. Omen Blossom LV.40, the boss of the Omen Garden. Legend holds it is a fractured branch of the vine that once entwined the world tree. Strength 200 spirit, 200 physical resist, 200 magic resist, 200 HP, 500,000. Skills, ultimate recovery, life drain, garden master. Seeing the ominous blossom stats, Wu Qing twisted his lips. What kind of boss is this? Aside from its HP, it has absolutely no strengths. And out of its 3 skills, 2 are recovery type? It's practically terrified of dying. Die. Even so, Wu Qing showed no hesitation. The enemy only appeared for 1 minute and he had to deal damage quickly. The world-shattering god-slaying blade slashed through the air with 50% control, while the mage staff continuously unleashed magic orbs. To his surprise, the ominous blossom didn't even dodge, taking the full brunt of the attack head-on. Attack dealt 50,000 damage. Boss used ultimate recovery, HP plus 30,000. Wu Qing froze in shock at the sight. He dealt 50,000 damage in a single second, only for the enemy to instantly restore 30,000 HP. How long would this fight last? Apply all buffs to me. Seeing this, Wu Qing barked the order at Hao Yanshua before immediately casting Bloodline Curse himself. Hearing Wu Qing's call for her, Hao Yanshua didn't hesitate, immediately applying every available buff to him. Godslayer Slash. Another skill unleashed, this time dealing a staggering 100,000 damage. This time, the enemy clearly lacked sufficient healing abilities. The vines attempted to seize Wu Qing and Hao Yanshua to drain their life force, but before they could touch the pair, they were instantly destroyed by Wu Qing's blade. Boom! Under Wu Qing's relentless barrage of attacks, the countless almond blossoms finally collapsed to the ground, ultimately fading into starlight. Wu Qing and Hao Yanshua's clear time was recorded at 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Dungeon record broken. Current fastest clear time, 5 minutes 21 seconds. Chapter 49, The Consequences of Offending a Woman, Broken Legs. While Wu Qing and Hao Yanshu were locked in a fierce battle with the boss, Zheng Chu and the others on the other side were leisurely making their preparations. Having thoroughly investigated the entire dungeon, they knew exactly how to defeat the boss most efficiently. Young Master Chang, we've already consulted the team that set the previous record. This is precisely the method they used. The busy lackey explained with a smile to Wu Qing, well aware of young Master Zheng Chu's temperament and thus maintaining a flattering grin even amidst the chaos. Zheng Chu merely gave a slight nod in response, saying nothing further. The so-called preparation essentially involved these array masters setting up formations here that could inflict maximum health damage, such as poison arrays and spike arrays. Combined with their advanced skill levels, they could easily inflict even greater damage. Breaking the dungeon record was entirely within reach. Young Master Chang, the formations are ready. Shall we begin now? Upon hearing the formations were complete, a flicker of delight crossed Zheng Chu's eyes. Of course, it wasn't because of breaking the dungeon record, but because the beauty he'd encountered earlier had truly stirred his heart. Even after having been with hundreds of women, she could easily rank among his top 3. That blind bastard, I'll make you kneel and watch later. The mere thought of Wu Qing stirred a surge of anger within Zheng Chu. Yet, imagining him kneeling beside him while watching that woman being ravaged by him only intensified his sense of satisfaction. Here they come. The henchmen, drenched in sweat from head to toe, watched the commotion on the ground, their eyes flashing with a hint of apprehension. Suddenly, the almond blossom appeared before them, confined by the formation's constraints and unable to move, forced to endure the beating. Seeing the boss's health bar more than half depleted, the group's faces lit up with delight. But before their joy could fully manifest, a voice echoed through the instance. Dungeon record broken. Current fastest clear time, 5 minutes 21 seconds. The announcement froze the expressions on Zheng Chu and the others' faces. With only 2 teams in the entire instance, they knew exactly who had set this record. Why was this happening? Hadn't their strategy been optimal? How could someone else have beaten them? Meanwhile, Wu Qing and Hao Yanshua had already emerged from the dungeon, waiting outside with confident expressions for Zheng Chu's arrival. Having dared to speak so arrogantly earlier, now came the price. We didn't loot a single thing just now. This dungeon is seriously weird. Wu Qing stared at his unchanged stats, utterly perplexed. He'd slain so many vines and even a boss, yet he hadn't gained a single attribute. If not for the system's rewards, he'd have lost big this time. Even with the 5-fold bonus, I'm only at level 45 now. The experience required does get terrifyingly high the further you progress. Wu Qing couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Even with the system's help, leveling up was proving to be no simple task. Fortunately, the guild sold experience potions, so he didn't have to stay cooped up in dungeons forever. Once he had money, he could chug those potions like water and still level up. They're here. Seeing the figures emerge from the dungeon, Hao Yanshu's lovely face instantly turned icy. Having graduated from Magic City University and now a member of the Godslayer squad, she was unaccustomed to others speaking to her like this. She'd been itching to strike inside the dungeon, but their challenge had finally given her the opening. Today, she, Hao Yanshu, would make the world one eunuch richer. Hearing this, Wu Qing lifted his head to look ahead. Zheng Chu and the others emerged with grim expressions, even attempting to take a detour away. But under Hao Yanshu and his own fixed stares, they couldn't pretend not to notice and had no choice but to walk straight over. Heh, you two have quite the knack for this. Zheng Chu's smile was forced, his small eyes finally settling down, no longer darting around to ogle the girls nearby. The surrounding sycophants gathered around upon hearing this. They had indeed broken the record, clearing the course in just 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Yet, compared to Wu Chang and his partner's time, theirs paled in comparison. "You too, you set me up." With that single sentence, he had effectively extricated himself from the earlier wager. Exactly. Trying to trick young Master Chang? How despicable. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Think we're pushovers? Exactly. And bringing some woman of questionable character to seduce our young Master Chang? Shameless. Bang. The words had barely left his mouth when, through Hao Yenshua's bloodshot eyes, the man who had just hurled insults at her flew backward. Wu Chang had finally made his move. With few residents in Yizhao Garden, the commotion drew a crowd of onlookers eager to see what had transpired. The wager was your idea. Now it's time to settle it. Wu Chang grinned savagely, then shifted his entire body with such speed that those around him couldn't even catch a glimpse of where he was. Seeing Wu Chang attempt to strike in broad daylight, Chang Chu grew frantic. As the young master backing Longlin Plaza, if he got beaten up, how could he possibly keep his standing in his circle? Block this guy for me. At the command, the remaining men rushed to surround him in the center, each preparing to unleash their skills. Before their skills could activate, Wu Chang yanked his magic staff and smashed it down onto one man's head. The man collapsed instantly, knocked unconscious. Thud. 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 Several more thuds echoed as Chang Chu watched in shock. His men lay limp on the ground, utterly incapacitated. What do you want? Chang Chu's legs trembled uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground. Staring at Wu Chang, who had materialized before him, he backed away while issuing a warning. My father is the major shareholder of Longlin Plaza. If you want Longlin Plaza to set up shop in Huajiang City, you'll have to listen to me. If you dare touch me, I'll make sure you regret it. You. Ah. Yet Wu Chang paid no heed to his threats, a trace of scorn even flickering in his eyes. What was there to fear about someone who relied solely on family connections? He walked up to Chang Chu and stomped down on his foot. The spoiled brat's right foot instantly cracked with a bone-shattering sound. Your turn. Wu Chang turned to Hao Yenshu, signaling it was her turn to act. Hao Yenshua's beautiful face remained icy as she approached Chang Chu. She actually smiled as she knelt down beside him. Does it hurt? Hearing Hao Yenshua's voice, Chang Chu assumed they were afraid and immediately grew smug again. Take him down for me, and I'll reward you with wealth and honor. Beat this bastard into a cripple, and I'll let you marry him. Then all the endless wealth and glory will be yours. Before he could finish, another agonized scream pierced the air. Hao Yenshua delivered a direct kick to Chang Chu's groin, and the sound of shattered eggs echoed in the ears of everyone present. Even Wu Chang, witnessing this, felt a chill in his own groin. He hadn't expected Hao Yenshu to be so ruthless. Let's go. Glancing at the unconscious Chang Chu, Hao Yenshu still felt unsatisfied. Yet she knew killing him was unwise, so she turned to return to the association and submit her mission. Watching Hao Yenshua's retreating figure, Wu Chang swallowed hard. This woman was terrifying. He hurried after her. The mission was complete. What kind of reward would Captain Xinglong give him? Chapter 50, Sudden Situation: The Evil God Society Strikes. Vote for us. Catching up to Hao Yenshu, Wu Chang noticed a satisfied smile on her face. Clearly, though Chang Chua's harassment had unsettled her moments ago, kicking out his third leg had left Hao Yenshua in high spirits. Are you sure you'll be okay after what you did to that guy? Recalling how Hao Yenshu had broken Chang Chua's third leg, Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Of course, he wasn't worried about retaliation from her personally. His status as a specially recruited student at Kyoto University meant he feared no peer unless they could present an equivalent pedigree. But Hao Yenshu was different. Though she was a member of the Godslayer squad, Huajing City was still just a small town. If high-ranking officials within the association were bribed, a girl like Hao Yenshu, lacking any background, could face considerable trouble. Perhaps sensing Wu Chang's unease, Hao Yenshua's smile grew even brighter. Who knew you could be so thoughtful sometimes? She chuckled softly, a faint blush spreading across her pretty face. Still, to ease Wu Chang's mind, she patted his shoulder reassuringly with a smile. Little brother, you're still too young. Ever heard of Lingxin Group? Hearing this, Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a hint of confusion. He knew Lingxin Group. In fact, he was extremely familiar with it. This corporation had grown locally in Huajing City and essentially monopolized the supply of professional equipment for ordinary citizens there. But what did that have to do with Hao Yenshu? Based on his guesses, Hao Yenshu probably didn't come from some prestigious family. After all, what heir to a major clan would join the Godslayer squad and live a life where death was a constant possibility? It's my family's. As for those publicly listed individuals you've seen, they were all my grandfather's former subordinates. Hearing this, Wu Chang was utterly speechless. Damn it, those damn rich bastards. Made me worry for nothing. I never imagined how Yenshua would be this wealthy. It's truly enviable and jealousy-inducing. Seeing Wu Chang silently trailing behind her, Hao Yenshu couldn't help but smile. This little junior was quite something. So, what do you think? My family's actually looking for a son-in-law right now. Want to give it a shot? Her teasing tone snapped Wu Chang out of his daze. So what if she was wealthy? His own future prospects couldn't be too shabby either. Still, inheriting such vast wealth just by marrying into the family was undeniably enviable. I'll pass. You know me, I can't stand being tied down. He shrugged in refusal, his gaze drifting elsewhere. All that money, he'd have to be brain dead not to be tempted. Seeing his flustered expression, Hao Yenshu couldn't help but laugh even more heartily. Because Yizhao Garden was in a remote location, the two still had quite a distance to walk before reaching a place where they could catch a ride. The sun stretched their silhouettes long behind each other, the glare making Wu Chang struggle to make out the figure approaching head-on. Wait, people coming toward them? It was broad daylight, this wasn't some popular dungeon. Why would anyone be coming this way? His mind racing, Wu Chang hurriedly looked up. He saw over a dozen figures clad in black approaching them, their hands hidden behind their backs, their movements completely concealed. The sight of those familiar black robes instantly reminded Wu Chang of the unlucky soul who had ambushed him in the dungeon. Clearly, that guy had somehow spread his face around using some method Wu Chang didn't know about, and this group was likely here for revenge. This is bad. Suddenly, Wu Chang noticed the group spreading out into an encircling formation. He made an immediate decision, run for his life. This wasn't some uninhabited wasteland, it was merely a sparsely populated suburban area. Fighting here risked the black-robed men harming innocent civilians. As a professional, Wu Chang had been trained to never involve innocent people in his battles. To eliminate these madmen, he had to find a deserted location. He grabbed Hao Yenshua's hand and spun around, sprinting back toward the open field they had come from. Pursuit! Seeing Wu Chang suddenly turn and flee, the leader of the black-robed men froze in shock. But he quickly recovered, waving his hand to signal everyone to pursue Wu Chang. Though Hao Yenshu didn't understand why Wu Chang was dragging her away, the commotion behind them made her realize he must have some history with these men. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized such a large force. Throughout their flight, Wu Chang kept scanning the surrounding terrain, preparing for the impending battle. After a grueling dash, they finally reached a vast, barren clearing. Wu Chang turned to look back and saw that the black-robed figures, using some unknown skill, had managed to stay right on his tail the entire time. When Wu Chang finally halted, the cloaked figures assumed he was utterly spent. They let out a savage, mocking laugh. Keep running, then. You were so good at it just now, weren't you? Once the demon cult has you in its sights, you'll never escape, not in this lifetime. Though he had long suspected these men belonged to the evil god cult, hearing their words sent a chill through Wu Chang's heart. The evil god cult, the world's most malignant tumor. Its members, whether willingly or unwillingly, had pledged allegiance to the evil god, constantly scheming to help it break free from the dungeon's confinement and descend upon the world. Now, these bastards actually dared to follow him. Clearly, they had other plans. Attack! Without hesitation, the leader of the black-robed figures ordered the attack the moment Wu Chang halted his steps. He cared not for the lives of his subordinates, and indeed, none of them considered their own lives particularly precious. Over a dozen black-robed figures drew their weapons, their blades gleaming coldly as they charged toward Wu Chang and Hao Yenshu. Watch out! Hao Yenshua retreated behind Wu Chang, her warning whispered softly. Instantly, skill lights burst forth from her staff, coalescing into buffs that converged upon Wu Chang. Kill! Seeing the black-robed members of the evil god society prove so stubbornly obstinate, Wu Chang wasted no words. He drew the world-slaying god-slaying blade and charged forward. Amidst the flashes of blade and splashes of blood, spells rained down upon Wu Chang. Though his defenses were solid for his level, the sheer volume of attacks overwhelmed him, forcing him to retreat. Immediately, the black-robed figures before him rallied, gripping their weapons as they closed in to trap him. But Wu Chang was no ordinary man. The weapon in his hand was of god-tier caliber. As they charged, Wu Chang unleashed the god-slaying slash. A blade aura several meters tall erupted, instantly cleaving through the figures before him. The headless corpses crashed to the ground, their impact producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine. One more step, and you die. Wu Chang took a step forward, his cold voice echoing across the desolate outskirts. Chapter 51, Sacrifice, the Demon God Dungeon. One more step forward, and you die. Wu Chang's words echoed like the furious roar of the King of Hell, forcing the reckless black-robed figures to halt in their tracks. Seeing the sheer force of his words, Hao Yenshua gave Wu Chang a long, searching look. She had assumed this junior classmate's prowess was limited to slaying monsters in dungeons, but never imagined he could be so ruthlessly efficient when dealing with human targets. She recalled her own first kill years ago. It had taken her days to recover from the nausea. Even her second kill, slaying a member of the evil god cult, had left her sick for another day or two. But Wu Chang, killing people was as easy for him as slaughtering chickens or butchering cattle. It seemed like just another routine task he handled without a second thought. His mental fortitude was downright terrifying. As for the leader in the black cloak, he was now seething with rage. He had researched Wu Chang's background before coming, discovering the man was merely a lone adventurer. Though high level, Wu had brought several companions, yet the encounter proved unexpectedly troublesome. That earlier strike, at least, was beyond his capabilities. Yet even so, he couldn't stop. The Dark God had promised that slaying Wu Chang would make him a servant of the Dark God. Then, finding a human dungeon to transform himself into a boss wouldn't be impossible. Continue. Today, Wu Chang must die. After much deliberation, he resolved to take the risk and eliminate Wu Chang. He might well perish here himself, but none of that mattered. Before the call of desire, even his own parents and kin could be sacrificed, let alone his own life. Hearing their leader's command, the others charged forward with reckless abandon. You're asking for death. Wu Chang snorted coldly, then slashed his blade again. The charging black-robed figures instantly met their end. Seeing his men vanish in an instant, the leader of the black-robed group erupted in fury. These were the last remaining members of the evil god society within Huajiang City. Had they succeeded in killing Wu Chang, backed by the support of that rock-solid evil god, he could have continued expanding their underground influence. But now, his men were all dead, while Wu Chang remained unscathed. This glaring disparity in strength sent a wave of panic through the black-robed leader. Yet he quickly gritted his teeth. What was death? Returning meant certain death too. Facing death whether he advanced or retreated, he might as well take a gamble. If he could kill Wu Chang, the evil god, recognizing his remaining value, would surely intervene to save him. Die. Gritting his teeth, the cloaked figure hurled 2 glowing discs at Wu Chang before slowly vanishing into thin air. Seeing the 2 light discs, Wu Chang remained vigilant. The world-destroying god-slaying blade collided directly with the light discs, shattering both into fragments. Without pause, he swung the blade backward. The figure in black robes slowly materialized once more, only to find the world-destroying god-slaying blade plunged deep into his chest. Yet inexplicably, the figure who should have died instantly mustered a final burst of strength. An unfamiliar aura emanated from the black-robed figure, enveloped in waves of crimson smoke. Opening bloodshot eyes, he glared up at Wu Chang, cursing as blood streamed from his mouth. Long live the Dark God! Wu Chang, you shall die. The next instant, a terrifying force descended upon him. A spinning spatial gate materialized before them, its monstrous suction instantly pulling Wu Chang and Hao Yenshu into its depths. The immense suction instantly knocked Wu Chang unconscious, yet before he lost all consciousness, he managed to grasp Hao Yenshu's hand. Though he could barely save himself, as a comrade, he would abandon no one. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed, followed by a wave of pain shooting through his back. Wu Chang collapsed unconscious. Where am I? After an unknown period of time, Wu Chang felt a splitting headache. He forced his eyes open to look around, only to find himself surrounded by a flock of crows. Startled by his sudden awakening, the crows scattered in alarm, flapping their wings and taking flight with a cacophony of squawking cries. The noise jolted Wu Chang awake, clearing his mind considerably. Right. That guy's state before dying was off. He clearly intended to take me down with him. Recalling the black-robed man's final actions, Wu Chang now understood that had been his opponent's killing move. He just didn't know where he'd been teleported to now. Suddenly, he remembered that Hao Yenshu seemed to have been teleported here with him. At this realization, he urgently tried to pull his fingers free, only to discover that not only was he gripping Hao Yenshu, but her hand was also tightly clasped around his. Perhaps stirred by Wu Chang's movements, Hao Yenshu slowly awoke. Once fully conscious, she began surveying the dungeon around her. Wu Chang also glanced around this peculiar place, his curiosity piqued. How had that cloaked figure managed to forcefully pull him into the summoned dungeon? For now, however, his priority was understanding his situation. The sky within this instance was gloomy, a purplish-red expanse dotted with flying birds. A chilling wind swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood. First off, this instance couldn't be low level. After all, he was already level 40, so the instance level definitely wouldn't be below that. Add to that the black-robed man's suicidal attack on him, these people clearly had a purpose in coming, and might even have thoroughly investigated him. So the dungeon's difficulty won't be low either. Otherwise, their deaths would truly be for nothing. Wu Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, forming a rough assessment of their current predicament. Hao Yenshu also let out a long sigh, clearly sensing something was amiss here too. I've never heard of this dungeon before. While we might not still be in Huajing City, this is definitely a brand new dungeon. Her eyes widened as she turned to Wu Chang, softly explaining her theory. Plus, we're fighting in such a remote location that the association won't get word of our situation anytime soon. Add to that the fact that Qinglong and the others are also on missions. Expecting rescue anytime soon is absolutely unrealistic. In short, we're on our own now. What's your plan? As she finished speaking, her gaze fixed intently on Wu Chang. At this moment, she was merely a support class. The decision-making fell squarely on the shoulders of the main attacker, Wu Chang. At her question, Wu Chang's spirit surged, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Facing an unknown instance, please make a choice. Option A, remain passive and wait for rescue at your current location. Defense stats doubled during defense. This effect persists outside the instance. Option B, proactively explore the instance. Damage dealt during exploration doubled. Rewards doubled upon uncovering instance secrets. Chapter 52, Dungeon Exploration. The Evil God's Treasury. The two options lay before him. Wu Chang stared at them, his mind racing with calculations. Option A was undoubtedly the simplest and most conservative choice. The problem was, if they chose to wait for rescue, they had no idea how long it would take for the guild to arrive. After all, they carried no water or food. Combined with their recent exertions, prolonged delay would only further deplete their combat strength. As for option B, though it seemed risky, it was actually the only viable path left. Enough. Option B it is. After pondering, Wu Chang gritted his teeth and chose the risk. Though they'd never encountered this dungeon before, the fact that both of them could enter suggested it probably wasn't that formidable. Besides, with Hao Yenshua's support, he didn't need to worry too much. With that thought, he hesitated no longer. Turning directly to Hao Yenshu, he declared, "Let's go. We'll keep exploring forward." Hearing this, Hao Yenshua offered no objection. She merely nodded solemnly before cautiously following behind Wu Chang. Seeing her support, Wu Chang gave a slight nod before scanning his surroundings. Though the landscape was uniformly barren, subtle differences existed in the details. After surveying all four directions, Wu Chang decided to head east. While the energy was denser in this direction, he knew you couldn't catch a tiger without entering its den. The energy was exclusive. The denser the energy, the safer it might actually be. Having chosen their direction, the two exchanged a glance before setting off. A stench of decay wafted from the soft earth, and half-exposed white bones occasionally peeked through the soil, lending the entire dungeon a chilling, eerie atmosphere. They pressed onward, yet never relaxed their vigilance. This was the domain of the after all who knew what monstrosity might burst forth from the shadows at any moment. The demon god's energy feels increasingly dense and volatile. Feeling the energy around her, Hao Yenshu's pretty face grew slightly cold. She could clearly sense the effects of the level reduction potion wearing off, yet the problem remained: her current level was still suppressed. Under normal circumstances, even though this was a level 40 plus dungeon, her nearly level 150 power should have easily overwhelmed it. Yet now, the instant showed no reaction whatsoever. Clearly, the level suppression here was far more terrifying than in ordinary instances. Perhaps we're nearing the very heart of the instance. Wu Chang nodded solemnly. There were too many unpredictable elements within this demon god dungeon for him to draw any firm conclusions. As for what lay at the heart of the dungeon, only time would tell. Before long, the two reached the area where the energy was most concentrated, encountering no monsters along the way. They arrived unimpeded at the very heart of the instance. They exchanged glances, each seeing the same confusion in the other's eyes. We're already here. Might as well explore. Wu Chang murmured softly before beginning to probe the surroundings. At the very heart of the dungeon, where the energy of the evil god was most potent, three towering boulders seemed to hold some kind of pattern, immediately capturing Wu Chang and Hao Yenshu's attention. Exchanging another glance, they both instinctively approached the nearest boulder, only to discover it bore a mysterious engraved pattern. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Staring at the pattern, Hao Yenshua was suddenly lost in recollection. She distinctly remembered encountering this somewhat familiar pattern in a university lecture. But the professor hadn't explained it clearly back then, merely informing the students that it was a pattern specifically used by a dark deity for communication. The one before them, however, had been mentioned only in passing by the professor. This is a pattern used to seal treasures. But treasures of the dark gods are extremely rare. Only 10 have ever been discovered worldwide. Plus, demon gods love hiding strange things in their treasuries. So even if you can decipher the treasure pattern, don't take the risk lightly. Hao Yenshua recalled the instructor's stern expression, his cautionary words echoing in her ears. Seeing her staring at the patterns with a furrowed brow, Wu Chang hesitated to interrupt and waited quietly. But as time passed, Hao Yenshua's brows furrowed deeply. Noticing this, Wu Chang couldn't help but ask, "Is something wrong?" His anxious voice carried a hint of worry. If Hao Yenshua recognized what this was, did her frown mean trouble was brewing for them? Hearing Wu Chang's voice snapped Hao Yenshua back to reality. She immediately explained in a solemn tone, "I recognize these patterns. They seem to mark the treasure vault of the evil god. But due to the evil god's peculiar habits, I can't tell if it holds actual treasures or just strange artifacts. So we should open it and see." Hearing this, Wu Chang chuckled. A demon god's treasure vault, it must contain something valuable. Otherwise, why would the system offer double the completion rewards as an option? Though there might be some danger, anything deemed worthy by the evil god couldn't be too shabby. A little danger was nothing. He wasn't so cowardly that a bit of risk would deter him from tackling a dungeon. Upon hearing Wu Chang's words, Hao Yenshua's face flashed a hint of surprise and bewilderment before she let out a soft chuckle. Having come this far, it would be a waste if they did nothing. With Wu Chang, the top-tier damage dealer, by her side, all she needed to do was diligently buff him. Even if danger arose, they had the capability to retreat calmly. Especially now, with her level still capped by the dungeon's restrictions, it meant the monsters here couldn't be too powerful. Alright. She nodded, then proceeded to adjust the patterns on the first boulder according to the method she remembered for deciphering them. She applied the same technique to the remaining two boulders. Once the patterns on all three boulders formed a bizarre shape, the once dull stone suddenly emitted a faint glow. The patterns seemed to come alive, twisting and shifting across the stone surfaces. Boom! A massive stone door materialized from the ground, its rumbling vibration startling birds into flight from afar. The demon god's treasury. Gazing at the opening stone gate, Wu Chang's eyes flashed with fervor. He never imagined the dungeon they'd teleported into would be a treasure vault. If they didn't plunder the evil god this time, he'd be ashamed to call himself a Dragon Nation citizen. Meanwhile, as Wu Chang and Hao Yanshui waited for the gate to fully open, the stone demon Chris found himself puzzled. I don't know why, but I feel like something has been stolen from me. I just can't remember what it is. It stared at the dungeon core in its hand, feeling inexplicably hollow inside. He had instructed the last remnants of the Huazhang City Evil God Society to capture Wu Chang at all costs. Once in his grasp, this dungeon core would surely torture the little brat to death. Ah well, maybe they haven't even encountered him yet. Clutching the dungeon core, a flicker of anticipation and cruelty danced in Chris's eyes. The moment Wu Chang appeared, it would immediately manifest its avatar and torture this meddlesome pest who disrupted its plans until he regretted ever being born. Chapter 53, Earth-Shattering Haul, Raiding the Treasure Vault. While Chris waited for the Huazhang City demon cult to make their move, he had no idea that the treasure he had buried long ago had already been quietly opened. The stone door in the ground slowly opened, and the earth finally settled completely. Wu Chang and Hao Yanshui exchanged glances, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Let's go. As the frontline attacker, Wu Chang naturally took the lead. Seizing the opening created by Hao Yanshui's spell, he charged straight down. The moment he landed, he unleashed a Godslayer slash to ward off any potential attacks, only to find nothing came at him. Yet the massive skeletal remains on the ground made it clear, this place had once imprisoned a ferocious guardian. But why had this guardian perished? That question piqued their curiosity. When Hao Yanshui landed, she instantly spotted the bones too. Recalling lessons from her memories, she gave a wry smile. What? You know what these bones mean? Wu Chang, seeing her knowledgeable expression, couldn't help but ask. At his words, a faint smile touched Hao Yanshui's lips as she explained. Back in college, our professor mentioned that some newly ascended would station guardians to protect their treasure vaults. But some unlucky souls unleashed guardians that required sustenance and these demon gods didn't realize it. So, her gaze fell upon the skeletal remains on the ground. Wu Chang instantly understood, his lips twitching in realization. So this skeleton was the treasure vault's guardian. It had to be said, the demon god who created this vault was a complete moron, not even leaving any food behind. But it works out nicely for us now. He chuckled as he kicked aside the bones at his feet, then strode to the main gate and delivered a powerful kick straight at it. Whether out of overconfidence in his own strength or not, the demon god's treasure vault had no other protective measures. The stone door shattered instantly under Wu Chang's kick. In an instant, the gate crashed down, revealing the treasure vault's contents. Countless treasures glimmered in the sunlight, and a faint, sweet fragrance wafted through the air. But why is this entire structure made of stone? It reminds me of a certain ill-fated demon god. Observing the stone-carved decorations, Wu Chang's mind conjured the image of a specific deity, the stone god Chris. If this looted treasure vault truly belonged to Chris, then the guy really had some luck. He always managed to get his good fortune ruined by Wu Chang. But none of that mattered now. His sole concern was how to carry everything out of this vault. After all, he'd accepted the system's option, double rewards upon exiting the instance. Naturally, he'd grab as much as he could. Hao Yanshui had already charged in ahead, for what woman could resist these glittering treasures? Seeing this, Wu Chang followed suit. Instantly, he heard her gasp. This is a time-space skill book. Even though it's just a basic short-range teleportation skill, it's still incredibly valuable. Treating treasure-tier weapons like trash? What extravagance. Am I seeing this right? This ornament is made from the brow feathers of the level 80 boss, the Blazing Eagle. That must take killing 40 or 50 bosses to craft, right? Whoa, it's a strength enhancement potion for level 100 to 200 adventurers. The Dark God's handiwork is terrifying. Hao Yanshui was utterly captivated by these treasures, unable to tear her gaze away. Every time she spotted something valuable, she wanted to stuff it into her pockets. But each time she grabbed a few more items, the ones she'd already taken would slip out, leaving her looking utterly flustered. Not just her, Wu Chang's expression was grim too. It wasn't that these treasures weren't precious, it was precisely because they were too precious that he wanted to take them all. Leaving them behind for Chris? That would be like handing the good stuff to the enemy. His gaze swept swiftly over the equipment and skill books, searching for treasures with spatial attributes. There was no other way. With so many items and no dedicated personal storage purchased, he naturally had to find treasures with the same function first. Ha! What's this? After searching for a while, Wu Chang looked up and saw a small, blood-red bead floating in the air. Though seemingly ordinary, it shimmered with an unusual glow. He swung his world-shattering god-slaying blade at it, only to hear a crisp ringing sound. The bead seemed to lose its earlier magic. Had Wu Chang not caught it, it would have fallen to the ground. As the bead entered his hand, its description appeared before his eyes. Space-splitting orb unparalleled grade, a spatial orb developed by an ancient civilization, capable of containing an entire megacity within its dimensions. No bonuses. Upon reading the description of the space-shattering treasure orb, Wu Chang was instantly overcome with joy. He had no idea how vast the treasures here truly were, but he knew exactly how invaluable this space-splitting treasure pearl was. With space to hold an entire city, Wu Chang could easily empty the entire treasure vault. Ahem. At that thought, he cleared his throat twice. Hao Yanshu, who had been busily gathering items nearby, looked up. A space-fracturing orb capable of holding an entire city. Wu Chang smugly prepared to explain the orb's function, only to be suddenly blinded by a gust of wind. When he finally regained his senses, he found Hao Yanshu standing before him, her face aglow with excitement. "You're serious?" Hao Yanshu looked doubtful, seemingly unable to believe such an item could exist. Wu Chang could only nod slowly in response. Instantly, Hao Yanshu, a smile spread across her face, impossible to contain. "Quick, pack everything up. We have to leave before the demon god reacts." She grabbed Wu Chang's hand and urged him urgently. Though her earlier panic had been somewhat comical, there were indeed many items inside that she desperately needed. For instance, medicinal herbs for treating severe injuries, items impossible to find in Huajing City, and rare even in other cities. If she could give them to her older brother, they might just heal his wounds. Seeing this, Wu Chang wasted no words. He immediately aimed the space-splitting treasure orb at the treasures and sucked them all in. Instantly, everything in the entire treasure vault vanished. Even a mouse that came here would starve to death. Option completed, reward issued successfully, rewards acquired too. The system prompt echoed in his mind, and Wu Chang couldn't help but let a smirk spread across his lips. Not only had he plundered a demon god's treasury, but the system had doubled his rewards. Why couldn't such good fortune happen every day? As the vault emptied, the hidden dungeon entrance slowly revealed itself. Without hesitation, Wu Chang and Hao Yanshua leaped out. Gazing at the dungeon towering over the outskirts, the pair exchanged a nervous glance before setting off toward the guild headquarters. As for Chris, it felt a hollow emptiness in its heart, as if something precious had been stolen away. Chapter 54, Great Merit, Avatar Token. During this journey, the pair encountered no members of the evil god cult. Whether they were lying low or had severed ties with the higher-ups remained unknown. But none of that mattered to Wu Chang now. He and Hao Yanshu had now arrived at the association, ready to report everything that had transpired. Of course, the matter of the demon god's treasury couldn't be disclosed. The association would have to discover it for themselves. After all, there was no real danger inside. It would merely require some time and effort. Finally back. Sitting in the special office of the Godslayer squad, Wu Chang and Hao Yanshu exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh of relief. This operation had been reckless, to say the least, but it had also yielded tremendous rewards. However, they currently lacked the capability to safeguard this treasure vault and could only seek the backing of Hao Yanshu's family's influence. At this thought, Wu Chang's gaze swept over Hao Yanshu, his eyes unconsciously taking on a scrutinizing look. Though she was a teammate he could trust, whether the forces behind her could be trusted was another matter entirely. "What do you plan to do with those things?" Seeming to sense Wu Chang's intentions, Hao Yanshua, seated beside him, asked softly. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang laid out his entire plan. At first, Hao Yanshu had been uncertain too. After all, Lingxing Group had other factions within it. While her grandfather was still alive, things were manageable, but she feared that after his passing, they might use this matter to target her father. But when Wu Chang mentioned that among the items was something called an exorcism elixir, Hao Yanshua was suddenly overjoyed. "Leave this to me. I guarantee you a satisfactory price." Hao Yanshua patted her chest in assurance, her heart racing with excitement. This exorcism elixir was a precious item. While useless to ordinary people, for her brother cursed by an evil god it held value beyond compare to anything else. After all, her brother had once been a top-tier professional, but due to the demon god's curse, he had been unable to advance his level for years. Now, with this exorcism potion, he could purge the curse. Once that happened, her brother would undoubtedly return to his peak condition. In the future, the old man wouldn't forget this favor, and Wu Chang's request would be handled effortlessly. As for Wu Chang, seeing how Yanshua agreed to this matter, he felt relieved. At least he wouldn't have to worry about finding buyers for the treasures in the vault. That demon god's treasure vault could easily fetch over 100 billion. Even though it was built in the demon god's early days, it looks like I'll never have to worry about money for the rest of my life. Wu Chang nodded slightly. While he could only estimate the treasure vault's value, even if it had depreciated somewhat, its selling price would undoubtedly be astronomical. The thought filled him with uncontrollable delight. Last time, even with 30 million, Mom and Dad only bought an ordinary apartment. But now with this much money, buying a small villa would be shortchanging ourselves. The two sat on the sofa, each lost in their own thoughts, until soon enough, Song Qingye and Captain Qinglong arrived. The esteemed guild leader arrived looking weary from his journey. Though Captain Qinglong's expression remained hidden, the blood aura permeating his entire being made it clear to both that his mood couldn't be much better at this moment. "Finished? What dungeon?" His tone was concise and laced with impatience. Hearing this, Wu Chang and the others didn't beat around the bush, recounting the incident directly. Hearing that Hao Yenshu had shattered Cheng Chu's third leg, Song Qingye's face twitched visibly, but in the end, he said nothing. After all, she was part of the Godslayer squad, true comrades he had to protect no matter what. Well done. Taking just over 5 minutes to defeat the Almond Blossom? Mission accomplished. Xinglong nodded, his tone noticeably smoother. After all, setting this record meant Wu Chang's future combat prowess wouldn't be half bad, and the Godslayer squad's strength would only grow stronger. But just as he was about to present the reward, Wu Chang continued speaking. We were ambushed by the cult of the evil god, and they teleported us into a dungeon. It seemed to be the demon god's treasury. What did you say? Before Wu Chang could finish his sentence, merely uttering the word treasure vault, Song Qingye and Xinglong both shouted in unison. Seeing their intense reaction, Wu Chang froze in place. You mean you discovered the demon god's treasury, right? Composing himself, Song Qingye fixed Wu Chang with a stern gaze, his piercing eyes seeming to penetrate right through him. Wu Chang made no attempt to conceal the truth, merely nodding in confirmation. Good. 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 Song Qingye's face lit up with uncontrollable joy at the news. Xinglong, however, remained far more composed. As the leader of the Godslayer squad, while the treasure vault's discovery was thrilling, slaying monsters held far more appeal for him. Alright, you've taken everything inside, correct? You discovered the treasure vault, so its contents naturally belong to you. The association won't claim them. Xinglong's words nearly sent Song Qingye into a rage on the spot. But then he remembered that compared to the seal of the evil god, the so-called treasure vault was insignificant. It was merely money. The true significance of the treasure vault lay not in its contents, but in the seal binding thee. Once they understood the power of the seal, they might even be able to slay the demon god in the future. Ahem, quite right. What's yours is yours. The association won't take a single thing. Song Qingye hastily clarified, putting Wu Chang at ease with that single sentence. Since the association was being so generous, he saw no reason to be stingy himself. Perhaps he could leave some gear with the association to replenish their stockpile. Though most of these items were treasure grade, the Huajiang City Professional Association's warehouse was already stretched thin. Treasure grade gear would suffice. Alright, completing the mission normally warrants a reward, but since the entire treasure vault is yours, I'm at a loss for what else to give you. Before Wu Chang and the others could utter a word of thanks, Xinglong spoke in a deep voice. Here is a token of my avatar. Crush it to summon my avatar into battle. Though it's only a 150 level avatar, don't underestimate it. Sometimes it might prove unexpectedly useful. Saying this, Xinglong produced 2 exquisitely carved tokens and placed them into the hands of Wu Chang and Hao Yenshu. Gazing at the tokens in his hands, Wu Chang instantly felt a surge of savage power emanating from them, as if it might tear him apart at any moment. Is this the power of a top-tier professional? Though the sensation quickly dissipated, it gave Wu Chang a visceral glimpse of Xinglong's terrifying might. Seems I still have a long way to go before reaching the ranks of the elite practitioners. He sighed inwardly, his mind filled with fantasies of such overwhelming power. Chapter 55, Stealth Skill, Serpentine Paradise. After putting away the clone token, both Wu Chang and Hao Yenshu saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Captain Xinglong was formidable, but a single clone had instilled in them both a sense of utter helplessness. The true power of his main body was simply unfathomable. Though the team has rewarded you, the association isn't stingy either. Go to the warehouse and pick a skill. They're all treasured items from the association. Seeing the delight on both their faces, Song Qingye showed no stinginess, handing each of them a skill book. After all, while skill books were precious, compared to the demon god's treasury, they weren't even worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang's face lit up with a broad smile, his lips curled upward in a grin he couldn't suppress. It couldn't be helped, skill books were incredibly valuable, even to the wealthy. Those circulating in the outside world were rarely of high quality, yet they still fetched tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, in price. Wu Chang had witnessed the guild's skill books firsthand last time. They were almost all top-tier items. Now that he had the chance to choose again, naturally he would pick a skill suited to himself. What skill should I choose? Under Song Qingye's instructions, Xinglong immediately dispatched men to explore the demon god's treasury, while Wu Chang and Hao Yenshu headed straight to the warehouse to make their selections. All the way there, Wu Chang pondered his objectives. Single target skills? He could one-shot most enemies, now choosing one would be a waste. Area of effect skills? Godslayer Slash was already sufficient. If even that couldn't finish an enemy, other skills would be even less effective. As for support skills? Wu Chang admitted he wanted to develop all-around abilities, but he was fundamentally a combat class. Unless his teammates were exceptionally reliable, he didn't want to be stuck safely in the rear. In that case, I need a functional skill. Stepping into the warehouse, Wu Chang stroked his chin, his mind already made up. Functional skills, like spatial teleportation, didn't boost attack power or combat effectiveness, but used well, they could still turn the tide of battle. Functional skills weren't plentiful among the skill books in the entire warehouse, so Wu Chang quickly found what he wanted. Body concealment blocks one's own line of sight and enters a concealed state. This state persists as long as enemies do not touch the caster or the caster does not initiate an attack. Studying the skill book in his hands, Wu Chang nodded to himself. This skill was quite useful. Though its duration was only 1 minute, that minute of invisibility would be ample time to accomplish many things. This one it is. Having selected the skill book, Wu Chang wasted no time, stepping outside the warehouse to activate it. Soon, a mysterious force surged through his body, and the contents of concealment instantly filled Wu Chang's mind. I never expected this skill to be the highest tier among stealth abilities. It seems acquiring these skills is far more difficult for ordinary people than I imagined. Wu Chang quietly absorbed all the information about the skill, waiting over a minute before the process finally concluded. Meanwhile, Hao Yanshua had also finished selecting her skill and emerged with a smile. Seeing Wu Chang staring blankly at her, a smile spread across Hao Yanshu's face. The skill I chose is called Elemental Battle Armor. It boosts both physical and magical resistance, so you won't have to worry about your defense anymore. Hao Yanshua proudly explained, her smile impossible to contain. But mastering this skill will likely take me quite some time. Let's wait until you've mastered it before going on missions together. Otherwise, it'll just waste too much time. Hearing Hao Yanshua's words, Wu Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Learning a skill? What was that even about? He'd already mastered it just now. But to spare the little girl's pride, he could only smile and blurt out a time estimate. Right. I reckon it'll take me about half a month to master it. Though he didn't know how long other free agents took to learn skills, Wu Chang considered half a month to be quite slow for mastering one. Yet upon hearing this, Hao Yanshua was taken aback. For other free agents, mastering a skill took at least over a month at the shortest, and more advanced skills could even take years to learn. And now, Wu Chang could master a skill in just half a month. It was no wonder he was hailed as the genius who joined the Godslayer squad. Meanwhile, Song Qingye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What, half a month? The guy just waved his hand and mastered it instantly. Why would he need to wait that long? He kept it to himself, however. Some secrets were more fun when Hao Yanshua discovered them on her own. With the skill books selected, Wu Chang and Hao Yanshua departed one after the other. Before parting, Wu Chang transferred the items he needed to sell directly to Hao Yanshua, who patted her chest and assured him she would definitely get a good price for them. Since he didn't know how long it would take him to learn the skill, Qinglong hadn't assigned him a quest. For the next few days, he'd have to go it alone. The next day, Wu Chang arrived at a level 50 hard difficulty dungeon one he'd carefully selected, Serpentine Paradise. This dungeon isn't particularly challenging, and the monsters inside are all members of the serpent folk race. However, this race should not be underestimated. The serpent folk specialize in ranged combat, mastering both bows and magic with exceptional skill. A melee-focused class like Wu Chang could easily meet their demise here without proper preparation. Compounded by the dungeon's intricate terrain, Wu Chang decided to scout the area with a party first. With that thought, his gaze fell upon a group of adventurers assembling a party. Spirit Strike Squad recruiting. Currently only missing melee fighters. Our Skycharge squad only chases records urgently seeking ranged classes. No name exposure, no position restrictions. Hidden Kill Squad awaits you. Upon hearing the Stealth Assassination Squad's requirements, Wu Chang's eyes lit up. No name exposure was ideal. Though he was a solo player, his skill set was versatile enough to impersonate any class. Hello, I'm Miracle Walker. I'd like to join the Shadow Kill Squad. Wu Chang walked straight up to the person who had posted the message, made up a random title on the spot, and began his pitch. The other party didn't care about Wu Chang's actual class. Seeing someone come forward to sign up, he simply said, "Let's go. We'll start the dungeon right away. With you, we're now 5. Clearing this dungeon should be a breeze. I'm Dungeon Leader ZZ. Just follow my commands during the run." With a wave of ZZ's hand, the remaining 3 teammates approached. All 3 wore stern expressions, revealing nothing of their thoughts. Yet their looks alone made it clear these were not people to mess with. Since this was a group operation, Wu Chang had paid a hefty fee. Standing before the dungeon entrance, he found himself oddly looking forward to this team effort. Chapter 56, What class is this kid? Upon entering the Serpentine Paradise dungeon, Wu Chang saw several players had already established a safe zone, with some professionals still hunting monsters outside it. These safe zones weren't designated by the dungeon itself. Instead, they were areas cleared by skilled adventurers who had purged the surrounding monsters, creating pockets of relative peace within the dungeon. Do you need to rest up? Uncertain of his teammates' classes, ZZ, as the party leader, remained cautious. His gaze drifted toward Wu Chang, though seemingly by accident. While this self-proclaimed miracle walker trusted him, ZZ Tai didn't believe the guy was particularly strong. After all, with a face that looked like he'd just graduated, how strong could such a player really be? The others all shook their heads. They didn't have time to waste, and Wu Chang naturally stated he didn't need rest either. Seeing everyone decline, ZZ breathed a sigh of relief before declaring decisively, "Let's go. We're clearing this dungeon today." With that, he led the group out of the safe zone. Before they could catch their breath, an arrow whizzed in from the distance, suddenly embedding itself in the ground. Wu Cheng couldn't help but feel astonished at the sight of the arrow, its tail feathers still quivering. He hadn't even spotted the monster, yet the attack was already nearly upon him. The creatures in this serpentine paradise were truly formidable. Engage! ZZ State barked the command, drawing his greatsword from its sheath and charging straight toward the arrow's trajectory. The others snorted coldly in unison, drawing their weapons to counterattack. What astonished Wu Chang, however, was that not a single one of these individuals was a support class. They were all hard-hitting fighters. Bloodlust Curse. As part of the team, Wu Chang knew his duty now and immediately unleashed an enhanced skill. Thanks to the system upgrade, the Bloodlust Curse now consumed almost negligible energy from him, and its duration had significantly increased. The ZZ State charging at the strongest foe instantly felt his stats surge, his face lighting up with delight. Protect the Miracle Walker. He's the support class. He used his greatsword as a shield to block the hail of arrows, his command echoing directly to the others. Recognizing Wu Cheng's importance, an elf archer who had undergone a class change moved to his side. Her arrow struck and deflected the dagger thrown by the Snake Man ambush, sending it crashing to the ground. Wu Cheng raised an eyebrow at her maneuver. Such precision wasn't within the reach of just any archer. That this elf archer could strike down a flying projectile demonstrated remarkable talent with the bow. Rest assured, I, the Snow Ridge Saintess, will protect you. The archer, known by the codename Snow Ridge Saintess, flashed Wu Cheng a smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of approval. Support classes unleashing skills right from the start were rare indeed, but under the Serpent Folk's assault, they had to push hard early on to break through the first line of defense. Wu Cheng merely responded with a smile, saying little else. Then, under the Snow Ridge Saintess's astonished gaze, he reached out and grasped at thin air. A mage's staff materialized in his hand. Aren't you a priest? How come you have a mage's staff? If the Snow Ridge Saintess had merely admired Wu Cheng moments ago, she was now utterly perplexed. A guy who casts support spells was now wielding a staff to attack monsters. How much damage could he possibly deal? Oof. When did I ever say I was a priest? Wu Cheng merely chuckled, offering no explanation of his profession. His arcane staff flashed with light, and several magic orbs shot straight toward a snake man casting spells. At that moment, the snake man's frontline ZZ State was already entangled by several melee snake men. If the magical attacks landed a few more times, it would likely be left behind here soon. Yet in the next instant, before the horrified eyes of the Snow Ridge Saintess and ZZ State, Wu Cheng's magic balls obliterated the snake man into dust, leaving not a trace behind. Enhanced plunder success, stamina restored 10%. A wave of exhilaration washed over Wu Cheng as he felt his body brimming with inexhaustible vitality. Beside him, the Snow Ridge Saintess's face twisted in shock as a shriek escaped her lips. Holy crap, you one-shot a 1200 HP snake mage? Her ladylike composure vanished entirely. As a level 49 elf archer, her weapon-enhanced attack power reached 300 points, yet one-shotting a 1200 HP snake mage was nothing short of a pipe dream. Yet here stood this miracle walker, not only casting support spells but unleashing formidable magical attacks that had instantly slain a serpent mage. While mages' attacks typically dealt multiple hits, this was downright terrifying. With such mental fortitude, forget about joining a party here. Even among the established guild teams, few could rival him. It's nothing, really. No need to make such a fuss. Facing the Snow Ridge Saintess's astonishment, Wu Cheng remained unusually calm, as if he'd merely done something trivial. Meanwhile, ZZ finally unleashed his power, slaughtering the melee snake men surrounding him. He turned and gave Wu Cheng a deep look, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. A guy who could one-shot a snake mage? He'd never heard of such a person before. Clearly, this guy wasn't part of his circle. His background must be even more formidable. Initially, he had considered recruiting Wu Cheng, a support class, for his party. But now, that thought had long vanished. Teaming up with someone of such deep background would only invite trouble. Just as he turned to resume fighting the serpent folk, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. A serpentine creature was writhing its tail, crawling out from the grass behind Wu Cheng and the Snow Ridge Saintess. It was far too late to retreat and defend. Watch out! ZZ State shouted urgently. The other two instantly turned around, witnessing the terrifying scene. The melee snake man wielded a long sword, now poised to thrust it into the Snow Ridge Saintess's throat. Yet in the next instant, Wu Cheng's hand suddenly grasped a blood-red broadsword, which blocked the snake man's attack. With a swift motion of the blade, before the snake man could unleash his skill, his head was severed from his body, leaving no trace of life. Enhanced plunder success, strength +5. Looking at the fallen snake man, Wu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. You were almost the one to take her. Just moments ago, the Snow Ridge Saintess was full of life, but she nearly died at the hands of this monster. Heh, no need to make such a fuss. I'm just good at hiding. Noticing the strange looks directed at him, Wu Cheng hurriedly offered a laugh and an explanation. Hearing this, the others rolled their eyes dramatically. What did he mean by pretty good at hiding? From support skills to mage attacks, and now this sharp, decisive melee combat? Dude, what the heck class are you even playing? Got any more tricks up your sleeve we don't know about? Chapter 57, Miracle Walker, still farming the jungle? Damn, this kid is seriously messed up. Watching the situation gradually calm down, ZZ couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, his mind filled with utter confusion. What kind of class was this Miracle Walker who joined their team? Meanwhile, the Snow Ridge Saintess kept thanking Wu Cheng repeatedly. After all, if he hadn't rescued her in time, she would have been killed by the monsters long ago. So, what's your profession? Driven by curiosity about Wu Cheng, the Snow Ridge Holy Maiden asked in a voice still trembling with shock. Wu Cheng merely shook his head with a smile, wiggling his fingers as he replied. Can't say, can't say. His mysterious demeanor only piqued her curiosity further. Meanwhile, the ZZ state members who had cleared the surrounding monsters leaned in, eager to uncover Wu Heng's true profession. After all, how could an ordinary adventurer wield weapons and skills from different classes? Seeing Wu Cheng persistently evade the question, the others realized they wouldn't get an answer now and continued exploring deeper into the dungeon. After navigating over a dozen twists and turns, Wu Cheng's group finally reached the next monster hotspot. The monsters here were no less formidable than those outside, and being closer to the boss, they were even more frenzied. Miracle Walker, buff us up. We're charging straight in. I'll lead the charge up front. Don't get lost. The boss area is right behind us. If we can break through and trigger the boss fight, we have a chance to clear this dungeon. A solemn expression crossed Zizia's slightly chubby face. He'd tackled the Serpentine Paradise dungeon many times before, yet never managed to breach even the first defensive line. This time, with Wu Cheng present, they'd breached the first line without casualties. But the second line wouldn't be so easily overcome. Hearing this, Wu Cheng and the others exchanged glances, seeing determination in each other's eyes. Let's go. Wu Cheng declared immediately, and the others nodded in agreement. Unlike the others, however, Wu Cheng's confidence stemmed solely from his own strength. The rest were simply hoping for a chance to fight. After all, they had come this far. If they could defeat the boss, their journey wouldn't be in vain. Seeing no objections, ZZ Tai gritted his teeth and charged forward with his greatsword raised. Immediately, a group of snake men armed with bows began firing arrows. Yet, fortified by Wu Cheng's enhancement, ZZ Tai's overall attributes had risen, allowing him to brace against the hail of arrows and press forward. Seeing this, the others nodded in agreement, determined to push through before the next wave of attacks arrived. Wu Cheng, however, walked at a leisurely pace. His speed far surpassed that of other players at his level, making his stroll appear almost effortless. Hey, you! Can you stop pretending? Watching Wu Cheng stroll beside her while effortlessly dodging every arrow, the Snow Ridge Saintess couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Her own speed came from her class traits, but this Miracle Walker, whatever class he was, seemed faster than her? Could there really be such an all-around class? Though puzzled, everyone pushed forward with all their might. Finally made it through. Another melee class warrior named Ox Warrior gasped for breath, staring at his shield studded with arrows and feeling a chill run down his spine. These snakefolk were utterly relentless, firing arrows and hurling psychic attacks as if they were free. Yeah, I'm exhausted. A voice rang out. Nyo Warrior looked up and nearly gasped for breath. Wu Cheng stood there smiling, his hands empty, yet the arrows stubbornly failed to strike him. What? Lock-on attacks? Wu Cheng simply used his world-shattering god-slaying blade to scatter the enemy's attacks, leaving him seemingly unscathed. Seeing him like this, ZZ State was left speechless. Alright, this guy never misses a chance to show off. But considering his strength, ZZ could only accept it in the end. With power like that, the enemy was definitely no ordinary person. Let's go. The boss is up ahead. Those monsters shouldn't be coming after us. ZZ Tai glanced at the group before striding directly into the nest ahead. The others were about to follow when Wu Cheng suddenly frowned, sensing something. He turned his gaze toward the direction they had come from. Several dark specks appeared in the distance, whether adventurers or monsters, he couldn't tell. Never mind, probably just my imagination. Wu Cheng shook his head and followed suit. But before they could reach the depths of the nest, a sudden, inexplicable roar echoed through the air. Seeing this, the group hurried back to the surface and formed a defensive formation. Soon after, the ground split open and a massive snake man, covered in wounds from head to toe, burst forth from the earth. Hiss! The serpent man fixed Wu Cheng and his companions with a savage glare. It drew a curved greatsword from its back and swung it directly at the ZZ State. Wu Cheng seized the moment to reposition himself, then scanned the creature's information. Bloodthirsty Serpent Lord LV.50, a formidable entity that devoured the Serpent High Priest. Not only does it command all serpent folk within the garden, but it can also unleash mysterious magical attacks. Strength 800, Spirit 800, Physical Resist 1000, Magic Resist 1000, Stamina 300000. Skills: Command Serpent Folk, Magical Greatsword, Serpent Devouring Heaven, Blood Manipulation, Corrosive Venom, Deathly Rage. Gazing at this bloodthirsty Serpent Lord, Wu Cheng couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected it to be a mutated boss. Such bosses were far more challenging than ordinary or hidden bosses, having devoured another entity to reach this state. And now, the bloodthirsty Serpent Lord stood before him. Though its overall stats fell short of those Wu Chang had slain before, the sheer power of its command serpent folk skill alone was enough to inspire dread. How vast was the entire serpentine paradise? How many serpentines resided within? It was impossible to say precisely, but tens of thousands were certainly present. If it commands tens of thousands of snake people to attack, even defeating it would be futile. We must attack immediately. Wu Chang fixed a stern gaze upon the boss, his hand gripping the world-shattering god-slaying blade as he prepared to move. Yet, a commotion erupted behind him. One after another, the snake people charged forward, their bloodshot eyes gleaming with madness. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Facing an attack from both front and rear, please make a choice. Option A, kill the boss. Double clear reward. Option B, eliminate the serpentine creatures. Double the plunder attribute boost. Choose B. Faced with rewards versus attributes, Wu Chang hesitated not a moment before choosing the attributes. Without consulting his teammates, he charged into the snake men with his weapon raised. Meanwhile, the boss battle had reached its climax. Miracle Walker, your buff is expiring, renew it now. ZZ State, knocked flying by a palm strike, shouted urgently, completely unaware that Wu Chang had already distanced himself. Just as he prepared to engage the boss again, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him. The blood curse's duration had ended. As if sensing its prey's weakened state, the bloodthirsty serpent lord flew into a rage, swinging its greatsword with even greater ferocity. Miracle Walker, what are you doing? Another attack sent ZZ flying through the air, spitting blood as he scrambled to locate Wu Chang. Turning back, he nearly fainted from shock. Wu Chang was carving through the mob of minions like a god of war, while the four of them were on the verge of being finished off by the boss. Come help us. At that moment, he didn't hold it against them after all, they had no way to deal with the snake minions charging in. But now, clearly, the boss was the priority. Yet despite his loud shout, Wu Chang seemed oblivious. The Miracle Walker was still grinding mobs. Chapter 58, Dude, is there anything you can't do? Holy crap, the Miracle Walker is still farming the jungle. Watching Wu Chang go on a rampage through the snake mob, ZZ's composure shattered instantly. Bro, I know you're a powerhouse, but could you at least check on your teammates? They're only 4 against this mutated boss, how can they possibly hold out? Plus, with the buff gone, their strength has dropped significantly. If Wu Chang doesn't come back soon, they'll be finished. Miracle Walker, stop farming those damn mobs. We're all going to wipe if this keeps up. ZZ State separated himself and roared angrily toward Wu Chang's direction. Hearing the shout, Wu Chang spun around in alarm. He saw ZZ State, the team leader, covered in blood, while the other 2 teammates looked deathly pale. Clearly, a few more hits and they'd be killed by the bloodthirsty serpent lord. The only one holding up somewhat was the Snow Ridge Saintess, but as an archer, defeating the boss was simply impossible. Looks like it's my turn to step in. Wu Chang saw this and a flicker of delight crossed his face, not because his teammate was about to die, but because clearing these minor enemies had already granted him a significant boost in stats. Enhanced looting success, strength plus 50, spirit plus 20, dual resistances plus 40. Nearly 100 minor monsters, boosted by the system's double bonus, allowed Wu Chang to plunder over 100 attribute points. He now stood at the peak of his strength. Though slightly fatigued from the battle, his overall strength was undeniably greater than before. Hiss. Noticing all his minions had been wiped out, the bloodthirsty serpent lord let out a second roar. Any monsters farther away who heard this cry would immediately come to its aid. Yet in the next instant, a long blade pierced straight through the center of its jaws. Wu Chang wielded the world-shattering god-slaying blade, his cold gaze fixed upon the serpent lord. The murderous intent radiating from his eyes sent a chill down the spine of the bloodthirsty serpent lord, a boss-level foe. Godslayer slash. In an instant, the blade's aura slashed toward the boss, while Wu Chang's staff emitted a dazzling light. Attack dealt 100,000 damage. With a single strike, the life of this once mighty boss vanished instantly. Having already been weakened by the other 4, it was powerless to resist Wu Chang's assault. Thud. The corpse of the bloodthirsty serpent lord hit the ground with a dull thud. ZZ State and Snow Ridge Saintess wore expressions of astonished delight. The remaining 2 attempted to approach Wu Chang but stumbled, their legs giving way. What's happening? Zai rushed over to help them up, but their vital energy grew increasingly faint. They had already been bleeding out during the boss fight earlier. If not for sheer willpower keeping them standing, they would have collapsed long ago. Now that the boss was dead and they could claim their share, the tension vanished, leaving them utterly drained. Don't die. I've already contacted the rescue team. Specialized healers will be here soon. The Snow Ridge Saintess and ZZ Tai each supported one teammate, but the 2 men's complexions grew even paler. They had long since exhausted their last ounce of strength, merely clinging to life by a thread. As long as they could deliver the bounty money from defeating the boss to their families, combined with the insurance policies they'd purchased over the years, it would be enough for their loved ones to live well. Let me handle this. Seeing their pallid faces, Wu Chang shook his head and stepped forward. Though he wasn't close to them, they were still comrades in arms who'd fought together. He was willing to help save them after all, it was just a matter of casting a skill. You? You don't even know your class. What good can you possibly do? Have you even learned specialized healing spells? If it's just a basic recovery skill, it won't do anything. Tai's face wore a skeptical expression, his tone icy cold. There was no choice. With his teammates dying, he couldn't afford to worry about his tone. Besides, he wasn't wrong. Without specialized healing skills, ordinary trash recovery spells were utterly useless in this situation. After all, both of them were still bleeding. Those trashy healing spells any class could learn would only cause more agony. Trust me. Wu Chang said no more. After all, he hadn't explicitly stated his profession, and he certainly didn't look like a priest. But with his arsenal of skills, it would be quite difficult for these two teammates to die. Grand life restoration. Under the horrified stares of the Snow Ridge Saintess and ZZ State, Wu Chang's staff emitted a burst of light. Two powerful streams of energy surged forth from the staff, immediately flowing into the bodies of his two teammates. In the next instant, their complexions flushed with health, and even the bleeding effect inflicted by the boss vanished completely. This was the upgraded version of the skill. Not only had its mana cost been significantly reduced, but it now also cleared one negative status effect while restoring health. Holy crap, what the hell class are you? Seeing his two teammates go from near death on horseback to bouncing around in an instant, ZZ's face wore an expression of lingering astonishment. You know support skills, you can cast mage attacks, and your melee might even be stronger than mine. Now you've got healing skills too, bro, spill it, what can't you do? As Sty listed all the skills and attacks he'd witnessed Wu Chang perform, the other three were stunned. They hadn't noticed this miracle walker could wield so many different class skills. Could he be some unseen special class? Or perhaps one of those superpowered players hidden by the guild? Wu Chang merely shook his head and chuckled softly. Alright, everyone. The boss fight is over. We'll meet again someday. He stood up, addressed the group, and then teleported out of the instance. Watching Wu Chang vanish, ZZ's eyes flickered with regret as he sighed. A player with combat prowess far surpassing ordinary players was not someone he could recruit, let alone when the other's strength completely crushed his own. As for the Snow Ridge Saintess, she now gazed in the direction Wu Chang had departed with a look of keen interest. Run, if you will. I will find you. A faint smile touched her lips as she murmured softly, then began gathering her belongings to depart with the others. Teleported outside the instance, Wu Chang struggled to squeeze his way out. Moments earlier, the dying roar of the bloodthirsty serpent lord had stirred every ordinary serpent within Serpent Paradise. Now, monsters were charging toward the boss area like crazed beasts, the perfect time for a challenge. Many players rushed out to form parties, hoping to loot more gear and items. Having just leveled up to 46, Wu Chang was about to head to the next instance when a message popped up on his phone, a notification from Principal Huang Jingtian. The admission results for Yinjing University are out. Several students from Huajing City have been accepted. Report to the school tomorrow. Li Dafei wishes to see you. Chapter 59, is it you? Summer training camp. Please keep reading. The next day, Wu Chang walked through the gates of Huajiang No. 1 High School with a hint of curiosity. The campus felt deserted today, as it was the orientation meeting for newly admitted Yinjing University students. Upon entering the principal's office, Wu Chang saw Huang Jingtian and Li Dafei sitting together, both wearing inexplicable smiles. Come, sit down. The principal beckoned to Wu Chang, gesturing toward a seat on the sofa. Li Dafei, however, scrutinized Wu Chang with a gaze that held a hint of satisfaction but was dominated by confusion. How long had he been gone? Why did Wu Chang suddenly feel different? A single probe spell was cast, and Li Dafei's vision immediately displayed Wu Chang's information. Name, Wu Chang. Class, Freelancer. Level, LV 46 10%. You're level 46? Seeing Wu Chang's level, Li Dafei couldn't help but let out a shriek, a sound so loud it startled even Principal Huang Jingtian. Level 45, could a professional player really reach that level within a month? And Wu Chang's free agent class was notoriously difficult to level up. Yet he had now far surpassed his peers. Aside from those from major clans, Wu Chang's leveling speed was likely unmatched among his age group. Yet faced with their astonishment, Wu Chang showed no sign of surprise. While directly using a detection spell wasn't exactly polite, he was now a student at Yinjing University. Given that the other party valued his growth and had cast the spell, it seemed somewhat understandable. Yeah, leveling up is just so damn hard. Wu Chang wiped imaginary sweat from his brow, his tone tinged with resignation. Hearing his tone, Huang Jingtian and Li Dafei, who had been about to say something, immediately swallowed their words. Damn it, never seen such an ungrateful student. While students in other professions were still struggling to reach level 15, he was already at level 46 and he dared complain about how hard it was to level up. Moreover, Yinjing University's graduation requirement is reaching level 70. While Wu Chang's elite class has higher standards, the maximum graduation level is only 100. Was this Wu Chang guy planning to graduate after just 1 year of college? If that actually happened, it would send shockwaves through the entire university. Ahem, young people are just too impatient these days. Hold on, 2 people are still missing. Li Dafei cleared his throat urgently, steering the conversation elsewhere. There was no choice. Continuing to discuss level progression with Wu Chang would likely drive them all mad. Such an ascent rate would be terrifying even in Yinjing University's centuries-long history, let alone in a small place like Huajiang City. Just as he mentioned them, they arrived. No sooner had he spoken than two figures appeared at the doorway, smiling as they stepped inside. Principal Huang, Director Li, good day. The familiar voices made Wu Chang raise an eyebrow. Turning around, who else could it be but the Snow Ridge Saintess who teamed up with me yesterday to clear the Serpentine Paradise? It's you? The Snow Ridge Saintess's face lit up with surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. After returning yesterday, she had immediately begun investigating that miracle walker, but after searching high and low, she couldn't find any information about him, as if he never existed at all. Of course, this was all because the professional association deliberately concealed Wu Chang's information, making it impossible for outsiders to find him. Heh, what a coincidence. Wu Chang smiled as he rose and walked toward her. However, another classmate beside the Snow Ridge Saintess wore an expression of impatience, her eyes flashing a hint of disgust as she looked at Wu Chang. Allow me to introduce myself, Xue Lingwan. Xue Lingwan extended her delicate hand with a smile, her expression tinged with excitement. Wu Chang. Since they would all be classmates in the future, Wu Chang saw no reason to hide anything. He smiled and shook hands with her. But the male student beside her was seething with rage. Seeing Wu Chang actually shake hands with Xue Lingwan, he flew into a furious rage. You bastard! Who gave you permission to shake hands? With me, Xue Feng, around, you bastards won't lay a finger on my sister. Xue Feng, his face twisted with fury, stepped forward abruptly, forcing his way between Wu Chang and Xue Lingwan. Huang Jingtian and Li Dafei watched the scene unfold, their expressions filled with confusion. After all, the Xue siblings weren't originally from Huajiang City. They had only come here to circumvent certain rules, which was why they had been admitted to Yinjing University. Logically, Wu Chang and Xue Lingwan shouldn't have any connection. Yet now it seemed they'd not only met before but were quite familiar with each other. What's going on? You two have met before? Li Dafei couldn't help but ask aloud, utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Seeing the admissions officer so anxious, Wu Chang and Xue Lingwan exchanged a glance before revealing everything that had happened at Snake Man Paradise yesterday. Of course, they both deliberately omitted the part about Wu Chang directly killing the boss, attributing the victory solely to the entire team's efforts. Even so, Li Dafei was astonished to hear that Wu Chang could employ diverse tactics like support skills, energy conservation, and ranged attacks against enemies. This is a true prodigy. He shook his head in admiration, inwardly relieved that he had recruited Wu Chang to Yinjing University. Had another school snatched him up, his own career advancement would have been impossible. As for Song Qingye, he knew Wu Chang learned skills quickly, but he never imagined he'd apply them directly in combat. Still, to maintain his composure before his old classmate, he remained outwardly calm, though his inner world was churning with shockwaves. Even Xue Feng, who had always looked down on Wu Chang, narrowed his eyes and began scrutinizing him upon hearing of his combat prowess. Director Li, what brings us here today? Though acquainted with Wu Chang, Xue Lingwan remained focused on the matter at hand. She and her brother had come to Huajiang City not merely for training, but because something important seemed to be unfolding at Yinjing University. Hearing this, Wu Chang also looked at Li Dafei with a hint of confusion. As far as he knew, Yinjing University never called students back after admission. Why gather them now? Could it be to test their training progress? Hearing Xue Lingwan's question, Li Dafei's smile faded as he replied in a solemn tone. This isn't entirely unprecedented. After all, Magic Capital University did something similar last year. His answer made Wu Chang stroke his chin in recollection. Last year, Magic City University had done something similar? Suddenly, it all came back to him. It seemed that the seniors admitted to Magic City University last year had participated in some kind of training camp, undergoing grueling drills within a dungeon. The result? At the annual National Freshman Tournament, last year's Magic Capital University team dominated the competition, overwhelming top schools like Yinjing University and leaving them gasping for breath. Could this be the reason? Noticing the looks on Wu Chang and Xue Lingwan's faces, Li Dafei stopped hiding and explained. You're right, it's about the training camp. Other universities have already begun training for the freshman tournament. Yinjing University certainly can't afford to fall behind. Starting tomorrow, you'll enter Yinjing University early and begin grueling training under your mentors. Chapter 60, heading to Yinjing. You're actually an independent practitioner? Therefore, you must travel to Yinjing. The university will arrange intensive training for you. As he spoke, Li Dafei's expression turned stern, his eyes fixed on Wu Chang and the other two with a scrutinizing gaze. In his view, these three professionals from Huajiang City had every chance of succeeding through the school's training program. After all, their performance thus far placed them among the top tier of students. Not only had they all reached level 40+, but each possessed solid combat experience. Clearing the training camp posed no problem. But if they wanted to advance further to earn their instructors' favor during training and represent the school's new recruits in subsequent competitions that would depend entirely on their own destiny. Are we leaving tomorrow? Upon hearing they were to head to Yanjing the very next day, Wu Cheng couldn't help but frown. He still had unfinished business in Huazhang City. Not only were his parents still there, but how Yanshuai's promise to sell the evil goddess treasure vault hadn't been finalized yet. If he wasn't there, such a large sum of money would likely attract unwanted attention. Even if the association was willing to intervene on his behalf, he disliked accumulating debts of gratitude. We're leaving tomorrow. There's no changing that. But I'll be in Huazhang City. If anything truly happens, I'll definitely step in. Seeing the worry on Wu Cheng's face, Li Dafei couldn't help but offer reassurance. Hearing his words, the worry on Wu Cheng's face faded considerably. His greatest concern about traveling to Yanjing was leaving his parents behind in Huazhang City. But with Li Dafei stationed there, he had little to worry about. Besides, Principal Huang Jingtian and Chairman Song Qingye wouldn't stand idly by either. With the three of them here, he could head to Yanjing with peace of mind. Then I'll leave it to you, Director Li. Wu Cheng bowed solemnly to Li Dafei, mentally noting the kindness shown by this Director Li. As for Zhu Lingwan and her brother Xiafeng, they naturally had no objections whatsoever. In fact, they were practically itching to head to Yanjing. After all, their families were putting considerable pressure on them. If possible, they would have set off immediately. In that case, go prepare yourselves first. We'll depart for Yanjing promptly at 8 tomorrow morning. Li Dafei's expression was grave. This matter concerned both his own future and the future of Yanjing University. There was no room for carelessness. Seeing this, Wu Cheng and the others departed one after another. Upon returning home, he found his parents waiting. We already know about your trip to Yanjing. We've both been transferred to less demanding positions, so you needn't worry. His father looked at Wu Cheng with a look of satisfaction on his face. His child was destined to become an eagle soaring through the skies. No matter how much he longed to keep him close, he couldn't let selfish desires prevent his son from achieving his true worth. Hearing his father's words, Wu Cheng felt a pang of sadness in his heart, yet he still wore a smile on his face. The next day, after bidding farewell to his parents, Wu Cheng stored all his belongings in the spatial rift orb and headed straight to the academy. Though he arrived well ahead of schedule, Shui Lingwan and Xuefeng were already there waiting. Everyone's here. Let's go. Seeing all three arrive punctually, Li Dafei gave a slight nod. For a professional, formidable strength was naturally paramount. But if one became arrogant before gaining that strength, their future prospects wouldn't be bright. At present, he was satisfied with all three of their responses. At the very least, they possessed a sense of punctuality, which would prevent major oversights during future missions. The four arrived at the school playground to find a massive formation already in place, emanating an unsettling aura. Wu Cheng examined the formation with curiosity, wondering what its purpose might be. This is a long-distance teleportation formation. Only array masters above level 100 can set it up. For this formation to appear overnight, it must have taken several array masters working together. Seeing Wu Cheng's puzzled expression, Shui Lingwan offered an explanation. As for Xuefeng, he merely snorted coldly, his eyes still carrying a hint of contempt toward Wu Cheng. However, Wu Cheng also felt rather helpless toward this youth. At only 15 years old, he had already been accepted early by Yanjing University. After all, while ordinary people could only undergo class change at 18, some individuals displayed extraordinary talent at a very young age and naturally succeeded in changing classes early. Xuefeng was clearly one such prodigy who had transitioned early. Moreover, since he hadn't done anything particularly outrageous, Wu Cheng saw no point in dwelling on it. Very well. It seems Miss Shui has already witnessed this before. Li Dafei stood in the center of the faintly glowing formation, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wu Cheng, upon hearing the name, raised an eyebrow. Miss Shui? Could it be that Shui Lingwan wasn't from an ordinary family after all? Upon reflection, it made sense. If Xuefeng could awaken early, his parents must be elite practitioners themselves, and the power behind them certainly wouldn't be ordinary. Yet Wu Cheng refrained from asking. If she chose to reveal her identity, that was one thing prying would only make him seem desperate to curry favor. Besides, Wu Cheng was no slouch himself. Robbing a demon god's treasure trove? That feat was probably one of a kind in the entire world. Let's go. The group positioned themselves. Li Dafei gripped the array core and suddenly exerted force. In an instant, a blinding white light flooded Wu Cheng's vision. The sensation of weightlessness made him feel profoundly unsettled, as if he might plummet from the clouds at any moment. But this sensation didn't last long before fading away. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer on the school playground, but standing before the entrance of a massive dungeon. At that moment, thousands of people stood at the dungeon entrance, arranged in relatively orderly rows. I'll see you off here. I'll be leaving now. Keep your admission notices safe. Someone will guide you. With that, Li Dafei slowly vanished, enveloped in the white light, leaving only Wu Cheng and his two companions staring at each other in confusion. What did that mean? Someone would come to arrange things? Though puzzled, they still pulled out their admission notices. The moment the letters touched their hands, a strange force pulled them apart. 1 to the youth class, 2 to the elite class. A strange voice echoed, yet Wu Chang saw no one speaking, as if the words had materialized directly within his mind. Instantly, the mysterious force completely separated them. Shui Feng was transported to the youth class, while Wu Chang and Shui Lingwan were carried by that force to the entrance of the elite class. The teacher stationed at the entrance observed Wu Chang, who looked somewhat startled, wearing only a smile. The force that separated the three originated from a colossal formation, a type only the most prestigious universities possess the capability to deploy. After composing themselves, Wu Chang and Shui Lingwan approached the admissions officer and presented their acceptance letters. Impressive. A level 43 elf archer. While not the most elite class, you can deal hybrid damage with magic arrows. Focus on leveling up in the future. Once you learn magical skills, you'll become the most reliable damage dealer in any party. The admissions officer nodded approvingly at Shui Lingwan's acceptance letter. As expected of someone entering the elite class so far, he hadn't seen a single applicant below level 40. Taking her acceptance letter, Shui Lingwan smiled brightly at Wu Chang. She was curious, what class could this guy be, the one who unleashed all those skills and attacks in the dungeon? Wu Chang handed over his acceptance letter and immediately heard the admissions officer's astonished voice. Wu Chang, a level 46 free agent? Did I see that correctly? Staring at the class field, the admissions officer froze. When did free agents become eligible for admission to Yinjing University and straight into the elite class at that? But upon another glance, he confirmed it. The young man before him, named Wu Chang, was indeed a free agent. What? You're a free agent? Before Wu Chang could retrieve his acceptance letter, Shui Lingwan's stunned voice rang out. She stared at Wu Chang in disbelief, her eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. The Wu Chang who had slaughtered enemies left and right in the dungeon had actually switched to the so-called trash class of a free agent. Chapter 61, You dare join the elite class? The bet. You're actually a free agent? Shui Lingwan's voice trembled with shock. The twitching at the corners of her mouth told Wu Chang this expression wasn't feigned. The teacher scrutinized Wu Chang's face. Though deeply curious about how this free agent had achieved such a high level and gained admission to Yinjing University's elite class, he ultimately stamped the enrollment seal. What could he do? He was merely a teacher. Since the admission letter and identity matched, he had no authority to question the university administration's decision. Tucking the admission letter away with a smile, Wu Chang placed it into his spatial orb before turning to Shui Lingwan and murmuring softly, "Let's go register." Though her mind was still reeling with shock, Wu Chang's prompting snapped her back to reality. She pouted slightly and followed closely behind him. Her eyes, however, darted restlessly over Wu Chang's form, as if trying to see right through the young man before her. Wu Chang merely smiled, striding confidently toward his assigned classroom. Yinjing University's elite classes were divided into three categories: combat professions, support professions, and life professions. These three professions represented the most common global classification system, with the life professions naturally having the largest class sizes. However, they weren't heading into a dungeon. Instead, they were about to undergo a series of skill training sessions, using food, battle armor, or other items they had crafted themselves. Though life professions were often seen as weak, high-level practitioners held considerable prestige. Take the current crafting instructor, for instance. Wu Chang knew this individual was a level 200+ professional whose crafted food could dramatically boost the combat effectiveness of similarly leveled players. As for support classes, they primarily cast buffs on the battlefield classes like priests and ascetics. Their true value lay in strategic vision and situational awareness, which would later be crucial when teaming up with combat classes for dungeon runs. Wu Chang, naturally, had joined the combat elite class. Judging by the roster, the class size was modest, only 30 or 40 students, a stark contrast to the elite life skills class boasting over 100 members. Moreover, most members specialized in the most elite combat classes: Skyblade Array Masters, Blade Saints of Execution, and the like. Even the less common advanced combat classes, like Zuling ones, were present. Wu Chang's free agent status, barring any surprises, meant he'd be at the very bottom of the class, not just among the combat elite, but even if placed in the life skills elite class or a regular class. But if we're talking about combat prowess, you should be among the absolute elite tier. Shui Lingwan gazed thoughtfully ahead, her tone unusually firm. Upon hearing her words, Wu Chang merely smiled. The very top tier? That wasn't his goal. What Wu Chang aspired to be was the one and only unique existence in the elite class. Of course, he was already quite unique as it was. Not only within the elite class, but even across the entire school, he was likely the only free agent class. Instructor, Wang Xiaoming, level 230 combat class, battle fighter. Now, join the squad. Before the elite class, a tall, stern-faced instructor coldly addressed Wu Chang and the other. Hearing his classmate introduce his profession, Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. A 230-level battle fighter, such a high-tier elite class, and yet he was merely an instructor. Yinjing University's strength was truly unfathomable. This was the highest-level professional he had ever encountered. Only Qinglong, the captain of the Godslayer squad, could possibly match him. But if they were to fight, it's hard to say who would win. Wu Chang stood rooted to the spot, amused by the thought. After all, Qinglong was essentially an assassin, while Huang Xiaoming's class specialized in frontal combat. Once either side gained the upper hand, it would be incredibly difficult for the other to turn the tide. "Hey, new guy?" Just as he imagined Qinglong and Huang Xiaoming locked in battle, a slightly arrogant voice reached his ears. He looked up to see a lavishly dressed boy approaching with a fake smile, surrounded by people whose eyes were filled with apprehension. Even Shui Lingwan, standing beside Wu Chang, wore a solemn expression, clearly aware of this man's reputation. "Pleased to meet you. I'm Lin Zhanhuang. Lingwan, won't you introduce who this gentleman is?" The man who introduced himself as Lin Zhanhuang turned his smiling gaze toward Shui Lingwan, a hint of fervor flickering in his eyes. At his words, Shui Lingwan's expression instantly turned cold. Though she knew Lin Zhanhuang, their relationship hadn't progressed to the point where he could address her by name. His boldness left her utterly embarrassed. "Wu Chang." Noticing the awkwardness on Shui Lingwan's face, Wu Chang stepped forward with a smile to break the tension. Even Shui Lingwan seemed wary of Lin Zhanhuang. Perhaps he truly had some formidable background. However, upon hearing Wu Chang's name, a flicker of confusion crossed the man's eyes before giving way to a look of sudden realization. "Wu Chang, huh? So you're that useless free agent admitted to the elite class? Yanjing University is really going downhill. They're even admitting freelancers into the elite class. My family spent tens of millions cultivating me just to get me into Yanjing University. Wonder how many times your mom had to sleep with the admissions director to get you switched in? Ha 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 ha." Lin Zhanhuang fixed Wu Chang with a mocking gaze, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. Hearing such blatant insults, Wu Chang's eyes instantly darkened with menace. The Jianshi Zhanshan sword flickered into existence before him. At this distance, it would be more than enough to cleave Lin Zhanhuang's head clean off. As for the consequences, even if it cost him his life, Lin Zhanhuang wouldn't leave this place intact. "Say that again if you dare." Wu Chang fixed a deathly stare on Lin Zhanhuang, the rage boiling within him utterly uncontrollable. But Lin Zhanhuang showed not a shred of concern, his voice dripping with arrogance as he retorted. "Can't hear me, you dog ears? Fine, I'll say it again. You mother." "Enough." Just as Lin Zhanhuang was about to continue, a thunderous shout erupted. Wu Chang turned to see instructor Huang Xiaoming approaching with a stern expression. He first gave Wu Chang a sweeping glance before fixing his gaze on Lin Zhanhuang. "You. Apologize." Huang Xiaoming pointed at Lin Zhanhuang, his command delivered in a tone that brooked no argument. But Lin Zhanhuang clenched his teeth, his gaze coldly fixed on Wu Chang. "Instructor, Wu Chang is merely an independent student. Even though he joined the elite class, it doesn't mean he has the ability to stand with us. Everyone here is a top-tier combat specialist, or at the very least, a specialized advanced combat specialist. What ability could Wu Chang, a lone wolf, possibly have?" With that single sentence, Lin Zhanhuang severed Wu Chang from the entire group, placing him alone in opposition to the entire class. Hearing his words, every student except Shui Lingwan found themselves nodding in agreement. Right, Wu Chang was a freelancer. What gave him the right to stand alongside their elite professions? Even if Yanjing University had admitted him as an exception, he still didn't deserve to be among them. The reason was simple, a free agent was the absolute worst class. So unless he can prove he's no worse than us, what qualifications does he have to enter the elite class? Otherwise, don't even think about me apologizing. Lin Zhanhuang's expression hardened as he swept his sleeve aside, his stance unwavering. Seeing the other party unwilling to budge, Huang Xiaoming could only turn his gaze toward Wu Chang. Hearing the words, Wu Chang smiled, though beneath that smile lay a deep, murderous intent. "You want proof? Fine. This dungeon run first place is mine, Wu Chang's to claim. When the time comes, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball." Chapter 62, Training begins, you're the first challenger. When the time comes, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Wu Chang's gaze swept over Lin Zhanhuang's neck, instantly sending chills down the latter's spine. Huang Xiaoming, the instructor, said nothing further, but rather admired Wu Chang's fiery temperament. If a student couldn't even stand up for his own family when they were insulted, teaching him would be utterly pointless. As for whether he'd actually kill Lin Zhanhuang? So what? Someone who's incompetent yet arrogantly cocky will inevitably meet their end at someone else's hands. Fine. The wager is settled. Wu Chang takes first place in training, and Lin Zhanhuang is at his mercy. Should he fail to fulfill it, this matter ends here. Huang Xiaoming settled the matter decisively. Though he sympathized with Wu Chang, he couldn't openly take sides as an instructor. Student conflicts must be resolved among themselves. Hearing this, Lin Zhanhuang snorted coldly and walked away. Wu Chang remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the departing figure with pure malice. His earlier words were no joke. He vowed to wring the man's neck, and he intended to make good on that promise. All right, prepare to begin training. Seeing the time was right, Huang Xiaoming directed everyone to form ranks. Though the students had only just arrived today, rules were rules. The first training session would make it clear to all. Enemies wouldn't show mercy just because you were new. Hearing Huang Xiaoming's words, Wu Chang slowly withdrew his gaze. Don't worry, I'll definitely be on your side. As if sensing Wu Chang's current state of mind, Xue Lingwan fixed him with a determined gaze and offered a soft reassurance. After glancing at her, the anger in Wu Chang's heart gradually dissipated.
Mei Chem, thank you. He nodded his thanks, while inwardly sentencing Lin Zhanhuang to death.
Never mind the insults hurled at him personally, the subsequent humiliation of his family alone made Lin Zhanhuang a target he had to eliminate. As for the power and influence behind him, what did any of that matter to Wu Chang? If he decided to kill Lin Zhanhuang, those forces had better stay out of it. Should they interfere, he would find an opportunity to eliminate them all as well. Just because he couldn't eliminate them now didn't mean he couldn't in the future. Anyone or any force that stood in his way would be crushed beneath his feet. Wu Chang swept his gaze across the entire elite class, his expression utterly cold and detached. Yet the next instant, the system's voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Faced with Lin Zhanhuang's provocation and classmates' indifference, please make a choice. Option A, secure first place in the training, humiliate Lin Zhanhuang thoroughly, then find an opportunity to eliminate him later. Gain the title Avenger, inflicts 10% additional damage against enemies who have harmed you. Option B, deliberately avoid first place, then publicly execute Lin Zhanhuang. All attributes instantly doubled. Option C, explain to classmates that you lost your temper earlier and are willing to get along amicably with everyone. Gain the title Friend of the People, easier to gain others' favor while reducing monster hostility towards you. Staring at the options in his mind, Wu Chang froze in shock. Option C was immediately out of the question. As for A or B, while he preferred the latter, it was clear that publicly executing Lin Zhanhuang would spell disaster. Doubling his stats wouldn't save him, let alone a tenfold increase. After all, these instructors in their 200s were far beyond his capabilities, not to mention the presence of the school teachers. I'll choose A. Given the current situation, humiliating Lin Zhanhuang in person was already a significant achievement. Killing him would likely spell certain death, even with the backing of Yenjing University. A flicker of murderous intent passed through his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. When his power was insufficient to turn the tables, the wisest course was to lie low. Only when he possessed the strength to challenge anyone would he truly be capable of protecting those he cared about. With that thought, he composed himself and turned his attention to Huang Xiaoming ahead. At that moment, the instructor was outlining the specifics of the training exercise. First, we'll conduct a baseline assessment. I will lower my level to 40, and each of you will fight me one by one. You may use weapons and fight to the death. Use whatever means you have at your disposal. Survive for 30 seconds, and you pass. Huang Xiaoming's voice echoed throughout the elite class, yet under his deliberate control, students from other classes remained completely unaware of the commotion here. Instructor, what happens if someone fails or exceeds the time limit? Lin Zhanhuang cut him off with a smirk, his expression clearly meant to provoke. Huang Xiaoming, however, had no interest in wasting words. With a single swipe, his palm sliced through the air, bypassing several people in front, and slammed Lin Zhanhuang face first onto the ground. In an instant, the atmosphere became incredibly tense. When I speak, no one interrupts. It's not your turn to talk yet. This is a preliminary assessment. Failing it isn't a big deal. But if you fail the next one, don't expect to eat for the rest of the day. Huang Xiaoming's words left everyone stunned, even Wu Chang frowned. They were all professionals, but unless they specialized in certain roles or had learned skills to slow down resource depletion, they still needed to eat. Going a day without food wouldn't kill them, but the sensation was something no one wanted to experience. Of course, surviving just 1 minute is considered excellent. The life skills instructor will provide you with a specially customized gadget. If anyone can defeat me at the same level, prove it first. Huang Xiaoming's tone carried a hint of contempt, as if he looked down on these students. This dismissive attitude instantly ignited the students' fury. They were the elite who had earned admission to Yenjing University. How could they tolerate such humiliation? Besides, you've suppressed your level to 40. If they can't even defeat you at that, doesn't that just show how little you think of them? But Wu Chang didn't get angry. Instead, he sensed something was off. The instructor's words clearly reflected absolute confidence in his combat skills. Relying solely on raw passion would likely leave them defeated without even understanding how. At that very moment, a savage, beast-like roar echoed through the air. There, pinned to the ground, Lin Zhanhuang's face twisted into a hideous grimace, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. You're going to die. Never in his life had he endured such humiliation. To be pinned down in public, utterly unable to resist. With that, he drew his weapon from his back. The crowd stared in shock. It was a peerless phoenix-winged golden halberd. This exclusive weapon grew in quality with its owner's battles, its current peak being the highest legendary tier. The moment Wu Chang saw the phoenix-winged gold inlaid halberd, he instantly recognized Lin Zhanhuang's profession, the unique, top-tier combat class Invincible Celestial General. A supremely powerful class that continuously stacked attributes with every victory in formal combat. Yet this class carried a fatal flaw: a single defeat would have all accumulated attribute bonuses. At this moment, Lin Zhanhuang was brimming with arrogance. Though only level 48 under the Lin family's cultivation, his attack power excluding weapon bonuses had reached 400, far surpassing his peers. This was precisely the source of his audacious confidence. Yet when Huang Xiaoming saw Lin Zhanhuang charging toward him, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. So, you're the first challenger. With that, he swallowed a level reduction potion, instantly dropping his level to 40. He then advanced bare-handed toward Lin Zhanhuang. Watching the two grappling, Wu Cheng's gaze fixed intently on the latter. Let me see what gives you the right to be so arrogant. Chapter 63, Healing while fighting. Even the strongest instructor must fall. Lin Zhanhuang swung his phoenix-winged golden halberd directly at the instructor's head. The blade sliced through the air with such speed it produced a crackling roar, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Whoa, this Lin Zhanhuang really has the credentials to be cocky. Terrifying. Even if that hit landed on a monster, it'd probably one-shot a weak one. Forget minor monsters, even elite monsters wouldn't survive that. The Lin family invested tens of millions in his training. It's no wonder he possesses such combat prowess. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment, many already showing signs of retreat. They never imagined someone their age could possess such formidable combat prowess. Xue Lingwan, standing nearby, wore a grave expression. Her pearly teeth bit into her lower lip as she clearly struggled to process Lin Zhanhuang's staggering strength. Even Wu Cheng narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of threat emanating from the opponent. If he were to fight this man now, securing a stable victory might not be so straightforward. At the very least, cutting through him like mowing down minor enemies in a dungeon was absolutely impossible. Keep watching. Wu Cheng's gaze fixed on the instructor. He couldn't believe this combat-specialized instructor, over level 200, would simply absorb that blow head-on. The instant Wu Cheng made this mental calculation, instructor Huang Xiaoming thrust out a palm, forcibly deflecting the attack of the phoenix-winged golden halberd. His entire body then pressed against Lin Zhanhuang's. The distance between them vanished instantly. Even though the phoenix-winged golden halberd was a peerless grade weapon, it held no advantage here. Its excessive attack range only made Lin Zhanhuang's every strike sluggish and cumbersome. Though Lin Zhanhuang swiftly discarded his weapon, he found himself even more unable to breach Huang Xiaoming's defenses without it. After struggling to hold on for 2.5 minutes, Huang Xiaoming delivered a direct palm strike to Lin Zhanhuang's chest, knocking the first challenger unconscious. Having witnessed his methods, the students were filled with dread. If you couldn't win, you'd be knocked unconscious? That was just too brutal. Next. Instructor Huang Xiaoming tossed Lin Zhanhuang onto the ground without a second thought, then turned his cold gaze toward the next student. Soon, a pale-faced young man stepped forward, only to be defeated in just over 10 seconds. Fortunately, he wasn't knocked unconscious, merely sitting exhausted to the side. One after another, students were sent into the fray. Only a handful couldn't last 30 seconds. After all, they were all elite professionals. While defeating the instructor was difficult at their level, surviving 30 seconds was relatively straightforward. Many even lasted over 2 minutes. Yet, by time alone, Lin Zhanhuang maintained his lead for 1.5 minutes. Seems the instructor held back. Wu Cheng watched as Xue Lingwan held out for 2 minutes before finally succumbing, solidifying his belief. Though all challengers faced the same instructor, the remaining contestants' attacks were noticeably less fierce than the initial wave. Otherwise, the number of successful completions would surely have halved. Next up, Wu Cheng. After seeing Xue Lingwan off, Huang Xiaoming scanned the roster and finally called out Wu Cheng's name. Hearing his name, the students who had been anticipating the next challenger burst into laughter. A lone practitioner fighting an instructor? That's laughable. Forget 30 seconds, he won't even last a single move. Enough already. Keep talking and you'll make our freelancer cry. He should just drop out now. Our school can't keep wasting resources on a useless loser forever, right? The students' mocking voices flooded his ears, yet Wu Cheng remained utterly composed. He'd heard these cold remarks countless times before in high school and again in college. The title of lone wanderer, the lowest-ranked profession, weighed on him like a mountain, making it nearly impossible for anyone to set aside their prejudices. Xue Lingwan tried to speak up in defense of Wu Cheng, but the barrage of jeers left no room for her words. Witnessing this scene, Wu Cheng smiled. Even the students of Yenjing University, despite their high standards, were still just students. They believed profession defined everything. Well, today, he would show them. Profession is predetermined by fate, but true strength is what earned him admission to Yenjing University. With a flick of his wrist, the world-shattering god-slaying blade materialized in his hand, instantly radiating dazzling brilliance. Not only did it captivate the now-awake Lin Zhanhuang, but even instructor Huang Xiaoming was drawn to its radiance. As the world's sole super-god tier weapon, the world-slaying god-cutting blade possessed an unmatched, piercing aura even before its full potential had been unlocked. Seems I won't need to hold back. Seeing Wu Cheng standing opposite him, Huang Xiaoming's lips curled into a faint smile. He had assumed this independent student had only been admitted to Yenjing University because of his high level. It seemed he had misjudged this time. This student named Wu Cheng was even more formidable than Lin Zhanhuang. Please enlighten me. Wu Cheng clasped his fists in salute, but before his words faded, Huang Xiaoming transformed into a streak of light, charging straight toward him. This was the first time he had ever initiated an attack.
Seeing this, Wu Chang calmly swung his blade, managing to barely parry the attack.
Whoa, this guy actually went toe-to-toe with the instructor. Didn't even the top combat specialists manage to beat the instructor head-on earlier? This free agent has some skills.
Watching Wu Chang engage the instructor and actually force him back, the students instantly withdrew their dismissive gazes.
Instead, they scanned Wu Chang with scrutinizing eyes.
The instructor raised an eyebrow before unleashing a palm strike.
Raging palm.
A massive hand formed from flames lunged toward Wu Chang with lightning speed. If caught, the battle would end instantly. Godslayer slash. But Wu Chang wouldn't give him that chance. He teleported out of range with a spatial leap, then swung his god-slaying slash.
Suddenly, a terrifying aura made everyone gasp.
The burning palm was instantly shattered, and the remaining attack surged toward the instructor. Huang Xiaoming, seeing this, unleashed another palm strike, finally neutralizing the full power of the god-slaying slash.
Well fought. Now show me your full strength.
A smile flickered across his stern face, though to the others, it looked like the devil's grin. For they knew Wu Chang had just warmed up the instructor.
Very well.
With that single word, Wu Chang hurled the world-destroying god-slaying blade into the air.
To everyone's horror, the blade didn't fall to the ground.
Instead, as if guided by an unseen force, it slashed toward Huang Xiaoming with astonishing agility. The next instant, a staff materialized in Wu Chang's hand, followed by a burst of crimson and emerald light. Seeing this, not just Lin Zhanhuang, but even instructor Huang Xiaoming's face turned ashen.
Damn it, everyone knew that free agents could learn skills from multiple professions, but didn't it take years to master even one skill? How come advanced skills seem to come as cheap as dirt in Wu Chang's hands? That red light must be the blood curse from the blood priest class, right? Life Grand Restoration? Isn't that a skill only elf mages and holy light goddesses know? Damn it, this rogue seems kinda shady. Did you notice?
That guy has 2 weapons.
How is he even controlling them?
For a moment, the students were stunned by Wu Chang's actions, all turning to scrutinize this free agent they had just looked down upon. Lin Zhanhuan gritted his teeth in disbelief. A worthless rogue actually possessed combat prowess that matched or even surpassed his own. Wu Chang returned at full health, while the world-slaying god-slaying blade engaged in a fierce struggle with instructor Huang Xiaoming. As for Wu Chang himself, he casually strolled nearby, casting magic orbs with his staff. Though Huang Xiaoming tried to command the world-slaying god-slaying blade to attack Wu Chang directly, it was repeatedly pulled away by spatial jumps, never even grazing Wu Chang's robe. Soon, 10 minutes passed, yet neither side had gained the upper hand. The situation drew the attention of other classes, with several instructors approaching to watch. Many remarked that Huang Xiaoming seemed to be regressing with age. Whether spurred by this or not, Huang Xiaoming suddenly blocked the world-slaying god-slaying blade with a single thrust.
Then, waving his hand dismissively, he declared, "Alright, this round's yours, kid. If we keep going, I'll lose all my dignity."
Chapter 64, Take Me On Together, Unrivaled Among Peers.
Please keep reading. If we keep fighting, I'll lose all my dignity. Huang Xiaoming waved his hand, a hint of melancholy lingering on his face.
He had nearly been beaten to a pulp just now, and all because of this young man before him. Upon hearing the number of instructors, Wu Chang's lips curved upward, his tone suddenly lightening.
"Thank you for holding back, instructor."
He naturally didn't think Huang Xiaoming had no countermeasure. After all, the downgrade potion could only restrict levels, it couldn't limit skills. If this instructor truly sought victory, he likely would have unleashed a charge-type skill earlier. After all, the combat fighter class was a slow-moving melee profession, and charging into combat was precisely where such specialists excelled.
I held nothing back. This time, you win. Yet Huang Xiaoming merely shook his head.
Having failed to defeat a single student for so long, he had already lost.
Dragging this out any longer would only bring further disgrace.
Hearing this, Wu Chang offered no rebuttal.
After all, he had one. To remain humble now would only be arrogance.
Even so, the surrounding students were frozen in shock. Each stared at Wu Chang with disbelief, taking a long moment to recover.
This guy actually made the instructor admit defeat. Is this really the same free agent I remember? He's terrifying. Those who enter Yanjing University truly are formidable.
It seems we underestimated him earlier.
Exactly. With combat prowess like that, it's only natural he'd be in the elite class. Many students began to realize their earlier underestimation of Wu Chang.
So they'd been used as pawns? As students capable of passing the elite class entrance exam, they quickly grasped Lin Zhanhuang's scheme. Instantly, furious glares turned toward Lin Zhanhuang. Yet they found even this peerlessly formidable student of comparable rank looking utterly bewildered.
There was nothing to be done.
None of them had ever encountered such a formidable lone fighter.
In fact, among practitioners of the same level, those possessing even half of Wu Chang's combat prowess were few and far between.
Alright, the remaining 5 of you don't bother challenging me either.
If you can defeat Wu Chang, I'll count your scores as excellent.
Huang Xiaoming pointed at the remaining 5, his tone noticeably lighter than before. The remaining students turned their gaze to Wu Chang. Clearly, they were very satisfied with this proposal.
The instructor lost because he couldn't fight at full strength. What good were Wu Cheng's recovery skills against 5 opponents? Against such odds, technique was useless, only raw power could prevail. At that moment, the system's options flashed through Wu Cheng's mind. Facing the challenge from the remaining students, please make a choice. Option A, decline the challenge, admitting your own inadequacy, defense plus 20. Option B, accept the challenge and defeat all opponents 1 by 1, strength plus 30. Option C, accept the challenge and defeat all 5 opponents in single combat, random attribute increases by half of current value. Without hesitation, Wu Cheng selected his choice immediately. Option C. Dual resistances plus 20? Strength plus 30? Both were decent rewards, but they paled in comparison to what option C offered. By completing this option, any attribute gain he received would exceed 40 points. The other 2 options wouldn't be nearly as generous. Having made his choice, he turned his gaze toward the remaining students, a hint of provocation in his eyes. No need to come at me 1 by 1. You're all going to lose anyway. Come at me together. I'm in a hurry. The statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. The remaining 5 students instantly boiled with rage. They were all geniuses who had made it into the elite class. Even though Wu Cheng was powerful, they were 5 against 1. They'd seen their share of insults, but someone this utterly arrogant? This was a first. Arrogant. Poof. Since you're asking for it, we'll grant your wish. Come at me together, or else people won't know how to look at us. Fine, come at us all together. In an instant, they exchanged glances and made their decision. Since Wu Cheng dared to be so bold, they would show him their true strength. The next second, multiple attacks surged toward Wu Cheng. Broadswords, spears, sharp blades, and a barrage of arrows and magic orbs completely sealed off the surrounding area. To Wu Cheng, however, their attacks seemed laughable. Compared to the attacks of the evil god, these students' skills were so simple and laughable. If not for their sheer numbers, they posed absolutely no threat to him. Godslayer slash. The world-shattering god-slaying blade swung out, unleashing a towering blade aura that instantly shattered the incoming attacks before him. Instantly, Wu Cheng's magic staff flared with light, launching several energy spheres that sent the foremost student flying backward. The others scrambled to rearrange their formation, but it was already too late. Wu Cheng, sword in hand, charged straight at them. A single swing struck a frontline warrior, knocking him unconscious. Wu Cheng then delivered a powerful kick, deflecting the attack from the student behind him. Seeing this, the student dropped his weapon and locked into a fierce struggle with Wu Cheng. Damn it! Watching the two grapple, the remaining 2 ranged classes froze in shock. Though they possessed targeted abilities, a single misstep could see Wu Cheng dodge or even use them as human shields. That would be the end. With the 2 attack, Wu Cheng saw no reason to hold back. He kicked the opponent before him flying, then swung his weapon toward the 2 ranged classes. Without the melee class to distract them, the defenseless ranged players were no match for Wu Cheng. It took only 2 attacks to completely overwhelm them. Enough. Wu Cheng wins. Seeing the outcome was clear, instructor Huang Xiaoming called a halt to the battle. At his command, Wu Cheng halted his assault, his equipment slowly dissipating. The remaining 2 gasped for breath. Though their faces still bore a hint of defiance, their eyes flickered with awe as they looked at Wu Cheng. Observing this, Wu Cheng couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Indeed, winning respect through sheer strength was the proper way for professionals to interact. All of you fail. What kind of teamwork is that? I hope you learn your lesson next time. As for Wu Cheng, Huang Xiaoming walked over to Wu Cheng, delivering a stern rebuke before turning his gaze back to him. You did well. Not only would most freelancers struggle to match your performance, but even top combat professionals might fall short. You surpassed my own abilities at your age. You scored full marks this time. I hadn't anticipated this situation before, so I don't have anything special to offer. This skill book for the surprise elbow strike is yours. I hope you master it quickly. Amidst the envious stares of the crowd, Huang Xiaoming pulled out a yellowed skill book and handed it to Wu Cheng. Though not a top-tier combat skill, it allowed one to charge unexpectedly before enemies crucially, without inflicting fatal wounds, making it ideal for capturing foes. Thank you. Wu Cheng stored it within his rift space orb, then swept his gaze across the assembled crowd. Those met by his gaze lowered their heads, unable to meet his stare. Power was always the most crucial factor in interactions. And at this moment, Wu Cheng was unrivaled among his peers. Watching Wu Cheng bask in his glory, Lin Zhanhuang's heart was filled with rage and murderous intent. Damn trashy rogue. All of this should be mine. You worthless piece of trash who stole everything from me one day, I'll take it all back with my own hands. Chapter 65, Challenge Skill Upgrade Dungeon. The preliminary assessment concluded, and Wu Cheng's score soared to the top of the leaderboard. Against his feat of defeating the instructor, even Lin Zhanhuang's 2.5-minute endurance paled in comparison. In the past, such a score would have easily secured first place. Yet this time, not only did he settle for second, but the record holder was a freelancer. Now, I'll take you to the dorms to rest up. Tomorrow, we'll head straight into the skill upgrade dungeon. Instructor Huang Xiaoming's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Following his lead, the group stepped into a small teleportation array and was instantly transported to a dormitory complex. This was not any campus of Yinjing University, but a specially modified dungeon. Consequently, the dormitories within were constructed later. The top 10 get private villas. The rest will be housed in mixed-gender dorms with 4 students per room. Alright, see you tomorrow. With that, Huang Xiaoming stepped into the teleportation array and vanished completely, leaving behind a group of bewildered students. For a moment, Wu Chang also found himself curious about the instructor's methods. With the instructor gone, the entire elite class was now leaderless. While the top 10 could live separately, if anyone challenged them, it wouldn't be easy to handle. What's going on? Are we supposed to find our own dorms? Who knows? What should we do now? I'm dead set against being 11th. You, the 10th place guy, come out here. You only lasted 1 second longer than me. This time, I'll beat you to a pulp. Exactly. The top 15 are also close in rank. Why such a huge gap in treatment? The students snapped out of their daze and erupted into chaos, many already searching for the top 10. But they only dared challenge those ranked 6th to 10th. Their abilities were relatively comparable. As for the top 5, forget the rest. 5th place alone lasted 2 minutes and 20 seconds under the instructor's assault, a full 10 seconds longer than 6th place. Not to mention the 2nd place Lin Zhanhuang and Wu Chang, who had defeated the instructor. These were opponents they simply couldn't hope to beat. Well then, goodbye. Seeing no one was causing trouble for her, Shui Lingwan smiled and bid farewell to Wu Chang. She had placed 4th overall. While her combat class gave her an edge, achieving such a high rank still far surpassed the performance of practitioners from other classes. Goodbye. Wu Chang promptly entered a nearby villa, paying no mind to the others. Watching Wu Chang vanish from sight, Lin Zhanhuang's face contorted with fury. He'd been ignored by this bunch yet again. Just you wait. Tomorrow is the skill upgrade dungeon. Then I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what kind of person you really are. Lin Zhanhuang pushed aside the person in front of him with a sinister glare and strode straight into his dormitory. Back in his dorm, Wu Chang arranged everything before pulling out the skill book for the surprise elbow strike. Though his skill set was comprehensive, covering escape, support, and offensive abilities, his attack skills relied too heavily on weapons. This newly acquired surprise elbow strike, however, required no weapon and wouldn't cause fatal injuries. This skill will come in handy when I encounter those black-robed men again. The mere thought of those cult of the dark god scum made Wu Chang grind his teeth in fury. With a wave of his hand, the skill book slowly dissipated and flowed into his body. Before long, he had mastered its application. Surprise elbow strike attacks targets within a 30-meter radius. Using the elbow, you can choose whether to stun the opponent. A 30-meter range is just right, and the option to choose whether to stun is great. This skill is solid. Wu Chang nodded as he read the skill description. A skill that gave him such choice was incredibly thoughtful. The next morning, while everyone was still fast asleep, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Get up! Head to the training dungeon immediately. The drill sergeant Huang Xiaoming's voice jolted Wu Chang awake. He glanced at the time. It was 4 in the morning. He wasn't sure if he'd heard wrong, but since he was already awake, he hurriedly got dressed and rushed outside. A tall figure stood in the moonlight, his expression solemn. Who else could it be but Huang Xiaoming? Seeing the instructor there, Wu Chang's lingering drowsiness vanished instantly. He knew he was participating in a summer training camp, an elite class training camp, no less. Though he had defeated the instructor yesterday, that had merely been a preliminary assessment. Today marked the start of formal training. If he didn't follow the rules, the instructor wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, yesterday's experience seemed to have made most of them aware of their current predicament. In less than 10 minutes, everyone had gathered together. Led by Huang Xiaoming, the group approached yesterday's instance. A blue glowing instance portal floated in the air. This is a skill upgrade instance. The longer you survive inside, the higher your chance of leveling up your skills. There's a time dilation effect inside. Your goal today is to enter the instance and upgrade 1 skill each. The instructor explained the dungeon's mechanics in detail. Upon hearing its purpose, excitement flashed across every face. Skill upgrades were notoriously difficult, yet Yinjing University possessed a dungeon specifically designed for them. It was no wonder it was considered the top-tier institution. Its deep pockets truly made a difference. Wu Chang licked his parched lips, his heart brimming with anticipation for this dungeon. His skills were already formidable enough. Who knew what transformations might occur after further enhancement? Now, enter the instance. Following Huang Xiaoming's command, the group entered the instance one by one. The moment Wu Chang stepped inside, he sensed something different about this place compared to other dungeons. Previous instances felt like real worlds, but this skill upgrade instance was different. This instance contained nothing, only a void. Standing here felt like standing at the edge of the universe, where everything stretched before him seemed utterly illusory. Testing commencing. A cold, mechanical voice echoed, and Wu Chang instantly sensed something amiss. Suddenly, droplet-like entities materialized, morphing into humanoid forms before charging toward him. Holy crap, what the hell are these things? In his panic, Wu Chang tried to summon the world-shattering god-slaying blade. But no matter how desperately he reached for his equipment, he discovered he couldn't use any gear or items here.
Damn it, looks like I'll have to fight barehanded.
After dodging several attacks, Wu Chang finally abandoned the strategy of summoning weapons. He launched a surprise elbow strike to close the distance, then engaged in a fierce melee with this group of monsters that displayed no visible attributes. Outside the instance, Wang Xiaoming watched with a faint smile. Soon enough, he saw a figure ejected from the dungeon. Seeing this, his smile grew even broader.
Leveling up skills isn't that simple.
The first 5 attacks prohibit the use of any weapons or items.
And with each subsequent attack, the monster's attributes will be stronger than the last. I wonder if anyone can last 3 hours inside this time?
3 hours equated to 30 days within the instance.
Even among skill upgrade dungeon records, that duration would rank within the top 100. Chapter 66, The Time Endured, cracking the top 100.
But Huang Xiaoming's smile quickly froze on his face. Because barely half an hour in, the majority of students had already been kicked out of the instance and forced to restart their training. It was already the minimum endurance time for the elite class, yet most could barely scrape by.
Looks like breaking records is out of the question this time.
If even one of those guys up front manages to last 2 hours, that'd be impressive.
But Wu Chang. Forget it. The monsters inside won't show mercy like I do. I was just overthinking it. Huang Xiaoming shook his head.
He'd briefly hoped Wu Chang might challenge the 3-hour mark, but quickly dismissed the thought. His defeat stemmed entirely from being unable to unleash his full arsenal, which is why Wu Chang had managed to drag him down.
But in the dungeon, the monsters wouldn't care about any of that.
They'd swarm him relentlessly, leaving no chance to catch his breath. For Wu Chang to survive 3 hours as a solo player was simply impossible. What he didn't know was that Wu Chang was currently on a killing spree inside the dungeon. Inside the skill upgrade dungeon, Wu Chang wielded his mage staff while the world-shattering god-slaying blade hovered nearby like a guardian. The dark old giant set also manifested, allowing him to barely survive the 6th wave of attacks.
Though feeling a hint of exhaustion, Wu Chang refused to quit.
Instead, he waited silently for the 7th wave of attacks. I'm at my peak right now, but even so, I won't be able to hold out much longer. If I don't level up my skills soon, I'll have to step out for a rest. Gazing at the monsters now numbering 20, Wu Chang gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength within him. Though formidable, these monsters posed no insurmountable challenge to Wu Chang thanks to the true damage of his world-slaying god-slaying blade. However, emerging unscathed proved a different matter. After all, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't block the simultaneous attacks of 20 or 30 enemies. Kill! The moment the monsters materialized, Wu Chang charged forward, wielding his weapon. Though slaying these creatures yielded no attribute gains, each kill brought an inexplicable transformation.
Though subtle, this peculiar sensation grew increasingly pronounced after surviving the 5th wave of monsters.
He sensed that if he could endure until the 10th wave, he might finally achieve a skill upgrade.
Hold on. Life restoration.
After eliminating the 7th wave, Wu Chang gritted his teeth to heal his wounds, then sat still in place, awaiting the arrival of the 8th wave.
Outside, Huang Xiaoming's eyes now held a hint of anticipation. Among the top 10 from yesterday's preliminary test, 3 were still persevering: Wu Chang, Lin Zhanhuan, and 4th place Xue Lingwan.
The first 2 were within his expectations, but Xue Lingwan's persistence was somewhat beyond his imagination. These 3 haven't been kicked out of the instance yet, which means they're nowhere near their limits. Still, achieving this level on their very first run through a skill upgrade instance is nothing short of extraordinary talent. With proper training in the future, they might just break the record. Huang Xiaoming licked his lips, his heart racing with excitement. As an instructor, what could be more rewarding than guiding a prodigy to heights they never thought possible? And now, 3 top-tier geniuses had appeared in his hands at once. How could Huang Xiaoming not feel extraordinarily excited? But just as his excitement peaked, he suddenly sensed something amiss within the dungeon. A void gate appeared, and a figure was hurled out.
Damn it!
I was so close to surviving the 8th attack.
Before he could recognize the figure, a furious roar erupted.
Focusing his gaze, he recognized Lin Zhanhuan. The students resting outside, upon seeing Lin Zhanhuan emerge, instantly wore expressions of astonishment and rushed to offer their congratulations. Lin Zhanhuan's invincible celestial warrior class is truly formidable. He actually managed to hold out until the 8th wave of attacks. He lasted 2.5 hours on his very first run. He may be a bit cocky, but his skill is undeniably leagues above ours. Is this the gap between a genius and a top-tier genius? 2.5 hours, that's longer than either of my attempts combined. Hearing the crowd's flattery, Lin Zhanhuan's face, which had been tinged with anger, instantly broke into a smug grin. He was a top-tier prodigy. How could he possibly be left behind by these people? Besides, his clan had invested so much in him. His strength was already on a different level from theirs. Yet his gaze darted around the crowd, searching for a specific figure. After scanning the entire area, he still couldn't find the person he hoped to see. Where's Wu Chang? After searching in vain, Lin Zhanhuan finally asked the person beside him.
The person was straightforward and answered immediately. Wu Chang. He's still inside. Hearing this, Lin Zhanhuang smiled. If he himself couldn't hold out and had been thrown out, what chance did Wu Chang, a lone practitioner, have of staying inside? With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but speak with a touch of arrogance. Oh? How many times has he gone in? What do you mean, how many times? He hasn't come out yet.
The man stared at Lin Zhanhuang as if he were an idiot, then walked straight into the instance.
Hearing this, Lin Zhanhuang froze in shock, his smile instantly stiffening.
Not only Wu Chang, but Xue Lingwan hasn't come out either.
Take a break and continue later.
Huang Xiaoming walked over to offer a word of comfort, but said little else.
He was an instructor, not a babysitter.
If Lin Zhanhuang wanted soothing words, he might as well go home and drink milk. No sooner had he finished speaking than another figure was flung out, none other than Xue Lingwan. This time, however, she wore a smile clearly, her skill upgrade had succeeded. She'd been eager to show off her new skill upgrade, but after searching for ages without even catching a glimpse of the person she was looking for, even Xue Lingwan couldn't help but feel frustrated.
No need to look. Wu Chang is still holding out inside. Huang Xiaoming's words left Xue Lingwan momentarily stunned. She had relied entirely on her skill to survive the 9th wave of attacks, yet Wu Chang had managed to endure even longer than her. It was no wonder both the principal and the guild leader had taken notice of him. With that thought, she turned her gaze toward the instance, waiting quietly for Wu Chang's reappearance. At that moment, Wu Chang was panting heavily. Though he'd managed to survive the 9th wave of attacks, this time felt different from before. Previously, he had always defeated all the monsters. Only the 9th wave had he endured by sheer willpower. I might not make it through the next wave, he thought. Scanning his wounds, Wu Chang realized he didn't even have time to cast a healing spell. Though he possessed the divine body regeneration skill plundered from the demon god Chris, its healing speed couldn't possibly match his rate of exhaustion. Here it comes. Just as he was desperately trying to recover, the droplet-like entity finally materialized. This time, however, it didn't form a monster. Instead, it transformed into a humanoid figure identical to himself. Am I supposed to challenge myself? Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Yet, undeterred, he gripped the world-shattering god-slaying blade and charged straight at the apparition. Outside the dungeon, the crowd that remained outside was already buzzing with commotion. Just moments ago, instructor Huang Xiaoming had announced a record. Wu Chang, that guy, had been inside the instance for 3 hours now. This time alone was enough to place him among the top 100 records in the skill upgrade dungeon. Chapter 67, Breaking Records, Refusing to Come Out? Hearing the instructor's announcement, everyone's faces betrayed astonishment. While they knew Wu Chang was powerful, his strength reaching this level was genuinely perplexing. After all, the top 100 in the historical records were all top-tier combat classes, while Wu Chang was just a lowly solo player. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? This can't be real. Wu Chang is that strong? Hard to say, hard to say. After all, he did defeat the instructor. Maybe he really has that kind of ability. By the clock, we're already into the 10th wave of attacks after 3 hours. Wonder what's really going on inside that dungeon now. It's driving me crazy. If you actually saw what's going on in there, you'd probably be crushed by the reality. The students' expressions varied, some envious, others lamenting their own weakness, but not a single trace of jealousy could be found. After all, envy only arises when abilities are comparable. When the gap between two individuals becomes as vast as a chasm, others can only feel awe. Even someone as proud as Lin Zhanhuang had to admit there was a definite gap between himself and Wu Chang. Yet he still refused to accept it. How dare a freelancer lord it over him? Wasn't his profession superior to that of a freelancer? I alone stand at the pinnacle of the profession. You, Wu Chang, are nothing but a clown. If you can endure 10 waves of attacks, so can I. Gritting his teeth, Lin Zhanhuang charged headlong into the dungeon, fueled by sheer determination. Seeing this, many students followed suit. Wu Chang's performance had left them deeply impressed, and for a moment, they all wanted to achieve even better results. Instructor Huang Xiaoming, however, merely nodded slightly, silently counting the minutes in his mind. 3 hours and 10 minutes, that should be Wu Chang's limit. If this kid undergoes my training, he might just approach the 4-hour mark. Whether he could break the historical record of 4 hours and 20 minutes? That's anyone's guess. Huang Xiaoming calculated the time in his mind, his eyes never once leaving the dungeon entrance. What he didn't know was that Wu Chang, deep within the instance, had already overcome the initial grueling phase and now seemed to be handling things with relative ease. Life-restoring spell. Wu Chang repelled the monster before him with a single strike, then cast a healing spell on himself. The initial battle had indeed been incredibly tough, but now that his stamina was slowly recovering, he realized that although the enemy had replicated all his attributes and weapons, there was one weapon they couldn't replicate. That was the god-tier weapon, the world-shattering god-slaying blade. This god-tier weapon was beyond the dungeon's replication capabilities, creating a massive gap in power between the monster and himself. This gap granted him precious time to recuperate. Though his wounds multiplied, his restored stamina finally allowed him to cast healing spells.
Moreover, with the world-slaying god-slaying blade in hand, his safety was assured, allowing him to focus entirely on recovery. It's working! The moment he cast Grand Life Restoration, his body suddenly surged with warmth and his interface began to transform. Skill Intimidation upgraded. Now upgraded to passive skill Mental Suppression. Mental Suppression: when your mental attribute surpasses an enemy's, you gain damage amplification proportional to the difference. Maximum effect is achieved when the attribute difference is 1x. Seeing the upgraded skill, Wu Cheng's heart swelled with delight. The original skill had been useless to him, but this upgraded version held great potential. Who would have thought I could gain a damage boosting skill? This dungeon truly has remarkable effects. Wu Cheng savored the exhilaration from the skill's transformation, his excitement impossible to contain. His gaze fell upon the monster struggling to evade the attacks of the world-shattering god-slaying blade, and an idea formed in his mind. This dungeon seems to have no time limit. If I could just stay inside forever. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Upgrading just one skill? That wouldn't be enough. If possible, he'd upgrade every single skill he possessed. Since the instance had no time limit, he'd just stay put. He intended to see just how far this instance could go. If it was truly possible, he'd upgrade every single skill he possessed. Could this be? He grabbed his mage staff and joined the world-slaying god-slaying blade in attacking the monster. Yet at that very moment, he seemed to hear a silent roar. The sound felt as though it had abruptly emerged from within his mind. Listening intently, he realized no actual sound was present, yet he could distinctly sense a palpable wave of fury. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the monster slowly began to dissipate, and a white light enveloped him. Everything went black before his eyes. When he opened them again and could see clearly, he realized he had been kicked out of the instance. What the hell? Wu Cheng's face betrayed a hint of panic. He had planned to keep selling items inside the instance. How had he ended up being kicked out? Besides, he hadn't done anything particularly outrageous, had he? Healing while fighting? Was that forbidden in dungeons too? But the next second, a massive head filled his entire field of vision. Wu Cheng, right? Nice work. First time in a dungeon, and you managed to last 3.5 hours? Talent like yours shouldn't go to waste. After these few days of training, I'm confident you'll set a new dungeon record. Instructor Huang Xiaoming wore a faint smile on his face, finding himself growing more and more impressed with Wu Cheng the longer he observed him. There was no helping it, everyone adored prodigies, and he was no exception. Especially a super genius like Wu Cheng. Though Wu Cheng was merely a free agent, Huang Xiaoming's years of experience told him this young man's future strength would easily rival the top-tier professionals at his level. With that, his gaze drifted toward the dungeon rankings. Since Wu Cheng's score had made the list, it would inevitably push someone else's name off the top spot. The updated rankings would now display, allowing him to gauge just how strong Wu Cheng had become. Let's start from the 50th rank. Huang Xiaoming pulled Wu Cheng toward the rankings, but Wu Cheng began scanning from the very top. He couldn't help it, he wanted to see for himself who these individuals were who had managed to leave their names on this dungeon. His eyes locked on the top spot. Holy crap, the person at the top shared his exact name, Wu Cheng. The only thing was, the completion time wasn't displayed. Instead, there was just a strange symbol after the name. This peculiar record naturally caught everyone's attention, even Huang Xiaoming couldn't help but glance over. But the moment he saw that entry, he froze in confusion, then turned to Wu Cheng beside him with excitement. How did you do it? For all these years, no one has ever cleared the skill upgrade dungeon. How did you do it? Hearing the voice, Wu Cheng finally understood. Turns out his approach was just too underhanded. He'd essentially forced the dungeon to kick him out. Realizing this, he scratched his head and asked softly, "Now that I've cleared it, can I still enter the dungeon?" Before Huang Xiaoming could answer, however, he heard the collective gasp of the crowd. Looking up, he saw a line of small text added behind Wu Cheng's name at the top of the historical ranking list. This player's unscrupulous tactics have resulted in a ban from entry. Seeing this, everyone, including Huang Xiaoming, was stunned. They all turned to Wu Cheng with bewildered expressions, filled with confusion. What on earth had this guy done to incur such universal wrath that even the dungeon itself had banned him from entering? Chapter 68, Challenging the Dungeon, Sky Tower. Wu Cheng, what the hell did you do to piss off everyone so badly? Not only did you clear the dungeon, but they banned you from entering? This is unheard of. Instructor Huang Xiaoming stared in disbelief. A situation like this would baffle even the head instructor if he were here. The other students stared intently at Wu Cheng, as if trying to see right through him. Under their collective gaze, Wu Cheng could only offer a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head as he replied. "Heh, I have no idea. I was just spamming skills to heal during the 10th wave of attacks." Hearing his words, the crowd fell silent in stunned disbelief. Using healing skills throughout the 10th wave? That was something only Wu Cheng could pull off. After all, the only ones capable of using healing skills were in the elite support class. Who here wasn't a combat class? Only Wu Cheng, as a free agent class, could attack and heal simultaneously. After all, that's precisely how he'd defeated the instructor earlier. Huang Xiaoming's lips twitched at the words. The memory of being beaten into submission by this kid yesterday made him feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ahem, alright, everyone disperse. Those who need to challenge the dungeon should do so. Those who need to rest should rest. Don't just stand around here. Since Wu Chang, you've broken the dungeon record, you'll be the top player for the skill upgrade dungeon. Huang Xiaoming swept his gaze over the crowd, his tone tinged with irritation. Weren't they all gathered here just to laugh at his expense? At the instructor's command, the students immediately dispersed. Many rushed straight into the dungeon, eager to test their limits. As for Wu Chang, he remained seated in lotus position, immersing himself in the newly acquired skill. By the time the challenge concluded at sunset, nearly all the students had upgraded their skills. But unlike Wu Chang, whose upgrade came from pushing the dungeon to its absolute limit, the others had only barely managed to trigger changes in their skills through sheer duration. Moreover, their changes were merely numerical adjustments, unlike Wu Chang's skill, which had undergone a complete transformation. Today's skill upgrade dungeon challenge is over. As for tomorrow, you'll need to enter the Sky Tower dungeon. The Sky Tower houses all manner of monsters, with their strength increasing the higher you climb. The tower has 100 floors, yet not even graduates from Yenjing University have ever cleared it. Rumor has it that the final floor holds a peerless grade weapon. I hope that in 4 years, one of you will conquer the Sky Tower. Then I can finally see what that peerless weapon looks like. Since everyone had cleared the challenge, Huang Xiaoming didn't press them further and immediately announced tomorrow's challenge plan. Time was exceptionally tight for the students. With only 7 or 8 days left before training concluded, the National Freshman Tournament was approaching. At that time, the most outstanding students would represent Yenjing University in the competition. Last year, Yenjing University didn't take first place. This time, every school had its sights set on claiming the top spot. Therefore, the originally planned rest period was scrapped entirely and replaced with training. I wonder how many floors I'll make it through in tomorrow's dungeon run. That's a given. Making it past the 20th floor would be impressive. True. 30 floors was the limit for freshmen in previous years. For us, 20 should be about right. Wonder how far Wu Chang can get. Oof. The monsters in the Sky Tower go all out. He might be able to grind it out as a solo player, but it's still a bad strategy. Exactly. For tomorrow's dungeon challenge, I think Lin Zhanhuan has a shot at pushing to the 30th floor. The crowd dispersed, returning to their dorms, but the surrounding chatter still reached Wu Chang's ears. He dismissed their opinions with utter contempt. After all, in terms of sheer kills, he likely surpassed all of them combined, not to mention his various challenges against the dark gods. If the dungeon monsters could match the difficulty of a demon god, then perhaps it would pose some challenge to him. But if they couldn't even match the difficulty of a demon god or a hidden boss, he'd likely breeze through with just a little effort. Ha, Wu Chang, you've been on a lucky streak these past few days. But tomorrow is the day the real test begins. I wonder if you're prepared. Lin Zhanhuan shot Wu Chang a challenging glance. While he admitted he might not win against Wu Chang in a prolonged battle, what about a quick fight? His class was the invincible heavenly general, and his accumulated attribute points had reached terrifying heights. If he unleashed his full power and he wasn't bragging, no other player of his age could last more than a few rounds against him. With that, Lin Zhanhuan turned and walked away with a sneer, his gaze briefly flickering over Xue Lingwan standing nearby. Watching him depart, Wu Chang's expression darkened. This was the third time he'd been provoked. If this had been an external dungeon, he would have already taken down this arrogant brat. But this was Yenjing University. He could only swallow his anger. Don't worry. I actually think you have a chance to break the record. After all, there's no time limit. Just camp out in there, and you might even make it to the 30th floor. Seeing Wu Chang's expression, Xue Lingwan couldn't help but smile and offer an explanation. As for Lin Zhanhuan, although they knew each other, he held no regard for the guy whatsoever. He was nothing but a bully who relied on his family's influence. If not for that background, even if he drew the invincible heavenly general class, it would be all for naught. Without stacking attributes early on, this class's strength was no better than a standard combat class. Wu Chang was different. As a lone wolf, he possessed extraordinary talent and was reliable. Though they hadn't spent much time together, he trusted Wu Chang far more than a petty schemer like Lin Zhanhuan. Hearing Zhu Lingwan's words of comfort, Wu Chang took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering turmoil within. It's just a 30-floor record, right? Tomorrow, I, Wu Chang, will shatter that record. Anything less would be an insult to those who underestimated me. A faint smile touched Wu Chang's lips, yet a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Look down on me, huh? Mock the free-spirited, huh? It didn't matter. He'd seen that look countless times before. But if this freelancer smashes the record, I wonder where those mocking fools will hide their faces. Seeing Wu Chang so confident, Xue Lingwan felt reassured. Then we'll see you tomorrow. She smiled as she bid farewell to Wu Chang and walked into her dormitory. After returning to his own dorm, Wu Chang narrowed his eyes slightly and gazed up at the sky. He vowed to become the absolute pinnacle of his profession, not merely for status, but so that no one would ever dare insult him or those he cared about again.
Chapter 69, We're taking the challenge, you're going for a speed run?
The next day, Wu Chang and Shui Lingwan followed their instructor to the entrance of yesterday's dungeon.
Unlike yesterday's skill-up dungeon, today's instance had clearly been replaced. A towering entrance loomed before them.
Yanjing University sure spares no expense. They can replace a dungeon overnight.
Rumor has it this place was built by some god-tier array mage who graduated from Yanjing University. The resources consumed must be astronomical. Wow, the power of a top-tier university is truly extraordinary. Exactly. Isn't all our leveling up just to come to Yanjing University and show off our strength? The students gazed at the magnificent dungeon entrance, gasps escaping their lips.
Some were so astonished they could barely speak.
After all, if the entrance alone was this grand, wouldn't the dungeon itself resemble a real world?
Even Wu Chang felt a pang of astonishment at the sight. He'd seen his share of dungeons, even the Demon God dungeon, but never anything quite like this.
Alright, begin queuing for entry now.
Instructor Huang Xiaoming's voice echoed out, his expression unusually stern at that moment.
If yesterday's skill upgrade instance was merely an appetizer, then today's Sky Tower was the main course. Students must continuously challenge monsters within the tower, clearing every floor before advancing to the next.
There had even been incidents where students developed psychological trauma from monster beatings, but if they feared monsters, they had no business being adventurers. As students of the elite class, you must clear the 15th floor. Whether you have the ability to climb higher depends entirely on your own destiny.
The monsters in the Sky Tower won't kill you outright, but don't underestimate them. Underestimating any monster will make your dungeon run a living hell. Of course, breaking the record would be ideal.
But I doubt even Wu Chang could clear the 30th floor with his current strength.
Alright, enter now.
Huang Xiaoming glanced at Wu Chang, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Though he held high hopes for this student, clearing the 30th floor of the Sky Tower at this stage was practically impossible. After all, that record had been set 30 years ago by Lu Hualong, the man hailed as Yanjing's greatest. If Wu Chang managed to break it, it wouldn't just be him who was astonished, even the chief instructor would likely be shaken. Yet, meeting Huang Xiaoming's gaze, Wu Chang wore a modest smile, though a spark of curiosity about the Sky Tower flickered within him. His opponent had witnessed his combat prowess firsthand, yet even so, he still believed Wu Chengruo incapable of clearing the 30th floor. This alone spoke volumes about how formidable the monsters within the Sky Tower truly were.
As Huang Xiaoming's words faded, the students streamed into the tower, vanishing one by one.
Wu Chang, however, remained rooted to the spot as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Facing the Sky Tower instance record, please make a choice. Option A, conceal strength and maintain record, acquire skill stealth strike, guaranteed critical hit when attacking undetected. Option B, stop at the 30th floor to maintain the record strength plus 50. Option C, break the highest record and leave your legend behind. Resistance plus 50. Among the three options, Wu Chang instantly selected the one he deemed best.
Option C.
Not choosing such massive stat points would be a waste. Wu Chang made his decision immediately, his resolve to break the record growing even stronger.
Go for it, I believe you can break the record.
Snapping back to reality, he saw Shui Lingwan smiling as she greeted him before stepping into the instance. Hearing this, Wu Chang smiled. He looked at his hands, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve.
The dungeon record? No matter how difficult, could it possibly compare to the Demon God dungeon? Records are meant to be broken.
Wu Chang's voice was soft, yet brimming with confidence and resolve.
He lifted his head and stepped into the instance.
When he looked around again, he found himself in a brightly lit room. Across from him, a massive door slowly creaked open, its heavy weight echoing from behind. Soon, a massive rat man over 3 meters tall emerged from behind the door, a greatsword dripping with foul-smelling blood in its grasp. A white light barrier appeared on the gate, clearly indicating that completing the challenge was necessary to proceed to the next level.
Squeak! The rat man roared, charging straight at Wu Chang.
Seeing this, Wu Chang immediately used a spatial leap to create distance. While doing so, he manipulated the world-shattering god-slaying blade to observe the creature and check its attributes. Plague Rat King Avatar LV.40, an avatar of the Plague Rat King imprisoned within the Sky Tower. Though possessing only 1% of the original's power, it still boasts considerable combat prowess. Strength, 300 spirit, 200 physical resist, 200 magic resist, 150 stamina, 10,000. Skills, Plague Mist, Rodent Bite, Greatsword Charge. Wu Chang smiled upon seeing the boss's stats. He stood motionless, yet the world-shattering god-slaying blade swung toward it with even greater speed.
You dare call yourself a boss?
If that's all you've got, then die. In an instant, the world-shattering god-slaying blade descended with lightning speed. The Plague Rat King attempted to resist, relying on its 200 defense points.
The next second, it was cut down to the ground.
Attack dealt 12,000 damage. A single strike had stripped the Plague Rat King of 1/10 of its health. Before it could react, Wu Chang's assault struck again.
The orb from his mage staff engulfed the Plague Rat King entirely.
Plague Rat King clone slain.
Enhanced plunder successful. Strength plus 10.
Hearing the long-awaited enhancement sound, Wu Chang's face lit up with delight.
He hadn't expected that slaying a clone could also allow him to plunder its attributes. If the challenges ahead followed this pattern, wouldn't this place become his personal treasure trove? After the Plague Rat King's clone fell, the heavy doors slowly swung open. Wu Cheng immediately stepped into the second level. Outside the instance, all the students had already entered. Huang Xiaoming could only stare blankly at the information the instance was displaying to him. They're all stuck on the first floor. It might take over 10 minutes before anyone advances to the next level. He muttered to himself while sitting on the ground. Back in the day, it had taken him 12 minutes just to defeat the first level boss, and the subsequent battles only grew more difficult. Though these students were attempting the challenge for the first time, failure was quite common. But with a few more attempts, clearing all 15 layers wouldn't be difficult for them given their abilities. Just as he was about to stand up and walk around, he noticed something astonishing. The number 1 had suddenly changed to 2. This meant someone had entered the second floor. Who? It's only been a minute, how could someone already be on the second floor? Huang Xiaoming hurriedly looked over and saw a familiar name. It's Wu Cheng. Defeated the first level boss in just 1 minute? Is there any justice left? Any sense of fairness? Everyone else is struggling to challenge the boss inside, and you, Wu Cheng, are here speedrunning? Chapter 70, Shocking Speed Report to the Association. Seeing Wu Cheng's completion speed, Huang Xiaoming was so stunned he couldn't speak. What kind of absurdly fast speed is this? Everyone else is still suffering through the first floor boss, and you, Wu Cheng, have already moved on to the next stage? Seriously, you must be cheating. But before his astonished expression could fade, he witnessed another unbelievable scene. In a mere 3 minutes, the number representing Wu Cheng's progress through the Sky Tower had jumped again from the second floor to the third. Meanwhile, everyone else was still stuck on the first floor. Through the light screen projecting the dungeon's progress, it was clear that every challenger, including Lin Zhanhuan, hadn't even managed to chip away half the first floor boss's health bar. Wu Cheng, meanwhile, had already reached the third floor. The gap between them was unimaginable. Saying one was in heaven and the others in hell would be flattering the rest. Gulp. Huang Xiaoming swallowed hard, his throat dry. His hand trembled as he tried several times to close the light screen before him, but failed each time. His heart pounded wildly, his excitement overwhelming him. Before today, if Wu Cheng had defeated him, it could be attributed to the opponent mastering recovery skills. His clearing of the skill upgrade dungeon could be dismissed as the dungeon rejecting him for playing too dirty. But after today, no one would ever doubt Wu Cheng's combat prowess. What? You claim to be stronger than Wu Cheng? Fine. If you can clear the first floor boss within a minute, then you can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. To surpass him, you'd have to complete the challenge within half a minute. To possess such prowess, one would likely need to be among those super-tier professionals ranked in the hundreds. But would he really stoop to competing with a junior like Wu Cheng? Clearly not. Old Huang, why are you so weak? Just as Huang Xiaoming was so astonished he could barely control himself, a voice from Ling Yi drifted over. A woman in a long dress approached, a gentle smile on her face. Her skin was as fair and smooth as jade, and a faint blush added to her allure. Hearing the voice, Huang Xiaoming jolted upright, hastily straightening his clothes. Ah, I wondered who it could be. It's instructor Wang Yuexin from the neighboring support elite class. What brings you here at this hour? Nothing major, just that someone has already reached the third floor. Though Huang Xiaoming's tone remained calm, his eyes kept drifting toward her face. He couldn't help it, instructor Wang Yuexin was simply stunning. Though they belonged to different departments, he knew her profession was incredibly rare. Rumor had it she was a Moon Palace fairy, an ultra-rare class capable of mastering skills from multiple professions, plus possessing a signature ability, eternal youth. With this skill, she could maintain her most youthful and beautiful appearance forever. Crucially, instructor Wang Yuexin seemed to be single. But Wang Yuexin hadn't noticed any of this. She simply smiled as she walked up to the light screen before her, her tone light. So someone's made it to the third floor, huh? Wonder how long they've been in there? Hearing the question, Huang Xiaoming instantly straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and replied. Barely 5 minutes. What? The number made Wang Yuexin's jaw drop, completely disregarding her usual ladylike composure. Reaching the third floor in 5 minutes? Was this some kind of bluff, or was this student truly that formidable? With that thought, she hurriedly checked the light screen before her and quickly found a name. Wu Cheng, challenging level 4. Meanwhile, everyone else was still stuck on level 1. Even Lin Zhanhuan, whom she knew personally, had only managed to chip away at a third of the level 1 boss's health. She'd heard rumors 2 days ago about a genius rogue emerging from this year's elite class. She'd dismissed it as bragging until she arrived and realized she'd stumbled into the eye of the storm herself. This wasn't just a genius free agent, this was defying the heavens. Quick! We must report this to the school and the association. Her startled cry snapped Huang Xiaoming into action. Right, this must be reported to Yanjing University and the association. Otherwise, if such a prodigy went unprotected, the evil god cult might not resist targeting Wu Cheng. In an instant, Huang Xiaoming's expression turned grave. His eyes no longer lingered on Wang Yuexin but fixed on the light screen as he declared in a solemn voice. You're right. I'll report this immediately. Until the association's orders arrive, not a single detail must be leaked. Hearing this, Wang Yuexin nodded solemnly, clearly aware that this matter was no ordinary affair. While the two were reporting the incident, Wu Chang was leisurely wandering the fourth floor of the Sky Tower. Being inside the instance, the surroundings were identical to the first floor, though the monsters were significantly stronger. But these monsters are still no match for me. My power has reached 400 points so far. While one-shotting bosses is still tough, dealing massive damage is a breeze. Wu Chang felt his markedly increased power and a faint smile curved his lips. In truth, he had already defeated the fourth floor boss, yet he had no intention of rushing to the next level. After all, his goal was to break the newborn's clear record, not to set a speed record. If he cleared it too quickly, it might attract unwanted attention from certain parties. That could spell trouble later on, and that wouldn't be good. Open the data. Wu Chang pulled up his attribute panel and began scrutinizing his current stats. Name, Wu Chang. Title, Godslayer. Class, Lone Wanderer. Level, LV 4610%. Equipment, World-Shattering God-Slaying Blade God Tier, Dark Old Giant Set Unrivaled Tier, Warrior's Frame Unrivaled Tier, Mage's Staff Unrivaled Tier, Space-Splitting Orb Unrivaled Tier. Strength, 400 plus 175 Spirit, 130 plus 175. Physical Resistance, 130 plus 275 Magic Resistance, 130 plus 275. Critical Chance, 5 plus 30% Critical Damage, 130%. Skills, Mental Suppression, Enhanced Devour, Total Control, Divine Body Regeneration, Grand Life Restoration, Spatial Leap, Bloodline Curse, Mastery of all Martial Arts, Surprise Elbow Strike. While other stats might not stand out compared to similarly leveled practitioners, his raw power had already surpassed that of peers at the same tier. While some classes excel in one or two attributes, I can now be considered a well-rounded warrior. No matter what role I take in a team, I can handle it perfectly. And because my skills cover such a wide range, as long as the fight isn't too drawn out, I can single-handedly hold down an entire squad. Wu Chang nodded and retracted his interface. His current attributes were fairly well-rounded, but that was only against ordinary practitioners. When facing someone like Lin Zhanhuang, who not only possessed an exceptionally powerful combat class but also had backing willing to invest heavily in enhancing his various attributes, he still fell short in certain areas. No, I'm still not strong enough. Wu Chang shook his head, then raised an eyebrow toward the staircase. A sudden thought struck him: if he not only shattered the dungeon record but also broke the clear time record, would the association take notice? Would they seal off his information before the demon cult noticed him? I bet they definitely would. Wu Chang's gaze was unwavering, his tone as firm as iron. If he demonstrated strength worthy of the association's attention, they wouldn't just suppress the news, they might even offer him some advantages. With that resolve, Wu Chang vowed to unleash a killing spree within the Sky Tower instance today. Not just one record, two at the same time. Chapter 71, The President's Shock. It was him. Please keep reading. While Wu Chang was locked in combat with the Sky Tower dungeon boss, Wang Xiaoming's encrypted call had already reached the Yinjing Professional Association. The surrounding crowd had dispersed, and Wang Yuexin had casually cast a skill that blocked others' senses. Wang Xiaoming remained within the skill's range. The only way to eavesdrop was to force entry into the skill's radius, but clearly, no one dared make a move in this section of Yinjing University. In truth, Wang Xiaoming didn't even want Wang Yuexin to know about Wu Chang's astonishingly swift progress through the stages. After all, if such a prodigious talent were exposed to the Demon God Society due to a minor oversight, the situation could become exceptionally troublesome. After much deliberation, he finally dialed the number. Chairman Gua, there's a monster among the freshmen at Yinjing University. Wang Xiaoming strained to keep his voice utterly calm, yet he couldn't suppress the tremor in his tone. On the other end of the line, Hua Chongming, president of the Yinjing Professional Practitioners Association, wore a grim expression. Moments earlier, he'd received news that someone at Magic City University had shattered the previous year's records not by mere seconds, but by nearly having the time. This signaled that this year, not only were the incoming freshmen at Magic City University superior to last year's cohort, but they might even surpass Yinjing University once again. Though he wasn't the president of Yinjing University, as the face of Yinjing's professionals, his reputation as president had been tarnished. Monster? How monstrous could it be? Can it solo a demon god? Gu Chongming's voice carried a hint of disappointment. He knew of Wu Chang's existence, but he didn't care much about it. After all, what was Huazhang City? A third-rate small town at best. This kid named Wu Chang could single-handedly take on a demon god? Regardless of whether it was true or not, just judging by his future potential, he was already lagging far behind others. Therefore, even knowing Wu Chang had come to Yinjing University for trials, he still had no intention of focusing his cultivation efforts on him. He was just a lone practitioner. If he made a big fuss over him, who knew how others might mock him? Would it seem like Yinjing had no one worthy of cultivation left, forcing them to nurture some unknown trash from nowhere? Whether he can solo the demon god, I don't know. But right now, the Sky Tower challenge only lasts 20 minutes, and he's already nearly reached the 15th floor. That averages out to just over a minute per floor. He's already broken every speed record for clearing the first 15 floors. Huang Xiaoming's voice trembled, and by the end, Wu Chongming could even hear him swallowing hard.
Wu Chongming, hearing these words, felt a sharp pang of pain in his heart. His trembling hands kept spilling tea from the cup, so much so that he didn't even notice his pants were soaked.
Are you telling the truth?
Though he knew Huang Xiaoming wouldn't lie, Wu Chongming still felt compelled to confirm the news.
Huang Xiaoming remained silent for a long moment before finally replying with a hint of emotion. No.
Hearing this, Wu Chongming couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, thinking Huang Xiaoming was merely consoling him.
The next second, the other person's voice came through again. We're now on the 18th floor. Total time used is 23 minutes.
Hearing Huang Xiaoming's voice, Wu Chongming froze in place.
Achieving 1 floor per minute before the 15th level could be attributed to luck, with every attack landing a critical hit. But maintaining that pace beyond the 15th floor could only mean this challenger possessed absolute strength. After all, every 5 floors, the difficulty of the Sky Tower's bosses increased by 1 level. Yet now, the opponent was slaughtering enemies like chickens all the way up. This speed was nothing short of terrifying. What's his name? This must remain confidential. It's top secret information for the professional association. Wu Chongming immediately stood up and issued the warning. He was itching to fly to the scene immediately to investigate, but circumstances wouldn't allow it. If he rushed over in such a panic, the cult of the Dark God would surely suspect something. Therefore, he had to find a legitimate reason to go. Before that, however, he could remain within the association to record this challenger's name, ensuring he could be prioritized for cultivation in the future. He could also discreetly arrange for some covert protection to prevent the Evil God Society from quietly eliminating him. When the chairman inquired about Wu Cheng's name, Huang Xiaoming felt a surge of satisfaction within. A slight smile touched his lips as he spoke the name. His name is Wu Cheng, from Huazhong City. Beyond that, I have no further information. Hearing this, Wu Chongming froze in place. Wu Cheng, and from Huazhong City. With these 2 pieces of information confirmed, he instantly recognized the man's identity. He was the lone warrior from Huazhong City who claimed to be able to slay demon gods. And before this, Wu Chongming hadn't even considered cultivating him. If word of this reached higher-ups, forget being a branch president. Even if he were the head of the professional association, he'd be removed from office. Yet Wu Chongming calmly instructed Huang Xiaoming to seal the matter tight, ensuring no one else learned of it. Meanwhile, seated before his computer, he entered Wu Cheng's name into the guild's administrative system. Internal information requiring unlocking?
Hanging up the phone, Wu Chongming stared at Wu Cheng's information with confusion, then a sudden chill gripped his heart.
What kind of information required such secrecy? It must be extremely important. So what could be the most critical information about Wu Cheng, a man shrouded in countless rumors, that the local association would lock it away in their internal system? It had to be the slaying of the demon god or even a one-on-one duel with the demon god. Could it be what Song Qingye and the others said is true?
Wu Chongming checked Wu Cheng's classified information with a surge of excitement, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Clearing abnormal instances, soloing the demon god within instances, speed-running instance records, single-handedly completing god-slaying difficulty instances, soloing demon god avatars. He was even a member of Huazhong City's god-slaying squad. And his codename? The long-lost Celestial Lord. Most crucially, they had discovered the demon god's treasury, and the association was now pouring all its resources into unraveling its secrets. It's actually him. Reading this information, Wu Chongming felt profoundly short-sighted. Such a promising talent, and he hadn't nurtured him properly. Instead, he'd intended to let him fend for himself. I'd been blind as a bat.
Wu Chongming slapped his thigh, his face twisted with regret, but then, joy surged through him.
With Wu Cheng on our side, forget about Magic City University or Guangchuan University, you're all doomed. This year's National Freshman Tournament can only have one champion, and that champion is Wu Cheng. He could already envision Wu Cheng, this lone practitioner, claiming victory in the tournament. His task now was to nurture him properly. Whether it was resources or weapons, among all the practitioners his age, Wu Cheng would be his top priority. And most crucially, information must be sealed off. The cult of the evil god must never learn of these matters. At the mention of the Evil God Society, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Wu Chongming's eyes. But he immediately began organizing information, preparing to personally visit the trial grounds at Yenjing University to see if this Wu Cheng truly possessed extraordinary abilities. Chapter 72, Skill Plunder, Speedrun Record. While Wu Chongming was making preparations to head to Yenjing University, Wu Cheng was already deep within the 20th floor of the instance, engaged in a thrilling battle. Previous battles had been too easy. Those bosses couldn't withstand more than a few hits against true damage and maximum health damage. Especially after deciding to push for a speedrun, he unleashed skills the moment he spotted a boss, wasting not a single second. Fortunately, clearing each floor restored some stamina. Otherwise, forcing his way this far would have left him utterly exhausted.
But this boss before me is proving quite a challenge. That skill called precision block actually deflects even my true damage. Staring at the boss named True Martial Cultivator, Wu Cheng's face twisted into an amused expression. This was the first time he'd encountered a boss capable of blocking attacks. Crucially, this boss possessed exceptionally balanced stats across the board. Without that precision block skill, he likely would have taken it down long ago. If I could loot that skill, I'd be rolling in it. He licked his lips, his mind already plotting strategies to defeat this boss. The precision block skill, which resisted physical damage, triggered once every 30 seconds. Though the cooldown seemed long, the enemy had other means to delay incoming attacks. Not to mention, it possessed numerous speed-enhancing and spatial displacement skills. This Shinwu cultivator, despite appearing to be a melee fighter, was also proficient in magic and small-scale formations, truly terrifying. But now, you're finished. The boss's health was down to its last sliver. Its hand blocked the world-shattering god-slaying blade, but the magic orb unleashed by the mage staff struck its body with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, this relentlessly troublesome boss finally fell. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Wu Cheng's mind. Enhanced plunder successful. Acquired skill, absolute block. Can block any attack except fatal strikes and applies a 1-minute disarm effect to the enemy. This effect triggers once every 10 minutes. Hearing the system's announcement, Wu Cheng was instantly overjoyed. He had coveted this skill for ages. Without precision block, this boss would have been slain long ago, never dragging on for nearly 10 minutes. But now, not only had he looted this skill, it had also been enhanced. Not only could it block any non-lethal attack, but it also inflicted a disarm effect. This disarming effect didn't just prevent attacks in the game, it completely rendered the opponent unable to wield weapons. Though it could only trigger once every 10 minutes, it was more than sufficient for his needs. After all, I hadn't faced any truly lethal threats yet. With this skill, I could finally focus on dealing damage without worry. Next level. Acquiring such a practical skill not only sparked anticipation for the next stage. After all, skills are always better in greater numbers. Combined with how exceptionally rare they are for practitioners, he found it hard to suppress his excitement at that moment. As Wu Cheng slowly ascended the staircase into the 21st floor, the crowd outside erupted in excitement. He's cleared another floor. Unbelievable. How did a lone adventurer manage that? Exactly. Didn't they say the nickname for Jinwu cultivators is 50-50? Bosses that usually take 30 or 40 minutes to defeat, Wu Cheng cleared in just 10 minutes. See? That Song Qingye really didn't misjudge him. At that moment, Wu Chongming, president of the Yanjing Professional Association, stood before the Sky Dome Tower, while Wang Yuexin and Huang Xiaoming chatted and laughed behind him. As for the others, they were all barred from entering at this moment. After all, a peerless genius like Wu Cheng couldn't be exposed to others, especially those from the Evil God Society. Thus, only these three present knew of Wu Cheng's achievement in clearing the 20th floor. Everyone else remained utterly unaware. Huang Xiaoming, guess how far he'll get this time? Watching Wu Cheng clear the 21st floor in just 2 minutes, Wu Chongming finally felt his heart settle. This youth named Wu Cheng was truly a prodigiously talented professional. Reviewing his records revealed prior solo runs through demon god instances. Wu Chongming had initially suspected Song Qingye's flattery, but now recognized Wu Cheng possessed genuine capability. At the very least, against some newly emerged evil gods, Wu Cheng had every chance of taking them down at the same level. Hearing this, instructor Huang Xiaoming froze. Silently staring at the light screen before him, he saw everyone else still stuck on the 10th floor while Wu Cheng had already begun challenging the 28th floor. Finally, he uttered words that sparked anticipation. I believe Wu Cheng can break the record. Not only will he surpass the 30th floor on his first attempt as a freshman in the Sky Tower Challenge, but he'll also set a new record for the fastest ascent. Even Wu Chongming was taken aback by this remark, surprised that Huang Xiaoming held such high expectations for Wu Cheng. If every 5 floors represented a minor hurdle, then every 10 floors formed an insurmountable mountain range, especially the gap between the 30th and 29th floors, which was colossal. The monsters on level 29 are only level 45, but those on level 30 jump straight to level 50. For a group of students who are at most level 47 or 48, it's like a dimension-lowering blow. Not to mention the 30th floor boss, it's notoriously tough. I hope Wu Cheng can break through the 30th floor too. After all, that record has stood long enough. Enough. Look, he's already on the 30th floor. Whether he can push through or not, we'll just have to wait and see. Wu Chongming smiled as he gestured toward the holographic display before him, then motioned for the two behind him to step forward and watch. But he knew that despite his outward calm, his palms were already drenched in sweat. Wu Cheng, give it your all. He watched as the number representing Wu Cheng turned red, signaling the start of his challenge. At that moment, Wu Cheng stood on the 30th floor, a smile spreading across his face. Was the 30th floor boss difficult? Honestly, it was extremely challenging for most others, as the boss's attributes directly overwhelmed challengers. To defeat it, one might need to train outside for a year or two, leveling up and strengthening their abilities before having a chance at victory. But for Wu Cheng, it was incredibly simple.
Dual Wuzhenren LV.50. Though unskilled in bare-handed combat, he possesses unparalleled mastery of weaponry. When wielding his arms, he can even slay demon gods of equal rank. Strength 800 spirit, 300 physical resist, 600 magic resist, 600 stamina, 200,000. Skills: battle weapon switch, personal treasure vault, weapon mastery, freeform combat unleashes varied techniques based on the weapon wielded. Ha! Come and die. Master Du Wu charged forward, a great sword raised in his hand, his eyes blazing with savage intent. But Wu Chang merely smiled as he walked forward, reaching out with both hands. Absolute block, triggered successfully. The next instant, Master Duowu's great sword was flung to the ground by Wu Chang, triggering the disarm effect. Master Duowu could no longer wield weapons to attack. Kill. Seizing the moment, Wu Chang commanded the world-shattering god-slaying blade to attack, while the magic staff rose into the air to join the assault. Before long, this boss renowned as the most torturous foe survived only about a minute under Wu Chang's assault. It perished before even drawing its second weapon. Chapter 73, Is this the feat of a newbie? A smile spread across Wu Chang's face as he surveyed the fallen boss. Against foes who relied on weapon attacks, his absolute defense proved the ultimate countermeasure. I should really learn some martial arts techniques. Who knows when I might get disarmed myself someday. Watching the boss's body gradually dissipate, Wu Chang shook his head and chuckled before stepping onto the staircase leading to the 31st floor. Little did he know the shockwaves his speedrun had just sent rippling through the community. Staring at the holographic display before them, not just Huang Xiaoming and Wang Yuexin, but even Guo Chongming stood frozen in place, mouths agape. Was this even the same stage they knew? Wasn't the 30th floor boss supposed to be incredibly tough? How had Wu Chang defeated it in just over a minute? Remember, the last newbie to reach this point had become a top-tier professional over level 700. The speedrun record for Sky Tower's 30th floor was 20 minutes, already hailed as blazing fast. But you cleared the 30th floor in just over a minute? Even with a cheat code, that's terrifying. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Huang Xiaoming shook his head and chuckled, thinking he must have been seeing double and misread the numbers. But when he looked again, he was utterly speechless. Damn it, the numbers hadn't changed. It was still just over a minute. Could it be that the dungeon wasn't glitching, but Wu Qingzhen had actually cleared all 30 floors in just over a minute? Guild leader, You didn't misread it. He tried to ask more, but Guo Chongming cut him off. The guild leader of the Professional Players Association wore an expression of utmost seriousness, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of unmistakable delight. Such a prodigy appearing at Yenjing University was a blessing for both himself and the school. Most crucially, he had already sealed off all surrounding information earlier. To prevent the Evil God Society from detecting anything amiss, he had even sealed off the other 2 elite class instances. And now, it seemed his decision had been correct. We'll keep waiting, no matter how long that kid Wu Chang stays in there. As long as he doesn't come out, we must remain on guard outside. Guo Chongming sat cross-legged on the ground, forcing himself to appear calm. He closed his eyes, no longer intending to monitor Wu Chang's progress. Regardless of whether the boy could advance further, he had already demonstrated immense cultivation potential. Both he and Yenjing University were willing to prioritize resources for this prodigiously gifted youngster. Meanwhile, in the president's office at Yenjing University, Zhang Fushan, the university president, was leisurely sorting through documents. This year's student caliber far surpassed last year's. Among the elite class alone, not a single student ranked below level 40. It seemed he would be selecting the cream of the crop from an exceptionally high pool this year. Resources are limited, yet there are so many geniuses. It's truly difficult to choose. Zhang Fushan sighed deeply as he looked at the 2 stacks of files in his hands. His eyes scanned the papers back and forth before he placed the stack in his left hand on the desk. The one in his right hand, however, he intended to set aside for safekeeping. Enough. He's just a wandering cultivator. Even if he shows promise now, who knows what the future holds? Besides, cultivating an independent cultivator consumes so many resources the academy probably couldn't afford it. My apologies, young man. Looking at the file of the student named Wu Chang, Zhang Fushan sighed deeply once more before ultimately choosing another top-tier professional cultivator. After all, for the academy, investing in the latter was a safe bet, while backing an independent practitioner was a high-stakes gamble. Win the bet, and the rewards would be immense. Lose it, and they'd be left with nothing. Besides, how could a freelancer's future ever compare to that of a top-tier professional? Rather than risking everything on a gamble, it was wiser to focus on cultivating the latter. Just as he was about to seal away the stack of files, a video suddenly popped up on his computer screen. This interruption eased Zhang Fushan's urgency. He accepted the call and was greeted by his old friend, Guo Chongming, president of the Yenjing Professional Association. Your school has been accepted. Before he could even greet him, the other party jumped straight into business. One student has already challenged the 37th floor. Though the holographic display shows he's about to lose, as a freshman, he's already broken that record. And his clear time for the 30th floor was 1 minute and 23 seconds. Are you sure you don't want to come see? Hearing this, Zhang Fushan instantly gaped in disbelief and jumped to his feet. Among the students he'd recruited this year, there was actually such a prodigy? Clearing 30 floors in just over a minute? That was absolutely cheating. I'm on my way. What's his name?
Zhang Fushan hurriedly pulled up the elite student roster. As soon as Guo Chongming named the student, he would immediately place him in the top tier for resource allocation. Before long, he heard a name he knew all too well.
The kid's name is Wu Chang. And keep this quiet. Guo Chongming gave a final warning before hanging up. Zhang Fushan instantly understood.
He pushed aside the pile of files and placed Wu Chang's dossier, which had been destined for sealing, directly on top.
A talent like this, and I nearly overlooked him. No, I must go to the scene immediately. With that, he bypassed the main entrance, instantly transforming into a pigeon and flying out of the room. Zhang Fushan's profession was a rare one as spirit mage.
When he arrived at the scene, he saw the gates of the Sky Dome Tower slowly opening, and a figure emerged from within. Wu Chang was utterly exhausted. Though the Sky Tower restored some stamina, he had consecutively challenged 37 floors. It would be strange if he weren't tired. Still, he was curious why were so many people gathered outside. Had news of his record-breaking feat already spread? So this must be Wu Chang? I'm Guo Chongming, president of the Yanjing Practitioners Association. I'm also an old acquaintance of your colleague Song Qingye. And this is your school's principal, Zhang Fushan.
Come.
Spotting Wu Chang emerge, Guo Chongming approached with a broad smile, even taking Wu Chang's hand in a friendly gesture to lead him before the crowd. Being pulled along by such an enthusiastic uncle, Wu Chang was utterly bewildered. But when he heard the man's profession, everything suddenly clicked into place.
So it was the president and the principal.
He'd thought at most a department head would be involved, but to have the highest authorities from both the school and the association show up was quite unexpected. Student Wu Chang, greeting you all, seniors. He bowed his fist respectfully, his expression calm and composed, showing not a trace of anxiety.
Seeing his composure, Zhang Fushan and Guo Chongming couldn't help but silently nod in approval.
With such composure and character, Wu Chang's future was bound to be nothing short of promising.
Come on, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the principal's office. It's safer to talk there.
Without further ado, Zhang Fushan activated a skill. A giant bird formed from energy abruptly materialized beneath his feet, carrying the group toward the office.
Chapter 74, An Extraordinary Reward, Another Weapon Added.
Upon reaching the principal's office, Zhang Fushan waved his hand, dismissing the staff who had entered to investigate the commotion. Once the room was empty except for himself, he felt secure enough to let the others, who had transformed into birds outside, enter. The moment they flew inside, Wu Chang realized his body had instantly transformed again, shifting from bird form back into human shape. What a peculiar skill!
Wu Chang couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the sight.
If only he could possess such a skill, the ability to transform into an animal for convenient travel. But such skills were usually exclusive and didn't exist in any skill books. Unless he could plunder them, he'd likely never learn it himself. Please sit. Seeing everyone had arrived, Zhang Fushan, the president of Yanjing University, instantly softened his expression. At his invitation, Wu Chang smoothly took a seat. Wang Yuexin, Wang Xiaoming, and Guo Chongming, who introduced himself as the president of the Yanjing Professional Association, all took their seats. Yet he found himself seated in the very center. In that instant, Wu Chang understood these people had come for him, and by the looks of it, they clearly held him in high regard.
At this realization, he couldn't help but smile.
His decision within the Sky Tower had indeed been correct. Both the president and the association chairman's reactions proved they had undoubtedly taken note of his achievements. They might even have deliberated repeatedly on the way here about how to reward him.
With this realization, Wu Chang's composure solidified, and his expression relaxed into ease.
He was a genius who had shattered 2 records outright. As such, he deserved the pride befitting a prodigy. Otherwise, if a top-tier genius like himself appeared too calm and composed, they might suspect he had colluded with some dark deity to attain such extraordinary talent. Though he hated entertaining such thoughts, caution was paramount.
Wu Chang, I'm sure you know why we've summoned you here.
Principal Zhang Fushan's face held a faint smile. He had just reviewed the records. Wu Chang had broken records that hadn't been touched in years.
Not only had no one broken it, but no one had even come close.
This was a freshman record for both the number of layers and the time taken, and it was only valid for freshmen of Yanjing University. And now, a new record had been born. Not only was it unprecedented, but it was highly likely to remain unmatched. How could he not treat this with utmost care? Upon hearing this, Wu Chang nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Huang Xiaoming, observing this, felt a hint of surprise. He distinctly remembered Wu Chang always being exceptionally polite. Why did he seem somewhat dismissive here? But then he caught the hint of haughtiness on Wu Chang's face, and suddenly understood. He sat down in his chair without further action.
Observing Wu Chang's expression, Zhang Fushan felt not anger but delight. What defines a genius? This is it.
Not only does he possess the brilliance of a genius, but he also carries the temperament of one.
As for those well-mannered geniuses, well, such individuals were rare indeed. But encountering a genius like Wu Chang was quite splendid in its own right. Though an independent scholar, his achievements utterly crushed all this year's freshmen. Very well, very well. I didn't summon you for any particular reason. Mainly, the school recognizes that you've broken the freshman record, and the rewards that should be given must still be given. Here's the deal, I have a few pieces of equipment for you to look at. Pick whichever ones you like best. What do you think? A faint smile played on Zhang Fushan's lips. He felt no irritation towards such a proud genius, for pride was only natural in someone of Wu Chang's caliber. After all, this was a society that valued strength. Arrogance without substance was laughable. For a top-tier genius like Wu Chang, pride was only natural, it would be unusual for him to lack it. Hearing this, Hua Chongming raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with teasing as he addressed Zhang Fushan. Old Zhang, stop being so stingy. He's a 300 or 400 level professional. Don't give him something too shabby. You've got 3 pieces of gear perfectly suited for his reverend rank, right? Pull them out for this youngster to see. Don't let him think you're stingy. As he spoke, Hua Chongming flashed a smile at Wu Chunlu, while Zhang Fushan merely tugged at the corner of his mouth. It's my stuff, not yours, he thought. Anyone could say that, but actually parting with it was a real pain. Yet when he saw the flicker of astonishment cross Wu Chang's face, a strange sense of satisfaction welled up inside him. Even a top-tier genius like him was startled by the mention of a venerable great item. This guy was definitely going to be impressed. Fine, I'll fetch it right away. With that, he turned and walked away, intending to retrieve the item. Such a precious treasure was naturally kept well hidden by her, she couldn't risk anyone knowing where it was stored. Seeing him depart, Wang Yuexin and Huang Xiaoming both breathed a sigh of relief. While they were familiar with Hua Chongming, the principal remained a complete stranger to them. I've already warned them this matter must never be disclosed. As for your results, we'll tell everyone you challenged the 28th floor. At this point, we'll say no one else can break through here. Hua Chongming explained to Wu Chang, but Wu Chang seemed oblivious, lost in deep thought. That flash of surprise earlier had been genuine. After all, this principal was a 300 or 400 level professional, how could he not be astonished? What astonished him most, however, was that such a high-level professional could only afford revered grade equipment, not even unparalleled grade gear. It was rather pitiful. Hua Chongming noticed Wu Chang's dazed expression, chuckled, and said no more. It really is a revered grade weapon. I bet this kid's gear isn't even hall grade, right? Recalling how he'd only obtained his first hall grade weapon after breaking through to level 100, a trace of nostalgia flitted across Hua Chongming's face. Leveling up over 2 decades had been grueling, especially after hitting level 90, when he barely gained a single level every few months. But this reflection didn't last long, for Zhang Fushan had returned. He now held 3 pieces of equipment in his hands, his face beaming with pride. This is an honorable grade accessory called the concealment ring. It reduces the noise you make. The second is a revered grade armor piece called the mind illuminating armor, granting a plus 100 bonus to both physical and magical resistance. The third is a weapon, the purple spirit treasure gourd. While it only boosts spirit by 100 points, it converts half of the damage you deal into your own stamina. Not bad at all. Zhang Fushan introduced his treasures, the pride on his face impossible to hide. As he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Wu Chang, awaiting his choice. Wu Chang, however, remained utterly composed. He did not choose immediately but instead looked at the system panel that appeared in his mind. Faced with 3 pieces of equipment, please make your selection. A. Select the concealment ring upgraded to peerless tier, granting the active skill stealth, grants invisibility for 30 seconds. B. Select the Mingxin armor enhanced to peerless grade, and increases both physical and magical resistance by 200 points. C. Select the purple spirit treasure gourd enhanced to peerless tier, with 10% of damage dealt converted into stamina. 3 pieces of equipment, 3 choices. Yet upon reading them, Wu Chang made his decision instantly. I'll take the purple spirit treasure gourd. He smiled as he pointed at the weapon, inwardly marveling at how perfectly suited it was for him. Zhang Fushan said nothing, merely giving him a deep look before placing the gourd into Wu Chang's hands. The moment the purple spirit treasure gourd touched his hands, Wu Chang promptly placed it into the 100 weapons rack. Its special function instantly linked with all the other weapons. Option completed, gourd enhanced. From now on, he'd never fear being overwhelmed by multiple enemies again. As long as foes remained, they'd become his personal blood pumps. Chapter 75, 4-player dungeon instance, activated. Vote for me. With the purple spirit treasure gourd in hand, Wu Chang felt his combat prowess surge dramatically. Under the 100 weapons rack's special effect, the gourd's stamina restoring property directly synchronized with his other 2 weapons. Consider this, a single swing of his world-shattering god-slaying blade dealing 10,000 damage to a boss. Even at a mere 10% recovery rate, that's 1,000 stamina points restored. While stamina varied between individuals and wasn't displayed on the interface, 1,000 points meant he could at least fully replenish his reserves if not exactly overdo it. From now on, in group fights, there's no need to rush for a quick victory.
Soloing the entire group might not be impossible anymore.
Wu Chang smiled as he stowed away the purple spirit treasure gourd. Witnessing how the weapon seemed to possess a sentient intelligence in his hands, the others couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Especially Principal Zhang Fushan, who had possessed it the longest. Other students who tried it all returned it afterward. There was no other way. The recovery rate was too low, rendering it completely ineffective. But now, in Wu Chang's hands, he saw a different light in the other's eyes, a delight and joy that couldn't be feigned when obtaining a treasure. Perhaps the one most suited for this weapon is none other than Wu Chang standing before us. Zhang Fushan collected the other equipment, his gaze still holding a hint of admiration. Possessing formidable ability yet neither greedy nor arrogant, he could shine even as a solo adventurer. Though somewhat haughty, Wu Chang's future was undeniably bright. Reaching level 400 plus might be difficult, but becoming a core player at levels 200-300 was entirely within reach. Alright, the school's rewards for you aren't over yet. Once you officially enroll, resources will be partially allocated to you. But remember, this matter must not be disclosed. Understood? Though his words were directed at Wu Chang, Zhang Fushan's gaze remained fixed on Huang Xiaoming and Wang Yuexin, his tone laced with warning. The two hurriedly agreed, and only then did Zhang Fushan relax, leading Wu Chang away. Once everyone had departed, only Zhang Fushan and Guo Chongming remained in the room. They exchanged a glance, then fell into a prolonged silence. What do you think? Can this kid ever reach that guy's level? Guo Chongming's voice carried a hint of nostalgia and worry, as if recalling something. Poof. As long as the news stays buried long enough, it's bound to happen. The dark gods will eventually learn of this news. After all, there will always be those willing to be their lackeys. Hearing Guo Chongming's words, Zhang Fushan's expression darkened instantly. He leaned on the windowsill, watching Wu Chang and the others grow smaller in the distance. Only after they had completely disappeared did he sit back down. Meanwhile, upon returning to the instance, all its information logs had been altered. After all, the Sky Tower was an artificial instance crafted by a god-tier array master. Its contents were naturally modifiable. Wu Chang now occupied the 10th position on the newcomer record board, having challenged only 28 floors while taking nearly 3 to 4 hours. Even so, many who saw this record were stunned into speechlessness. After all, his pace was truly astonishing. Other newcomers who reached the 28th floor had taken nearly double his time. Alright, that's all for today. You're dismissed. Tomorrow is the team dungeon. We'll be grouping up with the support class elite class to enter. Dismissed. Back at the Sky Tower, Huang Xiaoming had no desire to watch any more challenges. Besides, in such a short time, the students had already pushed themselves to their limits. Continuing any further would be pointless. Heh, Wu Chang, you really are a pleasant surprise. To reach the 28th floor of the Sky Tower? That's genuinely surprising. Before entering the dormitory, Lin Zhanuan's voice suddenly rang out. Wu Chang turned to see him glaring at him with a dark, menacing look, tinged with a hint of provocation. But rest assured, trash like you, no matter how skilled, could never be my match. A lone warrior is just that, a lone warrior. But my invincible heavenly general can stack attributes. Right now, my attack power is a whopping 350 points. Can you even beat that? Seeing Wu Chang ignore him, Lin Zhanhuan grew impatient. He didn't even bother hiding his stats, blurting them out directly. Yet upon hearing this, Wu Chang merely gave a cold chuckle before replying, "Oh, I see. What do you want to do about it? Present you with an award?" With that, he walked straight into the dorm room and shut the door. Before long, blood-curdling shouts echoed from outside. The next day, everyone had fully adjusted to the schedule here and waited early for the instructor's arrival. Huang Xiaoming arrived without a word and led the group straight to the dungeon they were to challenge that day. Upon their arrival, they discovered Wang Yuexin and her group had already been waiting. Today's challenge is called the Reincarnation Paradise. The challenge period is 3 days. 3 combat class elite students will team up with 1 support class elite student, 4 players per group to tackle the challenge. Monsters within the dungeon will continuously respawn. Your objective is to locate and defeat the 5 bosses at the map center to clear the instance. Final rankings will be determined by points. Minor monsters count as 1 point, elite monsters as 5 points, and bosses as 100 points. Keep in mind, these points are split evenly among your team members. If you prefer to keep them all for yourself, that's fine too. Now, begin searching for your teammates. After explaining, Huang Xiaoming fell silent, standing beside Wang Yuexin to observe the situation closely. Upon hearing they could form their own teams, the crowd immediately dispersed to seek companions. What? Want to team up? As Wu Chengzheng agonized over who to team up with, a voice called out from behind him. There stood Shui Lingwan, dressed in white, her face adorned with a light, rosy makeup. Sure. Having a familiar face to team up with delighted Wu Chang immensely. He smiled and readily agreed. Alright, I know someone else in the support class. I'll go grab them. With that, Shui Lingwan walked away. When she returned, she brought along a petite girl who was a full head shorter than her. This is Huang Yingying, a friend from my hometown. She introduced Huang Yingying beside her, and Wu Chang greeted her with a smile. As for the final member, Wu Chang planned to leave it to chance. Just then, a boy named Wang Xiong expressed interest in joining. The other two didn't object, and thus a 4-person team was formed. Let's go. Enter the instance. As the seal on the dungeon slowly dissolved, Wu Chang gave a cheerful nod and led the team straight inside. Chapter 76, I'm outta here, see how you'll manage? The moment they entered the instance, Wu Chang immediately scanned his surroundings. This wasn't like the dungeons outside, there was definitely no safe zone here. Fortunately, luck seemed to favor their group of 4. The surrounding monsters weren't too densely packed. However, some students weren't so fortunate. They landed right in the middle of a monster horde and were instantly surrounded and beaten before they could even react. Should we just charge in? Xue Lingwan stared at the horde of monsters, excitement lighting up her face. As a combat class, with Huang Yingying a top-tier support by her side, dealing with these monsters would be a piece of cake. Both women immediately turned their gaze to Wu Chang, clearly thinking along the same lines. Wu Chang glanced at Wang Xiong. Seeing no objection from him, he smiled and said, "In that case, let's just go straight." You go ahead. I'm staying behind." Before Wu Chang could finish his sentence, Wang Xiong's voice, tinged with a hint of flippancy, cut in. Wu Chang immediately turned to look at him, puzzled. He couldn't understand why this guy, who had just begged to join the team, was now acting so out of character, as if he had no intention of fighting the monsters at all. "What did you say?" Xue Lingwan also frowned, a hint of coldness now clouding her previously clear gaze. If he had other plans, she wouldn't have said anything. But if he was too cowardly to fight the monsters, that was ridiculous. A combat class over level 40, did they all just grind for experience? Forget some ordinary rich kid, even she didn't get that kind of treatment. Besides, would that clan really go to such lengths just to raise a useless waste? Yet Wang Xiong wore a faint smile. Glancing at Wu Chang's stern expression, he scoffed again. "You Tai. Boss Lin Zhanhuang knew you since childhood, and now you're crawling into other men's beds? And a worthless loner with no future at that? Talk about having your head in the clouds. Listen up, I'm here to make fools of you today. You 3 can form your own party. I, Wang Xiong, won't be joining you." With that, Wang Xiong abruptly left the party right there in the dungeon and turned to walk away. "You. Enough." Xue Lingwan, seething with anger, tried to say something, but Wu Chang cut her off. Xue Lingwan shot him a furious glare, but Wu Chang showed no sign of fear. "He's here to annoy us. It won't do any good to argue. We're down to just 3 people. Even if others want to join our team later, we won't need them. If we run into Wang Xiong and Lin Zhanhuang's crew..." A sharp gleam flashed in Wu Chang's eyes. Clearly, this incident had infuriated him as well. But now that the other party had withdrawn, fretting over it was pointless. Better to focus on how to make that Wang Xiong fellow understand the stakes. Hearing this, Xue Lingwan fell silent, her mind focused solely on hearing Wu Chang's plan. Huang Yingying, however, looked troubled. Her eyes flickered with worry and a hint of doubt about Wu Chang's abilities. She had originally intended to find her own team, but Xue Lingwan had mentioned a formidable member in their group, which was why she had agreed to join. Yet just moments ago, Wang Xiong had revealed Wu Chang's profession merely a freelancer. Was this truly considered a formidable figure? While she was curious about how Wu Chang had managed to enter Yenjing University's elite class, solo adventurers consistently ranked at the bottom in combat strength. That should hold true even within the elite class. If we run into Lin Zhanhuang and Wang Xiong later, we're stealing their mobs for sure. Wu Chang's voice wasn't loud, but both girls could hear the determination in his tone. Huang Yingying pursed her lips and asked softly. "Lingwan is a ranged DPS, and I'm a support class. Wu Chang, can you solo this?" This question snapped Wu Chang back to reality. While Xue Lingwan knew his capabilities, Huang Yingying might not. Still, he understood her concern and felt no resentment. "No problem, I can handle it." He smiled, his voice brimming with confidence. Lingwan didn't press further, simply drawing her weapon. Seeing this, Huang Yingying had no choice but to accept it. Now that she joined this team, could she really just walk away? While having support classes made combat easier, having too many meant no one dealing damage a critical consideration. Besides, she'd already turned down several invitations to join Xue Lingwan. If she quit now, she'd likely struggle to find another group. Leave now? A pang of disappointment washed over her, and she could only hope the team wouldn't end up too low in the rankings. After all, while support roles didn't contribute to individual scoring, the team ranking did offer rewards. With over 100 teams competing, ending up near the bottom would be utterly humiliating. She, Huang Yingying, played a rare class, the Spirit Stargazer. How could she possibly be stuck in such a mediocre team? Let's go. Seeing both were ready, Wu Chang hesitated no longer. That earlier incident had already cost them precious time. Since there was a scoring system, he needed to take this seriously. With that, he made a loose fist with his right hand, and the world-shattering god-slaying blade materialized in his grasp, startling Huang Yingying. Monsters are ahead. Support, apply buffs. Gazing at the minor monster 20 meters away, Wu Chang didn't even entertain the thought of attacking. Besides, he'd heard that this place was called the reincarnation paradise precisely because monsters vanished the moment they neared death, making it impossible for them to actually kill any. Since they couldn't kill monsters to stack attributes, Wu Chang naturally saw no point in moving. Better to leave the opportunity to Xue Lingwan. Reminded by Wu Chang, Huang Yingying snapped to attention and promptly applied the buff to Xue Lingwan. As for Wu Chang, he was just a lone player. At best, he could serve as frontline fodder, the kind with zero damage output or tankiness. Empowered by several buffs, Xue Lingwan aimed an arrow at the monster. The energy arrow pierced straight through the monster's skull, triggering not only a critical hit but also a fatal wound. Even so, the dying monster was teleported away by the instance, clearly possessing a forced survival mechanism. As expected, this is also an artificially constructed dungeon. Wu Chang instantly recalled the Sky Tower upon witnessing this. However, the Sky Tower imprisoned hundreds of leveled monsters, with their avatars serving as bosses within. In contrast, the reincarnation paradise contained countless minor monsters. Before they could die, they were teleported away, only to reappear fully restored in the same location once healed. This mechanism made the dungeon's monsters seem inexhaustible. Nice work. Huang Yingying offered a cheerful encouragement. With Xue Lingwan present and her own buffs, their damage output was quite respectable. But being ranged classes, neither of them had particularly high physical or magic resistance. If any monster launched a surprise attack, it could likely take them down in just 1 or 2 hits. This thought made her look down on Wu Chang even more. A freeloading solo player. In her mind, Huang Yingying had already formed her first impression of Wu Chang. Of course, Wu Chang himself was oblivious to all this. Seeing the monsters ahead cleared, he grinned and walked forward. Chapter 77, Monster Slaying This Easy? Elite Monsters One Shot. After walking another stretch, all the monsters along the way were systematically eliminated by Xue Lingwan. Meanwhile, Huang Yingying's dissatisfaction with Wu Chang only deepened. A slacker solo player, how on earth did he even get into the elite class? Never mind his actual strength, he had zero sense of teamwork. Other teams worked together in force to take down monsters, yet this guy strolled along as if out for a leisurely walk. Whenever he spotted a monster, he'd just tell Xue Lingwan to attack, acting like he owned the place. Whoosh, another arrow sliced through the air, pinning a monster to the wall. Watching the monster's body vanish, Xue Lingwan wiped the sweat from her forehead and exhaled a breath of stale air. Phew, over 30 monsters down. I'm nearly at my limit. Wu Chang, what do you think our team's ranking will be? Though she didn't need to engage in close combat, Xue Lingwan had specifically trained in skills that drained stamina to boost attack power. So while each strike appeared effortless, it actually depleted her energy reserves far faster. Her words were clearly a reminder to Wu Chang to prepare for battle at any moment. Of course, she had no doubts about Wu Chang's combat prowess. Hearing Xue Lingwan say she was tired, Huang Yingying thoughtfully handed her a bottle of water. Wu Chang, meanwhile, glanced around at the surrounding monsters with a smile before declaring confidently. Rank? First place, of course. His tone was as casual as if he were describing something as simple as drinking a glass of water. Hearing this, Huang Yingying instantly boiled over with anger. She had been buffing non-stop, Xue Lingwan had been attacking relentlessly, and this lone player was just standing there acting like a big shot. What was worse, he now had the audacity to claim he'd take first place. If he'd actually been putting effort into killing monsters, it might have been understandable. But the reality was this guy was lazy and good for nothing, only knowing how to boss others around while pretending to be effortless himself. It was truly infuriating. First place? Wu Chang, you must be out of your mind. Lingwan is exhausted, and I'm a support class. As for you, a useless solo player? What makes you think you can win first place? I should have just recruited some acquaintances into the party earlier. Then we wouldn't be in this mess now. Huang Yingying scolded Wu Chang in a pouty voice, not because she doubted his skill though in her eyes, he didn't have much skill to begin with. Her main goal was to get Wu Chang to do more work. The top 10 teams had already racked up over 100 points, and Lin Zhanuang's squad was far ahead of everyone else. Now Wu Chang was claiming this team with barely over 30 points could win first place? It was utterly ridiculous. He'd be better off putting in some real effort. Yingying. Hearing this, Xue Lingwan quickly spoke up to defend Wu Chang. She had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. While he might not crush everyone his age, among this year's freshmen at Yenjing University, Wu Chang's combat prowess was undoubtedly unmatched. Even setting aside his impressive performance in the Huazhong City dungeon, the fact that he defeated the instructor and broke the skill upgrade dungeon record alone was proof enough of his prowess. Yet upon hearing this, Wu Chang felt no anger. Instead, he smiled at Huang Yingying. After all, only the truth could sting like that, like mocking a beggar for having no money to eat. If it were a genuine beggar, they'd likely fly into a rage on the spot. But for a wealthy individual experiencing life as a commoner, it likely wouldn't even register, it would just seem somewhat amusing. Enough. I'll handle the monsters from here on out. Wu Chang waved his hand dismissively before striding toward the dozen or so monsters. You lot just take your time walking behind and get some rest. I'll handle the rest. His voice carried as he closed in to within 20 meters of the creatures. Seeing Wu Chang act so recklessly, Huang Yingying grew anxious. She only wanted him to work, not to throw his life away. If Wu Chang got eliminated, their team would truly become the bottom-ranked squad.
Why haven't you made him stop?
Among the dozen or so monsters was an elite creature. Seeing them lunge toward Wu Chang, Huang Yingying urgently turned to Shui Lingwan. But the latter merely shook her head with a smile, saying nothing. Instead, she sheathed her weapon and strolled leisurely toward Wu Chang. Seeing this, Huang Yingying stomped her foot in frustration.
Lingwan, you! Oh, two lunatics.
Thinking her teammates had given up, Huang Yingying sheathed her own weapon.
So what if they were just going to die and get eliminated? So what?
Their team score was only in the low 30s anyway. They were already over 20 points behind second to last place, and while the others kept racking up points, her team had effectively given up. Besides, with a lone wolf on the team, no matter how hard they tried, they were guaranteed to be dead last.
Giving up was far more relaxing.
With that thought, she felt relieved. Just as she lifted her head to say something, her eyes nearly popped out of her head the next second. Wu Chang slammed his palm on the ground, instantly enveloping himself, Shui Lingwan, and Huang Yingying in the bloodline curse.
Their attributes surged across the board. You actually know an area of effect support skill?
Huang Yingying gasped at the sight, yet worry crept into her mind. Wu Chang was actually somewhat useful.
Should they pause to rest and have Shui Lingwan farm monsters?
But Wu Chang didn't pause. The world-slaying god-slaying blade shot forward, instantly cutting down the frontline minions.
Moreover, due to the dungeon's survival mechanics, the entire mob vanished instantly, leaving only the bewildered elite monster standing alone in the center. The elite insectoid, wielding a greatsword in both hands and poised to attack, saw his minions vanish. Confused, he scratched his head. Something was terribly wrong.
This creature before him was deeply unsettling.
He had to flee immediately. The thought barely formed in its mind when the elite insectoid spun to flee.
But in the next instant, Wu Chang charged straight toward it. He grabbed the elite insectoid's carapace with one hand, then delivered a devastating elbow strike that instantly sent the elite monster reeling. He followed up with a kick that sent it flying through the air, while the world-shattering god-slaying blade soared upward, instantly reducing the elite insectoid's health to its survival system threshold.
The entire sequence took no more than 10 seconds. Man, that was exhausting.
Wu Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead, though there was none there, and turned to look at the two stunned figures. Hearing this, Shui Lingwan snapped out of her daze. After all, she had witnessed Wu Chang's combat prowess before. Now it was merely faster, nothing to be surprised about. After all, the difference between taking 15 seconds and 10 seconds to kill a monster didn't seem that significant. But Huang Yingying stood frozen in place, less astonished than genuinely frightened. Even the professional leveling teams back home couldn't match that kind of monster killing speed.
Killing over 10 monsters in 10 seconds, was this something a normal person could do? You one-shot them? Even the elite monsters?
Just as Wu Chang turned to look at Huang Yingying, the top-tier support player, a spirit astrologer, let out a thunderous exclamation.
Chapter 78, Dungeon Boss? / Votes needed. Those were elite monsters. How did you one-shot them? Huang Yingying's face betrayed utter shock.
She clearly hadn't expected Wu Chang's attack power to be this high.
One-shotting regular mobs was one thing, but even elite monsters couldn't escape his assault? With such terrifying firepower, plus his own support skills, why even bother with a party? He could solo his way through the entire dungeon.
Yet upon hearing this, Wu Chang merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively.
Let's go. There are still plenty of monsters ahead.
Although the trial lasts 3 days, if we can kill more monsters, we might reach the summit on the first day. Huang Yingying snapped back to reality at Wu Chang's voice. She stared deeply at him, her eyes brimming with astonishment she couldn't hide. No wonder Shui Lingwan had been grinding monsters tirelessly earlier. Even when utterly exhausted, she hadn't blamed Wu Chang for coasting by.
She'd known his true strength all along.
The realization that she had just spoken recklessly, even questioning Wu Chang's abilities, made Huang Yingying's face flush instantly. Faced with such overwhelming offensive power, her support role felt rather redundant. After all, she possessed no combat capability herself and required others to protect her. In any other party, her support role would be indispensable. But before this solo player whose attack power and skill combo were downright absurd, her very existence seemed utterly unnecessary. Come on, Wu Chang won't be angry. Shui Lingwan smiled as she took Huang Yingying's hand, then strolled leisurely behind Wu Chang, recounting his performance in the Huazhang City dungeon. As for Wu Chang, he didn't need to exert much effort at this moment. With the world-shattering god-slaying blade and the mage staff as his two offensive weapons, no monster could withstand 3 of his strikes. After all, he dealt true damage. Combined with the damage boost from the 100-weapon stance, even bosses would likely fall after just a few hits. The group pressed forward. At first, they could still vaguely see others slaying monsters nearby, but as they delved deeper into the dungeon, not a single soul remained in sight. With each strike Wu Chang landed, their points began to surge rapidly. Before long, they shot up from dead last in the rankings. Meanwhile, outside the Reincarnation Paradise dungeon, several elite class instructors stood rooted to the spot, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Their students were inside, including some they held in high regard, so naturally, they kept a close watch on the score changes.
What's Wu Cheng's current ranking? Wang Yuexin approached Huang Xiaoming, who was checking the instance's score rankings, and couldn't help but ask.
Huang Xiaoming, however, frowned deeply as he scrolled up and down the rankings.
Something's wrong.
Wu Cheng, Shui Lingwan, and Wang Xiong are a 4-person squad.
Why can't I find their ranking?
Anxiousness flashed across Huang Xiaoming's face. Wu Cheng was naturally the one he was most concerned about now. The young man had performed well in previous rounds, and Huang Xiaoming felt he needed to pay even closer attention to him now. Hearing his words, Wang Yuexin glanced at their own team's ranking. Since the support elite class had fewer members, she quickly located Wu Cheng's group.
Look, Wu Cheng's team only has 3 members. Wang Xiong isn't even on the roster.
And their current points put them dead last.
What on earth happened?
Wang Yuexin's voice carried shock and astonishment. Hearing the commotion, Huang Xiaoming hurried over and frowned upon seeing the data. He couldn't understand why a 4-person squad had become a 3-person squad. Even without Wang Xiong, given Wu Cheng's strength, their team shouldn't be dead last.
Could something have happened?
Huang Xiaoming quickly located Wang Xiang's data and discovered he had joined forces with Lin Zhanuang's group. Instantly, he understood what had transpired. So they joined Wu Cheng's team, only to leave after entering the instance.
Now they were one combatant short. Killing monsters would be tough.
Looks like Wu Cheng and his crew are in for a rough ride this time.
Thinking of the endlessly respawning monsters in the Reincarnation Paradise, Wang Yuexin couldn't help but shake her head in sigh.
Wu Cheng was strong, she'd admit that. But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly carry the other two alone. After all, compared to his combat prowess, both Huang Yingying's Spirit Stargazer and Shui Lingwan's Elf Archer seemed like dead weight.
Over 30 points, looks like we won't catch up.
Even Huang Xiaoming shook his head, sensing Wu Cheng was likely to lose this time.
Getting stabbed in the back like that would ruin anyone's morale.
And with only a single point gained after so long, he probably didn't even feel like killing monsters anymore. But just as he prepared to close the interface, he suddenly noticed the points bar before him. Wu Cheng's team's score had just skyrocketed from 34 to 50 points. Though still dead last, such a terrifying surge was impossible.
Wait, am I seeing things?
Huang Xiaoming rubbed his eyes, then looked back at the display screen only to find Wu Cheng's team's ranking had vanished. Haha, I was so worried I started seeing things. I knew it was just a hallucination when the points suddenly jumped by over 10.
No, it's not.
Just as Huang Xiaoming thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, Wang Yuexin beside him suddenly spoke up. Her finger trembled as she pointed at her own light screen.
Look.
Noticing the anomaly, Huang Xiaoming hurriedly looked over, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a light bulb whole. On the support elite class side, the points for Huang Yingying's squad were skyrocketing like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Surging was an understatement, it was like they were riding a damn rocket. Just a minute ago, Wu Cheng's team had barely over 30 points. But now, they had already surpassed 150 points, catapulting their ranking from dead last straight into the top 30. What was truly terrifying was that the points were still climbing at an alarming rate. If this kept up for another minute, no, another 30 seconds, the squad's score would break 200 points and enter the top 20.
Wu Cheng, what the hell are you doing?
Huang Xiaoming swallowed hard, unable to stop himself from muttering the question.
Wu Cheng, what the hell are you doing?
Watching Wu Cheng ahead of her slaughter monsters as effortlessly as slicing vegetables, Huang Yingying was utterly stunned. What terrified her most was that upon encountering the boss, Wu Cheng didn't flee for his life, he was preparing to charge right in.
We've been fighting for so long. Let's retreat first.
Let's wait for other teams to arrive before taking down this ghost-faced bug king together. Huang Yingying urged as she stared at the raging level 50 boss looming ahead. She had witnessed Wu Cheng's prowess throughout their journey, but now they were the only team present.
The boss's attributes in Reincarnation Paradise were beyond their capabilities.
Wu Cheng merely smiled indifferently, his confidence unwavering.
Don't worry.
Just buff me up, and I'll take care of it. With that, he charged straight at the ghost-faced bug king, aiming to close the distance with a surprise elbow strike. Seeing Wu Cheng's reckless charge, Huang Yingying gritted her teeth and channeled all her skills into him, while Shui Lingwan drew her bow, ready to support him at any moment. Yet at that moment, Wu Cheng swiftly drew the world-shattering God-slaying blade upon closing in.
Godslayer slash. A towering blade aura erupted from his blade, striking the enemy at point-blank range.
Empowered by all the buffs, the attack not only landed a critical hit but also struck the Ghost-Face Bug King's most vulnerable spot. The boss, boasting a staggering 800 points in dual resistance, was sent flying into the sky by the blade aura, its entire body shattering into pieces. But swiftly, the dungeon's forces forcibly halted its demise and teleported it away. Huang Yingying was speechless at the boss's sudden disappearance.
Mobs one shot, elites one shot, and now you, Wu Cheng, even one shot a boss. Is there any justice left? Any sense of fairness? Could a solo player really deal that kind of damage? Chapter 79, The Mantis Stalking the Cicada, Unaware of the Sparrow Behind. 79 Never imagined securing first place could be this effortless. The Ghost-Face Bug King has been defeated, and the other bosses have erupted into chaos. Monsters are converging on the boss, all players prepare. Within the instance, a message instantly reached everyone's ears, causing the newcomers in the reincarnation instance to exchange bewildered glances. What's happening? Aren't all the bosses supposed to be at the deepest part of the dungeon? Didn't they say it takes multiple teams to defeat them? How come one is already gone? This doesn't make sense. When did this boss become so easy to kill? What's going on? Where's my boss? It must be the top players doing.
All the students stormed over to open their light screens, only to freeze in shock. Lin Zhanhuang's team was still in first place after all. Their points had been way ahead from the start, now over 500.
But the problem was, why had the second place team changed members? And crucially, how did this team only have 3 people? Wu Cheng. Aren't they only 3 people? How did they catch up so fast? A lone fighter this formidable? Is it just me, or has this world gone mad?
Seeing Wu Cheng's team suddenly in second place left Lin Zhanhuang dumbfounded.
He deliberately had Wang Xiong mess with their opponents' minds to seize first place, right?
From the very start, his team had fought monsters relentlessly just to show Wu Cheng how strong they truly were. And just 5 minutes ago, he'd checked Wu Cheng's team's score. They weren't even in the top 30, let alone the top 10.
How did they suddenly jump to second place? Worse, their score was 520 points. They were closing in on him? Boss, it's definitely Wu Cheng's team pulling some shady tricks.
Wang Xiong, witnessing this, froze in shock before bursting out in fury to explain.
He never imagined these 3 could be so terrifyingly strong even with one less damage dealer.
This was beyond ridiculous. But precisely because of this, he had to distance himself immediately. After all, only he and Lin Zhanhuang knew about his joining Wu Cheng's team. If others suspected him of being an inside man, he'd be finished. Lin Zhanhuang, however, said little. His face was ashen as he finally waved his hand, pointing toward the center of the dungeon.
Let's go. We're going in to take down the boss too. If Wu Cheng can do it, I'm not far behind.
With that, Lin Zhanhuang led his squad straight toward the dungeon's center, not even pausing to rest. Meanwhile, after Wu Cheng defeated the Ghost-Face Bug King, he suddenly felt as if something was watching him. It felt like a pair of invisible eyes were probing him, as if trying to see right through him.
What's wrong? Noticing Wu Cheng's unease, Shui Lingwan approached and asked.
But Wu Cheng merely shook his head and said,
Let's head straight to the next boss's location. Those monsters will gather toward the boss's location.
We might as well take advantage of this chance to rack up some extra points. Upon hearing Wu Cheng's suggestion, Shui Lingwan and Huang Yingying exchanged glances before agreeing to his plan.
However, according to the time within the reincarnation paradise, dusk was already settling in. It seemed wise to rest first before heading to the next boss's location.
By the time the group had rested, daylight had already broken within the dungeon. Wu Cheng opened the points leaderboard only to find that the top-ranked team, led by Lin Zhanhuang, had already racked up over 1,000 points, leaving the second-place team more than 200 points behind. Having done nothing all night, his own ranking had slipped further down the list.
Let's continue.
Wu Cheng smiled as he gestured ahead, and the sight of his smile calmed the 2 women considerably. It seemed that with Wu Cheng around, no problem was insurmountable. The trio pressed onward, but after walking for what felt like ages, they hadn't encountered a single monster. The monsters here must have all gathered around the boss. Pick up the pace. With that, Wu Cheng activated Bloodline Curse, instantly accelerating their pace. After over an hour of walking, they finally spotted other teams locked in fierce combat with monsters. Seeing this, Wu Cheng prepared to draw his blade and charge forward, but then he thought he heard a familiar voice. He crouched down, making a shushing gesture to the 2 women, then crept forward stealthily.
Boss, everything's ready.
Those teams have gone to attack the boss, but as soon as we trigger the device, the 4 crippled bosses and over 100 minions will be teleported here. Then we'll reap the benefits. Shoot straight to 2,000 points. Wang Xiong's obsequious voice carried over, and Wu Cheng instantly recognized who these people were: Lin Zhanhuang's squad.
Alright, everyone get ready. The 4 of us will devour every last one of these monsters. Another voice rang out. Who else could it be but Lin Zhanhuang?
Upon hearing his command, the others scattered, leaving only Lin Zhanhuang behind.
Wu Cheng quietly retreated, his mind racing over the sudden system prompt that had appeared. Facing Lin Zhanhuang's plot, please make a choice. A. Inform your classmates and expose his scheme. Mental plus 30. B. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Keep it secret and snatch. These monsters acquire skill Fatal Strike. When attacking undetected or invisible, first strike deals double damage and guarantees a critical hit. Choose B.
Wu Cheng immediately chose the skill.
Though it came with stealth restrictions, he was a free agent. Worst case, he could just learn another stealth skill. Besides, skills were far more valuable than attribute points. They weren't even in the same league.
Selection complete. Skill successfully acquired.
Seeing the critical strike option added to his skill bar, Wu Cheng was overjoyed. He retreated back to Shui Lingwan and the others, quietly explaining the situation.
So you plan to be the third party? Huang Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Wu Chang nodded in response.
Shui Lingwan, you keep watch later. Don't let anyone spot me. Huang Yingying, stack all your buffs on me. Watch me one-shot the monster. Spotting figures approaching, Wu Chang laid out his plan immediately.
Without a word, the two women found their positions and hid, while Wu Chang, brimming with buffs, crept stealthily forward.
Boss, activate it now.
Wang Xiong's excited voice rang out.
With Lin Zhanhuang's confirmation, the other array masters swiftly activated the teleportation formation.
Several beams of golden light appeared, while the surrounding area erupted with countless gasps of astonishment.
What's going on? Where are my monsters? They're all gone. Who the hell teleported all the monsters away?
Angry shouts filled the air, but Wu Chang paid them no mind, his gaze fixed intently on the formation before him. Before long, one monster after another materialized within the formation. They bore wounds, many clinging to life by a thread, and even the boss monsters were in dire straits.
Move out.
Lin Zhanhuang's excited command rang out, and the four immediately prepared to close in. At that very moment, Wu Chang moved. He leapt into the air, the world-shattering god-slaying blade in his hand blazing with brilliant light. Godslayer slash. Amplified by over a dozen buffs, he teleported toward the monster, followed by a surprise elbow strike, then swung his blade.
Holy, someone's ambushing us.
Lin Zhanhuang watched in horror, but it was too late. The blade's aura, sharp as a scythe, slaughtered the entire horde of monsters. Even the bosses couldn't escape this fate, triggering their survival mechanisms under the immense force and vanishing instantly. Wu Chang's team's points skyrocketed from over 500 to over 1,300, surpassing Lin Zhanhuang's team by more than 200 points.
Chapter 80, ranked number 1. Who's for it? Who's against?
Watching the points skyrocket, Huang Yingying and Shui Lingwan beside them both gaped in astonishment, utterly unable to believe what they were seeing.
Taking first place is actually this easy?
A trace of bewilderment flashed across Huang Yingying's face, but she quickly snapped back to reality.
Who would have thought Wu Chang actually succeeded?
That damned Lin Zhanhuang. They sent other students to attack the boss while he set up an array, trying to be the one to reap the rewards.
But now, Wu Chang is snatched it all. Quick, let's go provide backup.
Just as she was lost in thought, Shui Lingwan's voice reached her.
Hearing the reminder, Huang Yingying nodded and followed closely behind her as they dashed forward.
Wu Chang must be in a tough spot now. After all, Lin Zhanhuang and his group had 4 people.
2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. If they arrived too late, Wu Chang might be eliminated.
But as soon as they reached the sand dune and looked down, both were struck dumb with astonishment. Lin Zhanhuang, Wang Xiong, and another elite class student were locked in combat with Wu Chang, while the support class cast spells and buffs from the rear.
Wu Chang showed no fear whatsoever.
He blocked Lin Zhanhuang with a long sword while his magic staff hovered in midair, unleashing attacks that kept Wang Xiong at bay. The other student was locked in close combat with Wu Chang. Clearly, Wu Chang's attributes completely outclassed his opponents, and he had already gained the upper hand.
Damn it, break through!
Lin Zhanhuang, a carefully cultivated heir from a prominent family, had fought the world-shattering god-slaying blade for an extended period. He finally found an opening to charge toward Wu Chang. But in the next instant, Wu Chang delivered a devastating elbow strike to the opponent's face, knocking him unconscious. Soon after, a white light surged forth, clearly signaling that the individual had been teleported out of the instance.
Boss!
Before Lin Zhanhuang could react, he heard Wang Xiong's agonized cry. Turning his head, he saw Wu Chang already gripping the opponent's throat, while the mage staff relentlessly pounded attacks into the man's body. Whether it was Wu Chang's precise control of his attacks or the sheer strength of their support classes, Wang Xiong's healing and damage output had reached a bizarre equilibrium.
In this state, the enemy possessed neither the ability to inflict damage nor the means to teleport away. This is the price. Wu Chang narrowed his eyes at Wang Xiong, then slammed him to the ground. A flash of white light erupted as Wang Xiong instantly teleported away. Wu Chang then turned his gaze toward Lin Zhanhuang. The support role was irrelevant to him, his presence made no difference. But this Lin Zhanhuang, he must deal with him personally. Poof. Wu Chang snorted coldly, preparing to send Lin Zhanhuang away as well, only to find a white light suddenly appearing on his own body. The scene before him shifted abruptly. Everyone had been teleported out of the instance. Witnessing this, the others were utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. Even the instructors standing outside, like Huang Xiaoming, were utterly bewildered. After all, this instance challenge was supposed to last 3 days. Yet, from yesterday's entry until now, it had only been 2 days at most. How could they have emerged so quickly? However, they quickly realized something, their eyes filling with disbelief. If everyone had been teleported out, it meant every single boss within the instance had been defeated. It was well known that the bosses in the Reincarnation Paradise dungeon would regenerate over time. Once fully restored, they would reappear within the dungeon. But this usually takes 20 hours. Defeating all bosses within 20 hours meant the challenge could end early. But here's the catch, all 5 bosses were located near the dungeon center, within close proximity to each other.
If any one of them called for help, the others would rush to its aid. So, who took out all the bosses? Wang Yuexin's gaze swept across the chaotic square as her voice drifted slowly through the air. Hearing her voice, the crowd snapped out of their daze. It wasn't a dream, they had truly returned to the real world. Instantly, everyone lost their composure. They had been fighting the bosses, only for them to vanish. Just as they were about to start searching, the dungeon trial ended? Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Wang Yuexin hurriedly explained. Upon hearing her words, the students instantly erupted. Who the hell did it? I spent half my life killing that boss, and it was about to die. Who stole it? The teleportation array. Whoever gained the most points must be the mastermind behind this. Exactly. That must be it. Seeing the group united in their anger, the instructors didn't intervene. Instead, they immediately opened the points leaderboard. The moment the list appeared, all eyes instantly converged on it. To their shock, Wu Chang's team name sat at the top. It's Wu Chang. It's him. That bastard actually dared to steal our boss. Let's take this guy down. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. In an instant, the students drew their weapons, ready to charge at Wu Chang and teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Shui Lingwan hurriedly stood beside Wu Chang, while Huang Yingying swiftly moved closer, her staff glowing with specks of starlight. Wu Chang, however, merely sneered, seemingly unconcerned by the gathering threat. With a flick of his world-shattering god-slaying blade, a blade aura instantly sliced the ground, leaving a deep gash. The formation? I didn't set it up. Whether you believe it or not is none of my concern. But I am the top-ranked participant, and you must acknowledge it. Take another step, and don't blame me for being impolite. Wu Chang's words struck like a heavy drum, calming the fiercely indignant students. They exchanged glances, each seeing fear in the other's eyes. This was Wu Chang, the guy who'd gone toe-to-toe with the instructor for over 10 minutes. True, they had numbers on their side. But the question was, even if the instructor didn't intervene, how many among this crowd could actually stand up to Wu Chang in a fight? If Wu Chang picked them off one by one, that would be utterly humiliating. Besides, he declaimed no involvement. A genius like him wouldn't stoop to self-deception. Upon careful consideration, the students weighed the risks and rewards, their gazes shifting toward instructor Huang Xiaoming. At that moment, anger flashed across Huang Xiaoming's face. Oomph. I saw exactly who was stirring trouble just now. I won't punish you this time, but I will report this to the school. If such incidents occur again, you'd better think carefully about whether you'll be expelled. Huang Xiaoming's expression was icy. Though he wasn't their homeroom teacher, Wu Chang was someone who had even met the principal. If he didn't warn these students, they might provoke someone in the future and find themselves unable to stay at the school. At his words, the crowd fell silent, their faces still tinged with lingering fear. Had they acted just now, they'd likely be sent to the school's disciplinary office for punishment. Seeing this, Wu Chang let out a cold laugh. These guys might have gotten into Yanjing University, but they still loved picking on the weak. If he hadn't stepped in just now, they probably would have charged right at him. Huang Xiaoming, however, failed to notice Wu Chang's expression. Instead, he put on a smile and walked over to Wu Chang's side, followed by Wang Yuexin, who also wore a smile. I hereby declare Wu Chang the top performer in this Cycle Paradise trial. All in favor? Chapter 81, Freshman Tournament, Captain. Vote and follow. All in favor? All opposed? Huang Xiaoming's voice echoed throughout the area. The instructors showed little reaction upon hearing it. After all, the rankings were based purely on points. If you scored over 2,000 points, you could be the top winner too. Though the students felt some resentment, they ultimately accepted the outcome. There was no denying it, Wu Chang was simply formidable. Besides, some had already speculated that Wu Chang, Shui Lingwan, and Huang Yingying weren't likely to be professionals who had mastered formation techniques. Therefore, there must be others behind this affair. If that mastermind had claimed the points, that would be the hardest pill for them to swallow. Right now, Wu Chang was merely reaping the rewards. The real discomfort wouldn't be theirs, but the schemers. Thus, the students who had come to their senses nodded in acknowledgement of Wu Chang's first-place victory. Seeing this, Huang Xiaoming was thoroughly satisfied, and Wang Yuexin also smiled at Wu Chang. But Lin Zhanhuan kept his head bowed, grinding his teeth in frustration. He had spent so long planning this, even going so far as to buy a skill book for that support class student, all to enable him to set up such a teleportation array. But now, it all felt irrelevant to him. All the work he, Lin Zhanhuan, had put into this for so long had been stolen by Wu Chang. Alright, since there are no objections, the rankings for this cycle of the Reincarnation Paradise trial are finalized. However, since you've cleared the dungeon ahead of schedule, you'll have tomorrow off. Dismissed. Huang Xiaoming's gaze swept over the group before dismissing the students. He himself organized the information displayed on the light screen, preparing to present it directly to Principal Zheng Fushan. After all, Wu Chang was a student the principal valued highly. Achieving such results demanded the principal's attention. If something like this happens again, be sure to let me know. With the rankings settled, Wu Chang walked over to Lin Zhanhuan with a smile, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Although he had secured first place this time, there was still one thing left undone, making Lin Zhanhuan understand who he couldn't afford to provoke.
Lin Zhanhuan? Feeling pretty lousy about getting your stuff snatched, huh?
Your formation was quite impressive. Had I arrived any later, you might have actually managed to take down those 4 bosses.
Ha, what a selfless sacrifice.
Wu Chang spoke in a low voice, recounting the matter before turning and leaving with Shui Lingwan and Huang Yingying in tow. Upon hearing Wu Chang's words, Lin Zhanhuan's eyes widened in shock. Though he held no fear of these students, he was a member of the Lin family.
To one day vie for the position of family head, he would inevitably need the support of these old classmates.
If he offended this group now, forget about future cooperation, they'd likely harbor resentment for life. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, he found himself surrounded by students whose eyes burned crimson with fury. Through Wu Chang's words, some realized that Lin Zhanhuan's team actually possessed someone capable of deploying formations. Combined with his family background, buying a skill book might be difficult, but if it meant breaking the points record, it would be worth the effort.
With this realization, everything suddenly made sense.
So Wu Chang had nearly been wrongly accused by this very group, while Lin Zhanhuan was the true mastermind behind it all.
Well, the Lin family's young master certainly has deep pockets.
Exactly. For the sake of a ranking, he actually set his sights on his classmates.
No wonder he can't compete with Wu Chang. Such underhanded tactics? I doubt Wu Chang would even stoop to using them. You know what? Getting the credit stolen at the end? That's a huge embarrassment. Ha! What's a little embarrassment? I could have cracked the top 10. Now look at me, no rewards at all. Go! Teach this guy a lesson.
He can't think he can run roughshod over everyone just because of his family background.
Though the students were boiling with rage, they didn't draw weapons. Instead, they surrounded Lin Zhanhuan tightly, clearly not planning to let him leave.
Though none of these students came from families as influential as Lin Zhanhuan's, their sheer numbers gave them an advantage. Collectively, the power behind them far exceeded what the Lin family could withstand.
On one side, Lin Zhanhuan was being beaten by the students.
On the other, Wu Chang had returned to his dormitory. Just as he was about to open the door, a voice came from behind him.
Wu Chang, won't you invite us in for a moment?
Turning around, he was surprised to see Principal Zhang Fushan and Student Council President Guo Chongming standing there. Seeing them, Wu Chang smiled, opened the door, and welcomed them inside. After pouring tea and settling on the sofa, his gaze darted between them. Noticing Wu Chang's eager curiosity, Zhang Fushan and Guo Chongming exchanged a knowing smile before explaining.
Have you heard of the freshman competition?
At the mention of the freshman tournament, Wu Chang instantly perked up. Held annually, this competition garnered significant attention due to its nationwide scope.
Back in his school days, the university even organized group viewings for students.
After all, it showcased the strongest practitioners among that year's freshmen. Learning even a fraction wouldn't be a waste of time.
I've heard of it.
I wonder what the principal and the guild leader have in mind. Though he had his suspicions, Wu Chang maintained an air of detachment. He always remembered to project the arrogance of a genius in front of them. After all, he understood the principle that the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Without that air of superiority, people might just think he was bullying others through underhanded means. Seeing his attitude, Principal Zhang Fushan rose and said,
in last year's freshman tournament, our Yanjing University lost to Magic City University.
The year before last, though we took first place, it was clear the gap between us and other schools was narrowing year by year. This year, I want to keep the championship title here at our university. You could serve as the captain of the freshman tournament team.
I wonder if you'd be interested in participating?
Having said this, he looked at Wu Chang with hopeful eyes. Truthfully, he had already finalized the roster for the competition, but the captaincy remained undecided. Now, with Wu Chang unexpectedly stepping forward, if he was willing to join, the captaincy would be his.
Upon hearing this, Wu Chang instantly understood.
He suspected the reason he was being asked to lead the team was to ensure they could crush other schools with superior combat power. The bottom line was that he was their last-ditch backup. With him on the team, even if others underperformed, they still had a chance to turn the tables.
Alright, I'm quite interested in this captaincy.
But Principal, let me be clear, I need final approval over the team roster before we can compete. Hearing Wu Chang's words, Zhang Fushan was taken aback, and the face of one person involuntarily flashed through his mind: Lin Zhanhuan. He had known about the tension between them from the start, but hadn't realized it had escalated to this extent. Perhaps Wu Chang would suppress Lin Zhanhuan, preventing him from shining at the freshman tournament.
But what did it matter? Lin Zhanhuan's profession was invincible celestial general, and his family had invested heavily in his cultivation.
Yet he still couldn't match Wu Chang. Such individuals might have been considered top-tier geniuses in the past, but before Wu Chang, they held no advantage whatsoever. With that thought, Zhang Fushan nodded and said in a solemn voice,
Alright, I'll leave this matter to you.
Once the competition begins, whether team members take the field or not is entirely up to you as captain.
Chapter 82, Returning to Huazhong, the Association's Dilemma. Please continue reading.
Seeing Wu Cheng agree to take the captaincy, smiles spread across both Zhang Fushan and Guo Chongming's faces. They knew Wu Cheng's capabilities well. Not only would he hold his own against this year's freshman, but even if placed in last year's competition, his performance would likely be impressive. With him on the team, Yenjing University's chances of clinching first place in this year's freshman tournament had significantly increased. In that case, I thank the president and the association chairman for their trust. Wu Cheng responded with a smile, clearly aware that his greatest asset now was the potential and talent he had demonstrated. Regardless of what the future held, at least in the eyes of the association and the university, he now possessed the standing to negotiate terms with them. After the matter was settled, Zhang Fushan and Guo Chongming didn't linger. They rose and departed. Before departing, however, they informed Wu Cheng that the following days held no scheduled commitments. This period was entirely free for personal activities. After some thought, Wu Cheng decided to return to Huazhang City. After all, he had entrusted the items from the demon god's treasury to Hao Yinshu before his departure. While she wasn't the type to keep them all for herself, the fact that he hadn't heard anything from her in so long was indeed unusual. His mind made up, he immediately contacted the Yenjing City Practitioners Association and secured a spot on a teleportation array shortly thereafter. While flying would be considerably cheaper, he was no longer short on funds, and using the teleportation array was far safer. After all, these teleportation arrays were set up by top-tier array masters of 500 or 600 levels. Even the evil god wouldn't dare to tamper with them lightly. After making the necessary arrangements, Wu Qingyi headed straight to the association the next day. Whether Guo Chongming had learned of his impending return to Huazhang City or not, he made a point of visiting Wu Qingyi before his departure. Don't worry. You did well at the training camp. The first place reward is peanuts for you, but it's yours nonetheless. The 500,000 will be deposited directly into your account. Go home and rest well. Under Guo Chongming's watchful gaze, Wu Cheng vanished into the teleportation array. The surrounding guild staff, witnessing this, committed his appearance firmly to memory. Anyone deemed worthy of the chairman's attention couldn't be ordinary. Should they encounter him again in the future, they would treat him with the utmost respect. At that moment, Wu Cheng had already arrived in Huazhang City. Yet inside the association, the atmosphere was tense, anxiety etched on every face. Moreover, he hadn't seen President Song Qingye yet this time. Perhaps the man was too busy. But none of that mattered. He hadn't come back to find him anyway. After a moment's thought, he headed straight for home. Upon arriving home, he found the front door stubbornly locked. Confusion flashed across his face. Dad, Mom, are you home? It's me, Wu Cheng. Why did you change the locks? He called out while knocking, but no response came from inside. Fortunately, a neighbor heard the commotion and poked their head out the window. Spotting Wu Cheng, the initially wary expression instantly softened into a smile. Little Wu Cheng, what brings you back? Your parents moved out a couple days ago. I heard it was some kind of reward from the association. This old house has been reclaimed by the association, so naturally the locks were changed. The neighbor explained with a smile, a hint of envy in his eyes. No wonder Wu Cheng had always been the perfect child next door in their eyes. Even though he'd later become a free agent and hit a rough patch, he'd still managed to get into Yenjing University. How could they neighbors not be envious? Hearing the neighbor's words, Wu Cheng was speechless. How long had he been gone? He came back and his home was gone? Besides, what recycling value could this old house possibly have? He distinctly remembered an elderly homeowner trying to sell a 150 square meter property for 100,000 yuan last year, only to be haggled down to 80,000 before it finally sold. How could it suddenly be eligible for recycling now? Haha, I'm moving out in a few days too. Someone offered me 2 million for my place yesterday. If it weren't for me, old Chen, not having a wife yet, I'd never sell this house next to the top scholar's residence. With that, old Chen shook his head and crawled back inside. Wu Cheng heard this and couldn't help but twitch his lips. What kind of world is this? Just because he got into Yenjing University, property prices in the area started skyrocketing? And old Chen's place was only about 80 square meters, yet someone offered 2 million? The world was truly bizarre. But none of this concerned him. He could only shake his head in amazement before picking up his phone to check on his parents. Soon, the two gave him the address. When he arrived and saw it, Wu Cheng could only snort in derision. This wasn't just any apartment building, it was a standalone villa spanning 300 to 400 square meters. While housing prices in Huazhang City weren't exorbitant, the location here, right on the edge of the association's territory, clearly commanded a hefty price tag. Oh my, son, you're finally back. Wu's mother greeted him warmly as she ushered him inside, quickly recounting the entire story. It turned out that a couple days prior, the association's president, Song Qingye, had unexpectedly visited the old family home. He claimed to have arranged a villa for them. At first, both Wu Cheng and his mother had firmly refused. But Song Qingye insisted it was a special reward from the association for Wu Cheng's outstanding performance at Yenjing University. Hearing that the villa was theirs because of him, they finally agreed to move in. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng instantly understood and couldn't help but chuckle.
The incident from a couple days ago, wasn't that precisely when he'd shattered the Sky Tower record?
It seemed the president of the Yinjing Practitioners Association, Wu Chongming, and President Song had been in cahoots.
What's wrong, son? Can't we take this house? Seeing Wu Cheng's reaction, Wu's mother hurriedly asked, while even Wu's father sat up straight. It's nothing, Mom and Dad.
You two should just live here. I need to head to the association now. After offering a reassuring word, Wu Cheng headed straight for the association.
Just like before, the atmosphere inside the association was incredibly solemn. Everyone was extremely busy, clearly dealing with something important. Hello, I'm here to see Chairman Song Qingye.
Wu Cheng stopped a staff member to ask, but the person merely glanced at him before walking away without a word. A hint of urgency and irritation flickered in their eyes, as if they were in a terrible hurry. Seeing this, Wu Cheng asked several others in succession but received no answers. Instead, he spotted several figures approaching.
Director Duan, this is the man who's been inquiring about the president's whereabouts.
Shortly after, a staff member brought Duan Hong over, his face still bearing a look of deep wariness.
Upon seeing Wu Cheng, Duan Hong's expression shifted from surprise to sudden delight. Quick, come with me to the office. He grabbed Wu Cheng's hand and pulled him into the office. Despite recognizing Duan Hong, Wu Cheng still looked utterly bewildered.
Taking a sip from his water cup to compose himself, he looked at Duan Hong and asked in a low voice.
Director Duan, where might the chairman be at the moment? Hearing this, Duan Hong let out a long sigh.
His bloodshot eyes fixed on Wu Cheng as he replied sternly. The ancient forest, a level 50 Godslayer tier dungeon, has recently experienced strange phenomena. Entrance is possible, but exit is impossible. Even the Godslayer squad has been dispatched inside, but there's been no word from them for 2 days now.
The guild leader is inside that instance. With you back, we finally have a way out. Chapter 83, The Heavenly Lord Mask, Entering the Ancient Forest. I hope you can enter the dungeon and attempt to defeat the boss inside. Duan Hong's voice trembled, his face etched with pleading.
In truth, the recent anomalies in the dungeon had already caused widespread panic among many.
Some had even begun preparing to flee Huajing City.
But the association members were different.
Without a thorough investigation, they couldn't and weren't allowed to flee this moment.
They had to hold their ground here. As for Qinglong, the leader of the Godslayer squad, he had departed for another city to assist with a mission after Wu Cheng left for Yinjing. The moment he vanished, the dungeon plunged into abnormal activity. By now, nearly half of the Godslayer squad had been trapped inside, while the other half were unable to return in time due to other missions. This meant that the only real solutions now were either Wu Cheng himself or seeking help from higher-level guilds.
Though the latter option seemed more reliable, Wu Cheng's impressive track record couldn't be ignored.
Therefore, Duan Hong chose to trust Wu Cheng and let him enter the instance to assess the situation first. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng's brow furrowed deeply. Now he finally understood why everyone in the guild looked so anxious. It was all because of the dungeon's anomaly. Moreover, members of the Godslayer squad were trapped inside. There was no guarantee how Yenshu wasn't among them.
Just then, the system's choice appeared in his mind.
Facing Huajiang City's crisis, please make a choice. A. Refuse to enter the instance, gain the life preservation skill, escape speed will be enhanced. B. Agree to enter the instance with Duan Hong and rescue everyone safely, skill will upgrade immediately. Seeing the two options, Wu Cheng's lips twitched slightly before he selected the second one. Alright, I'll head straight over to find the guild leader shortly. This was a no-brainer. His current stats already placed him above average among similarly leveled adventurers. If he couldn't defeat a level 50 opponent and had to flee, he'd be the laughingstock of the guild.
Hearing Wu Cheng's agreement, Duan Hong finally exhaled in relief.
After informing Wu Cheng of the dungeon's location, he hurried back into his office to begin coordinating preparations. All available personnel were currently stationed outside the ancient forest dungeon, so logistics had to be kept up. Seeing this, Wu Cheng didn't linger and turned to leave.
But just then, Duan Hong's voice called out again. Wait.
Duan Hong approached holding a mask, placing it into Wu Cheng's hands.
This is your Heavenly Lord mask. It was just completed a few days ago. Representing the guild in this battle, you are the Heavenly Lord of the Godslayer squad.
Staring at the mask in his hands, Wu Cheng bowed his head solemnly before setting off immediately. He slipped the mask over his face, feeling an initial coolness that soon warmed to his body temperature. Yet he could barely sense anything covering his features.
He opened his phone to check the mirror.
He barely recognized himself. It was as if he were a completely different person from moments ago.
Truly a marvel from the association.
Wu Cheng couldn't help but marvel before hopping into a car and racing toward the dungeon. Upon arrival, he found a crowd gathered around the instance entrance, with guild leader Song Qingye standing at the highest point, steadying the group's nerves. At this critical moment for Huajiang City, as the guild leader, he had to stand at the forefront no matter what. Even if it meant death, he would be the first to fall. Whether sensing something or not, Song Qingye, who had been staring blankly at the dungeon entrance, suddenly turned his head. There stood a figure wearing the Heavenly Lord mask, a long sword in hand, as the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to make way. You're here.
Though delighted to see him, Song Qingye knew Wu Chang wore the Heavenly Lord mask as the guild's representative. He refrained from addressing him by name. No need for pleasantries. Let's get straight to it. With you here, any crisis will surely be resolved by the blade. Seeing Wu Chang about to speak, Song Qingye hurriedly pointed toward the instant's entrance, signaling him to hurry inside. There was no other choice. The last group of adventurers had entered the instance over a day ago. If no reinforcements arrived soon, their morale would likely collapse. Witnessing this, Wu Chang's lips curved into a smile before he stepped through the dungeon entrance and vanished from sight. Watching Wu Chang vanish, Song Qingye took a deep breath. If he can break the Sky Tower record, this kid should be able to take down the boss inside, right? He pondered this, for this instance differed from previous ones. Though also a Godslayer tier instance, the ancient forest was an enormous map. If Wu Chang wasn't careful, he could easily perish within it. What he didn't know was that Wu Chang had already entered the ancient forest instance. Surveying the utter devastation around him, his brow furrowed deeply. This time, he hadn't appeared in the safe zone marked by adventurers, but in a battlefield scarred by combat. Something's off. These marks weren't made by monsters. All I see are human footprints. The chaotic scene on the ground filled Wu Chang's eyes with even deeper confusion. No monsters? Human adventurers slaughtering each other? Could such a thing really happen? It must be said, this incident left Wu Chang deeply perplexed. After all, such a scenario could only arise from combat with the cult of the evil god. Or perhaps the enemies were all flying or floating? His gaze swept over the surrounding trees. The vines twisted like living serpents, many already coiling behind him as if preparing to strike from the rear. In that instant, a sharp gleam flashed in Wu Chang's eyes. So these bastards were the culprits. Oomph. Let these monsters learn what a one-hit kill feels like. Wu Chang gritted his teeth as 3 weapons floated into the air. At that very moment, the sudden sound of the system distributing rewards echoed. Humiliation of Lin Zhanhuang completed. Reward granted, title Avenger acquired. Inflicts an additional 10% damage on enemies who have harmed you. The sound instantly made Wu Chang smile. The reward couldn't have come at a better time. With the healing power of the Purple Spirit Treasure Gourd, the true damage of the world-slaying God-slaying blade, and the multi-hit attacks of the Mage Staff, he refused to believe these monsters could escape his grasp alive. Come on. With that, he advanced along the footprints. The vines along the path seemed to sense Wu Chang's fighting spirit, instantly twisting and coiling as they surged toward him. A single swing of the world-slaying God-slaying blade instantly reduced the vines to dust. But this was a dungeon after all, and the vines were practically endless. Wu Chang could only advance slowly, attacking as he went. At this moment, a curious thought stirred within him. What on earth could be causing these vines to attack him so ferociously? Could it be the evil god again? A thought flashed through his mind, and Wu Chang instantly recalled the rock demon Chris. If his guess was correct, it was undoubtedly this creature who had discovered the demon god's treasure trove being stolen by him and was now seeking revenge. Chapter 84, The Venomous Spider Swarm and News of Hao Yenshu. The memory of robbing Chris's treasury made Wu Chang's lips curve into a faint smile. He doubted the other even knew what had possessed him to teleport him to that location. Even if he had discovered it now, Wu Chang had nothing to worry about. After all, once the goods were in his hands, how could anyone possibly take them back? But if this place was created by it, then I really need to be careful. Recalling the methods of those, Wu Chang clenched his fists. These creatures were far from benevolent. Their goal was to break free from the dungeon's control and ultimately descend upon the real world. While some of the dungeon's turmoil stemmed from human interference, the majority of the chaos was orchestrated by these very. Oof. The ancient forest instance may be Godslayer tier, but it's still only a level 50 dungeon. If they think they can trap me, let's see if they have what it takes. Watching the vines weave into a vast net, Wu Chang snorted coldly as his world-slaying god-cutting blade unleashed a torrent of blade chi. Instantly, the massive vine net shattered into fragments, and Wu Chang leapt cleanly out of the vine's encirclement. Watching the vine slowly retract to a distance of just over 20 meters, Wu Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Though not particularly troublesome, their sheer numbers were daunting. If they managed to restrain him, that would be the real danger. Let's keep moving forward. As the chaotic footprints on the ground became clearer, Wu Chang narrowed his eyes and scanned ahead. Further ahead lay a dense jungle, separated from the vine forest by over 100 meters. Perhaps what lies ahead is even more terrifying. Though he couldn't fathom why the vines had abruptly halted, given their nature, they would likely have caught up by now unless something even more terrifying lay ahead. But whatever it was, he had come to rescue someone. There was no reason to stop now. With 3 weapons encircling him, Wu Chang sped forward, soon plunging into the dense jungle. Though the ground was thick with weeds, perhaps due to the large number of people in the dungeon, there were still extensive traces around. Wu Chang wasn't worried about losing the trail. Following the chaotic trail, Wu Chang soon spotted several spherical masses hanging from the trees. From within these masses came intermittent whimpers of human voices. Squeak! Just as Wu Chang prepared to intervene, a piercing shriek erupted overhead.
Before he could investigate, a sonic boom erupted, forcing him to leap backward in panic. When he came to a halt and looked back, he saw a large mass of sticky spider silk where he had been standing moments before. Looking up, he saw a massive spider covered in intricate patterns, its tiny red eyes fixed on him. Venomous claw spider LV.50, a gregarious species, its 8 legs brim with venom, and its silk can immobilize foes. Strength, 300 spirit, 200 physical resist, 300 magic resist, 300 stamina, 5000. Skills, venom spray, spider silk barrage, terrifying screech. Wu Cheng frowned upon seeing this venom claw spider. He hadn't expected these venomous claw spiders to be social creatures. It seemed the professionals wrapped in spherical webs were their handiwork. While he wasn't worried about these monsters himself, if they continued attacking after he rescued the people, all his efforts would be for naught. In that case, they'll all die. He roared, instantly drawing the venomous claw spiders lurking in the treetops out of hiding, exposing their positions. In an instant, Wu Cheng unleashed his weapons. A single God-Slayer strike felled several venomous claw spiders before they could react. His magic staff followed with rapid attacks, sending the monster that had ambushed him from behind crashing to the ground. Enhanced plunder success, strength +10. Enhanced plunder successful, spirit +5. The world-slaying God-slaying blade reaped the monster's lives like death incarnate. Those not instantly killed were swiftly finished off by the magic staff's follow-up strikes. Though he inevitably took hits, the healing effects of the purple spirit treasure gourd proved remarkably effective. The damage inflicted by these poison-clawed spiders was insufficient to deplete the stamina Wu Cheng regained after slaying them. After slaying countless foes, every poison-clawed spider in the vicinity lay dead, their corpses littering the ground. Seeing this, Wu Cheng knocked down the dozen or so spherical masses clinging to the trees, then proceeded to tear apart each troublesome spiderweb one by one. Before long, the dozen or so trapped adventurers gasped for breath and awoke. Had they not possessed formidable strength, they likely would have perished within. Thank you. One man, who appeared to be their leader, looked at Wu Cheng with gratitude in his eyes. He had clearly heard the commotion earlier and knew that the monsters outside had been killed by the man before him. Hearing this, Wu Cheng didn't stand on ceremony. He simply nodded in acknowledgement. There are still over 30 people ahead trying to escape. Please, young brother, lend us your strength. Seeing Wu Cheng's response, the man hurriedly stood up, his tone filled with earnest pleading. Wu Cheng, however, did not rush to agree. Instead, he glanced around and noticed that Hao Yanxue was not present. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Hao Yanxue was part of the Godslayer squad. If she were trapped here, it would be difficult to guarantee that the group ahead wouldn't face even greater danger. First, tell me what's happening here. With a member of the Godslayer squad present, Wu Cheng felt no urgency to pursue further. Instead, he turned his attention to the man. A flicker of fear passed through the man's eyes before he sighed heavily and sat down, his voice heavy with resignation. Originally, the ancient forest was just a Godslayer level instance. Though we're not powerful adventurers, exploring around the instance should have been safe. Then the guild detected the aura of a demon god here and dispatched the Godslayer squad to investigate. But somehow, the moment the Godslayer squad entered, the rock demon god descended directly, plunging the entire instance into complete chaos. Though it appeared only briefly, most heard words like thief, treasure vault, and such. As for outside reinforcements, we've only seen 2 waves so far. Including yours, this is the third. The first was an elite professional squad, but they couldn't hold out long and soon joined us in fleeing. We happened to be resting here when the Godslayer squad's reinforcements arrived. You saw the outcome. As the man finished speaking, a flicker of dread crossed his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng instantly grasped the situation. It must have been that Hao Yanxue's aura was detected by the rock demon god, Chris. So this unlucky fellow descended here in a bid to reclaim his dignity. At this thought, Wu Cheng shook his head and chuckled. He had initially suspected other circumstances, never expecting it to be that bastard Chris. Alright, leave this to me. Rest here. Once I slay the boss, the instance will return to normal. Wu Cheng smiled as the world-shattering god-slaying blade dissolved into starlight in the air. Then, he vanished into thin air. Now that he knew Chris was the mastermind behind it all, everything would be easy to handle. Hard stones like this are exactly what my blade was made to cut through. He muttered under his breath, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 85, The Evil God Chris's Masterpiece, The White-Robed Powerhouse. The mere thought of Chris sent an unstoppable surge of murderous intent flashing through Wu Cheng's eyes. This bastard had committed countless atrocities in Huajiang City. Setting aside the mutated dungeon incident, his cultivation of the Evil God Society members alone was enough to make every professional hate him to the core. If I find that bastard again this time, I'll make him regret ever coming into this world. Wu Cheng gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Though the demon god's avatars were formidable, each time one was destroyed, the agony of that torment would reverberate back to the main entity. Therefore, most of the time when top-tier adventurers locate an avatar, they don't kill it outright. Instead, they try to extract information from it. Of course, such attempts were usually futile. After all, the very essence of a demon god lay in its refusal to become a conventional dungeon boss. This was precisely why, even with god-tier powerhouses over level 700, the evil gods remained impossible to utterly annihilate. Pulling his thoughts back, Wu Chang glanced at the chaotic footprints scattered across the ground and instinctively quickened his pace. He wasn't sure if it was because he'd killed every poisonous spider in the area, but he hadn't encountered a single monster along the way. But Wu Chang knew he absolutely couldn't let his guard down. This was a Godslayer tier dungeon, anything could happen. What a wonderful scent! As Wu Chang ventured deeper into the forest, an intense, sweet fragrance suddenly filled the air, tempting him to close his eyes and savor it fully. No! Suddenly, Wu Chang snapped back to reality. He realized he was being lured by something. He hastily covered his nose and mouth, accelerating his pace toward the forest's center. This scent was likely the skill of the monster lurking here. Judging by his own condition, its effect must be to induce hallucinations. No, I must find this monster immediately. The deeper he ventured into the forest, the more intense the scent grew. Even with his nose and mouth covered, the scent seemed to seep through his skin, causing a tingling numbness to spread through his body. Just as Wu Chang was about to collapse, he spotted a flower blooming in a clearing at the forest's center. Surrounding it lay several unconscious adventurers, though a few others leaned against trees to stay upright. And among them was Hao Yanshua. Die. Though his blurred vision prevented him from reading the monster's stats, Wu Chang mentally commanded his weapon to fly directly at the creature. Before long, the creature, which had emitted an alluring fragrance, was shattered into pieces. Under the assault of the world-shattering god-slaying blade, even its petals were reduced to mere scraps. With a heavy thud, it finally lay dead. Wu Chang felt the surrounding fragrance rapidly dissipate, his mind gradually clearing. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. Approaching a professional who had not yet collapsed, the man seemed to recognize Wu Chang's identity and immediately grasped his hand with all his strength. The others, however, collapsed, clearly unable to hold on any longer. Quick, head that way. Yanling was taken by the demon god. With that, the man pointed the direction for Wu Chang before collapsing unconscious. Upon hearing the name Yanling, Wu Chang's brow instantly furrowed. Wasn't that Hao Yanshu's codename in the Godslayer squad? It seemed the rock demon Chris had indeed made his move. But for a mighty demon god to bully a little girl? That's just shameless. He snorted derisively before setting off in the direction indicated. As if sensing a familiar presence, the rock demon god ceased hiding. The moment Wu Chang stepped out of the forest, a whirlwind of yellow sand erupted, and countless stones on the ground formed an intricate array. Simultaneously, a phantom towering dozens of meters high shot skyward, transforming into that familiar, repulsive form. You thief who stole from my treasury. Today I'll show you the meaning of despair. You wanted to save your comrades, didn't you? Come on then, if you've got the guts. Chris's voice echoed throughout the entire dungeon. After uttering these words, it plunged directly into a massive stone. Instantly, the stone seemed to possess gravitational pull, drawing all surrounding rocks toward it. They coalesced into a colossal stone golem. Mad Rock Beast LV.50, the fusion of the rock demon Chris and the boss. Possesses extremely high physical and magic resistance. Recommended to flee upon encounter. Strength 1000 spirit, 0 physical resistance, 5000 magic resistance, 5000 stamina, 300000. Skills: Body of the Evil God, Rock Strength, Earth Guardian, Resistance Conversion, Imposing Frame, Gather Stones to form a tower. As the Mad Rock Beast emerged, the swirling yellow sand finally ceased. Wu Chang then spotted the tiny figure clutched in the boss's grasp. Who else could it be but Hao Yanshua, unconscious? Ha, Wu Chang. Hao Yanshu. If you wish to save her, let me see if you're worthy. The portal will open in 10 minutes. If you fail to save Hao Yanshu the next time you see her, prepare to cross swords. The voice of Chris echoed from the frenzied stone beast's mouth, clearly aware of Wu Chang's weakness. Hearing this, Wu Chang instantly flew into a rage. He detested nothing more than threats against those he knew even mere acquaintances were off limits. A rock should be hard. Today, I'll see just how hard you are. Wu Chang roared as he charged forward, his equipment fully manifesting. The world-slaying god-slicing blade whistled through the air, slashing toward the Mad Rock Beast's head. Brilliant divine light flared from his magic staff, while the purple spirit treasure gourd continuously absorbed the damage, converting it into energy, ready to support Wu Chang at any moment. At that very moment, the system's cold voice echoed in Wu Chang's mind. Single choice option presented. Host, please take note. Single choice: defeat the Mad Rock Beast and rescue your comrade. Acquire the skill Dharma form. For 3 minutes, enlarge your body and double all attributes. Distribution complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill Dharmakaya. Use it now. Wu Chang roared as he activated the skill, instantly sensing something amiss. A colossal force seemed to tear his body apart, yet simultaneously unleashed latent potential within him. Muscles bulged across his entire frame, rendering his original form unrecognizable. Slash. Though Wu Chang, now towering at 10 meters, couldn't match the Mad Rock Beast, he was worlds apart from his previous state.
The world-slaying god-cutting blade seemed to sense the fury burning within Wu Chang, its blade suddenly erupting with fiery red flashes. Your attack is useless against me. Having learned the true damage's severity from previous encounters, Chris had constructed this body from countless gathered stones. Even if Wu Chang's attack was powerful enough to sever a portion of the body, the rest remained entirely intact, each segment functioning as an independent entity. As for its core essence? In its view, even practitioners of equal rank couldn't possibly strike its true self, given its formidable defenses. Yet the next instant, Wu Chang's form now colossal charged forward, the world-shattering god-slaying blade clenched in his fist. His eyes blazed crimson, filled with murderous intent. Die! A single god-slaying slash struck the heart of the mad rock beast. Though stone fragments flew, it showed no sign of injury whatsoever. Cowardly humans, watch your comrade become my puppet. With that voice, a spatial gate slowly materialized, and Hao Yenshua's body began to float upward. Clearly, Chris had deceived Wu Chang. There was no 10-minute delay for the spatial gate to open, it had been a mere minute. Today, I will kill you. As Hao Yenshu was about to be sucked into the spatial gate, all the stored energy within the purple spirit treasure gourd surged into Wu Chang's body. In an instant, unparalleled power surged through Wu Chang's arms, cleaving the entire mad rock beast in two. Even its hidden core was not spared. How is this possible? Chris's voice was filled with shock and rage. Clearly, it never imagined that the body it had specifically created to buy time would prove so utterly fragile against Wu Chang. But so what? You won't take her away. In that instant, the space trembled. A massive hand emerged from the spatial gate, instantly reaching out to grab Hao Yenshu. Seeing this, Wu Chang immediately abandoned his blade and fled, propelling himself skyward with all his might. Just as the giant hand was about to seize Hao Yenshu, Wu Chang grabbed her and plunged toward the ground. Behind the spatial gate, a pair of blood-red eyes materialized. Laser beams flickered within their fiery gaze, poised to annihilate both Wu Chang and Hao Yenshu. How dare you! As descendants of humanity, how could we tolerate your demonic deity's humiliation? Just as Wu Chang thought all hope was lost, a majestic voice echoed through the air. A figure holding a towering pillar appeared on the other side of the spatial gate. With a single palm strike, he repelled the rock demon god, and the two swiftly engaged in battle. As the spatial gate closed, Wu Chang still heard a furious, unwilling roar. Simultaneously, a white cloak materialized from the gate's other side, draping itself over him. Sky riding cloak, unparalleled grade, crafted by the most masterful blacksmiths, it grants flight when worn. The moment the cloak touched his body, his rapid descent halted abruptly. Wu Chang slowly descended to the ground, his form returning to normal. Who was that person? Recalling the white-clad figure, Wu Chang's eyes brimmed with confusion. Such power was truly something to aspire to. Chapter 86, Leaving the Dungeon, Confronting the Evil God Head-On. Who exactly was that person? Though Wu Chang envied the strength displayed by that figure moments ago, he was now even more perplexed. He clearly didn't know him, so why had he suddenly appeared on the other side of the spatial gate? Though clearly a powerful human, the circumstances suggested he'd appeared unexpectedly rather than ambushed them. Never mind. Saving people comes first. After racking his brain for a long while, Wu Chang couldn't recall any connection to this stranger. Finally, he shook his head and turned his gaze to Hao Yenshu in his arms. He set her down, then retrieved a healing potion from his spatial orb and administered it to her. The potion took effect almost immediately. Soon, the wounds on Hao Yenshua's arm began to heal rapidly, and her complexion grew rosy. Cough cough. Lying on the ground, Hao Yenshua coughed once before abruptly sitting up and spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. As if sensing something amiss, she lifted her head to look ahead, only to find a stranger staring intently at her. Though the face was unfamiliar, the aura emanating from him felt strangely familiar. Wu Chang. She tentatively whispered the question. Ahem, use my title when addressing me during work. Please address me as the Celestial Lord. Wu Chang cleared his throat, then chuckled to himself. Had the system not granted him a Dharma aspect skill moments ago, Hao Yenshu would likely have been taken by the rock demon god. Should they meet then, mutual slaughter would be inevitable, a scenario he absolutely did not want to see. Let's go. The instance has calmed down. Watching Hao Yenshua rise to her feet, Wu Chang exhaled deeply. She said nothing, merely nodding before casting several buffs on the two of them. Then she turned and hurried back. When Wu Chang returned to the forest, he found everyone gathered there. Those wounded by the poisonous clawed spiders and the man who had been unconscious moments ago had all regained their strength, albeit barely. Yanling, you're back. The man who had guided Wu Chang in pursuit instantly broke into a smile upon seeing Hao Yenshu, his previously worried expression melting away. Seeing him, Hao Yenshua smiled and nodded in return, then introduced him to Wu Chang. This is Shen Gue, who joined the Godslayer squad 2 years ago. Shen Gue, he's the Heavenly Lord personally recruited by leader Qinglong. Hao Yenshua smiled as she introduced Wu Chang to him. Upon hearing this, the man's smile froze. He had assumed Wu Chang was some elite powerhouse sent from above, suppressing his level to gain access to the dungeon. Otherwise, how could over 20 venomous claw spiders have been eliminated so effortlessly?
As for repelling the demon god earlier, that display was no small feat among peers of the same rank, only the leader Qinglong could match his combat prowess. But upon hearing Hao Yenshua's introduction that this guy was merely a rookie who joined this year, and his codename was Heavenly Lord, how could that not shake him to his core? Cut the flattery. Our priority is getting out of this dungeon first. Seeing Xian Gui staring at him like he was some kind of freak, Wu Cheng hastily changed the subject. Hearing this, the others turned their attention to him as well. With the boss gone, leaving the instance was clearly the priority. So, under Wu Cheng's lead, they retraced their steps. The vines they'd encountered earlier now hung silently from the trees, limp and lifeless. Clearly, without the support of the Dark God's power, they had reverted to their original state. Let's go. Gazing at the exit before them, Xian Gui and the others wore expressions of relief and joy at having narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, Song Qingye was already pacing restlessly. Shortly after Wu Cheng entered, a massive tremor shook the dungeon, seemingly sealing it off completely and barring any further entry. This situation lasted over 10 minutes. Though the instance eventually returned to normal, he couldn't tell if Wu Cheng had defeated the boss or if the Dark God had slaughtered everyone inside. President, have some water. A staff member brought over a steaming cup of tea, but Song Qingye seemed oblivious as he downed it in one gulp. His eyes remained fixed on the instant's entrance, not daring to relax for even a moment. It's coming. Suddenly, he saw a flash of light at the dungeon entrance, followed by the tightly sealed spatial gates slowly opening. Instantly, everyone gripped their weapons tightly, fearing some monster might emerge. But as a figure emerged, they finally relaxed. I made it out alive. I'm still alive. I knew the guild wouldn't abandon us. One by one, the professionals who had narrowly escaped death sat on the ground, weeping bitterly. They did not fear death itself, but if they encountered a demon god, even death would be a luxury. After all, they would transform them into various puppets, forcing them to live among humans under their own identities. Even death offered no peace. As this group emerged, Song Qingye's eyes darted anxiously around, searching for that young prodigy who had repeatedly achieved extraordinary feats. Chairman Song, I'm here. A familiar voice rang out as Wu Cheng, Hao Yenshu, and the rest of the Godslayer squad suddenly materialized behind him. Clearly, they had used stealth to avoid causing too much commotion. Good. Let's go back. A smile spread across Song Qingye's face as he immediately prepared to lead them back. But at that very moment, a tremor shook the heavens. The terrifying energy caused the earth itself to quake. Fear gripped the group as they all looked up to see a massive spatial gate slowly unfolding. A white figure then flew out from within. The portal began to close, but two hands forcefully seized its edges, tearing it open. You ants, you won't escape. The voice of the evil god Chris, filled with overwhelming pressure, echoed out, instantly putting everyone on high alert. Wu Cheng, however, stared blankly at the white figure. Wasn't this the very person he had seen within the dungeon? Bold words indeed. This land belongs to the Dragon Nation. Evil god, be gone. The white figure roared, swiftly deploying towering formations. A sacred pagoda shot from his hand, violently smashing Chris backward. As Chris vanished, the spatial gates slowly closed. The white figure trembled in midair, seemingly drained of strength, yet ultimately stabilized itself in the air. He looked down at the youngster who had defeated the demon god and repeatedly performed miracles within his sky tower, a faint smile playing on his lips. The item is yours, lad. The sky tower performed admirably. Decades from now, you may well earn the right to call me brother. With that, the white-robed figure vanished instantly. Were it not for the lingering echo of his voice, everyone present might have thought it all a mere illusion. Yet these words sparked speculation among many. What the hell is the Sky Tower? Who is this person who dared to confront the demon god head-on? It must be some top-tier professional. What terrifying power. The crowd murmured in awe, but Song Qingye's mind drifted to a specific person. However, with so many eyes around, it wasn't the right moment to speak openly. But at that moment, Wu Cheng's heart skipped a beat. The Sky Tower. If he wasn't mistaken, that white figure was referring to him. But who is he? Wu Cheng's mind was filled with confusion and dread. His confusion stemmed from the stranger's identity, while his terror arose from the realization that this person knew of his performance in the Sky Tower. Could it be that the stranger had been watching him all along? Carrying this confusion, he slowly followed behind Song Qingye and the others, waiting until they returned to the association to unravel this mystery. Chapter 87, God-tier practitioner pawn or player? Upon reaching the association, the others naturally went to tend to their injuries, leaving only Wu Cheng and Hao Yanshua to follow Song Qingye into the office. Do you know who that man was? The moment he sat down, Song Qingye fixed Wu Cheng with an intense gaze, seemingly seeking to determine if he knew the white-robed figure from earlier. Hao Yanshu also turned her gaze toward him, clearly equally curious. Wu Cheng, however, gave a wry smile and shook his head. Chairman, please don't joke like that. How could I possibly know someone of that stature? Though he desperately wanted to know the man's identity, considering all the known facts, he couldn't possibly guess who he was. Hearing this, Song Qingye paused for a moment before nodding slightly. He sipped his tea and murmured softly. clothed in white, wielding a pagoda, and connected to the Sky Dome Pagoda. If my memory serves me correctly, this individual should be the legendary god-tier array master known as He who spreads the great array across heaven and earth, sealing the 8 directions demonic gods.
Ning Zitian. It's actually him. Upon hearing the name Ning Zitian, Wu Chang and Hao Yanchua instantly snapped to attention.
Their eyes widened, each clearly seeing the astonishment in the other's gaze.
Ning Zitian, this man's identity was no ordinary matter.
Setting aside the fact that he was once the most outstanding graduate of Yenjing University, the mere act of him joining forces with several god-tier array masters to collectively establish a truly national-level protective array for the Dragon Nation is enough to secure his place in history. This grand formation, named the Heaven Imprisoning Demon Sealing Array, was actually constructed by the collective smaller formations of every city within the Dragon Nation. When confronted by the intervention of an evil god, it could distribute the damage evenly across all cities, minimizing casualties as much as possible. At the time of its creation, Ning Zitian had graduated from Yenjing University a mere 10 years prior, yet he had already ascended to a 300-level array master. Over the subsequent 50 years, his ascent became truly terrifying. He surged directly to level 700, ignited his divine flame, and ascended to become a god-tier array mage.
Heh, that's why I said you're the one with great destiny.
Song Qingye chuckled, stroking his beard as he teased, while Wu Chang now felt a tinge of shock. Why had such a figure taken notice of him? Why did the other claim he could one day stand equal to him? If it were merely based on his performance in the Sky Tower, he shouldn't be held in such high regard.
Enough, don't overthink it.
The ways of these god-tier powerhouses are beyond our comprehension. Better to reward merit directly. Take your reward for this endeavor now.
Seeing Wu Chang frown in silence, Song Qingye offered a word of reassurance. After all, he wasn't some high-level professional either, so naturally, he could only take things one step at a time. As for what the future held, that was something Wu Chang would have to face himself. At most, he could only help boost his strength a little further. Wu Chang, this is your reward for completing the mission. It's nothing special, but I imagine it'll be of some use to you.
Saying this, Song Qingye retrieved a tiny bead from his spatial ring. The bead was entirely jade-like in appearance, yet it was surrounded by a faint blue flame, as if it contained some peculiar power. Upon seeing the bead, Hao Yanchua froze in place.
She couldn't help but ask, "President, isn't this an array-dissolving bead? I recall these things cost over 100 million each. And they're practically impossible to find on the market."
At the mention of the array-breaking bead, a sharp gleam flashed in Wu Chang's eyes. This was a valuable item, and crucially, it was extremely rare. The Array Unlocking Pearl was an item that enhanced innate talent, increasing the user's understanding of array formations upon use. As a free-roaming adventurer, he hadn't yet mastered array techniques, but he would inevitably learn them in the future. This item would prove immensely useful to him. After all, formations and skills were two different things. Skill books could be used to learn abilities naturally, but formations were different. Every single skill book related to formations was incredibly precious. Whether he could even obtain one in the future was still uncertain. With the array decoding bead, however, I could completely dismantle some minor arrays and even have the chance to independently learn the formations within them. While other classes might find the array dissolving bead useless, as a free agent, he could learn and utilize any class's skills. This item was naturally of great benefit to him.
Thank you, guild leader. Wu Chang smiled as he accepted the item, then activated it immediately. The array-dissolving pearl transformed into specks of starlight that flowed into Wu Chang's body. As the starlight was absorbed, the world before his eyes shifted completely. The office, which had always seemed perfectly ordinary, now held an array he didn't recognize. Though he didn't know its name, the array-breaking bead revealed its functions. This is a defensive formation, this one mitigates damage.
His gaze swept around the room as he mentally catalogued these seemingly basic formations. Individually, they appeared simple, but collectively, they formed a powerful system.
Seeing Wu Chang's focused expression, Song Qingye smiled and nodded approvingly.
Hao Yanchua, too, felt a pang of curiosity. What exactly was Wu Chang observing at this moment?
Thank you, Chairman.
After a thorough scan, Wu Chang suppressed his excitement, rose, and bowed his fist in gratitude towards Song Qingye. This knowledge would prove invaluable to him. Anyone attempting to ambush him with formations in the future would be asking for trouble.
Well then, let's be on our way.
This old man has matters to attend to.
You two should return and rest.
The Godslayer squad has no missions scheduled for the next few days.
Focus on recovering your injuries first. Song Qingye smiled as he escorted Wu Chang and Hao Yanchua out.
Watching them gradually disappear into the distance, he finally wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped into his office. But upon returning, he found a handsome middle-aged man in white robes sitting cross-legged on the sofa, his eyes smiling as he looked at him.
Song Qingye, president of the Huajian City Practitioners Association, greets Lord Ning Zitian. Recognizing the man, Song Qingye wasted no time, immediately smiling and bowing deeply. Ning Zitian responded with a light chuckle, raising his right hand slightly. Song Qingye, who had been about to bow further, immediately straightened his back.
Very well. I hold great promise for that youngster, Wu Chang.
The task I entrusted to you was handled well. Whether he can slay a demon god in the future depends entirely on him. Ning Jitian's gaze followed the direction Wu Chang and his group had departed. Though separated by walls, his stare seemed to pierce through the void, fixated directly on Wu Chang. Hearing this, Song Qingye broke out in a cold sweat. Killing a demon god in the future depended on Wu Chang? What kind of logic was that? Seeing his reaction, Ning Jitian shook his head with a smile, realizing he'd spoken out of turn. This is an upgrade potion. I got it from Imelika. It can level you up 10 times between levels 200 and 300. It's yours.
Saying this, Ning Jitian handed the potion to Song Qingye.
Keep this quiet.
Though I'm not here, the prison heaven demon sealing array serves as my eyes and ears.
Hearing this, Song Qingye shuddered.
Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the figure vanished without a trace. If not for the upgrade potion in his hand, he might have thought he was dreaming.
It's related to slaying the evil god. Reflecting on the other's words, Song Qingye couldn't help but feel a sense of dread.
In the eyes of a god-tier powerhouse, even a genius like Wu Chang was nothing more than a pawn.
But when a pawn grows powerful enough, who could say whether he might become the master of the game? Chapter 88, Selling the Treasure Vault, the Hao family's gratitude.
While Ning Jitian and Song Qingye were in the office, Wu Chang and Hao Yanshua had already boarded a car, preparing to visit the Hao family together. Having been trapped inside the dungeon these past days, Hao Yanshu had no clear understanding of the progress made in selling off the treasures from the demon god's treasure vault. But based on her lifelong experience, she guessed most items had likely been sold. Those unsold simply meant few buyers could afford the asking prices. Still, based on estimates, that demon god's treasury should fetch tens of billions. Although it's significantly lower than expected, the sheer volume flooding the market at once inevitably causes depreciation. Hao Yanshua blinked her eyes as she explained softly to Wu Chang. But I'm curious, everything in the treasury comes in pairs. Even some of the rare treasures and supreme artifacts follow this pattern. Did this demon god have some kind of OCD? She pursed her lips, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she looked at Wu Chang. Hearing this, Wu Chang felt a bit awkward and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. After all, why were the items in the demon god's treasury in pairs? Wasn't it because the system rewards had doubled them? As for whether Chris had OCD, that wasn't something he could speculate on. Miss, please step out of the car. Just as Wu Chang struggled to respond, the driver in front sensed the situation and pulled into the Hao family garage. Seeing this, both men stepped out. Yet the moment Wu Chang laid eyes on the garage, he froze in astonishment. This wasn't just any garage, it was more luxurious than his own home. Setting aside the various materials crafted from precious resources, the lighting fixtures alone were elite-grade equipment. And that was before even considering the sheer, staggering size of the garage itself. Let's go. Whether it was the return to the Hao residence or not, Hao Yanshua now radiated an air of confident poise. Following Hao Yanshua along the way, Wu Chang couldn't help but marvel at the Hao family's opulent decor. Though Huajing City wasn't a major metropolis, the Hao family's near monopoly over the basic commodities market spoke to their formidable influence. The two ascended the stairs and immediately entered the elevator, heading straight to the top floor. Pushing open the office door, they found a tall, silver-haired elder seated on the sofa, facing a slender young man. Grandfather. Hao Yanshua immediately rushed forward, a faint smile still on her face. The old man smiled as he rose, ruffling his beloved granddaughter's hair before fixing his gaze on Wu Chang. His eyes were like sharp blades, seemingly intent on piercing through Wu Chang's very soul. Wu Chang, however, stood his ground without fear, meeting the old man's gaze with confidence in his eyes. Well, he's a bold one, not even bowing to me, Hao Mushuang. The old man nodded sternly, while another young man followed suit and looked over as well. This dismissive tone clearly infuriated Hao Yanshu. She stepped in front of Wu Chang, puffing out her cheeks and retorted angrily. Grandfather, brother, this is Wu Chang. At the mention of Wu Chang, Hao Mushuang and the young man paused in surprise. Yet the sternness vanished instantly from their faces, replaced by expressions of delight. The old man walked straight over, patting Wu Chang's shoulder with a smile and praising him. Good lad. That demon god's treasure vault you raided was truly brimming with treasures. Hao Lang, come over here and thank your benefactor. Hao Mushuang first offered his praise, then turned his solemn gaze toward the young man named Hao Lang. Instantly, a sickly flush spread across Hao Lang's face. He rose and bowed to Wu Chang, saying, Wu Chang, thank you for bringing the demon god's treasure vault. Some of the items inside literally saved my life. If not for you, I'd likely still be confined to a hospital bed, my entire life ruined. With that, Hao Lang looked at Wu Chang with profound gratitude. Meanwhile, Wu Chang himself was utterly bewildered, only vaguely piecing together the situation. Lang was admitted to Yenjing University years ago. He planned to pursue further studies after graduation, but then the evil god cursed him. Not only has he been unable to advance his cultivation level these past years, but his attributes across the board have begun to plummet drastically. Another year or two, and he might have become a complete invalid. And within the demon god's treasure trove you brought back, there happened to be several items we desperately needed.
Unexpectedly, they completely cleansed the demon god's curse from Langer. Our Hao family will forever remember this kindness.
After sitting down, old master Hao Mushuan outlined the situation. Only then did Wu Chang grasp the truth: it was the treasures from the vault that had worked their magic. But since he and Hao Yenshu were comrades in arms, this favor was only natural.
You're too kind, old master.
He responded with a smile, but the old man seemed displeased. He pulled out 2 contracts, which clearly listed the entire contents of the demon god's treasure vault. But the 2 contracts presented Wu Chang with a difficult choice, for either one far exceeded the value of the demon god's treasure vault itself. Wu Chang, you and Yen Shui are companions, comrades in arms, but the personal bonds between you must remain separate from this matter. These are 2 contracts I drafted.
One is for our Hao family to purchase everything in the demon god's treasury at double the price.
The other proposes we act as your sales agents, but in exchange, we would receive a 20% stake in Lingxing Group.
Naturally, I'd prefer you choose the second option. With that, Hao Mushuan placed both contracts before Wu Chang, awaiting his decision.
As Wu Chang examined the contracts, the system's options flashed through his mind.
Faced with 2 contracts, please make your choice.
A. Sell the demon god's treasury at double the price. Gain the title Money Hungry, increases money earned from sales by 10%. B. Acquire a 20% stake in Lingxing Group. Gain the title Big Spender. Gain a 10% damage bonus when your overall equipment level exceeds your opponent's. Seeing the 2 options, Wu Chang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
What kind of stuff is this? The system actually offers rewards like this. I'll take B. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Chang ultimately chose the title of Wealthy Tycoon.
After all, the damage bonus suited him best.
As long as his damage output was maxed out, wouldn't any monster or boss just end up flat on the ground?
Besides, becoming wealthy wasn't his ultimate goal.
In the world of adventurers, what did money matter?
True strength was everything. Choosing Lingxing Group shares also meant he wouldn't have to worry about anyone targeting his parents in Huajing City. After all, he was now bound to the Hao family, allowing him to venture out into the world with peace of mind.
Then I'll take the old man up on his generosity.
Wu Chang smiled as he picked up the second contract and promptly signed his name. Seeing this, old master Hao smiled warmly as he looked over. He had heard that this young Wu Chang possessed extraordinary talent. He must take him seriously. Now that Wu Chang was tied to the Hao family, it might seem like the Haos were at a disadvantage. But once Wu Chang matured, no promotion would be needed. The natural benefits he brought would be enough to ensure the Hao family's prosperity for generations to come. Not to mention, he had a granddaughter on his side. This thought filled old master Hao with even greater delight.
Good lad, you've struck a bargain. When the time comes, Langer will accompany you to Yenjing University.
After all these years of delay, it's high time he made up for lost ground.
The old man looked at Hao Lang, his favorite grandson. Even if he became a cripple, he would support him for life. Now that there was potential for further growth, he would naturally nurture him with even greater care. Seeing this, Wu Chang readily agreed. He too wanted to spend the next few days enjoying some peace and quiet at home. As for taking Hao Lang to Yenjing University, that was merely a minor inconvenience. Chapter 89, The Freshman Tournament Team.
After a few days of peace, Wu Chang finally understood the benefits of wealth.
With the sale of the demon god's treasury, he now held over 10 billion in funds.
Though he harbored no grand ambitions, at least he no longer had to worry about money. After purchasing everything his household needed, Wu Chang discovered his funds were actually growing. He couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly the wealthy seemed to accumulate wealth. After bidding farewell to his parents, he headed straight to Yenjing University with Hao Lang. However, their paths clearly diverged. Wu Chang was headed for the elite freshman program, while Hao Lang was bound for the advanced studies program. The so-called advanced studies program primarily enrolled professionals who chose to continue their education at the university after completing their undergraduate degrees.
Their goal was straightforward: to receive instruction from top-tier professionals and avoid taking the wrong path.
After all, even among practitioners of the same advanced profession, each individual possessed distinct skill choices and combat philosophies. Take Huang Xiaoming's profession, the combat fighter, for example.
Within this profession, there were 2 major schools of thought.
One was the head-on combat style Huang Xiaoming practiced, characterized by fierce and relentless skill combinations. The other focuses on flanking and suppression, with most skills centered around control.
But these schools are useless to me.
Watching Hao Lang fade into the distance, Wu Chang couldn't help but chuckle to himself.
After all, no other lone warrior has ever possessed combat prowess like mine. To learn from predecessors, there must be someone who came before me. Though this statement bordered on arrogance, it was undeniably true.
While some might surpass Wu Chang in level, when it came to combat prowess, it was no exaggeration to say that the combined strength of all recorded free roaming classes likely fell short of Wu Chang's individual prowess. A hint of envy flickered in his heart, but Wu Chang knew there was no other path for him but to grow stronger.
He paused briefly before heading straight for the principal's office.
Today was the gathering day for the freshman tournament team members, and as their captain, he absolutely had to be present. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the students gathered for the freshman tournament were buzzing with excitement.
I tell you, that captain position should be mine no matter what.
Lin Zhanhuang sat on the left sofa, yet his gaze kept drifting toward the single chair placed at the front. To him, it wasn't just a sofa, it symbolized the captain's seat. In previous years, they'd first select members for the competition before choosing a captain from among them. He assumed this year would be no different. Now, all 6 members of the team were present, except for one guy who was still nowhere to be seen.
Could such a person be captain? Obviously not. Among the 6 present, who deserved the captaincy?
That was undoubtedly himself. As he spoke, a smile spread across his face, though faint bruises still marred his skin. Last time, because of stealing monsters, he'd been beaten pretty badly. If he hadn't been strong enough, he'd probably be lying in the hospital right now. Oomph, one person's still missing.
What are you trying to pull?
Huang Yingying snorted coldly, her tone dripping with displeasure. Both she and Shui Lingwan were participating in this freshman tournament, yet Wu Chang had vanished without a trace. Though she didn't know who the 7th member was, if Wu Chang didn't show up, she intended to confront the teacher about it. Hearing her words, Shui Lingwan crossed her arms, clearly not endorsing Lin Zhanhuang as team captain. Everyone, calm down first.
This is my calming tea.
It tastes pretty good. Zhang Yezhu, a contestant from the elite life skills class, smiled as she served everyone her homemade tea. Unlike the other 2 elite classes, her role had always been to provide various foods for the group. Of course, don't underestimate her value as a life skills specialist.
To date, Zhang Yezhu had mastered 10 dishes capable of providing long-lasting buffs.
As for basic skills like calming the mind and boosting vitality, she had already perfected them. During the Elite Life Skills class competition, she even crafted an exceptional dish that boosted all attributes by 20% within 1 minute, followed by a 10% attribute increase lasting 10 minutes. Thus, while life skills may seem unimpressive to ordinary people, mastering them can yield significant advantages.
The flavor is good, but I don't agree with Huang Yingying's assessment. I ask you all here who can defeat me? If you can't defeat me, what qualifies you to be a leader?
As he spoke, Lin Zhanhuang downed his tea in one gulp, then swept the room with a piercing gaze. Huang Yingying, of course, was out of the question. As a support class, becoming captain was virtually impossible for her. Shui Lingwan, however, held her head high. Though she couldn't defeat Lin Zhanhuang, in her mind, there was someone even more suited for the role of captain. As for the other 2 combat class elite squad members, they exchanged a glance before slowly shaking their heads.
Clearly, though formidable, they still fell short compared to Lin Zhanhuang.
Don't be fooled by Lin Zhanhuang lasting 2.5 minutes against the instructor while they managed around 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The gap between them wasn't merely 15 seconds. Even combined, they might only manage a draw against Lin Zhanhuang after all. Not everyone was a freak like Wu Chang.
Heh, if no one else is going to take this seat, then it's mine.
Seeing no one dare challenge him first, Lin Zhanhuang sneered before rising to take the seat. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The principal's office door slowly swung open, revealing a figure who appeared somewhat flustered.
My apologies, I was delayed by an unexpected matter.
Who else could it be but Wu Chang? He walked in with a cheerful smile, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on Lin Zhanhuang. Upon recognizing Wu Chang, Lin Zhanhuang felt as if he'd swallowed a bitter pill, his face turning ashen as he glared at Wu Chang.
Well, everyone's here. Sit down, everyone. Sit down. Li Fukong, Wang Guangwei, you 2, take a seat. Zhang Yezhu, right? Have a seat.
I ran into the instructors earlier, and they handed me the participant list right away.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have been late. My apologies.
Wu Chang greeted everyone with a smile. He strode toward the sofa at the head of the room.
As he passed Lin Zhanhuang, a provocative grin spread across his face.
Well, Lin, my apologies.
That captain's seat should have been mine.
Wu Chang sat down with a grin, then swept his gaze over the assembled crowd.
I, Wu Chang, am the captain. Any objections?
Huang Yingying and Shui Lingwan were naturally the most delighted by this declaration. Though they hadn't known where Wu Chang had been these past days, his very presence here today proved he possessed the capability to compete in the freshman tournament. As for the captaincy, whether appointed by the principal or chosen by the team members, it was clear that no one else possessed the strength to hold the position except Wu Chang.
I agree. Me too. Shui Lingwan and the others quickly voiced their approval.
Wang Guangwei and Li Fukong hesitated slightly, but after considering Wu Chang's formidable combat prowess, they ultimately nodded in agreement.
As for Zhang Yezhu, the life skills specialist, though she hadn't heard of Wu Chang's name, she knew Lin Zhanhuang's strength.
But with everyone else backing Wu Chang, she naturally had no objections either.
In an instant, everyone had made their choice.
Only Lin Zhanhuang remained standing in the center like a clown, his face ashen. But in terms of strength, he couldn't defeat Wu Chang. Even if the latter arrived, he'd have no choice but to keep quiet. Since everyone agrees I should be captain, let's arrange the order of appearance.
The first 6 can go up whenever they want.
But I've already decided on the last one. Let Lin Zhanhuang be our backup.
Otherwise, if we get completely crushed, I can't imagine anyone else capable of turning the tide.
As he spoke, Wu Chang's lips curled slightly at the corners, revealing that his thoughts were far from his words.
Hearing this, Lin Zhanhuang's eyes widened in shock. Though he desperately wanted to protest, Wu Chang's reasoning was undeniably sound.
In the end, he could only force out a single sentence.
Why? You're the strongest, why shouldn't you be the backup?
At his words, Wu Chang merely laughed. He sipped his tea, then declared with utter arrogance.
Why? Because I'm the captain. Chapter 90, Grand Tournament Opening Ceremony, Opening Show of Force. Vote for me. Because I'm the captain.
Wu Chang's words sent a jolt through Lin Zhanhuang's heart, his eyes flickering with a mix of resentment and desolation. Before Wu Chang, all his years of effort seemed to become a laughingstock. No matter how desperately he wanted to break through, it felt like he could never overcome this mountain before him.
You.
He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. But when he glanced around, he noticed everyone was subtly sizing him up. Lin Zhanhuang suppressed his anger and immediately returned to his seat.
After all, he was stubborn, not stupid.
If he was the last to perform, so be it.
When everyone else had been eliminated, that would be his moment to make a stunning debut. I'll make sure everyone knows that I, Lin Zhanhuang, am the undisputed Rookie of the Year at Yenjing University. Sitting in his seat, Lin Zhanhuang dug his fingernails deep into the sofa cushions. Wu Chang couldn't care less about his discontent.
After all, this guy had spoken disrespectfully to him from the start, even insulting his family. Given the circumstances, he deserved it. Tomorrow marks the start of the freshman tournament.
Though our school advances directly to the main event, we cannot skip the opening ceremony.
Wang Guangwei, I recall your profession is dragon tamer. I'll send you to handle this grand occasion.
All right.
The thought of stealing the spotlight at tomorrow's opening ceremony instantly banished Wang Guangwei's petty grievances. After all, as the first contestant to perform, the audience would surely remember him. This was a golden opportunity to showcase his abilities. Perhaps the elite class would even prioritize him when allocating future resources. Seeing this, the others wore looks of envy but said nothing more. After all, the dragon tamer profession boasted dazzling skills, and as an elite class student, Wang Guangwei's skill combinations wouldn't be half bad.
He might even make a stunning debut at the opening ceremony.
As for subsequent appearances, Wu Chang planned to decide based on the strength of opponents. Today was merely an introductory meeting, he had no further plans.
Soon after discussing the remaining details, the group dispersed.
Before leaving, however, Lin Zhanhuang shot Wu Chang and the others a vicious glare, his heart filled with nothing but hatred. As the direct descendant of the Lin family, he had been relegated to the very last appearance slot, utterly disgraceful.
Wu Chang, you forced my hand.
Next time, I'll show you what a true genius looks like. Watching Wu Chang and the others fade into the distance, Lin Zhanhuang's heart burned with rage and hatred. He recalled an object sealed away within the Lin family ancestral home. Though he didn't know what it was, every time he glimpsed it from afar, he felt a faint stirring within him. If he could claim it for himself, perhaps he could gain power far surpassing that of Wu Chang and the others. With this thought, Lin Zhanhuang shot Wu Chang a piercing glance before gritting his teeth and turning away. Wu Chang, of course, remained unaware of these thoughts. His immediate focus was on reviewing the competition rosters of other universities, a necessary step in preparing for the tournament. After all, besides Yenjing University gaining direct entry into the main tournament, several other institutions like Magic City University and Guangqing University also held such privileges. As for why, well, it was simply because these institutions weren't just the most prestigious universities, they consistently ranked within the top 5 every year. If other schools could achieve similar feats, they too would naturally earn such privileges. The list for Magic City University hasn't been released yet. Based on what we know, this year's freshmen include quite a few who could break records. They must be struggling with selecting their team members. Sitting on a chair in the dormitory, Wu Chang reviewed the message sent by President Guo Chongming, mentally cataloging each detail. I did manage to get hold of Guangqing University's roster. While they're a bit tricky, if we go head-to-head in a fair fight, I'm confident I can hold my own. Don't worry about Donghua University. Many of their top students were snatched up by Magic City University this year. While they still have a few standouts, they're no match for me. Despite the flood of information, Wu Chang focused only on a handful of schools. After all, the freshman tournament was a national competition. While many schools participated, most were one and done. Barring some unexpectedly talented prodigies, he didn't need to concern himself too much with the rest. By the time he finished reviewing the entire list, midnight had arrived. After washing up, Wu Chang went straight to bed. The next morning, waves of cheers roused Wu Chang. Glancing out the window at rows of flowers and balloons, he felt a surge of excitement. Today marked the opening ceremony of the freshman tournament. As the host institution, Yenjing University's students shared in its pride and responsibility. After gathering his thoughts, Wu Chang headed straight to the president's office. He found his teammates already waiting there, but the president was nowhere to be seen, presumably busy with something. Wu Chang smiled as he scanned the group, noticing each member was wide awake and energetic. He wondered if they had truly rested well last night or if they had taken some kind of stimulant today. Alright, time to get ready for the competition. Glancing at the time, he saw the opening ceremony was imminent and promptly led the group toward the venue. Yenjing University was already packed with people. Though the student body was small, many spectators had purchased tickets to watch the competition. At the venue, Wu Chang spotted President Zhang Fushan, who sat smiling in his seat, seemingly in high spirits. Soon, the other teams began arriving one after another. To prevent conflicts between teams, each group was kept several meters apart. But the Magic City University team was right beside them, so Wu Chang couldn't help but glance their way a few times. The team from Magic City University consisted of 7 members. Aside from the one with the life-sustaining profession who was instantly recognizable, Wu Chang was most struck by a handsome young man with sharp, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His aura radiated like a blazing sword drawn from its scabbard, making it impossible to look directly at him. This fellow is Li Tiangang. He hails from a renowned swordsmanship lineage, and his class is said to be the pinnacle of all sword-based professions, the heaven-slaying sword god. It's said that when he changed professions, the sheer sword energy radiating from him was enough to kill a newly transformed practitioner. Had his master not been present, it would have caused a major incident. As Wu Chang studied the man, Xue Lingwan spoke up to warn him. Hearing this, Wu Chang was taken aback. Information he himself didn't possess, Xue Lingwan knew it all. This little girl was truly baffling. The man seemed to sense Wu Chang's scrutiny and abruptly turned his head, his eyes piercing like blades. Seeing this, Wu Chang smiled and nodded. The other person, however, snorted derisively, then flipped him off with a raised middle finger, a look of defiance on his face. Damn it! This expression pushed Li Fukong over the edge. He muttered a curse under his breath and prepared to stand up and argue. But before he could make a move, he felt an invisible pressure emanating from Li Tiangang, instantly pinning him back down. Seeing this, Wu Chang's face turned ashen. You've gone too far, sir. His eyes narrowed as he activated his skill, mental suppression, instantly countering Li Tiangong's pressure. Even so, he couldn't completely overwhelm his opponent. Instead, the initiative swung back and forth between them. The opening ceremony officially begins. Just as the two stood locked in a stalemate, the announcer's voice cut through the tension. Hearing this, Wu Chang and Li Tiangang exchanged a glance before silently withdrawing their skills. They then sat down as if nothing had happened. This man is a formidable opponent. Li Tiangong's initial disdain vanished completely. He had looked down on Wu Chang, a lone wolf player, but today he realized that among lone wolves, some were truly different. As for Wu Chang, his mind was filled with the reactions of his teammates. Faced with the same mental suppression, the Magic City University team remained composed and unfazed, a stark contrast to the awkwardness of his own team members. Seems winning first place this time will be quite a challenge. Though his gaze was fixed on Wang Guangwei on stage, his thoughts had already drifted away from the opening ceremony. Chapter 91, the main event begins, Yenjing University vs Donghua University. After a brief standoff with Li Tiangang, the two sides had little further interaction. Whether it was due to the home field advantage or not, the Magic City University team was the very last to leave the venue. Such a calculating display made Wu Chang wonder if these people suffered from some form of mental disorder. Today was dedicated to the qualifying matches, determining the final 16 teams advancing to the main tournament. This gave Wu Chang and his team a chance to rest and observe other teams' battles. In truth, most schools matched Wu Chang's expectations, their strength barely sufficient to survive a single round. Yet, a few standout performers emerged, capable of carrying their teams. Take Tianmen University, for instance. Historically a mere supporting player, this year they somehow managed to recruit several surprisingly capable students. They nearly toppled Donghua University, last year's top 10 contender. However, this was ultimately a team battle fought in rounds, and Tianmen University ultimately suffered a narrow defeat. Captain, why do the students from other schools seem so incredibly strong? Back in the principal's office, Li Fukong reflected on today's competition, feeling a chill run down his spine. If this were the rookie tournament from a few years back, he, Li Fukong, could easily have been the ace of any other school's team. Even last year when Magic City University defeated Yenjing University, he could still have played a key role on any main tournament team. But this year was different. The pressure was immense, even making him question whether he should have entered the competition at all. Huang Yingying and Xue Lingwan also felt a flutter of unease. Those teams seemed pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, as if determined to knock the host team, Yenjing University, off their pedestal. Heh, no worries. Seeing everyone looking at him with concern, Wu Chang smiled and offered reassurance. Just play your game. I'll handle the tough opponents. Wu Chang's voice was steady, easing the lingering anxiety among his teammates. After all, Wu Chang was the captain. If even he lost his composure, the rest of the team would surely follow suit. Don't underestimate our opponents, but we're at Yenjing University. Can they even get in? After saying this, Wu Chang chuckled to himself, and the others couldn't help but smile at the sight. Right, they were the ones who had earned admission to Yenjing University's elite program. How could they possibly lose to students from other schools? If they were truly that strong, why had Yenjing University chosen them instead of those others? This line of reasoning calmed everyone considerably, and they dispersed with smiles. After everyone left, Wu Chang returned to his dormitory. Gazing at the moon on the horizon, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Though he claimed it was nothing, this year's freshman's combat prowess had genuinely surprised him. Their average quality was at least several times higher than in previous years. Even if last year's championship team were here, they couldn't guarantee a smooth victory over the challengers. Well, we'll just have to do our best. Thinking of Li Tiangang, Wu Chang felt a flicker of excitement. It had been ages since he'd encountered an opponent who stirred something within him like this. The next day marked the opening of the main tournament. As the host institution, Yenjing University had drawn favorable luck in the draw, facing the widely acknowledged weaker Donghua University as their first opponent. Each team comprised 7 members, 1 lifestyle specialist and 1 support specialist. From the remaining 5, 3 would be selected for combat. The victors would advance to face the next challenge on stage. The life support role could only craft 1 buff item per match, such as attack-boosting beverages or dishes. Support players, meanwhile, could grant 1 additional buff to their teammates before each match began. Thus, though they didn't engage directly in combat, their role was no less crucial than any combat class. Li Fukong, you're up this time. Since the opponent was Donghua University, Wu Chang naturally had no intention of stepping in personally. Li Fukong's class was Celestial Feather Blade Shield Guardian, a balanced offense-defense role. Going first to probe their strength seemed like a sound strategy. Got it, Captain. I'll take care of this. Overjoyed at the chance to play, Li Fukong immediately donned his gear and leaped onto the arena. Donghua University, meanwhile, sent out a boy who looked rather frail. He stared intently at Li Fukong with a serious expression, clearly intending to give it his all. As for the judges, they were naturally Zhang Fushan, president of Yenjing University, Guo Chongming, president of the Yenjing Professional Association, and various other university presidents who had made time to attend the match. What do you think? Zhang Fushan, observing the bespectacled, frail-looking boy on the stage, turned to Guo Chongming with an extended solemn gaze. Guo Chongming shook his head slightly before replying in a deep voice. Li Fukong is a Skyfeather Blade Shield Guardian. The uniqueness of his profession is beyond question. But like its name suggests, this profession isn't particularly swift. His opponent, the ghostly Dreamweaver, excels at creating illusions. The question is whether Li Fukong can withstand them. Guo Chongming, naturally well versed in these students' classes, swiftly analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of each side. The ensuing battle unfolded exactly as he'd predicted. Huang Yingying granted Li Fukong a movement speed buff, while the opponent applied a stamina regeneration buff. The moment the fight began, the opponent unleashed a wide area illusion. Though Li Fukong reacted instantly, he couldn't escape the illusion's range and was forced to trade stamina with his opponent within it. However, as a Celestial Feather Blade Shield Guardian, he held a slight stamina advantage. If he could land attacks within the illusion, the ghostly Dreamweaver's meager stamina would likely lead to an immediate defeat. Can he win? Watching the situation grow increasingly tense, with Li Fukong now panting heavily, Huang Yingying couldn't help but clench her fists. The same question surfaced in everyone's minds. Except for Lin Zhanhuang, who hoped everyone would lose so he could step in to save the day, the hearts of the others were now hanging in suspense. Of course we can win. A voice rang out. Wu Cheng's expression remained solemn, but his tone was utterly composed. The enemy has boosted stamina recovery, but don't you realize Li Fukong isn't faking it? Remember, this guy is a Tianyu Blade Shield Guard. He took over 2 minutes of beating from the instructor before finally breaking. Do you really think their ghostly Dreamweaver can match our instructor? At this, everyone suddenly understood they had been worrying too much. After all, when instructor Huang Xiaoming acted, it was no joke. Even holding back, the idea of the opponent defeating Li Fukong was utterly impossible. On the stage, Donghua University's ghostly Dreamweaver felt his stamina nearing depletion. He unleashed the area of effect skill 100 Ghosts Devouring Souls, aiming to finish off Li Fukong. Now! Get down! Just as the barrage of attacks was about to strike him, Li Fukong gritted his teeth, raised his massive shield, and thrust forward with overwhelming force. Boom! A figure was sent flying backward, none other than Donghua University's ghostly Dreamweaver. The instant the opponent hit the ground, the entire illusion vanished completely, while Li Fukong remained standing tall on the stage. First match, victory goes to Li Fukong of Yenjing University. As the referee's voice echoed, Li Fukong descended the platform with a triumphant smile and took his seat. Others tried to speak to him, but Wu Chang stopped them. Zhang Yezhu, bring some tea to restore stamina and sharpen the mind. As Wu Chang finished speaking, Zhang Yezhu promptly placed the items in Li Fukong's hands. Yet he remained silent, head bowed, showing no reaction. He lifted him up to take a look and found he had already fainted. The crowd was stunned. Li Fukong was considered one of the strongest competitors, yet he had been worn down to this extent. It was clear that this year's freshman tournament was far more intense than any previous one. Next up, Wang Guangwei, you go. Best to take him down outright. Wu Chang gave a slight nod, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. It seemed this year's championship would be no easy feat to claim. Chapter 92, Strike. One move to subdue the enemy. Vote for me. Got it, Captain. My dragon taming celestial master is a pure DPS class.
Wang Guangwei rubbed his hands together eagerly.
His class skills were perfect for the opening ceremony, and their damage output was nothing to sneeze at either.
More importantly, every dragon tamer chose a different dragon deity.
His choice was the Thunder Dragon God, renowned for its unmatched ferocity. Combined with his intensive closed-door training after class advancement, Wang Guangwei's skill set was flawlessly optimized. He possessed not only control abilities like paralysis but also devastating offensive spells like Thunderstorm and Thousand Lightning Flash. The next instant, a Thunder Dragon abruptly materialized beneath Wang Guangwei's feet, carrying him onto the stage.
Upon Wang Guangwei's appearance, Donghua University did not immediately send out a challenger.
Instead, after a moment of hesitation, a muscular young man with bare arms stepped forward.
Upon recognizing him, Wu Chang instantly recalled the man's details: Song Zixuan, the captain of Donghua University's team in this rookie tournament.
His class was a specialized combat role golden-bodied Arhat.
This class was extremely rare, but in Wu Chang's memory, its combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. You're no match for me. Get down and let him come.
Standing on the ground, Song Zixuan shot a look of contempt at Wang Guangwei, who was suspended in midair. Pointing at Lin Zhanhuang, he seemed to hold Wang Guangwei in utter disregard.
Hearing this, Wang Guangwei instantly flew into a rage.
He wasn't some trash class, yet this guy dared to be so arrogant. He would take him down immediately. Take this. As the referee signaled the start of the battle, Wang Guangwei immediately charged forward, riding his Thunder Dragon. In an instant, thunder rolled across the sky. Countless bolts of lightning coiled into serpentine bolts, streaking towards Song Zixuan. The spectacle instantly drew waves of cheers from the crowd. This is what our Yenjing University elite class students are made of. Damn, is he going for the championship with this display? Take these guys down, and Yenjing University will prove they're the best. As Wang Guangwei unleashed his ultimate skill, 10,000 Torments Thunder Punishment, the atmosphere reached its peak. Every spectator anticipated this move would finish off Song Zixuan. Yet Song Zixuan merely smiled and shook his head, as if the lightning dragons before him were nothing more than earthworms. Very well. Let me show you what a golden-bodied Arhat truly is. With that, his body abruptly swelled. What had been a frame of about 1.8 meters suddenly stretched to 3 meters, his form now radiating a faint golden glow. Facing the charging Thunder Dragon, Song Zixuan charged head-on. He then wrapped his arms around the Thunder Dragon's body. To Wang Guangwei's stunned eyes, the Thunder Dragon was actually blocked by Song Zixuan. Shatter! Song Zixuan roared as he held the Thunder Dragon. His palms radiated divine light, and the Thunder Dragon in his embrace let out a silent roar. Then, under this immense force, it shattered with a thunderous crash. As the Dragon Tamer, Wang Guangwei turned deathly pale the instant the Thunder Dragon shattered. He coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood and collapsed. Though not crippled, restoring his peak condition would demand precious materials, and only he knew how much progress this setback had delayed. 400 points of strength? This isn't some child's play. Song Zixuan snorted coldly, then turned his gaze toward the Yenjing University team. Bring forth your strongest fighter. The thunderous demand jolted the stunned crowd back to their senses. As Yenjing locals, they shared the university's pride and shame. Their faces flushed crimson with fury, each itching to teach this arrogant upstart a lesson. Even President Zhang Fushan was breathing heavily now, clearly seething inside. Even if he didn't know Wang Guangwei personally, he was still one of his students. Having him insulted by an outsider felt like a direct slap in the face. I'll handle it. Xue Lingwan stepped forward coldly, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. Though a ranged class, she felt no fear in the face of Song Zixuan's imposing presence, only seething anger. You? I don't hit women. Seeing Xue Lingwan prepare to step forward, Song Zixuan snorted coldly, clearly dismissing her threat. Fury surged through Xue Lingwan, her chest heaving violently. Just as she lunged forward, a hand seized her arm. I'll handle this. Wu Chang seized her wrist. His expression remained composed, yet his eyes held a hint of menace. He gently guided Xue Lingwan to sit down, then rose and walked onto the stage. Huang Yingying, seeing this, immediately cast the strength enhancement buff onto Wu Chang. Who do you think you are? Song Zixuan frowned as Wu Chang stepped forward. Wasn't Lin Zhanhuang supposed to be the strongest freshman at Yenjing University? That guy's invincible heavenly general should also have stacked 400 points of strength. Only such an opponent would be worth him using his full strength. Hearing this, Wu Chang didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at him with interest. Me? I'm just a lone fighter here to play around with you. Wu Chang's tone was utterly calm, as if he were casually mentioning he'd just finished eating. Hearing Wu Chang was an independent fighter, the audience, who had been holding out hope, instantly felt disappointed. Couldn't Yenjing University find a single proper representative? Instead, they had to send up a freelancer? I don't care what kind of freelancer you are. Today, your Yenjing University will fall right here in the round of 16. As he spoke, Song Zixuan's body swelled once more. A 10-meter-tall giant stood before them, radiating golden light that made him appear like a deity. Even Principal Zhang Fushan and Guo Chongming couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat at the sight.
The golden-bodied Arhat class was no joke. After all, the transformation didn't just alter his size, it doubled every one of his attributes. Even if it lasted only a few minutes, it was terrifying enough. Seeing this, Song Zishuan murmured, "Admit defeat." With that, he lunged forward with a palm strike, clearly seeing no chance for Wu Chang to turn the tide. A lone practitioner, even one from the elite class, was nothing but a worthless fool. Yet Wu Chang only laughed. He stepped forward, his voice booming like a great bell, echoing through the air. "Who says only you can grow larger? Dharma form, activate." As the words fell, Wu Chang's form abruptly transformed before the stunned gazes of the crowd, ultimately swelling to a size matching Song Zishuan's. "Impossible." Song Zishuan's voice trembled with disbelief. He had never heard of anyone at Yenjing University transforming into a golden-bodied Arhat, let alone mastering the most difficult skill of this profession, the Dharma image, as a lone practitioner. Yet he hesitated not a moment. His outstretched palm surged forward with even greater velocity, closing in on Wu Chang. The next instant, Wu Chang moved. He seized Song Zishuan's arm and flung him backward with all his might. Even though Song Zishuan possessed 400 points of strength, doubled by his Dharma aspect skill, Wu Chang's strength, enhanced by his own buffs, reached 450 points in his normal state. Doubled, it surpassed Song Zishuan's by a full 100 points. And it was precisely this 100-point difference that completely shifted the tide of battle. Song Zishuan's Dharma form was slammed to the ground. As he struggled to rise, Wu Chang swung the world-shattering god-slaying blade, aiming it squarely at his golden body. Ah! A golden arm fell to the ground, and Song Zishuan let out a cry of agony. Seeing this, Wu Chang thrust the blade directly into the golden body's chest before forcefully jerking it upward. The gaunt figure of Song Zishuan was flung from the divine form. Gone was his earlier swagger, now he lay gasping for breath like a beaten dog. Thud! Wu Chang tossed him onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He then returned to his normal form and stood before Song Zishuan. "Sorry, but I'm the top freshman at Yenjing University this year." He smiled, but to the other, he looked like a demon. The next instant, Song Zishuan was knocked unconscious by Wu Chang's palm strike and tossed into the Donghua University team's area. Wu Chang stood tall on the stage, his gaze sweeping over the stunned crowd. "Next." His voice was icy cold, yet to the ears of the spectators, it sounded like an invincible declaration. Chapter 93, Sparring a Clash of Equals. Without a word, without a move, Wu Chang simply stood there, radiating an aura of invincibility. It seemed that as long as he stood there, no foe before him could be defeated. As the voice slowly echoed out, Wu Chang's gaze turned toward the Donghua University team. Yet, with even their strongest captain already unconscious, where could the others find the courage to step forward? "We forfeit." Just as everyone grew impatient, a voice came from the right side of Donghua University's team. The speaker was thin, yet his eyes burned with a piercing intensity. "Teacher." The students of Donghua University, upon seeing this person, wore expressions of both delight and embarrassment. Seeing his students step forward, the Donghua University instructor nodded. He then addressed the judges above. "Donghua University is no match for the competition. I see no need to proceed with this final round." His words reached the judges above, where Zhang Fushan and Guo Chongming remained silent, deferring the decision to the team leaders of other universities. There was no other choice. If they spoke up, reports would likely surface tomorrow. Yenjing University's president and the head of the Yenjing Practitioners Association forcing Donghua University to concede and withdraw from the freshman tournament. Though the entire event was broadcast live, if anyone chose to scrutinize the situation, the repercussions for them would be immeasurable. The other team leaders exchanged glances. While a minority still wanted Wu Chang to fight on to gauge his strength, the majority clearly had no such desire. Or rather, if Donghua University suffered a humiliating defeat, the next target could easily be their own school. Losing the competition was one thing, but the students were the absolute priority. After deliberation by the judges, Donghua University's withdrawal is approved. The referee's announcement echoed through the venue. Though the audience murmured with some discontent, the sight of Yenjing University securing such a decisive victory in their opening match felt like a promising start. The crowd soon quieted, shifting their attention to the next contest. After leaving the arena, Wu Chang led his team away. With the morning matches concluded and no formidable opponents remaining in their bracket, he felt confident they wouldn't lose in the afternoon. However, after the others departed, Wu Chang remained seated in the room watching the live broadcast. Soon, he caught the match featuring Magic City University. Unlike his own late-game rescue appearance, Magic City University's captain, Li Tiangang, was the first to step onto the stage. Their opponent was last year's 6th-place team, Tianmen University, and coincidentally, the competitor they fielded was none other than their own captain. Captain versus captain, this matchup had every spectator buzzing with anticipation. Even Wu Chang felt a surge of curiosity, eager to see just how formidable Li Tiangang truly was. Yet the moment the battle commenced, he instantly knew the opponent was no match for Li Tiangang. Within just 1 minute, Tianmen University's captain nearly had his arms severed by Li Tiangang. Had Li not pulled back at the last moment, a corpse would likely be lying on the ground right now.
Witnessing this, Wu Cheng immediately turned off the TV, utterly disinterested in watching any further. He cared little for the others, but this Li Tiangang was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. By the time they returned to the scene that afternoon, Li Fukong and Wang Guangwei had fully recovered, showing no trace of their morning injuries. Captain, the Magic City University team is no pushover. Glancing warily at Li Tiangang, Wang Guangwei leaned close to Wu Cheng and murmured in a low voice. Wu Cheng offered no response, merely nodding slightly. The opponents were indeed formidable, but he wasn't weak either. If it came down to a fight, the outcome was far from certain. First match of the afternoon, Yanjing University vs Tianmen University. Soon, the referee's voice echoed, and Wu Cheng and his teammates rallied their spirits for the afternoon matches. The first battle pitted Wang Guangwei against the opposing summoner. Though the summoner was formidable, securing a foothold required binding powerful summoned beasts. Under Wang Guangwei's relentless assault, victory was swiftly achieved. The second and third matches unfolded much as Wu Cheng had predicted. After Snow Lingwan secured all the buffs, she single-handedly fought 2 consecutive matches, successfully defeating Tianmen University. After all matches concluded and tomorrow's opponents were confirmed, the crowd dispersed. Wu Cheng, however, remained standing there, his mind pondering today's battles. Having observed so many battles, he gained considerable insight. The theoretical knowledge he'd acquired at school took on deeper meaning after today's reflections. Seems you enjoy solitude. Just as Wu Cheng frowned in thought, a voice sounded beside him. Turning his head, he was startled to see Li Tiangang, clad in a Taoist robe and carrying a sword scabbard on his back. Seeing him, Wu Cheng rose with puzzlement, his tone calm. What brings you here? Hearing this, Li Tiangang burst into laughter, leaving Wu Cheng even more puzzled. Nothing in particular. I'm simply delighted to see you today. Fancy a spar? Li Tiangang's smile faded, his expression gradually turning serious. The moment these words left his lips, a system prompt instantly appeared in Wu Cheng's mind. In response to Li Tiangang's challenge invitation, please select an option. A. Decline the challenge and conceal your strength next time you fight Li Tiangang, gain a special attack against him, increasing damage by 10%. B. Accept the challenge, randomly acquire one of Li Tiangang's skills and adapt it for your own use. Though option A seemed clearly more advantageous, Wu Cheng chose option B without hesitation. Victory in the match was important, but such underhanded tactics felt too dishonorable. Come on then, right here. Wu Cheng looked at his opponent, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. At his words, Li Tiangang's lips curved into a faint smile. He then stood opposite Wu Cheng and drew the long sword from his back. My sword is called the Heaven's Wrathdragon Slaying Blade, a legendary weapon. Though my other sword isn't with me, this one should suffice for a spar. As Li Tiangang drew the blade, the Heaven's Wrathdragon Slaying Sword, glistening with a faint cold light, emitted a resonant hum, as if echoing his own intent. Seeing this weapon, Wu Cheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had heard of this sword. It was said to have been forged by a god-tier blacksmith, though the smith had been ambushed by a demon god during its creation. Consequently, what was originally a mythical tier divine artifact had fused with the blacksmith's body, splitting into 2 legendary tier swords. One became the Heaven's Wrathdragon Slaying Sword, while the other was taken by the demon god. Rumors had recently surfaced about the discovery of the other blade, though its authenticity remained uncertain. World-destroying god-slaying blade. Seeing his opponent draw his weapon, Wu Cheng hesitated not a moment, immediately producing the only super god tier weapon in his possession. Yet the moment this blade appeared, the Heaven's Wrathdragon Slaying Sword began to exhibit faint signs of slipping from its grasp, a loss of control that startled Li Tiangang. Yet, being a heaven-slaying sword god by profession, he merely gave his wrist a slight flick to regain firm control over the weapon. One move from you, one move from me. We can't reveal too much. Li Tiangang chuckled softly, his long sword gleaming with icy light, poised to strike at any moment. Very well. Wu Cheng nodded, the blade of the world-slaying god-cutting blade now tinged with a blood-red hue. The next instant, both men struck simultaneously. Li Tiangang roared, split the heavens, rend the earth. Even gods bow before this blade. Sword lights rained down like a torrent, enveloping Wu Cheng entirely. God Slayer. Seeing this, Wu Cheng activated the world-slaying god-cutting blade's active skill. A blade aura swept out, shattering the sword rain before him. Even so, the dense sword rain still struck the blade aura, creating a stalemate where neither side gained the upper hand. Boom! In the stalemate, both attacks exploded violently, the shockwave nearly blowing Wu Cheng off his feet. When the chaos finally subsided, both Li Tiangang and Wu Cheng remained standing in their original spots, unmoved. Yet, their disheveled hair betrayed the shock and delight visible in each other's eyes. At their level of power, peers their age were long since no match. To encounter a worthy opponent now, how could they not feel utterly thrilled? Ha! That was exhilarating. I'll be waiting for you in the finals. Li Tiangang roared with laughter, sheathing his sword and turning to leave. Wu Cheng, however, watched the man with narrowed eyes and a faint smile. An opponent like this is the greatest reward of this tournament. Chapter 94, Skill Draw, Prelude to the Semifinals. Vote for me. Watching Li Tiangang walk away, Wu Cheng's earlier excitement gradually subsided. A worthy adversary commanded his respect. Though initially arrogant, everyone had their own temperament. As long as they didn't cross the line, he wouldn't nitpick over minor offenses. Option completed, obtain skill pack 1. The moment Li Tiangang vanished from sight, Wu Cheng heard the system notification. He hurried back to the dorm to wash his hands before deciding to open the skill pack. Use skill pack? Yes. Without hesitation, Wu Cheng activated the skill pack. Though it contained only Li Tiangong's skills, one must remember this guy's class was Sky Slicing Sword God. Regardless of whether his innate skills could be drawn, judging solely by his combat prowess, his skills couldn't be too shabby. With that thought, Wu Cheng focused his attention on the pack, hoping to glimpse Li Tiangong's skill combinations. Instead, he found himself with nothing to do but wait for the outcome. Extraction successful. Skills automatically converted to host-compatible form. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill Heaven Slicing Blade Chi, releases 50 Blade Chi strikes toward the target. Each strike deals damage equal to 50% of the user's strength. Cannot trigger critical hits or additional effects. Upon seeing this skill, Wu Cheng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. The name sounded impressive, but the inability to trigger critical hits or additional effects made it rather redundant. Forget it. These skills from the lottery are nowhere near as good as the skill books the system gives out. Adjusting his mindset, Wu Cheng felt his standards growing ever higher. Heaven-splitting Blade Chi, if he'd possessed this skill after class advancement, he'd likely have treasured it like gold. Yet now, he found himself somewhat dismissive of it. Truly, he was being greedy. Still, many of these skills were useful to him now. But with the system's boost, he'd soon reach level 100. If these skills couldn't be upgraded, he'd likely have to forget them at the guild. But this matter didn't trouble Wu Cheng for long. Soon, he received tomorrow's match notification from the school. His team's opponent was a university renowned alongside Guangqing University Hubo University. However, this university's strength lay not in combat, but rather in life skills and certain specialized professions. For instance, Hubo University had constructed the first teleportation array in history, which had subsequently spread gradually. They usually didn't make waves at the annual freshman tournament, but this year, for some reason, they'd suddenly started pushing hard to secure a spot. You guys figure out your strategy first. If it gets too tough, I'll step in. Wu Cheng was well aware of Lake University's team strength, so he felt comfortable letting the others handle things freely. Of course, this you definitely didn't include Lin Zhanhuang. After all, while he was strong, could he possibly be stronger than himself? If things went south, he'd be the one to save the day. All right. The others sat down with smiles, while Lin Zhanhuang sat at the back with a dark, brooding expression. He had already checked at home yesterday. That thing was still in the ancestral home. And since this was the time when the Lin family members returned to their hometown to pay respects to their ancestors, he could move tonight to retrieve it from the ancestral home. Oomph. Just wait until I grow stronger. We'll see how arrogant you Wu Cheng can be then. Then I'll make you crawl on the ground begging for mercy. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Zhanhuang's eyes, but he quickly concealed it, returning to his seat to stare blankly ahead. Soon, the first match began between Yanjing University and Hubo University. Their first contestant was none other than their team captain. Wu Cheng recognized this opponent. Though slightly weaker in strength, his class was intriguing. Known as the Demon Voice Messenger, this class dealt low damage in combat but specialized in extreme psychological warfare. The Demon Voice Messenger manipulates throat vibrations to emit noise that disrupts opponents' mental focus. And since it's not a direct mental attack, any mental immunity skills are completely useless. Seems like earplugs are a must after all. Watching Wang Guangwei step onto the stage, Wu Cheng covered his ears with his hands. He came here to battle, not to endure noise pollution. Seeing Wu Cheng like this, Lin Zhanhuang chuckled. What a coward, scared of even this. He snorted derisively, his contempt for Wu Cheng deepening. The next second, a piercing screech nearly made him vomit his dinner. For a moment, everyone thought they were hearing things. How could such unbearably awful music exist in this world? Holy crap, my ears must be malfunctioning. Me too. Just now I heard something like pigs squealing and chalk scraping on a blackboard. Damn it, my ears picked up that noise too. All the audience members stared blankly, utterly clueless about what had just happened. Before they could process it, an even more piercing noise erupted. Unlike before, this time it showed no sign of stopping. Wu Cheng clutched his ears, refusing to let go. The sound was terrifying, guaranteed to inflict first-class psychological trauma. Even Wang Guangwei couldn't hold on. Forget being a celestial dragon tamer, even a dragon immortal master couldn't endure this noise. Though the thunder dragon beneath his feet appeared elemental, it was actually an infinite multitude of the thunder dragon god's avatars. And now, this particular manifestation was beginning to grow incredibly ethereal. Under the assault of the noise, it could barely maintain its basic form. Heavenly thunder explosion. Fighting back the urge to vomit last night's dinner, Wang Guangwei commanded the thunder dragon to unleash its skill. Yet the opponent showed no intention of dodging, taking the full brunt of the damage head-on. Before the attack's duration had even ended, he collapsed. Seeing the opponent stand there knowing full well they couldn't block it, Wang Guangwei felt a sudden surge of respect. Well, it just couldn't dodge. Seeing Xue Lingwan and Huang Yingying staring at the Hubei University team with hero-worshipping expressions, Wu Cheng could only step in to explain. This is precisely why the demon sound messenger is unsuitable for combat. Noise indiscriminately attacks, and crucially, it prevents movement, a major flaw in combat. Wu Cheng twisted his mouth into a wry smile. Releasing his grip, he felt the world suddenly grow silent. Many nearly ended up in the hospital from that insane music, so once the noise vanished, they immediately began cursing Hubei University. As for Principal Zhang Fushan and his entourage, though less affected, their sour expressions made it clear this noise had thoroughly irritated them. The subsequent 2 matches proceeded smoothly. After all, Hubei University wasn't specialized in combat, so both Xue Lingwan and Li Fukang easily defeated their opponents upon entering the arena. As for Magic City University, Li Tiangang started again and immediately took down 3 opponents in a row. This performance cemented Li Tiangang as an idol in the eyes of many. Even some spectators rooting for Yenjing University to win expressed admiration for him. After all, the strong are welcomed everywhere, especially when they're truly formidable. The matches concluded swiftly, and Wu Cheng received notification of tomorrow's semi-final matchups. Yenjing University vs Guangqing University. Simultaneously, a new roster appeared on his phone. His gaze grew solemn as he scanned the names on the new roster. Looks like I'll have to step in tomorrow. At the top of the list, a bold statement declared, all Guangqing University participants are top-tier combat professionals at level 50. Chapter 95, the semifinals begin. Who will stand against them? The next day, Wu Cheng led his team to the competition venue. Today was the main event, so many spectators had already arrived early to prepare for the day's matches. Though the previous day's battles had been thrilling, the sheer volume of matches made it impossible for many to focus on analyzing any single one. Today, however, featured only the semi-finals. The morning match pitted Yenjing University against Guangqing University, while the afternoon saw last year's champions, Magic City University, face off against the veteran powerhouse, Yaowu University. Though Yenjing University was widely regarded as the strongest contender, Guangqing University's strength had grown year after year, their rise over the past decade proving virtually unstoppable. Yaowu University, however, was equally formidable. While Yenjing University produced graduates with strong average abilities, Yaowu specialized in cultivating the absolute elite among professionals. Thus, every graduation season, Yaowu's outstanding graduates consistently outshine their peers from other institutions. It must be said that, in a way, the semifinals each year are even more thrilling than the finals, as every participant brings their absolute peak form to face their opponents. Past champions may fall in the semifinals, while former underdogs could stage stunning comebacks. As the top contender for this year's championship, Wu Cheng, the team captain of Yenjing University, naturally drew the most attention. No sooner had the first round of battles been announced than a crowd of spectators began chanting for Wu Cheng to enter the arena. Yenjing's counting on you. Wu Cheng, take down Guangqing University. They say Guangqing University gets stronger every year. Can you still outshine our Yenjing University? We must win the championship this year. All eyes burned with intensity as they fixed on Wu Cheng. At that moment, their sole wish was for Yenjing University to claim the championship and reclaim the honor lost last year. Meanwhile, Guangqing University responded by sending their captain out first. Wu Cheng had a vivid memory of this man. When he first received the intel, this guy named Wu Hao was already a level 45 professional. Yesterday's intelligence was even more eye-opening. Not only Wu Hao, but nearly everyone else had surpassed level 50. Crucially, Wu Hao's profession was exceptionally unique, a mimic. Not only could he imitate opponents' generic skills, but he could even learn exclusive abilities from specialized professions. Of course, skill mimicry had limitations. The opponent's level couldn't exceed his own by more than 10 levels, and the target must meet specific activation requirements for the skill to be usable. Take the golden-bodied Arhat's Dharma form skill, for instance. For an imitator to use it, their strength must reach at least 300 points. Without meeting that threshold, they simply can't mimic the skill. But Wu Cheng is just a lone practitioner. Any skill he knows, I can definitely mimic. Wu Hao stood on the arena platform, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Though he knew Wu Cheng was formidable, the opponent's class was a free agent. Most skills learnable by free agents were universal skills, which he could perfectly mimic. Soon, Wu Cheng wouldn't be fighting against him, the imitator, but against his own clone. Combined with his level advantage, defeating the Yenjing University team didn't seem impossible. Captain, are you going? Seeing Wu Hao's face brimming with pride and confidence, Wang Guangwei and Li Fukang wanted to step up and try, but they knew they were no match for him. This was the captain of Guangqing University. For them to step up wouldn't just be embarrassing, it would be downright disrespectful. You go. Even Xue Lingwan smiled at Wu Cheng. While she might have a chance at victory, it would likely come with injuries. Better to give the opportunity to Wu Cheng. Besides, the crowd clearly wanted Wu Cheng to fight. She couldn't spoil their fun, could she? Seeing everyone being so polite, Wu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. He nodded, stood up, and walked over. Subsequently, the support classes on both sides buffed their respective teammates. Huang Yingying applied strength boost to Wu Chang, while Wu Hao opted for defense boost. After all, the imitator's dual resistances were still somewhat lacking. Boosting his defenses could buy them extra time, perhaps even making it possible to defeat Wu Chang. As the referee declared the match officially underway, the atmosphere instantly reached its peak for the day. Countless eyes widened, eager to witness the clash between Wu Chang and Wu Hao. Yet unexpectedly, Wu Chang did not strike first. Instead, he clenched his hand, gripping his weapon firmly. Heaven-splitting blade chi. In an instant, Wu Chang's blade shattered into countless afterimages, unleashing a torrent of slashing energy. Wu Hao strained to channel his own skill into the heaven-splitting blade force, his weapon trembling violently. Yet even so, he couldn't replicate such a terrifying skill. Not only did it require a blade as the weapon, but also because this skill had never been heard of before. Impossible. The most stunned was Li Tiangang. As a sky-slicing sword god, he knew exactly what his signature skill was. Heaven-slicing sword chi, that was the skill he unleashed during yesterday's sparring match with Wu Chang. But heaven-slicing blade chi? What skill was that? Could there possibly be a profession called heaven-slicing blade god? Why else would the names of the two skills be so similar, and their effects identical? Dozens of blade auras rained down like hail. Though Wu Hao hadn't simulated it, he himself had mastered numerous defensive skills. Celestial Hero Shield. This was the ultra-powerful defensive skill he'd specifically learned to withstand attacks. While holding the shield, he not only gained triple physical and magical resistance but also reflected half of any physical or magical damage dealt by the opponent back at them. Wu Chang dared to attack like this? He'd likely regret it when the counterattack came. Yet the next instant, the blade energy pierced right through his energy shield and struck him. Even with his defense now exceeding 500, the world-shattering god-slaying blade dealt true damage. Against it, all resistance was nothing but a paper tiger. Ah! Holding the shield immobilized him, leaving Wu Hao rooted to the spot as a sitting duck. The blade's energy sliced through his arm. The pain forced him to release the heavenly hero shield, and he began scrambling frantically to escape. But Wu Chang wouldn't grant him that chance. Seeing Wu Hao abandon resistance, he delivered a powerful kick. The immense force sent Wu Hao flying, tumbling off the stage and onto the grass outside the ring. The entire sequence had lasted less than 2 minutes. Even the spectators who had high hopes for Wu Chang were stunned by how decisively he disposed of his opponent. They were satisfied with the outcome, but the process felt far too abrupt. In under 2 minutes, Wu Chang had eliminated the captain of another top 4 team. If he were to fight peers his own age, Wu Chang could likely take on dozens of professionals with Wu Hao's caliber single-handedly. Truly terrifying talent. After a long pause, Principal Zheng Fushan, seated among the judges, could only manage the single sentence, though his face was creased with a smile. With such terrifying talent, Wu Chang truly possessed the potential to challenge the ranks of quasi-gods at level 500. More importantly, this guy was at Yenjing University. His future was inextricably tied to the institution. Next. As Wu Hao was carried away, Wu Chang swept his gaze over the crowd with a look of contempt. His cold voice echoed slowly, instantly striking fear into the hearts of the other contestants from Guangqing University. Could they truly defeat an opponent like this? Chapter 96, The Heart of the Evil God, Soul-Devouring Enchantment. Votes needed. Wu Chang stood towering on the stage. Though shaken, Guangqing University's team reluctantly sent out 2 members as a token gesture. Both were defeated within minutes of facing Wu Chang, prompting many to reconsider a fundamental question. Was the lone warrior class truly as weak as they had imagined? As for the afternoon semifinals, everyone had long lost interest. After all, Li Tiangang of Magic Capital University was overwhelmingly powerful. Even Yaowu University, a seasoned powerhouse, couldn't bridge that gap. Even so, Yaowu University's players still gave Li Tiangang a run for his money. While he could effortlessly take down 3 opponents at once against earlier teams, today Yaowu's captain traded blows with him, nearly breaking his right hand in the process. The Dragon Slayer Berserker is truly formidable. Even Li Tiangang, the sword god who cuts through the heavens, suffered a setback. Watching Li Tiangang limp back to his seat clutching his arm, Wu Chang's eyes narrowed slightly. If anyone suggested Li Tiangang's defeat stemmed from insufficient skill, Wu Chang would have laughed at such a notion. After all, both these classes belonged among the pinnacle of combat professions, yet their roles within dungeons were entirely distinct. Without specialized skill synergies, the sky-splitting sword god excelled at area of effect damage before level 100. Once Li Tiangang reached full potential, however, this class became a true killing machine. The Dragon Slayer Berserker, however, is different. This class prioritizes one-on-one combat from start to finish, with trading blows being its most effective strategy. After all, any build centered around the Berserker typically sacrifices stacking dual resistances for maximum damage output. Li Tiangang prevailed this time, but had both players undergone 4 years of training or reached level 150+, the Dragon Slayer from Yaowu University could undoubtedly have killed Li Tiangang even while severely wounded. After all, this class exists solely for frenzied combat.
Not to mention, slaying different dragon-type creatures grants stackable attribute enhancements. Oof, what an embarrassing day. After everyone dispersed, Li Tiangang noticed Wu Chang still standing there and couldn't help but snort derisively.
But his tone shifted abruptly, his expression turning utterly serious.
What's the deal with that heaven-slicing blade chi of yours? I don't recall any class possessing such a skill. Li Tiangang's words carried doubt.
Clearly, he couldn't fathom why this skill bore such a striking resemblance to his own heaven-splitting sword chi. Crucially, Wu Chang had shown no inclination to use it during yesterday's sparring match. Hearing this, Wu Chang flashed an awkward smile. But he quickly found his answer, clearing his throat twice before replying.
Ahem, ahem. With so many professions in the world, have you seen them all? I doubt it. I learned this skill long ago, so naturally, I couldn't have let you know about it. Instead of worrying about that, you'd be better off focusing on tomorrow's finals. I won't hold back. Wu Chang laughed, steering the conversation away from Li Tiangang.
Hearing this, the other man visibly relaxed. After all, with so many professions in the world, it was indeed impossible for him to know every single one.
Yet Wu Chang's warning about not holding back tomorrow did stir something within him. Arrogant. Tomorrow you'll see my true strength.
My other sword has arrived, who knows who'll come out on top then?
Li Tiangang snorted coldly. Since his class change, when had he ever lost?
Even in god-slaying dungeons, he was the most dazzling presence.
Moreover, hailing from a major metropolis, those damned demon gods descended upon him with alarming frequency.
Even so, after his class change, he had cleared 3 demon god dungeons. Though the demon gods there were higher leveled than him, he had ultimately defeated their avatars, leaving them gravely wounded. With such achievements, he refused to believe anyone could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But he kept those thoughts to himself, turning on his heel and walking away. Wu Chang merely smiled at the sight, paying it no mind.
An opponent like this promised tomorrow's finals would be exceptionally thrilling.
Watching the other depart, Wu Chang made no further stay, turning toward the dormitory. But just as the two had departed, a figure slowly materialized in their place.
You two tomorrow, I'll make you regret this.
Lin Zhanhuan gritted his teeth, his heart already filled with rage. Now that the ancestral home was empty, he could finally retrieve that suppressed entity. Tomorrow, he would make everyone know that he was the genius capable of crushing all others. He swiftly returned to the Lin family ancestral home, where security was at its laxest on this day every year.
Young master.
The security guard stationed there spotted Lin Zhanhuan and immediately broke into a smile, jogging over. Lin Zhanhuan paid him no mind, instead striding deeper into the ancestral home. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, he was instantly overcome by that heart-stopping sensation, yet this time, it felt different. In the past, he had only felt fear and rage, but today, there was an added tinge of exhilaration.
Opening the hidden door, Lin Zhanhuan stepped directly into the basement beneath the ancestral hall. Soon, he saw what lay sealed and suppressed by multiple enchantments. It was a black heart. Though separated from its body, blood still flowed across its surface, as if it hadn't yet fully perished. Gulp! Gazing at the black heart, Lin Zhanhuan couldn't help but swallow hard. He had been warned since childhood never to approach this place. Even when his father brought him here, he had been told of the Black Heart's origins. It was the heart of a demon god. Possessing it granted extraordinary power. But as practitioners, they knew exactly what a demon god represented. Thus, even when tempted, they remained unmoved. Yet now, Lin Zhanhuan gritted his teeth and actually stepped closer to the heart. Evil gods were terrifying, but the feeling of losing one's standing and being looked down upon was even more unbearable. Lin Zhanhuan could die from being consumed by the power of a demon god, but he absolutely could not be looked down upon. You are mine. His hand pierced through layer upon layer of seals, instantly grasping the black heart. As if sensing a living being's touch, the beating heart instantly dissolved into black powder and merged into Lin Zhanhuan's body. Suddenly, a surge of savage, frenzied rage erupted from the depths of his being, a hatred for Wu Chang and a craving for every desire. Power that is the foundation upon which I, Lin Zhanhuan, shall become the strongest. I pledge allegiance to the cult of the evil god, vowing to aid the deity's descent upon this world. His eyes blazed crimson as every attribute surged to double its former strength under the dark god's heart's amplification. His power now exceeded 1,000 points, an achievement unattainable even by a 100-level professional. Wu Chang. Li Tiangang. I want you dead. The trembling voice echoed through the basement, shattering the surrounding seals as it reverberated, leaving only chaos in its wake. Chapter 97, The Finals, Another God-tier Weapon. Just as Lin Zhanhuan was secretly fusing the evil god's heart, Wu Chongming, the president of the Yanjing City Professional Association, sensed a faint tremor. As president, he knew secrets unknown to many, such as the Lin family's true mission, guarding the evil goddess heart. Probably just my imagination. This is Yanjing City. Even if the evil god cult grows bold, they wouldn't dare act here. Although his profession offered little combat capability, it was exceptionally useful in perception. But he couldn't possibly assume the evil god cult had appeared in Yanjing City based on a mere flutter of his heart, could he? After all, his responsibility extended not merely to Yenjing University, but to the entire capital city.
This was the capital of the Dragon Nation. If trouble truly brewed here, it could unleash a wave of bloodshed across the entire nation. Still, to be safe, he cast a wide area perception skill, covering nearly the entire city. Even so, he detected no anomalies whatsoever. It was as if the earlier pang of unease had been entirely without cause.
Never mind. It's probably just nerves about tomorrow's finals. Best get some rest.
Tomorrow, I'll be waiting to award that kid Wu Chang. Trusting his own judgment, Wu Chongming merely shook his head and abandoned further investigation. After all, he was a professional practitioner over level 300. It was nearly impossible for a demon god to evade his detection under such extensive perception. His skill proved remarkably effective against anyone of lower level than himself.
As for claims of a demon god descending personally,
if it ever came to that, it wouldn't be something a mere guild leader like him could handle. Without the intervention of those god-tier professionals, the situation would never be resolved. He calmed his emotions, then lay back on the bed, feeling a sense of anticipation for the finals to begin. The next day, Wu Chang rose early. Today was the finals of the freshman tournament, no small-scale skirmish like the previous rounds. Moreover, the rules differed from past tournaments. The finals weren't a one-on-one duel but a team battle. Every combatant had to participate until a winner was decided. While this format required more time to capture the battle's highlights, team combat better showcased a squad's collective strength. Thus, it had become a tradition of the freshman tournament.
Li Tiangang. I'm actually looking forward to facing him.
Recalling the exhilaration of their last sparring session, Wu Chang licked his parched lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yesterday's battle against Guangqing University, despite fighting 3 consecutive matches, had left him far from satisfied. As for Li Tiangang, he must have taken a few hits yesterday. After all, Yawu University specialized in combat professions. To emerge from 3 consecutive matches with only minor injuries showed just how formidable Li Tiangang truly was.
Let's go, Captain.
You'd better give it your all today. Whether we win the championship or not depends entirely on you. Seeing Wu Chang standing at the doorway, Shui Lingwan, who had just stepped out of the dormitory, couldn't help but tease him. Hearing this, Wu Chang, who had been somewhat stern, snorted derisively before following Shui Lingwan toward the competition venue.
The competition grounds were now packed to the rafters, even more bustling than yesterday's semifinals.
People had even dug up the profession details of every single team member. The most talked about subjects were Wu Chang, the soloist captain, and Li Tiangang, the heaven-slaying sword god who had taken down 3 opponents in a row.
Who do you think will win?
Principal Zhang Fushan sat in the judge's seat, a hint of teasing in his eyes as he looked at the bespectacled middle-aged man beside him.
Yet in response to Zhang Fushan's teasing, the man remained sullen and impassive. I don't know, but Li Tiangang is the most gifted student I've ever seen.
The middle-aged man pushed his glasses up and fixed his burning gaze on Li Tiangang, who was warming up.
As the president of Magic City University, he naturally favored his own students.
Yet, this was ultimately Yenjing University's home turf, and he couldn't afford to be too confident. Hearing this, Zhang Fushan pouted in disappointment. Lin Ji, you're still the same boring old guy. He sighed inwardly at his old classmate, his gaze shifting toward Wu Chang and the others. They were already fully prepared. Zhang Yezhu's food buff granted each of them a 10% damage increase, while Huang Yingying unleashed her ultimate skill, somehow boosting everyone's attributes by roughly 10%.
Li Tiangong's side was no exception.
Though the bonuses varied, they were undoubtedly firing on all cylinders.
Let's go.
As the referee announced their entry, Wu Chang spoke coldly before leading his group onto the stage. Seeing this, Li Tiangang followed suit, his team filing in one after another. Lin Zhanhuang, bringing up the rear, was overcome with excitement. He had waited for this day for so long. Crushing Wu Chang and Li Tiangang underfoot would make him the object of everyone's envy and admiration today.
The freshman tournament finals officially commence.
Seeing both teams ready, the referee wasted no words and declared the match open. Simultaneously, a protective barrier slowly descended, sealing off the ring from the outside world. This shield was designed to prevent any unexpected skills from accidentally harming spectators during the team battle.
Moreover, there was no way to open it. Everyone could only wait quietly for the outcome inside.
Soon, everyone sought out their opponents. Wu Chang and Li Tiangang, however, stood motionless in place. Both wore expressions of utter calm, as if they were not preparing for battle but sipping tea. Your heart is unsettled. The Yenjing University team fought with increasing ferocity. Lin Zhanhuang single-handedly held off 3 opponents, a spectacle that surprised Wu Chang. Li Tiangang, however, merely frowned slightly, clearly not expecting Wu Chang to have held back. Yet he showed no impatience, instead teasing. No need to rush. After all, this is just the beginning. No one's gone all out yet. But wasting any more time isn't wise. Shall we get straight to it? As you wish. With that, both men locked eyes. At this level of combat, even the slightest disadvantage could be magnified infinitely. Thus, both Wu Chang and Li Tiangang were exceptionally cautious. The next instant, the others had already retreated over 10 meters away. With a simultaneous roar, both men unleashed their attacks at the exact same moment. Heaven-splitting sword chi. Heaven-splitting blade chi. In an instant, countless sword energies and blade auras collided, sparks flying everywhere. Wu Chang seized the opportunity to charge straight at Li Tiangang. His world-shattering god-slaying blade swung down with such ferocity it seemed poised to cleave the earth itself. Yet Li Tiangang made no attempt to dodge. Wielding the Heaven's Wrath Dragon-slaying sword, he collided head-on with Wu Chang. Boom! To everyone's shock, Li Tiangang was sent flying by Wu Chang's blow. His sword emitted a mournful wail, its earlier ferocity completely vanishing. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. Li Tiangang, who had consistently defeated 3 opponents at once, had been repelled by Wu Chang, a lone swordsman at the peak of his power. How terrifying was that? Yet Li Tiangang, flying backward, showed no anger. Instead, he stared at his sword and burst into laughter. Wu Chang simply watched him, choosing not to press his advantage. He too wanted to see what other tricks Li Tiangang had up his sleeve. He saw Li Tiangang shake the long sword in his hand, then reach behind him with his left hand and grasp a scabbard. A sword radiating a chilling, icy light appeared in his grasp. Seeing this sword, Wu Chang instantly frowned. Did the opponent intend to wield 2 swords? But the world-slaying god-cutting blade was a god-tier weapon, not even a 3-handed sword could block it. Wu Chang, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Your strength is worthy of my weapon. This is the Heaven's Wrath Dragon-slaying sword. The other is the Heaven's Sorrow-fallen Phoenix sword, seized from the hands of the evil god by my father. Now, these 2 weapons of the same origin unite. I wonder if you can withstand this strike. With that, Li Tiangang slammed the blades together. Instantly, a profound force rippled out, plunging the once clear sky into utter darkness as if the apocalypse had arrived. The 2 blades, surging with sword energy, transformed into soaring dragons that shot into the heavens. Finally, tempered by thunderous force, they merged into one. In that instant, the heavens and earth trembled. The piercing sword chi even tore through the dark clouds in the sky. Forged with the pinnacle techniques and very life of a god-tier blacksmith, this is the transcendent weapon crafted specifically for the heaven-slaying sword god. The god-falling heaven-shattering sword. Chapter 98. The stalemate intensifies. Lin Zhanhuang enters the fray. Vote for us. The god-falling heaven-shattering sword. Though the name of this sword was unknown, the Heaven's Wrath Dragon-slaying sword and the Heaven's Sorrow-fallen Phoenix sword were legendary. For the divine-tier blacksmith who forged these legendary swords was none other than a super blacksmith capable of crafting mythical tier weapons. To name just 2 known examples, Zhang Fushan and Guo Chongming knew that over a 200-year span, this individual had forged at least 5 mythical grade artifacts, while his output of peerless grade equipment numbered in the hundreds. His death was equally mysterious. Legend has it he was helping a heaven-slaying sword god forge a weapon beyond mythical rank when, utterly exhausted, he was invaded by a demon god. Though the demon god was ultimately repelled, the smith, determined to prevent his creation from being claimed, split the sword into 2 halves. Only when 2 worthy individuals wield both blades can they reunite and restore the sword's true form. And today, they encountered the one who could fuse 2 top-tier legendary weapons into one. The emergence of a god-tier weapon signifies the end of the era where mythic weapons reign supreme. The world's ultimate weapon will be the sword in Li Tiangang's grasp. Wu Chang, bring it on. Gripping the fallen god's heaven-shattering sword, Li Tiangang felt more powerful than ever before. It seemed that as long as the sword remained in his grasp, defeat was impossible. Seeing this, Wu Chang's eyes lit up with excitement. He had believed he alone would possess a god-tier weapon, yet now he encountered another who wielded one as well. In that case, I won't hold back either. Just as everyone expected Wu Chang to back down, he gave a sharp shake to his world-shattering god-slaying blade. Instantly, the once plain blade erupted with a fiery glow, radiating an aura of power that matched the fallen god heaven-shattering sword. Seeing Wu Chang display such unyielding resolve, the crowd couldn't help but feel puzzled. After all, this was a god-tier weapon. No matter how powerful Wu Chang was or how much hope he carried, he couldn't possibly possess the strength to directly confront a god-tier weapon, could he? Though the spectators didn't wish for his defeat, they understood what a god-tier weapon represented. This was the only such weapon currently in existence. If mythic-tier weapons were already terrifying, a god-tier weapon could likely defeat opponents as easily as slicing through melons. Yet Principal Zhang Fushan, Guild Leader Guo Chongming, and Demon City University's President Lin Ji all fixed solemn gazes upon Wu Chang. They too sensed that overwhelming aura, one that held no less power than the fallen god's heaven-shattering sword. Clearly, the blade in Wu Chang's hands was highly likely another god-tier weapon or at the very least, a top-tier mythical grade weapon. It seems we both miscalculated this match. Regardless of who wins, the General Association will surely intervene. Watching Wu Chang and Li Tiangang face off, Guo Chongming gave a slight nod, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. The combat prowess of these two could no longer be measured by their grades or compared to their peers. Even among second-year students, Wu Chang and Li Tiangang would likely stand out as elite fighters. After all, while skill combinations matter, the ultimate priority is maximizing damage output.
His gaze shifted to Wu Chang and Li Tiangang, where a vast no-man's land had now formed between them. Somehow, the Yenjing University team seemed energized as if on steroids. Though their overall strength lagged behind their opponents, they inexplicably eliminated the Magic City University fighters one by one. Though it was a one-for-one exchange, in the end, only Lin Zhanhuang remained standing on the stage. His gaze now fixed intensely on Wu Chang and Li Tiangang, his eyes holding intentions no one could fathom. Wu Chang, I'm waiting for your sword energy. What are you waiting for? As the tension between them reached its peak, Li Tiangang made his move. He raised the fallen god heaven-shattering sword with both hands. A thunderous sword chi erupted from his body, coalescing behind him into a colossal phantom wielding the blade. This gigantic shadow now swung the sword down toward Wu Chang. Heaven and Earth Slash. This was the core skill of the heaven-slaying sword god, one he had possessed since his class change. The skill would continue to upgrade as the practitioner grew stronger. Once Li Tiangang reached the 700th level as a god-tier practitioner, he would even gain the power to slay demon gods. Though that was beyond his current reach, defeating Wu Chang seemed straightforward to him. It's over. Magic Capital University is too strong this year. Wu Chang probably won't hold out. Last year, you could chalk it up to luck, but this year's Magic Capital University is unbeatable. As a Yenjing native, I find myself actually envious of Magic City University's students. Spectators around them shook their heads in disappointment. They had hoped to witness Wu Chang defeat all challengers and claim the championship, but now it seemed that dream was unlikely to come true. As for the judges' table, Zhang Fushan also wore a look of regret. Though he desperately wanted Wu Chang to win, the current situation made it clear that even if Wu Chang activated his Dharma aspect, he couldn't withstand this strike. After all, the Heaven and Earth Slash dealt pure, unmitigated damage. Not even double resistance, tenfold resistance wouldn't be enough to withstand it. The biting sword chi drew ever closer. Under its oppressive weight, even the front row spectators began to feel uneasy. Yet Wu Chang remained standing, immovable as an ancient, unyielding rock. Heaven and Earth Slash? Truly a fitting name. Only you could make me unleash my full power. Wu Chang looked at Li Tiangang, who was visibly drained, a hint of pride in his expression. Though his opponent was formidable, Wu Chang was a genius himself, a genius empowered by a system. Bloodline Curse, activate. Life Restoring Art, activate. Divine Body Regeneration, activate. Godslayer Slash. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Wu Chang advanced toward Li Tiangang as multicolored lights erupted from his body. The crimson glow was the support skill Blood Curse, the emerald green signaled restorative abilities, and though the earthy yellow aura remained unidentified, it radiated a profound sense of steadfastness. Finally, Wu Chang swung his long sword, unleashing an unmatched blade aura that collided directly with the sword energy of the heaven-slaying sword god. Boom! An energy storm erupted, obliterating everything in its path. As the dust settled, the crowd frantically searched for the two combatants. Wu Chang stood panting in place, while Li Tiangang fared little better. His face was ashen as he gripped the god-tier weapon, his arm drooping slightly, clearly drained of strength. Good. Truly a fierce battle. Just as the audience and judges waited for the outcome, Lin Zhanhuang, who had been lingering on the sidelines moments before, suddenly stepped forward with a grin. Clapping his hands, he wore a mocking grin, looking quite pleased with himself. Quick! Go defeat Li Tiangang. Some spectators couldn't help but feel their hearts race with anxiety. They had thought all hope of victory was lost, yet now it burned anew. Yet Lin Zhanhuang stood to the side of Wu Chang and Li Tiangang, the phoenix-winged, gold-inlaid halberd gleaming coldly in his grasp. Just as Wu Chang and Li Tiangang wondered why he hadn't made his move yet, Lin Zhanhuang's voice slowly echoed out. Since neither of you can do it, then just lie down for me. Here, there can only be one victor, and that is me, Lin Zhanhuang. Chapter 99, Slaying the Evil God, Turning the Tide. I am the true victor of this contest. Lin Zhanhuang's face was engulfed in dark purple energy flames, and even the phoenix-winged golden halberd radiated the same aura. Such an anomaly instantly stunned the crowd. None could fathom what had overtaken this man. Isn't Lin Zhanhuang a student at Yenjing University? Why is he attacking his own people now? Who knows? Maybe there's some irreconcilable conflict between him and Wu Chang? Could be. If that's the case, we're in for quite the show. Could there be something we don't know about this? In an instant, all the spectators began speculating wildly. They didn't know the nature of the feud between Wu Chang and Lin Zhanhuang, but nothing could dampen their curiosity. Meanwhile, Zhang Fushan's brow was deeply furrowed. Even he, as the university president, couldn't gauge the full impact this incident would have. At the very least, the outside world would inevitably question Yenjing University's educational standards. Why else would the freshman tournament run smoothly for years, only to erupt into an internal conflict at your university? At this thought, Zhang Fushan felt his position was in jeopardy. But Guo Chongming frowned, a sudden sense of foreboding rising within him. The moment that black-purple flame appeared, the same heart-pounding sensation he'd felt last night returned. If last night had been an accident, could this recurrence also be dismissed as mere coincidence?
Even Lin Ji sensed something amiss, tapping his fingers on the armrest as he clearly struggled to make sense of the unfolding situation.
What do you say? Li Tiangang smiled at the arrogantly boastful Lin Zhanhuang.
In all his years, he'd never encountered such brazen audacity, someone actually attempting to reap the rewards of others' labor. But reaping rewards requires the strength to back it up.
Li Tiangang had never lost a single battle since childhood.
Today, he and Wu Chang were merely deadlocked.
This Lin Zhanhuang was literally dancing on the edge of death.
Hearing this, Wu Chang snorted derisively before straightening his back.
The world-shattering god-slaying blade in his grasp once again radiated an imposing aura. What do you mean?
Naturally, I'll make him see clearly. Lin Zhanhuang, you insulted my kin and framed me. Today, I intend to settle the score right here.
But unless you've made significant progress, I doubt you'll be able to defeat me.
Wu Chang's voice was as cold as ice, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes.
Hearing his words, Lin Zhanhuang's expression instantly turned icy.
His fists clenched, his eyes blazing with hatred. He advanced step by step toward Wu Chang, his voice sharpening to a piercing edge.
It was you who stole everything from me. Yes, my power is insufficient to defeat you. But now, do you still have a way?
As Lin Zhanhuang roared, the evil god's heart absorbed within his body surged violently.
A power utterly matching his own erupted forth. A black-purple energy flared up instantly, triggering the alarm systems across Yinjing University.
Lin Zhanhuang's form grew immense, his body sprouting rows of backward-pointing spikes. The phoenix-winged golden halberd in his grasp turned pitch black, as if corroded from within.
Power is everything.
A frenzied roar echoed throughout the venue. Spectators who had been frozen in place moments before now stared wide-eyed at Lin Zhanhuang, their expressions filled with terror and shock. Jiang Fushan and Lin Ji were utterly bewildered, but Guo Chongming suddenly understood.
So last night's premonition had been real. Members of the Evil God Society were actually unleashing chaos in Yinjing. No, this isn't the Demon God Society. This is, the Demon God has awakened. Thinking of Lin Zhanhuang's family lineage, Guo Chongming swallowed hard.
He never imagined this man would succumb to madness infused with the suppressed heart of the demon god. So now, Wu Chang and Li Tiangang weren't facing Lin Zhanhuang, they were facing a revived demon god.
Though constrained by its physical limitations, it remained a demon god.
One misstep, and everyone on the stage could die.
Activate the protective shield immediately. Impossible. It's been tampered with. We can't activate it.
Jiang Fushan scrambled to implement countermeasures, but the staff relayed the utterly devastating news.
We're done for.
That shield could withstand attacks from a level 500 professional. Now we can only wait for the outcome inside.
Surrounded by fleeing spectators, Principal Jiang Fushan could only gaze anxiously at the arena, praying for rescue to arrive swiftly. Watching Lin Zhanhuang, now transformed into a demon god, Wu Chang's lips curled into a sneer. Can't win, so you switch sides?
I really did overestimate you, Lin Zhanhuang. This time I can fight to my heart's content.
Li Tiangang, wielding the fallen god's heaven-shattering sword, approached Wu Chang.
Though their earlier clash had ended in stalemate, the emergence of the demon god now made both men realize their immediate priority, utterly banishing this monstrous entity.
Don't get knocked down. I won't be bothering to help you then.
Wu Chang chuckled in response, then swung his blade in a flurry of slashes, charging straight at Lin Zhanhuang.
Simultaneously, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Single choice option presented. Host, please take note.
Single choice, slay the demon god-possessed boss Lin Zhanhuang upon victory, obtain skill upgrade book 1. Though he didn't know what the single choice signified, Wu Chang understood that whenever this option appeared, it meant someone was about to be persecuted by the demon god. Last time it was Hao Yenshu, and this time it was Lin Zhanhuang. But unlike Hao Yenshu, this time he would utterly annihilate the creature before him, the one who had fused with the heart of the evil god. Godslayer / Heaven-Earth Cleaving / Wu Chang and Li Tiangang unleashed their most powerful techniques simultaneously. Meanwhile, Lin Zhanhuang, now fully transformed into a demon god swinging his phoenix-winged golden halberd, struck directly before him. Both attacks struck the phoenix-winged golden halberd, leaving several bloody gashes on Lin Zhanhuang's body, yet failing to truly harm him.
My turn. The attack only fueled Lin Zhanhuang's frenzy, his voice echoing like a demon's wail from the depths of hell. Demon God Breaker.
The phoenix-winged golden halberd erupted with pitch-black flames, transforming into a black dragon that charged straight toward Wu Chang and Li Tiangang.
Boom!
The violent explosion sent both men flying.
Empowered by the demon god's force, Lin Zhanhuang's potential as an invincible heavenly general had been fully unleashed.
This combat-specialized class nearly claimed the lives of Wu Chang and Li Tiangang in that moment.
Heal!
Wu Chang scrambled to his feet, dodging several attacks to reach Li Tiangang's side. He cast a healing spell, significantly alleviating both their injuries.
What now?
After dodging attacks in disarray, Li Tiangang frowned and turned to Wu Chang. Lin Zhanhuang had completely lost his mind, no longer resembling a human being. The surrounding floor was already completely shattered. If the fight continued, it would likely endanger the other team members who were already incapacitated.
Hearing Li Tiangong's question, Wu Cheng pressed his lips together before pulling out the Qinglong's avatar token.
Though uncertain of its effectiveness, he had no choice but to use it now. He crushed the token, and immediately a dragon's roar echoed. The Qinglong's avatar appeared as a shadowy form, surveyed the surroundings, then smiled and rushed into Wu Cheng's body.
Feel it well. This is what the previous Heavenly Lord taught me. This time, it's my turn to teach you. The Azure Dragon's voice echoed within Wu Cheng's mind. Instantly, his body began moving as if beyond his control. Under the Azure Dragon's command, Wu Cheng wielded the world-shattering god-slaying blade. An aura of invincibility radiated from his body, making him appear as if he were a god. The greatest geniuses must be invincible. This strike is called reversing heaven and earth. In an instant, the world-slaying god-slaying blade seemed to be completely unleashed, its fiery glow even dimming the sun on the horizon. A thick, invincible blade aura shot skyward, hurtling straight toward Lin Zhanhuang. The demon god's eyes widened in shock at the sight of this blade aura. Impossible. He was dead? The evil god roared in fury, reaching out to block it, only to find the blade aura pass through unimpeded, striking directly at his most vital core, the evil god's heart. The world-destroying god-slaying blade pierced through Lin Zhanhuang's body, and Wu Cheng regained control of his own form. Yet the sensation from moments before lingered relentlessly in his mind. No! I am invincible. The demon god is even more invincible. Why must you always ruin my plans? Lin Zhanhuang's voice grew fainter and fainter. The black flames on his face gradually faded, leaving only a deathly pale face and a lifeless corpse. At that moment, the protective barrier slowly retracted, signaling the formation had determined the battle within was concluded. Seeing this, Wu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Though he and Li Tiangang hadn't settled their match, slaying the evil god was a significant achievement. Yet just as everyone thought it was over, a black light burst forth from Lin Zhanhuang's corpse and fled into the distance. Chapter 100, Ranking the Ranks, Who Dares Be My Foe? The black light moved with astonishing speed, instantly soaring to a height of 100 meters. It then transformed into Lin Zhanhuang's form, erupting in a haughty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Wu Cheng, Li Tiangang, you two little punks are quite formidable. You nearly wounded this master. That good-for-nothing Lin Zhanhuang, even with my blessing, he still couldn't defeat the two of you. Truly trash among trash. But never mind. Since he released me, I shall remember this grudge for now. Remember this, I am the burning heaven evil god. Only if you become quasi-gods in the future might you be worthy to see me again. With that, the burning heaven evil god vanished instantly, transforming into a jet-black beam of light as he prepared to slip away. Seeing this, Wu Cheng was naturally consumed with anxiety. Dealing with the hatred of a single rock demon god, Chris, was already overwhelming enough. Adding this burning heaven demon god to the mix meant he'd likely never find peace again. Yet the situation before him was beyond his control. The opponent was a demon god. Though his power might have waned somewhat, he was still far beyond Wu Cheng's ability to resist. Even figures like Principal Zheng Fushan and guild leader Guo Chongming couldn't stop the burning heaven evil god. After all, they were merely level 300 plus practitioners. One misstep could mean instant death in battle. Yet at that very moment, a majestic voice boomed down from the heavens, sending the burning heaven evil god's heart pounding in terror. Mori Lang, you've miscalculated. The voice was utterly composed, as if descending directly from the heavens. As the words fell, a magnificent pagoda descended from the heavens, followed by a white figure appearing before the crowd. Who else could it be but the divine Tier-Array master, Ning Jitian? At the sight of Ning Jitian's arrival, the burning heaven evil god Mori Lang instantly panicked, instantly transforming himself into countless sparks and scattering into the distance. Below, the crowd was overjoyed. Damned humans, you'll pay for this. This isn't over between us. Mo Li Lang's roar echoed throughout the area. His body then violently exploded, causing the pagoda to tremble. Seizing this opportunity, he fled. Seeing this, Ning Jitian made no attempt to pursue. After all, each flame represented a fragment of the burning heaven evil god. Chasing them would be futile. Moreover, after self-detonating, the enemy's power level would inevitably plummet. It would take over a century to recover, and during that time, the burning heaven evil god Mo Li Lang would likely vanish from sight. With this thought, his gaze fell upon Wu Cheng and Li Tiangang below, and he couldn't help but nod slightly. Both were outstanding talents of the new generation, surpassing even his own abilities back in the day. Yet as the saying goes, in scholarship there is no absolute first, but in martial arts there is no second. Though their strengths were comparable, a hierarchy must still be established. Recalling that Lin Zhanhuang had been slain by Wu Cheng, his mind was made up. His gaze settled on Wu Cheng, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wu Cheng, we truly have a connection. Last time we met, we clashed head-on with the rock demon. Now you've offended the burning heaven demon. You're quite the fellow. Had you not slain Lin Zhanhuang just now, this matter likely wouldn't have ended so swiftly. I fear our next meeting will be within the Sky Tower itself. With that, Ning Jitian waved his hand, and the pagoda swiftly shrank back into his palm. Then, in an astonishing display, his entire being dissolved into starlight and vanished before the eyes of the crowd. Witnessing this spectacle, those still present couldn't help but swallow hard. This was a god-tier practitioner utterly different from them mere lowly karamis. Everyone, did Wu Chang actually go toe-to-toe with the rock demon god before? Hearing Ning Jitian's words, Lin Ji, the president of Demon City University, could no longer remain seated. He had thought Li Tiangang was already beyond extraordinary, but never imagined someone even more extraordinary existed. Setting aside other matters, the sheer act of confronting a demon god head-on was far beyond what Li Tiangang could achieve. At best, he dueled a fragment of a demon god of equal rank, victory far from guaranteed, yet that alone placed him at the pinnacle among his peers. Now, a god-tier practitioner had testified that Wu Chang, a lone practitioner, had gone toe-to-toe with the rock demon god and not just an avatar. That sheer audacity alone was enough to make other practitioners sweat. Is this even human? Yet as the president of Yenjing University, Zhang Fushan merely smiled and nodded slightly. Well, to be honest, you were also recruiting him back then. It was just that the terms you offered weren't good enough, so Wu Chang ended up coming to our Yenjing. Hearing this, Lin Ji's expression shifted from stunned to twisted, his tone dripping with hostility. Damn it! The admissions office is incompetent. Looks like I'll have to personally oversee recruitment from now on. That familiar tone instantly transported Zhang Fushan back to his own student days. But clearly, he didn't have much time to dwell on it. Clearing his throat twice, he said in a deep voice, "Old Lin, about this year's championship. It's yours." Seeing Zhang Fushan inquire about the championship's outcome, Lin Ji could only shake his head helplessly. What could he do? The god-tier professional had personally singled them out for praise. Could he really insist our school's Li Tiangang is also outstanding? Don't be ridiculous. If he uttered those words today, Ning Jitian would likely storm into his office tomorrow to demand an explanation. After all, this sort of thing wasn't exactly new to him. Hearing this, Zhang Fushan smiled. He quickly strode onto the stage, smiling as he looked at Wu Chang and Li Tiangang. Thanks to Ning Jitian's appearance, the earlier commotion had gradually subsided. Many who had left the arena even rushed back to see what was happening, proof that the Dragon Nation's love for gossip runs deep in their blood. Well done. Without you two, who knows what that Lin Zhanhuan might have gotten up to. Zhang Fushan patted Li Tiangang's shoulder with a smile before turning to Wu Chang. You're a real gem, kid. Yenjing University has truly hit the jackpot this time. His voice brimmed with delight, his tone even rising slightly. Wu Chang, meanwhile, snapped out of his daze after Ning Jitian's earlier praise. In truth, the moment the burning heaven evil god, Mo Li Lang, fled, he had received his system reward. Not only had he gained a skill upgrade book, but judging by the president's reaction, the championship title was likely already secured. Ladies and gentlemen, though this was a freshman tournament, one interrupted by the evil god, the outcome remains positive. Earlier, students Li Tiangang and Wu Chang engaged the demon god. Wu Chang even slew the demon god's vessel. Had that not occurred, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, though their strengths were nearly equal, after deliberation with Principal Lin Ji, we have reached a unanimous decision. This year's freshman tournament champion is Wu Chang. With that, he grabbed Wu Chang's hand and raised it high, his face beaming with a smile. As the words fell, the audience, staff, and team members who had returned to the scene erupted in applause, not only celebrating Wu Chang, but also rejoicing in their own renewed sense of purpose. But Wu Chang had heard the underlying message. The champion isn't Yenjing University, it's me. For a moment, he couldn't contain the surge of joy welling up inside him. Finally, amid the cheers of the crowd, he lifted his head and looked around. In this moment, he was neither the bullied, worthless misfit nor the academically gifted star revered on campus. He was the champion of this year's freshman tournament. And the undisputed individual champion. Chapter 101, Surprise. Unparalleled gear acquired. As the freshman tournament concluded, news of the demon god's appearance at Yenjing University quickly spread. However, alongside this news came reports of a Yenjing University student slaying the person possessed by the evil god. Yet, through the professional association's cover-up and the intervention of an unseen god-tier array master, most people's memories were erased. All that remained was the knowledge that this individual was a Yenjing University student. Wu Chang finally enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. After the freshman tournament concluded, Li Tiangang and the others returned directly to the magic capital. Before departing, Wu Chang and Li Tiangang made plans to venture into dungeons together during winter break. But judging by my leveling speed, Li Tiangang, you're gonna get left in the dust. Opening his interface, Wu Chang couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curve upward. Name, Wu Chang. Titles, Godslayer, Avenger, Wealthy Tycoon. Class, Free Agent. Level, LV 50 10% 1.4x damage. Equipment, World-Shattering God-Slaying Blade God Tier, Dark Gold Giant Set Unrivaled Tier, Warrior's Frame Unrivaled Tier, Mage's Staff Unrivaled Tier, Space-Splitting Orb Unrivaled Tier, Purple Spirit Gourd Unrivaled Tier, Sky Riding Cloak Unrivaled Tier. Strength, 450 plus 175 Spirit, 230 plus 175. Physical Resistance, 150 plus 275 Magic Resistance, 150 plus 275. Critical chance, 20 plus 30% critical damage, 150%. Skills, spiritual suppression, enhanced devour, total control, divine body regeneration, grand life restoration, spatial leap, bloodline curse, mastery of all arts, surprise elbow strike, absolute block, fatal strike, dharma form, heaven splitting blade. Inventory, elite exchange voucher 80, hidden exchange voucher 30, skill upgrade book 1. After slaying Lin Zhanhuan, my level unexpectedly jumped straight to 50. Unfortunately, I still couldn't grasp the technique the Azure Dragon had taught me. This skill, called turning the tides, left him with only a vague memory of its profound state, yet he struggled to grasp its true essence. When the Azure Dragon possessed me that time, fragments of understanding about turning the heavens and earth appeared in my mind, yet I couldn't fully grasp it. It's like they planted the skill manual in my head. I'll just have to study it bit by bit to learn it. Another attempt to use the skill yielded no response, yet Wu Chang refused to be discouraged. He had always mastered other skills instantly. Now, facing this elusive one, he suspected its power upon mastery would surpass all others. Thinking this, he glanced up at the midday sun and couldn't help but curse that burning heaven evil god, Mo Li Lang, in his heart. If it weren't for that bastard's appearance, the entire capital wouldn't have ended up like Huazhong City back then, with every dungeon completely sealed off. With the association's full backing, everyone had begun hunting down hidden members of the evil god cult. Rumor had it that even within Yenjing University, someone had been exposed, though he regretted not witnessing it firsthand. Is Wu Chang here? Just as he pondered this, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a familiar voice. Hearing it, Wu Chang's face lit up with delight. He hurriedly opened the door and welcomed the visitor inside. The visitor entered with a smile, though a hint of weariness lingered on his face. Who else could it be but Li Dafei, all the way from Huazhong City? After both men sat down and caught their breath, Wu Chang finally turned his gaze to Li Dafei, wondering what business the director of admissions had brought him. Ha, don't give me that look. We watched the Yenjing University competition, it was quite impressive. Li Dafei's smile was impossible to hide. After all, Wu Chang was the one he had recruited, and he had even fought against the demon god alongside over 10 other students. Crucially, Yenjing University had won the championship. This proved beyond doubt that recruiting Wu Chang had been a masterstroke. Now, with only 2 days left before the semester began, it was time to fulfill the promise he had made back then. When I recruited you, I never imagined you'd end up competing in the freshman tournament. But it's all settled now. The prize for winning the freshman tournament hasn't been distributed yet. I just met with the president, and he intends to give it to you along with your admission conditions. Choose any peerless grade equipment you desire. With that, Li Dafei spread his hands, revealing over a dozen peerless grade items below level 100. This sight left Wu Chang utterly speechless, at a complete loss for words. Weren't peerless grade weapons supposed to be extremely rare? How could he produce so many at once? Moreover, his admission requirement was a revered grade weapon. Even winning the newcomer tournament shouldn't warrant peerless grade weapons. The gap in value between the two couldn't possibly be measured by quantity alone. This is the principal's order. Don't refuse it. Just as he opened his mouth to refuse, Li Dafei's words left him speechless. Well, what else could he do when someone insisted on giving him something? Of course he'd accept it. Thank you. Wu Chang clasped his fists in gratitude, then turned his gaze to the equipment floating in the air. Weapons dominated the collection, with fewer pieces of armor and only a handful of accessories. This time, the system didn't pop up. Perhaps because he'd already made a choice when obtaining the Purple Spirit Treasure Gourd, the system couldn't be bothered to offer any rewards this time. After weighing his options, Wu Chang ultimately chose an accessory. The accessory was named Bombardment Seal, which slightly increased the area of effect damage dealt by skills and attacks. Though seemingly minor, Wu Chang knew this Bombardment Seal offered far more than a simple 1+1 bonus. After all, he lacked area of effect attacks. With this item, he could efficiently eliminate those monsters later on. Making leveling easier would save him a significant chunk of time. Seeing Wu Chang finish his selection, Li Dafei didn't linger. He briefed Wu Chang on recent events in Huajing City before departing in haste. Watching Li Dafei depart, Wu Chang felt a pang of loneliness. Ever since Hao Yanshui's funds had been secured, his parents had embarked on extensive travels. Due to their unique status, Chairman Song Qingye had been constantly worried. After all, Wu Chang was now a thorn in the side of the demon gods, making his parents' constant travels a potential target for attacks. However, the association had concealed all information. Uncovering the connections involved would be impossible for anyone below Song Qingye's level of seniority. Time really flies. I wonder what level of strength I'll reach by winter break. Wu Chang gazed at the sky, his mind already mapping out plans for the new semester. Meanwhile, the burning heaven evil god, Mo Li Lang, had arrived at the domain where most evil gods resided, the evil god plane. This was the sacred pilgrimage site all evil gods must visit after igniting their divine flames, the very foundation of their existence. As the burning heaven evil god, Mo Li Lang's power was undeniable. Yet a century ago, he had been besieged by god-tier practitioners, leaving his body decayed until only his heart remained. Just moments ago, that damned Ning Jitian had shattered its level.
Now, back in the demon god realm, it was nothing more than a lowly trash tier being barely above level 300. Unless it can recover its scattered power, restoring its peak strength seems like a pipe dream.
Wu Chang. Li Tian Gang. Ning Zitian. You'll pay for this. Mo Relong will tear you to pieces. Its growl echoed across the entire domain.
At the edge of the neighboring territory, a massive boulder suddenly rose to its feet, its bloodshot eyes scanning the surroundings.
Ning Zitian. Wu Chang. Hao Yenshu. Chris, the rock demon, won't let you live in peace. Chapter 102, Master Fong Shang's first lesson, Dungeon Run. The next day dawned bright and sunny, perfect for travel. Though summer training had concluded, the students' final grades would ultimately determine their futures. The top 10 students of the elite class all resided in detached villas, while the rest occupied double occupancy dorms. Though not luxurious, these were vastly superior to the 6-person and 4-person dorms of the regular classes. As for why there were still 8-person dorms, Principal Zhang Fushan had something to say about that superior environments hinder striving. As for why the top 10 earned detached villas? Well, they didn't have to strive for it. Of course, none of this concerned Wu Chang. Although most people had their memories of the dark god erased by Ning Zitian, and even the live broadcast footage was ultimately withheld, everyone knew that Wu Chang's efforts played a significant role in Yenjing University's championship victory. Given this, Wu Chang had become the de facto leader of the combat elite class. Regardless of others, at least the members who participated in the rookie tournament naturally felt immense closeness toward him. Ahem, everyone, I am your instructor.
The classroom buzzed with noise, completely oblivious to the lean, young man standing at the lectern. Seeing this, he could only raise his voice to demand silence from the students. Wu Chang, however, had locked eyes with him the moment he entered the classroom, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. It wasn't that he had any issues with this instructor, but rather that the man appeared frail yet radiated an overwhelming aura of power. Merely sensing it already made Wu Chang feel a slight sense of pressure. This man was stronger than instructor Huang Xiaoming. As this conclusion formed in his mind, Wu Chang narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed Yenjing University's reputation for surpassing other institutions was well deserved. With such formidable instructors and a pool of talented students, it was no wonder exceptional talents emerged here.
I'm your instructor, Fong Shang. My profession is Spirit Transforming Ranger, though my level isn't high, just 350.
Come to think of it, I graduated from the elite class myself, though that was decades ago. Fong Shang's voice was low, yet it reached every ear in the room.
Upon hearing his profession, Wu Chang raised an eyebrow.
Spirit Transforming Ranger among the elite combat classes, it wasn't particularly outstanding. Yet interestingly, this class could switch between melee and ranged forms, coupled with a broad skill learning curve, making it quite popular in dungeons. And now, their instructor was a Spirit Transforming Ranger.
It must have been a deliberate choice by the academy.
True. Elite class students have diverse professions, and Spirit Shifting Rangers can instantly switch combat modes. Plus, being an elite class graduate of this school, teacher Fong Shang must possess considerable skill himself. Wu Chang's mind raced with speculation, while Shui Lingwan, seated beside him, gazed at him with a hint of astonishment.
It was Fong Shang?
This was no ordinary figure.
Fong Shang had graduated from Yenjing University 50 years ago.
He'd been a level 100 student upon graduation, but had managed to finish his studies 2 years early. After graduation, he became a prominent figure in hell-level dungeons, consistently earning high praise from every teammate he played with. Later, it was rumored he fell victim to an ambush by a demon god, who devoured part of his level and innate talents. Ultimately, he chose to return to Yenjing University as a teacher, and now, unexpectedly, he had become an instructor for the elite class. But none of the other students knew this. All they knew was that the Fong Shang before them was a super-level professional at a staggering 350. Needless to say, if he wished, every single person in this room would be no more than a few slaps to him.
Seeing the crowd fall silent, a faint smile touched Fong Shang's pallid face.
It seemed that regardless of a professional's rank, only raw power could truly make them listen obediently.
He then spoke slowly.
While I think the elite class students are quite capable, in my view, they're still too green. You haven't faced life or death crises, so you naturally don't grasp the importance of leveling up. Therefore, my curriculum contains nothing but one word: battle. As he spoke, Fong Shang's voice grew intensely stern and resonant, leaving Wu Chang wondering whether the next activity would be one-on-one duels or a round-robin battle.
To become the absolute elite, you must first survive life and death crises time and again. Schools are ivory towers utterly devoid of any sense of urgency.
Therefore, our first lesson will be combat within the guild-managed dungeons.
First Nightmare tier, then Hell tier, and finally Godslayer tier.
As students of the elite class, if you can't even clear a level 60 Hell tier dungeon in a party, you're truly useless. As for Godslayer tier dungeons, those are merely your challenge. In half a month, I expect someone to clear the Godslayer tier dungeon. Now, everyone follow me to the guild. We're starting class immediately. With that, Fong Shang turned and walked out, clearly having made up his mind.
Most students hadn't processed it yet. After all, wasn't the first class supposed to be the easiest? Why were they diving straight into a dungeon?
Though Wu Chang didn't understand the instructor's teaching methods, venturing into a dungeon himself was practically a piece of cake.
He promptly stood up and followed Feng Sheng out.
Seeing Wu Chang rise without hesitation, a hint of surprise flashed across Feng Sheng's face. In his view, these students were surely unprepared.
With such an abrupt change of plans, they'd at least protest first. How could someone be ready to leave so quickly? Good. What's your name? Feng Sheng regarded Wu Chang with a scrutinizing gaze.
He rarely encountered students this proactive and eager for combat. In his memory, only Li Tiangang from Magic City University had been like this after all. That genius had forged his skills in dungeons, not as some ivory tower oddity.
Wu Chang.
Wu Chang's face held a faint smile as he confidently stated his name. Though only two characters, they resonated in Feng Sheng's ears like the deep, resonant tones of a great bell.
So it was this kid.
Wu Chang rumored to be a student capable of single-handedly taking on a demon god of equal rank.
Though merely a freelancer by profession, his combat prowess was unmatched among the new generation.
To put it plainly, not a single freshman this year could hold a candle to him.
So it's that free-roaming kid. Not bad, not bad. Feng Sheng nodded repeatedly, a satisfied expression spreading across his face.
With such a student under his tutelage, his combat prowess would only grow stronger by the time he graduated. Seeing Wu Chang rise from his seat, the others in the classroom hesitated no longer and followed suit. After all, he was the representative of this year's freshmen.
Even if you were stronger, could you really take down Wu Chang?
Seeing everyone emerge, Feng Sheng wasted no words. He pulled out an array disc, placed it on the ground, and twisted it open with a sharp turn. A teleportation array slowly activated, connecting directly to the Yanjing Practitioners Association.
You think the dungeon is difficult? But that's just an illusion. The instance I'm taking you to challenge today will likely become the nightmare of your entire lives. Chapter 103, Classmate, your record is a bit exaggerated. At the dungeon entrance.
The dungeon they were about to challenge was called the Troll Lair, a level 60 nightmare difficulty instance.
Just by the name, you can tell the main monsters inside are trolls.
While these creatures might be a bit tricky for other students, for Wu Chang, it's just a matter of swinging his blade a few extra times. Groups of up to 4 players.
Begin your challenge.
Remember, you only have half a month to clear the dungeon. While there are no rewards, I'll record your performance each time. Whether you're seeking employment or forming your own team to tackle dungeons later, these results will carry significant weight. After negotiating with the guild, Feng Sheng stood at the entrance with his students, his tone solemn. Having said his piece, he sat down nearby, unconcerned with the students' reactions. From this point on, it was none of his business. His only task was to monitor the dungeon and ensure no accidents occurred. Seeing Feng Sheng's indifference, the students immediately descended into chaos as they scrambled to form teams. As participants in the freshman tournament, Wu Chang and the others found themselves targeted by several individuals.
Sorry, I'm not teaming up this time. Our boss is waiting over there.
Don't get too close to me, I don't want him to get the wrong idea. Li Fukong and Wang Guangwei smiled as they declined the invitations from their classmates, then approached Wu Chang with cheerful expressions. Clearly, they preferred coasting to victory by tagging along with Wu Chang rather than joining others as mere laborers. Though they couldn't quite pinpoint why, despite being comrades in arms who had defeated Li together, they still harbored a mix of respect and a hint of fear toward Wu Chang. Seeing the two approach, Wu Chang raised an eyebrow but didn't refuse them. After all, leading Zhu Lingwan alone was no different from leading 3 people. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Wu Chang strode into the instance. Xue Lingwan chuckled softly behind him before hurrying to catch up, the other two following close behind. The moment they entered the instance, a foul stench hit their noses. Glancing around, Wu Chang noticed 3 passages left, center, and right blocking his path, each marked with distinct symbols. At that very moment, a system prompt instantly flashed through Wu Chang's mind. Faced with 3 paths, make your choice. A. Take the left passage into the dungeon, discover a hidden area, defeating the hidden boss grants double experience. B. Take the middle passage to explore deeper into the instance, obtain the instance map. C. Take the right passage into a dead end, no reward for now. Glancing at the 3 options, Wu Chang's lips twitched. Regardless, his goal was to clear the dungeon, so the hidden boss was naturally skipped. But what was up with option C? No reward yet? System, are you really being this half-assed? Choose B. Wu Chang couldn't be bothered to argue and selected the most straightforward option. Instantly, a complete map of the dungeon appeared in his mind, revealing even the locations of the troll-built traps. Captain, have you decided where to go? Seeing Wu Chang standing motionless, the other 3 who had entered the dungeon immediately gathered around him. Let's go. Take the middle path. Wu Chang nodded and immediately headed toward the central path. This path was entirely different from the other 2. While the side paths were illuminated by lanterns, the central one remained pitch black. The others carefully felt their way forward with their light sources, but Wu Chang walked as if strolling through a garden, his pace actually quickening. Careful. After walking about 100 meters, Wu Chang suddenly halted and fixed his gaze on the ground. Shui Lingwan and the others, expecting monsters to crawl out from beneath the ground, stared intently ahead. Yet the next instant, Wu Cheng stomped his foot down. The ground ahead instantly caved in, followed by a massive collapse and a furious roar. After a moment, the commotion finally subsided. The group crouched down to peer into the depths. What they saw were three humanoid creatures with large noses, wielding clubs, and reeking of foul stench, glaring malevolently at the group. Underground Giant Demon King LV.60, a giant demon king dwelling in subterranean caverns. Though its temper has mellowed, it has grown more cunning. Its stench acts like poisonous gas, impairing the senses of those exposed. Strength, 600 plus 200 spirit, 200 physical resist, 600 magic resist, 600 stamina, 100000. Skills, club charge, foul breath, burrow strike, earthquake, troll leader. As for the other dungeon trolls, though not as formidable as this one, they clearly aren't to be trifled with either. Roar! Spotting Wu Cheng and his companions, the dungeon troll king let out a thunderous roar. Though it couldn't fathom how these humans had discovered the entrance to its secret chamber, such questions were irrelevant now. Humans meant dinner. Instantly, the other cave trolls joined in the fury, their thick arms wielding clubs, poised to strike the intruders at any moment. Hold them off while I distract them. Then you go down. Wu Cheng wasted no words, leaping directly into the underground cavern. His sky-sweeping cloak allowed him to float steadily in midair, creating the perfect space for the world-shattering god-slaying blade to unleash its power. A flash of brilliance erupted from his body, unleashing a torrent of heaven-shattering blade chi that poured down like a deluge. Instantly, dust swirled everywhere, gradually shrouding the giant demons in a haze of grit. Occasional roars and screams pierced the air. But when Wu Cheng ceased his assault, he discovered that aside from a dying giant troll king lying on the ground, the other monsters had all been utterly annihilated. Is this the effect of the bombardment seal? It's terrifying. It was important to note that the heaven-splitting blade strike carried no additional damage effects. In other words, the dungeon giant demon king had taken the full brunt of the damage, leaving it in this state. As for the other monsters, they likely didn't even take a few hits before being obliterated by the bombardment seal's area of effect damage. Faced with such terrifying AoE capabilities, Wu Cheng could only admit that choosing this equipment had been well worth it. As for Zhu Lingwan and the other two, their faces were twitching uncontrollably. What about letting them join him? At this rate, Wu Cheng could probably clear the dungeon solo. In truth, that was precisely Wu Cheng's plan. He could still bring them along for the hell difficulty later, but come Godslayer difficulty, he'd likely be struggling to survive himself. How could he possibly spare any attention for them? But the immediate priority was clearing this instance. Without further ado, Wu Cheng swung his blade directly at the Abyssal Demon King. The blade flashed, and the boss's head rolled to the ground, signaling Wu Cheng's team's victory. Outside, Fang Shang watched as all the students entered the instance, silently nodding to himself. This challenge was indeed demanding, but students who abandoned it out of fear of failure had no place in the elite class. Judging by the current situation, there were no cowards in the elite class. They had formed teams and entered the challenge in just 3 minutes. If they'd had half an hour, they'd likely have gotten lost in the underground labyrinth. Recalling his own awkward days exploring the underground caverns, Fang Shang couldn't help but shake his head in nostalgia. So many years had passed, it truly brought back memories. But when he looked up, a white light suddenly emanated from the dungeon entrance. Clearly, someone was about to emerge. Already getting eliminated? That's a bit weak, isn't it? Fang Shang frowned, then watched as Wu Cheng slowly emerged from within. For a moment, he froze. Wu Cheng had failed so quickly. Could there be something wrong with his dungeon selection? Then, he heard the announcement echoing from within the instance. Hell-level troll lair record broken. Fastest time, 2.5 minutes. The moment this announcement sounded, Fang Shang seemed to grasp something. His gaze toward Wu Cheng shifted, growing distinctly unsettled. You were supposed to break the record, not rush through it. And you did it on your very first attempt? That really takes the shine off his own achievement as the instructor. Chapter 104, Boss? Easy kill. You cleared it? Yeah. That simple reply made Fang Shang's face flush with embarrassment. What the hell was going on? Had he just stumbled into a lucky break? Wu Cheng had actually cleared the stage instead of getting eliminated. While he knew Wu Cheng was reasonably skilled, this level of excellence was beyond what he'd anticipated. He had expected Wu Cheng to clear it in about half an hour. After all, his own first run through this dungeon had taken roughly 45 minutes. But clearly, the current situation was not what he had anticipated. In that case, you should proceed to the next difficulty level. At that moment, Fang Shang, the teacher, felt a pang of inadequacy. After teaching at Yenjing University for 10 years, this was the first time he'd encountered such an extraordinary student. More importantly, he felt he had nothing left to teach him. After all, the boy had cleared it in just 3 minutes. What could he possibly teach Wu Cheng now? Even at the same level, it was doubtful whether he could lead 3 people to defeat the dungeon giant demon king. Hearing this, Shui Lingwan and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. You, together, challenge? These 3 words were so familiar, yet why did they feel so foreign now? Oh, so it was because the previous dungeon was neither a challenge for Wu Chang nor relevant to them. Well, that explained it. Seeing Fong Shang had nothing more to say, Wu Chang turned and walked straight into the dungeon, this time selecting the difficulty level, Hell. Upon entering the instance, they once again faced 3 branching paths. This time, however, Wu Chang had no intention of speedrunning through it. After all, this was a Hell-level instance. Rushing through it again might invite unnecessary trouble. Coincidentally, the troll lair contained a hidden dungeon. He could easily explore that hidden dungeon first to see what treasures lay within. Let's take the left path. Wu Chang glanced back at the others before stepping directly into the well-trodden passageway. Though Zulingwan and the others didn't know what Wu Chang had in mind, since he was leading them into this challenge, they would follow his lead. Following closely behind Wu Chang, the torches ahead illuminated the pitch-black passageway. Their footsteps echoed through the passageway, punctuated by occasional, wretched howls echoing from its depths. What's in there? A hidden boss. Xuelingwan, the squishy one, broke the silence first, while Wu Chang's tone remained uncharacteristically calm. Hearing his words, the other 3 felt a jolt of surprise. A hidden boss, not just anyone could discover such a thing. After all, the locations of hidden bosses were usually extremely well concealed, with terrain that favored the boss's strengths. Defeating it in such an environment was practically wishful thinking. But judging by Wu Chang's demeanor, he seemed intimately familiar with this place. The others followed closely behind him, eager to see what this hidden boss actually looked like. Reaching the passage's end, they encountered a stone wall. Just as they wondered where the boss was, Wu Chang smashed the wall with a single palm strike, revealing a massive chamber behind it. As the group cleared debris to enter, torches suddenly flared to life, revealing a colossal monster before them. Underground Iron Bellhound LV-60, hidden boss of the troll lair. Once the lair's ruler, it was driven out by the underground trolls. Though its vision is somewhat weak, it possesses exceptionally keen senses. Strength 300 spirit, 700 physical resist, 600 magic resist, 500 stamina, 80,000. Skills, Underground Hunt, Blood Mark, Rock Armor, Frenzied Claw Strike, Hound's Echo. The moment it saw, or rather sensed, Wu Chang and his companions, the dungeon Iron Bellhound lunged directly at them. Seeing this, Wu Chang swung his hand, sending the world-shattering god-slaying blade hurtling forth. The god-annihilating slash erupted, its colossal blade aura instantly making the dungeon Iron Bellhound feel its very life threatened. It halted abruptly in its tracks. Though this maneuver didn't significantly alter its course, it did allow the beast to adjust its posture and evade the fatal blow. Oh whoa! The subterranean bell-bellied hound let out a wretched howl, its cry echoing throughout the entire troll lair. Wu Chang seized the moment to close in, sweeping his blade across the creature's body. In an instant, blood spattered as a large chunk of flesh was severed from the boss's body, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Captain! Zulingwan and the others prepared to rush to his aid, only to find Wu Chang already walking toward them. The iron bell dog of the caverns was now covered in wounds, its neck gushing blood from a fatal injury. It was clearly beyond saving. Let's go. To the dungeon Demon King. Wu Chang flicked the blood from his blade onto the ground, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He had expected this hidden boss to be formidable, yet it couldn't even withstand a few of his strikes. It was utterly embarrassing. Just as he prepared to turn back and seek out the underground giant Demon King, the ground began to tremble beneath his feet. Instantly, his entire being tensed in alertness. Prepare for battle. Wu Chang's voice echoed through the chamber. Xuelingwan and the others instantly formed ranks according to their classes, preparing to face the impending threat. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than over a dozen foul-smelling figures burst in, led by none other than the underground giant Demon King. Ah! Wah! As the saying goes, enemies meeting face to face only intensifies their hatred. Though the 2 dungeon bosses shared no shared memories, the moment it saw Wu Chang, a wave of panic and rage washed over it. It commanded the subterranean trolls to charge forward while carefully hiding behind them, ready to turn tail and flee if the timing proved unfavorable. Wu Chang was only slightly surprised at how these trolls had found their way here. But then he remembered the howling of the Iron Bell hounds in the dungeon. Likely, these creatures had been drawn by that stupid dog. After all, the only threat to these trolls was the Iron Bell hound. Hearing the commotion, they'd rushed over, intent on killing that stupid dog. Since you're here, you're not leaving. Hold the line, I'll take care of the boss. Wu Chang smiled as he looked at the dungeon troll king, then darted forward like a blur with a flick of his toes. As for the remaining monsters, though numerous, Zulingwan and the others could handle them, controlling them when needed, dealing damage when required. While their endurance was lacking, they weren't about to be killed off. This situation actually served to strengthen their combat capabilities. Hearing Wu Chang's plan, the trio understood the principle of taking down the king first. They eagerly blocked the encroaching monsters, clearing a space for Wu Chang to duel the boss alone. Seeing Wu Chang, who stood only as tall as his calf, the dungeon demon king laughed. Such a puny creature dared to challenge him? Utterly clueless. Yet the next instant, the heaven-splitting blade's aura surged like a tidal wave. Though the Abyss Demon King was a hell-tier dungeon boss, it could only struggle desperately before Wu Chang unleashed a god-slaying slash.
The attack, dealing maximum health damage, instantly claimed its life.
From the Demon King's appearance to its demise took no more than 5 minutes. Even counting the Iron Bell Hounds, the entire Hell Tier dungeon run consumed only 15 minutes with travel time significantly exceeding combat duration.
Let's go.
With the boss defeated, Wu Chang swiftly dispatched the scattered trolls before leading his party out of the instance.
Next lay the Godslayer Tier dungeon. This time, he would have to face it alone. Chapter 105, Godslayer Tier Dungeon, Sudden Mutation.
As expected, Wu Chang once again shattered the dungeon record. But unlike the previous Hell Tier dungeon, this run took him 15 minutes while the current second place time was 16 minutes. Meaning Wu Chang was only a minute faster than the runner-up, hardly earth-shattering.
Of course, the second place finisher had likely only taken on the regular dungeon boss.
As for the hidden boss, factoring in the Iron Bell Hound from the underground caverns, that time would likely start approaching half an hour. By the time Wu Chang and his party appeared before them, Fang Shang had completely regained his composure.
So what if they shaved off a minute?
That last clear was probably just blind luck, letting Wu Chang stumble upon the underground dungeon Demon King's lair.
Now that the difficulties hit hell mode, see how you fare?
It's only a minute faster than the previous record. Captain, that Iron Bell Hound was like a rabid dog. Yeah, even with its flesh rotting away, it still dared to attack us. It was practically begging to die. Thank goodness for your skills, Captain. You took it down with a few swift swings.
Wang Guangwei and Li Fukan discussed Wu Chang's earlier defeat of the hidden boss, but this remark puzzled Fang Shang. What was going on? They were supposed to be challenging the underground giant Demon King, so how could it be the underground Iron Bell Dog? Wasn't that the hidden boss?
Then, a startling thought flashed through Fang Shang's mind.
Could it be possible that Wu Chang and the others had already killed the Iron Bell Hound before moving on to take down the Abyss Giant Demon King?
The thought sent a chill down his spine. If that were true, Wu Chang's speed was absurdly fast. It had only been 15 minutes, 10 of which were likely spent traveling.
Could he really take down a boss in just 2.5 minutes? You killed 2 bosses?
As Wu Chang approached, Fang Shang hurried over. Wu Chang, the man himself, smiled and nodded, clearly not intending to hide anything.
Seeing Wu Chang nod in agreement, Fang Shang was speechless. What kind of prodigy was this?
In all his years of teaching, he'd never encountered anyone with even half of Wu Chang's talent, let alone someone at his level. Even Li Tiangang from Magic Capital University, though he'd never met the man in person, was likely only on par with Wu Chang at best.
Alright. How about tackling a Godslayer Tier dungeon next?
It might not be much of a challenge for you, but at least it'll help grind some levels. Fang Shang gazed at Wu Chang with eyes ablaze, as if beholding a peerless beauty.
Teacher, this is precisely why I sought you out. I plan to tackle the dungeon solo. I'll leave Zulingwan and the others in your care. With that, Wu Chang turned to the others. Xue Lingwan and the others naturally had no objections to this proposal.
They knew they weren't cut out for a Godslayer Tier dungeon challenge. Or rather, during their 2 previous attempts, they hadn't lifted a finger. Wu Chang had essentially soloed the entire run.
Of course. You can go with peace of mind. Fang Shang readily agreed. Wu Chang's decision to challenge the Godslayer Tier dungeon was undoubtedly a good thing.
As his teacher, he would do everything in his power to arrange the optimal challenge environment for him.
Without further ado, Wu Chang walked straight to the instance entrance. Selecting the Godslayer difficulty, he stepped inside.
When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing at a 3-way intersection. What struck him as most peculiar was that the dead end on the right was now passable. His previous 2 mental map inspections had confirmed it as a dead end. He never imagined this path would be passable in the Godslayer Tier instance.
Let's check it out.
After careful consideration, Wu Chang decided to explore this third passage. After all, no one knew what lay beyond. Outside, Fang Shang watched Wu Chang enter the Godslayer Tier instance and suddenly felt as though he'd forgotten something important. What could it be? He rubbed his head, and suddenly, that old rumor from years ago echoed in his mind. But that rumor had surfaced right after he graduated. Few people likely remembered it now.
Never mind.
Wu Chang knows what lies in the other 2 paths. He shouldn't end up back on that dead end. Recalling this rumor, Fang Shang couldn't help but frown, his mind beginning to urge Wu Chang not to explore that third path. For years, a tale had circulated: the right path within the Godslayer Tier instance was accessible, yet every soul who ventured there vanished without a trace. When they were eventually found, they lay dead, their bodies reduced to desiccated husks. But Wu Chang knew the location of the great Demon King of the underground caverns.
Plus, he was alone.
He shouldn't venture back to explore that path. After all, this was the very path once known as the Forbidden Road. What Fang Shang didn't know was that Wu Chang had already stepped onto that third path. The cavern lay in utter stillness, echoing only with Wu Chang's footsteps. In truth, over 10 minutes had passed since he began timing his journey down this path, yet he had seen absolutely nothing. Forget monsters or bosses, even the walls were identical. If not for the single straight path, he might have suspected he was lost. Although the map indicated a path here, once inside the tunnel, he could no longer see the map in his mind. Clearly, the power in this place was immense. He didn't know if it was affecting his memory or if it could conceal the terrain here. Just as Wu Chang contemplated retreating, a clear, melodious singing seemed to drift from the depths of the cavern. At the sound, Wu Chang's heart leapt with joy, but his eyes narrowed instantly. His right hand clenched, summoning the world-slaying god-slaying blade. His armor slowly materialized around him, and his sky riding cloak was already in place. He was ready to take flight at the slightest sign of trouble to prevent being trapped. The light singing grew closer, and Wu Chang's heart began to race. As he rounded the final bend, Wu Chang found himself suddenly in open space. The winding passage vanished entirely, revealing an open-air cavern before him. Within this cavern, moonlight spilled gracefully across the lake at its center. Upon a massive rock in the middle of the lake, a stunning figure stood, her delicate hands gently caressing her flowing hair. The clear, soaring song emanating from her lips was as enchanting as celestial music from the heavens. Wu Chang couldn't help but frown at the scene. Where exactly was this place? As if sensing someone's presence, the figure finally ceased singing. Still stroking her hair, she spoke softly. It's been so long since anyone came here. Young man, do you think I'm beautiful? The enchanting voice drifted into Wu Chang's ears, and to his surprise, it seemed to affect his very senses. The calmness that had once filled his heart now rippled with disturbance. Even Wu Chang couldn't control the strange images that began to form in his mind. I think you're just average. Taking a deep breath, Wu Chang replied in a low voice. Oh? Then who do you think is the most beautiful woman in the world? Though he couldn't see her expression, her tone clearly betrayed surprise. My mother. Upon hearing Wu Chang's answer, the voice abruptly fell silent, clearly taken aback by such an unexpected response. What? You don't have one? Wu Chang's next words sent the figure into a rage. It spun around in fury, revealing beneath that exquisite silhouette and flowing hair a hideous face, a cow-like nose, a horse-like face, and 3 pairs of eyes. Damned human! I'll make you pay for insulting my beauty. In an instant, Wu Chang's vision filled with the creature's data. Phantom dream ghost-faced merman LV.60, a phantom dream merman corrupted by a demon god. Having lost its once proud appearance, it now rages with unbridled madness. Anyone drawn by its voice or silhouette becomes nourishment for its growth. Due to its terrifying enchantments and illusions, few can defeat it. Encountering it is strongly advised against flee immediately. Strength 200 spirit, 1200 physical resist, 200 magic resist, 200 stamina, 200000. Skills: Phantom, Enchanting Voice, Dream Manipulation, Distorted Face, Evil God's Blessing, Prey on the opposite sex. Indeed, a hidden boss lurking here. Chapter 106, Slaying, Farewell to the Gods. Vote for us. The phantom ghost-faced merman's face twisted into a hideous grimace. Then, under Wu Chang's gaze, it slowly transformed into the image of his mother from his memories. Seeing this familiar face and the claws swinging toward him, Wu Chang erupted in fury. He vanished with a spatial leap, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he fixed it upon the boss, his voice deep and ominous. In my entire life, I hate nothing more than being deceived, especially when it comes from someone disguised as my own family. You have chosen your own path to death. In an instant, the world-shattering god-slaying blade vanished into a streak of light. When it reappeared, it was already before the phantom dream ghost-faced Sharkman. Countless blade energies erupted outward, weaving a vast net that instantly ensnared the phantom dream ghost-faced merman. Behind Wu Chang, the magic staff glowed faintly. It was poised to unleash its attack the moment Wu Chang gave the command. Yet the phantom dream ghost-faced merman remained utterly oblivious to why Wu Chang had erupted in fury. To it, all foreign life forms were nothing more than sustenance. But alas, this time it had encountered Wu Chang. Twisting its body to evade the world-shattering god-slaying blade strike, the phantom ghost-faced Sharkman charged straight toward Wu Chang. Wu Chang's face twisted into a cold smile at the sight. Dungeon monsters were monsters. Even if they had possessed some intelligence in life, after being corrupted by the evil god, they were nothing more than mindless husks. Otherwise, this phantom ghost-faced Sharkman would never have allowed his weapon to come within striking distance from behind. Gah! The boss roared as it charged at Wu Chang, only to suddenly sense a powerful threat from behind the next instant. The world-shattering god-slaying blade hovered in midair, unleashing an invincible blade aura that seemed to cleave through everything. Godslayer slash. The massive blade aura charged straight at the boss, while Wu Chang himself soared into the air atop his sky riding cloak, leaving only his magic staff to unleash attacks. The phantom dream ghost-faced Sharkman lunged at empty air. It spun to block the attack from behind, but before it could complete its turn, the terrifyingly powerful blade aura slammed into its body. Boom! Total damage dealt to the boss, 56,319. The blade aura's unmatched force hurled the phantom dream ghost-faced merman backward. The boss was embedded into the wall by the terrifying impact, its disguise instantly vanishing to reveal its true, horrifying visage. Gah! Before it could hit the ground, Wu Chang swung his weapon, slicing deep into its neck and nearly taking half its life. The ground was soon covered in the boss's blood. This dark crimson fluid flowed into the pool, causing the once still water to ripple. As the pool trembled, the half-kneeling phantom dream ghost-faced merman fell silent. The savage expression on its face gradually faded, replaced by an eerie serenity. Wu Cheng watched this scene unfold. Though he didn't understand what had happened, he knew this was not the moment for him to intervene. The boss had finally calmed down, and from the looks of it, it seemed to have no intention of continuing the fight. His gaze shifted to the pool, where he witnessed it slowly absorbing the phantom ghost-faced merman's blood. Finally, the bubbles rising from the water coalesced into the form of a mermaid. Though her face bore no resemblance to the phantom ghost-faced merman, her body and overall appearance were identical. "Thank you." Soon, the water-like apparition emitted a soft, soothing voice that was pleasing to both body and mind. Wu Cheng looked up to see the mermaid, who had been keeping her eyes closed, now open hers. Her once emotionless eyes now held a trace of pity and sorrow. "Thank you for freeing me from the curse of the evil god. Yet this cursed body of mine can no longer endure. Yet as the last deity of the merfolk, I swear by the name of the water purifier. Should you sever my cursed form, I shall grant you the power to merge with water. If you accept my essence, absorbing it may one day allow you to ascend to my divine throne." The voice of the water phantom merfolk drifted slowly into Wu Cheng's ears, instantly invigorating his spirit. Whether it was gaining the ability to merge with water or ascending to divinity in the future, both were undeniably favorable prospects for him. He never imagined that the phantom ghost-faced merfolk he had defeated was the last of its kind, and that the pure water deity's final entrustment had thus fallen upon him. But why does it feel a bit off? The first part is understandable, but what exactly does the second part mean? Wu Cheng pondered this, trying to formulate a response to the other's question, when a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. "Regarding the previous water purification deity's entrustment, please make your choice. Note, this is a divine choice, irreversible and unique. Proceed with caution. A. Slay the boss to gain the ability to merge with water. This ability's quality will receive 1 upgrade. B. Choose to absorb the essence of water. Unlock the Deity Ascension quest series. Upon completion, you will directly become the water purification deity." Seeing the system's 2 options, Wu Cheng, who had already intended to make a decision, suddenly hesitated. He couldn't help but ask the system in his mind, "The one before me is the former water purification deity. If I choose to inherit her divine position, could I be possessed in the future?" Though this world had never heard of soul stealing, the methods of god-tier practitioners were beyond his imagination. His life was at stake. He couldn't afford to be careless. The system had never offered him options before. He wondered if this time he might glean some information from it. For a moment, his mind fell into an unexpected silence. Just as Wu Cheng thought he might never receive an answer, the system's voice sounded once more. "The creation of every divine seed is an arduous endeavor. Therefore, only a divine seed forged by one's own hand truly aligns with the practitioner's essence. Choosing to inherit the pure water deity may prevent possession, but once ascended, further advancement becomes impossible. True strength must be cultivated through one's own efforts, not by others." The system's voice remained icy, yet Wu Cheng detected a warning within its tone. Yet he had to admit that strength truly could only be cultivated through one's own efforts. If he chose a shortcut now, where would the resolve to keep pushing forward come from in the future? Destiny had long since set its price in the shadows. "I wonder what rank the water purification deity is." Wu Cheng observed the water-shimmering merfolk waiting quietly ahead, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. As if sensing his distrust, the other spoke slowly. "You needn't worry. The divine rank of the water purifier is equivalent to a 750-level practitioner in your terms. Its abilities are enough. I choose to slay your demonic form." Before the water phantom merfolk could finish, Wu Cheng made his decision. A 750-level deity might seem formidable, but among god-tier practitioners, it was clearly the weakest link. After all, every god-tier practitioner starts at a minimum of level 700. The water purification deity before him was only level 750. Even if he ascended to godhood himself, his power would likely be on par with that of the rock demon Chris. There was no way he'd make such an unwise choice. Hearing Wu Cheng's words, the water phantom mermaid froze in surprise, baffled as to why he'd made his decision the moment she mentioned the level. But seeing the appearance of this human before her, she actually smiled. This was an ambitious fellow, seemingly disdainful of her divine status. "Very well, then. Slay my demonic form." As the water phantom mermaid's voice echoed, Wu Cheng hesitated not a moment, swinging his blade to sever the phantom dream ghost-faced mermaid's head. In an instant, the boss dissolved into dust, while the water phantom mermaid before him transformed into starlight and merged into his body. "Ambitious human, I bless you with the divine status of the water purifier god, that you may unlock your own divine status. Our clan is destroyed. Divine realm. When shall we see your return?" Chapter 107, Fusion, the essence of the merfolk. Divine realm. When will I see your return? The water phantom mermaid's voice echoed through the room before fading away. Upon hearing the words divine realm, Wu Cheng felt a tremor in his heart. The divine realm? What was this? Why had he never heard of it before? Likely only those divine tier practitioners knew anything about it. Even if he asked around everywhere, he'd never get a clear answer. Never mind. Once I become a god-tier practitioner, I'll surely uncover the secrets of this divine realm. The immediate priority remains fusing the essence of water. After much deliberation, Wu Cheng decided to set this matter aside for now. His strength hadn't reached that level yet. Even if he knew about the divine realm, it wouldn't change anything. He immediately focused his attention on his body. The scattered starlight gathered in his mind, and as his concentration intensified, the starlight exploded outward. Option completed, ability upgraded. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Water Dominion Immunity to Water Attribute Damage. Damage dealt while fighting in water increases by 20%. Wu Cheng's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing this skill. This was simply too good to be true. Not only did it grant immunity to water attribute damage, but it also provided a damage bonus. He never imagined that just a bit of water essence from the water purification deity could grant him such a massive boost. So whenever enemies hit me with water attacks, I get that damage boost. What's there to fear? When faced with water attacks, I'll just charge straight in. After carefully examining the skill's effects, Wu Cheng was instantly stunned. Such an effect was downright god tier. I guess you could say it's a gift worthy of a god tier professional? It's almost terrifyingly powerful. Wu Cheng shook his head, then scanned his surroundings. Finding nothing else, he turned and headed back into the passageway. This return journey, however, proved far quicker than he'd anticipated. Within mere minutes, he reached the original fork in the road. Now that he understood the secret of this path, Wu Cheng saw no point in hunting the hidden boss. He walked straight into the passageway and entered the chamber of the Dungeon Demon King. But whether it was because the monsters had sensed the earlier battle or not, Wu Cheng discovered that upon entering the chamber, aside from the Dungeon Giant Demon King, not a single other monster was in sight. Human, you actually defeated that merman. Unlike dungeons of other difficulties, the Godslayer tier instance seemed to house bosses imbued with greater intelligence. Unlike mindless brutes in other dungeons, these creatures pursued power with a degree of cunning. Hearing the dungeon lord speak, Wu Cheng gave a slight nod, a cold gleam in his eyes. As if anticipating Wu Cheng's next move, the Dungeon Giant King hastily waved his hands. Our troll clan was driven underground, forcing us to evolve into dungeon trolls. But that merfolk has devoured many of our kin. If you defeat it, my clan would be eternally grateful. I understand you adventurers come to slay us for the sake of clearing this dungeon. But I must tell you, even if you kill us, this instance will reincarnate our souls anew. Take this token of our gratitude. Speaking, the Dungeon Troll King retrieved a small scale from beneath his throne and tossed it to Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng did not refuse the scale. These intelligent creatures possessed free will. It made no sense for them to resort to underhanded tactics when they knew they couldn't defeat him. That would only hasten their demise. Upon receiving the scale, Wu Cheng was instantly drawn to the pattern etched upon it. It depicted a cloud, and atop the scale was a corner of the magnificent palace. Though he couldn't see the entire structure, its grandeur was palpable. This is the scale of that merfolk. Our clan paid a heavy price to obtain it. Thank you for ridding my troll clan of this scourge. With that, the Dungeon Troll King bowed deeply toward Wu Cheng. This display of respect left Wu Cheng somewhat at a loss. He had come to slay monsters, yet why was this troll so cunning? I know I'm no match for you, so there's no need for you to attack me. Should you ever find your way into the troll forest, remember to deliver a message to our chieftain. Our subterranean troll clan has no cowards. As he spoke, the underground Troll King suddenly plunged one hand into his own chest, then crushed his heart to pieces. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending Wu Cheng still reeling from shock flying through the air before teleporting back to the real world. Are you okay? When he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by familiar sights. Teacher Fang Sheng looked at him with obvious concern, while Xue Lingwan and the others wore worried expressions. Clearly, they had noticed something amiss while he was inside. I'm fine. Wu Cheng shook his head, feeling a sharp ache in his brain. The impact had left him completely stunned. But he had to admit, this Earth Cavern Demon King was truly ruthless. Knowing it couldn't defeat him, it chose to self-destruct. It was important to note that although the dungeon would regenerate them, the pain of self-destruction remained, and it was several times more excruciating than being killed by him. Nothing wrong? Did you take the right passage? Seeing Wu Cheng still trying to lie, Fang Sheng's anxious expression instantly turned deadly serious. The right passage was a forbidden zone. Had he not forgotten about it after so long, he would have warned the students? As for why he knew Wu Cheng was lying, it was entirely because the dungeon itself had begun to react. The moment Wu Cheng entered the third passageway, the entire instance's entrance had sealed shut. Even students who had already cleared the instance couldn't exit. Such a situation could only be explained by someone breaking in. While anomalies occurred in other dungeons too, this particular disturbance felt the most terrifying. After all, some students had attracted numerous monsters along the way, hoping only to defeat the boss and teleport out immediately. Instead, Wu Cheng's inadvertent actions nearly cost him his life within the dungeon. Fortunately, the disturbance didn't last long. Wu Cheng likely sensed something was wrong and exited immediately after entering. Otherwise, even his genius might have been trapped within that forbidden zone. Ha, you noticed, teacher.
That place felt off. I sensed something was wrong and turned back the way I came. Wu Cheng chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Fang Shang nodded inwardly. This kid wasn't reckless after all. Sensing danger, he knew to flee immediately. As for whether he cleared the instance, that didn't concern him. After all, this was a god-slaying tier instance, merely a trial. If someone had died inside, that would have been the real problem. With that thought, he shot Wu Cheng a stern look before snapping irritably. You're not training here anymore. You'll get through a god-slaying dungeon eventually, just give yourself time to adapt. I haven't taught you combat techniques yet, but once you hit level 100, you'd better show up for lessons. Hearing this, Wu Cheng let out a bitter smile. Who knew the god-slaying tier dungeon didn't require a challenge, but you still had to attend lectures? Wasn't this supposed to be a trial? He was counting on milking the school for more perks. Chapter 108, The President's Worries, The Forbidden Zone Gone? Though Wu Cheng was highly reluctant, at Fang Sheng's insistence, he would still conduct some training sessions over the next few days. Of course, these lessons weren't the shallow knowledge taught in high school, but rather focused on practitioners above level 100. Originally, such content wouldn't be introduced until Wu Cheng and his peers reached level 80+, but now, Wu Cheng's combat prowess clearly defied conventional leveling standards. Recognizing Wu Cheng's extraordinary combat prowess, Fang Sheng decided to accelerate his training. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to provide one-on-one instruction. Moreover, due to the dungeon's abnormal activity, the guild had decided to seal it off tonight and send personnel inside for inspection. With the guild's lockdown order in place, Wu Cheng couldn't challenge it even if he wanted to. Soon, the students exited the instance one by one. Fang Shang led them to the rest area to await the dawn and the start of the second round of trials. In truth, this dungeon challenge proved exceptionally difficult for most students. Not only was the initial difficulty high, but the dungeon's level far exceeded their own. Compounded by the cunning and formidable combat prowess of the subterranean trolls, even the four-person teams suffered multiple injuries. Yet precisely because of this, these energetic students didn't spend the evening discussing where to go for fun. Instead, they began reflecting on each team member's performance. Observing this scene, Fang Shang couldn't help but nod to himself. Teaching people through words alone often falls short, but teaching through experience can leave an indelible mark in just one instance. Looks like this year's students are quite promising. While some might not match Wu Cheng in individual combat prowess, their tactical thinking is no less impressive. Even though Wu Cheng was formidable, Fang Shang could see his weakness. He relied too heavily on his own strength, leaving him isolated and vulnerable. While formidable individual strength is crucial in society, one person's capabilities are ultimately limited. To achieve greatness, you still need people behind you to support you. Sometimes, these youngsters won't learn their lesson until they stumble. Watching Shui Lingwan seek combat advice from Wu Cheng while he remained disinterested, Fang Shang couldn't help but snort and shake his head. The Shui family, if Wu Cheng could latch onto that towering tree, he'd never have to worry for the rest of his life. But judging by the looks of things, it was clearly a case of the lady being eager while the gentleman remained uninterested. At the Yanjing Practitioners Association, Chairman Guo Chongming was in high spirits. The recent rookie tournament had greatly boosted his reputation, and the subsequent appearance of that god-tier formation master, Ning Jitian, had made it clear to those above that they had severely wounded a demon god. Though the demon god's presence in Yanjing was a grave offense to all, who could blame him for his good fortune? First, Wu Cheng destroyed the demon god's vessel, severely weakening its combat power. Then that god-tier array master stepped in and dealt the demon god a crushing blow. These are all monumental achievements. Guo Chongming felt a surge of secret delight at the thought of the praise he would receive from above for his role in the demon god affair. But this joy didn't last long before he was startled by a piece of news. Someone had breached the restricted zone of the troll lair, causing the entire instance to go haywire. Upon hearing this, Guo Chongming's eyes instantly widened. Restricted zone. This was practically the highest designation a dungeon area could receive. After all, even god-tier adventurers who suppressed their levels to enter restricted zones couldn't guarantee they could completely eradicate the monsters there. The Troll Nest's restricted zone was no exception. Decades ago, numerous adventurers perished within its confines. Ultimately, the guild dispatched a god-tier adventurer who suppressed their level to enter. Though he survived, he was gravely injured and remained tight-lipped about his ordeal. Thus, the Forbidden Zone's reputation was cemented, and for decades, no one dared set foot there. Who would have thought that today, someone would actually break in and trigger a dungeon disturbance? Who dared to break in? Guo Chongming's rage boiled over. Just what kind of fool was bold enough to do this? Death itself was one thing, but he couldn't have the association implicated in this. Upon hearing the chairman's question, the staff member paused before recalling the name of the adventurer who had entered the Godslayer tier instance. I believe it was Wu Cheng. What? Wu Cheng? Hearing these two names, Guo Chongming was startled at first, but then the rage in his heart gradually subsided. Though his face still bore traces of shock, his entire demeanor had grown considerably calmer. So it was him. No wonder. Guo Chongming sat down and tremblingly picked up a glass of water. A mouthful of cool water helped him steady himself considerably. Since it was that kid Wu Cheng who'd gone in, he didn't need to worry. He'd defeated the demon god multiple times, why should he fret over this? Besides, Wu Cheng's skill set was exceptionally well-rounded. Even if he couldn't win, it would be extremely difficult for any enemy to kill him outright. Go on. Still, he wanted to know what happened afterward. At least, after the dungeon anomaly, there were still people in other level dungeons. If anyone got trapped, the guild would need to send a rescue party. President, the dungeon anomaly only lasted about 10 minutes before returning to normal. No casualties have been reported so far. Hearing the staff's report, Wu Chongming finally felt his heart settle. It must have been that kid Wu Cheng who noticed something was wrong and immediately retreated from the restricted zone. As for whether he had the capability to clear the restricted zone, it was unlikely. After all, Wu Cheng's combat prowess couldn't compare to that of a god-tier professional of the same level. Remember, every god-tier professional is a genius among geniuses. Repelling a demon god of equal rank is basic for them. It would be strange if Wu Cheng could clear the restricted zone. Alright, gather the team. We'll enter the restricted zone together shortly. Wu Chongming's order quickly reached every member of the guild. Though some level 200+ professionals possessed formidable strength, not a single one was willing to enter the restricted zone. It was no wonder the restricted zone was simply too perilous. Even with their survival techniques, they dared not enter lightly. Fortunately, a few adventurers were willing to risk venturing inside. Wu Chongming himself planned to enter the instance to investigate. With the guild leader going in, others would at least have no objections. Yet the moment he stepped into the instance, something felt off. This place always used to radiate a sinister aura. Why has it vanished now? Although his last visit to the restricted zone had been over a decade ago, Wu Chongming still vividly remembered that feeling. But since he'd already stepped into the passageway, there was no turning back. He might as well press deeper into the restricted zone to see what lay within. To his surprise, the journey that had once taken hours was completed in mere minutes. As the passage suddenly opened up before him, a set of skeletal remains kneeling on the ground sent a chill down his spine. Just as they assumed this was the restricted zone's boss, they realized the skeleton showed no signs of movement. Dead. Wu Chongming stepped forward and tentatively touched it, only to discover that this boss was already dead. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his pupils dilated sharply. An unbelievable thought formed in his mind. Could it be that Wu Cheng actually killed the restricted zone boss? Chapter 109, the Level 100 Hurdle, Class Challenge. Vote for us. Gazing at the empty forbidden zone and the lifeless boss, Wu Chongming couldn't fathom any other explanation. After all, over the years, Wu Cheng seemed to be the only one who had ever ventured into the restricted zone. Alright, this matter must remain confidential. With that thought, Wu Chongming waved his hand dismissively. An event of such magnitude absolutely must not be disclosed. Though the remaining three had no idea what had transpired, seeing the guild leader so solemn, they could only agree. Leading the group out of the instance, Wu Chongming lifted the lockdown on the troll lair, as if nothing had ever happened. As for how to handle the aftermath, that would have to wait until Wu Cheng had time. When the moment came, he would naturally discuss it with him. While Wu Chongming led his team through the restricted zone, Wu Cheng was currently receiving instruction from Fong Sheng in his room. In truth, what you teach in high school is mostly common knowledge. What I'm teaching you, however, is different. This is knowledge only known to practitioners above level 100. Fong Sheng scribbled on the blackboard, his expression utterly serious. Clearly, what he was about to impart wasn't something just anyone was qualified to hear. His approach was entirely reasonable. After all, while Yenjing University was formidable, its curriculum direction differed little from others. Ordinary classes at other universities graduated at level 70, and Yenjing University was no exception. However, level 70 was insufficient for the elite class students. Therefore, only graduates of Yenjing University's elite program were designated as level 100, which meant their curriculum was both more profound and more practical. In truth, level 100 is a threshold for professionals. Those who overcome it can advance further, while those who fail find it difficult to improve their combat prowess. Because at every 100-level milestone, each individual receives a challenge from their profession. This challenge is tailored to the individual's combat style and overall attributes, making each one unique. At this point, Fong Sheng's gaze shifted to Wu Cheng, his expression incredibly complex. Noticing the other person's gaze, Wu Cheng couldn't help but frown. Level 100 a significant milestone for most players, yet hardly a challenge for him. After all, his current leveling pace was nothing to sneeze at. If the system offered an experience boost option, he might even graduate at level 100 this year. Teacher, what's wrong? Still, since it concerned his future, Wu Cheng decided to ask. Hearing his question, Fong Sheng shook his head before continuing. Every adventurer who completes the challenge advances further. Not only do their overall attributes improve, but their profession itself becomes more refined. Take my class, the Spirit Shifting Ranger. Before level 100, it was merely switching combat forms. But after passing the 100-level trial, each form shift grants me a buff.
Though the duration of this buff isn't exceptionally strong, any attribute boost in combat could potentially turn the tide of battle. However, your profession is that of a free spirit. To my knowledge, no free spirit has ever surpassed level 100. I must admit, I'm quite curious about what your profession challenge might entail. With that, Fong Shang gave Wu Chang a deep look before finally sitting down. Upon hearing his question, Wu Chang also fell silent. Not just Fong Shang. Upon learning that a challenge awaited every 100 levels, Wu Chang felt a pang of curiosity himself. What would his level challenge entail? But that was premature. His immediate task was to focus on leveling up. After all, only by reaching the required level could he even attempt the so-called challenge. But all that is premature for you. Though your strength is commendable, reaching level 100 will take at least 2 or 3 years. Realizing he'd spoken prematurely, even Fong Shang let out a wry smile. Though he was eager to see what would happen when a free agent reached level 100, the journey would undoubtedly be incredibly arduous, perhaps even more difficult than his own challenge had been. As for whether Wu Chang could make it, Fong Shang could only say that if he couldn't even complete the level 100 challenge, then joining Yenjing University's elite class would have been a complete waste. Alright, don't fret over this just yet. When the time comes and you need our support, the school won't stand idly by. Seeing that it was getting late, Fong Shang concluded the conversation. Wu Chang, sensing the hint, politely excused himself and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, his deep gaze drifted toward the window, now dotted with countless stars. The next morning, when he rose, the other students had already departed for the dungeon to train. Due to yesterday's unexpected incident, the originally 2-week training period had been shortened to 1 week. As for Wu Chang, granted special permission by Fong Shang, he no longer needed to enter the dungeon. For a moment, he found himself unexpectedly at a loss. Fortunately, he soon found his purpose. Having learned about the level 100 challenge yesterday, he decided to use this opportunity to seek out higher-level dungeons. While others spent the following days intensely tackling dungeons, Wu Chang immersed himself in the guild library, scouring for information on various instances. It took him a full week to compile a comprehensive record of all known dungeons in Yenjing. It was all worth it, though. At least he now understood every publicly known dungeon in Yenjing. Even if he entered these dungeons in the future, he could quickly grasp their layouts. A week later, the trial concluded. Everyone eagerly anticipated seeing their results, but Fong Shang, their instructor, refused the students' request to view the scores. There was no other choice. One student had consecutively broken the records for 2 dungeons. Releasing those scores would only make the others feel inadequate. They were geniuses, after all, but faced with Wu Chang's demonic combat prowess, even the most gifted minds couldn't accept it calmly. Wu Chang, come to the office. Just as Wu Chang thought he was about to begin his leveling plan, a message from the principal popped up on his phone. Seeing this, he had no choice but to head to the principal's office to find out what was going on. But when he pushed open the door, he found Principal Zhang Fushan and Student Council President Guo Chongming sitting together, both staring at him with stern expressions. Principal, President. Under such intense scrutiny, even Wu Chang felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He could only manage an awkward smile as he greeted them. Have a seat. Guo Chongming waved for Wu Chang to sit across from him, but what followed sent Zhang Fushan's heart racing. Did you go to the troll's lair? Yes. Did you challenge the Godslayer tier instance? Yes. Did you enter the passage on the right and take down the restricted zone boss while you were at it? Yes. After that, Wu Chang and Guo Chongming both fell silent, unsure what to say next. Wu Chang hadn't expected the other party to come over just for this matter. Was defeating the boss really such a rare feat? Guo Chongming, meanwhile, hadn't expected Wu Chang to agree so readily. After all, this was a restricted zone boss. Even divine tier professionals of equal rank wouldn't have a 100% chance of taking it down. You killed the restricted zone boss? Why didn't you tell me about something this huge? Principal Zhang Fushan finally caught up, his entire being erupting with excitement. Chapter 110, Skill Upgrade. Is this even possible? Vote for me. Why didn't you tell me about something this huge? Zhang Fushan's face bore a look of utter shock. He never imagined that Wu Chang could simply wipe out the restricted zone of that troll nest. After all, that forbidden zone was a place even god-tier practitioners dared not approach. Yet Wu Chang had taken it down with such ease. What did this signify? It meant this youngster before him might just have the potential to ascend to godhood someday. It seemed he had truly stumbled upon a treasure this time, and a major one at that. Recalling his interactions with Wu Chang, Zhang Fushan confirmed he hadn't angered the youth, and his heart burned even hotter. Though Yenjing University was renowned, god-tier professionals rarely maintained ties with academic institutions. Wu Chang was different. If he could demonstrate the potential to become a god-tier professional during his university years, perhaps when I retire, I could appoint him as the university president. Then Yenjing University would truly be one of a kind. Principal, it's not as terrifying as you make it sound. Honestly, there's only one boss inside. It's just that this boss presents a particularly high challenge. Seeing the president so visibly shaken, Wu Chang hurried to calm him down. After all, at his advanced age, if excitement led to any mishaps, Wu Chang would have a hard time explaining it later.
Hearing this, even Guo Chongming's mouth twitched.
What you call a challenging boss is one that even god-tier professionals can barely hold their own against after leveling down.
What more do you expect? The two exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. But being men of high standing, they quickly composed themselves. Ahem, the reason I called you here today is to discuss something with you.
Since your combat prowess has far surpassed the elite class, Instructor Fong Sheng believes he has nothing more to teach you in terms of combat techniques. Furthermore, no one has yet systematically summarized the skill combinations used by free agents.
So in that regard, you'll have to figure it out on your own. However, should you require any resources, the Academy will provide full support. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Fushan decided to voice his proposal.
Upon hearing his words, Wu Chang fell silent. Though he didn't fully grasp the implications of the principal's suggestion, after careful consideration, he had to admit the man was absolutely right. His combat prowess had indeed surpassed that of the elite class students.
Acting alone could be advantageous for him. With the school's resources backing him, going solo might be worth considering. Faced with the principal's suggestion, please make a choice.
A. Decline the principal's proposal and continue operating with the elite class students, gain a 10% boost to all attributes during group missions. B. Accept the proposal and level up solo, gain triple EXP in the next 3 dungeons. After weighing the options, Wu Chang ultimately decided to go solo. Setting aside the fact that tagging along with the class would slow his leveling pace, his own progression path was already out of sync with the group's overall strategy. Unless facing exceptionally challenging dungeons, tagging along with the elite class wouldn't contribute to his own growth. Principal, let me test how a solo player's skill combo can be most efficient. Wu Chang smiled as he accepted the challenge. While he yearned for the camaraderie of university team life, everything hinged on his own strength being sufficient. This world operated on such principles only the powerful could bend the so-called rules. As for a lowly newbie like him, not even a level 100 professional, he'd likely remain bound by countless rules for a long time to come.
Hearing Wu Chang's response, a smile spread across Zhang Fushan's face.
It was excellent that the youngster was willing to level up under his guidance. This way, he could observe just how far the boy could push himself. Yesterday, after Fong Sheng returned to campus, he went straight to the office. His message was simple: the level 100 challenge. Recalling this, Zhang Fushan resolved to let Wu Chang level up independently. Otherwise, if he still hadn't reached level 100 after 4 years, the association's blame wouldn't matter. What truly counted was not hindering Wu Chang's future.
Very well. If you need any resources, just ask. Every single resource the school possesses, you have it all. If the school doesn't have it, I'll go to the association and snatch it for you.
Zhang Fushan said with a smile.
Guo Chongming wasn't sure if he could deliver, but Wu Chang's talent was undeniable.
Whatever he needed, he would support him wholeheartedly. Seeing how confident the two were in him, Wu Chang felt a bit embarrassed.
After discussing his future leveling plans with them, he turned and left. Back in his dorm room, Wu Chang had made up his mind.
Since he was about to embark on his leveling journey in Yanjing, he had to spend all his resources first. First up, skill upgrade scrolls. He stared at the thin piece of paper in his hand. Though he didn't understand how it would actually level up his skills, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He selected his most frequently used skill, Heaven-Splitting Blade Chi, and activated it immediately. Instantly, Wu Chang felt his understanding of this skill deepen significantly. Congratulations, host, on upgrading the skill Heaven-Splitting Blade Chi, releases 50 Blade Chi strikes toward the target, each dealing 100% strength damage.
Cannot trigger any attack effects.
Seeing the system's enhancement, Wu Chang's face broke into a smile. The upgraded Heaven-Slicing Blade Blast now dealt double the damage of its previous form. Though it still couldn't trigger any attack effects, it was terrifying enough. This is essentially unleashing 50 attacks at once.
Combined with my current stats, there's scarcely a monster that can withstand a single skill blast. He tried mimicking the motion before settling down to review his current inventory. 300 elite exchange vouchers, 150 hidden exchange vouchers. While not a huge amount, it was enough to get something worthwhile from the guild. Since the guild maintained dedicated facilities within Yanjing University, Wu Chang didn't need to venture outside. He could simply use the university's website to make the exchange. Although both the university president and the guild leader had assured him he could request any resources he needed, he didn't want to trouble them unless it was truly important. After all, if money could solve it, he'd rather not owe anyone a favor. The dazzling array of goods spread before him left Wu Chang momentarily speechless. The gap between Yanjing and Huajing City was vast, evident even in the sheer difference of merchandise available. He quickly regained his composure, however, and converted all his vouchers into items he could use immediately. An enhancement device that increases experience points. A detector for hidden items. And a portable camping kit.
After taking stock of his preparations, Wu Chang's expression grew serious. The next dungeon he would challenge was called Wildland Grand World.
This wasn't your typical dungeon, it was more like an independent world, Yinjing's only grand world below level 100, with many unexplored areas still within it. Wild Plains. I, Wu Chang, am ready to take you on. Chapter 111, Wild Plains Grand World, off to a flying start. Please keep reading. The next day, at the entrance to the Wild Plains World instance, Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment as he surveyed the long queues snaking around the area. He'd been careless. He'd checked every piece of available information but hadn't bothered to see if queuing was required. It took him a full 3 hours to finally make his way from the opposite end of the street to the entrance. Please take your access pass. The staff member smiled as they handed Wu Chang his instance pass, proof of entry into the Grand World instance. The payment system for the Great World instance was quite unique. While other instances charged per visit, the Great World instance operated on a monthly subscription basis. For 300,000 credits, one could enter the Grand World instance an unlimited number of times within a month. However, if one lingered inside too long, additional fees would be required. For such a small sum, Wu Chang paid promptly. He tucked away the pass and the complimentary map before stepping directly into the instance. The next instant, the scene before his eyes shifted rapidly. When he finally got a clear look at his surroundings, Wu Chang was astonished to find he wasn't standing in an empty field but in a small town. Stepping out of the initial entrance, Wu Chang surveyed the area with some surprise. Could this be a town built by the natives? He felt a twinge of caution but quickly dismissed the thought. The cobblestone streets bustled with people, all distinctly human in appearance. He saw no trace of any other races. Consulting the map, he learned his location was called Wildfield Village, a settlement established by Dragon Nation's professionals after gaining a foothold in the wider world. Since this place functioned as another world, the architecture was entirely wooden, with no structure exceeding 3 stories in height. After all, monsters roamed freely outside. Too tall a structure would easily attract flying creatures to cause trouble. Surrounding Noara village lay untamed plains, with a vast ice sea stretching northward. Monsters there were mostly level 70 or higher. Beyond that, records are scarce. After all, the Wild Plains world was only discovered within the last 20 years. It remains for adventurers to explore further, with the guild later compiling the information. Seems entering this dungeon was the right choice. After scanning the instance details, Wu Chang silently nodded to himself. By normal dungeon standards, this one was roughly nightmare difficulty. While challenging for most players, it wasn't particularly difficult for him. Plus, with monsters swarming beyond count, he could comfortably grind levels here. First, find a place to set up camp. Although he owned an inn in Wildfield Village, Wu Chang preferred solitude and chose to settle outside the city instead. Besides, his portable residence came equipped with an auto-defense system capable of repelling attacks from monsters below level 70, so he needn't worry about surprise attacks while resting. With his mind made up, Wu Chang wasted no time. He headed straight for the plains outside the city, intending to settle by a river formed from the melting ice sea. However, it was clear he wasn't the first to arrive. Over a dozen camel-like monsters roamed the spot he had chosen, led by an exceptionally massive creature that looked downright dangerous. Wild Plains Giant Moose LV.55, leader of the wild moose herd. Though herbivorous, it possesses an exceptionally violent temperament and will attack any intruder entering its territory. Strength, 550 spirit, 200 physical resist, 400 magic resist, 400 HP, 86,000. Skills, Moose Charge, Grassland. Gazing at this Wild Plains Giant Moose, Wu Chang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wow, an elite monster that's rare in other dungeons, and he'd encountered one right after leaving the city. Though its level wasn't high, its combat prowess seemed formidable. No wonder this prime location remained uninhabited outside the city. I suspect others have driven monsters away before, but since elite monsters are so common, the weary wilderness campers could only return to town. Observing the scattered fragments of broken equipment on the ground, Wu Chang pieced together the situation. He was even certain his guess was 80% accurate. Otherwise, given adventurers' typical habits, they'd never choose to cram into inns with others. In that case, this spot is mine. Wu Chang drew the world-slaying god-slaying blade with a smile, then slowly approached the giant wild moose. The other wild camels scattered in panic. They had no duty to guard this territory, and the killing intent radiating from the man before them was overwhelming. This aura of killing intent sent shivers down their spines, making them tremble in fear. It was entirely different from any intruders they had encountered before. Driven by pure survival instinct, they abandoned their leader and fled without a second thought. What? Their leader fled? What then? Protect the territory, naturally. As for whether they could win? What did that matter to them? If the leader died, they could simply join another wild moose herd. If they won, they'd just keep living here, problem solved. Wu Chang watched the scene unfold, his mouth twitching. Holy crap, sending the boss straight to his death? But the giant moose paid no mind to its subordinates. Instead, it glared furiously at Wu Chang. Just days ago, it had driven off a group of invaders. Today's intruders were formidable, but they too would inevitably fall to its might.
With that thought, it lowered its massive antlers, aiming them squarely at Wu Chang, and launched a deadly charge. Seeing this monster so eager to meet its end, Wu Chang wasted no words, unleashing a single god-slaying slash. The peerless blade aura pierced through the giant moose's body, even cleaving a distant tree in half. The commotion caused the entire herd of wild camel deer to turn and look, only to witness a horrifying sight. Their leader had been cleaved clean in two mid-stride. Though its forelegs still twitched, nothing moved above the neck. Clearly, there was no chance of survival in this state. Whoa! The herd let out a terrified shriek and fled the area at an even faster pace. They never intended to return. The invaders' power was so terrifying that if they ever came back, they'd surely meet their end. Watching the herd flee, Wu Chang felt no urge to pursue. After all, his target was this plane. As long as these beasts didn't return to cause trouble, he saw no reason to bother with creatures that posed no threat. He walked forward, intending to set down his portable dwelling, when suddenly a small, round sphere rolled out from among the giant moose carcasses. It glowed softly in the sunlight. Such a peculiar object naturally caught Wu Chang's attention. He stepped forward, pinched the orb between his fingers, and immediately saw its item information. Spirit essence of the Wild Plains elk. Wish to behold the ancient elk god of the Wild Plains? Follow the guidance to pay your respects. Chapter 112, a demigod, no less thinking of making me its mount? Staring at the Wild Plains moose spirit essence in his hand, Wu Chang's lips twitched. What the hell was this? He'd merely slain a giant wild moose, why was it now sending him some spirit essence guidance? Whatever. I've got nothing better to do anyway. Might as well go check it out. Wu Chang examined the spirit in his hand, his mind already made up. The fact that the system hadn't popped up this time suggested it probably wasn't some crucial choice. Moreover, with my mobile residence stationed here and a warning sign placed nearby, it should deter professionals from risking offending others by venturing into this area. Of course, the most crucial factor was the built-in defense system capable of repelling professionals and monsters below level 70. Without it, he wouldn't have felt secure leaving. After activating the residence's auto-defense, Wu Chang finally followed the spirit essence in his hand as it led the way. Whether it was because he dispatched the Wild Plains giant moose so efficiently earlier, the spirit essence trembled slightly in his grasp. He could even sense its fear toward him. Watching the trembling spirit in his palm, Wu Chang couldn't help but smile wryly. Don't be scared. Just behave yourself. Worst case, you can call me your boss, and I'll look out for you. Wu Chang chuckled as he addressed the spirit in his hand. Instantly, the spirit that had nearly extinguished earlier flared up like a bursting flame. It now radiated an air of reckless confidence, much like a child emboldened by a powerful ally. The moment this aura spread, monsters that had been lurking in the distance all seemed to sense it. Their eyes turned red as they turned their gaze toward the source. They looked like perverts mesmerized by a stunning beauty ready to pounce the moment another monster made a move. Witnessing this eerie spectacle, even Wu Chang, who was charging forward at full speed, felt a chill run down his spine. How many monsters were there? 50? 100? Every creature within his sight glared at him with bloodshot eyes. Though he was powerful, a single strike from each of these monsters would be more than enough to make him suffer. In his panic, he hurriedly glanced at the spirit essence in his hand and barked. Enough! Quickly suppress your aura, or these beasts will tear us both to shreds. The stern warning seemed to calm the spirit essence, which instantly reverted to its earlier listless state, its aura vanishing without a trace. Without sensing its presence, the monsters gradually calmed down, each returning to their own business. Wu Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead before continuing onward. Though the plains stretched vast, Wu Chang moved swiftly. Within a mere 10 minutes of full-speed travel, they reached a dense forest. The forest showed no signs of monsters, but instead, numerous wild moose could be seen. Yet these wild moose were all exceptionally docile. Some even boldly watched Wu Chang, seemingly curious about him. How peculiar monsters and adventurers coexisting peacefully. A young moose bounded over, bumped against Wu Chang's calf, then scampered away. The scene made him chuckle. Let's go. The spirit essence in his hand grew restless. Wu Chang saw no reason to delay further and followed its guidance forward. The wild moose seemed to receive some unspoken command, lowering their heads and forming an orderly line, as if paying reverence to something. As he ventured deeper, Wu Chang even spotted numerous giant moose doing the same, their usual recklessness along the river plains completely gone. Could the spirit's words be true? Does the god of the wild moose truly exist here? Doubt gnawed at his heart, yet Wu Chang did not halt. Instead, he pressed onward with renewed urgency. After all, the level cap here was below 100. Even if so-called god-tier players existed, they would be level restricted. Even if he couldn't defeat such an opponent, escaping should be manageable. Having made his decision, his pace quickened. As the herd of moose vanished, Wu Chang noticed the spirit essence pulsing more distinctly, its aura growing thicker. Even he felt a surge of restlessness. Taking a deep breath to suppress the distracting thoughts, he stared at the narrow passage formed by two massive ring-shaped boulders deep within the moose forest. Gritting his teeth, he sidestepped through the opening. Damn dirty. Emerging from the passage, Wu Chang was covered in moss. He lifted his head, about to shake his hands to clean himself off. But as he looked up, a breathtaking sight met his eyes. Within the confined space enclosed by the boulders, a magnificent white moose lay sprawled on the ground. Its antlers glistened like precious gems atop its head. With each breath, a faint howling wind seemed to echo. Were it not for the pool beneath it stained crimson with blood, Wu Chang might have believed this creature the most perfect being in existence. At that moment, the spirit essence in his hand, as if a child seeing an adult, slipped from Wu Chang's grasp and flew directly toward the white moose. Responding to the spirit essence's summons, the white moose slowly opened its eyes. Yet instead of the majesty one might expect, its gaze now revealed nothing but utter exhaustion and decay. Human. The white moose's voice echoed within Wu Chang's mind, snapping him out of his stunned daze. Human, I am the dear god of Qing Yuan. According to your human ranking system, I should have been a demigod who ignited the divine flame at level 500. But I was ambushed by an evil god and now must lurk within this dungeon, clinging to life. I thought I'd given without expecting anything in return, never to see another promising young one again. But thankfully, you've come. Though I come bearing only its essence, it is sufficient. The majestic, resonant voice echoed through the cramped space, sending tremors through Wu Chang's heart. Another deity. Though merely a 500-level demigod who never ascended to divinity, its appearance suggested it was once a dungeon monster too. Who would have thought even these creatures could attain godhood? Under the control of the Qing Yuan deer god, the spirit essence slowly rose into the air, gradually transforming into the form of a wild moose. Yet this form bore little resemblance to ordinary monsters, instead sharing a certain likeness to the Qing Yuan deer god. My body can't hold out much longer. The power of the evil god continues to erode me, leaving only this small remnant of flesh and blood. Young one, should you ever attain godhood in the future, remember to seek out the burning heaven evil god. Then avenge me. It would repay the debt of today's kindness. The Qing Yuan deer god's voice echoed out. Then, to Wu Chang's stunned gaze, it rose to its feet. The antlers atop its head slowly dissipated, flowing into its spirit essence, forging a wild moose identical to itself. This form is forged from the essence of my entire being. Henceforth, it shall be your mount. Without its antlers, the Qing Yuan deer god's body rapidly decayed. Only a faint, weak voice echoed as it dissolved into dust and vanished completely. As if losing its anchor, the spirit-formed moose turned its head toward Wu Chang, its eyes carrying a hint of awkwardness. Upon hearing this news, Wu Chang felt his mind buzzing. You, a demigod, went through all this trouble just to become my mount? Chapter 113, Provocation? My mount already outclasses all others. The creature before him, though fundamentally a wild moose, bore the outward appearance of the clear spring deer god. Moreover, having inherited a portion of the Qing Yuan deer god's power, it had already reached level 70 and even developed its own divine consciousness. Boss. The wild moose gazed timidly at Wu Chang. Clearly, it hadn't recovered from the brutal beating it had just endured. It likely realized that even after inheriting the Qing Yuan deer god's bloodline, it still couldn't defeat Wu Chang, hence its submissive posture. Seeing its pitiful state, Wu Chang couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Besides, this was a descendant forged from the very essence of a demigod. If nothing else, its future potential was undoubtedly formidable. Well, since the Qing Yuan deer god has chosen you to be my mount, I suppose I have no choice but to reluctantly accept. But consider this carefully, once you become my mount, everything you do must prioritize my interests above all else. Wu Chang's expression turned stern, his tone deep and grave. The implication behind these words was entirely different. Initially, it could only be considered the Qing Yuan deer god's directive, and whether the other party was willing was entirely up to its own will. After all, the Qing Yuan deer god was merely its father. If it chose to ignore the path laid out for it, Wu Chang could hardly stand in its way. But once it became his mount, their futures would be bound together. There would be no chance of severing ties with Wu Chang in the future. No one would accept a mount that betrayed its master, and Wu Chang wouldn't let a traitor off so easily. Hearing Wu Chang's words, the Wild Plains moose knelt without hesitation. Once a leader, always a leader. Please bestow a name upon me, boss. Seeing its compliance, Wu Chang couldn't help but smile. This fellow was truly amusing making such a choice so readily. There was nothing for him to refuse. True enough. As a descendant of the Qing Yuan deer god, you certainly can't be lumped in with this herd of wild moose. Then I shall name you by. Does that please you? Looking at the mount before him, Wu Chang couldn't help but nod, feeling quite pleased with his talent for naming things. The wild moose, however, lowered its head to examine its own body. While its base color was white, it still bore speckled patterns all over, making it not entirely pure white. It seemed the boss had put a lot of thought into naming him. How touching. In that instant, tears welled up in Bu Bai's eyes, overcome with emotion. Boss, you're just too kind to me. As it spoke, it threw itself into Wu Chang's arms. A tremendous force slammed into him, causing Wu Chang's expression to change drastically as he strained every muscle to brace against the impact. Gazing at the sobbing Bu Bai in his arms, he fell silent. He never imagined the Qing Yuan deer god possessed such formidable power. Had Bu Bai harbored even the slightest intent to kill him just now, Wu Chang would likely have met his end here today. The crucial point was that Bu Bai had inherited only a fraction of the Qingyuan Deer God's essence. If he were to fully recover to his peak state, surpassing the Qingyuan Deer God might be out of reach, but merely matching its power would be shocking enough to astonish everyone.
Alright, let's head back.
Seeing Bai gradually calm down, Wu Cheng took the opportunity to sit on its back.
It must be said that the Qingyuan Deer God possessed formidable control over its body.
The wild moose's back, originally covered in dense steel-like quills, had been transformed by its intervention into a layer of soft, comfortable fur.
Boss, watch my speed.
Excited to show off for the first time, Bu Bai charged forward. It took a powerful stride forward, its antlers glowing with a faint white light that enveloped both itself and Wu Cheng.
Boom!
The rock, once incredibly hard, shattered instantly under its impact. The flying debris crashed to the ground, instantly stirring up a commotion.
Seeing Bu Bai display such fierce power, Wu Cheng's smile grew wider. Not bad at all.
With a mount this formidable, who would dare cause trouble in front of him?
With Bu Bai's arrival, the wild moose inhabiting the forest sensed an overwhelming aura of authority. This was the suppression of the Qingyuan Deer God's bloodline upon them. In other words, as long as Bu Bai remained here, these wild moose would submit.
In the future, as Bu Bai grew stronger, even other species of deer-like monsters would bow down before him.
Let's go!
With that thought, Wu Cheng slapped his thigh. Bu Bai let out a long howl and charged toward the riverbank plain. The scenery on both sides blurred by rapidly. What had taken Wu Cheng half an hour at full speed to cover, Bu Bai could likely traverse in just 10 minutes at his current pace. Observing the wild moose lying prostrate along the path, Wu Cheng's mind was filled with complex thoughts. The moose forest wasn't far from Wild Plains village. As for why no adventurers had discovered this place for so long, it likely wasn't just due to the deer god of Qingyuan.
These wild moose themselves seemed to resist others entering their forest.
But he was different.
As Bu Bai's leader, these beasts would submit to him and dare not act out of line.
Soon, Wu Cheng and Bu Bai returned to the original plain.
But Wu Cheng's expression darkened considerably.
As the monsters were driven away, numerous adventurers had already noticed this location. In the distance, they could even see adventurers rushing toward the area. With such a prime location, they would stop at nothing to claim it. As for the inn in Yayuan village, they would naturally send people over. To avoid interfering with their business, they might even fence off the area and prohibit settlement. Ha ha ha, there's a portable residence over there.
Whoever left it there must be an idiot. Who knows? Does he think a defense system is enough?
The array mage has already set up formations. When that guy steps inside, he'll probably get blown to bits in an instant.
That portable residence will just end up belonging to someone else anyway. Who knows what kind of fool that is in the Wild Plains world?
He's certainly a dedicated transport captain. A group of over level 60 professionals laughed as they hurried toward Wild Plains village.
They intended to seize prime locations before anyone else claimed them and quickly move their belongings in. Upon overhearing their conversation, Wu Cheng's expression instantly turned icy. Not only did someone intend to seize his portable residence, but they even planned to kill him? How laughable. His rage was so intense that even Bu Bai trembled slightly, hastening their pace.
Upon reaching his portable residence, Wu Cheng found a man standing there with a smug grin, his face twisted in mockery. A crowd of professionals stood around, silent, clearly intending to watch the spectacle unfold.
Kid, hand over the keys to the personal residence. Then you can get lost. What I, Xiaolong, set my sights on, you have no choice but to hand over.
The array master named Xiaolong roared with laughter as the array core in his hand began to slowly rotate. Suddenly, massive arrays began erupting from the ground. Clearly, this fellow stood here so brazenly because he possessed the confidence to back it up. Faced with such an arrogant brute, Wu Cheng wasted no words. His voice grew deep and stern. Either you leave, or you die here. Hearing this, Xiaolong burst into laughter. A pathetic level 55 dares challenge me? Let me show you the crushing power of level 65. Xiaolong roared, and the array core in his hand suddenly erupted with blinding light. This was the formation he'd meticulously prepared. Once it enveloped that kid, he'd be as good as dead. Witnessing this scene, Wu Cheng found himself amused.
Level suppression?
As if he'd never killed anyone higher leveled than himself.
Bye, you go.
He stood on the ground, his voice icy cold. Hearing the murderous intent in Wu Chengyu's tone, Bu Bai immediately aimed the antlers at Xiaolong. A herbivorous beast dares draw its blade against me? Seeking death. The next instant, the enraged Xiaolong commanded the formation to attack Wu Cheng, while Bu Bai, seeing this, let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Whoa! The antlers atop its head emitted a dazzling divine light. As Bu Bai swung them, the formations began to dissolve bit by bit under the radiance. Under Xiaolong's horrified and stunned gaze, Bu Bai charged forward.
Its antlers, like massive shields, flung him skyward. Ah!
Xiaolong let out a piercing scream as the antlers pierced through his thigh like a sharp blade cutting through tofu. Seeing this, Wu Cheng nodded with satisfaction. His leader was peerless at this level, so naturally his mount had to be equally formidable.
Chapter 114, Guidance from the Dear God? A new gathering point?
Gazing down at Xiaolong, who lay unconscious on the ground, a trace of contempt flickered across Wu Cheng's pale face. What a trashy array master, not even a match for him. And he himself had been instantly defeated by the boss. It seemed his boss disdained fighting these puny fools, probably didn't want to dirty his hands. Well, what could he do? As the boss's top lieutenant, suppressing these puny trashes would be his responsibility from now on. For a moment, Bu Bai's face wore a look of pride, his gaze drifting subtly toward Wu Cheng. Noticing Bu Bai's exaggerated expression, Wu Cheng's mouth twitched. He couldn't quite fathom what was going through this subordinate's mind. But now it was his time to shine. Stepping up beside Bu Bai, he declared with haughty confidence. Xiaolong? Oomph. Is this the so-called rank suppression you keep bragging about? Wu Cheng's lips curled slightly upward before he grabbed Xiaolong and tossed him into the icy river beside them. This sort of scum deserves no pity, and he certainly wouldn't bother with courtesy. Watching the unconscious Xiaolong get swept away by the river, Wu Cheng turned his head. The crowd stared at him as if he were a freak, their eyes filled with blank shock and disbelief. Get out of here! His cold snort jolted the stunned crowd back to their senses. They turned away immediately, daring not to make a single sudden move, terrified of provoking Wu Cheng's wrath. After all, they had provoked him first. If Wu Cheng really did strike, they wouldn't stand a chance, even if they were in the right. The group slunk away in frustration. Seeing this, Wu Cheng returned directly to his portable residence, and Bu Bai followed suit. Fortunately, the interior of the portable residence was quite spacious, even featuring a small private courtyard, so Bu Bai didn't feel cramped inside. The next day, since Wu Cheng had defeated Xiao Chen so decisively yesterday, no one dared to casually encroach on the open space around him. Thus, they could all witness a brilliant sun rising above the horizon. Yet the sun here differed from the one outside. It appeared more ethereal, less like a tangible entity. Do you know where the edge of the Wild Plains Great World lies? Wu Cheng smiled as he looked at Bu Bai, who was munching on the fodder on the ground, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. At the leader's call, Bu Bai instantly stood up, its little head whirling rapidly. After pondering for a long while, he couldn't fathom where the boss meant by the end. Suddenly, though, a place sprang to mind. That place was quite distant, one might even say it would take considerable time to reach. Yet, in the memories of the Qingyuan deer god, he had seen a group of people who looked exactly like the leader. Moreover, since even the deer god had never set foot there, Bu Bai believed that people as formidable as the leader must be guarding the very edge of the world. Otherwise, given the deer god's immense power, he would surely have gone to see what truly existed there. Whoa! At this thought, it grew even more excited, bouncing around Wu Cheng. Boss, I know a place where people look exactly like you. Only then did Bu Bai remember he could speak, and hurriedly conveyed his thoughts to Wu Cheng. At first, Wu Cheng paid little heed, but upon hearing that even the Qingyuan deer god had once visited that place, his interest was instantly piqued. After all, the Qingyuan deer god was a 500-level demigod. Though forced into hiding here by the persecution of the evil god, a demigod's perspective was undeniable. Wu Cheng couldn't help but feel a stir of excitement. Let's go head there now. With his mind made up, Wu Cheng mounted Bu Bai's back and instructed him to lead the way to the location imprinted in his memory. If his guess was correct, this place should be another gathering spot for Dragon Nation's practitioners. Though he couldn't fathom why it hadn't appeared on any maps, if the Qingyuan deer god remembered it, a trip there would be well worth the effort. Given the long journey ahead, Wu Cheng summoned his portable residence to carry alone. As more and more practitioners around him began to stir from sleep, he hurriedly departed to avoid any leaks of information. After he left, a group of professionals approached, exchanging glances. This territory is ours now? One of the professionals raised an eyebrow. This was the safest and most comfortable spot in the entire plains region. With Wu Cheng gone, someone else would naturally take over. Yet fear flickered across the remaining faces. They exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. Forget it. If that killing machine comes back, we're done for. Exactly. Xiaolong couldn't even defeat his mount. We certainly stand no chance. At least there's a river here. If it had been a river of lava, even Xiaolong's strength might not have saved him. Heard that when they found him last night, Xiaolong looked like a drowned rat, filthy as hell and beaten into a mental state of disarray. Let's get out of here fast. I don't want to spend the rest of my life bedridden. With bitter smiles, the group finally departed. Even the one who'd initially proposed building houses here had no choice but to leave. There was no other choice. He'd intended to rally a group to seize this place, but since everyone else was clear-headed, he couldn't be the fool. Of course, Wu Cheng knew none of this. He'd even prepared himself for the place to be seized after his departure. He had been riding on Bu Bai's back for over 3 hours now. Bu Bai had been charging at this breakneck pace for quite some time, yet even so, they were still nearly 2/3 of the way from the place Bu Bai remembered. Let's rest for a bit. Seeing Bu Bai panting heavily, Wu Cheng called for a halt. They had long since run beyond the boundaries of the map, and he didn't even know what kind of monsters lurked here. Monsters in the wider world weren't neatly organized like those in dungeons, their distribution was chaotic, to say the least. So while herbivorous monsters were common here, no one could predict if a level 99 berserk monster might appear at any moment. Out of basic respect for these creatures, Wu Chang and the cook finished everything at lightning speed, even eating in a hurry. Only after he'd finished everything and was ready to depart, with all calm and quiet around him, did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Something's wrong. He glanced around and detected something amiss. The monsters that had been grazing nearby had vanished not just in one direction, but all around them. At this sight, Wu Chang instantly grew alert. Bu Bai also noticed the anomaly and swiftly assumed a defensive stance. In the blink of an eye, two massive wolves over 10 meters long leapt from the tall weeds behind them, their bloodshot eyes blazing with a murderous, bloodthirsty glare. Whoa! Bu Bai reacted swiftly. A brilliant light flared from his antlers, forming a solid shield that enveloped both Wu Chang and himself. Thud! The wolves collided with the shield and crashed to the ground. They swiftly adjusted their positions, drool dripping from their foul-smelling mouths, clearly unwilling to abandon their attack. Wu Chang knew a fierce battle was inevitable. The world-shattering god-slaying blade slowly materialized in his hand as he checked the monster's attributes. Wilderness Shadow Wolf LV.75, unique to the wild plains. Prefers to hunt in pairs. Possesses terrifying attack power capable of shattering certain shields. Summons allies when low on stamina. Retreat immediately upon encounter. Strength 850 spirit, 200 physical resist, 500 magic resist, 500 HP, 150,000. Skills, Wolf King's Fury, Shadow Wolf Speed, Hard Claw Assault. This monster possesses a staggering 850 strength. Such terrifying power, yet it only occupies a mid-tier ecological niche in the wild plains. Seems this vast world hides many secrets. At this thought, Wu Chang's face lit up with excitement. This time, he would explore every corner of this vast world. Chapter 115, Slaughtering All Enemies, Indigenous Tribes? Observing the two wilderness shadow wolves, a hint of surprise flashed in Wu Chang's eyes. Though they were only level 75, their actual power rivaled that of some bosses. What was most alarming was that these creatures were merely ordinary monsters of the wild plains' great world. It was common knowledge that outside of special dungeons, bosses were usually solitary creatures. Yet the wilderness shadow wolves could appear in packs. Coupled with their formidable attack power, they posed an even greater threat than bosses of the same level. This must be resolved swiftly. Wu Chang made his decision instantly. He glanced at Bu Bai beside him, only to find the other looking back at him. Instantly, they shared a knowing smile, each reading the other's thoughts. Go! Seeing his companion ready, Wu Chang wasted no time. His toes dug into the ground as he charged forward, with Bu Bai hot on his heels. Across the battlefield, the shadow wolves of the wasteland, seeing Wu Chang deliberately abandon the protection of his shield, twisted their hideous faces into inhuman grins. Wasn't this suicide? Against its formidable attack power, these monkey-like creatures were no different from fleas. With a deafening roar, the two wilderness shadow wolves lunged forward, their claws gleaming with a bone-chilling cold light. Boss, I'm here to help. As if fearing Wu Chang would be targeted, Bu Bai stepped forward without hesitation. His antlers, shrouded in a crystalline glow, appeared exceptionally strange. He leapt over Wu Chang and immediately locked horns with one of the shadow wolves. Seeing this, Wu Chang charged straight at the other beast, his world-shattering god-slaying blade blazing with divine light. As the heaven-slicing blade chi erupted, the surrounding area was instantly filled with swirling blades of light. The giant wolf's agonized howls echoed across a vast expanse. When the blade light dissipated, the shadow wolf of the wilderness lay shattered, its body cracked open, wounds gushing blood. Die! The giant wolf lay on the ground, clinging to its last breath. Yet even then, it refused to abandon its attack. Glaring at Wu Chang before it, hatred flared in its eyes. It opened its maw, preparing to howl and summon its pack. Seeing this, Wu Chang showed no mercy. He stepped forward and, before the wolf could utter a sound, severed its head. Enhanced plunder successful, strength plus 20. The system's voice echoed, yet Wu Chang's face showed no trace of excitement. His strength had already reached 500, a mere 20-point boost was now insignificant to him. Turning his gaze to Bu Bai on the other side, Wu Chang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Though Bu Bai, a descendant of a demigod, was of a lower level than the wilderness shadow wolf, he had already gained the upper hand. The shadow wolf of the wild forest was now completely pinned down. Without reinforcements, its demise at Bu Bai's hands was only a matter of time. Leave it to me. The shadow wolf of the wilderness, realizing it was now fighting alone, opened its mouth to summon its pack only to hear a cold voice cut through the air. Just as it lifted its head to locate the source, a razor-sharp blade aura shot toward it. Before it could react, consciousness fled. A head rolled to the ground. Only when the opponent ceased all movement did Bu Bai breathe a sigh of relief. Boss, you're like an elephant and a little cow having a fling, you're awesome. Wu Chang's mouth twitched uncontrollably at the bizarre metaphor Bu Bai had pulled from who knows where. What a bizarre metaphor. Though crude, the meaning was crystal clear. Cut the crap. Let's get out of here. The bloodstain is everywhere. We don't want to attract any monsters. Glancing at the two corpses, Wu Chang ultimately decided to leave immediately. Despite the recent battle, the physical toll on both himself and Bu Bai wasn't too severe. The most urgent priority now was to get out of this place fast, before they got surrounded by other monsters. Hearing his leader speak, Bu Bai naturally didn't argue. After all, he hadn't fully assimilated his demigod power yet. Even if immense potential lay ahead, it wasn't something Bu Bai could tap into right now. Only through continuous combat and journeys could it fully master its demigod bloodline and become the new generation of the Qingyuan Deer God. Of course, whether it could continue growing depended entirely on its own innate potential. But with me by its side, it shall surely ascend to true divinity. Seated atop Bu Bai's back, Wu Chang used the purple spirit treasure gourd to steadily replenish his stamina. Since slaying the wilderness shadow wolf, no other monsters had emerged to challenge them. Yet as they delved deeper into the vast wilderness, Wu Chang witnessed breathtaking sights unlike any other place. Monsters of levels 80 and 90 had established their own territories and hunting grounds. They seemed to possess a rudimentary form of intelligence, avoiding the senseless slaughter typical of ordinary monsters. Even during their journey, Wu Chang and Bu Bai spotted a colossal monster from afar that resembled a boss. Its body, as massive as a small mountain, moved through the wilderness. Had it not been herbivorous, Wu Chang would likely have faced a fierce battle. We're finally almost there. 10 hours had passed since their departure from Noara village, and even the sun had lost its scorching intensity. Boss, we're still nearly an hour away from that village. Should we head out now? No rush. Let's rest a bit. Bu Bai suggested rushing straight to the village in his mind, but Wu Chang waved him off. They had expended a great deal of stamina on their journey. Even though they continuously channeled the blood curse amplification while using the purple spirit treasure gourd to recover, their stored stamina was now completely depleted. If the village ahead had been established by adventurers, that would be one thing. But what if it had long been abandoned by adventurers, or worse, overrun by monsters? Given their current state, both himself and Bu Bai would likely have to retreat in defeat if confronted by powerful monsters. After all, while his attacks were terrifying, he couldn't instantly kill every enemy he encountered. For now, they could only find a place to recover their stamina. Before they could even sit down, however, rustling sounds erupted from the grass ahead. The rustling sound echoed around them, instantly putting Wu Chang on edge. Tall grass like this was everywhere in the wild plains. Even massive creatures like the haunted forest shadow wolves could hide within it. As the grass continued to sway, Wu Chang's heart tightened. Had they barely begun to rest when battle was already upon them? He stood ready, poised to strike at the monster that would soon emerge. But when the grass parted to reveal the creature's true form, Wu Chang's eyes widened in shock. A human? Dragon Nation? A professional? This creature, who looked human but had skin like a withered tree, gazed at the stunned Wu Chang and actually wore a friendly expression. Seeing this person speak to him, Wu Chang swallowed hard. He never imagined that place wasn't a village built by adventurers, but an indigenous tribe of the wild plains. Chapter 116, The Woodcarving Tribe, the melting pot that dissolves all. Upon hearing the words from the creature before him, Wu Chang froze in place. Though he couldn't believe humans existed in such a dungeon, the initial shock gradually faded when the person appeared before him. He no longer felt so shaken. Just a human? As if he'd never seen one before. You must be a professional from the Dragon Nation. I am Mule. The Woodcarving Tribe welcomes your arrival. Seeing the shock fade from Wu Chang's face, Muller's expression turned solemn as he bowed deeply. Witnessing this, Wu Chang seemed to grasp something. He smiled and helped the other man to his feet. Please lead me to your tribe. I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss. Wu Chang's smile was utterly sincere. Seeing it, Muller felt as if a warm spring breeze had enveloped him. Look at him, this is a professional from the Dragon Nation, here on serious business. His demeanor and manner of speaking were worlds apart from the rough and tumble folk of his own tribe. Please follow me, friend from the Dragon Nation. Since this is a matter of great importance, our woodcarving tribe has already made all necessary preparations. Now that you've arrived, I'm confident this matter will be resolved swiftly. Muley smiled warmly as he took Wu Chang by the arm and hurried toward the tribe. Such enthusiasm even puzzled Bu Bai. Wasn't this the first time the boss had visited this mysterious tribe? Yet judging by the boss's demeanor, he seemed completely unfamiliar with them. Could there be some hidden reason? Truly the boss, he hides his depth so well. He clearly had backup plans here all along, yet insisted on letting me uncover them. Soon, Bu Bai imagined Wu Chang had already made all sorts of arrangements here. Even his arrival seemed like his own achievement, but in reality, the boss had long been prepared. His presence merely allowed the boss to execute the plan more smoothly. Meanwhile, Wu Chang followed behind Muller, listening to the stories flowing from his lips as they made their way toward the tribe. In truth, before the Dragon Nation's professionals descended upon the Wild Plains world, Mule's woodcarving tribe had long believed themselves to be the sole intelligent life in the entire world. However, due to the extreme dangers of their surroundings, they had never developed their own civilization. It wasn't until 100 years ago the Dragon Country adventurers first arrived in the Wild Plains world and initiated cultural exchange with the woodcarving tribe. With the Dragon Nation adventurers' assistance, the woodcarving tribe gradually developed, growing to the size of a typical Dragon Nation town by now. After 50 years of development, supported by the Dragon Nation, the woodcarving tribe produced a god-tier professional, a god-tier blacksmith. However, due to instance-level restrictions, this god-tier blacksmith could only remain within an array set up by the Dragon Nation. Yet, just 50 years ago, immediately after the tribe's god-tier professional emerged, the Dragon Kingdom unexpectedly withdrew all personnel. They informed the woodcarving tribe that they would send people back to the Wild Plains world again in 50 years. As for the promised distinctive marker, though none was left behind at the time, the Dragon Nation professional who departed the dungeon stated that the first person encountered would be their emissary. Regardless of appearance, gender, or age, this individual would represent the Dragon Nation. They only hoped the woodcarving tribe would honor the promise made long ago. So you're saying I'm a fake? Upon hearing Muller's explanation, Wu Chang's heart instantly leapt into his throat. Damn it! The Dragon Nation was supposed to send someone, but for some reason, they never showed up. And now, by sheer coincidence, I'm here. Looks like I'll have to take on this identity. As for why it had to be the first Dragon Nation professional they encountered, it was likely because the woodcarving tribe was so remote. Without a map, no one would even know this indigenous tribe existed. After all, even with Wu Chang and Bubai's speed, they'd only encountered monsters once along the way, yet it still took them nearly half a day to reach this place. For an ordinary level 100 professional adventurer without a map, perishing in this vast wilderness would be a distinct possibility. Heh, honored guest. Step through here, and beyond lies our tribe. After walking for nearly 2 hours, Muller led Wu Chang into an array formation. As a faint glow appeared, Wu Chang and Bubai opened their eyes to find their surroundings dramatically transformed. 3- and 4-story buildings stood tall around them, while Wild Plains moose and various unidentified herbivorous monsters strolled leisurely about. At the very heart of the town, a structure resembling a furnace now emitted towering heat. According to Muller, without the array's containment, the entire instance might not even be able to withstand the power of that god-tier blacksmith. Muller, are these the professionals of Dragon Nation? Wow, he's nothing like us. Mom said Dragon Nation practitioners are all towering, upright men. Even the clan chief holds them in the highest regard. He's so handsome, though his skin is a bit rough. One by one, members of the woodcarving tribe gathered around, eager to see what the Dragon Nation man the clan chief had spoken of looked like. When Wu Chang heard someone mention his skin, he couldn't help but glance down at his hands. It wasn't exactly fair, but it was a healthy tan. How could anyone call that bad skin? Of course, this must be completely different from the Muko tribe's aesthetic standards. Our tribe values deep wrinkles and creases on the skin as a sign of beauty. Please don't take it to heart. Mulu explained with a smile, and Wu Chang naturally had no objections. But upon hearing this, Bubai's face darkened with displeasure, and he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Oomph. My leader is the most perfect man. Even the shadow wolves of the wilderness forest couldn't last a single round against him. And look how powerful our boss is. Yet you dare say he's not handsome? You have no eye for beauty. Though he didn't understand aesthetics, in Bubai's mind, being handsome meant being powerful. And since his boss was so incredibly powerful, he must be incredibly popular. Wu Chang nearly choked on his drink at this. What nonsense, strength equating to good looks? That had absolutely nothing to do with it. But Muller stared at Wu Chang in shock, his eyes scanning him up and down as he reached a conclusion. No wonder they say the stronger you are, the more handsome you become. So I guess I, Muller, must be considered handsome too? Wu Chang couldn't be bothered to explain the situation and simply followed Muller toward the town center. When they reached the massive formation, Muller's smile vanished. His expression turned serious as he addressed Wu Chang. Friend from the Dragon Nation, our clan chief resides within this formation. He specifically instructed us to personally receive every visitor from the Dragon Nation, and you are the first to arrive in 50 years. Please enter. With that, he opened a section of the formation. An overwhelming wave of heat instantly engulfed them. Bubai felt as if his body were on fire, while Wu Chang stared expressionlessly at Muller, then shifted his gaze to the formation, which resembled a raging volcano. An inexplicable aura of authority emanated from the place, as if deities resided within, making even Wu Chang feel slightly uneasy. However, the other party had no reason to harm him. Wu Chang ultimately chose to trust the woodcarving tribe. He thanked Muller and stepped into the furnace that melted everything in the world. Chapter 117, Divine Tier Blacksmith, the Challenge of the Greater World. Stepping into the formation, Wu Chang felt as though he were inside a furnace. The scorching heat made his body burn with waves of intense heat. The heat waves assaulted him relentlessly. Even his own body could barely endure it for long. If anyone else were here, they'd likely be reduced to charcoal in mere minutes. Boss, should we get out of here? This place is unbearably hot. My blood is boiling, and all I want is to find a woman. Bubai's urgent voice rang out. Hearing this, Wu Chang tugged at the corner of his mouth, saying nothing more as he continued walking forward. The path stretched endlessly before them, its end invisible. All they could see was a towering figure relentlessly hammering the furnace, the heat resembling molten lava radiating relentlessly from ahead. Restoration technique, bloodline curse, divine body regeneration. Feeling as if he might melt, Wu Chang hastily unleashed his skills. Only by doing so could he venture further along this path of molten lava. The divine deer descends. Bu Bai hastily unleashed his most powerful skill, instantly radiating a sacred aura. The faint golden glow even cooled the surrounding heat considerably. At that moment, the source of the surging heat seemed to pause briefly before emitting a tone of astonishment. Ha! Interesting, very interesting. A practitioner from the Dragon Nation and a descendant of a demigod. The voice seemed to echo from the heavens themselves, causing the very earth to tremble. In the next instant, Wu Chang felt a flash before his eyes, and the seemingly endless path suddenly appeared behind him. Before him now stood a towering figure of the woodcarving clan. If the skin of ordinary woodcarvers resembled the bark of ancient trees, then this man's skin was like the rugged terrain of mountains and valleys. His colossal frame stood over 30 meters tall, making it utterly unimaginable how he could possibly live within this tiny crucible. The hammer in his hand relentlessly pounded the iron plate. The sheer aura emanating from it alone told Wu Chang this was no ordinary piece of metal. I am Wu Chang, a professional from the Dragon Nation. I pay my respects to the chief of the woodcarving tribe. After careful consideration, Wu Chang realized this figure before him must be the chief of the woodcarving tribe. As for whether he would attack, Wu Chang could only speculate. The probability seemed low. After all, their orders were explicitly to bring the first human they encountered here. Moreover, this man was a god-tier blacksmith. While blacksmiths might not possess the combat prowess of dedicated fighters, the situation was heavily tilted in his favor. This was his turf, and the chasm-like gap in their levels meant Wu Chang stood no chance of victory. My name is Bu Bai, the boss's right-hand man. Bu Bai stood tall and proud, seemingly unafraid of the woodcarving tribe chieftain before him. Yet, being the descendant of a demigod, he understood the true terror of his opponent far more clearly than anyone else. Upon hearing their introductions, the woodcarving clan chieftain swept a glance over them and slowly nodded. Then, his body began to rapidly shrink, until he appeared no different from an ordinary woodcarving tribe member. There was no way to tell that the divine being from moments ago was this seemingly ordinary figure before them. I am Mujin, chieftain of the woodcarving tribe. 50 years ago, it was thanks to your Dragon Nation's aid that I broke through to become a god-tier blacksmith. When you return, convey my regards to those old fellows. Mujin first fixed his gaze on Wu Chang. Those piercing eyes, like searchlights, left Wu Chang no choice but to nod in acknowledgement. There was no choice. The gap in power was too great. He was still far too weak. Mujin then turned his gaze to Bu Bai, his eyes softening with a hint of warmth. According to legend, all of us woodcarving tribe members were born with wisdom after bathing in the essence blood of the clear spring deer god. Judging by your appearance, however, the clear spring deer god must have fallen. Otherwise, this old man would bow low to welcome the deity's descent. Mujin's voice carried a note of deep emotion. Though this was an ancient legend, every woodcarving clan chieftain remembered this debt of gratitude. Upon hearing these words, the fear that had gripped Bu Bai vanished instantly, replaced by an unmistakable surge of pride that spread across his face. I am the son of the deer god. I am destined to become the next Qing Yuan deer god, the deer. When the time comes, bathing in my essence blood might even grant you a mate. You must understand, the debt to the deer god can never be repaid. Bu Bai's tone was wildly exaggerated, prompting Wu Chang to cough repeatedly beside him. Even Mujin hadn't imagined this little rascal could be so mischievous, and he couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that Wu Chang wasn't angry, Mujin relaxed. After all, while the Dragon Nation had done Mujin a favor, the dignity of a god-tier practitioner was not something to be trifled with lightly. May I ask, Clan Chief Mujin, what matters did the elders of the Dragon Nation discuss with you back then? I came here knowing nothing about it. Wu Chang seized the chance to voice his lingering doubts, hoping to find answers here. After all, he was merely an imposter. If this matter offered benefits, he would handle it. If not, he would wait for the true person to resolve the issue to arrive. Hearing his words, Mujin's smile faded. He stroked his willow-like beard and spoke in a solemn tone. The Wild Plains Great World is on the verge of collapse, yet none of us possess the means to save it. To salvage this collapsing realm, the core of the Wild Plains has sent out a distress signal. Yet only native god-tier practitioners can access it. The legendary Calamity Evil God has buried fragments of itself here, seeking to absorb all life within the instance to break through its level. My ancestors left behind a parchment scroll. Only those who pass the trials inscribed upon it shall be worthy to challenge the fragments of the Calamity Evil God. Upon slaying the fragments of the Calamity Demon God, the Wild Plains world will successfully upgrade, raising its maximum level to 200. As a reward for the savior, this individual will receive the gift of the Great World. As the chieftain of the woodcarving tribe, I will also enhance one piece of their equipment to mythic tier. Upon hearing these words, Wu Chang felt his heart pounding wildly. The Calamity Evil God? He'd never heard of this one before, but had he encountered few evil gods thus far? The newly ascended rock demon Chris, the burning sky demon Morilang who fled after being severely wounded, and now this calamity demon he was about to face. He had easily defeated the first two. Surely, the third, also a god, wouldn't pose much difficulty within the constraints of the Great World's dungeon. I wonder if this warrior from the Dragon Nation possesses the courage to become the savior of the Great World? Mu Xin's voice echoed slowly, stirring excitement within Wu Chang's heart. At that very moment, a system prompt appeared in his mind. Facing the crisis of the Wild Plains Great World, please make your choice. Note, this is a divine choice, irreversible and unique. Proceed with caution. A. Accept this mission and successfully slay the Calamity Demon God. Upgrade the skill Enhanced Devouring to Annihilation Fusion. After defeating monsters, you may choose the direction of absorption and gain the ability to absorb any substance imbued with divine essence. B. Decline this mission and await the true savior. Gain the title Despised Coward. When facing life-threatening danger, various conditions will trigger, ensuring the host escapes crisis 100% of the time. Faced with these two choices, Wu Chang froze. Both options seemed appealing, especially the latter. He could roam freely without fear of death. Yet as a professional adventurer, he knew this wasn't his true nature. Chieftain Mu Xin, regarding this matter. I, Wu Chang, accept. Chapter 118, Slaughter, the invasion of the evil god's minions. This matter I, Wu Chang, accept it. Wu Chang's tone carried unwavering confidence as his eyes fixed intently on Mu Xin. As the leader of the woodcarving tribe, Mu Xin now looked back at Wu Chang, his regard for the young man from the Dragon Nation growing. Can one only say he truly lives up to his heritage as a descendant of the Dragon Nation? Not only is his strength formidable enough to locate the woodcarving tribe, but his confidence alone is enough to inspire others. Mu Xin murmured to himself, his right hand stroking his beard incessantly, as if only this gesture could bring him peace. In that case, commence your challenge. A long silence fell over the crowd. Just as Wu Chang's nerves were frayed, fearing he might be exposed as an imposter, Mu Xin's voice suddenly broke the quiet. Before Wu Chang could even crack a smile, Mu Xin's hand abruptly produced a parchment scroll. He bit into a finger as dry as dead wood, and pale green blood instantly dripped onto the parchment. In an instant, the ordinary parchment began to glow. It floated into the air, revealing a mysterious location. Wu Chang, of course, couldn't make sense of this place, and even Mu Xin, chief of the woodcarving tribe, was puzzled. He had never left the tribe since birth. Though he understood the parchment's meaning, he had no idea where this specific location was. Chief, I know where it is. My father's memories hold the coordinates for this place. Bu Bai jumped up excitedly, his eyes darting around at Wu Chang. Hearing this, Wu Chang's mouth twitched. Had it already recognized the source deer god as its father? While that was essentially true, something felt off about it. But since Bu Bai knew the location, the matter was settled. All he needed to do was let it lead the way. In that case, this old man will await your good news here. Remember to return to the tribe after completing the task. The next assignment will be waiting for you. Mu Xin felt immensely satisfied upon hearing Bu Bai's words. He had no means to leave the tribe for the so-called Grand World Trial, but now with Wu Chang, the professional from the Dragon Nation, and Bu Bai, son of the Qingyuan Deer God, completing this trial should be possible, right? Chief Mu Xin, we take our leave. Seeing everything prepared, Wu Chang made no further stay. He turned and stepped out of the furnace that seemed capable of scorching the heavens and earth. Only once outside did Wu Chang realize he'd been drenched in cold sweat the entire time. Even as he strained to control himself, he couldn't fully calm his nerves. Wu Chang, it seems the clan chief is quite pleased with you. Mulu approached with a smile, his gaze fixed on Wu Chang. Wu Chang was somewhat surprised to hear him address him by name. No need to worry. This is a natural ability of our Mute tribe, the power to transmit messages through thought. With this explanation, Wu Chang understood why the other knew his name. It was because clan chief Mu Xin had revealed it. As they walked out of the woodcarving tribe, after passing through the teleportation array to leave the tribe, Mula placed a small token into Wu Chang's hand. This is our woodcarving tribe's teleportation array token. Whenever you approach a teleportation array, it will reveal its location and allow you to enter the tribe. Should you require anything, our tribe will offer our utmost support. We implore you to succeed. Mule gripped Wu Chang's hand, his face etched with solemnity. Seeing this, Wu Chang also accepted the token, then nodded firmly before mounting Bu Bai and racing toward the location of the first trial. Whether due to the severe erosion of the Wild Plains world or not, the entire journey revealed nothing but scenes of decay. Even the ferocious carnivorous monsters appeared withered and decayed. Worst of all, Wu Chang intended to put them out of their misery, but this place seemed to anticipate his actions. Every creature died the instant Wu Chang laid eyes on it, leaving him no time to react. Bu Bai, something feels off here. After nearly 2 hours of sprinting at full speed, Wu Chang felt the air growing colder around him and called out to Bu Bai. Bu Bai surveyed the surroundings and nodded. Boss, this is the place from my memories, but it's different from the scroll. Plus, it feels eerily foreboding. I keep getting the sense the deer god is watching me. Hearing Bu Bai say this, Wu Chang's mouth twitched. What did he mean, the deer god was watching him? That just made it sound even more terrifying. But since this place closely matched Bubai's memory, it was likely the location described in the parchment. The man and the deer pressed onward. Wu Chang noticed the signs of decay growing increasingly severe around them. Eventually, the ground was littered with piles of white bones, all their heads facing the same direction, clearly their destination. Following the bones' guidance, Wu Chang arrived before a mountain of bones. Here, he saw a vast pile of monster corpses, with a dark red blood sphere currently floating in the air, constantly absorbing the life essence around it. "Boss, this is it!" Bubai shrieked urgently. Wu Chang was somewhat speechless. This was clearly a boss monster, plain as day. He wasn't blind, how could he possibly miss it? Prepare for battle. Standing firm, he gripped the world-shattering god-slaying blade. His magic staff hovered behind him, while the purple spirit treasure gourd opened wide, ready to absorb and store any excess stamina. As if sensing the intruders, the blood sphere abruptly halted its absorption. Then, with a violent convulsion, a towering, blood-red figure materialized before Wu Chang, its skeletal spear radiating a bone-chilling aura. Humans? So the woodcarving tribe isn't dead after all. Very well. Since the Dark God has commanded me to guard this place, I shall slaughter every enemy. The crimson figure roared with fury, charging forward without even giving Wu Chang time to inspect its attributes. Seeing this, Wu Chang wasted no words. The world-shattering god-slaying blade unleashed a shower of divine light, while the mage staff fired wave after wave of magical attacks. Airby wasn't idle either. Before the enemy reached Wu Chang, he blocked it over 50 meters ahead, waiting for Wu Chang's attacks to arrive. Seizing this moment, Wu Chang hurriedly examined the enemy's attributes. Evil God's Minion Necromancer LV.75, one of the minions of the Calamity Evil God. Though merely an avatar of the main entity, its terrifying necromantic power can inflict immense destruction upon the world. Strength 500 Spirit, 1500 Physical Resistance, 800 Magic Resistance, 800 Stamina, 120000. Skills, Necromantic Catastrophe, Life Drain, Necromantic Demigod. Upon seeing the Necromancer's stats, Wu Chang narrowed his eyes. A staggering 1500 Spirit attack, a single hit would be fatal. Though its physical and magic defenses and HP weren't exceptionally high, any other level matched class engaging it in a one-on-one duel would face near certain death. Yet Wu Chang felt not a shred of fear. But it actually possesses. Well, this trial seems rather straightforward. As the heaven-splitting blade chi enveloped the necromancer, Wu Chang gripped the world-annihilating god-slaying blade. He unleashed every auxiliary skill at his command, feeling his body tremble uncontrollably. Godslayer Slash. With a 500% strength boost amplified by his titles of Godslayer and Avenger, Wu Chang dared not imagine the sheer devastation his strike would unleash. Attack dealt 46,000 true damage. A single Godslayer strike had nearly taken half the necromancer's life. It screamed, attempting to unleash its skills, but Wu Chang closed the distance with a surprise elbow strike. The world-slaying god-slaying blade slashed relentlessly across its form. With Bubai drawing fire from the front, the necromancer found itself utterly defenseless for a moment. Ah! With a final, defiant roar, the necromancer collapsed, its body riddled with wounds. The skeletal spear in its grasp shattered upon impact with the world-destroying god-slaying blade. Wu Chang watched the blood orb floating before him and absorbed it directly. The surroundings rapidly transformed, the white bones vanished, and sprouts began to emerge from the ground. Simultaneously, a notification echoed within Wu Chang's mind. Annihilation fusion successful. Please select Enhancement Direction. Chapter 119, Harvest, Second Great World Trial. Accompanied by the system's voice, options visible only to Wu Chang instantly appeared before his eyes. Attribute Enhancement plus 20, Acquire Skill, Devour Equipment. The three distinct options made Wu Chang raise an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected the system to be so generous, even allowing him to devour equipment. Though that skeletal spear was extraordinary, it couldn't compare to his own world-shattering god-slaying blade. As for attributes, unless it offered massive stat boosts, what he needed most right now was a skill. Select Skill. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill Sea of Corpses and Blood. Each boss slain grants a 10% damage bonus, stacking up to 10 times. Clears upon failed boss challenge. A smile spread across Wu Chang's face upon acquiring this skill. This skill would undoubtedly maximize its potential on him. After all, his boss kill rate remained a perfect 100% so far. His only setback had been when the true form of the rock demon Chris personally intervened. Seems even the heavens want me to save the wild plains. Wu Chang shook his head in quiet reflection before returning to the tribe with Bubai. Upon entering the woodcarving tribe, Wu Chang was met by a sight. The entire tribe stood fully armed and arrayed in battle formation, even the elders and children poised for combat. Upon seeing Wu Chang return, a woodcarver led him to Mulu. Wu Chang, how did you return so quickly? Nula's face was filled with shock upon seeing Wu Chang return to the tribe unscathed. He had clearly sensed the earth tremble, a sign that the trials of the great wilderness had begun. Though the tremor ended swiftly, Wu Chang shouldn't have returned this quickly. Could it be that the challenge wasn't directed at Wu Chang, but at that seemingly dim-witted moose? Naturally, I returned after defeating the opponent.
Please take me to the tribal chief. I have something important to deliver to him. Wu Chang wore a faint smile, unconcerned by the other's suspicion.
After all, his speed in challenging bosses was indeed remarkable. Even the headmaster and others had initially suspected he might be cheating or using forbidden methods.
Hearing Wu Chang's explanation, Muller said no more and led him to the clan chief's location.
Stepping into the furnace chamber, Wu Chang soon spotted Mujin sitting cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought.
Chieftain, this is what I obtained after slaying the necromancer. With a wave of his hand, a blood orb flew out.
Seeing the blood orb, Mujin's eyes widened instantly. He hadn't believed Wu Chang could defeat a necromancer after all. A mere level 50-something youth, no matter how formidable his combat prowess, couldn't possibly have taken down a level 75 boss so swiftly. But now, the necromancer's core lay before him. There was no room for doubt.
Ahem, ahem. Well done, lad.
Mujin cleared his throat a few times, pulling his attention back.
If he remained silent any longer, how could he, a god-tier professional, maintain even the most basic dignity?
He waved his hand, and instantly a large hole appeared in the ground, revealing a pool of clear water within. Beside this pool, Wu Chang sensed not a trace of heat, but instead a sacred aura.
Mujin placed the blood sphere into the clear water. Its aura gradually weakened until it transformed into a white orb of light. Consume this essence. It will greatly benefit you.
Mujin placed the orb before Wu Chang, then restored the ground to its original state. Gazing at the orb, Wu Chang felt an overwhelming hunger surge through him. It wasn't that he hadn't eaten, it felt as though every cell in his body was urging him to consume it. After glancing at Mujin to confirm he wasn't joking, Wu Chang popped the orb into his mouth. Instantly, a cool sensation coursed through his entire body, and the fatigue vanished in an instant. Wu Chang quietly savored this feeling. When he opened his eyes, however, he noticed something seemed to have appeared before him.
Check panel.
His heart racing, he opened his interface, then froze in place.
Name, Wu Chang.
Title, Godslayer,
Avenger, Wealthy Landowner. Class, Lone Wanderer. Level, LV 60-50%.
Equipment, World-Shattering God-Slaying Blade God Tier, Dark Gold Giant Set Unrivaled Tier, Warrior's Frame Unrivaled Tier, Mage's Staff Unrivaled Tier, Space Splitting Orb Unrivaled Tier, Purple Spirit Gourd Unrivaled Tier, Sky Riding Cloak Unrivaled Tier, Bombardment Seal Unrivaled Tier.
Strength, 550 plus 175 Spirit, 330 plus 175. Physical Resistance, 210 plus 275 Magic Resistance, 210 plus 275. Critical Chance, 40 plus 30% Critical Damage, 200%.
Skills, Spiritual Suppression, Annihilation Fusion, Total Control, Divine Body Regeneration, Grand Life Restoration, Spatial Leap, Bloodline Curse, Mastery of all Martial Arts, Surprise Elbow Strike, Absolute Block, Fatal Strike, Dharma Form, Heaven Splitting Blade, Waterlord, Sea of Corpses and Blood. His level had skyrocketed by 5 tiers, and his overall attributes had surged by nearly 30%. If not for the undeniable changes in his stats before his eyes, Wu Chang might have thought he'd just experienced some kind of illusion.
This is terrifying. Is this the gift of the greater world?
Tasting the sweetness of success, Wu Chang licked his lips, feeling his body grow restless. He had assumed there would only be one final reward for saving the Wild Plains Great World, yet the bounty for slaying the first boss alone was enough to fill him with overwhelming joy.
Leveling up was one thing, but this comprehensive attribute boost was downright terrifying.
Heh, this isn't the gift of the Great World. Hearing Wu Chang's words, Mujin shook his head with a smile.
You must return after each trial.
That pool water is the tears of the clear spring, dear God. While it doesn't purify everything, it's quite effective against these little creatures.
You are the savior chosen by the world.
Naturally, you deserve such an opportunity. Mujin's words reached Wu Chang's ears, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. True enough, he had completed the Great World's Salvation Trial. It would be unreasonable not to receive some reward. Besides, the first boss alone was level 75. If he stagnated now, he'd stand no chance against the Calamity Demon God in the end. Even if the Great World was stingy, it couldn't possibly withhold the experience needed for his level up. And then there's the fusion attributes. I wonder just how powerful I'll become after completing this Great World quest. Wu Chang licked his lips, his heart already beginning to anticipate the second trial quest.
Seeing Wu Chang's eagerness, Mujin didn't bother suggesting rest. He turned and pulled out the parchment scroll. An image of a lake appeared on it, surrounded by numerous monsters. This is your next trial. Go. As Mujin's voice faded, Wu Chang was instantly teleported outside the furnace. He glanced up at the sky and resolved to set out immediately for his second trial. Chapter 120, Second Trial, Blood Sovereign. The second trial took place at a lake. Having absorbed the essence of the water spirit, Wu Chang felt no fear in this combat environment. Instead, he held the home field advantage. He's heading out for his second trial already? Stepping out of the heavenly forge, Mujin looked at Wu Chang with astonishment. In his understanding, trials and challenges were supposed to be incredibly arduous. Why did Wu Chang seem completely unfazed, having just completed the first trial and now diving straight into the second? Most crucially, this was a trial in the Great World.
In their woodcarving tribe, the rite of passage was merely challenging a weaker wild moose, and even then, it took 3 or 4 people working together to bring it down. But Wu Chang, he completed a great world trial with such casual ease, as if his tribesmen were telling him he was going out to gather honey from bees. Yes, wait for my good news. As an outsider, Wu Chang naturally had no idea what this meant. So what if he killed monsters a bit faster? What was there to be surprised about? Seeing Wu Chang so calm, Mueller couldn't help but doubt his own understanding for a moment. Could it be that the Wild Plains moose is actually the most formidable monster in the world? Otherwise, the gap in combat strength between our clan members and Wu Chang shouldn't be this huge. Mueller scratched his head, ultimately leaving without finding an answer. What could he do? He could barely defeat a Wild Plains moose himself. He simply couldn't fathom just how powerful Wu Chang truly was. Leaving the woodcarving tribe, Wu Chang gazed at the moon in the sky, feeling it had grown significantly brighter. After slaying the necromancer, whether it was an illusion or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that the entire Wild Plains world seemed to have gained new vitality. Never mind. Let's find the next boss. Now that he knew the location of the second trial boss, Wu Chang headed straight there with Bu Bai. This location was easy to recognize, but judging by the surrounding conditions, it didn't seem like an easy boss to deal with. Boss, do you think this boss will be as weak as the last one? Bu Bai ran toward the location he remembered, complaining about the necromancer's weakness as he went. Hearing this, Wu Chang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Weak? The necromancer was actually quite powerful, a level 75 boss and a subordinate of the Calamity Demon God. It was impossible to call it weak by any measure. It was just that the opponent had bad luck encountering him and Bu Bai. Otherwise, for other challengers, whether they could survive, let alone succeed, was questionable. Don't get cocky. These bosses aren't mere minions. That necromancer just got lucky. Its weapon wasn't powerful enough. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. Though Wu Chang couldn't find any redeeming qualities in the necromancer, he forced himself to come up with a warning for Bu Bai after much thought. He had no choice. Qing Yuan Deer God had entrusted Bu Bai to him, and he had to fulfill his duty to nurture him. Upon hearing Wu Chang's words, Bu Bai nodded in agreement. He had to agree. That guy's weapon was genuinely trash. The boss had chopped it 4 or 5 times before it shattered completely. Calling the thing a weapon was embarrassing. It wasn't even as sturdy as his own antlers. Thinking of his most prized antlers, Bu Bai's face lit up with pride. Though a demigod's son, he clearly cared deeply about his appearance. Seeing him so easily delighted, Wu Chang could only shake his head and marvel at his simple-mindedness before turning his attention to surveying their surroundings. Unlike the skeletal mounds where the undead dwelled, the closer they approached the second trial site, the denser the grasses and water sources became. All life thrived here as if nourished by abundant nutrients. Something feels off here. Wu Chang's brows furrowed tightly as he watched the color on the ground deepen, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Hearing their leader speak, even the usually carefree Bai slowed his pace and scanned the surroundings. He lowered his head to examine the color on the ground, then twitched his nose. Even this usually carefree fellow now wore a look of seriousness. Boss, this color on the ground is all bloodstains. At those words, Wu Chang instantly paled. Blood red everywhere. How many monsters had to die to stain this place crimson? Hurry up and keep moving. Spotting the lake in the distance, Wu Chang urged Bu Bai to pick up the pace. When they reached the lake, they realized it wasn't a lake at all. It was a pool of blood. The dark crimson pool distorted the moon's reflection into something eerily unnatural, as if the souls of monsters still lingered nearby. Gurgle. The pool began to churn violently, and a crimson-clad boss wielding a long sword emerged from the blood. It seems the necromancer has been defeated. To think you two little ones managed to find this place. Curiosity flickered across the boss's face before its gaze locked onto Bu Bai. Descendants of a demigod? It seems I'll be feasting this time. Let your blood celebrate the rebirth of my god. Upon sensing Bu Bai's bloodline, the boss instantly went frenzied, charging forward with his greatsword raised. Seeing this, Wu Chang showed no fear, charging straight in to engage him. Since the boss targeted Bu Bai, Wu Chang was determined to thwart its plans. Bu Bai, wait for me at a distance. Yes, boss. Without hesitation, Bu Bai realized the enemy had gone berserk because of him and promptly retreated from the area. Wu Chang seized the moment to knock the boss back, then examined its attributes. Bloodlord LV.80, one of the minions serving the Catastrophe Demon God. Its true form is a legendary vampire whose terrifying power can directly drain the blood from living beings. Strength, 400 spirit, 1200 physical resist, 700 magic resist, 700 stamina, 200000. Skills, blood drain, knight's body, rebirth and blood. A vampire, of all things. Upon realizing the Bloodlord's true form was a high-level monster, Wu Chang instantly understood. This creature was likely just another avatar of the Dark God's minions. As it claimed, its purpose in guarding this place was to aid the Dark God in reclaiming its birthright. As for the price? The destruction of the entire world, naturally. Face your death. The Bloodlord's longsword drew upon the blood pool, instantly saturating itself with a lurid crimson glow.
Countless blood blades then shot forth, weaving a vast net that enveloped Wu Chang. Seeing this, Wu Chang's eyes narrowed as he coldly commanded, "Heaven-splitting blade chi." In an instant, countless blade energies scattered like a torrential downpour, charging directly toward the net formed by the sword chi. Chapter 121, Plundering Memories, the Malevolent God of Calamity's Purpose. The clash between the blade chi and the blood blades erupted in a blinding flash that illuminated the night sky. Seeing this, Wu Chang seized the opportunity to close the distance with a spatial leap, then unleashed a charged strike from his staff. Missed. This is bad. Wu Chang inwardly cursed his misfortune, then plummeted downward. Suddenly, a palm formed entirely of blood surged out of the blood pool, reaching toward Wu Chang with a force powerful enough to shake the heavens. Dharma form. Faced with such an assault, Wu Chang abruptly unleashed his Dharma image ability. His body swelled to colossal proportions before colliding head-on with the blood-red palm. Boom! Wu Chang's Dharma image proved superior. Empowered by the water sovereign, it crushed the blood palm and landed him firmly on the ground. Ah! The pain forced the blood sovereign back into its true form, its once elegant posture now somewhat shrunken. Earlier, it had dissolved itself into a pool of blood, then gathered nearly half the pool's power to attack Wu Chang. But to its shock, this bastard was as hard as a rock, suppressing it with barely any effort. You asked for it. The Blood Lord roared in fury, his form suddenly becoming ethereal as he drew the entire pool of blood toward him. In an instant, a blood giant, controlled by his essence, materialized before Wu Chang, charging forward with savage ferocity. Accompanying the blood giant were hordes of monsters formed from blood itself. They lunged at Wu Chang like ravenous specters, claws and fangs bared. Seeing this, Wu Chang's expression turned grave. Then, the world-destroying god-slaying blade emitted a dazzling divine light. God-slaying slash. Against an enemy imbued with divine power, a full-force attack was the greatest respect one could show. The blood giant let out a silent roar, its massive form charging forward like a mountain. Wu Chang raised his blade with both hands, unleashing a blade aura with unmatched force that shot forth with the might to cleave mountains and shatter rocks. In an instant, blood spattered, the earth shook, the wilderness cracked, and the heavens and earth changed color. The Godslayer slash, whirling with blood, struck the blood giant. Countless blood monsters roared, swamping Wu Chang. Even from afar, Bu Bai witnessed this scene and felt his heart tremble. Yet he did not rush to aid his comrade. Not only because Wu Chang had given no command, but also because he trusted his leader would never falter so easily. The blood giant reeled back under the Godslayer's assault, unable even to block the blows. It could only endure as the blade shattered its flesh and blood form. Meanwhile, Wu Chang, surrounded by monsters, pushed the advantage of his manifested form to its absolute limit. So what if they outnumbered him? His Dharma form stood 10 meters tall. If they could completely surround him, then even if Wu Chang lost, he wouldn't have any complaints. And with the purple spirit treasure gourd constantly restoring his stamina, did these monsters truly believe they could kill him? Utterly delusional. Break! With a thunderous shout, Wu Chang unleashed the blood curse buff radiating from his body, bursting straight through the swarm of monsters. His gaze locked onto the blood giant, already on the verge of collapse. He charged forward and swung his blade. No! You cannot defeat me! The world-shattering god-slaying blade plunged into the Blood Lord's body. This god-tier weapon instantly executed the Blood Lord on the spot. Or rather, after the exhaustion from the god-slaying strike, the Blood Lord's health was already critically low. Yet within the blood pool, it could continuously regenerate. As long as the monsters could delay Wu Chang, it could restore itself to peak condition. Yet Wu Chang broke free from the monster's control in under a minute, charging straight in to deliver the fatal blow. Without the boss's power sustaining them, the blood monsters dissolved one by one into pools of liquid and vanished. The surrounding ground gradually returned to normal. Wu Chang resumed his regular size, only to find the blood pool beneath his feet had been completely purified, leaving behind a clear spring reflecting his own image. It's finally over. He exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. This battle had proven challenging even for him. Other players of the same level would likely struggle to survive. But now that he had slain the second boss, it was time to tally his gains. Annihilation fusion successful. Select a fusion target from the following series. Attribute plus 30, skill plunder, weapon plunder, fragment of a dark god's minion's memory. Ha! What's this? When Wu Chang saw the fourth option, a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. Just then, the system's voice abruptly sounded. Facing the memories of the demon's minion, please make your choice. A. Accept the memory of the evil god's minion. Complete the Blood Lord's memory to gain all of its recollections. B. Reject the memories of the demon god's minion. Choose any 3 options to double the bonuses. Choose A. Wu Chang hesitated not a moment, choosing to accept the memories outright. He was intensely curious about the entire vast world of the wilderness. Now that he had the chance to glimpse its entirety, he naturally had to seize it firmly. Besides, these were the memories of the Blood Lord who knew what useful insights might be gained. Selection successful. Memory transfer initiated. Instantly, a stream of memories entirely foreign to his own flooded Wu Chang's mind, leaving him utterly captivated. Boss. Seeing the battle conclude, Bubai bounded over, only to find Wu Chang frozen in place, staring blankly at the memories. Concern immediately welled up within him. However, this state didn't last long. Wu Chang snapped out of the memories. He glanced at Bubai, who had shielded him with his body to prevent a fall, then retrieved the light orb left behind by the Blood Lord after its demise. Only then did he lead Bubai back. As he climbed onto Bubai's back, Wu Chang's smile gradually faded. From the Blood Lord's memories, he had learned many secrets unknown to others. For instance, the vast expanse of the wild plains, though seemingly boundless, it was actually constantly expanding. Years ago, when the Calamity Demon God struck and gravely wounded the Clear Spring Deer God, the latter concealed its traces and fled into the original Wild Plains instance. However, due to the Clear Spring Deer God's immense level, suppressing it would still cause damage to the instance. Therefore, it decided to disperse all its accumulated levels, retaining only the most fundamental level. The dispersed power was absorbed by the entire Wild Plains instance, transforming it into the present-day Wild Plains world. This transformation alerted the Calamity Demon God to the anomaly. Having failed to claim the title of Demon God King, it created a 100-level avatar to descend upon the Wild Plains world, simultaneously dispatching its minions to this realm. Once the Calamity Evil God's power permeated this realm, it could absorb the entire Wild Plains grand world, fully restoring itself to its peak state. Sensing the Demon God's revival, the Clear Spring Deer God issued a warning to the instance core, leading to the trials we now face. In memory, 4 minions had arrived here, with the latter 2 being the Calamity God's personal bodyguards. Looks like the upcoming battles won't be easy. Seeing the Blood Lord cowering like a chick before those 2 guards, Wu Chang's expression grew even more grave. Boss, we're here. Bubai's voice rang out. Wu Chang looked up to see the teleportation array right before him. The weight lifted from his face instantly. He smiled and nodded to Bubai before stepping into the array together, teleporting to the woodcarving tribe. Chapter 122, Leveling Up, a Gift from the Greater World. Upon arriving in the tribe, Wu Chang's taut nerves finally relaxed. Outside, he not only had to battle the minions of the evil god but also had to be wary of monsters suddenly appearing. While these creatures couldn't inflict any real harm on him, their elusive nature meant a surprise encounter would be unpleasant. Upon returning to the woodcarving tribe, Wu Chang was greeted by a group of people led by Mule. Wu Chang, my friend, it seems you've triumphed once more. Seeing Wu Chang without a single scratch on him and recalling the intensified life energy he sensed, Muller quickly deduced that Wu Chang had likely completed his second world trial. Wu Chang's response matched his expectations, coming back promptly and straightforwardly. Yeah, the second boss was no walk in the park. Wu Chang replied with a smile, but Muller's grin froze. What did he mean, tough? If it was truly that difficult, how could he emerge unscathed? Just think about how much preparation he needed to hunt a wild moose for his coming-of-age ceremony. It seemed the gap between people was indeed greater than the gap between humans and monsters. Our boss is incredibly powerful. I even think if he wanted to, he could take down any enemy in an instant. Bubai boasted proudly about his leader. While it sounded exaggerated, it made perfect sense to him. Can you go toe-to-toe with a demon lord's minion? Can you defeat one? Can you survive an ambush? Clearly, not everyone could manage that. So blowing his own boss's horn was perfectly normal. Hearing this, Wu Chang quickly pulled Muller away. If Bubai kept bragging like this, he'd soon be turning himself into some bare-handed star-shattering legend. As for Muller, though he knew Bubai loved to brag, he couldn't help but wonder if Wu Chang truly possessed such formidable strength. After all, bragging requires some foundation. If there wasn't even a shred of truth to it, how could Bubai spin such fantastical tales? I'm heading inside first. Don't believe a word of Bubai's bragging. As the array leading into the Heaven and Earth Forge opened, Wu Chang hurriedly slipped inside. Otherwise, if others heard him bragging so shamelessly, his lifelong reputation would be utterly ruined. Upon entering the furnace, Wu Chang heard the rhythmic clanging of metal being forged. He hurried closer and saw Muzhen, the chief of the woodcarving tribe, working with the focus of a robot. His eyes were fixed intently on the iron block before him as his forging hammer struck it rhythmically, blow after blow. Chieftain, what are you? Wu Chang felt a pang of unease. Though the chieftain had behaved similarly during his first entry into the Heaven and Earth Forge, he had never been so utterly oblivious to Wu Chang's presence within the furnace. Whether it was Wu Chang's presence that snapped Muzhen out of his trance, he glanced down at him before abruptly tossing aside his hammer. Instantly, the entire Heaven and Earth Forge shook as if hit by an earthquake. Another piece of material wasted. Muzhen gazed regretfully at the partially formed iron ingot before him, shaking his head in disappointment. He tossed the iron block aside, and it vanished instantly. The clan chief himself returned to his normal size, transforming back into the wooden carved tribesman Wu Chang knew. Chief, what was that iron piece for just now? Seeing the other return to his usual appearance, Wu Chang's curiosity prompted him to ask again. Hearing this, Muzhen smiled, then stroked his beard and shook his head. That was merely a warm-up for upgrading your equipment. This old man hasn't crafted mythical great gear in years. Perhaps I'll get to work on it in a few days.
Mu Zhen's teasing tone made Wu Chang feel as though the man before him wasn't a god-tier blacksmith, but rather an old man with no shame. But he quickly snapped back to reality. Could it be that the man already knew he had defeated the Blood Lord? But Mu Zhen's level far exceeded the world's capacity to handle it. Moreover, he had never ventured outside. How could he possibly know that Wu Chang had completed his second trial? Could it be that Mule transmitted this news through telepathy? Wu Chang couldn't help but feel perplexed, though this was the only plausible explanation he could muster. Fortunately, Clan Chief Mu Zhen didn't enjoy tormenting others with ambiguity. Sensing Wu Chang's confusion, he reached into his pocket, pulled out an array disc, and began to explain. This was gifted to me by a forger from your dragon nation. They say it was crafted from countless materials. Though it's not a divine artifact, its exquisite craftsmanship and wildly imaginative design are beyond anything I could ever achieve in my lifetime. Compared to it, even the forging of divine artifacts seems simple and straightforward. Not only does this device allow me to sense nearby events, but it also serves as the core array mechanism for this heaven and earth crucible beneath my feet. Though I couldn't witness your defeat of the Blood Sovereign, I sensed your aura becoming more attuned to the world itself. This is the great world's acknowledgement of you, and the basis for my belief that you can complete the world trial. With that, he waved his hand, and the pool filled with holy water reappeared. Wu Chang stared at the array core, which resembled a sky full of stars, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Not a divine artifact, yet comparable to one even god-tier smiths deemed it unsurpassable. That was the most astonishing part. Yet this object had no connection to him whatsoever. If the other party truly intended to bestow it upon someone, it should rightfully go to a descendant of the woodcarving tribe. After all, placing such a precious array core in the hands of outsiders would be nothing short of a catastrophe. Chieftain, let us begin the purification now. Wu Chang tore his gaze away from the array core, then retrieved the remnant essence of the Blood Monarch. His eyes burned as he stared at the pool of holy water. If it weren't for its purpose, he'd be tempted to dive in for a soak himself. If it could purify the essence left behind by a demon god's minion, he suspected that diving in for a bath could easily boost his stats by 30 to 40%. Hearing Wu Chang's words, Mu Zhen said nothing further, merely silently stowing the item away. With a wave of his hand, the vivid crimson essence drifted slowly into the holy water pool. As the holy water purified it, the crimson essence gradually shed its color, eventually transforming into a pure, flawless sphere of light that floated before Wu Chang. Seeing this, Wu Chang swallowed it with practiced ease. Immediately, he felt changes coursing through his body. A flash of white light erupted, and Wu Chang felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over him, as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. Nevertheless, he forced himself to check his level and saw that he had risen from level 60 to level 70. Such a rapid leveling speed surprised even Wu Chang himself. But I can still obtain more essence orbs later. Who knows? After this trial, my level might even reach 80, 90, or even 100. Drowsy, Wu Chang stepped out of the heaven and earth crucible and collapsed onto the bed Mulu had prepared for him. His mind began to envision the scene after completing the Grand World Quest. He just wondered what his 100-level challenge would entail. Surely, as a lone adventurer, he couldn't possibly not have a 100-level challenge. Chapter 123, Transformation, the Third Trial. The next day, Wu Chang slowly awoke from his slumber. Where his body had felt heavy yesterday, he now felt light as a feather, and even his mind felt sharper. What's going on? Wu Chang glanced down at his body, finding no visible changes, not even his attributes had shifted. Yet his senses wouldn't lie. He threw a punch. Yesterday's self would have produced a sonic boom, but now, not only was there no sound, but a lingering vortex of air swirled around his fist. Could this be the transformation brought about by swallowing that essence yesterday? Wu Chang raised an eyebrow, convinced that the essence he had consumed yesterday was responsible for his physical changes. Growing stronger was a good thing, there was no need for excessive worry. Stepping outside, he saw the men, women, and children of the woodcarving tribe bustling about. A group followed a creature called the big-bellied bee. Whenever it gathered nectar, a woodcarver would approach and remove the honey sacks it carried. Another group tended to the domesticated wild moose. They were intelligent beings after all. At this rate, even without the Dragon Nation's assistance, they would inevitably develop their own civilization sooner or later. Boss, you're awake. Spotting Wu Chang emerge from the room, Bubai, who had been ogling a female wild moose with lustful eyes, immediately rushed over. Nothing mattered more than his boss still recognizing him as his subordinate. With that, he truly had nothing to fear. Let's go. We'll find the clan chief and ask about the location of the third boss. Seeing Bubai so excited, Wu Chang smiled and ruffled its head before heading to find Mu Zhen. He intended to activate the Heaven and Earth Crucible formation and inquire about the location of the third trial. Upon hearing this, Bubai shook his head and said, "Boss, you slept for an entire day. If I didn't know this tribe meant no harm, I'd think they poisoned you. Yesterday, the chieftain summoned me into the Heaven and Earth Crucible. I already know the location of the third trial." Hearing this, Wu Chang couldn't help but pause in surprise. He hadn't realized he'd slept for a full day and night. He thought it was only a few hours.
He hadn't anticipated Chief Muzhin would meet with Bu Bai privately. Judging by Bu Bai's current demeanor, he clearly didn't intend to reveal what transpired that day. Wu Chang saw no need to press further. After all, the Qingyuan deer god maintained close ties with the woodcarving tribe. As the descendant of the deer god, Bu Bai might not be treated with special favor within the tribe, but at the very least, he wouldn't be targeted. In that case, let's set out immediately. After scanning the area and not spotting Mu Lo, Wu Chang immediately motioned for Bu Bai to head toward the location of the third boss. From what he knew, this third boss, though a guard of the Calamity Demon God, functioned more as a strategist or advisor. Therefore, the battle against this boss was likely riddled with traps. Wu Chang intended to strike while he was at his peak condition. He refused to believe that with the purple spirit treasure gourd constantly restoring his stamina, this boss could wear him down to the point of utter combat incapacitation. The man and the deer left the tribe. After confirming their direction, they sprinted straight toward the location of the third trial. Within the Heaven and Earth Crucible, Muzhin, chieftain of the woodcarving tribe, seemed to sense something. He glanced toward the direction Wu Chang and Bu Bai had departed, then shook his head. Dear God of Clear Spring, I have returned the blood essence you left behind to your descendants. I wonder if even a genius like you, destined only for demigodhood, could break free from the shackles of its monstrous nature and ascend to true divinity. Muzhin muttered to himself, his hands never slowing their rhythm. The massive iron hammer relentlessly pounded the ore. He unleashed bursts of flame from his skill, searing the deformed iron block until faint streaks of light danced across its surface. Even this single piece of iron, if cast into the outside world, could serve as a super shield for frontline tank classes, a weapon fully comparable to those of the Hallowed tier. But he knew it wasn't enough. Only by forging a true artifact would it be worthy of the legendary savior's stature. With this thought, Muzhin emptied his mind, focusing solely on the hammering. Boss, this is the spot. After setting out at dawn, Wu Chang and Bu Bai had raced north for another 3 hours before finally reaching the location of the third boss. Unlike the environmental disturbances caused by the previous two bosses, this area appeared utterly normal, not a single monster in sight. Wu Chang knew, however, that the more normal it appeared, the more abnormal the place truly was. Did he, as a professional adventurer, really expect a servant of the Dark God to be some kind of benevolent creature? That was utterly impossible. Be careful. This place isn't as simple as you think. Wu Chang stood on the ground, quickly surveying the surroundings. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he was about to step forward when he felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. This abrupt disturbance didn't unsettle Wu Chang or Bu Bai. Instead, it brought them a strange sense of relief. After all, if the minion didn't make a sound, who knew what kind of big move it was brewing? Better they just come out in the open. What a fight! Wu Chang wasn't afraid. Soon, a bulge rose from the ground, and a figure broke free from within. Ha! Who'd have thought someone could actually defeat those two idiots? So it seems you are the ones destined to save this world. But I wonder, with your formidable strength, do you possess the wisdom to match? This boss seemed remarkably familiar with humans, even its transformed form resembling a human. Were it not for the 3 pairs of black wings protruding from its back, Wu Chang might not have been able to tell whether the entity before him was a professional or a monster. Check stats. While the enemy hadn't made a move yet, Wu Chang saw no point in wasting words. He intended to check its stats before charging straight in. This time, however, he was taken aback. The creature showed no hostility, and because of this, Wu Chang couldn't see its attributes at all. He could only recall its name from memory: Celestial Wisdom Feathered One. Young man, acting so recklessly, how will you ever amount to anything? An elder's attributes aren't something you can just probe at will. Tianhui Feathered One flashed a mocking smile before slowly descending from the sky, fluttering his wings. It came to rest a few meters before Wu Chang and Bu Bai, and with a wave of its hand, a set of stone tables and chairs materialized on the ground. Though I serve as a guard, I take no pleasure in violence. Here's the deal, answer my 3 questions. If you get them right, I'll vanish without a trace. If you fail, you'll stay behind as nourishment for my divine revival. How does that sound? With that, Tianhui Yuren's gaze fixed on Wu Chang, completely ignoring Bu Bai, whose eyes gleamed with wisdom. Hearing the proposal, Wu Chang raised an eyebrow. Not only was there physical combat, but also a battle of wits. But this creature was indeed formidable in combat. At least in his memory, the minions of the Calamity Evil God were numerous, and the Blood Lord was merely one among them. As for the evil god's attendants, there were only 2, the celestial sage before him, and the Taoist master of 10,000 laws, renowned as a prodigy of heaven. He might not win in a physical fight, but a battle of wits. Very well, then. Present your challenge. Wu Chang's lips curved into a confident smile. He had read countless books. He himself was now like a walking library. No matter what question the other posed, he was confident he could answer it. Chapter 124, The Unknown True Name of the Evil God, Dissolution. Let us begin. With that, Tianhui Yuren sat down opposite Wu Chang, his face still wearing that confident smile. It possessed no moral compass whatsoever. The questions it posed to test Wu Chang would be anything but simple, and certainly not about events occurring in the human world.
After all, not only did it know nothing of such matters, but even if it did, they would be utterly useless for testing Wu Chang. What the celestial sage feathered being sought to probe concerned the evil god, specifically its master, the Calamity Evil God. After all, the Calamity Evil God was one of the most formidable evil gods, though circumstances had forced it to shed its body and be reborn. But Tianhui Yuren knew that even after disintegrating and reincarnating, the Calamity Evil God remained unmatched by any other. After all, at the peak of its power, the Calamity Demon God possessed the might to obliterate an entire medium to large-scale world instance. Answer all 3 questions of Tianhui, and you pass my trial. Rest assured, my trial is sworn in the name of the evil god. This is merely an avatar. Even if destroyed, I will not allow my master's honor to be tarnished. Seated opposite Wu Chang, the celestial sage wore a faint smile, yet a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. The other was merely a lowly human adventurer. There was no way he could possibly know anything about the cataclysmic evil god. He likely hadn't even encountered one before. After all, once one reached godhood, they existed on an entirely different plane from ordinary humans or monsters. Don't mistake a top-tier level 699 adventurer for someone comparable to a level 700 god-tier adventurer who had just ascended to divinity. The gap between them was nothing short of an abyss. First question, among the many chaos gods, what tier does the Calamity Chaos God occupy? Tianhui Yuren's voice slowly echoed throughout the surroundings. Upon hearing this first question, Wu Chang couldn't help but furrow his brows. What kind of question was this? Setting aside other factors, even without examining the Blood Lord's memories, he could easily deduce that the Calamity Evil God's status was far from ordinary. After all, every time he encountered the Rock Demon, it personally sent a clone to intervene. As for the Burning Sky Demon, well, that poor soul was so unlucky that even its main body was crippled. And so far, the only one he'd seen accompanied by minions was the Calamity Evil God. If I'm not mistaken, he should be considered a top-tier evil god. A sly gleam flashed in Wu Chang's eyes. He knew full well the other party was attempting to instill awe of the evil gods in him, making this first question deceptively simple. But clearly, the other had miscalculated his target. He wouldn't fall for such a ploy so easily. After all, he'd seen far too many god-tier practitioners and evil gods to be swayed. Take Mu Jin, the tribal chief of the woodcarving tribe, a god-tier blacksmith he interacted with daily. Any reverence he once held for god-tier professionals had long vanished. Not to mention, he had personally shattered the plans of the Rock Demon God multiple times and even stolen its demon god treasury. Naturally, he felt no fear toward demon gods. Upon hearing Wu Chang's response, Tianhui the feathered immortal nodded with a smile, a flicker of triumphant satisfaction dancing in his eyes. Indeed, my master, the Calamity Evil God, ranks among the most formidable of all evil deities. Don't be fooled by this great world's attempts at self-salvation. Should my master successfully awaken, the entire world will become nourishment for him. Even these living beings will become servants of the evil god. By then, you and the others may well rise above all creatures, just as I have. And even. Move on to the next question. You talk too much. Tianhui Yuren's voice dripped with temptation, seemingly intent on luring Wu Chang into the demon god's camp the moment he guessed its identity. But Wu Chang showed no appreciation whatsoever, cutting him off mid-sentence. Cut off thus, the celestial feathered sage's expression darkened like he'd swallowed something foul. This young man truly had no respect for elders or kindness toward juniors. She had offered him a brighter future, yet now he showed no gratitude whatsoever. Poof. The second question of the 3 questions of heavenly wisdom. What event forced the Calamity Demon God to shed its body and be reborn? With that, a confident expression returned to its face. This matter touched upon the very core interests of the Calamity Evil God. Not only did Wu Chang lack the privilege to know the true details, but even other lower-ranked servants were forbidden from learning the real story. In fact, aside from the 4 demonic servants manifesting avatars to guard this place, the rest knew nothing of this matter, believing only that the Calamity Demon God lay dormant. Yet, it did not see the fear and astonishment it had anticipated on Wu Chang's face. Not only that, Tianhui Yuren even sensed contempt from Wu Chang, as if the answers to these questions already resided within his mind. Had he not absorbed the Blood Lord's memories, Wu Chang would certainly have remained ignorant. Yet now, a playful smile played upon his lips. I believe it's because it lost. Wu Chang's low voice echoed out. Though the sentence remained unfinished, it was enough to make Tianhui Yuren's expression change drastically. Even Tianhui Yuren, a minion of the evil god, was now visibly shocked, even feeling a hint of panic. How could he know? This was a secret unknown even to the demon god servants. Though Wu Chang hadn't explicitly stated what had happened, the mere knowledge that the Calamity Evil God had lost was terrifying enough. After all, when that battle occurred long ago, not only was Wu Chang non-existent, but the woodcarving tribe itself hadn't even taken shape yet. How did you find out? The celestial sage's gaze turned vicious as it fixed on Wu Chang. Were it not for the oath sworn to the Calamity Evil God, it would have attacked him on the spot. That great war had claimed the lives of countless god-tier practitioners, even leaving many godly seats vacant. Yet such secrets were known to a mere human practitioner.
To the evil god, this was not only a threat, but a profound humiliation. Is this the third question? Wu Chang, however, remained unfazed. Instead, he spoke with a teasing tone, as if the being before him were not a minion of the evil god, but a troupe of circus clowns. Seeing Wu Chang's unflappable composure, Tianhui Yuren also regained his calm. A sinister expression crept across its face, its gaze now laced with murderous intent. This final question absolutely could not be answered by Wu Chang. There was only one question that could meet this condition. You're quite impressive, knowing even such matters. But you certainly won't know the answer to this final question. Do you know my master's true name? With that, Tianhui Yuren's expression twisted into a sneer. The true name of a demon god was not something just anyone could know. Moreover, he was certain that, aside from the calamity demon god himself, only the 4 demon god minions who had descended with him knew its true name. Of course, other were a different matter. Even so, Wu Chang could not possibly know the true name of the calamity evil god. For uttering a demon god's true name not only alerted the deity but could provoke its attack. After all, revealing a true name meant becoming a target. Should a god-tier cursor or similar profession unleash their skills, while it might not kill the demon god outright, it could certainly make them feel thoroughly disgusted. Therefore, for a god of darkness, its true name would never be revealed unless absolutely necessary or when facing an opponent of equal power. But Wu Chang smiled. What a coincidence, the Blood Lord's memories happened to contain the true name of the calamity evil god, and he even knew how to pronounce it correctly. A smile spread across Wu Chang's face as his throat began to vibrate at an unnatural frequency. Finally, he uttered a name. Yekika, the calamity demon god. As the name Yekika was uttered, the once bright sky instantly darkened. A terrifying vortex appeared above Wu Chang's head. A massive, shadowy figure materialized on the opposite side of the vortex, revealing only a single blood-red eye. Meanwhile, Tianhui the Feathered One stared blankly at Wu Chang. As the shadow materialized, its body gradually disintegrated into dust. This was its oath to the dark god, and now was the moment to fulfill it. Wu Chang, however, watched the shadow behind the vortex with a smile, his face radiating confidence. To hell with the demon god, he would slaughter every last one of them. Chapter 125, A Mountain of Weapons, Spirit Surging. No. Tianhui Yuren gazed despairingly at the sky, his eyes filled with terror. Above the heavens, that fiery red eye swept meaningfully over Wu Chang before slowly fading away. The moment it vanished, the world returned to normal. So that must be the true form of the calamity evil god. Though Wu Chang had never seen the calamity demon god's true form, this identical manner of appearance reminded him of the rock demon god, Chris. That creature had also appeared behind the vortex in the sky, yet Wu Chang could see its true form. Yet when facing the calamity demon god, Wu Chang couldn't even discern its skin color, let alone its features. The shadow seemed to block his vision entirely, as if sealing off all perception. Moreover, the sensation Wu Chang received from this figure was not that of a solid entity, but rather something akin to an illusory projection. It was as if the calamity demon god's shadow had sensed him calling its name, projecting itself to this location in advance. Still, Wu Chang doubted it possessed such power. After all, if it were truly that formidable, the god would have long since broken free from the dungeon's constraints and descended upon Blue Star. Who cares? It can't kill me anyway. Better go see what Tianhui Yuren left behind after dying. Wu Chang shook his head, stood up abruptly, and cast aside these scattered thoughts. The stone table and chairs dissolved as he departed, but where the celestial feather immortal had just sat, a pure white orb of light now floated. This was the essence left behind when top-tier bosses were defeated. Absorbing it granted massive experience points, and sometimes even other rewards. Wu Chang stared at the orb, an overwhelming urge to devour it whole surging through him. It felt as if every cell in his body had lost control. Just as Wu Chang's hand clutching the orb drew closer to his mouth, so close he need only open his lips to swallow it whole, a voice beside him startled him awake. Boss, this thing hasn't been washed. Eating it will probably give you diarrhea, right? The voice of Bu Bai snapped Wu Chang out of his trance. His eyes widened as he stared at the orb in his hand, only to discover it was far from pure and flawless. Countless wandering spirits were clearly etched upon its surface, grinning eerily at him. The sight sent a chill down Wu Chang's spine, breaking out in a cold sweat. If I eat this, even if I don't die, I'll probably be haunted by these ghosts. He patted his chest, gasping for breath, his heart pounding with lingering terror. This thing was so terrifying. If he had swallowed it just now, who knew what horrors might have unfolded. Bu Bai, good work. He carefully stowed the item away, then turned and gave Bu Bai a light pat on the head. Without Bu Bai's warning, he would have been finished. Thankfully, none of that had come to pass. Let's go back to the tribe. Wu Chang gazed at the surrounding landscape bursting with renewed vitality, his heart swelling with joy. Without his intervention, this place would have inevitably become one of the sites for the demon god's revival. Then, the calamity demon god would have destroyed the entire Wild Plains great world to restore its peak power. Though calling myself the savior sounds arrogant, from the perspective of the Wild Plains world, it seems I truly live up to the title. Sitting atop Bu Bai's back, Wu Chang's lips curved into a faint smile. By the time they returned to the tribe, the afternoon sun hung low in the sky. The long journey had consumed most of their time, yet even so, the tribe's inhabitants could sense the aura of the catastrophe evil god. "You're back." Stepping into the heaven and earth forge, Muzhin's voice was heavy with gravity. Though he was a god-tier blacksmith, the aura emanating from the calamity demon god stirred a hint of fear within him. It wasn't the suppression of power, but rather a contempt that transcended life itself, one that made him feel panic beyond his control. Seeing the chief of the woodcarving tribe wearing such a solemn expression, Wu Chang couldn't help but feel curious. What sort of being could make this god-tier blacksmith display such a look? "Greetings, chieftain." He bowed respectfully before approaching Muzhin. His gaze soon swept over the scrap iron piled in the corner and a perfectly crafted weapon beside Muzhin. Though the long sword appeared flawless, a massive hammer mark rendered it utterly unusable as a weapon. Trapped within it was an elemental force so potent it refused to dissipate. Not only was it beyond Wu Chang's current capabilities, but even if he reached level 100, he still wouldn't be able to wield it. "This thing's probably useless now. If you want it, I can just give it to you." Seeing Wu Chang staring at the broken sword, Muzhin casually picked it up and tossed it toward him. Though it was a broken sword, his action caused the elemental energy within to erupt violently. The chaos nearly engulfed even Wu Chang, who had been watching from the sidelines. "Enough, enough. I'll just leave it here. Maybe it'll be of some use when your strength reaches a certain level." Seeing Wu Chang couldn't control it, Muzhin set it aside and ignored it. Wu Chang glanced toward where Muzhin had placed the long sword and instantly froze in shock. There, piled up like a small mountain, lay an array of weapons. Each one radiated an aura no weaker than that of the long sword. In other words, this entire mountain was composed of weapons of hall grade, or even revered grade quality, a truly terrifying sight. "These are all junk. Our woodcarving tribe isn't skilled in combat. We just wait for you professionals from the Dragon Nation to come by them. Young Wu Chang, when you return, please mention this to those elders." Muzhin offered this explanation, and only then did Wu Chang realize these items were intended to be sold to Dragon Nation practitioners. And despite the mountain's abundance of weapons, they became scarce when spread across different tiers. Coupled with the vast number of practitioners within each applicable level range, even a god-tier blacksmith couldn't alter the scarcity of mid to high-tier weapons. "Yes, of course." Wu Chang nodded hastily in agreement. What else could he do? He was an imposter. If anyone recognized him, he'd be finished. In that case, begin absorbing it. Seeing Wu Chang make another promise, Muzhin nodded repeatedly. Then, that pool of holy water reappeared before Wu Chang. With practiced ease, he infused the essence of the celestial feathered immortal into it. The lingering specter instantly dissipated, leaving only the purest form of energy. Upon witnessing this, Wu Chang directly consumed it. Only then did the system's voice sound. "Congratulations, host. You have ascended to level 85. Annihilation fusion successful. This attribute possesses uniqueness and has been automatically selected. Congratulations, host. Spirit plus 200. Chapter 126, The Fourth Trial, The Array Within the Small Tower. Congratulations, host. Spirit plus 200. In an instant, Wu Chang felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over his body. Even his soul felt incredibly light, as if it could leave his body at any moment. Is this the effect of enhanced spirit? Wu Chang felt the changes throughout his body, astonishment welling up within him. He had always focused solely on enhancing his strength attributes. After all, his attacks could adapt to either strength or spirit, so he had rarely concentrated on improving his spirit attribute. Yet he never imagined that a sudden surge of 200 points would yield such a wondrous effect. Could it be that elevating each attribute to a certain level brings about different transformations? Though uncertain what these alterations might entail, Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation for the transformations that might unfold as his other attributes grew. After all, a single change might be minor, but multiple changes combined, even if they didn't reach the threshold for a qualitative leap, should still grant him some degree of improvement. As if sensing Wu Chang's transformation, Muzhin's face softened into a satisfied smile. After all, the stronger Wu Chang became, the greater the chances of successfully saving the Great World. As natives of the Great World of Wild Plains, Muzhin and the woodcarving tribe naturally wished for its continued existence. Enough delay. This fourth trial has been awaiting you for quite some time. Muzhin's voice boomed with grandeur, tinged with a barely contained sense of anticipation. With a wave of his hand, the ancient parchment scroll floated into view, instantly revealing the scene of the fourth trial. Here, there were no mountains of corpses or seas of blood, nor any horrifying scenes of piles of white bones. Instead, there stood a small tower that looked as ordinary as could be. Clearly crafted from wood, the tower bore countless scars from blades and spears, its surface etched with the indelible marks of time. The location of this tower feels familiar, yet I've never actually seen it before. Though not tall, the surroundings were all too familiar to Wu Chang. It lay precisely along the path between the woodcarving tribe and Wildfield village. Yet he had no recollection of this tower existing along that route, and even the trees surrounding it seemed somewhat out of place. Could it be that only after completing the trials ahead did I gain the ability to see this tower? Wu Chang rubbed his head. Though he felt a bit puzzled, he still accepted his own guess.
After all, that's how dungeon quests work. You can only proceed to the next stage after completing the previous one. Seeing Wu Chang's look of sudden understanding, Mu Jin waved his hand and rolled up the parchment. He couldn't interfere in such matters, so whether Wu Chang found this place or not was entirely up to his own fate. Besides, with Bu Bai, descendant of the Qingyuan deer god, assisting him, defeating this final boss would be difficult but not impossible. At the very least, avoid being killed by the boss. That way, there would still be a chance to enhance one's strength. After all, surviving the first 3 trials already proved Wu Chang's prowess far surpassed that of ordinary adventurers. Even if the 4th trial required multiple attempts, as long as he survived, with the backing of the Dragon Nation and his divine tier blacksmith upgrading his gear, it should be manageable. Seeing this, Wu Chang didn't linger in the Heaven and Earth Forge any longer. He bid farewell to Mu Jin, rested within the tribe until morning, and then set off with Bu Bai toward the location of the 4th trial. Boss, that demon god summoned by Tianhui Yuren last time was truly terrifying. Even with my demigod bloodline, I felt utterly suppressed, completely powerless to resist. Bu Bai ranted about the shadow of the demon god he'd witnessed along the way, yet his tone was unusually grave, devoid of his usual playful banter. Hearing this, Wu Chang understood immediately. Bu Bai was warning him to exercise extreme caution. After all, if the 3rd trial had been this difficult, who knew what kind of boss awaited in the 4th? It was impossible to say, but one thing was certain: it would be far stronger than any boss they had faced before. Yeah, I know. Gazing at the tower spire now half exposed in the distance, Wu Chang's expression grew solemn as he acknowledged the warning. He admittedly had little confidence in this 4th boss battle. Though he had defeated Tianhui Feathered Immortal, the 3rd trial had been a battle of wits. If they fought head-on, he estimated it would take considerable effort to defeat Tianhui Yuren. This 4th boss battle, he surmised, was where the Calamity Demon God had stationed his most formidable lieutenant to guard against any interference with his revival. So what if I can't defeat it? Even if victory is impossible, uncovering some combat patterns shouldn't be too difficult. The small tower now stood before him, and Wu Chang's previously anxious heart settled into calmness. So what if it was a boss battle? He'd fought countless such encounters without ever losing. This one wouldn't be any different. He took a deep breath and pushed open the tower's doors. Unable to enter, he felt a force blocking him from within. Even straining with all his might, he couldn't step inside. Looks like this is a one-on-one challenge. Wu Chang narrowed his eyes slightly before striding directly into the small tower. Upon entering, the surroundings rapidly transformed. He glanced around, only to realize this was no wooden tower at all. It was clearly a magnificent formation. Surrounding him, several stone pillars radiated terrifying auras, with different elemental energies pulsing atop them, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Directly ahead stood a throne, yet it remained empty. Only a massive figure, wielding a broad axe, stood guard beside it. You're quite impressive, making it this far. As if sensing Wu Chang's arrival, the guardian figure shuddered, and a deep, resonant voice slowly echoed out. Purple lightning instantly danced along the blade of his great sword, and the surrounding stone pillars abruptly transformed as the purple lightning appeared. Thunderbolts materialized out of thin air. Wu Chang gripped his world-shattering god-slaying blade, panic flickering in his eyes as he scanned his surroundings. The vast arena was now engulfed in a sea of thunder. Lightning bolts as thick as arms roared like thunder dragons, and he himself was clearly their target. Defeating those 3 useless fools shows you have some skill. But as long as I, Yuanling Xiexia, remain, you shall not disturb my master's awakening. With Yuanling Xiexia's furious roar, the thunderous lightning surged straight toward Wu Chang. Chapter 127, The Power of the Evil God unleashes its might, turning the tide. Sparkling bolts of lightning coiled around Yuanling Xiexia like thunder dragons, charging forward alongside his long blade. Thunderous energy surged from the surrounding stone pillars, weaving a net that trapped Wu Chang within. Seeing this, Wu Chang narrowed his eyes slightly before summoning all his equipment. With the world-destroying god-slaying blade in hand, his confidence surged. This was a god-tier weapon, the very first of its kind in the entire world. If anyone dared to clash with him head-on, they'd better bring Li Tiangong's fallen god heaven-shattering sword first. God-slaying blade gale. Under extreme pressure, Wu Chang's face contorted as he roared, unleashing his most formidable skill. God-slaying slash and heaven-cleaving blade force. Yet, lightning flashed across Yuanling Xiexia's long blade, and the ferocious thunder dragon roared silently, seemingly intent on slaying Wu Chang right there. Yet the next instant, a blade aura carrying the might to cleave the heavens surged toward the boss, followed by a dense swarm of tiny blade lights. Seeing this, Yuanling Xiexia gave a cold snort but was forced to turn and dodge. Such terrifying momentum, even taking the damage head-on, would likely be too much for him to handle. Wu Chang seized the moment to stack himself with buffs. Blood Curse came first, followed by Life Restoration. He had to maintain peak condition at all costs. As for the energy cost? Naturally, he'd siphon it back from the opposing boss using the Purple Spirit Treasure Gourd. Moreover, the way the enemy dodged gave Wu Chang a chance to examine Yuanling Xiexia's attributes. Yuanling Xiexia LV.85, a personal guard of the Calamity Evil God. Its terrifying strength can even withstand the evil god's full power attack, making it one of the strongest among the evil gods. Strength 2000 spirit, 2000 physical resistance, 1500 magic resistance, 1500 stamina, 300,000. Skills: Yuanling illusion array, Yuanling blade technique, heaven splitting earth rending, evil god's divine power. Whoa! Upon seeing the attributes of this primordial spirit fiend, Wu Chang sucked in a sharp breath. What the hell kind of stats are these? Even a top-tier level 100 combat specialist wouldn't stand a chance against this boss. With both strength and spirit soaring past 2,000 points, that alone was enough to send shivers down any warrior's spine. After all, even the strongest level 100 players barely surpassed 1,000 in any single stat. While he could plunder attributes, his rapid leveling in the Grand World had ironically made his stats unremarkable among peers. Even so, with the ultimate damage conversion here, my damage output against the boss won't be low. In other words, getting hit by this thing means either death or serious injury. Watching the Yuanling Xiexia evade every single one of his attacks, Wu Chang couldn't help but stare intently at it. Yet, he found this creature resembled a machine utterly devoid of any discernible thoughts or emotions. Yet that last strike seemed to enrage the boss. Instead of attacking immediately, the Yuanling Xiexia turned its gaze toward Wu Chang with apparent curiosity. Though Wu Chang couldn't see the shadow's expression, he could only imagine the cold sneer it must be wearing. "You little insect, you actually have some skill. But you think that's my limit? Arrogant. Next, I'll show you what the power of a demon god truly means. Open." With a furious roar, the Yuanling Xiaxia's black shadow abruptly dispersed amidst thunderclaps, revealing its true form. Its body was covered in black-purple skeletons, each pair of eyes seeming to hold boundless resentment. The moment it saw Wu Chang, it unleashed a terrifying illusion. This is bad. The moment Wu Chang saw those countless eyes on the Yuanling Xiexia, he instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. The enemy wouldn't do this without reason. Before he could react, the world spun violently, as if he'd fallen victim to the illusion. Accompanying the illusion was the Yuanling Xiaxia's great blade. "Wake up!" Wu Chang gritted his teeth, struggling desperately to snap free from the illusion. The next second, that clear-headed sensation he'd felt in the heaven and earth furnace returned, and the illusion dissipated. But before he could rejoice, he saw the blade flash. He raised his right hand, placing the world-destroying god-slaying blade before him. Clang! A melodious sound rang out, and a strange force sent Wu Chang flying backward. Boom! Wu Chang slammed into the wall, blood gushing from his mouth. Cough cough. Gritting his teeth, he pulled himself free. Once back on his feet, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This was undoubtedly the most severe injury he'd sustained since becoming a professional. Had this move not caused the Yuanling Xiexia to falter significantly, he would have been finished. Damn it, this damn thing is tough to deal with. He drained every last ounce of stored stamina from the purple spirit treasure gourd before his body finally felt somewhat restored. Meanwhile, the Yuanling Xiexia seemed to have recovered. Its gaze fixed on Wu Chang, its long blade now shimmering with clusters of ghostly flames. Wrathful spirit slash. The Yuanling evil spirit roared, unaware of the adage that villains die by talking too much. Yet as long as its opponent remained alive, it would not relax its vigilance for even a moment. The surrounding sea of lightning vanished instantly, replaced by skulls on the stone pillars. Under the Yuanling Xiaxia's command, these skulls charged toward Wu Chang one after another, leaving him no chance of escape. Seeing this, Wu Chang's heart grew calm instead. His mind became more active. Scenes of his training flashed before his eyes, but he quickly dismissed them. None of those skills or techniques could counter this assault. Until the very end, his memory lingered on that moment when the Azure Dragon possessed him. The most exceptional genius is one who is utterly and purely invincible. Though much time had passed, the Azure Dragon's voice seemed to resound once more in that very moment. Before Wu Chang's eyes, a figure materialized, a man born into poverty, rising from humble beginnings, who ultimately represented Huajiang City, leaving behind the codename Heavenly Lord within the Godslayer squad. This figure moved with effortless grace, each strike and block seemingly simple, yet every attack carried the conviction of a fatal blow and the resolve of one facing certain death. Only by forgetting life and death can one turn the tide of fate. In that instant, Wu Chang suddenly understood. He closed his eyes, and the world-destroying god-slaying blade in his grasp gradually shed its divine glow, as if accepting its fate. Yet Yuanling Xiaxia's eyes narrowed, charging forward with even greater speed. It must utterly annihilate this monstrous fiend. On the battlefield, I am peerless. In adversity, I turn the tide. In the blink of an eye, the world-slaying god-cutting blade seemed to be liberated completely. As Wu Chang opened his eyes, it suddenly emitted a light as blinding as the sun. Slash! Wu Chang's furious roar mingled with the vengeful spirit's revelry. A tempest of energy howled past his ears, only to transform into a gentle, warm breeze blowing toward the distance. The unnamed tower shattered completely, revealing the world beyond. Wu Bai stood frozen, eyes wide, staring at his leader standing tall before him. Not far away, the Yuanling Xiexia lay cleaved in two, its long sword shattered into scrap metal from the direct impact. You can't be. Feeling life slip away, Yuanling Xiesha's eyes held shock and unwillingness. Yet even so, it ultimately dissolved into dust in the wind. Wu Cheng exhaled deeply, about to turn and greet Bu Bai, when his body suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 128, Level Up, Skill Fusion. Wu Cheng felt his legs give way, his entire body teetering forward. But in the next instant, a figure appeared before him, catching him securely. Boss, looks like this fight was a tough one. Bu Bai's tone carried a hint of teasing as it braced its body against Wu Cheng, then slowly lowered itself to the ground, allowing Wu Cheng to climb up. Seeing how close he'd come to embarrassing himself, Wu Cheng couldn't help but laugh. But he quickly regained his composure, sitting directly on Bu Bai's back and patting him lightly. Let's go. Wu Cheng's voice was hoarse as he leaned against Bu Bai's back. Though he watched the scene before him shift rapidly, his mind couldn't help but replay the battle he'd just fought. The Yuanling Xiesha's power was indeed terrifying, but what struck fear deep into one's bones was the reversal of the heavens. The skill defied all logic, draining every last ounce of his stamina without leaving even a shred behind. As for the world-shattering god-slaying blade, this god-tier weapon showed no signs of trouble whatsoever. In fact, having unleashed its full power, it now vibrated with a restless energy, its blade trembling incessantly, unable to settle. Yet while this skill consumed immense energy, the damage it dealt was truly terrifying. At this thought, Wu Cheng felt a wave of dread wash over him before he finally opened his attribute panel to examine the skill description. Reversal of heaven and earth, converts all attributes and stamina into either strength or spirit points, dealing damage equal to a multiple of the total points converted. This multiple amplifies based on the user's willpower. After use, the user falls into a state of exhaustion lasting 1 day. Converting all attributes into attack power alone was terrifying enough. Just a moment ago, in the final second of clashing with the Yuanling Xiesha, Wu Cheng had felt as if his body would be torn apart. At that moment, all his attributes had been depleted to 0, leaving only his strength points exceeding 2,000. Ultimately, bolstered by the skill Reversal of Destiny, the title Godslayer, and his own attack amplification, he dealt nearly 100-fold damage, instantly slaying the Yuanling Xiesha. Had I been even a fraction slower, it would have been me who died. Wu Cheng exhaled a cloud of stale breath, his clothes already soaked through with sweat. Had he not coincidentally mastered this skill, today he wouldn't have stood a chance of defeating the boss, let alone escaping that tower. The last time he used Reversal of the Heavens, this phenomenon hadn't occurred. It was likely because the Azure Dragon had channeled all the energy consumption through him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to directly destroy the burning heaven evil god's physical form that day. But how did the previous heavenly lord, possessing such a terrifying skill, end up being killed? At this thought, Wu Cheng recalled the Azure Dragon's words. This skill had been taught to him by the previous heavenly sovereign, and now it had returned to his own hands as the current heavenly sovereign. Yet the Azure Dragon had never revealed how the previous heavenly sovereign had ultimately fallen. Perhaps I can ask him properly once I return to Huazhang City. Wu Cheng felt his head grow heavy. After this thought surfaced, he drifted into a drowsy slumber. When he awoke again, he found himself inside the heaven and earth crucible. Bu Bai lay sleeping beside him. Clan Chief Muzhin had ceased his forging, instead sitting by the furnace window. A flask of strong liquor in hand, he gazed solemnly out the window. Ugh! My head hurts. Wu Cheng slowly sat up, only to feel a splitting headache that made him gasp sharply. The noise drew Muzhin's attention from his drink. Spotting Wu Cheng awake, he relaxed. Awake? Chief. I don't know. Don't speak yet. I've already purified the items for you. Absorb them quickly. Wu Cheng froze at Muzhin's words, then realized what he meant. A crystal-clear white orb of light floated before him. Its gentle radiance made Wu Cheng feel his body recover significantly. Seeing this, he hesitated no longer and used it directly. Sparkling starlight poured into his body, washing over him with a wave of pure bliss. At the same moment, he heard the system's voice. Congratulations, host. You have reached level 99. Complete the level 100 challenge to ascend to level 100. Level 100 challenge activated. Lone Warrior Wu Cheng's level 100 trial Godslayer. Defeat a boss possessing divine essence to complete the challenge. Note, the stronger the enemy's divine essence, the richer the rewards after completing the challenge. Congratulations, host. Absorbing the essence of the Yuanling Xiesha grants you one skill fusion opportunity. Annihilation fusion successful. This selection is unique and has been automatically chosen. All attributes increased by 100. In an instant, Wu Cheng's body emitted a faint crackling sound. It went unnoticed by Muzhin and caused no discomfort whatsoever. In fact, he felt as though his body had expelled a significant amount of impurities. It could be said that after multiple purifications, Wu Cheng's latent injuries and accumulated toxins had been completely cleansed. This was the formidable nature of a god-tier practitioner. The more powerful a god-tier practitioner or demon god became, the purer their physical form grew. Not only did his attributes skyrocket, but skills have even fused together. But what's going on here? Wu Cheng examined the skill fusion interface with curiosity. It indicated he could currently fuse a maximum of 2 skills. These two skills carried no restrictions, and the new skill born from them would combine the strengths and weaknesses of both. However, what skill ultimately emerged depended entirely on Wu Chang's luck. Whoa! This makes it hard to choose. He frowned. While he had some skills he rarely used, they were constantly active in the background. Take Divine Body Regeneration, for instance. He rarely triggered it, yet it remained active. Without this skill, recovering during combat would likely demand extra effort. As for the other skills, it goes without saying he couldn't bear to fuse away two abilities that proved useful in combat. In that case, I'll fuse these two. Wu Chang gritted his teeth and finally selected the skill's mental suppression and Dharma aspect. The former's utility had become negligible to him, while Dharma form he'd used a few times. But skill fusion didn't mean complete disappearance, perhaps it would bring some unexpected surprise. Selection successful. Skill fusion complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skilled Dharmakaya Golden Body. Upon entering the Dharmakaya Golden Body state, all of the host's attributes will triple, and all skills and attacks will gain special effects. Upon seeing this skill, Wu Chang was instantly overjoyed. His current stats were already terrifying. Entering Dharma Body Golden form would amplify them threefold. Wouldn't that allow him to crush any opponent of equal rank? As for completing the Grand World Challenge, that was no longer a challenge at all. With excitement and delight in his heart, Wu Chang approached Clan Chief Mujin with a broad smile. As soon as his body recovered somewhat, he would ask the clan chief to designate the location for his final challenge. Then, when the time came to save the Wild Plains Great World, he would claim both the Great World's reward and the Woodcarving Tribe's gift no matter what. Chapter 129, Though millions stand against me, I shall advance. As Wu Chang approached, Mujin merely glanced his way before refilling his wine cup. Chief, where do you think the Calamity Demon God is hiding now, preparing to awaken? Once I've rested sufficiently, I shall go and eradicate it immediately. Though his body still ached with fatigue, Wu Chang's spirit burned brightly. He even felt confident that if confronted by the Yuanling evil fiend now, he might defeat it without resorting to his heaven-defying reversal technique. Hearing this, Mujin cast a glance at Wu Chang before downing the fine wine in his mouth in one gulp. You must leave quickly. The great world is about to be destroyed. He said nothing more, just that one sentence, yet it left Wu Chang utterly speechless. He hadn't done anything yet, why was he being told to leave? Could this be part of the trial? With that thought, he pounded his chest emphatically and vowed to Mujin. Chieftain, don't you know my strength? Though the Calamity Demon God is formidable, it hasn't fully recovered to its peak state yet. Under the Great World's suppression, it can only reach 100 levels at most. Below level 100, I am unmatched. To reassure Mujin, Wu Chang pounded his chest in solemn affirmation. But his motivation wasn't solely to save the Wild Plains Great World, it was also for his level 100 challenge. After all, defeating enemies with divine essence yielded better rewards. The worst possible targets were clearly the minions of the Calamity God bosses that lacked divine essence themselves. While defeating such foes could still grant advancement, a far superior opponent now presented itself, the Calamity Demon God. Yekika, the Calamity Evil God, was one of the greatest evil gods in the Blood Lord's memories. In its prime, its power could even rank among the top 3 super evil gods. Now this creature sought to devour the Wild Plains Great World to restore its peak power. Though its plans had been long in the making, as long as the dungeon core remained intact, its level could not surpass 100. This presented the perfect opportunity to slay a god. Slaying the Calamity Demon God Yekika would mean his level 100 challenge was absolutely complete. Even if it's just slaying an avatar, it's terrifying enough. Wu Chang knew full well that the Wild Plains Great World wasn't the only backup plan the Calamity Evil God had set up. After all, the Clear Spring Deer God was merely a demigod. The power it dispersed could create an entire Wild Plains Great World. Therefore, for the Calamity Demon God to restore its peak strength, devouring just this one instance would be utterly impossible. Perhaps other avatars lay dormant within different instances. Mujin sighed upon hearing Wu Chang's words, then pointed toward the scene outside the window, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Have you ever witnessed a scene like this?" At his words, Wu Chang turned his gaze toward the window. Darkness had now engulfed the entire Wild Plains world. Along the horizon, masses of black clouds swirled like the claws and fangs of an evil god, relentlessly churning as if intent on devouring the entire world. Even the Woodcarving Tribe, protected by their formations, was now in utter chaos. Everyone knelt on the ground, praying for Chief Mujin to intervene. The town they had spent years building lay half collapsed, with the power of the demon god erupting from the earth at regular intervals, each time claiming countless lives. Is this hell? Wu Chang couldn't help but utter these words at the sight before him. The spectacle was truly terrifying. Even the crimson lightning streaking across the sky seemed like the sharp fangs and teeth of a demon god, now carrying a sinister aura. So, are you still planning to challenge it? Youngster, leave now. The Wild Plains are beyond saving. Chief Mujin was utterly despondent. He had prepared to upgrade Wu Chang's weapon and even had treasures ready for the Dragon Nation's professionals when they visited the tribe. Yet now it seemed clear that before the mightiest of demon gods, no savior could exist, and the tribe held no hope of survival. Hearing this, Wu Chang fell silent.
It wasn't cowardice. If even Chief Muzhin had lost the courage to challenge, what right did he have to persist? At that very moment, the system's voice sounded. In the face of the Dark God's world-devouring actions, make your choice. A. Flee this place and pretend nothing ever happened, no reward, no penalty. B. Challenge the evil god. Slay it amidst blood and fire to complete your level 100 trial. Upon combat initiation, all attributes increase fivefold. Gain immunity to death 10 times. Each immunity restores your body to peak condition. Rewards for completing the level 100 trial are doubled. Despite the system's generous rewards, Wu Cheng hesitated, unable to decide. His gaze fell upon Clan Chief Muzhin, who showed no inclination to fight. Instantly, Wu Cheng's resolve faltered. Just as he was about to make his decision, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Chieftain, strike now. Mu Lu knelt on the ground, covered in blood, one arm limp at his side, clearly gravely wounded. In that instant, Wu Cheng's eyes narrowed sharply as a surge of emotion awakened within him. In the face of such calamity, if no one stepped forward, everyone here would perish. Tried Chief Muzhin, I believe it's still worth a try. Wu Cheng's gaze burned intensely as he fixed it on Muzhin, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. So what if it meant fighting the demon god? When had he ever feared a boss? Seeing Wu Cheng still unwilling to give up, a flicker of hope briefly crossed Muzhin's eyes before they returned to their usual indifference. Yet when he looked at Wu Cheng, his eyes held a hint of approval. With a wave of his hand, the parchment scroll floated in midair and slowly dissipated. Instantly, a portal materialized before Wu Cheng. Unlike any portal Wu Cheng had ever seen, this one was an eerie black, radiating a palpable aura of danger. It seemed as though even the slightest touch would leave one vulnerable to the corrupted god's corruption. Beyond lies the domain of the go if you wish. Muzhin waved dismissively, clearly harboring no expectations. Seeing this, Wu Cheng said nothing more, merely nodding before stepping directly into the portal. It's just a boss, what's there to fear? Worst case, I'll fight it to the death. Besides, I have 10 chances to avoid death. There's no way I'll get killed that many times. Wu Cheng stepped through the portal only to find nothing but endless black thunderclouds. Yet within those clouds, a dungeon core flickered with faint starlight, teetering precariously. And beside it, the culprit was none other than a black egg. It's you! The moment Wu Cheng saw the egg, a familiar aura washed over him. It was the same sensation brought by the shadow of that demon god, there was no mistaking it. The entity bent on destroying the vast world of Yeyuan was right here, the calamitous demon god, Yekika. Chapter 130, the calamity god Yekika appears. Boom! The world-slaying god-slaying blade struck the black egg, yet not a single crack appeared. Wu Cheng was even forced back several steps by the recoil. What the hell is this? Wu Cheng felt the stinging ache in his arm, his eyes filled with shock. His strength was undeniable, and the world-slaying god-slaying blade was a super god-tier weapon. Yet, even a full power strike couldn't inflict any damage on the egg formed by the calamity evil god. Had this creature's power grown so terrifying? Even before emerging, it possessed defenses capable of resisting most attacks. If that were true, even with the system's 10 immunity to death uses, killing it would be difficult, he might even be counterattacked. Just as Wu Cheng pondered how to damage the egg, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Crack! The sound originated directly ahead of him. Wu Cheng quickly steadied himself and looked up. Looking up, he saw the black begin to crack open continuously, its patterns as chaotic as demonic teeth. Seeing this, Wu Cheng hesitated no longer. He raised his arm with all his might and unleashed a devastating strike. The world-slaying god-cutting blade flashed crimson. Wu Cheng held nothing back this time. It was his absolute, unreserved, final strike, devoid of any skill activation. Yet as the blade's light flashed, Wu Cheng's hand froze mid-air, utterly unable to move downward. Not bad. You actually made it this far. But that's where it ends. A stern voice echoed from ahead. A delicate jade-like hand emerged from the demon god's egg, grasping Wu Cheng's sword-wielding hand. The delicate skin and melodious voice would have made Wu Cheng think he'd encountered a delicate beauty, had he not known the boss before him was the calamity demon god. He jerked his hand free from its grasp and leapt backward, his gaze fixed solemnly on the emerging. In the next instant, the egg began to crack, gradually revealing the true form of the god within. The calamity demon god, Yekika. Through the black mist, Wu Cheng could faintly make out the shimmering outline of a figure with delicate curves. As the darkness dispersed, a breathtakingly beautiful woman stood before him. With no inhuman traits, the calamity goddess Yekika now appeared indistinguishable from any human. Her exquisite figure, exposed delicate skin, and unparalleled beauty utterly surpassed Wu Cheng's expectations. Could such a beauty truly be the demon god bent on destroying the world? Staring at the demon before him, Wu Cheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The calamity goddess Yekika shot Wu Cheng a look of disgust before waving her hand. Instantly, the dissipating black mist coalesced into exquisite black and gold garments that draped over her form. At that moment, Yekika no longer resembled a demon god, but rather the princess of some noble nation. Human boy? You actually possess the power to defeat the primordial spirit evil fiend? Could it be that humanity has discovered the divine realm and achieved godhood?
Yekika, now clothed, frowned as she scrutinized Wu Chang. Yet she soon shook her head dismissively. Clearly, the divine realm was not so easily found. And even if it were discovered, given humanity's strength before her slumber, ascending to the throne of a god king was utterly impossible. You must understand, that is a status that transcends all god-tier practitioners and even the dark gods themselves. It can be said that once a god king emerges, no one possesses the power to resist. Not to mention that when she had just tried to summon the divine realm, she discovered she sensed nothing at all. In other words, this human youth before her had single-handedly defeated the necromancer, the blood lord, the celestial sage, and the primordial evil spirit. These four were carefully selected by her to guard this place. To think they were defeated by a human one who hadn't even reached level 100, by the looks of it. She couldn't underestimate this opponent. Yekika, if you abandon your plan to destroy the Wild Plains Great World, I might let you go. Wu Chang steadied himself, his gaze turning grim as he fixed it on the Calamity Demon God. The creature had shown no hostility thus far, leaving him unable to discern its attributes. He was certain his chances against this foe were slim to none. Yet if the enemy would abandon the destruction of the Wild Plains Great World, he wouldn't need to intervene. Yet upon hearing Wu Chang's words, the Calamity God Yekika paused, then rubbed his temple. So it was you, you bastard. I knew why I suddenly sensed someone calling my true name. So it was you after all, human adventurer, the lone warrior Wu Chang. Are you certain you wish to challenge the dignity of a demon god here? Yekika quickly discerned Wu Chang's identity. As one of the most formidable evil gods, her peak power far exceeded ordinary comprehension. Most lesser gods, upon hearing their true name invoked, would merely cast a shadow to investigate. But Yekika, a supreme deity, was different. She could even sense echoes from centuries hence, which explained why she could still project her shadow despite having shed her physical form and been reborn. Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving, Wu Chang naturally showed no sign of retreat. As a human practitioner, retreating before a demon god was unthinkable unless he chose to pledge allegiance and become its lackey. That was utterly impossible for him. The dignity of a demon god? What is that? Dragon Nation practitioners never retreat, not even before a demon god. Wu Chang gripped the world-shattering god-slaying blade, while the magic staff and purple spirit treasure gourd floated behind him. Ready to launch at a moment's notice should he choose to attack. Seeing Wu Chang's unwavering resolve, a smile spread across Yekika's face. One who could defeat the Yuanling evil fiend and possess such unwavering conviction was truly a remarkable talent. His longevity stemmed not solely from formidable power, but equally from his keen eye for recruiting such prodigies under his banner. You're quite interesting. If you choose to join me, I guarantee you will become a demon god within 10 years. And for the sake of continuing our bloodline, perhaps we might even have the chance to produce an heir. What do you say? Yekika's gaze held both approval and admiration. Among humans, a race lacking in innate talent, the emergence of a super genius standing before him was a stroke of luck for the entire clan. By taking Wu Chang under his wing, he might one day sway the entire human race to his side. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang froze for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. Becoming a demon god in 10 years? That's quite the boast. Rest assured, even without you, I, Wu Chang, can become a god-tier practitioner. Betraying my race? That I cannot do. With that, Wu Chang held nothing back. The world-slaying god-cutting blade erupted with blazing light. Seeing Wu Chang's utter lack of gratitude, Yekika's expression instantly darkened. After all the effort to recruit him, this human showed such ingratitude and even interrupted his revival. Even if he were to cut this creature into 1,000 pieces, it wouldn't be enough. Very well then. Perish alongside your kind. Yekika roared furiously, channeling rolling thunder into a spear that shot straight toward Wu Chang. Chapter 131, World-Shattering Challenge complete. The thunder spear, like a roaring thunder dragon, lunged toward Wu Chang. Seeing this, Wu Chang held his breath and focused his mind, unleashing a god-slaying slash to meet the attack head-on. He then executed a spatial leap forward followed by a surprise elbow strike, aiming to close in for melee combat before his opponent could react. Seizing this moment, he finally scanned the attributes of the Calamity Evil God. Catastrophe Evil God Yekika LV 100, the pinnacle existence of the evil god realm, hailed as the destroyer of worlds. Capable of sensing the calls of human centuries, hence a true deity. Strength 3000 spirit, 3000 physical resistance, 2000 magic resistance, 2000 stamina, 1 million. Skills, power of catastrophe, demon god's body, immortal and indestructible, earth-shattering. Upon seeing such terrifying stats, Wu Chang swallowed hard. His previously soaring battle spirits suddenly faltered. With a staggering 3000 attack, 2000 in both physical and magic defense, and a million HP, this Calamity Demon God showed no weaknesses. No wonder it was hailed as the ultimate demon god. You're strong, but I'm no pushover either. Give me some points. Wu Chang roared in fury, and immediately the system's voice sounded. Detected host entering combat state. Reward has been issued. All attributes enhanced 5x until battle concludes. In an instant, Wu Chang felt boundless strength coursing through his entire body, instantly transforming into unstoppable offensive power.
Slash. A colossal blade aura shot forth, colliding head-on with the thunder dragon charging toward him. Yekika had initially dismissed Wu Chang entirely. After all, though her body was crippled, she remained far beyond human comparison. But when she saw her thunder spear slowly shatter beneath the blade aura, her expression changed. Yekika reigned in her contempt, her eyes now filled with profound gravity. After shattering the thunder spear, the god-slaying slash still carried most of its power as it hurtled toward Yekika. Faced with such an assault, Yekika found herself somewhat intrigued. Though she recognized its formidable strength as a calamitous demon god, Yekika understood a fundamental truth. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Having never witnessed Wu Chang's true strength before, she could at least gauge the damage this attack would inflict. Yekika closed her eyes, seemingly relishing the sensation of the attack striking her body. Wu Chang, observing this, remained vigilant and immediately followed up with the heaven-splitting blade chi. You like taking hits? Here's your fill. The piercing blade light touched Yekika. Instantly, the calamity goddess snapped her eyes open, her expression tinged with disbelief. Boom! The Godslayer blade's energy was completely blocked by her, while the heaven-slicing blade's relentless attacks poured down like a torrential rain. Attack dealt 400,000 damage. A single strike dealt 400,000 damage. This was the devastating effect of the world-destroying God-slaying blade's damage bonus. The more health you have, the harder Wu Chang, strike. Combined with the fivefold damage multiplier from the Godslayer title, had the Thunder Spear not absorbed part of the blow, this single strike alone could have cost Yekika half her life. Impossible. The swirling blades were truly terrifying. Yekika dared not confront them head-on and could only dodge out of the way. There was no choice. A single Godslayer slash was terrifying enough she absolutely couldn't endure the follow-up attacks head-on. As she escaped the range of the heaven-slaying blade's attack and looked down, she saw a fresh gash had appeared on her lower abdomen. It was already steadily eating away at the surrounding flesh. Witnessing this, Yekika's rage reached its peak, yet her expression grew even colder. Now, she only wanted to kill. Very well. You are the first human to truly amuse me. I've encountered countless geniuses from countless races, but you, human, truly delight me. You wish to challenge the evil god? Then I shall show you what an evil god truly is. In an instant, Yekika vanished completely. Countless black mists abruptly materialized midair, coalescing into a colossal spectral form, Yekika's true godly incarnation. This god of evil bore a divine halo atop its head and stood upon the heavens, one hand grasping the sun and moon, another flicking its fingers to extinguish stars. Its resplendent divine might was unfathomable, its calamity endless, extinguishing all living beings. Die! Yekika's enraged voice boomed as her demon god form unleashed a devastating palm strike, utterly disregarding the core of the great world instance below. Seeing this, Wu Chang hastily raised his blade to defend, simultaneously stacking every possible buff onto himself. Yet in the very next instant, he felt his life force being stripped away as if it had been torn from him, leaving not a shred of hope for survival. Within that colossal palm lay a desolate world strewn with bones, where countless wailing souls wept in agony. Is this the end? Life rapidly drained away. Even Yekika sensed Wu Chang's impending death. She raised her hand, eager to witness the human's final agony. First immunity to death triggered. Host restored to peak condition. Just as Wu Chang thought death was imminent, the system's voice abruptly sounded. In an instant, Wu Chang felt his vitality surge back, more vibrant than ever before. The once dull world-shattering god-slaying blade regained its radiant glow, narrowly avoiding becoming an ownerless god-tier weapon. What kind of monster are you? Yekika witnessed this scene and instantly paled with shock. How could anyone possibly withstand an attack from his demonic god form? And how could someone who was clearly on the brink of death one moment return to peak strength the next? She had encountered countless races, yet never had she seen anyone like Wu Chang, someone who could defy death itself. Ha! A monster? You're the monster. Die. Godslayer slash. Sensing the opponent's fear, Wu Chang roared with laughter before unleashing another Godslayer slash. Immediately following it was the heaven-splitting blade chi. This time, however, he was more cautious, first activating his Dharma body before unleashing the attack. After all, in this state, all his attacks carried additional effects and the heaven-splitting blade force was no exception. You freak! Destroy heaven and earth, shatter the moon and pluck the stars. Yekika's voice trembled with disbelief and shock. She hastily unleashed her own skill, only to absorb every last bit of Wu Chang's attack. Even so, her strikes landed on Wu Chang. This time, she held nothing back, pressing down hard until she believed him utterly crushed before lifting her head. Ha 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 ha! Calamity demon god? Let me show you my true power. Godslayer slash. But just as she raised her hand, another figure flew straight out. Wu Chang pursued relentlessly, unleashing another attack. Yekika now sensed something was terribly wrong. She had prepared for so long to control the world core, yet now it seemed the great world of Yohara was utterly beyond her grasp. With this indestructible entity in the way, her plans were doomed. Moreover, she was merely a fragment now. Only by devouring other worlds could she fully return to her true form.
Seeing this, she hesitated no longer. After withstanding Wu Cheng's assault, she instantly dispersed the surrounding formations, revealing the world beyond.
You claim to protect the great world of Yohara? Look what you've protected.
With that, she slammed her palm onto the ground. Instantly, the earth fractured violently, and countless creatures perished instantly. Just as the power of the evil god was about to spread, a furious voice boomed out.
I am here. Who dares to act so brazenly? A towering flame shot skyward.
From the heaven and earth furnace, a fiery-clad woodcarving clan member glared at Yekika, his iron hammer crashing down. It was none other than the clan chief, Mujin.
Impossible. There's actually a god-tier practitioner here. Yekika's face drained of color in an instant.
His body instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist and vanished. The hammer, having lost its target, slowly dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing this, Wu Cheng swallowed hard and collapsed onto the ground.
This time, he had actually won. Option completed.
Level 100 challenge rewards doubled.
Level 100 challenge completed. Task Godslayer target Calamity Evil God Yekika completion rate 500%. Chapter 132 Level 100 challenge total enhancement. Vote for me.
Hearing the system's voice, Wu Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over his entire body.
Reaching level 100 brought benefits entirely different from previous level ups.
No wonder they say level 100 is a major hurdle. This level up brings such extraordinary changes. Wu Cheng waved his hand, feeling power surge through his entire body. His senses seemed heightened as well. He could now hear sounds from 100 meters away.
Within 100 meters, however, hearing or seeing anything was utterly effortless. So that's all the challenges after the level 100 trial? That seems a bit stingy.
Wu Cheng scratched his head.
After waiting a long while, he still felt no further changes.
Beyond the physical enhancement and heightened senses, his upgrade seemed limited.
Then, in the next instant, a message abruptly appeared in his mind. Level 100 challenge complete.
Reward, double the base value of 2 randomly selected attributes. Options selected, reward successfully distributed, double the base value of 4 random attributes.
Annihilation fusion successful. Unique attribute granted, critical damage increased to 400%.
Instantly, 2 beams of light descended from the sky and shot into Wu Cheng's body. He glanced at his attributes and gaped in astonishment.
Name, Wu Cheng. Titles, Godslayer, Avenger, Wealthy Tycoon. Class, Lone Wanderer. Level, LV 100%.
Equipment, World-Shattering God-Slaying Blade God Tier, Dark Gold Giant Set Unrivaled Tier, Warrior's Frame Unrivaled Tier, Mage's Staff Unrivaled Tier, Space-Splitting Orb Unrivaled Tier, Purple Spirit Gourd Unrivaled Tier, Sky Riding Cloak Unrivaled Tier, Bombardment Seal Unrivaled Tier. Strength, 1200 plus 175 Spirit, 1200 plus 175. Physical Resistance, 280 plus 275 Magic Resistance, 280 plus 275. Critical Chance, 40 plus 30% Critical Damage, 800%. Skills, Spiritual Suppression, Annihilation Fusion, Total Control, Divine Body Regeneration, Grand Life Restoration, Spatial Leap, Bloodline Curse, Mastery of all Martial Arts, Surprise Elbow Strike, Absolute Block, Fatal Strike, Dharma Body, Heaven Splitting Blade, Waterlord, Sea of Corpses and Blood, Reversal of Heaven and Earth. My strength and spirit points doubled instantly from 600 to 1200. Though my critical hit rate merely doubled its base value, combined with the world-shattering God-Slaying Blades enhancement, it now reached a terrifying 70%. Critical damage was even more horrifying, 8 times the base damage. Already dealing absurd damage, he could now wipe out entire groups of monsters of equal level with a single critical hit. Interesting. It seems completing the level 100 challenge was truly worth it. And compared to a solo player's level 100 challenge, other classes' attempts are pathetically weak. After all, you need to defeat enemies with divine power. Even the simplest demonic minions aren't something ordinary solo players can handle. Wu Cheng nodded, thoroughly satisfied with his progress. How quickly he'd reach level 100. Perhaps in a few more months, he might even hit level 200. But now wasn't the time to dwell on his transformation. He retrieved the dungeon core and slowly made his way toward the entrance portal. When he reappeared, he turned to find himself now inside the Heaven and Earth Crucible. Mujin, the woodcarving tribe chieftain who had been dejected moments before, now stared at him with astonished delight. You're truly extraordinary, boy, even repelling the Calamity Demon God. It seems that in 3 or 4 decades, the Dragon Nation will witness the emergence of another top-tier god-tier professional. Mujin's eyes brimmed with admiration and appreciation. Naturally, he was overjoyed to see such a gifted young man. Not to mention that Wu Cheng had saved the Wild Plains world, ensuring the survival of his tribe. Thank you for your praise, Chief. Though the praise was directed at him, Wu Cheng remained humble and cautious. On the contrary, having witnessed the power of a god-tier practitioner, his admiration for Mujin only deepened. After all, every god-tier professional was an immensely revered existence. Take Mo Li Lang, the burning heaven evil god, who had been severely wounded. Even with only his heart remaining, he still schemed to break free from his bonds and regain his freedom. Yet this Mu Jin before him was different. He could have left the great world for the Dragon Kingdom, yet for the sake of his tribe, he chose to remain chained within this heavenly forge rather than depart. This alone proved that Clan Chief Mu Jin was no selfish individual.
Alright, reveal your gear now. A promise is a promise.
Old man here has been saving up materials all this time just for today to help you upgrade your gear to mythic tier.
Mu Jin waved his hand dismissively before slowly approaching the towering forge. Instantly, his entire form transformed into an immense, colossal figure. Upon hearing his words, Wu Chang said nothing further and summoned all his equipment. Seeing that not a single piece of Wu Chang's gear fell below peerless grade, even the well-traveled Mu Jin was astonished. Had the Dragon Nation grown so wealthy that everyone possessed multiple peerless grade weapons? Or was Wu Chang simply blessed with unparalleled luck? Even if not a single piece was suitable for a 100-level professional to wear, such a collection was terrifying enough. Unparalleled gear is impressive, but this blade. Mu Jin's eyes lit up as he gazed upon the world-shattering god-slaying blade. This was the only weapon he couldn't fathom. Though its divine might was restrained, it now seemed poised to burst forth. This blade is a super god tier weapon. Seeing Mu Jin reach for the world-shattering god-slaying blade, Wu Chang hurriedly interjected. This was a super god tier weapon, he couldn't risk forging it into a mythic tier piece and ruining himself in the process. Hearing this, Mu Jin sucked in a sharp breath, yet his interest only deepened. The blade's power is about to be unleashed. You're not a blacksmith, so naturally, you can't release it. Here's the deal, leave me a peerless grade piece of equipment and hand over this blade. Come back in an hour to collect it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Mu Jin patted his chest. He couldn't fathom the blade's true mysteries, but this chance to examine it up close was one he wouldn't pass up. Moreover, he spoke the truth. Wu Chang, not being a blacksmith, had absolutely no way to unlock the blade's true power. Even Mu Jin himself could only gradually unlock it. After all, it was a god-tier weapon. If he, a mere god-tier blacksmith, could unlock it completely, that would be an insult to the blade's legendary might. Then I thank you, Clan Chief. Wu Chang bowed his thanks to Mu Jin, then left behind the world-slaying god-cutting blade and the War Master frame. After packing up his other belongings, he stepped out of the Heaven and Earth Crucible. He wanted to see what changes this baptism had wrought upon the Wild Plains Great World, and what transformations this woodcarving tribe might undergo. Chapter 133, The Great World Upgrades, Disturbances in the Outside World. Stepping outside, Wu Chang saw numerous tribe members of the woodcarving tribe cheering and rejoicing. People embraced each other, their faces radiating the relief of survivors. But most crucially, their very aura seemed transformed. As a tribe that had faced life and death alongside the Great World, every surviving member of the woodcarving tribe now felt more deeply connected to it. It could be said they were children born of the Great World, having endured trials and tribulations before finally returning to its embrace. Wu Chang, thank you. Seeing Wu Chang emerge, Mula stepped forward, his face brimming with emotion. Although the tribe had suffered significant losses this time, their overall strength had increased considerably. Due to the Great World's level up, their own levels had also risen considerably. Most had previously been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through, but now they had seized the momentum and finally achieved their level breakthroughs. All of this was possible because Wu Chang had defeated the Calamity Demon God. Otherwise, their tribe would have perished alongside the world's destruction. No need to be so formal. Wu Chang waved dismissively with a smile. Though he had defeated the Calamity Demon God, if the woodcarving tribe hadn't accepted him, he'd likely still be wandering the Wild Plains world searching for ways to level up. It was truly a win-win situation. The world was reborn, and he had directly completed the level 100 challenge, successfully shattering the phenomenon that lone adventurers couldn't surpass level 100. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask the woodcarving tribe. If you have any requests, we will certainly do our utmost to fulfill them. Muller patted his chest, and the surrounding woodcarving tribe members nodded in agreement. They too had heard the rumors, dismissing them as mere legends at first. But now, it all seemed to be true. The crucial point was that their savior stood before them, and they would fulfill any request. That won't be necessary. Wu Chang smiled and politely declined before leaving the tribe. The area was shrouded in an array formation, obscuring any signs of the outside world. Teleporting outside the tribe, Wu Chang froze in shock. Was this really the same tribal outskirts he had visited several times before? Why did it look completely different? The tribal teleportation array, once marked only by a single boulder, was now completely engulfed by a sea of flowers and plants. And these weren't just ordinary plants, they were common materials with practical uses. But even if they were common materials, the sheer quantity was staggering. The entire area was a sea of resources. If he were willing to grab a bag and take them outside to sell, he could easily make hundreds of thousands of yuan. As for monsters, while sparse nearby, Wu Chang surmised their numbers would soon surge rapidly. Through continuous leveling, even more formidable beings would emerge. After all, the world's level cap had been raised to 200, easily accommodating far more formidable beings. Indeed, the changes in this grand world are truly immense.
Wu Chang steadied himself, shaking his head in quiet reflection before returning to the tribe to patiently await the completion of his weapons upgrade. Little did he know that within that very day, the entire Yanjing had undergone a seismic shift. At the Yanjing Professional Association, Chairman Guo Chongming sat leisurely in his chair, sipping coffee. I wonder how that kid Wu Chang is doing. Maybe he's already hit level 70? Recalling Wu Chang's rapid leveling pace, Guo Chongming considered it astonishing to reach level 70 in such a short time. Yet, given Wu Chang's nature, it didn't seem entirely surprising. With that kid's personality, he might just spring another surprise on this old man. A smile spread across Guo Chongming's face, unable to contain his inner joy. Just moments ago, the commendation from headquarters had arrived. The Yanjing Practitioners Association and Yanjing University had reclaimed first place in the freshman tournament, prompting the Central Association to allocate substantial resources, all thanks to Guo Chongming's efforts. Well, truth be told, it was all Wu Chang's doing. But hey, he was the president now, wasn't he? Yet, just as he was pondering how to help Wu Chang level up in the future, he heard a series of hurried footsteps. Moments later, a department head burst into the room. President, it's bad news. The dungeon is malfunctioning. Hearing instant's disturbance, Guo Chongming startled at first, but then relaxed. It was just a dungeon anomaly, important, yes, but the guild had well-established protocols for handling such incidents. Yet judging by the minister's expression, this didn't seem like a routine disturbance. Guo Chongming asked in a solemn tone. Oh? Which instance? What level? Wildland Grand World. The anomaly level indicates a demon god invasion. What? Wild Plains Grand World? An invasion by a dark god? Guo Chongming had been unconcerned until he suddenly remembered Wu Chang was also in the Wild Plains World instance. Panic instantly gripped him. Quick! Get reinforcements over here. Evil god, evil god. How could an evil god be in the Wild Plains world? This world doesn't have anything special about it. Though he couldn't fathom why an evil god would invade such a mundane world, Guo Chongming reacted swiftly nonetheless. Soon, the top-tier practitioners below level 100 in Yanjing City began gathering. Some high-level practitioners even prepared level reduction potions, ready to rush in for backup at any moment. Even Yanjing University, as the host institution, entered a state of alert. Should the frontline defenders fall, they too would charge into the great world to fight the demon god to the death. This was precisely why Yanjing University commanded the respect of all Yanjing citizens. They were students, but they were students who enjoyed the lion's share of resources. Thus, when defending their homeland, they naturally charged to the front lines to shield the defenseless. Just as the Yanjing Professional Association mobilized its forces, the god-tier formation master Ning Jitian floated serenely in the sky. Watching the crowd rush toward the Wild Plains Great World, Ning Jitian stroked his chin thoughtfully. So that's the place. I wonder if those people are ready. The group he referred to was, of course, the Yanjing military forces of the Dragon Nation who had evacuated the Wild Plains world 50 years prior. In truth, 50 years prior, the Yanjing military had already reported this matter to higher authorities, who had provided substantial support. Otherwise, Yanjing alone would never have been able to elevate Mujin to god-tier status. Yet all these years, they never returned to the Wild Plains Grand World, not because they forgot, but because they couldn't find any practitioners capable of defeating the Calamity Demon God. If we're talking about god-tier professionals, then perhaps one or two could still be found within the entire Dragon Nation. While they couldn't defeat the adversary outright, they could at least force a stalemate. The problem lies with practitioners below level 100. Who could possibly stand against a calamity god of equal rank? No one. At least until now, the Yanjing military has scoured the entire Dragon Nation searching for prodigies, yet they haven't found a single creator who seems capable of defeating the evil god. As for lowering their levels to enter the Great World, their downgrade potions were inspired by the demon god's methods. If the demon god were to reverse the downgrade upon their arrival, the entire Great World would likely be destroyed. It seems we must make a choice now. Either watch the demon devour the Great World or send someone to attempt it. Somewhere in Yanjing, a tall, stern-eyed middle-aged man surveyed the 10 individuals below him. These were the geniuses he had handpicked, each under 30 years old, each possessing the strength to slay a demon god of equal rank. If forced to rank them, Li Tiangang from Magic Capital University would barely pass muster in terms of innate talent. His combat prowess was even less impressive. These others had trained in lethal techniques, leaving no room for wasted skills. Had it not been for the imminent 50-year deadline, Li Tiangang would have been specially recruited into this squad. But whether he could defeat the catastrophe demon god? He had no idea. I'm in. We're willing to go. You trained us for this very day. Of course we'll give it a shot. Hearing this, Zhang Molong, standing above them, gave a slight nod. It seemed none of the recruits he had trained were cowards. Seeing this, he seemed to make up his mind. He slammed his hand on the table and declared in a stern voice. Very well, then. We set out for the Wild Plains. This will be your first official battle before the world. Chapter 134, You're the Savior, so who are we? At the entrance to the Wild Plains Great World, a 10-person squad stood before Guo Chongming. Leading them was none other than Zhang Molong, the youngest major general and current head of the Shenlong squad, responsible for all affairs within the Wild Plains Great World. Chairman Gua, we cannot agree to this. Just half an hour earlier, Zhang Molong had arrived here with his team. However, due to the chaos and spatial fluctuations at the world's entrance, they couldn't enter immediately. To better understand the entire Wild Plains world, Zhang Molong went straight to Guo Chongming and requested the latest intelligence. In exchange, Guo Chongming requested that Wu Chang be retrieved from the dungeon, but Zhang Molong flatly refused. Major General Zhang, Wu Chang isn't some privileged scion. He's an exceptionally gifted student. If he were to perish in the Wild Plains, it would be an immense loss not only for Yinjing but for the entire Dragon Nation. Seeing his proposal rejected, Guo Chongming hurriedly tried to reason with Zhang Molong. Though he understood the dilemma this presented for Zhang Molong and his group, Guo Chongming still hoped, if possible, that Wu Chang could return alive. However, Zhang Molong sighed and shook his head in the end. As a major general who had fought in numerous wars against demonic invasions both domestically and abroad, he understood Guo Chongming's feelings all too well. But now, his foremost duty was to lead these 10 meticulously trained individuals into the Wild Plains Great World immediately and slay the newly revived catastrophe evil god. Everything else, let alone Wu Chang, was expendable. Even his own life, Zhang Molong's life, could be sacrificed if necessary. Seeing this, Guo Chongming opened his mouth, but all the words he had prepared were swallowed back down. We're leaving now. Rest assured, if I see him, I'll bring him back for you. Soon, the spatial fluctuations at the instant's entrance stabilized. Zhang Molong patted the guild leader's shoulder, offering only this consolation. Whether he'd return alive or dead? That was anyone's guess. After all, they didn't even know if they themselves would survive. How could they make such a promise to others? After exchanging farewells with Guo Chongming, Zhang Molong waved and vanished with his group into the dungeon entrance. As a major general who had completed the level 300 challenge, he had already consumed an enhanced downgrade pill. Only by leaving the instance could he regain his original rank. This time, he sought a fight to the death, either banishing the demon god from the Wild Plains or perishing here. This truly is a hellish scene. Captain, there are still people over there. Ignore them. Our target is the woodcarving tribe. Upon entering the Wild Plains, a team member spotted a group of adventurers hiding beneath the trees. However, Zhang Molong had no intention of launching a rescue. Their objective wasn't to save lives, but to eradicate the scourge of the Wild Plains once and for all. Seeing this, the others merely glanced at the professionals seeking shelter, offered a silent prayer, and hurried to keep pace with Zhang Molong. But before they had gone far, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above. The overwhelming aura of destruction radiating from it, coupled with the sheer aggression in every movement, instantly confirmed their suspicion. The creature before them was none other than their target, the Calamity Demon God. What puzzled them was why the Calamity Demon God had suddenly appeared, and why she seemed so enraged, as if someone had provoked her. Captain, look! Is that a figure up there? Just as the group prepared to continue their journey, one member suddenly stepped forward and pointed upward. They looked up to see several blade chi streaks shooting skyward. Though they vanished shortly after, they appeared to have inflicted considerable damage upon the Calamity Demon God. Move to the teleportation array now. It must be a powerful being born within the great world. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted this long. Zhang Molong wasted no words, urgently pulling the group toward a teleportation array. This teleportation array, which directly transported them to the woodcarving tribe, had been left behind 50 years ago. It was extremely well hidden, and only military personnel knew its location. Before long, they reached a mountain range. The teleportation array lay deep within its heart, requiring at least half an hour to reach on foot. Zhang Molong glanced at the battle raging overhead, clenched his teeth, and ordered them to speed up. Apply buffs. Full speed to the battlefield. 1 hour later, when Zhang Molong and his group arrived at the woodcarving tribe, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Why was it so calm outside? And that oppressive, suffocating feeling seemed to have vanished? Could it be that the Calamity Demon God had completely devoured the world, and their current location was inside the demon god's belly? Captain, what's going on? A team member looked at Zhang Molong with confusion, clearly stunned by this sudden change in circumstances. But Zhang Molong didn't know either. He could only shake his head and point toward the tribe ahead. Let's go ask what's going on first. Although the teleportation array had delivered them directly into the tribe, this area had always been forbidden territory for the woodcarving tribe, making it surprisingly open and empty. Many woodcarving tribe members, busy constructing their homes, broke into smiles upon seeing Zhang Molong and his group. After all, these were the people of the savior. It was only natural for them to show respect. Hello, I'm Zhang Molong, a professional from the Dragon Nation. We've come to lead a rescue mission. Thank you so much for the support from the Dragon Nation. Just as Zhang Molong was about to greet the woodcarver tribe member before him, the other person's words left him speechless. Ha! Oh, no problem. We're neighbors, helping each other out is only natural. Though he didn't understand what the other was saying, Zhang Molong still smiled and responded. You're here to find the savior, right?
He's currently communicating with the clan chief inside the Heaven-Earth Crucible. The sudden remark left Zhang Molong and his companions frozen in place. What did that mean? What was a savior? Who was the savior? A Dragon Nation practitioner? But they were the first Dragon Nation professionals to arrive here. How could someone already be the savior? Could it be? A thought quickly formed in Zhang Molong's mind. Without hesitation, he led everyone straight to the Heaven and Earth Crucible. Along the way, the Muka tribe members they encountered were increasingly courteous. Some even brought out treasured materials they had kept for years, intending to offer them as gifts, but the group politely declined each one. Joking aside, the most important thing now was to find this savior and see who he truly was. Soon, they arrived beneath a blazing furnace. All the elderly, weak, and infirm of the woodcarving tribe gathered here. When Mulu, the organizer, spotted Zhang Molong and his group, he flashed a knowing smile that seemed to say, "I understand everything." Seeing Wu Chang take on the role of savior, the Dragon Nation's professionals were ready to collaborate with our tribe. Muller was clever. How could he not understand these things? So, under the puzzled gazes of Zhang Molong and the others, Muller swiftly activated the Heaven and Earth Forge's array and ushered them inside. The moment they entered the Heaven and Earth Forge, they saw an incredibly tall woodcarving tribesman standing before the forging platform, while a human youth stood below with a smile. "You brat, I never imagined you'd become this savior." The woodcarver's booming voice echoed, and upon hearing those words, even Zhang Molong and the rest of the Divine Dragon Squad were stunned. If he's the savior, then what are we? Tourists here for a vacation? Chapter 135, The Dragon Squad That Can't Even Make Ripples. Hearing footsteps, Wu Chang turned to see a group of Dragon Nation practitioners staring at him. Their expressions weren't exactly angry, but they certainly weren't welcoming either. Judging by their looks, they were just as surprised by his presence. "We're done for. The real deal has arrived." He forced a bitter smile, surprised at how swiftly the Dragon Nation had reacted. Just moments ago, he had received the upgraded weapon from Clan Chief Mujin. Though he hadn't examined it closely yet, the sheer aura it radiated was already significantly stronger than before. Moreover, the gift from the greater world had arrived. While it wasn't something that would instantly grant him godhood, it was perfectly suited for him. A dungeon core, or rather, an escape core. This item represented the Wild Plains Great World's recognition of him. As long as no skills like spatial restrictions were active, Wu Chang could use this core to teleport back to the Wild Plains Great World from anywhere. Of course, the escape core had a cooldown period of roughly half a month, but that suited Wu Chang perfectly. But his joy was short-lived. Practitioners from the Dragon Nation had come knocking. "Since you're here, come on over." Chief Mujin, having detected Zhang Molong's group, beckoned them over with a wave before slowly reverting to his normal size. Startled by this, Zhang Molong and his companions finally snapped to attention, hurrying over to stand before Mujin. "Clan Chief Mujin, I am Zhang Molong." As the leader of the Divine Dragon Squad, Zhang Molong stepped forward to greet him, while the others stared curiously at Wu Chang, their gazes almost piercing through him. "I remember you." Hearing the name, Clan Chief Mujin nodded. "When your grandfather brought you here all those years ago, you were barely of age. It seems you've been through a lot since then." His expression was filled with nostalgia. Those days were the most unforgettable in Mutown's history. His first encounter with an intelligent race from the outside world, the exhilaration of breaking through a cultivation level for the first time, and then voluntarily sealing himself within this Heaven and Earth Crucible, all these events had left an indelible mark on his memory. Seeing that the other recognized him, Zhang Molong breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this matter wouldn't be too difficult to handle. He then turned his gaze to the awkward-looking young man beside him and asked with puzzlement, "Who are you? Which leader sent you?" Wu Chang's lips twitched at the question. Which leader? He didn't know himself. Ahem, my name is Wu Chang. If you insist on knowing which leader sent me, would you believe me if I said it was Chairman Guo Chongming? Since they'd come looking for him, Wu Chang saw no point in hiding his identity and declared it openly. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Molong's eyes widened instantly, his tone brimming with astonishment. "It's actually you. Have you heard of me?" Wu Chang was also baffled. He had never met Zhang Molong before. How did the man know him? Had he watched his matches? Hearing this, Zhang Molong's expression turned serious. "I am Zhang Molong, responsible for all affairs within the Wild Plains Grand World. I know you because Chairman Guo instructed me to." With this explanation, Wu Changye instantly understood. So Chairman Guo had been worried about him. Well, that worry was no longer needed. He nodded in acknowledgement of the explanation, while Mujin spoke up. "You people of Dragon Nation truly honor your word. 50 years means 50 years. And the professional you sent is truly formidable. Not only did he defeat 4 minions of the evil god, but he even drove away the avatar of the Calamity Evil God. Truly remarkable." Hearing this, Zhang Molong grew increasingly stunned and helpless. The helplessness stemmed from the fact that they were the legitimate forces, yet it was the imposters who had won the battle. Now, everyone only recognized Wu Chang who had time to care about them? The shock came from learning that before challenging the Calamity Evil God, there were 4 evil god minions. These creatures were no pushovers.
While the 10 men behind him weren't afraid, defeating these minions would still require considerable effort. And yet Wu Chang had gone and killed them all outright, then defeated the Calamity Demon God to boot. After dragging my men here through hell and back, to hear the battle's already over? That's got to sting anyone's pride. Thanks for the compliment. But he had no choice but to accept it. After all, Wu Chang was also part of the Dragon Nation, and moreover, he was from Yenjing University. He himself was also from Yenjing University, which made him Wu Chang's senior. Calling them allies wasn't too far off.
Tell your old man to drop by my place sometime.
If you need anything, talk to Muller outside.
I haven't been involved in affairs for a long time.
With that, Clan Chief Mujin waved his hand, signaling everyone to depart.
Wu Chang naturally followed suit, exiting the Heaven and Earth Crucible alongside the others. Before anyone else could speak, Zhang Molong's voice cut through the air.
Return immediately. Do not linger in the dungeon.
Though reluctant to have made the trip for nothing, the others had no choice but to grit their teeth and comply. Wu Chang had no choice either, but if he left, Bai Yi would surely follow. So he called out, "Wait for me." The group turned to Wu Chang, who whistled sharply.
A majestic reindeer came bounding over.
If not for its moose body, one might have mistaken it for a human in disguise, judging by its eyes alone.
Boss, ready to go?
Bu Bai glanced at Zhang Molong and instantly understood it was time to leave.
Yeah, let's go check out the outside together. Wu Chang nodded, extending an invitation to Bu Bai. But Bai didn't respond immediately.
He turned to glance back at the place before finally nodding, intending to leave with Wu Chang.
Zhang Molong, witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? A student presumed dead in a dungeon had saved the wider world and even made animal friends? Wait, that's no ordinary wild moose. This thing can talk.
It didn't take long for Zhang Molong to realize this monster could actually speak human language.
Wasn't that a power exclusive to demigod bloodlines? Could this seemingly dim-witted moose actually possess demigod blood? What exactly was Wu Chang here for, to level up or to snatch up loot?
Not only did he become the savior of the wider world, but he even walked away with a demigod-blooded moose. In that instant, every member of the Divine Dragon Squad felt like crying. They'd worked so hard, convinced they'd finally get to prove themselves here, at the very least, make some waves. Instead, forget stirring up waves, they hadn't even managed to make a ripple before being forced to retreat. It was truly heartbreaking.
Alright, let's go.
After a moment, Zhang Molong finally pulled himself together.
He couldn't bear to linger in this heartbreaking place another second.
Seeing this, Wu Chang nodded and followed the others toward the teleportation array.
Finally, it was time to return to modern society. Chapter 136, Returning to Yenjing University, the Association's Reward.
Passing through the teleportation array, they emerged directly outside the tribe. Surrounded by the familiar scenery, Wu Chang felt a wave of emotion wash over him. When he had arrived, he had been fretting over leveling up, yet now, upon departure, he had unexpectedly completed the 100-level challenge.
Let's go.
I'm sure those guys outside are getting impatient waiting for us. Zhang Molong addressed the group behind him. Only then did the members of the Divine Dragon Squad snap out of their trance, hastily shifting their focus away from Wu Chang.
Though they remained unconvinced by Wu Chang's role as savior, it was now undeniable.
He had saved the entire world, accomplishing what they themselves had never managed. For professionals who revered strength above all else, this meant keeping a low profile. Unless they believed themselves capable of matching Wu Chang in the future, it was best to keep their heads down and avoid causing any further trouble. Wu Chang, meanwhile, sat directly on Bu Bai's back, allowing the beast to trail far behind the advancing group.
Boss, I can't shake the feeling they look down on you.
As the descendant of a demigod, Bu Bai keenly sensed the group's attitude toward Wu Chang, and a surge of anger welled up within him.
His boss was this formidable, yet people still looked down on him? They deserved a beating.
If a fight broke out, Bu Bai would be the first to charge in and give those who looked down on the boss a sound thrashing. But Wu Chang merely smiled and replied in a solemn tone. It's only natural they look down on me. After all, in their eyes, what I've accomplished is something only they should be capable of. Their regular forces failed, yet I, an outsider, succeeded.
Of course they're resentful. But it doesn't matter. If they really want to fight, then I'll beat these guys into submission.
His voice wasn't loud, but it brimmed with confidence. Don't underestimate the impact of completing the level 100 challenge. The shift in his power was nothing short of monumental. Setting aside the comprehensive attribute boosts, the two weapons alone had granted him immense power. If it weren't inconvenient to inspect them now, Wu Chang would have pulled out his upgraded world-shattering god-slaying blade for a closer look. The man and the deer trailed behind. When the figures ahead paused to wait, they accelerated forward.
Remember to come to the guild in 3 days. I'll be waiting for you there.
Zhang Molong glanced back at Wu Chang before turning and leaving the instance. Seeing this, Wu Chang and Bu Bai exchanged a glance before following behind. But when Wu Chang steadied himself and glanced around, he found everyone nearby staring at him with terrified expressions. Some even seemed poised to unleash skills at any moment.
Wu Chang understood their reaction. After all, the disappearance of the dungeon's abnormal state didn't just mean the demon god had been expelled. It could also mean that some demon gods had killed the people inside and now appeared disguised as adventurers. As a veteran, Zhang Molong immediately retrieved his personal detection device. Standing at the front, he displayed the results to everyone, his eyes sparkling with delight. Chairman Guo, mission accomplished. The demon gods of the Wild Plains Great World have been expelled, and I've brought back the person you requested. His voice carried slowly through the air. Upon hearing it, Wu Chongming was overcome with delight and rushed forward. Seeing Wu Chang before him, who had grown significantly stronger, Wu Chongming's face broke into a broad smile. Not only had the demon god of the Wild Plains Great World been expelled, but the prodigy he had set his sights on was alive and well. Nothing could be a better outcome than this. Turning to face the surrounding professionals, Wu Chongming declared. The turmoil in the Wild Plains Great World has been quelled. We will now seal off the instance and dispatch an advance team to investigate. Once we confirm it's safe, we'll reopen the instance. For now, head to the guild to collect your rewards. Dismissed. With just those words, all the adventurers dispersed. Though they'd done nothing, simply showing up entitled them to payment, a rule established from the very beginning and a means for the association to incentivize adventurers to assist at disaster sites. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Zhang Molong leaned close to Wu Chongming's ear and whispered something. The latter's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. President, I'll be heading back now. Noticing Wu Chongming's peculiar expression, Wu Chang saw no reason to linger. He had a vague idea of what Zhang Molong might say to the other man, but he saw no need to rush. After all, he would still need to return to the association in 3 days. He could simply await their final arrangements then. Go ahead. Hearing Wu Chang's voice snapped Wu Chongming out of his daze. He quickly nodded to Wu Chang, afraid the young man might have some new scheme up his sleeve. This time he was truly shaken to the core. It would take him a while to recover. After bidding farewell to Wu Chongming, Wu Chang headed straight back to campus. Yanjing University, which had been on high alert, returned to its usual state upon hearing the crisis had passed. Back in his dorm room, Wu Chang could finally freely examine his current attributes. World-slaying God-cutting blade, weapon master frame, manifest. With a wave of his hand, the 2 upgraded weapons instantly materialized before him. Though merely upgraded, the world-slaying God-cutting blade already faintly radiated its inherent power. World-slaying God-cutting blade plus 1 God tier, forged with the blood of deities, even immortal God Kings dare not meet its glare head-on. Skill, Godslayer/exclusive skill, deals 1000% strength damage. Doubles against bosses, further doubles against divine enemies. Resets upon defeating a boss. Can store up to 3 charges per day. Arrogance exclusive skill, grants immunity to mental attacks and instantly slays enemies with health below 10%. Current bonuses, strength plus 300, spirit plus 200, critical rate plus 40%, critical damage plus 100%. Divine Master Frame Mythic Grade, can store different equipment, but each must be at least unrivaled grade. Each stored weapon grants a 20% damage increase, and all weapons share their properties. Gazing at the 2 weapons, Wu Chang felt his trip to the Wild Plains world had truly been worth it. To say nothing else, the transformation of the world-shattering God-slaying blade was nothing short of terrifying. The God-slaying slash could now store 3 strikes, while the other skill, Arrogant Slash, allowed him to instantly execute enemies with 10% health remaining. Such terrifying transformations truly befitting a God-tier weapon. The Weapon Master Frame, upgraded to the Divine Master Frame, also underwent significant changes. It could now directly store different equipment sets. Though the defensive set counted as a single piece, the damage bonus it provided was substantial. It seems I am now truly invincible. Wu Chang waved his hand, causing all equipment to vanish. He now awaited the outcome in 3 days' time. Chapter 137, Military Shockwaves and the Divine Dragon Squad's Invitation. 3 days later, Wu Chang lay in bed when Wu Chongming's call came through. His voice sounded calm, yet for some reason, Wu Chang could detect a faint tremor in it. The gist was that Wu Chang needed to come in immediately. As a first-hand witness to the descent of the demon god in the Wild Plains Great World, he was required to provide a detailed account of the situation. Moreover, as a representative of the military, Zhang Molong also wished to witness his actual combat performance, making refusal difficult. This is so difficult. After finally getting a few days of rest, Wu Chang could only shake his head and struggle to get out of bed, preparing to head to the association. Bu Bai, however, remained in his dormitory. After all, as a standalone building, his quarters were spacious. Combined with the special formations protecting the place, living here posed no real issue for him. Besides, in just these 3 short days, the creature had already picked up quite a few bad habits. Drinking soda, playing games, binge-watching dramas all had become second nature to him. Though Wu Chang had no idea how those 2 deer hooves could possibly be used for gaming. But every night, Wu Chang heard Bu Bai's teammates screaming in frustration and the frantic chatter over open microphones. Judging by the sound of it, the guy's gaming skills weren't exactly top-notch either. Bu Bai, I'm leaving. Stay put at home. Wu Chang walked to the door and turned back to instruct Bu Bai. Got it. Go ahead. But Bu Bai, still wearing his sunglasses, lay sprawled on the couch, his antler-like hands frantically tapping away at the big screen. The battle seemed to be heating up. Seeing this, Wu Cheng couldn't bring himself to say more. He closed the door and left immediately. The last sound he heard before leaving was Bu Bai's distress signal to his teammates in the battle royale. "Save me, save me." Hearing this, Wu Cheng twisted his lips in a wry smile, silently mourning for Bu Bai's teammates before turning away. When he arrived at the Yinjing Professional Association, however, he found the place seemingly cleared out. Tall, solemn-faced professionals stood in formation on either side, clearly veterans of dungeon raids and monster battles. Looks like military personnel. Wu Cheng quickly made his guess. After all, ordinary professionals wouldn't possess such discipline. Only those under the Dragon Nation's military command could achieve this level of organization. His hunch proved correct. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, Zhang Molong and Wu Chongming approached him simultaneously. They smiled as they ushered him inside, but despite their smiles, Wu Cheng couldn't shake the feeling they harbored ulterior motives. It wasn't that they intended to harm him, but rather that they seemed to have some demand they hoped he would agree to. "Come, sit down, sit down." Wu Chongming led Wu Cheng into the office with a smile. Inside, a man with graying hair and a resolute expression sat in his chair. Wu Chongming and Zhang Molong immediately dropped their smiles, standing stiffly on either side like greenhorns. Seeing this, Wu Cheng felt awkward sitting down and remained standing, looking at the man before him. "You must be Wu Cheng. I've heard about this matter. That old codger Muzhen sent you to deliver a message. I wonder if he's planning to curse me out or if he wants me to send someone over to cheer him up." Observing Wu Cheng's unease, the man seated above spoke. His voice was deep and resonant, yet every word was crystal clear to Wu Cheng. "I am Zhang Beihai, also known as Zhang Molong's grandfather." At the mention of that name, Wu Cheng's eyes widened instantly. Zhang Beihai, the name was legendary. 10 years ago, it was he who led the effort to quell the disturbance in Huazhang City's dungeon. Rumor had it that the demon god was poised to break through the dungeon's barriers and descend upon the city, yet this very elder before him had single-handedly struck fear into the demon god, forcing it to abandon its descent. As for any other glorious feats from his past, that was beyond Wu Cheng's knowledge. But this single act alone was enough to etch the name Zhang Beihai into the hearts of every person in Huazhang City. "Greetings, General Zhang." Though unaware of his exact military rank, addressing him thus seemed fitting given he was Zhang Molong's grandfather. Hearing this, however, Wu Chongming grew anxious. He hurriedly whispered in explanation to Wu Cheng. "General? He's a marshal." At this, Wu Cheng was stunned. He had assumed his use of general was merely polite, but it turned out the man was actually a marshal. After all, the entire Dragon Kingdom had never had more than 10 marshals at any given time. Now, one had appeared before him. It seemed the commotion he'd caused this time was truly enormous. All right. Everyone, please sit down." Seeing Wu Chongming's subtle reminder to Wu Cheng, Zhang Beihai merely smiled and gestured for everyone to take a seat. He wasn't some kind of monster who ate people. There was no need for such stiffness. Once everyone was seated, his gaze turned to Wu Cheng, his eyes holding a hint of approval and admiration. "Wu Cheng, Mo Long has already informed me of this matter. You've got some skills, kid. To actually complete the challenge of the great world. The key is that this calamity evil goddess is no pushover. Not only did you slay her 4 evil goddess minions, but you even repelled her avatar. Speak up. What reward do you desire?" "Whatever I can offer, this old man won't be stingy." Zhang Beihai's voice echoed through the chamber. Wu Cheng looked up to meet a pair of piercing eyes, sharp as blades, that seemed to see right through him. Facing such a venerable elder, he felt nothing but profound respect. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply and said, "Marshal Zhang, my journey to the Wild Plains Great World was merely a coincidence. I harbored no desire for rewards. As for repelling the calamitous demon god, I believe any professional would have chosen to act upon witnessing such a threat. My victory over her was merely a stroke of luck, hardly a significant contribution." Hearing Wu Cheng's words, Zhang Beihai actually smiled. It had been years since he'd encountered such an interesting young man. Since becoming marshal, countless people had sought to curry favor with him, some even fixated on claiming credit for his deeds. Yet this youth before him clearly harbored no such ambitions. Repelling the calamity demon god if reported, this would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. It could even grant Wu Cheng immense wealth and elevated social status. Yet he chose none of that, viewing it simply as the duty of a professional. Excellent. That mindset alone set him apart from the vast majority. And for such a promising young talent, Zhang Beihai was determined to reward him. "Even if you refuse this reward, I cannot withhold it. Here's what we'll do: if you join our military, I'll personally grant you a mythic tier piece of equipment." At these words, Wu Chongming and Zhang Molong both sucked in sharp breaths. Mythical grade equipment? Who would have thought the old man could actually pull that out of his sleeve? Wu Cheng, hearing this, was also taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to be willing to give him a mythical grade item, with the only condition being his joining the military. Though the reward was tempting, he decided to first inquire about what was required of him. Thus, Wu Chang looked up at Zhang Beihai before him, his voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty. I wonder what exactly I'd be expected to do after joining the military. Chapter 138, Mythic Grade Equipment Heaven and Earth United Armor. I just don't know what I'll be doing once I join the military. Wu Chang stared at Zhang Beihai before him, his mind already racing with thoughts. Joining the military was undoubtedly a positive step, but if it meant undertaking missions that proved overwhelmingly difficult for him, then this matter required careful consideration. After all, his own strength was only at level 100. Facing those 200 or 300 level monster bosses, defeat wasn't guaranteed, but getting injured and spending an enormous amount of time would be par for the course. Upon hearing this, Zhang Beihai smiled and pointed at Wu Chang. You're such a worrier, kid. As your senior, I'd never send you on a suicide mission. This dragon squad was formed to address the crisis in the Wild Plains world, and we've already expended considerable resources. Dissolving it rashly now is clearly not an outcome I'd welcome. Instead, if you defeat Mo Long, the dragon squad will be placed under your command. In the future, you'll also be tasked with eliminating those members within Yancheng. That shouldn't be too difficult a condition, right? Zhang Beihai smiled as he laid out his terms. Guo Chongming wore a look of utter astonishment, while Zhang Molong was also stunned into silence. Wu Chang knew this condition was not difficult at all. In fact, it was extremely simple. After all, while he didn't know Zhang Molong's peak strength, he was confident he could defeat him if his power was capped at level 100. He had even defeated a calamity-level demon god. If he couldn't beat Zhang Molong at the same level, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? But Guo Chongming suddenly stepped forward, his face filled with urgency as he looked at Zhang Hokkaido. Marshal, Wu Chang hasn't even reached level 100. How can he lead the Divine Dragon Squad? Besides, Major General Zhang's strength is unfathomable. Suppressing him to level 70 or 80 is utterly meaningless. Hearing this, Wu Chang raised an eyebrow, while Zhang Beihai waved dismissively. Young Gua, who said anything about suppressing him to level 70-80? Wu Chang has already completed the 100-level challenge. I insist on having Mo Long suppressed to the 100-level mark first. Turning to Wu Chang, he added sternly. Wu Chang, when facing Mo Long, hold nothing back. Bring everything you used against the Calamity Demon God. Otherwise, we won't know how much stronger these top-tier evil gods are compared to practitioners of the same level. Hearing that Wu Chang had already completed the level 100 challenge, Guo Chongming was stunned. He turned to look at Wu Chang, only to see the latter nodding at him, clearly confirming Marshal Zhang's words were true. In that instant, Guo Chongming was utterly dumbfounded. He'd entered at only 50 or 60 levels, and now he'd even completed the 100-level challenge. This was the only solo adventurer in all of Long Nation, indeed, the entire world, to complete the level 100 challenge. Wu Chang wasn't bringing him surprises, he was bringing him shock. Wu Chang, however, didn't dwell on it. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Hokkaido. Rest assured, Marshal Zhang. With your word, I won't hold back. Zhang Molong's face twisted with awkwardness. He couldn't just admit he couldn't beat Wu Chang. Now that the other party had offered to fight him at full strength, stepping up would make him nothing more than a punching bag. But with his grandfather having spoken, refusal was impossible. He had no choice but to accept. Seeing Wu Chang agree, Zhang Beihai was delighted. He immediately had his space cleared, and soon Wu Chang and Zhang Molong stepped forward. Begin. Watching Zhang Molong swallow the level reduction potion, Zhang Beihai nodded his approval, signaling the start of the match. What he didn't know was that Zhang Molong, to prevent getting utterly crushed, hadn't lowered himself to level 100, he'd dropped to level 110. This way, he could still use several powerful skills and shouldn't have to worry about Wu Chang instantly defeating him. Bring it on. With renewed confidence, Zhang Molong waved at Wu Chang. Though certain of defeat, he was determined to uphold the Zhang family's prestige. Seeing this, Wu Chang nodded and, as Zhang Beihai had instructed, unleashed his full power attack. Bloodline Curse, activate. Life Restoration Technique, activate. Divine Body Regeneration, activate. Dharmakaya Golden Body, activate. With these 4 incantations unleashed in succession, Wu Chang's aura instantly transformed from that of an ordinary young man into something akin to the most dazzling star in the heavens. Gripping the world-slaying god-slaying blade, he now ascended into the sky like a deity. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Beihai was utterly speechless. Was this really a college student? This was a god of war, damn it. Guo Chongming, however, wore a look of pure delight. This was a student of Yanjing University, a student he had personally selected, destined to join the Yanjing Practitioners Association. To put it plainly, discovering a genius like Wu Chang alone was enough to rival all his political achievements over the years. Zhang Molong's eyes widened at the sight. He turned to his grandfather and pointed at himself. Me? I'm supposed to take on Wu Chang. If he were certain he was his grandfather's biological son, he might even suspect his grandfather was planning to kill him right here. But Wu Chang gave him no chance to freeze in shock. With the world-slaying god-slaying blade in hand, his craving for a slash had been awakened. God-slaying slash. In an instant, a blade aura erupted as if to cleave the heavens and earth, hurtling straight toward Zhang Molong. Seeing this blade aura, Zhang Molong's face instantly turned ashen. Was this still a trial? Was he trying to kill him? The next second, he abandoned all concern for his pride. He immediately nullified the effects of the downgrade potion, restoring himself to his original level. Then, with one hand, he grasped the blade aura. He had expected to handle it with ease, but to his surprise, the blade aura pierced right through his defenses and struck his hand, leaving a deep gash that exposed flesh. Though his formidable regenerative abilities quickly healed the wound, it was still enough to leave Zhang Molong stunned. He wasn't the only one stunned. Zhang Beihai and Wu Chongming's jaws nearly hit the floor. Wu Cheng defeating Zhang Molong was something they had anticipated, but they never imagined it would happen so swiftly. Moreover, Zhang Molong had even been forced to revert to his original level just to block that attack. Well. Truly the lad who defeated the Calamity Demon God. A round of applause erupted. Wu Cheng turned to see Zhang Beihai clapping enthusiastically, his face radiating admiration. You've been generous. Wu Cheng bowed his fist toward Zhang Molong. He certainly didn't want to antagonize Zhang Molong after all, the man was a major general. Being polite never hurt anyone. In response, Zhang Molong merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling Wu Cheng not to dwell on it. Injuries during a contest were inevitable, especially since Wu Cheng's strength had far exceeded his expectations. The two approached Marshal Zhang Beihai, who produced a pouch and handed it to Wu Cheng. Well, I've been out here long enough. I shan't meddle in matters here any longer. Inside is a mythic tier set of armor I collected in my youth, the Heaven and Earth Unity armor. You'll discover its wonders on your own once you return. I'll be taking my men now. Remember to come back in a few days to meet with Mo Long for the handover. The affairs of the Divine Dragon Squad are now in your hands. With that, Zhang Beihai departed with Zhang Molong, leaving only Wu Cheng and Wu Chongming behind in the office. Chapter 139, I'm invincible now, and you want me to join the school tournament? You really completed the level 100 challenge? Back in the office, Wu Chongming was positively buzzing with excitement. This was the only solo player he knew of in the world to have completed the level 100 challenge, surely a rare treasure, right? Yeah. Wu Cheng sighed and nodded in acknowledgement. He'd been asked this question countless times on his way over. He hadn't expected Chairman Gui to ask it repeatedly like this, leaving him with no choice. Alright. Hearing Wu Cheng's reply, Wu Chongming paced the room, rubbing his hands together. A prodigy like this appearing at the Yanjing Professional Association? Wu Chongming was determined to treat him like a prized possession. Before, Wu Cheng had merely been a gifted young man, and Guo could only offer limited resources to aid his growth. Now that he had reached level 100, even by the standards of Yanjing University's elite program, Wu Cheng was eligible to graduate this year. He was determined to allocate even more resources to Wu Cheng, not merely to keep him in Yanjing, but to accelerate his growth. Don't be fooled by Yanjing's surface calm. The depths of its underground world, the number of hidden evil god society operatives lurking within these figures had never been disclosed, nor would they dare be revealed. They feared that if this number were revealed, the entire city of Yanjing would be deserted overnight. He had once fretted over the lack of capable individuals to confront the evil god society, but now that Wu Cheng had arrived, he could offer him a significant assignment. Alright then. Since you've agreed to join the military under Marshal Zhang, I can't very well leave you without some reward. You've met the graduation requirements. After you graduate, come directly to the association to take up a position. You'll be tasked with investigating the cult of the evil god members lurking within Yanjing. This role won't require any public appearances, just relentlessly strike against the evil god society. As for the remaining resources and personnel allocation, whatever the association needs, you shall have. How does that sound? Wu Chongming looked at Wu Cheng, hoping he would agree. Wu Cheng naturally wouldn't refuse. Not only did he harbor deep hatred for the cult of the evil god, but Yanjing itself was rife with dungeons. The secrets of the shrine fragment he had obtained might very well be unlocked here. How could I refuse the chairman's invitation? Wu Cheng smiled and accepted the offer. Wu Chongming, thrilled, made arrangements with him before they parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. Returning to the dorm, Wu Cheng heard the sounds of the Battle Royale game before even entering the room, along with the player's friendly greeting to Bubai. Pushing open the door, Wu Cheng entered the room to find Bubai slumped on the sofa, his entire deer-like face flushed crimson. Its antlers flew across the screen as it rapidly typed, apparently engaging in friendly communication with teammates. Boss, you're back. Spotting Wu Cheng's return, Bubai lost all interest in gaming. Of course, the main reason was that he was playing terribly and didn't want Wu Cheng to see him like that. Yeah, keep going. Wu Cheng sensed the mood and wisely retreated to his own room. If you're bad, just practice more. Everyone starts as a noob before becoming a pro. As for what to do when teammates get angry during practice? That's their own bad attitude, he couldn't be bothered with such things. Back in his room, he opened the small pouch Zhang Beihai had given him and immediately saw a pair of crimson armor lying inside. Pulling the armor out, Wu Cheng read the displayed information. Heaven and Earth Unity armor plus 1 mythical grade, comprehensively enhances the wearer's attributes.
Gradually unlocks sealed properties as the wearer's level increases. Current effects: increases all attributes by 20%, boosts damage dealt by 20%, reduces damage taken by 20%. Upon seeing this armor, Wu Chang's eyes widened in astonishment. It wasn't that the Heaven and Earth Unity armor was bad, it was simply too good. Full body stat boosts, plus damage amplification and damage reduction, truly worthy of its mythic tier designation. I wonder if this Heaven and Earth Unity armor can compare to the set I'm currently wearing. With this thought in mind, Wu Chang hastily donned the Heaven and Earth Unity armor. Immediately, he felt a wave of refreshing clarity wash over him, as if the heavens themselves had blessed him. His entire body surged with boundless divine power. Check attributes. As he spoke, his attribute panel materialized before him. Strength, 1440 plus 375. Spirit, 1440 plus 225. Physical resistance, 336 plus 200. Magic resistance, 336 plus 200. Without the Dark Old Giant set's buff, his dual resistances had weakened slightly, but his strength and spirit had skyrocketed. This is terrifying. And my movement speed hasn't slowed down either. Mythic tier gear truly is terrifying. Wu Chang shifted his body, feeling utterly refreshed. Soon, he shed the entire Dark Old Giant set, entrusting the Divine Master frame to safeguard it. Though this peerless grade armor had lost its utility, storing it in the Divine Master rack still granted him a significant damage boost. Stepping out of the room, he appeared in the hall only to immediately catch Bai's attention. "Boss, I feel like you've changed." Bu Bai paused its game and scrutinized Wu Chang closely, clearly having noticed the transformation. It just couldn't figure out why its boss had undergone such a drastic change after just stepping into a room. "What do you mean?" Seeing Bu Bai's strong reaction, Wu Chang hurriedly asked. "It feels like you're standing here as if you were the very center of the universe. Though humans can't perceive it, as a descendant of demigods, this sensation is incredibly potent to me." Bu Bai nodded, clearly standing by his words with conviction. Seeing this, Wu Chang smiled and said nothing more. So only a divine being like Bu Bai could sense his transformation. This meant he needn't worry about anyone else noticing his changes. Just then, Wu Chang's phone rang. Glancing down, he saw it was Principal Zheng Fushan calling. After answering, the other party didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. It turned out Zheng Fushan had learned from Chairman Guo that Wu Chang had returned from the Wild Plains Great World and that his strength had significantly increased. However, Guo Chongming hadn't explicitly mentioned that Wu Chang had already completed the level 100 challenge. Thus, the principal was now calling to invite him to participate in the school tournament. The rewards for winning the championship are substantial. This time, the association has sponsored many prizes that will be very useful for you to complete the 100-level challenge in the future. A hint of hope colored Zheng Fushan's tone, clearly eager for him to join the competition. Originally, Wu Chang had no interest in such competitions, but upon hearing that the rewards were sponsored by the association, he understood. President Guo Chongming couldn't simply hand the items over directly, so he had to deliver them through the tournament rewards instead. Refusing would be letting down both the principal and the chairman. With a smile, he replied, "Principal, rest assured I'll definitely participate in this competition. No need to say more, I'll take the championship." Chapter 140, The Skill Spectacular Tournament, Xue Lingwan's Invitation. Though he didn't care much about the competition, Wu Chang still read through the rules as the principal requested. "I must admit, this competition does have something special about it." Wu Chang nodded slowly as he studied the rules in his hands. Although this competition was held within the school, there were no restrictions on grade levels. In other words, students from freshman to senior year could participate. However, to prevent upperclassmen from dominating through level advantages, the competition focused not on combat strength but on evaluating the skills of practitioners. It even introduced a new two-person team format, marking a departure from previous years. Skill ratings would be determined by factors like proficiency, skill combinations, and rarity. Crucially, the judges were not school teachers but professional evaluators. To ensure fairness, these evaluators were even brought in from other cities and provinces. The entire competition was live-streamed and uploaded to the Yanjing Professional Practitioners Association. This ensured the competition remained free from interference by any individual or faction. This kind of competition is truly engaging. Otherwise, it would just be endless fighting and killing, which isn't ideal. Wu Chang closed his phone, tucked away the competition rules, and let a faint smile touch his lips. The skill flare competition, just hearing the name made it clear this contest was designed to test practitioners' mastery and command of skills, not mere combat prowess. After all, even the most seemingly useless skill could prove unexpectedly valuable in certain situations. This principle held true even for god-tier practitioners. I wonder if the other students in our class will enter the competition. It's a group activity after all, so quite a few should show up, right? Wu Chang mused inwardly. After all, he was a university student, he couldn't possibly skip every group activity and graduate directly from the elite class. A college life like that would be anything but wonderful. As it turned out, Wu Chang's guess was spot on. Every single student in the elite class joined the competition.
However, many had already been eliminated during the preliminary rounds a few days prior. Hey, a rare visitor. Finally back. Zhu Lingwan's eyes lit up when she spotted him in the classroom and immediately sat down beside him. Teacher Fang Shang, who had arrived early to await the start of class, raised an eyebrow. He wasn't particularly surprised to see Wu Chang, though he'd heard from the principal that the kid's strength had increased significantly. He just didn't know what level he was at now. Kid, how much have you improved? Fang Shang approached with a smile. He was genuinely curious to know what level Wu Chang had reached after narrowly escaping death in the Wild Plains world. If he was only at level 60, that would be a huge disappointment. After all, everyone in the class had been grinding together and was around that level now. As a top-tier prodigy, Wu Chang would be considered lagging behind if he hadn't reached at least levels 70 or 80. Hearing this, Wu Chang smiled and replied, "Not much. Just completed the level 100 challenge." At this remark, not only Fang Shang and the surrounding classmates froze in place, but even Xue Lingwan, who trusted Wu Chang the most, was stunned. The 100-level challenge? Are you even aware of what you're saying? It's been barely a month since Wu Chang entered the Wild Plains Grand World, and that's accounting for the time difference between the two realms. In just 1 month, you, Wu Chang, leveled up 40 or 50 times and successfully completed the level 100 challenge, a feat most players struggle to achieve, reaching level 100? Even if the principal himself stood here saying this, few would believe it. Heh, you're quite the joker, kid. I heard there's a demon god uprising in the Wild Plains. Why not claim you drove the demon god away? Teacher Fang Shang stood up, told a joke, then walked toward the podium to begin class. But for some reason, Wu Chang felt the other man was giving him meaningful glances, as if trying to sweep the matter under the rug. Ha, Wu Chang can brag too. Exactly. Looks like we're not far from surpassing Wu Chang ourselves. Wu Chang, wanna come back and level up with us? Maybe we can graduate this year. Exactly. Lately, the leveling speed has picked up so much, I feel like I'm about to hit level 61 any minute now. One by one, the students teased Wu Chang, completely ignoring what he'd said. Seeing this, Wu Chang could only shrug helplessly. He'd told the truth, yet no one believed him. If they didn't take him seriously, it wasn't his fault, it just proved these students were genuinely hard to fool. After class, Zhu Lingwan followed Wu Chang back to the dormitory. You really meant what you said, right? But you shouldn't have announced it so openly. On the way, seeing no one around, Xue Lingwan asked softly. Hearing this, Wu Chang paused for a moment before realizing what she was asking. She was asking if he had completed the 100-level challenge, wasn't she? So what? Wu Chang nodded, offering a tacit answer. Seeing him admit it so readily, Xue Lingwan's eyes widened in surprise. She had expected Wu Chang to level up quickly, but this pace was simply too fast. While peers were still grinding at level 60 or 70, Wu Chang was already scaling new heights. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as the one who slew the demon god, utterly terrifying. Did you enter the skill showdown tournament? Xue Lingwan pressed further. She had also entered the competition, initially planning only for the solo event. But with Wu Chang back, perhaps they could try the duo competition. After all, in both formats, scores were influenced by teammates to some degree. And with Wu Chang here, what better scoring tool could she possibly have? Clearly, there was no one else at Yenjing University who could match him. Yes. Would you be interested in teaming up with me for the doubles competition? Having said that, Zhu Lingwan stared wide-eyed at Wu Chang, her eyes glinting with a hint of hope. Meeting that gaze, Wu Chang could only offer a helpless smile. Though he desperately wanted to refuse, he ultimately agreed. Setting aside their friendship, he could also use this as an opportunity to gauge the results of her recent training. Seeing Wu Chang nod, Xue Lingwan immediately skipped off jubilantly. Her radiant smile drew the attention of several male students along the way, causing them to turn and stare. As for Wu Chang, though he kept a low profile, many recognized him. After all, he was this year's elite class sensation. It would be strange if no one had seen Wu Chang. Those students who spotted him could only grit their teeth and walk away. There was nothing they could do. Though they yearned to interact with Xue Lingwan, with Wu Chang present, they had to take a long, hard look in the mirror first to see if they were worthy. Once they reached the dormitory area, Xue Lingwan finally bid Wu Chang farewell and departed. Remember, tomorrow is the skill showdown. Don't be late. Xue Lingwan smiled as she bid farewell, and Wu Chang nodded in response. Whether it was combat or competition, she never missed a beat. Chapter 141, the competition begins, dragons and phoenixes emerge. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wu Chang heard the sound of hurried breathing. He looked up to find Bu Bai standing breathlessly before the large screen. Bu Bai, what's wrong? Seeing the usually mild-mannered Bu Bai looking so flushed, Wu Chang couldn't help but ask. Hearing his leader's voice, Bu Bai snapped back to his senses. He pointed at the screen and exclaimed. Boss, these guys actually challenged me to a fight. So what if they're bad players? Why would anyone actually come looking for a fight offline? Bu Bai's tone was filled with anger. As a descendant of a demigod, how could he possibly fight with this bunch of nobodies? That would be utterly beneath him. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang leaned in closer and realized Bu Bai hadn't exaggerated. The opponents had indeed directly challenged Bu Bai to an offline duel. And the most interesting part? They were actually in Yanjing. Now that was intriguing. Bu Bai, accept the challenge. Once these matters are settled in the next couple days, I'll take you to meet this guy myself. Let's see what kind of person dares to be so arrogant. Wu Chang's eyes darted around, curiosity stirring within him. He was genuinely curious to see the look on this person's face when they found out Bu Bai was actually a moose. Upon hearing his leader speak, Bu Bai quickly set the date for 3 days later after friendly discussions with his teammates. Wu Chang naturally had no objections to this timing and readily agreed. The next day marked the skill showdown tournament. All scoring would be done on the spot, with no advancement rounds beyond the initial qualifiers. The top 10 contestants would be selected from all participants in the main competition. Stepping outside, a cool breeze swept over him, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. Wu Chang looked up to see Xue Lingwan standing before him, dressed in white, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. "Hey, you look good in that." Seeing this, Wu Chang offered a rare compliment. Despite knowing Xue Lingwan for so long, he had never seen her look this stunning. With this outfit, she was arguably the most beautiful woman he knew outside of his own mother. What? A calamity demon god? Her true form was indeed female, but she wasn't human. Beautiful as she was, she couldn't be ranked among mortals. Hearing Wu Chang's compliment, Xue Lingwan didn't know whether to laugh or get angry. Who compliments a girl like that? "You're such a straight guy," she muttered under her breath before returning to her normal tone. "Shall we head to the competition venue now?" Wu Chang hadn't heard the first remark, but the second piqued his interest. The skill spectacular who knew what bizarre skill combinations might appear in this competition. Today promised to be quite the eye-opener. Since contestants took the stage in order of arrival, Wu Chang didn't need to worry about being late. Following Zhu Lingwan to the competition venue, he found the place already packed with people. Unlike the freshman competition last time, this skills contest was open only to students from their own university. Consequently, everyone present was a student of Yanjing University. Wu Chang had expected a large turnout, but he hadn't imagined the venue would be completely packed. Seems like professional competitions, no matter the type, are always popular. Wu Chang shook his head. He had assumed only intense combat matches would draw crowds, but this dazzling display of skills proved equally captivating. Just as he pondered this, Xue Lingwan approached holding a competition badge, her face beaming with delight. "Guess what number we got?" Xue Lingwan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her enthusiasm palpable. "Number 100? Observing the queue of contestants ahead, Wu Chang could only venture a rough guess. Xue Lingwan covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. "Close, but not quite. Still, you guessed pretty well. We're number 99. With that, she burst into laughter again. Wu Chang, however, found himself smiling along with her, though he couldn't quite grasp what was so amusing about the number. After all, if you were a professional, you probably wouldn't care much for that number. One step back is an insurmountable chasm, one step forward is perfection. This number, it's truly unlucky. He silently shook his head, pondering the number 99 more deeply. But clearly, such thoughts didn't hold Wu Chang's attention for long. After all, the dazzling skills competition had already begun, and he might as well watch the performances of the Yanjing University students. Looking up, he saw a male and female contestant standing on stage, appearing quite ordinary at first glance. Then, the male contestant erupted with thunderous energy, his terrifying power warping the surrounding space. Under his command, countless lightning serpents coalesced into the sky, ultimately forming a roaring thunder dragon. The female contestant, with a single wave of her hand, unleashed a phoenix formed from crimson-purple flames that soared skyward. It intertwined with the thunder dragon, and finally, dragon and phoenix plunged into the heavens, scattering across the sky as streaks of shooting stars. No wonder they're seniors. Their mastery of skills is far beyond us freshmen. Rumor has it they're a couple. This dragon and phoenix display is their signature act. Yeah, they're entering the film industry after graduation. The sheer brilliance of their skills alone puts us to shame. Whispers of admiration drifted from the surrounding students, all gazing upward with envious expressions. Even Xue Lingwan, standing beside Wu Chang, was no exception. Wu Chang couldn't help but let out a wry smile. The skill show-off contest, who would have thought it would be this popular with the students? But in his own estimation, the skills displayed by the two above were utterly disastrous. While the skill manipulation is decent, its power is clearly diminished. This approach only leaves you vulnerable to enemy counterattacks. If it were me, I wouldn't have summoned that thunder dragon. Instead, I'd wait for the fire phoenix to appear and draw the enemy's attention, then strike from behind. That way, forget about one person, even a group caught in a pincer attack would have no choice but to surrender. Wu Chang nodded slightly, inwardly convinced of the soundness of his strategy. Hearing him dissect the skill showdown like this, Xue Lingwan's lips twitched. What had been a stunningly beautiful scene now seemed somewhat lackluster after Wu Chang's analysis. Fortunately, the judges above remained unaffected, awarding a fair score. Thus, the Dragon and Phoenix auspiciousness routine received a final score of 9.3, a remarkably high mark under the 10-point system. In fact, it could be said that unless someone scored 9.5 points, the championship would likely go to these two. Just as Wu Chang pondered how he could secure the championship, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Facing formidable opponents in the skill showdown, make your choice.
A. Face the challenge head-on. You are the man destined to be champion.
All skills gain a flashy bonus. Upon winning the championship, all skills will gain increased splash damage. B. Disdainfully dismiss it as flashy but ineffective. All skills gain a 10% power increase. Though Wu Chang's mind was consumed by battle and he desperately wanted to choose B, when he glanced at Shui Lingwan, he saw the hopeful look in her eyes.
Alright. What can I say? I'm just too soft-hearted.
He waved his hand, sighing helplessly.
I choose A.
If I'm going to be the top-tier professional, I won't settle for just combat. I'll win the championship in the skill tournament too.
Chapter 142, Dharma Body of Gold, Slaying the Evil God with the Blade. Vote for me. Selection complete, rewards being issued.
Host, please win the Grand Skill Competition Championship.
Upon completion, subsequent rewards will be granted.
The system's voice echoed as Wu Chang shook his head, his gaze drifting toward Shui Lingwan. The girl was still grinning like an idiot, completely unaware of the precious things she'd sacrificed to win this championship.
It'll be our turn soon. Don't rush. Let's watch our senior brothers and sisters perform first.
Seeming to catch Wu Chang's gaze, Shui Lingwan offered a smiling explanation before returning to her usual self. It couldn't be helped, most teams were paired male-female duos, and their skills were either dazzlingly spectacular or mesmerizing like illusions. Though Shui Lingwan had prepared extensively for this competition, compared to those seniors who'd competed multiple times, she was still a greenhorn. Seeing this, Wu Chang tugged at the corner of his mouth before turning his attention to the rewards the system had granted him. First were the offensive skills. Each could be transformed into different forms of attack according to his will. Take the Heaven Slicing Blade Chi under his control, it could manifest as Heaven Slicing Sword Chi, Heaven Piercing Staff Blossoms, and more, each carrying unique elemental effects. This effect is nothing short of astonishing. After glancing at the other skill types, Wu Chang was even more astonished. Support skills now came with diverse effects, even summoning illusory goddesses and sustaining teammates' special effects. Even the world-destroying God-slaying blade could now channel energies of different attributes at his will, while also gaining the ability to fly while wielding the blade. Such outrageous mechanics, I never imagined the system would go this far just to help me win the championship. Wu Chang clenched his fist, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. He looked up at the duo unleashing skills ahead. Flashes of blades and swords streaked across the arena, instantly drawing gasps from the crowd. Glancing at the numbers, he realized his turn was imminent. Wu Chang finally focused his attention on the current rankings. The highest score was Dragon and Phoenix Presentation, which he'd spotted first. Its towering 9.3 rating dominated the field. Several others followed with scores of 9.1 and 9.2, indicating fierce competition. Have you decided which skill to use? He glanced at Shui Lingwan, who was watching the competition, and couldn't help but ask. Only by knowing her skill could he coordinate effectively. After all, as the versatile support, he naturally bore the greatest responsibility. As the saying goes, the support role is constant while the carry role changes like flowing water, and he was pretty much the former. I should focus on Goddess's Descent as my main skill, then supplement with some smaller abilities later. Shui Lingwan outlined her plan, while Wu Chang stroked his chin in thought. Goddess Descent was Shui Lingwan's most crucial skill after her class change. It summoned the spirit goddess to possess her, forming a phantom figure behind her that unleashed wide area attacks with massive damage bonuses. With this as a reference point, Wu Chang began pondering which skills he should pair with it. But after pondering for quite some time, he couldn't come up with a single suitable one. Having too many skills can lead to choice paralysis. Wu Chang shook his head, ultimately deciding to improvise. He'd simply use whichever skill proved most effective in the moment. At the very least, he needed to ensure seamless teamwork, only then would the judges award high scores. Next up, number 99. The host's voice echoed through the venue, sending Shui Lingwan's heart racing with excitement. It's our turn. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she grabbed Wu Chang's hand and strode directly toward the stage. Those who recognized them raised their eyebrows, murmuring among themselves. Damn, freshmen are forming teams to compete? Freshmen just have fewer skills, but that doesn't mean they can't participate. That girl, I think her name is Zhu Lingwan. Rumor has it she's the legitimate daughter of the Shui family. Who's that guy beside her? You idiot, you don't even recognize Wu Chang? He's the top freshman of this year's intake. Holy crap, even someone like him isn't leveling up anymore, he's here competing instead. The crowd below buzzed with discussion, but Wu Chang and Shui Lingwan showed no signs of nervousness. Wu Chang couldn't care less. He was here solely to compete, his sole goal being the championship. He wouldn't be swayed by these people's chatter. As for Shui Lingwan, she hadn't heard a thing. After all, she hadn't completed the level 100 challenge yet, so she couldn't pick up such faint voices. Begin. The chief judge seated at the front glanced at Wu Chang, then silently marked his score. They were outsiders, but the association president had spoken. This student named Wu Chang must take first place. As long as his performance wasn't too poor, he was willing to do this favor. As for being cursed at, well, that was certainly better than losing his job. Upon hearing the command to begin, Wu Chang and Shui Lingwan exchanged a glance. Soon, Shui Lingwan moved. Her toes touched the ground lightly as she leapt upward, her entire body radiating shimmering golden light. From her back sprouted a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings. At the peak of her ascent, a goddess-like apparition appeared behind her, bow and arrow in hand. The cold gleam of the arrow sent a chill through the air. Seeing this, the judges nodded in approval. First ascending through the void, then unleashing the goddess's descent for a stunning effect barring any mishap from the other contestant, Wu Chang, this was an excellent combination worthy of an 8.5 to 9 score. After all, both were freshmen. What more could the judges reasonably demand? Wu Chang's lips curved into a smile. He lacked a levitation skill, but his world-shattering god-slaying blade could now carry someone upward. While the sky-soaring cloak offered a similar effect, its visual impact couldn't compare to the blade's. The world-slaying god-slaying blade traced an arc through the air. Wu Chang's figure landed on the blade's surface, instantly transporting him to Shui Lingwan's side. Then, an utterly terrifying aura surged forth. Behind Wu Chang materialized a faceless general radiating a bloodthirsty aura. The great blade in his grasp emanated a terrifying presence, as if it could cleave the very heavens and earth apart. Not bad. 9 points should be within reach. It has presence, but lacks a certain soul. Not bad, but it's still a terrifying score for a freshman. Several judges nodded in agreement. Seeing no objections, they prepared to announce the final scores. But Wu Chang, who had overheard this, frowned. A 9 wouldn't win the championship. It seemed he'd have to show another trick. Just as the judges were about to finalize the scores, a sudden gasp erupted. They looked up to see a third phantom materialize before them. This time, however, it wasn't a goddess or a general, it was a demon god radiating an aura of utter destruction. Holy, a demon god has descended? Which instance got breached? Hurry and rescue them. Quick, evacuate everyone. Only god-tier players can handle a demon god's descent. The judges had no time to score the performance. They scrambled to their feet and began evacuating the crowd. But in the next instant, Wu Chang's hand rested on Shui Lingwan, stabilizing her fading skill just in time. Two shadowy figures then lifted their heads toward the demon god. Arrows flew from their hands, and blade chi sliced through space, appearing directly before the demon god. In an instant, the demon god dissolved into scattered starlight and vanished, leaving only two proud figures standing tall. Suddenly, everyone realized. The demon god they had just faced wasn't real, it was merely an illusory projection summoned by someone's skill. The judges froze in stunned disbelief. What to do? How should they score this? Giving a high score felt oddly wrong, but not giving one when the skill combination was so impressive would be blatant favoritism. At that moment, the head judge spoke up. I suggest we give them a 9.5. Their skill combination is truly impressive, they even fooled us. That's quite the feat. Hearing this, the judges exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Since the head judge was willing to take responsibility, they had no further objections. Soon, a score that stunned everyone appeared. Wu Chang and Shui Lingwan's performance earned a 9.5, the highest score ever achieved by freshmen and the highest score in this year's competition. Chapter 143, Level Up Gift Pack, Squad Leader. As the score flashed on the screen, Shui Lingwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She never imagined she could achieve such a high score, let alone win the championship. But teaming up with Wu Chang, she not only achieved both goals, but would also receive the first place reward soon. Gu Rao, who had a powerful ally to rely on, simply gave up. She recalled how she'd been on the verge of exhaustion, yet when Wu Chang's hand touched hers, an inexplicable surge of strength had emerged, allowing her to forcefully sustain the skill. Her gaze drifted to Wu Chang, only to find him grinning like an idiot, seemingly unconcerned about the whole thing. What she didn't know was that Wu Chang was genuinely overjoyed. Not because of the impending championship, but because the system's reward had been delivered. Option completed. Host skill will gain increased splash damage. Hearing the system's voice, Wu Chang felt he could participate in countless more competitions. Of course, that was impossible. After all, most people's choices had little impact, and the system only granted rewards when they could alter the course of events. With this, I won't need to use Godslayer to clear jungle monsters anymore. Those ordinary monsters will likely die in one single attack. Wu Chang mused inwardly, growing even more eager to experience the thrill of leveling up in dungeons. After all, the Annihilation Fusion could absorb quite a lot, and with splash damage, his attribute gain would accelerate significantly. Soon, the skill showdown drew to a close. With Wu Chang and Shui Lingwan's scores dominating the leaderboard, many players were visibly affected. Some teams couldn't even perform at their usual level. Congratulations on winning the championship. Standing on the podium, Wu Chang and Shui Lingwan beamed with joy as Principal Zhang Fushan, smiling, presented the first place medal to Wu Chang. As for the chief judge, though he couldn't quite fathom why Chairman Guo Chongming had instructed him to look out for Wu Chang, he had followed the order nonetheless. It's truly puzzling. With such formidable strength, why insist on pulling strings? Even after leaving Yenjing University, he still couldn't fathom Guo Chongming's reasoning. After all, in his view, the skill combination of Wu Chang and Shui Lingwan was truly breathtaking. Without the earlier Dragon Phoenix display and the resulting commotion, they could have easily scored even higher. But now that it was over, he felt no need to dwell on the twists and turns behind it all. Clutching the championship prize, Wu Chang parted ways with Shui Lingwan upon returning to the dormitory area. Though she tried to drag him along for photos, he politely declined such activities held little appeal for him. President, what on earth did you send that you had to be so secretive about it? Wu Chang scratched his head before opening the disposable spatial pouch in his hand. Instantly, its contents spilled out, scattering across the floor. Surveying the scattered resources, Wu Chang raised an eyebrow. Basic skill books, these are useless to me. This is a level 100 EXP potion. It grants 100,000 EXP to adventurers below level 100, but I don't need it now either. Divine Grade Iron. This is valuable stuff. It can upgrade equipment. Once I learn some blacksmithing techniques in the future, I might be able to upgrade my gear myself. Wu Chang sorted through the contents bit by bit, only to find that very little of it was actually useful to him. Besides the Divine Fortified Iron, the most surprising find was a skill book called Chaos Tactics. While not particularly powerful in one-on-one combat, this skill would prove invaluable in chaotic group battles. Learn. He immediately absorbed the Chaotic Tactics skill. The book dissolved into starlight that flowed into his body. Before long, Wu Chang witnessed the skill's formidable power. Chaotic Tactics. In a melee, each enemy attacking you increases your overall attributes by 10%, up to a maximum of 30%. Though the maximum boost was only 30%, for Wu Chang, this 30% increase wasn't a simple jump from 100 to 130, it meant doubling his stats. After all, he could convert strength and spirit attributes between each other. For others, a 30-point boost in strength might mean a slight improvement elsewhere, but for him, it meant a massive, all-around enhancement. Truly a valuable item. It seems the guild leader genuinely took care in selecting resources for me. Examining the materials in his hands, Wu Chang nodded, committing this kindness to memory. With Chairman Guo showing him such care, he resolved that if he ever came across anything useful in the future, he would bring it back for Chairman Guo. But in his estimation, that moment was still a long way off. After all, Chairman Guo was over level 300. For him to reach that stage, it would likely take another year or two. As for the remaining materials he couldn't use, Wu Chang shifted his gaze to the noticeably plumpened Bu Bai. This guy's getting a bargain. Although Bu Bai hadn't fought much since arriving in the human world, he was still his subordinate. It was only right to look out for him. Moreover, the investigation into the cult of the evil gods was about to begin. These individuals were all hiding underground. Even if he deployed alongside the Dragon Squad, their numbers were limited. Unwhite would undoubtedly be an easier target for the cult to pinpoint. A demigod bloodline, ranked under 100, and most crucially, he looks a bit dim-witted. A target like that? I refuse to believe the evil god society won't take the bait. Wu Chang stroked his chin, his gaze fixed intently on Bu Bai. Lying on the couch playing games, Bu Bai suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end. But glancing around, he saw no one else besides his boss, Wu Chang. He quickly opened voice chat to warn his teammates. Guys, I'm out. My damn cabinet just moved. He immediately logged out, feeling as though something was watching him. Of course, Wu Chang wouldn't explain. After all, as the descendant of a demigod, spending his days gaming was rather inappropriate. 3 days later, the buzz from the skill showdown had faded, and Wu Chang led Bu Bai straight to the Yenjing Professional Association. Been waiting for you forever. I was worried you'd change your mind. Zhang Molong sat on the sofa, still holding some kind of badge. Seeing Wu Chang arrive with Bu Bai, the tension eased from his face. Seeing this, Wu Chang gestured for Bu Bai to rest nearby while he sat down. Taking the badge Zhang Molong offered, he asked. So this is the leader of the Divine Dragon Squad? Where are your other members? Hearing this, Zhang Molong spread his hands helplessly. I've already stepped down. How could I possibly manage them? If you're interested, you could go check on them now. Might even run into some troublemakers. Then I could witness the satisfaction of seeing others get thoroughly beaten by you. Zhang Molong couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face, while Wu Chang merely shook his head. Sure enough, trouble was brewing. It was definitely the Dragon Squad members who refused to accept his authority, throwing a tantrum over there. But if he was to lead them, they had to respect his authority. Otherwise, who knew how much trouble would arise during future missions? Well, it looks like you're in for quite a show today. Wu Chang rose with a smile and motioned for Zhang Molong to lead the way. What's the big deal about beating a bunch of people? He'd done it before, and a few more today wouldn't make a difference. Chapter 144, Knock them all down. Who's the leader? Vote for me. Tianshu Mountain stood as the largest peak within Yenjing's city limits.
Legend has it that it was formed from the remains of a battle between an evil god and a god-tier professional. While the tale might be exaggerated, one thing it got right was that this mountain truly possessed some extraordinary properties. For instance, once inside, everyone's level is suppressed below 200 unless they're a god-tier professional. This is precisely why Tianshu Mountain is fenced off as a forbidden zone. So the dragon squad resides within this mountain? Wu Cheng gazed at the utterly pristine, undeveloped peaks, his curiosity piqued about the primitive lifestyle its inhabitants must lead. Upon hearing Wu Cheng's question, Zhang Molong shook his head. Why live in the mountains? There's a training base inside. Everyone leads normal lives. Or do you want your future team members to be savages? Zhang Molong rolled his eyes in exasperation. Wu Cheng merely smiled without responding. But neither of them took the remark to heart. Bu Bai, however, took it seriously. Zhang Molong, right? Do you know that the people of the woodcarving tribe are practically indistinguishable from savages? But even so, my boss still defeated the Calamity Demon God. See? My boss is that formidable. Even if you lot trained for decades, you'd never match him. Had heaven not birthed my boss, the path of the professional would remain shrouded in eternal night. Bu Bai's words grew increasingly exaggerated, until finally, even the fat on his body seemed to tremble with his fervor. Hearing this, Wu Cheng and Zhang Molong both grimaced. What kind of narcissistic fool would spout such nonsense? Even if he was praising his boss, this was just ridiculous. Yet despite his outward exaggeration, Zhang Molong quietly noted the matter in his mind. After all, these were all proof of Wu Cheng's victory over the Calamity Demon God. If they could gather more such evidence, perhaps they too could cultivate a professional as powerful as Wu Cheng. Alright, come in. Approaching a massive boulder, Zhang Molong placed his hand upon it. The stone slowly lowered, revealing a concealed passageway beneath. Seeing this, Wu Cheng and Bu Bai stepped directly inside. After traversing a narrow tunnel, the space suddenly opened up before them. In a room the size of a football field, dozens of staff members bustled about. Upon seeing Zhang Molong, they all nodded in acknowledgement. This is the research area, where we test our latest findings. The Shenlong squad is over there. Are you ready? Noticing Wu Cheng's unfamiliarity with the surroundings, Zhang Molong offered an explanation, though he didn't forget to warn him to be cautious around the dragon squad members. Hearing this, Wu Cheng smiled. He'd never known fear in his life. It's just a matter of teaching them a lesson. I'm itching to get started. He rubbed his hands together with a grin, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. Seeing his confidence, Zhang Molong smiled and said no more. After winding through several more turns, they finally arrived at a room filled with various training equipment. Not only were there compact gravity arrays, but also forging stations, formation practice rooms, and more, all prepared for the day when team members mastered different skills. Captain. Soon, members of the Divine Dragon Squad began gathering around. But today, each wore a mask. Even their figures and voices had been specially altered, making them appear as 10 identical individuals standing before him. Hearing someone call out Captain, Wu Cheng assumed they were about to surrender without resistance. Instead, he noticed their gazes fixed on Zhang Molong, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Zhang Molong raised an eyebrow. Pointing at Wu Cheng, he said gravely, "No tricks. Wu Cheng is your captain." He then turned to Wu Cheng and patiently explained. "You saw them last time. To prevent any retaliation from you, I had them fitted with a specially treated device. You don't mind, do you?" Wu Cheng, who had been momentarily stunned, shook his head upon hearing this. This Zhang Molong really went out of his way to mess with me. Waving his hand dismissively to show he didn't care, he stood before the members of the Divine Dragon Squad and declared proudly, "Oof. We already crossed paths in the Wild Plains world last time. Perhaps you don't know how strong I am, which is why you've chosen to stand here and oppose me. But it doesn't matter. If any of you can last 3 moves against me, I'll resign as captain immediately." The words barely left his mouth before Zhang Molong's lips twitched. 3 moves? Even he couldn't manage that. His last duel with Wu Cheng had ended in an instant knockout. How could he possibly need 3 moves against these sub-level 100 scrubs? But upon hearing this, the members of the Dragon Squad turned pale. They immediately leaped forward, pointing at Wu Cheng and shouting angrily, "You scoundrel who stole our captain's position. Even if you saved the entire Wild Plains world, you still have no right to be our captain. Oomph. Who knows if you're just putting on a show with that evil god? If you want to be captain, beat us all first." All 10 members glared furiously at Wu Cheng, yet he remained utterly unperturbed. Just as he was about to speak, Bu Bai suddenly burst forward. "Damn it, you've pushed us too far. Dare to insult my boss? You're asking for it." In an instant, a radiant glow emanated from its body as a divine deer descended. Then, the entire creature charged like a bulldozer straight toward the nearest team member. The startled man was sent flying. Witnessing this, the remaining team members were consumed by rage. "Charge!" One member roared, and soon the 10 split into 2 groups. 3 targeted Bu Bai, while the remaining 7 fixed their gaze on Wu Cheng, poised to take him down at any moment. Watching the 7 men brim with hostility toward him, Wu Cheng curled his lip. With a flick of his wrist, the world-slaying god-cutting blade materialized in his hand. Running his fingers along the blade's cold gleam, Wu Cheng shook his head and sighed. All right, come at me all together. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 7 teammates exchanged glances and immediately chose to attack. Though deeply dissatisfied with Wu Cheng replacing Zhang Molong as captain, they knew his power was terrifying, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to repel the calamity evil god. But so what? They were geniuses, 2 elite talents specifically trained to confront the calamity evil god. They refused to believe that 7 of them couldn't defeat Wu Cheng alone. They leapt high from all directions, their weapons blazing with different elemental energies. In their eyes, Wu Cheng could only defend against one direction at most. As long as the rest of them could pin him down, defeat was inevitable. Yet they never imagined Wu Cheng wouldn't need to defend at all. Godslayer slash. In an instant, the blinding blade aura made everyone look away. The 7 members felt as if their very lives were being stripped away in that moment. It felt as though not only themselves, but even a demon god present would have no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. The blade aura whizzed past their scalps, slashing directly into layer upon layer of thin energy shields. The shields instantly began to warp and distort, taking a long moment to recover. But even so, Wu Cheng's heaven-splitting blade aura followed relentlessly. This time, however, he held back, unleashing only about half his power. The 7 men had no time to react, getting sent flying by the heaven-slicing blade force. They lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for a long while. Meanwhile, Bu Bai had also secured victory. Under the divine deer's descent, he fought like a war god, crushing 3 opponents beneath his feet. His eyes still gleamed with an unsatisfied look. Now, who among you will stand and tell me, am I, Wu Cheng, the captain or not? Chapter 145, First Mission. How did you know? Now you can all speak up who truly is the captain. Wu Cheng stood before them, his face radiating an air of invincibility. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the token Zhang Molong had given him. The members of the dragon squad lying on the ground instantly paled. Even though their bodies felt like they were about to fall apart, they struggled to their feet and approached Wu Cheng, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Captain. Having said that, they prepared to remove the special devices from their bodies. But upon seeing this, Wu Cheng hurriedly waved his hands to stop them. He glanced at Zhang Molong. Seeing the other man say nothing more, Wu Cheng understood immediately that this was an offer to relinquish authority to him. Only then did he speak. I am the captain now, but I won't hold this position for long. Once one of you is capable of taking charge independently, I will step down. As for your real names and appearances, to be honest, I don't care. You can keep things as they are. As for how you address each other, you may use aliases or simply numbers. But now, I'm about to assign you your first mission. Hearing Wu Cheng's words, the team members who had been preparing to remove their special devices all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they had just cursed Wu Cheng. Even if the captain was magnanimous, who knew if that terrifyingly powerful moose from earlier would hold a grudge? But as long as they maintained their current appearances, they needn't worry about Wu Cheng seeking revenge. But when they heard Wu Cheng was about to assign their first mission, their expressions instantly turned grave. For them, their training had been specifically aimed at confronting the calamity evil god. Now that the calamity deity had been driven back, the subsequent missions held critical importance. There was no room for carelessness. Seeing everyone stand at attention, Wu Cheng nodded before continuing. The Yanjing Practitioners Association is struggling to deal with the members of the Evil God Society. Therefore, they require the assistance of our Shunlong squad. The objective is to completely eradicate the cult of the evil god's presence in Yanjing. However, since this is ultimately a mission, we only need to uncover any trace of their activities. Remember, report any information to me immediately. This is for your own safety. With that, Wu Cheng gave the group a penetrating look before nodding to Zhang Molong. The two walked straight out the door. Bu Bai followed behind them, casting a look of contempt at the dragon squad members as he muttered under his breath. All show and no substance. After muttering this, he hurried to catch up with Wu Cheng, fearing those behind might rush forward to teach him a lesson. 3 opponents had already pushed him to his limit. If 10 men came after him, getting thoroughly beaten was the only outcome. Inside the room, the 10 dragon squad members' faces were ashen. They had to admit their captain was formidable, but that camel deer by his side was unbearably irritating, constantly spouting nonsense. But they quickly pushed the matter from their minds, immediately immersing themselves in their work. After leaving the room, Wu Cheng and Zhang Molong stood on the balcony, feeling the mountain breeze wash over them. Why did you call me out here? Zhang Molong raised an eyebrow, shooting Wu Cheng a questioning glance, curious why he'd been summoned. Wu Cheng, however, looked awkward as he replied. I got lost. I'd appreciate it if you could guide us out, Major Zhang. Hearing this, Zhang Molong's face twitched, but he had no choice but to escort Wu Cheng out of the Tianshu mountain base. After leaving the base, Wu Cheng led Bu Bai straight to the location of the Yanjing Professional Association. The mission had been relayed to the Dragon Squad members, but as their leader, he needed to take action himself.
Entering the president's office, he found Guo Chongming frowning, his eyes filled with deep concern.
President.
After waiting on the sofa for a while, Wu Chang saw Guo Chongming still shaking his head and sighing.
He could only speak up to remind him.
At the sound of Wu Chang's voice, Guo Chongming snapped out of his reverie. He looked up at Wu Chang, his eyes brimming with surprise and delight.
Oh, Wu Chang, you're finally here.
Guo Chongming hurriedly rose and sat beside Wu Chang, his excitement impossible to conceal.
Chairman, what's gotten into you? Wu Chang smiled, gesturing toward Guo Chongming's earlier troubled expression.
Seeing this, Chairman Guo shook his head and gave a wry smile before recounting the matter in detail.
Last time I tasked you with locating members of the Evil God Society in Yanjing. Since then, I've had people searching relentlessly, and we've made some discoveries. There seems to be a guy in the western part of the city who's been colluding with the Evil God Society. But this guy has been a braggart since childhood, so hardly anyone believes what he says. Plus, this guy is obsessed with gaming and always holed up at home.
We can't just barge in and arrest him. So honestly, we're pretty much stuck with this guy.
But as you know, professionals aren't exactly gamers. Getting him out in public is next to impossible.
With that, Wu Chongming ran his fingers through his thinning hair, a pang of regret washing over him. Seeing this, Wu Chang raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask.
Does he play Honor of Kings in PUBG Mobile?
Hearing this, Wu Chongming froze, his tone thick with confusion.
You know him?
Wu Chang remained silent, shaking his head before continuing.
Didn't he also arrange a fight with someone, scheduled for this afternoon? How do you know that? At this point, Wu Chongming's eyes widened in shock.
They'd gone to great lengths to uncover this man's information, yet before they could share it with Wu Chang, he already knew everything.
Ahem, the one challenging him is Bu Bai.
He pointed at Bu Bai, who was sprawled on the ground like a dried fish, a look of awkwardness spreading across his face.
But upon hearing his name called, Bu Bai instantly lifted his head high, brimming with pride. Without him, how could this traitor colluding with the Evil God Society ever have left his house?
His boss was a formidable fighter, but he, as his subordinate, wasn't one to be pushed around either.
Hearing Wu Chang's words, Wu Chongming fell silent. He never imagined things would turn out this way.
They'd schemed endlessly to lure the enemy out, only to have some clueless fool playing games and inadvertently make them famous.
In that case, this guy is yours to handle.
Wu Chongming had no choice but to hand over the seemingly thorny matter to Wu Chang.
After all, the kid was powerful, and with Shalu's dumb luck, who knew? Maybe something unexpected would happen.
Upon hearing this, Wu Chang nodded. Setting aside the fact that this mess was Bai's doing, the mere fact that the other party was colluding with the Evil God Society gave him no reason to refuse.
In that case, I'll depart immediately.
He rose to bid farewell to Guo Chongming, then set off with Bu Bai toward the western outskirts of Yanjing City.
Chapter 146, Operation Commence and They Still Dare Gang Up? Vote for me. West of Yanjing City, Wu Chang walked along the road with Bu Bai.
Though Bu Bai's size and species drew some attention, the number of practitioners who had changed professions to become beast masters was not insignificant. Therefore, even if Wu Chang and Bu Bai's pairing seemed somewhat peculiar, it remained within the bounds of what could be understood.
Boss, just keep going straight ahead. I just logged in and gave him another scolding.
He even threatened to cripple both of us. Bu Bai muttered from behind, leaving Wu Chang speechless.
So you log in just to trash talk people? Even though this time it's for a mission, why does it still feel so off?
When they reached the entrance of an opulent residential complex, Wu Chang and Bu Bai halted. This was the location the man had sent.
The entire complex looked incredibly luxurious.
Even the security guards at the entrance were dressed smartly, each one a well-built man. Not a single old man was in sight.
Yet no other people were visible nearby.
Instead, the peculiar pairing of Wu Chang and Bu Bai drew the guards' attention. They stood ready to move in and apprehend the pair at the slightest sign of trouble. Seeing this, Wu Chang reached for the token signifying his position within the association. But after a moment's thought, he decided it wasn't wise to alert the enemy prematurely. He prepared to leave quietly. But just as he turned, a man dressed in extravagant attire emerged from the compound, his movements oddly peculiar. The moment this figure spotted Wu Chang, his eyes lit up and a faint glint of murderous intent flashed across his face.
You're the one who insulted me in the game.
Only upon speaking did Wu Chang realize the figure was male.
Yeah.
Wu Chang nodded, a smug look spreading across his face. What else could he do? Bai Zai was always this arrogant in the game, so playing his character meant he had to be the same.
You pretentious little fool, you finally showed up. I've been waiting for you forever, Yang Feng. This isn't a good spot to fight. Come with me.
The young man named Yang Feng called out, then headed toward the residential complex ahead. Wu Chang followed behind, observing the young man's every move. The security guards, upon seeing Yang Feng, instantly revealed a look of terror in their eyes, as if they had encountered something untouchable.
Watching Yang Feng's every move, Wu Chang immediately sensed something was off.
This guy may be dressed to the nines, with nothing cheap about his attire, but he seems completely out of place in these clothes. Wu Chang had seen his share of spoiled rich kids, but even the worst of them wouldn't commit such blatantly inappropriate acts.
Take Yang Feng, for instance. He'd actually rummaged through trash bins, and his practice ease made Wu Cheng suspect he wasn't some rich kid at all, but a beggar. This guy is definitely up to something. Stepping into a training ground, Wu Cheng felt increasingly uneasy. Every single person inside this training ground carried a peculiar aura. Though vastly different from the aura of a demon god, it still made Wu Cheng feel a wave of nausea. Alright, this is the place. I don't know your name, but that's fine. After all, the dead don't need to know their names. Yang Feng led Wu Cheng into a secret chamber, where 5 burly men immediately surrounded him. Seeing these men, even Wu Cheng, let alone someone like Bai, knew immediately that trouble was brewing. Oh? So you're this confident you can take me down? Wu Cheng raised an eyebrow as he surveyed the group. Just these few men? How could Yang Feng possibly think he'd defeat them? Was it simply because they outnumbered him? Hearing this, Yang Feng laughed. Pointing at Wu Cheng, he barked orders at the burly men in an arrogantly commanding tone. Get him. Beat him to a pulp, then call your boss over to take control of him. You had the nerve to insult me in the game? Now you know I'm not someone to mess with. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the 5 burly men instantly unleashed their aura. To establish a training ground here, these men, even if they were big shots, were clearly no ordinary lot. Glancing around, though they were all standard combat classes, every single one had cleared the level 100 challenge. This alone showed just how deep the pockets of the mastermind behind this operation must be. Boss, should I go? No, I'll handle this. Seeing this motley crew, Wu Bai instantly itched to step forward and humiliate them. After all, his in-game name was Show Off Little Dumbass. But Wu Cheng shook his head in refusal. These guys clearly weren't pushovers. While Bu Bai could certainly beat them into submission, Wu Cheng wasn't interested in submission. He wanted to instill fear. That's hilarious. You don't actually think you're invincible, do you? Let me tell you, when these 5 move, I've never seen anyone walk out unscathed. Don't cry when I break your legs later, or you'll be begging for mercy. Yang Feng rubbed his hands together, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The 5 burly men drew their weapons and charged straight at Wu Cheng. Seeing this, Wu Cheng wasted no words. His immediate priority was to find evidence linking Yang Feng to the evil god society. Wasting time here was pointless. Slash. Just as the men closed in on Wu Cheng, the world-slaying god-cutting blade appeared in his hand. Instantly, a god-slaying slash shot forth. The blade flashed. Before the 5 burly men could even react, they found fresh gashes on their wrists and necks, while their weapons shattered into fragments. Spare us! Spare us! Instantly, the men fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Yang Feng, however, stared wide-eyed, utterly unable to believe what had just unfolded before him. How could anyone possess such overwhelming power? Not only had he taken down 5 combat professionals who had completed the 100-level challenge in a single exchange, but he himself remained unscathed. Even more terrifying was the fact that he had no idea where the opponent's limits lay. What do you want? I warn you, I, Yang Feng, am not someone to be trifled with. Don't come any closer. Don't come closer. As Wu Cheng's cold gaze fixed on him, Yang Feng panicked completely. He collapsed onto the ground with a thud, crawling backward like a maggot. He couldn't understand it. Why would such a gifted professional gamer be so bad at it, and even challenge him to a duel? If you're this powerful, Yang Feng wouldn't say a word. He'd just pack up and leave. But Wu Cheng merely chuckled. He crouched down before Yang Feng, his tone laced with mockery. Yang Feng, your secret's out. Come with me back to the guild for questioning, or just come clean about what happened. Rest assured, if you name the mastermind behind this, I guarantee your safety. Wu Cheng's words struck like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through Yang Feng's mind. This guy was actually from the association? And how did he know his secret? He lifted his head, about to deny everything, when he saw Bu Bai deliver a savage kick to a man's groin. The man let out a muffled groan and collapsed unconscious. The remaining 4 men were petrified, terrified that Bu Bai would do the same to them. He then turned his gaze to Wu Cheng, whose expression remained utterly calm, as if he couldn't care less whether these men lived or died. I'll tell you. Closing his eyes, Yang Feng's trembling body slumped like a deflated balloon. He had no choice but to recount what had happened to him. Chapter 147, The Outer Members of the Evil God Society, straight into the dungeon. I'll talk. Terror etched Yang Feng's face, terrified that Wu Cheng might strike him down at any moment. Wu Cheng didn't say much to this guy. After all, colluding with the Evil God Society meant sparing his life was already a mercy beyond the law. As for the remaining 5, they were likely also members of the Evil God Society. He'd deal with them accordingly. Actually, I know people from the Evil God Society, and I used to be a beggar. Later, I was lured by the cult of the Evil God. Because I resembled a wealthy young master, they turned me into this. I don't know what the Evil God Society intended to do. They just made me bring people here, and after that, I knew nothing else. They're the ones responsible for everything. I was just tasked with bringing people here. Terror washed over Yang Feng's face as he seemed to finally grasp the consequences of his collusion with the Evil God Society. Seeing this, Wu Cheng clapped his hands and rose to his feet. After knocking out the men behind him, he turned his attention to Yang Feng.
When will they come back to retrieve the hostages? 1 hour, no, half an hour. Every time I bring people here, someone shows up within half an hour. Yang Feng hurriedly revealed everything he knew. He understood his identity would inevitably be exposed. Having chosen to betray the evil god society at this moment, he could only place his trust in the man before him. Hearing this, Wu Cheng's gaze swept menacingly over the 5 figures on the ground. Though these 5 deserved death, now was clearly not the time. In that case, I'll wait here for half an hour. He nodded, then sat down on the ground without a second thought, completely indifferent to the dilapidated surroundings. Seeing Wu Cheng so calm only made Yang Feng feel even more terrified. After all, he had never experienced life or death combat. He had even leveled up by consuming pills. How could he possibly be prepared for this situation? Someone's coming. After a short wait, Wu Cheng heard movement outside the door. The sounds were faint, yet the faint aura of killing intent carried within them was unmistakably clear. Hearing Wu Cheng's words, Yang Feng began to tremble violently. He knew full well how formidable the members of the evil god society were, otherwise, he wouldn't have had not a single thought of escape earlier. The door creaked open, and a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes stepped inside. His expression froze momentarily at the sight before him, followed by an awkward chuckle as he said, "My apologies for the interruption." With that, he turned to leave in haste, but Wu Cheng had already made his move. The world-slaying god-cutting blade shot out like a streak of light. Sensing the danger, the middle-aged man immediately took off running for his life. Seeing this, Wu Cheng saw no point in maintaining his facade. His techniques were all wide, sweeping moves, utterly unsuitable for such confined quarters. In that case, he'd simply destroy the entire place. After all, it was a hideout of the evil god society. Why bother with morality here? Spatial leap, surprise elbow strike. Using 2 displacement skills, Wu Cheng instantly appeared beside the middle-aged man. The next instant, the middle-aged man flicked his wrist, sending several darts hurtling straight toward Wu Cheng's face. Yet each dart was deflected by the magic staff. "Kneel before me." Wu Cheng leapt onto the middle-aged man's head, then slammed his right leg down with brutal force. Boom! To everyone's shock, the middle-aged man withstood Wu Cheng's attack. Black mist continuously seeped from his body, making the scene eerily unsettling. "Kid, we've got no beef. I was gonna let you live, but since you're asking for it, I'll show you what I'm made of." Blood swallow. The middle-aged man's face twisted with murderous intent as he grabbed Wu Cheng's leg and abruptly stood up, trying to throw him off balance. Yet no matter how much strength he mustered, he found himself embarrassingly unable to rise. A level 120 professional like him, pinned down and unable to rise. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, yet it did him no good. Wu Cheng merely chuckled. He braced his hands against the ground and thrust off with both legs. The middle-aged man flew through the air like a cannonball, embedded into the wall and left half dead. Go ahead and show me what else you've got." Wu Cheng walked up to him with a smile, then swung his world-shattering god-slaying blade directly across the man's feet. "Ah!" The middle-aged man screamed in agony as Wu Cheng plunged the blade into his calf, carving a deep, excruciating wound. Most members of the evil god society possessed little humanity, especially these sacrificial outsiders. To survive, they would resort to any means. To prevent his escape, Wu Cheng had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Get to work." Wu Cheng called out, and soon the room erupted in commotion. When silence finally descended, Bu Bai's antlers bore a long rope fashioned from vines. This rope bound all 6 men, including Yang Feng, so tightly that they could barely move, let alone walk. Wu Cheng then handed the middle-aged man over to Bu Bai before dialing Guo Chongming at the association. "Wu Cheng, how's the situation?" Guo Chongming's voice was filled with urgency. He knew Wu Cheng's call meant either trouble had struck or the job was done. "President, come pick them up. I'm sure we can get something out of these guys." All right. Give me the address. I'll send someone over immediately." Guo Chongming on the other end was already bursting with excitement. That kid Wu Cheng always loved springing surprises on him. Shortly after, over a dozen association operatives escorted Yang Feng and the others away, but Wu Cheng remained behind. He sensed there was definitely something secretive about this place. Otherwise, how could this training ground have operated for so long without anyone noticing anything amiss? That could only mean the mastermind behind it all remained at large. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, news of his destruction of this place would surely spread quickly. When that happened, the mastermind behind it all would definitely be unable to sit still. After all, once the association uncovered the secrets here, he wouldn't be able to escape their capture. As for the possibility that there was nothing here, it wouldn't matter much to Wu Cheng, merely a minor loss of time. With these thoughts in mind, he settled into a concealed spot. Bu Bai quietly followed behind him, waiting patiently for news to spread. But from noon until nightfall, the so-called mastermind still hadn't appeared. Could I have misjudged this? Wu Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Though no one had appeared, he sensed something increasingly amiss. It was highly suspicious that the association hadn't sealed off this area after such a long time. He hurriedly rose and stepped outside, only to find that his surroundings were no longer Yanjing at all. They were clearly an unknown instance dungeon. Chapter 148, The Barren Dungeon, Fission Mother Bug.
Stepping outside the training grounds, the scene before him was no longer the familiar Yinjing he knew. Instead, he found himself on a plain littered with rocks and white bones. Even the grass here bore an eerie crimson hue, while maggots crawled over the bones littering the ground.
What kind of place is this? It's utterly disgusting.
Wu Cheng stared at the bones beneath his feet. Even though he'd seen fields strewn with corpses before, he couldn't help but feel a wave of unease wash over him.
Because the maggots above them had grown into terrifying human faces.
Boss, this place feels eerie. It's like something's been watching us the whole time. Bu Bai trembled as he approached Wu Cheng, fear radiating from every pore. The place felt genuinely eerie, and Bu Bai even felt as if his very sanity was being eroded. Hearing his words, Wu Cheng's mouth twitched. The place was already terrifying enough, and this guy had to go and say something like that.
He really knew how to set the mood.
Gripping the world-slaying god-cutting blade, he cautiously edged forward. After just a few steps, he saw the bizarre insects crawling across the ground. Some had even taken on the forms of various animals and even humans. The horrifying sight made him feel waves of nausea. Wu Cheng led the way, yet the insects showed no signs of attack. They seemed utterly oblivious to his presence.
Boss, look ahead.
Just as Wu Cheng was observing these hideous creatures, Bu Bai spoke up. A massive form stirred slowly on the ground. Though resembling a caterpillar, its terrifying size and the shifting illusions dancing across its body made Wu Cheng realize this was far from an ordinary insect.
Let's go take a closer look.
Wu Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly before cautiously moving forward. The enormous creature seemed to sense Wu Cheng's presence and suddenly charged toward him at breakneck speed. Wu Cheng focused his gaze, and the creature's information appeared before his eyes.
Fission Motherworm LV 120, capable of continuously spawning powerful combatants. Given time, it can transform the entire dungeon into its hunting ground. Eliminate immediately upon encounter. Strength 700 Spirit, 1000 Physical Resist, 1200 Magic Resist, 1200 Stamina, 500,000. Skills, Infinite Reproduction, Parasitic Eggs, Bloodthirsty Mandibles. Gazing at this Fission Queen, Wu Cheng instantly understood why this place had grown so bizarre. It was all because of this creature. In that case, I can't let you live any longer.
A flash of murderous intent crossed his face as the world-shattering god-slaying blade streaked toward the Fission Queen in a blinding arc. Seeing this, the Fission Queen roared furiously. The swarm of smaller insects on the ground, as if commanded, transformed into a tidal wave of bugs charging toward Wu Cheng and Bu Bai's positions.
Boss, I'll help you.
Facing this boss, Bu Bai dared not take it lightly. Though its power hadn't yet broken through level 100, it was more than capable of handling the swarm of smaller insects. It summoned countless vines to form barriers, instantly slowing the swarm's charge. Seeing this, Wu Cheng knew instantly that the Fission Mother insect was behind it all. He fixed his gaze on the boss, his mind already set on a swift and decisive battle. Godslayer Slash. The world-shattering god-slaying blade erupted in blinding light. A blade aura sliced clean through the Fission Queen's body, leaving a gash deep enough to expose bone. Roar! The Fission Queen let out a piercing scream, but what poured from its wounds wasn't blood, it was a swarm of rapidly writhing insects. Wu Cheng's scalp prickled at the sight. There were already enough insects swarming beneath his feet, yet this creature, upon being wounded, had spawned even more.
Worse still, these new insects seemed utterly fearless of death. Damn it! Heaven-splitting blade force.
Shaking the crawling insects off his body, Wu Cheng knew that continuing the attack risked being swallowed by the sea of bugs before the boss was dead. In an instant, countless flashes of blade light enveloped the Fission Mother. When the light faded, the creature had been sliced into a massive skeleton.
But upon seeing this skeleton, Wu Cheng's eyes widened in shock.
For this was no insect corpse, it was clearly a modified human skeleton.
What kind of creature would spare not even the dead?
Wu Cheng felt his scalp tingle. He couldn't fathom what kind of being could commit such an unspeakably horrific act. It must be the work of some dark god. Gazing at the skeletal remains, Wu Cheng lowered his head, his mind already forming a vague suspicion about the mastermind behind this. Yet, he remained uncertain as to which specific dark god it might be. Without the Fission Mother's control, the swarm of tiny insects scattered in panic, their leader gone. Seeing Bu Bai still intent on pursuing them, Wu Cheng could only call out to stop him.
This instance was far too bizarre. If they got separated, the next time they met might well be over each other's corpses. Annihilation fusion successful. Host, please make a selection. Attributes plus 50, acquired skill. Strength plus 50 points. Wu Cheng chose the attribute without hesitation.
Though skills were rare, none of the Fission Motherworm's abilities suited him.
He couldn't very well pick an egg-laying ability and start self-mutilating to spawn bugs in every battle, could he?
By now, Wu Cheng had grasped the pattern of this dungeon. The denser the insect swarms, the higher the level of the creatures present. By heading toward the thickest clusters, he might locate the dungeon's final boss. After confirming his direction, he departed immediately, unaware that after his departure, the crawling insects on the ground had begun swarming the Fission Queen's corpse, voraciously devouring the fallen boss.
Man and deer pressed onward.
Though they encountered numerous fish and queen moth corpses along the way, few could withstand even a single round against Wu Cheng's attacks. Just as they reached a valley, an unusually strong stench of blood suddenly filled the air, as if a sea of blood lay within. "Boss, a lot of people died in here." Bu Bai twitched his nose, quickly pinpointing the source of the blood scent. "Not monsters, humans." So those who vanished from the training grounds were all sent to the dungeon. Wu Cheng narrowed his eyes, a deep glint of murderous intent flashing in them. Those bastards from the evil god society were asking for death, sending their own kind to a place like this. Once he returned, he would wipe them out completely. "Let's go. We'll find out who the mastermind is behind turning this entire instance into a wasteland." Wu Chang snorted coldly before striding directly into the valley. Chapter 149, The Corrupted Avatar of the Evil God. Within the valley, Wu Chang and Bu Bai pressed forward. Though they believed the scenes they'd witnessed before were terrifying enough, standing within this valley made Wu Chang realize those earlier horrors were mere trifles. Corpses hung directly from tree branches, while countless monsters and humans now served merely as nutrients for the tree's growth. Occasionally, one could even glimpse the terrified faces of humans frozen in the trees, as if they had endured unspeakable agony in their final moments. On these trees, insect-like creatures with human faces noticed Wu Cheng's arrival. They revealed bone-chilling grins and greeted him with eerie voices. "Come, come, welcome, welcome." As the sound echoed, human-faced insects on other trees joined in, their voices echoing as if they genuinely welcomed Wu Cheng's arrival. Yet at this moment, Wu Cheng's expression had turned as cold as ice. After all, there were far too many of these human-faced insects here. If each insect represented a human soul, then at least tens of thousands of people had perished in this place. If these were merely people sent by Yang Feng to the training grounds, it would have long since drawn the association's attention. After all, the disappearance of a handful of people might be considered normal, but the vanishing of so many would qualify as a catastrophic event. Unless this is the work of an organized group, or people are disappearing nationwide. At this thought, a sharp gleam flashed in Wu Cheng's eyes. Clearly, the Yenjing demon cult alone couldn't orchestrate a disappearance on this scale. That left only one possibility: people were vanishing nationwide, or even globally. The answers to all this would likely only be revealed once he faced the final boss of this dungeon. "Welcome, welcome." As he walked, Wu Cheng suddenly felt something grab his ankle. He looked down to find a human-faced insect lying on the ground. Its upper body had even grown arms, and it was now staring at him with a vacant smile, one hand clutching his arm tightly. Damn thing. The sudden grab sent a wave of goosebumps racing across Wu Cheng's body. The world-slaying god cutting blade came down, cleaving the human-faced insect clean in two. "Boss, I feel like we shouldn't have killed it." Just then, Bu Bai suddenly spoke up with a warning. Hearing this, Wu Cheng raised an eyebrow at Bu Bai. Had this guy's IQ dropped since they entered the valley? But when he saw Bu Bai's eyes fixed intently on the front, he knew something was terribly wrong. Following Bu Bai's gaze, Wu Cheng saw the face-shaped insects, each with expressions of rage, falling from the trees one after another. Drool dripping from their mouths, they crawled toward him. Though their speed wasn't particularly fast, the problem was that his entire path forward was blocked. To advance, he'd have to fight his way through them. "Get ready. Charge straight through." Wu Cheng hesitated not a moment. Having chosen to attack, he would hold nothing back. Sword in hand, Wu Cheng charged into the swarm like a god of slaughter, his blade striking down relentlessly, claiming the life of one facebug after another. Yet despite the carnage, the swarm seemed endless. Like a relentless tide, the face-eaters surged forward. "Boss, I can't hold on much longer." After countless kills, the creature behind him, Bu Bai, suddenly cried out. Wu Cheng glanced back to see the creature gasping for breath. Clearly, the battle's toll was too great, its own recovery was struggling to keep pace. "Let's go. I'll clear the way for you." There was no time for hesitation now. Wu Cheng activated every skill at his disposal. Bloodline curse and life-restoring art slapped onto his body, instantly manifesting the Dharma body of golden immortality. Godslayer slash. Boosted by triple attribute enhancements, this god-slaying slash swept through the path like a cataclysmic force, obliterating every facebug in its path. Wu Cheng seized the moment to charge forward with Bu Bai. When they burst into a cave and saw no more face-shaped insects ahead, their hearts finally relaxed. These creatures moved slowly, so there was no immediate danger of pursuit. Crucially, they seemed terrified of their current location, clearly sensing an even more terrifying presence lurking here. After resting briefly here, Bu Bai had recovered somewhat. Though not yet back to peak condition, he possessed the strength to fight again. As the descendant of a demigod, his terrifying recovery rate was something even top-tier professionals couldn't match. "Boss, the aura here feels like that of a demon god." The cave interior was surprisingly clean, devoid of the chaotic mess and scattered corpses found outside. Yet, Bu Bai sensed an even more terrifying aura here. This aura bore an uncanny resemblance to the Calamity Demon God, yet what puzzled him most was its chaotic nature, utterly unlike the pure malevolence that defined the Calamity Demon God. Hearing this, Wu Cheng grew even more cautious. If anything ambushed them here, he wouldn't be able to react in time to fight back. Nevertheless, hearing Bu Bai's words, he remained on guard. At the slightest disturbance, he would unleash a skill to probe the situation. Yet, after walking for quite some time, they still encountered no monsters. In fact, there wasn't even the slightest trace of animal life here. Ahead of them, a pale purple membrane sealed off the deepest recesses of the cave entrance. Boss, that terrifying feeling is back. That terrifying aura surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming them once more. Wu Bai's eyes widened instantly, clearly sensing the enemy's dread through the aura alone. Hearing its words, Wu Chang closed his eyes and took a deep breath before touching the membrane with his hand. In an instant, the membrane slowly dissipated, revealing a piercing cry of agony. Save me! Save me! No, no! I am the evil god. I will not be controlled by this thing. My beloved, lay your eggs. You must keep laying eggs until you devour the entire world. The eerie voice echoed, sending chills down Wu Chang's spine. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and pressed forward. Upon emerging from the narrow tunnel, he witnessed a horrifying scene. A strikingly handsome man stood ahead, and behind him was a woman of extraordinary beauty except her lower body was that of an insect. As if sensing Wu Chang's approach, the man turned around. His face was covered in pus-filled boils, each teeming with writhing insects. Well. Another new guest. Who would have thought that I, Lin Kai, the swallowing heaven evil god, would ever see someone from the outside world? Children, begin the feast. With that, Lin Kai began plucking the pus-filled boils from his face one by one. The writhing insects rapidly grew, eventually transforming into terrifying monsters over 10 meters long that charged straight toward Wu Chang. Chapter 150, Slaying the Evil God's Avatar, Shrine Fragment +1. Boss, how could there be such a disgusting creature? Wu Bai screamed in horror upon seeing the swallowing heaven evil god extract monsters from his own face. Wu Chang also felt a wave of nausea at the sight. He hadn't encountered many evil gods, but each one was uniquely distinctive. The rock-solid evil god Chris was tenacious and unyielding. The burning sky evil god Morilang possessed immense willpower in his quest for resurrection. As for the calamity evil god, he was terrifying beyond measure. But a creature as revolting as this swallowing heaven evil god, Lin Kai, was a first for him. It's fine. Once we slay him, I'll see exactly what kind of monster this thing is. Wu Chang snorted coldly, his world-slaying god-cutting blade flashing with divine light. The blade's light flashed, and the insect before him instantly dissolved into a pool of pus, writhing in death. The swallowing heaven evil god Lin Kai wore a face twisted with fury. The woman behind him let out a piercing scream, her previously vacant eyes now clouded with sorrow. Then, her lower body convulsed violently, spewing forth a torrent of insect eggs that instantly transformed into several hideous creatures. Boss, this couple is pretty disgusting. Why would a proper evil god choose to become insects? What the hell is wrong with these creatures? Wu Bai kicked one charging insect to death, cursing the swallowing heaven evil god with every breath. Judging by the boss before them, both seemed to have abandoned their original identities, instead undergoing a transformation into insects. Hearing this, Wu Chang felt deeply perplexed. Swallowing heaven evil god Lin Kai, though he hadn't heard the name before judging by the title alone, this couldn't be some weakling. The result was that its clone had transformed into this monstrous form within the dungeon, while its original body did nothing to stop it. Was this a malfunction of the swallowing heaven evil god's clone, or was this transformation carried out under the main entity's instructions? Though Wu Chang was no demon god himself, it was clear that these insect-like creatures posed a threat far beyond the demon god alone. If they were to devour the entire instance, who could say whether they might invade the human world? To prevent these creatures from invading, he had no choice but to eliminate them here. Wu Chang ran his fingers over the blade in his hand, poised to strike, when suddenly the swallowing heaven evil god ahead roared in fury. What do you know? This is my beloved. Those you've slain are my children. Though she has become a worm, we still love each other. You mortals, having trespassed here, shall become the blood offerings for our ascension. In an instant, the swallowing heaven evil god's expression twisted into a savage grimace, as if possessed by madness. He approached the mother insect and tore open the lower half of her insectoid body with one hand. The mother insect let out a piercing roar. The swallowing heaven evil god burrowed straight inside. When he reappeared, his upper body retained its original form, but his lower half had fused completely with the mother insect. Boom! Under his control, the mother insect began to move slowly. The once exquisite face of a young girl had now become utterly terrifying, stiff and lifeless like a puppet. Let us devour the entire world. The swallowing heaven evil god plunged his hand into the body, extracting the girl's spinal cord and transforming it into a long sword. He then swung it directly at Wu Chang. Seeing this, Wu Chang instantly teleported away. He then began examining the creature's attributes. Devouring heaven evil god insect form LV.120, a deranged evil god willing to devour the entire world to save his beloved. Must be eradicated upon sight. Strength 2000 spirit, 1600 physical resist, 1200 magic resist, 1200 stamina, 600000. Skills: Ascending insect eggs, spinal marrow bloodsword, mother insect nest. Wu Chang's expression instantly darkened upon seeing this creature had fully transformed into a worm. A being this mad possesses no rationality whatsoever. To eliminate this threat completely, we must destroy it here and now. In that case, engage it head-on over there. Bubai, you hold the flank for me. Got it, boss. Bubai leapt to the side. It knew this level of battle was beyond its capabilities. Its role was simply to guard against any insects interfering with its boss. Wu Chang turned his gaze toward the swallowing heaven evil god. The world-slaying god-cutting blade in his hand instantly burst forth with divine light. Countless slashes of blade energy then rained down upon the swallowing heaven evil god like a torrential downpour. But as a demon god, the enemy was clearly well-traveled and experienced. Seeing the heaven-slaying blade Shi, it only froze for a moment. The skill was something it had never encountered before. Yet it quickly regained its composure, swinging the spinal marrow bloodsword forward. Countless streams of foul blood coalesced into a thin membrane, forming a barrier before it. Ha! Mortal, my power is beyond your wildest imagination. Prepare to die. The swallowing heaven evil god roared furiously, then leapt upward. The young woman's face below suddenly extended from its abdomen, lunging to bite Wu Chang. Seeing this, Wu Chang's expression turned blank. Divine light flared from his palms as he closed his eyes. Bloodline curse, divine body regeneration, Dharma form golden body activate. God-slaying triple slash. His eyes snapped open as three god-slaying strikes shot forth, their world-shattering might nearly blinding the swallowing heaven evil god. Ah! The maiden's face on its abdomen let out a wail of agony before being cleaved clean off by the god-slaying slashes. The severed head rolled on the ground a few times before losing all signs of life. Witnessing this, the swallowing heaven evil god erupted in fury. Completely disregarding the god-slayer's slashes cutting into his flesh wounds that nearly disintegrated him yet failed to kill him, it only ignited the swallowing heaven evil god's savage nature. What have you done? Clutching the girl's lifeless body, its eyes blazed with fury and grief, its gaze alone seemed capable of carving Wu Chang into 1,000 pieces. Killed her, naturally. Wu Chang's expression remained impassive. Facing such a boss, he saw no need for reason, only execution. Hearing Wu Chang's words, the swallowing heaven evil god first felt overwhelming fury, but then a hearty laugh erupted from its face. Ha 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 ha. Good. You've done well. Since that's the case, stay here with me. Its body swelled violently. Within the insect-like lower half, countless wriggling eggs could be seen. The rapidly gathering energy threatened to tear its body apart. Wu Chang's expression instantly turned grim. This creature was preparing to self-destruct. Damn it! Reverse the heavens! Wu Chang held his breath, focusing all his willpower onto his blade. The next instant, the energy within the swallowing heaven evil god reached its peak, ready to explode at any moment. But Wu Chang moved. With a single stroke, he severed the swallowing heaven evil god's head. The sheer force unleashed by reversing heaven and earth even cleaved the creature's body in two. Boom! Though the energy eventually erupted, it only blew Wu Chang away, causing no further damage. Boss, are you okay? Bubai helped Wu Chang to his feet, concern evident in his expression. Wu Chang shook his head, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Annihilation fusion successful. Please select an option. Attribute plus 100, memory of the heaven devouring evil god. Faced with attribute enhancement and memories, please make your choice. Note, this option is irreversible. A. Acquire attribute's single attribute bonus will amplify all attributes. B. Acquire the devouring heaven evil god's memories divine palace fragment plus 1. Chapter 151, Shrine Fragments, the Divine Realm and Memory. One offered attributes, the other a shrine fragment. Wu Chang chose the latter without hesitation. Though the attribute boost was rare, it paled in comparison to the divine shrine fragment. I choose B. Obtain the memories of the swallowing heaven evil god. Wu Chang decisively chose the latter. There was no other way. He still knew nothing about the divine palace. He had found this item in a dungeon here in Yanjing, and who knew if more fragments might be scattered nearby. Selection successful. Congratulations on obtaining Shrine Fragment 1. The system's voice echoed, and instantly, Wu Chang felt a surge of memories flood his mind. Upon careful reflection, he recognized these as the memories of the swallowing heaven evil god. A faintly glowing object materialized in his backpack, settling quietly beside his existing shrine fragment. Bye, keep an eye on the surroundings for me. Exhausted, Wu Chang gave a brief instruction before collapsing onto the ground. He sat there, slowly recovering his stamina while digesting the memories of the swallowing heaven evil god. Soon, his gaze focused entirely on the swallowing heaven evil god. It was as if he had become the swallowing heaven evil god himself. In truth, this instance had not always been as desolate as it was now. It had once been a vibrant, thriving instance, so rich in resources that the Dragon Nation held it in the highest regard. But one day, the swallowing heaven evil god descended upon this place. He spared no effort, even using his true form, to seal the dungeon completely. All of this was because of the girl he called his beloved. This maiden was not human, but belonged to a race from another great world instance. However, she had been devoured by the Void Insect clan, and when rescued, she was nearly beyond saving. In her previous life, she had endured constant torment from the swallowing heaven evil god. Even in death, she refused to marry him. Thus, the evil god forced her to die in agony and reincarnate repeatedly until she finally became his wife. Ironically, this time he overreached, even reincarnation became impossible. This love-struck demon god fused the maiden with the void insects, transforming her into an egg-laying machine for the hive. The entire realm became utterly barren, and he himself was consumed by the insectoid swarm. Seems this avatar only holds this much information. Wu Chang shook his head, feeling a pang of emotion. If not for the shards of the divine palace, why would he have chosen to merge with the memories of the utterly love-struck swallowing heaven evil god? This guy was a textbook case of being love-struck. Just as he prepared to exit the memories, he suddenly realized the swallowing heaven evil god's memories hadn't vanished yet. Curiosity got the better of him, and Wu Chang hurriedly delved deeper. There, in the deepest recesses of his memory, a magnificent palace slowly materialized before his eyes. Within this palace, countless god-tier practitioners and even demon gods knelt in worship. Above the palace, a crown sat upon a throne. He wanted to see more, but the memory abruptly vanished right there, leaving only 4 words behind. Divine realm, divine palace. Wu Chang felt his mind go blank. He never expected to hear the words divine realm again. The last time he'd heard of the divine realm was when that merfolk deity, on the brink of death, had yearned for its return. This was also his first encounter with the term divine palace. Though he didn't know what the divine realm was, Wu Chang etched these 2 words deeply into his mind. There was no other way. Since the divine palace stood atop the divine realm, hadn't he gathered fragments of the divine palace? Wouldn't that mean he might have a chance to enter the divine realm in the future? He slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself no longer in the dungeon but back in the training ground, where the guild members were now staring at him with concern. Are you okay? We were all scared out of our wits when that dungeon suddenly appeared here. We were just about to come looking for you. Someone said they saw you still inside, but after searching everywhere, we couldn't find you. We knew you must have been sucked in. Gu Chongming looked deeply concerned, rushing over the moment he spotted Wu Chang. What could he do? Wu Chang wasn't just a prodigy at Yenjing University, he was also the junior he valued most. Hearing this, Wu Chang smiled and nodded, replying, "What can I say? I never expected a dungeon to be here." His expression then turned grave, though he still kept the events inside the instance to himself. After all, he hadn't yet confirmed whether someone was truly backing the evil god society from behind the scenes. Naturally, he could only bury this matter deep within his heart for now. Seeing Wu Chang refuse to elaborate on the dungeon's events, Wu Chongming understood there must be more to it. He chose not to press further, deciding to discuss it privately later. Let's go. You've just emerged from the dungeon, no doubt you endured quite a bit. Let's head back to rest. Your room is already booked. Wu Chongming smiled as he led Wu Chang and Bubai away, his gaze sweeping over the group of people before him. The association cadres immediately lowered their heads, fearing trouble from President Wu Chongming. Once the 2 had departed, the group accustomed to the usual lax atmosphere finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once they were out of earshot, Wu Chongming turned to Wu Chang with a serious expression. Kid, tell me what's going on. Is anyone among these people colluding with the cult of the evil god? Seated in Gu Chongming's official vehicle, his tone grew even more grave. And since it was the chairman's official vehicle, they didn't need to worry about anyone overhearing their conversation. Hearing this, Wu Chang could only voice his suspicions. I currently have 2 theories. The first is that there's a traitor within the Yenjing Practitioners Association. The second possibility worries me even more, that members of the Evil God Society might be causing trouble throughout the entire Dragon Nation. For various reasons, this matter was ultimately not reported. Wu Cheng's expression turned grim as he proceeded to recount the horrific scenes he had witnessed within the dungeon. When Gu Chongming heard that the entire instance was infested with face-eating insects, his expression instantly turned pale. He had seen this monster before. But that had been decades ago. He had witnessed his comrade's face emerge from the body of a single insect, a scene he still refused to revisit. But when Wu Chang mentioned the face-eating insects, that terrifying memory flooded back, sending shivers down his spine. This matter must be investigated further. I will grant you the broadest investigative authority. If necessary, you may contact Marshal Zhang Beihai to secure support from the Yenjing military. It can only be beneficial. Gu Chongming's expression was grave, for this matter could very well have nationwide repercussions, perhaps even global implications. For now, he could only proceed with the investigation diligently. Once some leads emerged, he would provide Wu Chang with the fullest assistance possible. Hearing Gu Chongming's willingness to support him, Wu Chang naturally had no objections. He nodded in agreement, then stepped off the vehicle and headed toward the hotel where he had reserved a room. His mind was in utter turmoil. Though countless theories swirled within him, he knew he must wait until tomorrow to discuss them with the Dragon Squad members. Chapter 152, The Clue, another stronghold of the Evil God Society. The next day, Wu Cheng awoke at dawn. He roused Bu Bai and immediately set off for Tianshu Mountain. Upon arriving at the Tianshu mountain base, he found the dragon squad members had already been waiting there.
Captain.
As Wu Chang entered the room, the dragon squad members snapped to attention. Ever since witnessing Wu Chang's formidable strength last time, they dared not cross this captain who looked far too young. After all, he could take them all down single-handedly. In the face of raw power, seniority meant nothing.
Spill it. What have you uncovered?
Wu Chang cut straight to the chase without much preamble. He wasn't particularly close to them anyway, so maintaining his independence was preferable to trying to build rapport with the team members.
Seeing Wu Chang's directness, the 10 members exchanged bewildered glances.
They quickly recovered, however, and after a series of silent exchanges, 3 stepped forward, number 1, number 5, and number 7. Since they had worn specific uniforms during their previous challenge against Wu Chang, he didn't recognize them personally and simply instructed his own team to report the situation.
Captain, we went to the East District. Nothing unusual there.
However, after apprehending several suspicious individuals, we discovered they appear to have connections with peripheral members of the Evil God Society. The cult of the Evil Gods people are highly vigilant and severed contact immediately.
Agent 1 wore a look of regret, seemingly disappointed at not fully completing the mission. Unit 5 felt the same way. Their investigation in the South District hadn't even uncovered any traces of the Evil God cult.
Wu Chang understood, though. After all, the Southern District housed numerous organizations. Even the Yenjing Practitioners Association's office complex was located there. With Yenjing University providing support nearby, it was no wonder they'd found nothing.
After the first two spoke, all eyes turned to number 7. I have something.
After a moment's hesitation, number 7 spoke, sending a shockwave through the group. The information he referred to was clearly no trivial matter. It might even be directly linked to the Evil God Society.
Speak.
Hearing number 7's prompt, Wu Chang sat up straight, a serious expression crossing his face. Without hesitation, 7 recounted the investigation he and his team had conducted in the North District.
We went to the North District and found traces of the Evil God Society's members. Unlike other branches that operate covertly, the North District crew appear to be just a bunch of street punks on the surface. But behind the scenes, they're doing the cult's dirty work. As for their activities arranging fights, beatings, and such, the North District has long grown accustomed to it. This very fact makes it unlikely for the association to suspect their ties to the Evil God cult when they commit crimes. Wu Chang immediately understood.
The North District was indeed chaotic after all. It had been established to resist the demon cult, so most residents paid little heed to the law. Compounded by the military's significant influence in the North District, the association found it difficult to intervene. However, since the Dragon Squad was essentially military personnel, and he was assigning them an association mission, there were fewer such concerns.
Number 7, take your men with me to North City now. The rest will approach from different directions.
Under no circumstances must these people detect us.
Wu Chang didn't hesitate. He stood up immediately and led his men toward North City. As for the rest, he couldn't be bothered.
As long as they arrived on time, that was all that mattered. With that, the others dispersed. Wu Chang, accompanied by number 7 and number 8, boarded a vehicle and headed straight for the North District.
As for Bubai, it was far too conspicuous and was left behind at the Tianshu mountain base. Wu Chang would retrieve it once this matter was concluded. Seated in the special vehicle, Wu Chang changed into casual attire. The other two exchanged glances. Number 7 waved his hand, and in an instant, both transformed into entirely different appearances. Captain, my profession is a spirit illusionist. Number 7's voice came through, a faint smile still on his face. But upon hearing the profession, Wu Chang found himself unable to appreciate the face before him. For while this profession was powerful, it was also notorious for being the profession with the most fraudsters. Don't be fooled by 7's current appearance as a delicate young beauty. It could very well be an illusion. Her true form might even be a burly, unkempt man. As for number 8, Wu Chang rarely heard him speak. This time, however, he manifested as a rebellious youth. His rough-and-tumble demeanor wouldn't arouse suspicion among the people of North City. Soon, the private car rolled into North City. Wu Chang and his two companions found a spot to get out, then began aimlessly wandering about. Yet, unknowingly, they drew ever closer to the location number 7 had indicated. Hey, where are you guys from? Just as they were about to enter the core area, they spotted several young men carrying swords and knives walking down the street. Upon seeing them, the group immediately blocked their path. Exchanging a glance, Wu Chang and his companions put on a show of bravado, jutting out their chins defiantly. We're from Marshal Zhang's household. You dare to stop us? Wu Chang's face flushed crimson as he feigned the naivety of a greenhorn. The men across from them paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Marshal Zhang? You mean Zhang Beihai? Who'd have thought we'd run into him here? Our circle has no room for a big shot like Zhang Beihai. Exactly. He's planning to clean up North District. If you know what's good for you, get lost. After their laughter subsided, they let out a cold snort, their blades gleaming faintly in their hands. They weren't afraid to beat someone up in broad daylight. At worst, they'd get locked up for a few days, and soon enough, someone would bail them out.
They'd pulled stunts like this countless times before, so they felt no guilt whatsoever. Hearing this, Wu Chang's face stiffened. Meanwhile, number 8 lit a cigarette and strolled over with a smirk.
You look down on Marshal Jean?
Number 8 shot a few people a sideways glance, his face still wearing a look of arrogance. But this perfectly suited the roles they were playing now.
So what if they were arrogant? As long as they could secure a spot in the heart of North City, who cared what methods they used? So what if it is?
Seeing number 8's audacity, the leader of the thugs immediately stuffed a cigarette between his lips, preparing to light it. Number 8 kicked him flying across the room, then mounted him and began beating him mercilessly. You look down on my grandfather. You got too cocky. For looking down on our Zhang family. Number 8's assault was relentless, leaving the man unable to get up. The surrounding henchmen immediately moved to intervene, but were held back by Wu Chang and number 7.
However, the two didn't immediately knock them down. Instead, they deliberately acted as if they could suppress them but couldn't defeat them.
Call for backup. Get these 3 bastards out of here. The ringleader finally wriggled free from number 8's grip, scrambled to his feet, and pulled out his phone to call for backup. Before long, over 20 armed thugs arrived in force. Seeing this, Wu Chang promptly feigned exhaustion and collapsed to the ground. Number 7 and number 8, observing this, followed suit and flopped down as well.
You think you can hit me?
The leader wiped the blood from his face and punched number 8 squarely in the stomach. Though it caused no real harm, number 8 still put on a show of agony.
Take them away. Damn it, I'm going to teach these 3 a lesson today.
With that, the leader ordered his men to bind Wu Chang and the others, then marched straight toward the core area.
Chapter 153, The Leader of the Evil God Society, Minions Descend.
Wu Chang and his 2 companions were dragged into the core area of these petty thugs and locked up. He had memorized the route they had taken earlier. Though he hadn't seen any members of the Evil God Society along the way, this was still a public area. Perhaps they were hiding deeper inside. The surroundings were pitch black, punctuated by occasional wails echoing from the distance. Wu Chang remained unconcerned. The underlings appeared shrewd and cautious, refraining from violence against them. Aside from the gang leader, the others seemed wary of his status.
Boss, these guys are actually that old man Zhang Beihai's relatives. You see, when we move in.
One of the henchmen stood beside the leader, noticing his boss wearing brass knuckles, his smile twisted into something sinister.
Hearing his subordinate's warning, the leader let out a savage laugh. In North City, even Zhang Beihai himself couldn't control things.
But since these guys are Zhang Beihai's kin, we'll give him a little face.
Disable 1 hand per person, then let them go.
The thug, cigarette dangling from his mouth, slipped on the brass knuckles and approached Wu Chang. Wu Chang raised an eyebrow at the sight of the man before him, a hint of wariness creeping into his mind. This guy might not be able to beat him, but who knew what kind of power the dark god behind him possessed? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the leader of the thugs stepped before Wu Chang, his expression brimming with arrogance.
You seemed to be enjoying yourself earlier, didn't you?
Hope you'll be just as tough when I cripple one of your hands. My brass knuckles are specially designed to take down cocky trash like you. With that, his fist shot forward like a gust of wind, aiming straight for Wu Chang's face. But a voice cut him off. Hold your hand. Lord Starbreaker is here. You know he can't stand this sort of spectacle. A figure slowly approached. Handsome and chiseled, his appearance commanded an instinctive sense of trustworthiness. Were it not for the scar running from his forehead to the corner of his mouth, Wu Chang might have thought his dashing good looks could rival his own. Brother Jun. The leader of the thugs, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate for even a moment. He withdrew his fist mid-air and immediately stood at attention, daring not to make a single move. The man called Jungu said nothing further, merely nodding before approaching Wu Chang. But when he saw Wu Chang's face, his eyebrows shot up, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Brother Jun, you know him? Seeing this, the leader's heart leapt into his throat. If they'd captured Brother Jun's man, he'd be out on his ear. But Jungu merely shook his head, then pointed at Wu Chang and ordered. Throw him and everyone who came with him out. Under no circumstances are they to be allowed back in. With that, Jun Ji's expression turned stern, leaving no room for the thugs to speak. Seeing this, the thugs dared not utter a word. Under Wu Chang's stunned gaze, they lowered the 3 men to the ground. Get out. Seeing this, Jungu waved his hand, signaling for someone to escort Wu Chang and the others out. But though he intended to send them away, Wu Chang and his companions weren't about to leave. Having finally reached the core area, they naturally intended to uncover its secrets. How could they leave so easily? Just as Wu Chang prepared to take action to secure the location, Jungu, who had been calm moments before, suddenly tensed up. His gaze fixed on a certain spot, where a figure slowly materialized before them. Very good. Very good indeed. I am most satisfied with these 3 individuals delivered today. The mere presence of this figure was enough to inspire dread, his raspy voice carrying a heart-stopping quality. Jungu approached slowly with a smile, his expression obsequious as he said, Lord Shadow Attendant, these 3 must not come to any harm. Oh? What do you mean by that? Hearing Jun attempt to defy his will, the Shadow Attendant instantly stepped forward, grabbing him by the head.
If you don't give me a clear explanation, prepare to leave your life here. With that, he tossed Jun-gu to the ground, his hands seemingly stained with faint traces of blood. Wu Chang, witnessing this, edged forward slightly. This shadow attendant was clearly no ordinary opponent. If he made a move, Wu Chang was determined to intercept him at all costs. Jun-gu, however, spoke slowly. He is Wu Chang, the very Wu Chung who fought the demon god alone. At these words, everyone instantly stepped back, their faces betraying unmistakable terror. Wu Chang. That name was like the Grim Reaper to them. Rumor had it this man never showed mercy, even slaying many outright on the spot. When his identity was exposed, Wu Chung paused briefly before smiling and saying, I didn't expect you to know me, but I certainly don't know you. Are you going to put up a fight, or just surrender? With a flick of his wrist, the world-shattering god-slaying blade materialized in his hand. Meanwhile, number 7 and number 8 kicked aside the guards and drew their own weapons from their spatial equipment. Seeing Wu Chang acknowledge his identity, the shadow servant showed no trace of panic. Instead, a grin spread across his face. He rubbed his palms together excitedly, his grin growing wildly unrestrained. Excellent, excellent. I never imagined it would be you, little one. The Dark God nearly forgot about you, but now that you're in my grasp, I shall capture you. The great Dark God will grant me eternal life. With that, a black orb the size of a basketball materialized in the shadow servant's hand, emanating a putrid stench. Seeing him prepare to strike, everyone except June was stunned. They'd always believed they were merely working for underworld bosses or doing shady deals for certain military figures, never dreaming they were serving a dark god. And judging by the situation, Jun-gu seemed to have known all along. Didn't that mean they'd been working for the evil god all along? And now that the association had discovered them, it was a dead end? But observing their expressions, Wu Chang realized these men had likely been manipulated. He spoke up. This time, we're only targeting members of the evil god society. You lot are innocent by ignorance. Leave now, and I'll spare your lives afterward. Hearing this, the thugs dared not linger a moment longer. They turned and fled the scene in a panic. Jun, his face darkening, knew he couldn't escape retribution. He drew his weapon, preparing to confront Wu Chang and his two companions. Hold on. Before we fight, I have a question. Which demon god do you serve? Wu Chang studied the aura emanating from the shadow attendant before him, sensing an uncanny familiarity. Hearing this, the shadow servant's face lit up with pride as he declared loudly. Of course, the most esteemed rock demon, Chris. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang nodded. So it was that dimwit. Looks like his men are just as single-minded as he is. In that case, capturing him might yield some useful information. With that thought, Wu Chang's gaze shifted to the shadow attendant, his eyes carrying a dangerous glint. Chapter 154, Capturing the Evil God's Minion, Vice President Fu Shuhua. Shadow Sphere. Just as Wu Chang turned his gaze toward the thugs fleeing the scene, the small orb in the shadow attendant's hand suddenly spun rapidly. In an instant, over a dozen shadow orbs surrounded Wu Chang. Merely observing these orbs, Wu Chang felt his vision warping. But did this shadow attendant think he could make him bow to such petty tricks? Had he lost his mind? He snorted coldly, and the world-slaying god-cutting blade in his hand emitted a blinding blade light. Heaven-splitting blade chi. Dozens of blade guns rained down upon the shadow orbs. Even though the shadow attendant outranked Wu Chang, he couldn't withstand such a high-density assault. The blade light shattered the shadow spheres into fragments, followed by a surge of energy fluctuations. Die! Just as Wu Chang and the shadow servant faced off, Jun-gu suddenly appeared behind Wu Chang, knife in hand, aiming directly for his back. A single hit would mean Wu Chang would be left behind today. But upon recognizing Jun-gu, Wu Chang didn't even turn around. He simply kicked backward with his right leg. Jun-gu instantly transformed into a dark shadow, flying through the air and embedding himself into the wall. He was stuck so firmly, not even a pry bar could dislodge him. Despite his pitiful state, the shadow attendant didn't even glance at him, as if the beaten man wasn't his subordinate but merely a stray dog on the street. Such a worthless piece of trash. He's wasted all this time spent training him. Watching Jun-gu fall unconscious, the shadow attendant spat contemptuously before turning his gaze to Wu Chang. But I must admit, your presence here today surprises me. Seems you still think you're powerful unless I truly take you down. You're merely a novice who just completed the 100-level challenge. Today, I'll show you what true power means. With that, a flash of black light erupted from the shadow attendant's body, propelling him to Wu Chang's face in an instant. Wu Chang's heart jolted at the sight, and though he reacted instantly, it was already too late. Clang! Just as Wu Chang thought he was about to be struck, he saw the world-shattering god-slaying blade suddenly appear before him, barely intercepting the black beam. The shadow servant, who had been brimming with confidence, turned ashen-faced upon seeing his sneak attack blocked. Such an opportunity could only be attempted once. If Wu Chang became wary, there would be absolutely no chance for a second strike. Heh, I never expected a servant of the evil god to stoop to such tactics. Wu Chang shot the opponent a wary glance, his expression turning grim. In all his battles, no one had ever ambushed him like this. This time, he'd learned a lesson.
Gripping the world-shattering god-slaying blade, Wu Chang resolved to end this swiftly. Otherwise, if this creature summoned the demon god, he might find himself dragged into yet another demon god dungeon. God Slayer. Wu Chang unleashed his attack without holding back. Whether it would kill the opponent or not, he'd at least subdue him first. Seeing Wu Chang finally take him seriously, the shadow servant gritted his teeth, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Then, the shadow orb in his hand transformed into a massive black hole, attempting to swallow Wu Chang whole. The next instant, Wu Chang's long sword shot out from the black hole, completely unaffected. Rock Seal. Clearly aware of the blade's power, the shadow attendant immediately activated the signature skill bestowed upon him by the rock demon. A layer of golden rock abruptly surfaced over his body, even his flesh glowing with multicolored light. Yet before his defense could fully solidify, the world-shattering god-slaying blade struck. This is a skill bestowed upon me by the demon god himself. Break it if you dare, you brat. Shadow Servant was utterly arrogant. In his eyes, the evil god surpassed ordinary practitioners. Even if Rock Evil God Chris was the newest ascended evil god, he was still far beyond the reach of a mere lone practitioner like Wu Chang. Yet amidst his arrogant laughter, the world-slaying god-slaying blade pierced straight through his armor, striking the Shadow Servant with brutal force. Ah! Under the blade's force, the Shadow Servant was violently hurled backward, crashing to the ground like a ragdoll. His clothes were shredded to tatters, his earlier swagger utterly vanishing. Wu Chang's gaze turned cold. He charged forward, seized the Shadow Servant's head, and slammed it violently into the ground. The Shadow Servant, who had been perfectly lucid moments before, was knocked unconscious by the brutal force of the slam, utterly unable to resist. Turning around, number 7 and number 8 had already subdued Brother Jiang. Witnessing Wu Chang knock the Shadow Servant unconscious with such ease, their awe at his strength deepened. Let's go. Wu Chang tossed the Shadow Servant at their feet. Only after watching them bind him securely did he lead his men out. Stepping out of the dim room, Wu Chang squinted against the harsh sunlight. Captain, the perimeter is secured. Soon, number 1 arrived with the rest of the squad to report the current situation. Glancing at the thugs lying on the ground, clutching their heads and weeping, Wu Chang nodded, indicating he was aware of the situation. He called Guo Chongming to explain the situation here, then immediately sent number 7 and number 8 to the association. This time, as long as they brought back the Shadow Servant and Jungu, the association's resources could likely even justify summoning a god-tier professional. After all, capturing core members of the Evil God Society alive was a rare opportunity, especially since this evil god was newly ascended. It presented a prime chance to gather intelligence on the enemy. Soon, Wu Chang and his 2 companions boarded the special vehicle returning to the association. Meanwhile, Guo Chongming urgently mobilized personnel to prepare for sending forces to take control of the thugs' territory in the North District. However, to prevent misunderstandings from the military, he called Zhang Beihai, intending to discuss the matter thoroughly with the marshal. After Guo left, Vice President Fu Shuhua, who had always kept a low profile, glanced around to ensure no one was following him before striding directly into the president's office. When he emerged, his hands were clenched into fists in his pockets, his eyes still flickering with shock and fear. Vice President, Wu Chang is waiting outside for the president. At that very moment, a staff member did indeed approach with a smile, preparing to knock and enter the president's office. Seeing this, Fu Shuhua hurriedly stopped him. Don't go in. This reaction startled the staff member, who was accustomed to the vice president staying out of affairs. Today, however, things seemed decidedly unusual. Ahem, the president is on the phone with the marshal. Fu Shuhua cleared his throat hurriedly to explain. The staff member regained his smile and understanding and promptly turned to leave. Seeing this, Fu Shuhua breathed a sigh of relief before resuming his usual calm smile and slowly walking out. Wu Chang, who are these 2? Soon, he encountered Wu Chang in the lobby, who was heading to find Guo Chongming. Seeing number 7 and number 8 escorting 2 individuals back, he couldn't help but feel curious. Upon seeing the vice president, Wu Chang offered no further explanation, merely nodding with a smile. 2 human traffickers. We've apprehended them. He explained with a smile, though inwardly he preferred not to engage further with the vice president. He needed to report this to the president immediately and start tracing the mastermind behind this operation. Upon hearing this, Fu Shuhua raised an eyebrow. Human traffickers? If they were genuine traffickers, the association wouldn't need to intervene. The patrol bureau wasn't exactly idle. Still, if he wanted to stay alive, he had to keep these 2 detained first. Since they're traffickers, we'll likely have to wait for the patrol bureau to arrive. In that case, why not put them in the guild's dungeon? We might even squeeze some information out of them. Fu Shuhua intercepted Wu Chang, offering the suggestion with a gentle expression. Noticing the unusual demeanor of the vice president, a flicker of doubt crossed Wu Chang's eyes before he regained his composure and replied with a smile. Very well, we'll follow the vice president's lead. With that, he handed over the Shadow Servant and Jungu to the vice president before knocking on the door and entering the president's office. Watching Wu Chang disappear, Fu Shuhua breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly led the 2 captives to the dungeon while retrieving something from his spatial backpack. A deep, murderous intent flickered in his eyes.
Chapter 155, The Shadow Attendant's Plan, Conspiracy Unveiled. Vote for us. Entering the dungeon, Fu Shuhua glanced at the two men being carried behind him before pointing to the deepest chamber. Lock these two in the innermost cell. Remember to activate the level suppression array. While gesturing toward the deepest cell, Fu Shuhua distributed cigarettes from his pack to the association members handling the task. Thank you, Vice President. The lead association member accepted a cigarette, and those behind him followed suit. After all, this wasn't the first time the vice president had done this, so there was no need for concern. After activating the rank suppression array, they received a call from other staff members and hurriedly departed. Fu Shuhua, however, stared at the shadow servant in June lying in the dungeon. His right hand kept fumbling in his upper pocket, as if he was deeply hesitant about his decision. Why are you hesitating now? Don't you fear I'll expose you? The shadow servant, now somewhat sobered, stared at the figure before him, his voice dripping with scorn. He shifted slightly and realized his power had been suppressed to level 1, so he simply lay still on the ground. Though he possessed numerous methods to vanish instantly, with his level suppressed, it was clear that every trick in his arsenal was rendered useless. Hearing the shadow servant's voice, Fu Shuhua snapped out of his reverie. He drew his right hand, his gaze complex as he looked at the man before him. You saved me before. I just couldn't bring myself to strike you down. Fu Shuhua sighed, and a long-buried truth surfaced in his mind. 10 years ago, he had been merely a department head within the Yinjing Practitioners Association. During a dungeon trial, he had nearly lost his life, only to be saved by the shadow attendant at that time. Though the shadow servant had ulterior motives from the start, Fu Shuhua had come to respect this savior after their interactions. Even after learning the shadow servant belonged to the cult of the Dark God, he never reported it to the association. Instead, he became increasingly entangled in the cult schemes for the sake of promotion and power. By the time he finally saw the truth, it was already too late. Heh, I bet you've hated me to death all along. A self-mocking smile played on the shadow servant's face. He felt like a complete joke after all these years. 40 or 50 years ago, when his parents were still alive, he wasn't exactly a model child, but he was an ordinary combat professional. After saving money for over a decade to marry, he was swindled out of every penny by a woman. When he sought help from the association, he was flatly refused. The inspection bureau dismissed it as his own poor judgment. Later, that woman showed up again to mock him. When his parents learned of it, their health collapsed instantly. Within half a year, they passed away one after the other. From that day on, he swore off the guild. He knew that had he completed the level 100 challenge back then, not only would the damned woman have been powerless to stop him, but even the guild itself wouldn't have dared to reject his request. Power that was his sole pursuit. Fairness was nothing but an illusion, a delusional longing born from rats in the gutter gazing up at the sun. Not exactly. After all, we were comrades who faced life and death together. Fu Shuhua lit a cigarette and offered it to him, his stubble-covered face bearing a resolute expression. What's the plan now? He glanced at Jungu, still unconscious, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Noting Fu Shuhua's gaze nodding toward his side, the shadow servant said nothing further. He produced a dagger from somewhere and ran its blade lightly across Jungu's throat. After confirming the absence of breath, he nonchalantly sheathed the blade. The entire process flowed as smoothly as if he weren't committing murder, but merely performing a simple, routine task. What are your next plans? The shadow attendant let out a cold laugh before turning to Fu Shuhua. Can you let me out? Yes. Fu Shuhua answered without hesitation, then extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and rose slowly. After scanning the room to confirm no one else was present, he spoke slowly. The association will soon trace the investigation to me, but I sent my entire family abroad earlier this year under the guise of a vacation. Once they connect the dots to you, the Dark Lord probably won't mind tossing me over. His tone remained calm, yet the shadow servant detected a hint of worry. After all, within the association, Fu Shuhua was a respected vice president. Once detached from it, he would become vulnerable, like fish on a platter. Shadow attendant, however, said little in response. Instead, he lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. I'll do my best to get you there. He didn't promise on behalf of the Dark God, but pledged his own commitment. Hearing this, Fu Shuhua, who had been tense moments before, instantly broke into a smile. If the other party had readily agreed, Fu Shuhua would never admit any connection to the evil god, even at the cost of his life. After all, this matter could implicate his entire family. As long as he remained silent and denied it, few would dare to pin the blame on him. But the shadow attendant's deliberate response now aligned perfectly with his expectations. The demon god himself wouldn't value him, but the demon god society might. Because he knew too many secrets. Joining the cult of the evil god was the choice that would maximize the value of those secrets. Agreed. Without further ado, Fu Shuhua nodded directly, then rose to deactivate the level suppression array. Instantly, the shadow attendant felt the inexplicable aura around him dissipate, and his own level began to slowly rise again. Let's go. Before long, he felt himself return to peak condition. Clenching his fist, he prepared to leave immediately. Hearing this, Fu Shuhua nodded slightly.
Though he still harbored some concern for his family, as long as they remained out of danger, he didn't need to meet them. In fact, this arrangement was safer. Just as they turned to leave, the sound of applause echoed through the air. Clap! 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 As the footsteps grew closer, Fu Shuhua and the shadow attendant both halted abruptly, turning to look. A familiar figure descended the stairs, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Vice President, shadow attendant, where might you two be headed? The newcomer greeted them with a smile, seemingly offering a casual greeting. Yet, it sent a chill through Fu Shuhua and Ing Shi. Wu Cheng! What are you doing here? Fu Shuhua exclaimed in shock, a flash of terror even crossing his eyes. He knew Wu Cheng's strength. Even with two of them, he still felt it was impossible to defeat him. Hearing this, Wu Cheng first chuckled, then spread his hands. If I weren't here, how else would I get to watch such a grand spectacle? As he spoke, the world-slaying god-cutting blade slowly materialized in his hand before he charged directly at the vice president who had already defected to the evil god society. Chapter 156, The Association's Plan, The Shadow Servant's Backup. Seeing Wu Cheng charging straight at him, Fu Shuhua's heart skipped a beat. Though he was also a combat professional, compared to the notoriously fierce Wu Cheng, he felt like a helpless little rabbit. After all, he hadn't even completed the level 200 challenge quest yet. Though his level appeared significantly higher than Wu Cheng's, they were both still within the 100-200 level range. Even if he was stronger, it couldn't be by much. You truly intend to block our path? Seeing Wu Cheng stand before him, weapon raised, Fu Shuhua felt an unexpected sense of relief. It was as if a mental shackle had been released, allowing him to finally accept that he and the shadow servant belonged to the same category. But instead of an answer, Wu Cheng met him with an attack. As a barrage of blade flashes descended, Fu Shuhua made an instant decision. He absolutely couldn't let these attacks draw the attention of others. With a flick of his wrist, several spatial portals instantly opened, barely swallowing all of Wu Cheng's attacks. Yet Fu Shuhua's expression darkened. The portal's capacity depended on his own strength. Absorbing this many attacks had pushed him to his absolute limit. Why haven't you moved? Seeing Wu Cheng prepare to strike again, Fu Shuhua barked the command. Only then did the shadow servant snap out of its daze and launch its assault. Shadow spheres sealed off all of Wu Cheng's retreat routes, then began rapidly expanding as if intent on devouring the entire room. Wu Cheng, stripped of his North City Core District bravado, found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Run! Seeing Wu Cheng trapped and dodging desperately within the shadow sphere, Fu Shuhua shouted over his shoulder before sprinting toward the exit. Though the shadow servant looked puzzled at the scene, survival came first. Without further hesitation, it followed Fu Shuhua straight out the door. Watching the two depart, Wu Cheng's lips curled into a faint smile. With a light tremor of the world-slaying god-cutting blade, several shadow orbs shattered instantly, as if they had never existed at all. Vice President. Upon reaching the lobby, the scene remained unchanged from usual. Staff even greeted him with smiles. Fu Shuhua breathed a sigh of relief. Had they drawn the association's attention, no matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't have escaped. MHM. He smiled and nodded in greeting. Naturally, the shadow servant couldn't maintain its form as a demonic god's minion and reverted to its true appearance, thus avoiding attracting attention. The two walked out of the association one after the other. Once they reached a safe location, they began sprinting at full speed. Just as Wu Cheng emerged, Wu Chongming, who had vanished earlier, opened the office door with a grin. Success? Yes. Now we just wait for Marshal Zhang to make his move. Wu Cheng nodded, then quickened his pace to give chase. Hurry up and chase after them, or they'll definitely get suspicious. Seeing this, Wu Chongming said nothing, merely cautioning Wu Cheng to be careful before beginning his own preparations. Meanwhile, Fu Shuhua and the shadow attendant, who were sprinting frantically, hurriedly flagged down a car. They pointed to a destination, tossed a large wad of cash at the driver, and ordered him to speed off. This feels a bit off. Ing Shi frowned, feeling that everything seemed too smooth. Don't say another word. Fu Shuhua abruptly cut him off, pointing toward Wu Cheng charging out of the association building, signaling reassurance. Seeing Wu Cheng rushing toward him, the shadow attendant's frown smoothed out. Had the other party not pursued him, he might have suspected a trap. But Wu Cheng's emergence confirmed the matter's authenticity. Driver, full speed ahead. As Wu Cheng drew nearer, Fu Shuhua quickly tossed another handful of money his way. This is the first time anyone's ever asked me to speed up. Everyone, I'm about to make a fool of myself. With these precious coins in hand, the driver instantly floored the accelerator. Damn it, even if the commission gets deducted, I won't have to worry about food or clothes for the rest of my life. The car roared to life, drawing stares from passers-by as an ordinary taxi suddenly raced past like a race car. Seeing the other car speed away so swiftly, Wu Cheng felt no tension whatsoever. His own speed might be slow, but Bai certainly wasn't. His goal was to apply pressure, not to chase after them or get left behind. Only when the pressure was right would these evil god society bastards truly play their trump cards. Boo-bye. As the car was about to vanish from his sight, Wu Cheng suddenly bellowed. As his words fell, a figure suddenly materialized midair. Wu Bai leapt from behind and Wu Cheng flipped onto its back, immediately giving chase. In an instant, the entire Yanjing department was thrown into an uproar. A driver blatantly disregarded traffic laws, speeding down the main road at full throttle. Worse still, a beast tamer was racing a deer behind him as if they didn't care about anyone else's life. But when someone tried to report the incident, they discovered that no matter how they tried, they couldn't get through to their superiors. It wasn't until half an hour later, after the driver and others reached the northern district, that the superiors finally responded to their messages. Nothing happened today. Nothing at all. Staring at these messages, the staff members were stunned. But since higher-ups intended to sweep this under the rug, they had no choice but to comply. In North City, the driver's car was practically a wreck. He practically floored the accelerator on the road. This car he'd bought 10 years ago seemed to be finally reaching the end of its life. Yet, when he saw the dozens of large checks and stacks of cash inside, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The two men had long since exited the vehicle. He had finally lived out his dream of being a race car driver. Soon, he spotted the pursuing figure from behind arriving at the same location. The driver was about to speak, but the other person ignored him completely, charging straight into the somewhat chaotic cluster of buildings. After charging into the buildings, Wu Cheng saw a group of people emerge from the shadows. Well, where are they? These individuals were all part of Marshal Zhang's pre-arranged setup. They likely hadn't even been noticed when the shadow servants and Fu Shuhua entered. Wu Cheng grabbed the leader, number 1, and demanded information about their whereabouts. Number 1 pointed ahead. Wu Cheng looked up to see Yingshi and Fu Shuhua now standing atop a high platform. It stood as the highest point in the entire core area, towering prominently above the surrounding low-rise buildings. Ha ha ha, Wu Cheng, weren't you trying to capture us? Come on then. Fu Shuhua had shed all traces of his vice-chairman's composure, replaced by utter madness. Yingshi, meanwhile, watched silently from above, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Wu Cheng, your plan is flawless. You just wanted to see my backup plan, didn't you? Now let's see if you can handle it. With that, the shadow attendant pulled a gleaming fragment from his pocket. Upon seeing the shard, Wu Cheng's eyes widened in shock. It was a fragment of the Divine Palace. He never imagined the shadow attendant would possess such an item. Lord Dark God, we humbly welcome your arrival. The shadow attendant tossed the fragment into the air. A spatial gate slowly materialized, its immense suction pulling both him and Fu Shuhua inside. Then, a terrifying voice suddenly echoed through the air, compelling everyone present to feel an instinctive urge to submit. Wu Cheng, having beheld the Dark God, you must kneel. A shadowy form of the Dark God materialized mid-air. Some association staff with weaker nerves felt their legs give way, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Gritting his teeth in fury, Wu Cheng retorted. Rock Demon, Chris. Chapter 157, The Shrine Dungeon Caught Between a Rock and a Hard Place. Vote for us. Rock Solid Evil God, Chris. Wu Cheng stared intently at the shadow of the demon god in the sky, his eyes flashing with resentment. Rock Demon Chris. This creature was the first demon god he had ever encountered, and also the one that had suffered the most losses at his hands. Though he now knew this entity was the mastermind behind the recent events, Wu Cheng still seethed with rage at the sight of Chris. Ha, little brat, you think you're so capable? I'll be waiting for you in the dungeon. The Rock Demon's phantom cast a glance at Wu Cheng before transforming into a jet of black smoke and plunging into the spatial gate. Watching the arrogant god of evil, the guild members gritted their teeth in fury, yet none dared enter the instance. There was no way around it. If courage could bridge the gap in levels, then demon gods would have long ceased to exist in this world. Captain, what should we do? Seeing the demon god so thoroughly demoralizing them, number 1 couldn't help but frown. Unlike the other guild members, they belonged to the Dragon Squad professionals specially trained by the military. If nothing else, no one was more skilled than them at dealing with avatars of the evil god. Yet even now, though they yearned to charge in, their eyes still turned to Wu Cheng. There was no other choice. After all, he was the one who had actually gone 1v1 against a demon god and emerged victorious. No matter how strong the others were, they still seemed too green compared to Wu Cheng. Let's go. Wu Cheng glanced back at the others, shrugged, and strode toward the spatial gate ahead. Since he was here, he intended to have a proper exchange with his old acquaintance, the Rock Demon God. Whether it would be friendly or not was anyone's guess, but it would certainly be a physical exchange where every punch landed squarely. Watching their captain prepare to lead them into the instance, the members of the Dragon Squad perked up and followed suit. But just as Wu Cheng reached the base of the platform, he abruptly halted and turned to address the military personnel. Make sure you send people to clear this place out. Don't leave any traces of the evil god cult behind. The lead soldier, clearly snapped out of his daze from the demon god's earlier appearance, nodded urgently in understanding. Only then did Wu Cheng feel reassured enough to step into the instance. A spatial shift occurred before their eyes. When Wu Cheng and the Dragon Squad opened them again, they found themselves inside the demon god instance. This instance looked vastly different from any they had encountered before. No death or terror in sight, just an ordinary scene. Doesn't seem particularly dangerous, huh? Number 3 wore a faint look of confusion on his face as he began walking straight ahead.
Watch out.
Wu Chang suddenly shouted to stop him, but it was already too late. The moment number 3's foot touched the ground, it was instantly engulfed by a tangled mass of weeds, threatening to swallow him whole.
As a star mage, number 3's combat prowess was undeniable, yet even he couldn't completely sever these vines.
The next instant, a flash of blade light streaked through the air. Wu Chang's world-shattering god-slaying blade sliced through the weeds as easily as cutting tofu. The severed grass fell to the ground, writhing like snakes before finally dying.
What the hell are these things?
Number 3 hastily pulled his leg free, his face still pale with shock.
The members of the dragon squad all turned to look at Wu Chang,
wanting to see how their captain would respond. But Wu Chang merely swung his sword once more, his face hardening with resolve.
One word, kill.
With that, he unleashed a godslayer slash that streaked along the ground.
The weeds instantly shriveled as if encountering a natural predator. Even so, the godslayer's power tore up the earth itself, completely eradicating the weeds. Let's go. Wu Chang wasted no words, stepping onto the now bare earthen path and advancing deeper into the dungeon. With Wu Chang's example, the members of the dragon squad quickly caught on, advancing while taking turns unleashing attacks.
With each step forward, the ground behind them began to slowly collapse. Only after they vanished completely from the horizon did the earth abruptly dissipate, as if it had never existed at all. Only when they were utterly exhausted from casting spells did they finally emerge from that grassland that felt like a man-eating monster. Glancing back, they felt their hearts leap in terror. Had the captain not devised a solution first, they would likely still be trapped there, unsure how to proceed. But Wu Chang narrowed his eyes, sensing something profoundly wrong about this situation. I've encountered at least 3, if not 5, of these demon god dungeons myself, but this one is by far the strangest.
Has Chris changed his ways?
Considering how all they treated life as worthless chaff, Wu Chang even wondered if Chris was beginning to distance himself from the faction. But he quickly shook his head at the thought.
After all, the destructive urge of a demon god was something no ordinary monster could ever match.
Where monsters fought for survival or dungeon mechanics, the evil gods battled to destroy realms and devour worlds. And judging by their memories, it seems every intends to return to the divine realm. I wonder what exactly exists within the divine realm that could attract even the evil gods. Recalling the scenes he witnessed in the Swallowing Heaven evil gods' memories, Wu Chang knew the evil gods were incapable of genuine reform. But this time, the shadow servant had produced a fragment of the divine palace.
And this fragment could actually form a dungeon.
Perhaps the peculiarity of this dungeon was connected to the divine palace fragment.
Perhaps only by gathering all the shrine fragments can I uncover the secrets hidden within.
Pondering the shadow servant's actions, his curiosity about exploring this dungeon's secrets grew even stronger. Emerging from the grasslands, a vast desert stretched before him. Though separated by a mere 10 meters, the two landscapes were worlds apart. One step forward meant scorching heat and arid conditions, while retreating meant facing attacks from the weeds below. Clearly, no one was meant to venture deep into the dungeon. Wu Chang hesitated not a moment, stepping directly into the sand.
In an instant, an intense heat nearly scorched him through. Wu Chang felt unbearable heat radiating from every pore, even his clothes seemed to carry traces of fire. Damn it, this is unbearably hot.
He yanked his leg out of the sand, glaring at the already reddened skin and cursing under his breath. Looking up, he saw nothing but endless sand stretching in every direction. It seemed as if the only way forward was to simply walk across the sand. Captain, trouble. Just as Wu Chang frowned, pondering how to cross this desert, he heard number 7's voice ring out. Wu Chang turned his head, shock instantly flashing in his eyes. The patch of grass was slowly dissipating, leaving nothing but utter void. They were trapped like beasts in a snare, unable to advance or retreat. Chapter 158, The Third Divine Palace Fragment, The Fallen God's Avatar Descends. The grassland behind them vanished bit by bit, while the desert ahead radiated heat so intense even he couldn't withstand it. Witnessing this, even Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a surge of anger.
Caught between two fires, if he couldn't react soon, this situation would likely kill them all before long. Is this what the Divine Palace instance is like?
Its difficulty alone rivals that of a god-slaying tier. Wu Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of worry flickering in his gaze. He looked up at the sun in the sky. Within mere seconds, its scorching rays felt unbearably glaring, even to him. Looks like we have to push forward. He murmured to himself before his gaze swept over every member of the Divine Dragon Squad.
Let's go. No hesitation.
With that, Wu Chang strode directly into the scorching desert ahead. The moment he stepped in, he was instantly hit by heat comparable to that of the heaven and earth furnace. But unlike the heaven and earth furnace of the woodcarving tribe, where the heat was merely a test searing yet not life-threatening, this desert, however, was another matter entirely. The heat here was relentless, designed to take lives without mercy, offering no quarter whatsoever. Seeing their leader charge in, the members of the dragon squad gritted their teeth and plunged headlong into the scorching sands. Yet the moment they plunged into the desert, they began screaming to retreat. Turning back, they discovered the grassland behind them had vanished entirely.
Lingering any longer risked certain death in the desert.
Glancing up at Wu Chang leading the way ahead, the group hurriedly followed.
At least there aren't any monsters here.
After walking for a while, Wu Chang surveyed the tranquil desert around him, gaining a deeper understanding of this dungeon. Glancing up at the sun, Wu Chang couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt as though the sun seemed to be slowly descending the higher they climbed.
Captain, it's getting hotter and hotter.
The members of the Shenlong squad trailing behind were already struggling to endure, panting heavily as they began to complain.
Their uniforms offered some heat insulation, but lacking Wu Chang's strength, they now appeared even more exhausted than he did without any gear. Keep moving.
After a moment of silence, Wu Chang finally turned to face the group. The others simply marched forward in silence, not responding, for even speaking was an immense effort for them now. Seeing this, Wu Chang looked up at the sky. The brilliant sun that had once hung high in the sky was now slowly descending. As Wu Chang and the others advanced, its descent grew increasingly rapid. Wu Chang remained silent, offering no warning. This anomaly represented the last glimmer of hope for everyone when they could no longer endure. While it might inspire them now, it could not serve its full purpose. Yet the scene he had imagined people collapsing did not materialize. Instead, the sun descended with increasing speed until it crashed directly onto the ground.
Captain, what is that? Just as everyone felt as though lead weights were tied to their legs, rendering them completely immobile, a dazzling object suddenly appeared ahead.
It startled everyone, and number one, who had the most remaining stamina, couldn't help but cry out in shock. Hearing this, Wu Chang, panting heavily, paled at the sight. He immediately rushed forward and touched the sun. The moment his hand made contact, the intense heat around him began to slowly dissipate. Looking down, he realized it wasn't the sun at all, it was clearly a fragment of the Divine Palace. This is the third shrine fragment. Wu Chang's furrowed brow smoothed out, and his eagerness to collect all the Divine Palace fragments grew even stronger. Yet, after a long while, the instance remained unchanged. They had not been teleported out.
It seems we still haven't found the key to leaving this instance.
His gaze swept over the exhausted members of the Dragon Squad, and Wu Chang's eyes darkened with a sinister glint. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled. Looking up, they saw a mountain range slowly rising ahead, and two figures emerging amidst swirling yellow sand.
Ah, Wu Chang.
The dark god himself has intervened, what an immense honor.
It seems you'll be staying here too.
The shadow servant's voice echoed slowly, his face still wearing a smug grin.
As his words faded, the colossal mountain instantly transformed into a monolithic stone giant.
The stone on the giant's face rapidly shifted, eventually forming a familiar visage.
Rock Demon, Chris.
Wu Chang gasped in shock. He hurriedly checked the opponent's attributes, only to suddenly discover a series of question marks. In that instant, Wu Chang froze.
The question marks meant only one thing: the opponent's power far surpassed his own. This level was at least 50. Heh, Wu Chang, we meet again.
The rock demon, having successfully revealed its true form, sneered coldly, its tiny eyes brimming with intense murderous intent.
Today, I'll leave you here.
Without warning, the opponent attacked directly. Wu Chang knew this time he'd have to fight for his life. He'd repeatedly thwarted Chris's plans, and now the enemy had arrived here by some unknown means, clearly confident they could keep him here.
But no matter the reason, Wu Chang would never surrender without a fight. Godslayer triple slash. Wu Chang unleashed his most powerful killing move without hesitation. Yet even so, the three-blade auras could only leave a faint white scar on Chris's clone.
Seeing this, Wu Chang unleashed the heaven-splitting blade energy once more. Yet the rock demon god remained utterly unmoved, uttering only a muffled grunt as that massive hand continued its descent toward Wu Chang.
Captain, you go first.
At that moment, several attacks suddenly flew out from behind. Turning around, he saw the members of the Divine Dragon Squad rising to their feet.
Though utterly exhausted themselves, they channeled their skills to launch attacks. Captain, go now. We'll stay behind to buy time.
You alone are stronger than all of us combined. Once you've grown stronger, that wretched demon god won't stand a chance against you. A grim smile played on number 7's face. Yet even so, years of training under Zhang Molong had ingrained in them the ability to make such sacrifices in an instant.
Faced with an unbeatable foe, the smallest sacrifice was the only option. And clearly, Wu Chang's value alone outweighed that of the entire Shenlong squad.
Witnessing this, Wu Chang merely smiled and did not turn to leave. He looked at Chris with a look of contempt in his eyes.
You damn demon god, if I can kill you once, I can kill you 1,000 times.
With that, he hoisted the world-shattering god-slaying blade and charged straight at Chris.
Chapter 159, Battle Against the Evil God, 5x level boost. Vote for me.
Just as Wu Chang watched the palm descend, the system's voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Facing the carefully condensed clone of the evil god Chris, please make a choice. A. Immediately turn back and flee this place. Escaping combat grants a luck boost. Next item obtained will be no lower than revered grade. B. Confront the evil god and slay him on the spot. All skills reset upon entering combat. Temporary level boost to 150. Victory grants 5x level gain and doubles all attributes. When this choice appeared, Wu Chang grinned. Standing here meant he'd already made his decision long ago.
I choose B. This time, I'm going to face the evil god head on.
Wu Chang made his decision instantly. He roared, then felt a stream of data flash before his eyes. Evil God Chris's avatar LV.180, an avatar of the rock evil God Chris, forged with immense effort from his essence. Though possessing less than 1% of his true power, it still holds the capacity to obliterate a small dungeon. Recommended to be countered by a 1,000-strong battalion of equal level. Strength, 4,000 spirit, 3,000 physical resistance, 8,000 magic resistance, 8,000 stamina, 4 million. Skills, resistance conversion, demon god's body, rock solid divine power, earth fisher. In an instant, Wu Chang, enhanced by the system, felt his world grow crystal clear. This avatar was actually level 180, no wonder he couldn't detect it before. After all, his main body was only level 120, a full 60 levels lower. Naturally, he couldn't scan the others' information. But now, with the system forcibly boosting his level to 150, he could finally perceive the information of this avatar, the rock-solid evil god. Seeing this, Wu Chang hesitated no longer, immediately activating his Dharma body. Instantly, the triple attribute boost pushed all his stats far beyond the current level cap. 3 streaks of blade light shot forth, colliding instantly with the rock demon god's massive hand. Unlike before, however, bolstered by the triple attributes of the Dharma body, the attack shattered the protective barrier surrounding the rock giant, striking its core directly. Oomph! A dull thud echoed as the world-shattering god-slaying blade sliced clean through the rock giant's wrist. Blood poured forth like water, instantly forming a river across the desert sands. Strangely, this river of blood vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. The sand around it seemed unchanged, save for a fleeting crimson flash that served as the only evidence that what had just occurred was real. Heaven's slicing blade force. Wu Chang had no time to order the dragon squad members to flee. He instantly closed the distance with a spatial leap and a surprise elbow strike, then aimed directly for the rock giant's neck and swung down. Countless slashes rained down like a storm. Empowered by his Dharma body, the heaven-splitting blade's attack effects carrying the destructive power of the world-destroying, god-slaying blade landed every single blow. Wu Chang, you're dead. Though the rock giant possessed formidable defenses and powerful life-sustaining abilities, Wu Chang's attacks converged on a single point, tearing a gaping hole through its neck. Even so, the rock giant's health plummeted to Wu Chang's lethal threshold. Instantly, Wu Chang's eyes darkened with murderous intent. His toes flicked the ground, and his entire body transformed into a streak of light as he charged toward the rock giant. Though he still had the heaven-defying reversal skill unused, it consumed too much stamina. He would never use it unless facing a life or death crisis. Get down! Just as Wu Chang's blade was about to strike, a furious roar erupted from above. Shadow Servant, holding the shadow orb, hurled it directly at Wu Chang's head. If hit, it was certain he'd be hospitalized for over 10 days, to say the least. After all, Wu Chang knew his stats were excellent across the board, but his dual resistances had always been his weakness. It could even be said that defeating him required targeting his resistances. Seeing this, Fu Shuhua immediately flew over, seemingly preparing to finish Wu Chang off. Yet in the next instant, terror gripped their eyes, freezing them in place. Wu Chang's world-shattering god-slaying blade flashed with dazzling multicolored light. Then, with a single strike that twisted the heavens and cleaved the earth, the blade's radiance shot skyward. The terrifying force of the strike sent a chill through the members of the Divine Dragon Squad. They knew this captain named Wu Chang was formidable, otherwise, he wouldn't have defeated the Calamity Demon God. But the problem was, this attack was simply too terrifying, far beyond what a mere 100-level professional could possibly master. The captain is simply too terrifying. Watching the cloud split cleanly in two, even the strongest member, number 1, swallowed hard. The others nodded in agreement, not daring to compare themselves to Wu Chang. Not just them, even top-tier professionals from other military districts might not match Wu Chang at the same level. After all, they had trained alongside those prodigies. While the Dragon Squad could typically challenge 5 elite military operatives of equal rank, Wu Chang could take on 5 single-handedly. Perhaps that's why Captain Zhang chose to entrust him with this mission. Number 7 spoke up, and the others finally understood. A single individual possessing formidable strength might be considered a brute, but when one's power reaches a level where others cannot even hope to match it, that is no longer a brute, it is a tyrant capable of crushing all opponents of equal rank. Boom! 2 headless corpses crashed to the ground with a thud. Shadow Servant and Fu Shuhua ultimately couldn't evade that blade's flash, leaving their lives behind here. Wu Chang lowered his head to look at the stone giant. Though drained of strength, he forced himself to appear unfazed. In that brief moment, the rock demon had completely abandoned this avatar, yet it had reclaimed the vast majority of its power. In other words, the current stone giant remained a level 180 super boss, but it was now nothing more than a hollow shell. Oomph, die! Even so, Wu Chang showed no mercy. He plunged his blade directly into the rock giant's skull, instantly slaying the colossal stone creature. Option completed, reward issued successfully. Level up plus 40. Congratulations, host, you have reached level 160. Congratulations, host. Attributes doubled. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and only then did Wu Chang realize he had truly slain the avatar of the rock demon god. Without the support of the demon god's power, the scene before his eyes began to shift rapidly, eventually transforming into the landscape of Yanjing's northern district. Chapter 160, Returning Home in Triumph, an invitation from First High. Watching the surroundings shift rapidly, Wu Chang felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. It seemed he had truly exited the dungeon. If any more monsters or bosses appeared now, he'd be utterly helpless in his current state. "Are you okay?" Hua Chongming, who had rushed over, now wore a look of deep concern. The entire plan had been orchestrated by him and Zhang Beihai not only to eradicate the underground evil god society in Yanjing, but also to overhaul the entire North District. He reached out to help Wu Chang to his feet, handing him a bottle of recovery potion as he did so. "Thanks." Wu Chang accepted it without hesitation, gulping it down in one go. Only then did he feel somewhat better. The members of the Dragon Squad were also utterly exhausted and had been taken away by association staff for treatment. Wu Chang knew full well that the remaining cleanup work didn't require his presence, so he turned to bid farewell to Guo Chongming. "I'll go back with you." But clearly, Guo Chongming wasn't entirely comfortable with Wu Chang in his current state and insisted on escorting him personally. They boarded the special vehicle, but to his surprise, Wu Chang immediately lay down. What kind of boss was in there? It actually wore you out this badly. Guo Chongming's expression grew grave, clearly noticing Wu Chang's current state of weakness. Hearing this, Wu Chang waved him off, signaling for a moment to rest. After catching his breath, he finally sighed deeply and said, "It's an avatar of the rock demon god, the kind where the main body personally intervenes." Wu Chang's eyes held solemnity, a hint of apprehension flickering within. Was the rock demon god powerful? Not exceptionally so, considering he had defeated both the burning heaven demon god Morilang and the calamity demon god Yekika, both stronger foes. But Wu Chang knew that was only under the constraints of level restrictions. If the level cap in the Wild Plains Great World were 200, he would never have been able to defeat the calamity evil god. Hearing this, Wu Chongming's eyes narrowed sharply. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "I've already applied for your early graduation from school. It's up to you whether you graduate this winter break or wait until next year with the seniors. But you should still visit Huajing City soon. There's likely to be major developments here in Yanjing, and you won't be able to level up anyway." Wu Chang nodded silently at his words. Graduating early was best postponed until next year. Otherwise, leaving Yanjing University after just one semester would make him an easy target for certain unscrupulous individuals. As for returning to Huajiang City, it had been several months since he'd been back, and with no suitable places to level up in Yanjing for the next few days, going back might be a good choice. He could have Bubai stay at the guild first, so he wouldn't have to worry about it wandering off. With his decision made, Wu Chang's emotions gradually settled. Soon after, he actually fell asleep right there in the car. 3 days later, Huajiang City Professional Association. President Song Qingye stood before the teleportation array, flanked by several department heads. Some newly appointed directors whispered among themselves, utterly unaware of who was preparing to inspect the association. Soon, a flash of white light erupted from the guild's teleportation array. A youth with a handsome, refined face stepped out, wearing a carefree grin. "You youngster, haven't seen you in a while, and you've already caused so much trouble." Song Qingye rushed forward to greet the arrival, his face radiating warmth. The association ministers witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel a stir within. Recent days had been chaotic and complicated, and it had been ages since they'd seen Chairman Song smile. Who would have thought this young man held such influence? "Chairman Song, you're too kind. These are gifts I brought from Yanjing, everyone gets a share." The visitor was none other than Wu Chang. With a smile, he produced a spatial ring and handed it to Song Qingye before him. Though he understood that given his current strength and status, the other party had no choice but to look after his relatives left behind in Huajiang City, certain courtesies still needed to be observed. Seeing Wu Chang's politeness, Song Qingye repeatedly declined, but unable to refuse any longer, he finally accepted it. The moment he stepped into the car, he glanced at the contents of the spatial ring and couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. He knew the ins and outs of Wu Chang's affairs. Setting aside other matters, the mere fact that he had eliminated the hidden dangers of an entire instance was astonishing enough. Moreover, this was based on information he had gathered earlier. He hadn't been able to uncover the latest developments in recent days. He didn't know if Wu Chang was diligently leveling up or if the secrecy level was too high for him to access the information. Regardless of the reason, he had no choice but to cultivate a relationship with Wu Chang. The only way to do that was to take care of the family he had left behind in Huajing City. "We're here." As he gazed at the unfamiliar villa, Song Qingye's voice reached Wu Chang's ears. He paused in surprise before realizing he had moved long ago. It was just that he rarely visited this new home. After bidding farewell to Song Qingye, Wu Chang entered the villa, which was under the discreet protection of association personnel. Opening the door, he found his parents seated on the sofa. Wu Dad was reading the newspaper, while Wu Mom was knitting a sweater. These were their old habits. Though their current circumstances made such activities unnecessary, they clearly couldn't shake them off. "Why are you back? Honey, go prepare the groceries we bought today."
I'll handle the cooking.
Wu's mother was naturally overjoyed to see her son home, but she immediately turned and gave her husband instructions. Hearing this, Wu dad could only shake his head and head into the kitchen. As he closed the door, a look of affection flickered in his eyes. He'd lived most of his life with his family. What was wrong with washing vegetables? He'd even earned a chef's certificate back in the day. If his career hadn't taken a different path, he might well be a renowned chef in the region now. But judging by Wu Cheng's behavior, maybe we can start setting him up on blind dates after he graduates from college. Observing his somewhat carefree son, Wu dad couldn't help but entertain the thought. Wu Cheng, of course, remained unaware of these thoughts. After finishing dinner with his family, he contacted each member of the Shunlong squad one by one. Learning that both the most severely injured members, number 9 and number 10, were out of danger, Wu Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want to be responsible for casualties among his team members so soon after becoming Dragon Squad's captain. That evening, while the family strolled by the lake, Wu Cheng received a call. It was his private number, causing Wu Cheng to frown. His private number was protected within the association, only those of a certain rank could access it. Looks like it's someone I know. Ruling out anyone from the association, Wu Cheng quickly deduced it must be someone he knew personally. Sure enough, when he answered, the familiar voice on the other end belonged to Huang Jingtian, the principal of Huajiang No. 1 High School. The call's purpose was straightforward, a request for him to visit the high school before winter break began, offering encouragement to this year's graduating seniors. Wu Cheng was about to decline with a wave of his hand. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but since his return to Huajiang City was still classified, if anyone from the Evil God Society discovered he was here, it could lead to some untimely complications. Moreover, the news of his return had likely only reached them after Chairman Song Qingye had spoken with them privately. But just as he was about to decline, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Regarding the principal's invitation, please make a choice. A. Decline the invitation, citing prior commitments, immediately gain 100 attribute points. B. Accept the invitation and publicly reveal your identity, obtain a clue to the 4th shrine fragment. Chapter 161, The Motivation Meeting, Clues to the 4th Fragment. Staring at the two options before him, Wu Cheng froze for a moment. He never imagined the system would pop up at this moment. As far as he knew, each system appearance signaled a major choice. Who would have thought even returning to Huajiang City for a motivation meeting could trigger it? I choose B. Wu Cheng made his choice without hesitation. Between attributes and the shrine fragment, the latter's importance clearly outweighed the former. Selection complete. After the motivation meeting, you will obtain clues to the shrine fragment. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Wu Cheng finally snapped back to reality. At that moment, Principal Huang Jingtian's call reached his ears. Hey, Wu Cheng, are you coming over? The principal's tone was calm and measured, as if he already knew Wu Cheng would decline. Of course. I can come anytime tomorrow. Wu Cheng chuckled and readily agreed to the matter. Not only was the task straightforward, but his connection as a graduate of First High made it natural to help. Plus, the system was offering a reward there was simply no reason to refuse. Oh, great. I'll have someone arrange it immediately. Hearing his reply, Principal Huang on the other end paused slightly before his voice burst with delight. Although Wu Cheng had been a student at First High, he was now a graduate. Moreover, his current status was far from ordinary. Attending this incentive meeting was hardly expected of him. But since Wu Cheng chose to return, Huang Jingtian would do whatever it took to accommodate him. Regardless of other considerations, successfully handling this matter might persuade higher-ups to allocate resources more generously, recognizing First High School's role in nurturing Wu Cheng. Seeing Principal Huang had other matters to attend to, Wu Cheng didn't linger. After a brief exchange, he hurriedly ended the call. After informing his parents of the situation, the family abandoned their planned evening stroll and headed straight home to rest, anxious not to disrupt Wu Cheng's schedule the following day. The next morning, Wu Cheng rose early. Standing inconspicuously outside the school gates, he watched students file through the entrance, a faint smile playing on his lips. Occasionally, he spotted couples releasing each other's arms, pretending to be ordinary classmates as they entered the gates. Whenever he witnessed such scenes, Wu Cheng's face would break into an amused smile. Though he had never been in a relationship himself, he understood these gestures perfectly. After all, before his career change, he had no shortage of female admirers. But what's the point of romance? Only growing stronger matters. Wu Cheng chuckled, then donned his skycloak and flew straight toward the principal's office. Since his class change, he'd grown even less interested in romantic entanglements. Leveling up and strengthening his power was the only true path. Knock knock knock. The knocking echoed down the hallway. With few people around the principal's office, the sound seemed unusually loud. Come in. Huang Jingtian's voice drifted slowly. When he saw Wu Cheng push open the door, he stood up with a smile and came to greet him. Why so early? Principal Huang hurriedly poured tea, anxious that Wu Cheng might be displeased. Though he knew Wu Cheng wouldn't care about such things, he felt compelled to do them anyway. After all, their differing statuses inevitably led to different perspectives and priorities.
It was President Song who told me you were coming back. You really are.
The principal spoke while giving Wu Chang a thumbs up. During his time at the academy, though he rarely meddled in affairs, he had heard Wu Chang's name. But after Wu Chang transferred to become an independent practitioner, no one spoke of this former prodigy anymore. Now it seemed this very student who had become an independent practitioner was actually the most outstanding graduate ever produced by First High.
Principal, you're too kind. Wu Chang finished his tea, responding with a smile.
Since today's main event was the motivational assembly, the two engaged in casual, sporadic conversation as they quietly awaited its commencement. Soon, a teacher called to inform the principal that everyone was ready, awaiting only the arrival of the honored guests. Seeing this, the two headed toward the playground. Standing backstage, Wu Chang observed the school's transformation.
Aside from the increased crowd, little else seemed different. Your seniors have always been role models for your studies.
That's why Wu Chang, who was admitted to Yenjing University last year, made a special trip back to inspire you before your career transition. Amidst Huang Jingtian's loud announcement and the students' applause, Wu Chang slowly walked onto the stage with a smile. Since he was reading from a script, he felt no nerves. He simply followed the school's prescribed order of events. After the motivational meeting, the principal and others wanted to invite Wu Chang to dinner that evening, but he declined outright.
After all, none of his acquaintances were at the school. Why go to such trouble? Moreover, the system's reward had already been distributed,
and he needed to hurry back that evening to investigate where the clue for the fourth fragment might be. Upon returning home, Wu Chang wasted no time, immediately focusing his attention on the system and beginning to examine the clues. Soon, he pinpointed the fragment's location from the memories transmitted by the system.
First, it's certain this fragment isn't in Yenjing, it's in Huajiang City. And the dungeon it's in should accommodate my level.
Sitting on his bed, Wu Chang methodically organized the system's clues. Second, the dungeon containing the shrine fragment is a water-based instance, and the monsters there are exceptionally vicious. Although the system provided a wealth of information, it essentially boiled down to these 2 points. With just a bit of organization, Wu Chang quickly obtained the information he needed. However, there were still hundreds of dungeons he could access in Huajing City, and even water-themed dungeons likely numbered in the dozens.
He couldn't possibly search them all individually.
Wu Chang decided against the hassle of searching himself.
He simply called Song Qingye and asked him to screen the dungeons matching those 2 criteria. I've sent you the instance details. Take a look.
The reply came swiftly. Wu Chang received the files but discovered that even after filtering out most instances, four still met his criteria.
One had a level cap of 300 a rarity in Huajiang City.
If the fragment was there, Wu Chang figured he'd need to grind up his level first.
As for the remaining 3 dungeons, all had level caps below 200.
Among them, the monsters in the Bloodwater Abyss were the most vicious, and it was also the only Godslayer tier dungeon among the 4.
In that case, you're the one I choose.
Wu Chang stared at the Godslayer tier Bloodwater Abyss, his mind settling on his final decision. As for whether the Divine Palace fragment was inside, that would naturally require a thorough search once he entered.
Chapter 162, Team Dungeon Challenge, Farewell to Teacher Bai.
Bloodwater Abyss was widely regarded as one of the most challenging dungeons in all of Huajing City. It wasn't because the monsters inside were exceptionally powerful, but because solo challenges were strictly prohibited.
Oof. I've heard of group challenges being forbidden, but banning solo attempts? That's downright bizarre.
Wu Chang stood at the dungeon entrance, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Due to this dungeon's peculiarity, Wu Chang decided to make it his first exploration target. Moreover, since only groups could attempt it, entry was strictly timed.
At this moment, quite a few people were still waiting outside. Level 110 Psionic Gunner leading, group needs 1 more member.
Level 140 support ready to join, interested parties contact ASAP.
3 female support players awaiting top-tier combat class, brothers please lead us.
Shouts echoed around him.
Wu Chang casually found a spot to sit, choosing not to join a group. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but the place was too crowded and chaotic. He couldn't be bothered to squeeze in with all these rough and tumble guys. Besides, it didn't matter who he teamed up with. He'd just find a few support classes to follow him, then charge ahead himself.
Anyone here?
A crisp voice reached his ears. Wu Chang looked up and froze instantly. The voice's owner also seemed taken aback, clearly not expecting to encounter Wu Chang here.
Teacher Bai.
Wu Chang rose with a smile to greet her, inwardly surprised to find none other than his high school teacher, Bai Shui, standing before him. Seeing that Wu Chang had recognized her, Bai Shui smiled and sat down.
Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she murmured softly. Wu Chang, please don't call me Teacher Bai anymore. I've resigned. Now I'm preparing to break through to level 150 before continuing my studies at Yenjing University.
Hearing this, Wu Chang raised an eyebrow. First, he hadn't expected Bai Shui to resign after all. Securing a teaching position at First High was notoriously difficult.
This alone hinted at her formidable capabilities. Second, she had already begun pushing for level 150. Back in high school, she'd only been in the 80 to 90 range. This leveling speed was nothing short of terrifying.
If he wasn't mistaken, she must have purchased experience potions. Otherwise, such rapid leveling would likely trigger an investigation by the guild for suspected use of banned substances. But even with potions, climbing so many levels in half a year required both exceptional talent and relentless effort from Teacher Bai.
Sister Shuei, you're here to challenge this dungeon too?
Since she was no longer his teacher, Wu Chang didn't use his old title for Bai Shuei. Instead, he addressed her as sister. Hearing the new title, Bai Shuei's cheeks flushed briefly before she accepted it with quiet acceptance. She had only recently graduated herself and was merely a few years older than Wu Chang. Calling her sister was perfectly natural.
Yes, this dungeon offers substantial rewards. Quickly regaining her composure, Bai Shuei nodded and explained her purpose for being here. Glancing at the plainly dressed Teacher Bai, Wu Chang understood she was likely short on funds. After all, experience potions were expensive and Bai Shuei probably struggled to afford them. He kept his thoughts to himself, instead asking, "Sister Shuei, wanna team up?" Surprised by Wu Chang's unexpected invitation, Bai Shuei paused before nodding in acceptance. Yet she soon sensed something amiss. The Bloodwater Abyss required a level cap below 200 for entry, yet the guild's prerequisite was completing the level 100 challenge. Without it, venturing in wasn't a trial, it was a suicide mission. You broke through the 100-level mark?
Bai Shuei exclaimed, staring blankly at the student before her, seemingly unable to believe the fact.
Yeah, I just hit level 100 a while back. Wu Chang didn't hide it, readily admitting his level. So what if he hit level 100? What was the big deal? Teacher Bai had taken 4 years and used experience potions to get there, while Wu Chang had done it in just half a year. Seeing Wu Chang admit it so readily, Bai Shuei swallowed hard before sitting down, struggling to accept this reality. She was currently level 142, yet her student had already surpassed level 100. It was terrifying. Back when she got into Yenjing University, her hometown had hailed her as a prodigy. But now, Wu Chang, a lone wolf, had accomplished what others couldn't. He was nothing short of a demonic talent. Yet he remained utterly composed, as if this were the most ordinary thing in the world. Just as she regained her composure and prepared to ask more questions, a vibration signaled an announcement from the guild staff. The instance is about to open. All participants, prepare yourselves.
Dungeons require a minimum of 2 players.
Solo adventurers, please form parties immediately. The mechanical female voice from the loudspeaker ensured everyone heard the announcement.
Wu Chang patted herself off and stood up, turning to look at Bai Shuei beside her.
Let's go. Bai Shuei nodded, signaling she was ready.
Wu Chang took her hand and led her directly into the instance.
In an instant, the surroundings began to shift.
When Wu Chang finally steadied himself, he realized they were now standing on a small island, surrounded by a deep crimson liquid that reached halfway up their calves.
He wrinkled his nose and sniffed.
Finding no scent of blood, he relaxed and surveyed his surroundings. A sea of crimson stretched before them, punctuated only by scattered, small islands rising from the blood-red river. Here and there, he could still glimpse monsters battling adventurers on the islands.
Bloodwater Abyss. The water here seems to gradually drain one's mental energy. Bai Shuei's voice chimed in.
She had made extensive preparations to clear this instance. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang nodded. He was well aware of this effect, but the issue was that he was currently immune to all mental attacks. Naturally, this minor water current wouldn't affect him. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Bai Shuei.
Sister Shuei, I wonder if you've obtained a map of this place. If it's convenient, could you share it with me?
Hearing Wu Chang's words, Bai Shuei paused for a moment before beginning to describe the overall layout of the Bloodwater Abyss. This instance was Godslayer tier difficulty, so map information was scarce.
Wu Chang himself had only decided to challenge it yesterday and hadn't spent much time researching it.
However, it was clear that Bai Shuei had prepared thoroughly, pouring out everything she knew about the dungeon to Wu Chang. After a moment, Wu Chang organized the information in his mind, then turned his gaze toward the upper reaches of the Bloodwater Abyss.
Since the boss is there, let's not waste time.
We'll go straight for it. Who knows, we might even set a new dungeon record.
Hearing this, Bai Shuei froze in place. Go straight for the boss and break the dungeon record? Was this something a freshman would say?
It seemed the student she had once taught had truly surpassed his peers in strength.
Chapter 163, Hidden Dungeon, Heaven and Earth Scattering Spirit Array.
The upper reaches of the Bloodwater Abyss served as the source of all the bloodwater and was also the universally recognized boss area. As one of Huajiang City's most challenging dungeons, the Bloodwater Abyss boss also featured extremely stringent challenge mechanics. According to known intelligence, this boss possesses multiple phases with mandatory healthlock skills, rendering it immune to all instant kill attacks. Wu Chang, however, remained unconcerned. His damage dealt was pure true damage. Even if the boss locked its health, it posed no real problem, it merely meant 1 attack instead of 2. Since few players would choose to challenge the boss immediately upon entering, most of the monsters along the way had already been lured away by others.
The few remaining monsters still posed some threat, but for Wu Chang, these minor foes were no obstacle.
With a single slash, Wu Chang dispatched the level 100 minor monster before him. Wiping sweat from his brow, he mused inwardly that this dungeon truly was the most challenging among those of its tier. Not to mention, the blood mist not only inflicted continuous mental damage but also steadily drained one's stamina. Thus, though he himself remained unharmed, his stamina depletion was greater than ever before. I never imagined you'd grow to this level in just a few short days. Watching Wu Chang effortlessly dispatch several monsters along the way, Bai Shui's eyes held a look of astonishment. This student who had once transferred to become a free agent, she had assumed he'd remain obscure forever. Yet now, he'd climbed to heights even she couldn't reach. Sister Shui, can you still keep up? Wu Chang sidestepped the earlier topic, instead inquiring about Bai Shui's condition. He himself felt somewhat fatigued, let alone Bai Shui. Though she hadn't participated in combat, walking through the blood-soaked terrain must have taken a toll on her stamina. Seeing Wu Chang's concern, Bai Shui took a deep breath before swallowing a pill. I'm fine. I took a recovery pill earlier. I should be okay for at least 2.5 hours. Bai Shui smiled at Wu Chang, yet her hand remained clenched around her weapon, guarding against any potential monster attack. Seeing this, Wu Chang said nothing further. Instead, he pointed toward a small island ahead, gesturing for them to sit down and rest for a while. After sitting down, he retrieved the recovery potions stored in his rift space orb. He didn't need them himself, but seeing the pallor on Bai Shui's face, Wu Chang knew one pill would be far from enough for her recovery. Thank you. Taking the potion, Bai Shui nodded and swallowed it. Her gaze lifted slightly toward Wu Chang. She hadn't expected this student to be so considerate. Sister Shui, I recall your class as a support type? Wu Chang casually asked about Bai Shui's class change while eating the prepared lunch he'd brought. Hearing this, she didn't hide anything and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, my class is a timeless traveler. Hearing this class, Wu Chang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Time Traveler was undoubtedly an extremely rare class, as the skills possessed by each time traveler varied enormously. From what he understood, while it was merely a common support class, its conversion rate was lower than even the top-tier professions, making it exceptionally rare. My rapid leveling is also due to some experience-boosting skills I possess, so... As her body gradually recovered, Bai Shui explained the reason behind her accelerated leveling. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang didn't say much more. After all, he wasn't particularly interested in Bai Shui's leveling process. Shui, let me check how far we are from the upstream. After resting for a while, Wu Chang rose to survey the surroundings. After all, with his sky cloak, flying up to survey the monster distribution was perfectly normal. Bai Shui nodded, and Wu Chang soared directly into the sky. Below, he saw a scattering of small islands arranged in a pleasingly irregular pattern. None of the islands were particularly large, yet they all seemed to share a similar shape. Their arrangement created a unique sensation. This shape seems familiar. Where have I seen it before? Wu Chang stroked his chin, sensing a distinct pattern in the island's arrangement, though he couldn't immediately discern its meaning. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Wu Chang's mind. Regarding the distribution of islands within the instance, please make a choice. A. Investigate thoroughly by exploring each island, obtain the instance map and assist in uncovering the island's secrets. Unlocking the secrets will open a hidden instance. B. Proceed directly upstream to defeat the boss, obtain 1,000th of the boss's attributes upon defeat. Wu Chang blinked at the two options in his mind. Option B wasn't bad at all. After all, defeating the boss would grant 1,000th of its attributes, and this wasn't just 100 or 2 attribute points, but a comprehensive enhancement across all stats. But his own stats weren't urgent. Wu Chang simply wanted to see what the hidden dungeon held. I choose A. Wu Chang descended slowly, then grinned as he made his choice. Option selected. Hint activation imminent. Host, please unravel the island's secrets promptly. Soon, a peculiar dial materialized before Wu Chang's eyes. As he landed on the island, he quickly observed the information displayed on the dial. Heaven-Earth Scattering Spirit Array North, the northern core of the Heaven-Earth Scattering Spirit Array. Activation will trigger a hidden quest. Surveying the island beneath his feet, Wu Chang raised an eyebrow. He never imagined that the island he'd stumbled upon would be the very core of a grand formation. It seemed this quest absolutely had to be completed. He quickly approached Bai Shui and shared his theory. Hearing Wu Chang's words, Bai Shui frowned and muttered. You mean this little island might hold undiscovered secrets? So you want to uncover these secrets first, rather than heading upstream? Yes. Wu Chang nodded without hesitation, acknowledging his desire to uncover the island's secrets. This matter absolutely needed to be made clear to Bai Shui. After all, she was here to level up and clear dungeons, and his plan would inevitably delay her progress. No problem. I'll accompany you then. Bai Shui didn't mind the temporary slowdown in leveling. Instead, she was genuinely curious about how Wu Chang had discerned the peculiarities of these islands. She was also deeply intrigued to understand how this former student had managed to unravel the secrets of the Bloodwater Abyss, secrets that had remained undiscovered for so many years. Seeing this, Wu Chang smiled and began searching the island. Activating the Heaven-Earth Scattering Spirit Array surely required certain items, and those items were definitely on this island.
Chapter 164, Activating the Grand Array, the hidden boss emerges. Wu Chang walked alone across the island, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. To activate this grand formation, he must first locate its core. What are you looking for? Bai Shuai was puzzled, yet she followed Wu Chang as he groped his way forward. A way to uncover the island's secrets. Hearing this, Wu Chang's face lit up with a smile, and his pace quickened noticeably. The two searched the island, soon spotting a peculiar stone pillar standing right in the center. Sparse trees dotted the surrounding area, and the pillar itself was covered in vegetation. Without careful inspection, it could easily have been overlooked. Spotting the pillar, Wu Chang's face lit up with delight. He stepped forward and began clearing away the plants covering it one by one. Soon, a strange symbol was revealed. Open. He pressed his palm firmly against the symbol and pushed with all his might. Instantly, the entire island began to tremble. Sand cascaded down from above, and the surrounding monsters, their expressions filled with terror, scrambled frantically toward other areas. The symbol on the stone pillar glowed brightly, as if summoning something. As the island shifted, Wu Chang suddenly sensed a terrifying aura descending. This aura felt like that of a demon god, yet it wasn't as frenzied, it was simply pure, unadulterated killing intent. Wu Chang, are you sure you're okay? Bai Shuai, trembling slightly from fear, couldn't help but ask. She was merely a support class, even the aura emanating from this hidden boss was enough to terrify her. If its true form were here, wouldn't it be able to kill her instantly? It's fine. There are still a few stone pillars left. We can head to the other islands now to trigger them. Wu Chang clapped his hands, then donned his sky cloak and soared into the air. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, and with the system's prompting, he quickly located the other 4 special islands. To avoid wasting time traveling back and forth, he teleported Bai Shuai directly to the central island while he proceeded to activate the remaining stone pillars. 10 minutes later, Wu Chang descended heavily onto the central island. Though the sky cloak enabled flight, Wu Chang lacked innate aerial abilities, causing its use to drain significant stamina. For Wu Chang now, however, the crucial task was complete. He had finally activated all the remaining stone pillars on the smaller islands. Next, he only needed to activate the central pillar to enter the hidden instance. He sought out Bai Shuai, only to find the pillar right beside her. Wu Chang proceeded methodically to activate it. Boom! 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 Soon, the 5 activated stone pillars blazed with blinding light, visible even to the most distant adventurers battling monsters. The dungeon on the stone pillars trembled incessantly, as if welcoming the arrival of some entity. The initial aura of dread grew increasingly oppressive. That mental pressure capable of affecting adventurers' states of mind suddenly returned, intensifying with each passing moment. It's coming. Bai Shuai stared at the expanding spatial gate, her expression turning solemn. Though she was merely a support class with limited combat prowess, as a professional adventurer, there was no reason for her to back down from a hidden dungeon that had suddenly appeared. But Wu Chang stared at the ever-expanding spatial gate, his expression growing increasingly grave. He could already sense that terrifying aura, but the problem was he hadn't even entered yet. Why did it feel as though the enemy was standing right before him? Watch out! Suddenly, Wu Chang saw Bai Shuai walking toward the spatial gate with a dazed look. He shouted the warning and instantly teleported in front of her, forcing the resistance potion from his own body down her throat. Though the potion was costly, Wu Chang had no shortage of funds now. Besides, he'd never found a use for it himself, better to save teacher Bai's life with it. Soon, Bai Shuai slowly awoke from her unconsciousness. Her eyes darted around in bewilderment, feeling as if she had just been dreaming. Wu Chang, his expression solemn, fixed his gaze upon the spatial gate. The world-slaying god-cutting blade had already materialized in his hand. Soon, a massive palm extended from within the spatial gate, forcibly expanding its dimensions even further. Ah, this is freedom! A figure covered in purple, its face scarred, emerged from the portal. Though not particularly large in stature, its earlier actions made it clear to Wu Chang and Bai Shuai that this creature was undoubtedly the hidden boss of this stage. Taking advantage of the enemy's delay in attacking, Wu Chang swiftly scanned the boss's information. Heaven and Earth Thunder Spirit LV-180, an entity born from the thunder elements within the cosmos. Its rank varies with the lightning it commands, making it the nemesis of all demons and spirits. Strength, 500 Spirit, 1800 Physical Resist, 1500 Magic Resist, 1500 Stamina, 500,000. Skills, Thunderous Might, 5 Thunderbolts piercing the sun, Divine Thunder Punishment. Facing this boss before him, Wu Chang showed little concern. He'd encountered this type of boss countless times before, the kind boasting extreme offensive power. Though the stats made it seem formidable, such bosses were actually the easiest to handle as long as you could overwhelm them with damage. So it was you two who dismantled the Heaven-Earth Scattering Spirit Array for me? I'll grant you one chance. Sacrifice your lives to restore me to my peak state, and I promise you a swift death. The Heaven and Earth Thunder Spirit wore a confident expression, as if certain Wu Chang and Bai Shuai would agree. After all, its tortures were too numerous to count. These two might not even survive its punishment. Thus, a swift death became the optimal choice in this moment. Oh? Is that so?
Yet what awaited it was not the flattery it had fantasized about, but a man's cold sneer, a mocking rebuke. Arrogant to the extreme. The heaven and earth thunder spirit erupted in fury. Rage twisted its features as bolts of lightning coiled into thunder serpents, striking toward Wu Chang. It had already discerned that this man was the one who had released it. But since he had freed it, offering his life to replenish its energy seemed like the most logical choice. Like ropes, the lightning serpents twisted and coiled, attempting to bind Wu Chang. Yet Wu Chang merely sneered with disdain. His world-shattering god-slaying blade unleashed a god-annihilating slash, utterly obliterating every single lightning serpent. Any other tricks up your sleeve? Watching this unfold, a faint smile slipped onto Wu Chang's face. He'd expected another fierce battle, but this guy proved surprisingly weak. Next time he hunted a boss, he'd have to pay closer attention to its level. Wu Chang surveyed this hidden boss before him. If he could take down a demon god, how could he possibly fail against this mere thunder spirit? Chapter 165, Absorbing the Thunder Spirit, Upgrading the Purple Spirit Treasure Gourd. The heaven and earth thunder spirit's face twisted with fury. Wu Chang had effortlessly shattered its attacks, enraging it beyond measure. When had it ever been humiliated like this before its sealing? Back then, it took over 10 practitioners of equal rank to seal it away. Yet now, after all these years, some ordinary young man could actually withstand its attacks? Die. The heaven and earth thunder spirit's body swelled instantly. Countless energies surged into its form, making it puff up like a balloon. In an instant, the heavens darkened and thunder rolled. Even those on distant islands noticed the commotion, their gazes turning toward this location. What should we do? Bai Shuai found herself momentarily flustered. As a support class, she had faced perilous situations before, but those encounters involved teams of 4 or 5, with someone always standing guard nearby. Now, Wu Chang was alone up front, entangled with the thunder spirit. If she took even a few hits from it, her life would likely be over. Yet her strong team-oriented instincts kicked in. She immediately cast several buffs on Wu Chang before dodging the thunder spirit's attacks. Feeling his stats surge, Wu Chang, who usually preferred solo combat, glanced back and immediately spotted Shuei's disheveled figure struggling beneath the thunderstorm. Don't be afraid, Sister Shuei. The heaven and earth thunder spirit manipulated the lightning, now resembling a thunder god intent on utterly destroying the two humans before it. Yet, Wu Chang's voice cut through the rolling thunder, causing Bai Shuai to halt in her tracks. She looked up and saw Wu Chang flying toward her. He draped his sky-riding cloak over her shoulders, then spun to face the thunder spirit head-on. Godslayer slash. Wu Chang unleashed the god-slaying slash instantly, while the sky-sailing cloak carried Bai Shuai far away, barely managing to deliver her to safety. Before Bai Shuai could recover, a blade aura collided with the heaven and earth thunder spirit. The blade aura, which had seemed destined to be shattered by the thunder, proved unexpectedly resilient. It wrestled with the heaven and earth thunder spirit until its own energy was exhausted, only then dissipating completely. You deserve to die. A single strike had already shattered the heaven and earth thunder spirit's body beyond recognition. It never imagined Wu Chang possessed such terrifying offensive power, nor could it fathom his strength being this formidable. Now, one of its arms had been severed by Wu Chang. Though it was an elemental being capable of self-regeneration, this meant its physical toll far exceeded that of other creatures. This single severed limb demanded nearly 1/10 of its elemental essence to repair. What if Wu Chang severed another limb next time? What then? Was it supposed to abandon its attack and become a sitting duck? Ha! It's you who's damned. Without hesitation, Wu Chang unleashed his Dharma body, followed by a torrent of blade chi that rained down like a storm. In an instant, the blade chi coalesced into a vast net, completely enveloping the heaven and earth thunder spirit, leaving it utterly trapped with no room to escape. No! Under the heaven and earth thunder spirit's horrified gaze, the blade chi struck its body. Though each had dealt only minor damage, its form was soon covered in wounds, each requiring elemental energy to heal. Thus, the heaven and earth thunder spirit, which had seemed colossal moments before, began rapidly shrinking. By the end, it stood barely 2 or 3 meters tall. No. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. The once menacing heaven and earth thunder spirit now offered no resistance whatsoever. Wu Chang, blade in hand, advanced step by step toward the boss that had so recently flaunted its power. No, I can remain sealed. Don't kill me. Terror flashed in the heaven and earth thunder spirit's eyes. Even as an elemental being, its form began to show signs of disintegration. Clearly, even if Wu Chang spared it, survival was impossible. Just as Wu Chang contemplated how to dispose of it for maximum benefit, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Regarding the heaven and earth thunder spirit, please select an option. A. Choose to kill it. Data for obliteration fusion increases by 1 tier. B. Absorb the heaven and earth thunder spirit. Upgrade the purple spirit treasure gourd to epic tier, enabling it to store stamina and slowly absorb elemental power. The system presented both options in an instant, and Wu Chang stared intently at option B. The purple spirit treasure gourd was currently at the peerless tier. Though others regarded it as a treasure, it served little purpose for Wu Chang. After all, his stamina recovered quickly on its own, and the purple spirit treasure gourd was mostly used for emergencies. However, upgrading it to epic tier would grant it the ability to absorb elemental power, making it far more useful to him. I choose B. With his mind made up, Wu Chang made his choice without hesitation. He held the purple spirit treasure gourd in his hand and aimed it at the heaven and earth thunder spirit. Selection successful. The purple spirit treasure gourd begins absorbing the heaven and earth thunder spirit. Observing Wu Chang's actions, the heaven and earth thunder spirit assumed he intended to spare its life. Yet the next instant, an irresistible suction emanated from the tiny gourd. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it couldn't break free. No! The heaven and earth thunder spirit let out a startled cry before being completely absorbed, leaving no trace of its existence in the world. Wu Chang turned his gaze to the purple spirit treasure gourd, noticing its grade had risen to epic level. Moreover, it was now brimming with thunderous energy. Seems I've gained another tool for taking down bosses. A smile spread across Wu Chang's lips as he examined the upgraded purple spirit treasure gourd. Different elemental powers could counter different foes. Having another method to deal with enemies naturally brought Wu Chang greater peace of mind. Finally settled. Watching the heaven and earth thunder spirit vanish, Bai Shuai approached, still visibly shaken. Though she hadn't personally taken part in the battle, seeing the ground split open by thunderbolts still sent a flutter of unease through her heart. Wu Chang, however, smiled and spoke up. Sister Shuai, now that this island's secret has been revealed, why not head upstream to defeat the final boss? Hearing this, Bai Shuai glanced at Wu Chang. She'd expected him to be panting for breath and needing a rest, but he was surprisingly full of energy, looking as if he'd just finished warming up. You brat, rest a bit before going. For safety's sake, Bai Shuai decided they should rest where they were. Seeing this, Wu Chang nodded and sat down, then turned his attention to the system. Annihilation fusion successful. Please select an option. Attribute value plus 100, absorb skill. Chapter 166, Dungeon Anomaly, Thunderous Might. Vote for me. Faced with the system's options, Wu Chang ultimately chose to upgrade his overall attributes. He allocated 50 attribute points to his dual resistances, ensuring he wouldn't need to constantly dodge boss attacks in the future. After all, while his current stats surpass those of peers at his level, his dual resistances remain too low. Should they launch a surprise attack, he couldn't guarantee absolute survival. Having made his choice, Wu Chang closed his eyes to rest. Only after fully recovering to peak condition did he open them and look at Bai Shuai. Teacher Bai was currently staring at him too, her eyes filled with curious scrutiny, as if trying to discern something from him. Their gazes met, and Bai Shuai immediately looked away, a hint of embarrassment flitting across her face. Sister Shuai, shall we go? Though he didn't know why she was blushing, Wu Chang, now fully recovered, saw no point in lingering. He asked if it was time to challenge the final boss. MHM. Bai Shuai gave a soft reply before following Wu Chang toward the northern region. However, the Skycloak could only carry one person at a time, so both walked over in tacit agreement. By the time they reached the initial northern island, the instance time had shifted to night. Although they had cleared the surrounding monsters during the day, the respawn timer had passed, so they encountered quite a few monsters along the way. With Wu Chang clearing the path ahead, their journey proceeded remarkably smoothly. It's best not to attempt boss challenges at night. Especially in the Bloodwater Abyss dungeon. Rumor has it a red moon occasionally appears, plunging the entire instance into chaos. We'd be better off resting and waiting until tomorrow to proceed. Bai Shuai glanced at the faintly glowing moon in the sky and couldn't help but offer a warning. Yet Wu Chang showed no trace of worry on his face. Instead, he raised an eyebrow, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. It had been ages since he'd encountered dungeon anomalies like this. Surely today couldn't be that lucky? Besides, they'd already slaughtered plenty of monsters along the way. Now they were just heading to kill a boss. How could they possibly encounter such an unexpected situation? Don't worry, Shuai. Everything will be fine. Wu Chang waves dismissively with a smile, ready to lead Bai Shuai to challenge the final boss. But just then, a piercing howl echoed from the sky. The two looked up to see the moon, which had been somewhat dim, now glowing faintly red, its entire appearance becoming eerily beautiful. No way, we're actually running into this? Watching the moon gradually deepen to crimson, Wu Chang couldn't help but swallow hard. What kind of karma had he accumulated to encounter dungeon anomalies? Such events were rare enough to happen once in decades within a single dungeon, yet he had already experienced 3 or 4 of them himself. Wu Chang, run! Bai Shuai stared at the crimson moon in the sky, a sudden wave of panic washing over her. No wonder they said you must leave the Bloodwater Abyss dungeon before nightfall. It was because no one knew when such an anomaly might strike. You might think it only had a 0.1% or even 0.01% chance of happening, but once it did, it meant mortal danger. Yet Wu Chang didn't move after hearing Bai Shuai's warning. Instead, his gaze swept the surroundings before he managed to utter a few words with difficulty. It's too late. Hearing his words, Bai Shuai hurriedly scanned the surroundings and froze in terror, unable to utter another syllable. Over a dozen level 150 monsters now stared this way with bloodshot eyes wide open, while indistinct black dots moved swiftly in the distance. Gulp. She swallowed hard, a wave of despair washing over her. Was this where she would meet her end? But the next second, Wu Chang grabbed her wrist and draped the sky cloak over her shoulders. Shui, remember to buff me a few times later. Wu Chang merely smiled, patting by Shui's shoulder before summoning the sky cloak to lift her into the air. Now, no matter how the monsters attacked, they couldn't touch her. Watching Wu Chang shrink into a tiny black dot below, Bai Shui felt a pang of sadness. If only her level were higher, if only the skills she'd learned could offer more support, perhaps Wu Chang wouldn't have to take such risks this time. But the next moment, Wu Chang appeared holding the world-shattering god-slaying blade, and a small gourd slowly materialized before her. Bai Shui recognized this gourd. It was the very one Wu Chang had used that afternoon to absorb the heaven and earth thunder spirits. Thunder spirit possession. Wu Chang pointed the gourd at herself and roared. Countless bolts of lightning instantly erupted from the gourd, coiling around Wu Chang's body and transforming into a set of gleaming golden armor. Even the god-tier weapon, the world-shattering god-slaying blade, now carried an added aura of grim lethality beneath its thunderous embrace. I was planning to use this to challenge the boss, but since you're here, you'll get a taste of thunder's might. Wu Chang's gaze swept over the restless monsters swarming around him before he executed a spatial leap, vanishing instantly. He refused to believe these little things could harm him. Though each monster individually wasn't particularly strong, their sheer numbers and the enhancement from the blood moon meant even Wu Chang dared not engage them head-on within the swarm. He could only minimize contact with the multi-headed monsters, seeking opportunities for one-on-one duels in isolated positions. Boom! But things didn't unfold as he'd imagined. Instead, the commotion drew the attention of monsters from afar. Damn it! Wu Chang cursed angrily at the sight. These monsters were numerous, and while his area of effect attacks were limited, their power wasn't particularly strong. Relying on area of effect attacks to take them down was less efficient than charging in for a direct confrontation. Thunder Spirit, do something. His gaze fell upon his gourd, his expression complex. After the previous battle, he had experienced the thunderous power stored within the purple spirit treasure gourd. While it could slightly enhance his attack power, it only caused a brief paralysis at best, far from enough to seriously injure these monsters. If you don't start doing your job, I'll turn this gourd into a chamber pot. Wu Chang scowled at the gourd's lack of response. Whether threatened or not, the purple spirit treasure gourd suddenly unleashed a torrent of lightning. A colossal thunder spirit dragon coiled around Wu Chang's body. Feeling the shift in the atmosphere and catching the hint of fear in the monster's furious eyes, Wu Chang couldn't help but grin. If they wanted to die, then come at him together. 3 thunderous god-slaying strikes erupted, the blade chi unleashed by Wu Chang nearly cleaving the entire dungeon in two. Empowered by the thunder, even the blood beneath his feet became a conductor of damage. Monster after monster was instantly reduced to dust by this terrifying thunderous force, even scorching the small island beneath their feet. The cost, however, was that the Thunder Spirit treasure gourd had drained its stored thunder energy. To unleash attacks of this caliber again, he would need to slowly accumulate elemental power. Chapter 167, Clearing the Boss, Memories of the Illusory Demon. Even so, Wu Chang was thoroughly satisfied with this level up. Regardless of how much elemental power remained stored, the sheer destructive force alone granted him a wealth of new tactical options. That was terrifying. I thought the monster would tear you apart. Bai Shui descended slowly from the sky, patting her chest nervously as worry filled her eyes. Her gaze swept over Wu Chang, only to find the guy merely sweating lightly. She couldn't help but marvel at how terrifyingly fast the student was growing. Sister Shui, it seems tonight's disturbance is about to fade. Wu Chang, however, was oblivious to these details. His gaze drifted skyward to see the deep crimson moon already beginning its descent, replaced by the blazing heat of daytime sunlight. Hearing his words, Bai Shui also looked up at the sky and saw it was indeed so. In fact, the dungeon disturbance had been resolved by Wu Chang. Today's weather seemed unusually pleasant. Then let's challenge the final boss now. The worry vanished from Bai Shui's face, replaced by a delighted smile. Wu Chang showed no objection to this proposal. Instead, after a brief rest, he set out immediately, determined to defeat the final boss today. He hadn't come here to chase some dungeon record, but to find the fragments of the divine shrine. Only by swiftly resolving the troubles here could he locate the 4th fragment. After all, Wu Chang himself was deeply curious about what would happen once all 7 fragments were gathered. As the two advanced upstream, they discovered that the closer they got to the abyssal origin, the more concentrated the blood-tinged water became. By the end, it resembled freshly spilled blood, not only carrying a pungent, bloody scent but also a sinister, vivid red hue. Its hue resembled last night's moonlight, and gazing at it too long stirred an uneasy feeling within. I feel my body growing weaker by the minute, yet using my skills doesn't seem to drain me at all. After walking through the blood-soaked ground for an unknown duration, Wu Chang suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over him, as if he had just endured a life or death battle. Yet upon careful inspection, he found no obvious abnormalities. Even his physical attributes remained at peak condition.
Could it be my imagination?
A flicker of doubt crossed Wu Chang's mind as he glanced back at Bai Shui following behind him.
He shouldn't have looked back.
The sight nearly made him cry out. The once voluptuous Bai Shui now appeared before his eyes as nothing more than a pile of white bones. Her eyes were filled with a deathly stillness, devoid of even a shred of rationality or consciousness.
Shui?
He hurried over, desperate to check on her condition. But the moment his hand touched her, she abruptly collapsed into the pool of blood and vanished completely, as if she had never existed at all.
Witnessing this scene, Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Could it be that his own misguided decision had led to his teacher's death here? No.
If that were truly the case, Bai Shui would have called out to me for help.
Therefore, everything here is fake. This place is an illusion. Wu Chang reached the most logical conclusion, and his unease quickly subsided.
He began to patiently observe his surroundings. The scattered islands still lay in the distance, and the blood on the ground continued to flow silently. Yet, Wu Chang distinctly sensed an air of unreality. He drew the world-shattering god-slaying blade and swung it lightly, yet not even the faintest whistling sound reached his ears. Clearly, this place was an illusion. Otherwise, with his strength even a gentle swing would have produced some sound.
So, where are the nodes of this illusion? Wu Chang lowered his head, carefully pondering the location of the illusion's node.
After all, these illusions existed only through such nodes. To escape this place completely, destroying the node was his only option.
Logically, the node's location should be fairly obvious.
After all, it's the central hub controlling the entire environment, making it easy to spot. But right now, everything around us seems perfectly normal.
I haven't found any major flaws.
Wu Chang scanned his surroundings, the world-destroying god-slaying blade continuously releasing its aura, yet he still couldn't locate the illusion's node. After scanning the area, Wu Chang halted his search. Standing still, he suddenly realized that in his investigation, he had consistently overlooked one spot. He abruptly lowered his head and realized the node was right beneath his feet.
As he moved, the node would flicker briefly before following him.
Its concealment was so masterful that Wu Chang couldn't help but marvel this boss was a true genius at creating illusions. He swung his blade at the node, hearing a shattering sound. Looking up, he realized he wasn't in some bloodwater abyss at all, he was clearly on a small island. A boss now sat cross-legged on a rock ahead, surrounded by massive corpses. Blood continuously flowed from these corpses, ultimately forming the dungeon known as the Bloodwater Abyss. Realizing he had escaped the illusion, Wu Chang glanced behind him to find Bai Shui standing there, her eyes vacant, though her life force remained strong.
Glad nothing happened to her.
Wu Chang chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on the boss ahead.
Given Bai Shui's strength, it would be difficult for her to escape the environment on her own.
Therefore, he had no choice but to defeat this boss first. Gripping his long sword, he teleported in front of the boss and swung his blade down with tremendous force.
Roar!
The boss, who had been immersed in the illusion he had created, snapped back to reality. His eyes, as large as copper bells, widened abruptly, filled with fury and confusion. It couldn't comprehend how someone could so easily see through its illusion, which it had crafted with such vivid realism. The last time it had been targeted like this, it seemed to have been by a young man named Ning Jitian. Die! But Wu Chang gave it no time to react. The world-slaying god-cutting blade descended swiftly, each strike slicing off large chunks of flesh from its body. This boss wasn't particularly adept at close combat. Trapped by Wu Chang's relentless assault, it couldn't break free and ultimately met a gruesome end beneath the blade. Thud! The severed head splashed into the pool of blood below, sending droplets flying. Without the boss's control, the illusions vanished instantly. Bai Shui snapped out of her trance. She sat on the ground, her eyes vacant, utterly unaware of what had just transpired. Wu Chang listened to the voice in his mind, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Annihilation fusion successful. Please make a selection. Attribute plus 300, Memories of the Illusory Demon. Chapter 168, Memories of the Illusory Fiend, Location of the Shrine Fragments. I choose the demonic entity's memories. Wu Chang made his choice without hesitation. After all, in previous instances where he had chosen memories, each selection had brought him immense rewards.
While he couldn't guarantee this demonic memory would yield useful information, compared to the easier to obtain attribute boost, absorbing the memory was clearly the superior choice. Who knows?
Maybe I'll even witness how this creature creates illusions. Wu Chang remained puzzled by his own fall into the illusion. He had been so cautious, yet had still fallen victim without realizing it. This showed just how powerful this guy's control over illusions truly was. If he could understand how this enemy manipulated illusions, perhaps he wouldn't panic so completely the next time he encountered such a situation. Soon, the system transmitted the memories into his mind. Wu Chang closed his eyes and began absorbing them. The true identity of this illusionary demon was no simple matter, it was actually a human practitioner killed by the calamity demon god Yekika and then transformed. However, it was clear that the transformation had been largely unsuccessful, turning the illusionary fiend into a killing machine incapable of concealing its true power. Ironically, this very flaw attracted countless human adventurers who came to destroy it.
Their relentless attempts only honed the illusion demon's mastery over the illusory realm. Yet, after all these years, the illusionary fiend remained unvanquished. For the human adventurers could only slay the illusory clones it created, not its true form. Yet one individual nearly uncovered its hidden true form within the currents of time. A man Wu Cheng happened to know, Ning Jitian, the god tier array master they had met before. Yet, as the illusionary fiend's duplicates constantly shifted through the temporal turbulence, even Ning Jitian could only pinpoint a general location, unable to extract it with precision. It's truly a pity, Wu Cheng mused. If we could pinpoint the illusory demon's true form, this instance might become far safer. Wu Cheng couldn't help but shake his head in regret. After all, the water-storming abyss was already a notoriously difficult god-slaying dungeon for players below level 200. With this boss guarding its final stage, even after years of exploration, few had managed to clear it. Just as Wu Cheng gazed at the illusionary realm, convinced he'd return empty-handed, he suddenly discovered something sealed deep within the demon's memories. Driven by curiosity, Wu Cheng focused his attention on the seal. In an instant, it shattered into fragments, rendered utterly useless. In an instant, a sealed memory surfaced in Wu Cheng's mind. The God King is dead, the divine realm shattered, the divine palace in ruins. Today, I command you to guard the four corners and retrieve the fragments of the shattered divine palace. The figure of the calamity demon god Yekika appeared in his mind, radiating an overwhelming aura of power completely unlike the being he had encountered in the Wild Plains Great World. At a glance, Wu Cheng recognized this version of the calamity demon god as her prime incarnation, one capable of suppressing entities like the illusory demon. The scene shifted, and the perspective within his memory changed. He saw the illusory demon sitting atop the blood-red abyss, watching a brilliant golden light vanish before his eyes. The moment Wu Cheng saw that golden light, four words suddenly flashed through his mind: Shinto shrine fragment. He never imagined the illusory demon would witness the vanishing shards of the divine palace. Subsequently, the illusory demon received members of the evil god society, relaying this news to the calamity demon through them. However, after several relays, no command came. Wu Cheng surmised that the calamity demon Yekika must have fallen into slumber, hence unable to respond to the illusory demon. But true to its origins as a creation of the calamity demon god, the creature employed some peculiar methods to forcibly uncover the location of the divine palace fragments. Suddenly, Wu Cheng's eyes snapped open as the name of a dungeon flashed through his mind. Cloud Sea Thunder Palace. Wu Cheng had never heard of this instance before, but according to his memories, it existed solely in Huazhong City and nowhere else. Yet this memory was quite distant, and even Wu Cheng couldn't be sure if the shrine fragment still lay undisturbed there. Perhaps I should inquire with the guild about this instance. Wu Cheng mentally ruled out every dungeon he knew, only to realize he had never heard of Cloud Sea Thunder Palace. If this dungeon were famous, as a local, he should have known about it long ago. How could he now be completely unaware of its location? At this thought, he turned his gaze toward Bai Shui and asked, Sister Shui, do you know the Yunhai Thunder Palace? Hearing Wu Cheng's question, Bai Shui first furrowed her brow, then her eyes filled with confusion. What is that? Could it be a newly discovered dungeon? Doubt colored Bai Shui's voice, and her expression seemed genuinely perplexed. Seeing her reaction, Wu Cheng realized his teacher Bai probably knew nothing about the dungeon's existence either. He could only wave it off and suggest leaving the instance first. Though Bai Shui hadn't fully recovered to her peak condition, the return journey wouldn't involve much combat. So the two rose and headed back. When they emerged outside the dungeon, however, they found the guild station staff staring at them in utter shock. You spent the night inside the instance? The staff member's voice trembled slightly, tinged with deep confusion. Yes, is there a problem with that? Wu Cheng raised an eyebrow, expecting the guild to reprimand him for violating some rule about overnight stays in dungeons. No problem. Hearing this, the staff member hastily shook their head, indicating there was no issue. He was merely curious. Last night, only 2 people remained outside the safe zone in the entire dungeon. Everyone else had gathered at the exit, ready to flee at any moment. As it turned out, someone claimed to have seen a red moon last night, and the dungeon fell into chaos. It seemed unlikely any adventurers had survived. Therefore, to thoroughly investigate the dungeon, the guild had originally planned to seal off the area and launch an inquiry. But before the guild's investigators could arrive, the 2 who'd stayed behind last night actually walked out alive. How could that not shock him? If anything comes up, go straight to your guild leader. Just say the troublemaker is Wu Cheng. Seeing the other man's expression, Wu Cheng understood his concern for his safety. He blurted out his name outright so the man could report it to his superiors. Thank you. The staff member visibly relaxed at Wu Cheng's cooperation. Thus, Wu Cheng and Bai Shui made their way to the rest area, preparing to strategize their next steps. Chapter 169, Cloud Sea Thunder Palace, the Sealed Deity. Sister Shui, what are your plans from here? Wu Cheng spoke first, asking Bai Shui. After all, he was heading to the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace instance, and bringing her along might prove somewhat inconvenient. Yet she seemed not to have heard the question. Her eyes flickered toward Wu Cheng before she spoke softly. I'd still like to level up with you. Is that okay? Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Wu Chang paused in surprise before nodding in agreement.
Setting aside their former teacher-student relationship, bringing her along to level up wouldn't affect him much anyway. After all, he was accustomed to soloing dungeons.
Having company might even make the journey less tedious.
Of course.
Let's head to the guild together now.
Having made up his mind, Wu Chang wasted no time. He immediately took Bai Shui to the guild to investigate the dungeon situation of the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace. After arriving by car, they quickly met with the guild leader, Song Qingye, who greeted them with a smile and ushered them into his office. After introducing each other's identities, Wu Chang cut straight to the point.
President Song, I'd like to inquire whether there exists a dungeon called the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace in Huajing City?
Upon hearing Wu Chang's words, Song Qingye paused, his smile fading into an expression of solemn gravity.
How did you find out about it? Song Qingye's gaze fixed on Wu Chang, his eyes filled with confusion.
The Thunder Palace of the Cloud Sea, few in all of Huajing City knew of this dungeon. In fact, only he and the personnel handling top-secret documents were aware of its existence.
Yet now, Wu Chang had suddenly mentioned its name, instantly putting Song Qingye on guard.
It wasn't that he suspected Wu Chang had defected to the Evil God Society, but rather he wondered if someone had deliberately leaked this information to him. After all, the dungeon had been completely sealed off.
Logically, no one should have known about it.
Noticing Song Qingye's suspicious gaze, Wu Chang first smiled, then calmly explained. I stumbled upon a strange encounter within the Bloodwater Abyss, which is how I learned of this dungeon's existence. The boss there was obsessed with the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have found out. Hearing Wu Chang's explanation, Song Qingye's gaze finally softened.
Though the explanation sounded highly implausible, it was true that in the past, some had discovered bosses from separate instances somehow knew of each other's existence. Thus, a theory had long circulated, these dungeon bosses possessed some unique means of communication.
To an outsider, Wu Chang's explanation would undoubtedly seem like a lie.
But from Song Qingye's perspective, it felt utterly genuine.
In that case, I won't keep anything from you either. Song Qingye sighed deeply before beginning his explanation.
This dungeon does indeed exist, but it was completely sealed off over 70 years ago. And 30 years ago, Ning Jitian raised the ceiling level by another tier.
It's possible to enter now, but you must restrict your level to 50.
In just a few sentences, Wu Chang grasped the sheer terror of the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace instance. He had encountered many frightening dungeons before, but one as completely sealed off as the current Cloud Sea Thunder Palace seemed to be the only example he had ever heard of. And the fact that Ning Jitian had reinforced the seal was unheard of.
Chairman Song, what could possibly exist within this dungeon that demands such extreme caution? For a moment, Wu Chang's mind was filled with curiosity.
Even Bai Shui beside him widened her eyes, afraid to miss Song Qingye's explanation.
Upon hearing the question, Song Qingye pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal the dungeon's secret. After all, Wu Chang had already begun inquiring. Even if he didn't tell the truth, the other party would likely find a way to learn of the dungeon's existence and the reason for its sealing. Within lies a deity, an ancient deity that has existed since primordial times. Not an evil deity, but not a human practitioner either, a neutral deity. Song Qingye sighed as he revealed the hidden truth.
At these words, Wu Chang's eyes instantly widened, his breathing becoming slightly ragged.
A deity.
These two words were not unfamiliar to Wu Chang. He had encountered his fair share of demon gods and god-tier practitioners, even possessing a mount with demigod bloodlines.
But the problem was this was an ancient neutral deity.
Meaning, aside from the god-king dwelling within the divine realm, such deities would never bow to anyone. Even a calamity deity would likely refuse to obey its commands. This matter seems rather difficult to handle. A trace of contemplation flashed across Wu Chang's face as his right hand unconsciously stroked the stubble on his chin, clearly weighing whether he should risk venturing forth. Yet at that very moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
Regarding the deities within the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace instance, please select an option.
A. Do not proceed to the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace. Ignore the Divine Palace fragment for now, spirit plus 200. B. Proceed to the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace and propose a deal to this deity, skill fusion attempts plus 1. C. Go to the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace and completely subdue this unknown deity.
Completing this will count as clearing the instance, granting 10x instance clear rewards.
Staring at the three options in his mind, Wu Chang felt torn. He absolutely had to go to the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace after all, the shrine fragment was likely there. If he didn't go now, any future changes might make obtaining it impossible. But the difference between the other two options lay in one being a deal with the deity, while the other required subduing it. Considering this, Wu Chang glanced at his level, a mere 165. How could he possibly subdue a deity of at least 700 levels with such a low rank? Ah well, he mused. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. I choose C. So what if I have to subdue a deity? I'm in. Wu Chang gritted his teeth and made his decision instantly. At his current level, he feared no demon god. Had the option been to defeat this deity, Wu Chang would have chosen it without hesitation. But because it was about subduing him, that's what made Wu Chang hesitate.
Now that he'd made his choice, Wu Chang knew there was no turning back. He looked at Song Qingye, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Chairman Song, I intend to journey to the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace. As for the deity within, I have my own way of dealing with them. Chapter 170, Divine Dungeon, Overwhelming Divine Might. Vote for me.
Well, since you've made up your mind to go, I can't really stop you. Seeing Wu Chang had made up his mind, Song Qingye sighed deeply and refrained from further persuasion.
However, I still need to report this to Ning Jitian. After all, he's the one who set the seal here. No problem. Wu Chang nodded in agreement. After all, he was heading into a dungeon that had been completely sealed off and closed to exploration. What's more, an ancient deity resided within. One could never be too careful. Seeing this, Song Qingye stepped outside to make a call. He returned to the office shortly after. He glanced up at Wu Chang, then swept his gaze over by Shuei before announcing in a solemn tone. Lord Ning Jiti has approved your request. I'll take you to the instance now. Although Song Qingye personally disagreed with Wu Chang's plan, since the God-tier array master had already given his approval, he had no grounds to object. Hearing this, a smile spread across Wu Chang's face. Yunhai Lightning Palace, here comes Wu Chang. What Wu Chang hadn't anticipated was that the dungeon's entrance lay within the guild itself, heavily guarded by numerous personnel. Every professional stationed here was at least level 150, a clear indication of the guild's high regard for this location. After undergoing 5 layers of identity checks, the trio finally entered a chamber. As the lights flickered on, a 3-meter-tall dungeon portal loomed before Wu Chang, its surface crackling with lightning, a warning to all who dared enter. This is the entrance to the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace. Take the downgrade potion and you may enter. Song Qingye stared at the dungeon entrance, his eyes filled with apprehension and resignation. After all, Wu Chang had insisted on entering this instance himself, and Ning Jitian hadn't stopped him. In fact, he'd strongly encouraged it. As the guild leader, Song Qingye didn't know what to say. Seeing the downgrade potion in Song Qingye's hand, Wu Chang swallowed it without hesitation. This was his first time taking a downgrade potion, so he paid close attention to the changes in his body. Immediately after swallowing it, he felt an inexplicable force binding him, as if it were enveloping him, preventing him from moving freely. Yet this force wasn't entirely restrictive. If danger arose, he could even break through this confinement. Probably to prevent players from getting killed by monsters in the dungeon. Wu Chang speculated inwardly. After all, dungeons had level restrictions. If a player's level exceeded the dungeon's limit by too much, it could destabilize the entire instance. But if one only slightly exceeded the upper limit, it wouldn't significantly impact the instance. Ultimately, it would just eject the adventurer from the instance. Seeing Wu Chang decisively take the downgrade potion, Bai Shuei quickly swallowed hers as well. She too wanted to see what truly lay within this sealed dungeon. Deities? If they could truly encounter those legendary beings, that alone would be considered fortunate. And with Wu Chang by her side, she needn't worry about safety. Once the two were prepared, Song Qingye stepped directly before the instance entrance. As he produced a token, the sealed entrance suddenly unleashed immense thunderous power. The flashes of lightning and thunderous roars served as a warning to any would-be intruders. Let's go. No need to worry too much. Wu Chang glanced at Bai Shuei beside him and offered a casual reassurance. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Seeing this, Bai Shuei hesitated slightly, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Yet she ultimately gritted her teeth and followed. Once inside the instance, a sea of clouds greeted their eyes, with thunder transformed into myriad creatures roaming freely within it. What surprised Wu Chang, however, was that no matter how he tried, he couldn't view the attributes of these creatures. Could it be that these creatures are pure thunder, making it impossible to view their attributes? Wu Chang raised an eyebrow, his mind racing with theories about how these creatures were conjured. Bai Shuei, however, felt a bit nervous. After all, she was only a support class. Though she'd witnessed many battles before, today's dungeon held a completely different significance. Divine beings resided within. One careless move, and a single wave of their hand could easily wipe out both her and Wu Chang. Shuei, let's go. Noticing her unease, Wu Chang turned back with a reassuring smile before pointing to the thunder pointer on the ground, gesturing for her to follow. Clearly, the deity had already sensed their arrival, manifesting the pointer to guide their path. Bai Shuei responded softly, then followed closely behind Wu Chang, afraid he might leave her behind. Wu Chang, however, remained oblivious to these details, his attention fixed on observing the situation within the dungeon. Though the monsters formed from thunder bore ferocious expressions, for some reason they did not attack them. Guided by the pointer, they soon came upon a palace formed entirely of thunder. Outside its walls, thunder dragons and thunder phoenixes soared through the air, forming a scene of auspiciousness that seemed effortlessly woven into the landscape. Enter now. A strange, booming voice echoed from within the palace, instantly making Wu Chang's eardrums ache. As the voice faded, a teleportation array suddenly materialized before Wu Chang and his companion. It flickered with faint lightning, appearing utterly bizarre. Bai Shuei glanced at Wu Chang as she stared at the array, unsure whether she should step onto it. Wu Chang merely smiled, stepping onto the array without hesitation. After all, the entity on the other side was a deity. Though its power was restrained by Ningji Tian, it still possessed strength beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners of the same rank.
If it truly intended to harm them, it might be troublesome, but it certainly wouldn't go to such lengths.
Moreover, this deity was neutral. Beyond the Divine King, it would not submit to anyone.
Seeing Wu Chang so confident, Bai Shui hesitated no longer and stepped onto the teleportation array. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the two were transported from outside the main hall into the palace interior. Wu Chang looked up to see a throne formed from thunderous energy standing in the center of the hall. Seated upon it was a deity clad in thunder dragon battle armor, his physique imposing and imposing.
As if sensing their arrival, he slowly opened his eyes.
In that instant, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Countless bolts of lightning coalesced into worshipping creatures, kneeling in homage toward the deity's presence.
Human, I am the ancient deity, the thunder god. State your purpose.
Seated upon his throne, the deity looked down upon the mortals below, who appeared as insignificant as ants.
Chapter 171, Gazing directly into the radiance of thunder. Human, state your purpose.
The majestic voice echoed through the grand hall. The thunder god on the throne scrutinized the mortals below, as if the slightest dissatisfaction would cause them to cease to exist.
Startled by the voice, Bai Shui's face instantly twisted with fear.
She hurriedly clutched Wu Chang's arm, terrified he might abandon her. Wu Chang shot Bai Shui a surprised glance but ultimately only chuckled softly, saying nothing more. Fear of deities was innate to all living creatures. Having never interacted with gods, they naturally knew nothing of the truth that so-called deities were merely beings of greater power. But Wu Chang had not only dealt with evil gods, he had even defeated the catastrophe evil god, reputed to be one of the strongest.
Thus, even now before this neutral deity, he remained utterly unafraid.
I am Wu Chang, here specifically to pay my respects to the deity residing in the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace. As for my purpose, I have come to seek the fragments of the Divine Palace. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire hall fell into complete silence. Not just Wu Chang, even the thunder god, seated high above, drew in a heavy breath. The entire hall now echoed only with the sounds of three people breathing.
Ha 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 ha.
Yet after a long pause, the deity laughed a laugh so unrestrained it shook the very foundations of the thunder hall until it trembled.
How dare you?
The fragments of the Divine Palace are not something a mere mortal like you can covet. The thunder god, seated high above, erupted in fury. With a single strike to the void, a colossal thunder axe, capable of cleaving the heavens, materialized.
A mere mortal, insignificant as an ant, dares covet the Divine King's palace?
You truly deserve death. The furious voice nearly shattered Wu Chang, and the thunderous axe hurtled toward him with overwhelming force.
Yet Wu Chang's expression remained unflinching, though a faint sigh stirred within his heart.
He had hoped to persuade them peacefully to hand over the palace fragment, but it seemed a fight was inevitable after all. But this is for the best.
It saves me the trouble of wasting my breath.
Wu Chang smiled faintly, then waved his hand. The world-destroying god-slaying blade materialized in his grasp. The moment the blade materialized, the thunderous sky transformed.
The once orange-yellow thunder axe instantly transformed into fiery crimson lightning.
The enraged thunder god now sought only to vent the fury burning within his heart.
The divine realm, the divine palace, the divine king, these were domains reserved solely for the gods.
Mortals like the one before him had no right to know, nor any qualification to understand such matters. Yet in the next instant, Wu Chang swung his long sword, and the majestic blade aura collided with the thunderous giant axe. Presumptuous humans actually think they can stop a cart with their arms spread wide. How utterly foolish and arrogant. The thunder god snorted coldly at the sight. In its eyes, Wu Chang was nothing more than a mere insect.
To challenge him to a duel?
Unless it was that divine Tira Ray master from the last instance who had dared to exchange blows with him, no one could possibly witness the majesty of a deity and walk away unscathed. Yet the next instant, its eyes widened like copper bells. His thunder axe slowly dissipated, replaced by streaks of blade light hurtling toward him. The one who had shattered the thunder axe was none other than Wu Chang. How is this possible? The thunder god was shaken to its core.
Yet it still waved its hand, summoning a massive shield of thunderbolts before it.
The shield blocked all of Wu Chang's attacks, but at the cost of its own complete dissipation. Witnessing this, the thunder god's rage was instantly suppressed. Its gaze burned fiercely upon the human below, whose face still wore a reckless, arrogant grin. Yet even as the thunder god, it had to admit this fellow below truly possessed the potential to become a god king.
Now, shall we sit down and have a proper talk?
Seeming to notice the change in the thunder god's attitude toward him, Wu Chang waved his hand to retract his weapon, his tone growing even more assertive. Earlier, he had intended to engage the thunder god on equal terms. But now that he had demonstrated his strength through action, if the other party couldn't match it, then it was only natural for him to hold the upper hand in negotiations.
Oomph. Arrogant.
Yet this remark seemed to strike a nerve with the thunder god. With a cold snort, the lightning surging around him erupted violently. Bolts of lightning coalesced around him, enveloping the thunder god and transforming him into a colossal five-clawed dragon.
Roar! Be reduced to dust within this thunder. The thunder dragon roared, then lunged at Wu Chang with claws and fangs bared. The fury in its eyes seemed to demand tearing Wu Chang to shreds before it would subside. Be careful! Bai Shuai cried out in alarm. This was a deity, one who had personally intervened. Could today truly be her final hour? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Wu Chang remained utterly composed. Though his expression held a hint of gravity, his tone betrayed absolute confidence in his own strength. He tapped his hand, and his equipment materialized one by one. Then, the world-slaying god-slaying blade emitted a piercing white light. Wu Chang raised his head to face the colossal dragon. The beast raged with unbridled fury, showing not the slightest hint of restraint. No wonder in its eyes, he was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Wu Chang let out a light chuckle, yet his gaze instantly sharpened to crystalline clarity. Even mortals possess the courage to face thunder. Reverse the heavens. In that instant, even the passage of time seemed to slow to a crawl. Wu Chang now became one with his blade. All his conviction and courage converged upon the world-shattering god-slaying blade. Destroy to create a new place, oneself in mortal peril to find rebirth. Boom! The shattering sound, as clear as glass breaking, echoed in everyone's ears, as if that single sound encompassed the entire world. The next second, the blade's blinding light shot skyward, cleaving the thunder dragon in two. The ferocious divine dragon instantly crumbled to dust, leaving only the thunder god standing there, dazed. It had been defeated by a human. And what was more, the opponent's level was identical to its own, a mere 50. The last time that God Tier Array Master had come here to set up the Grand Formation, the level cap of the entire instance had been restricted to 50. Yet in the Thunder God's eyes, even if the level cap were lowered to 10, let alone 50, it was impossible to find an opponent worthy of challenging him. Yet now, this creature it had regarded as an insect had crushed it. It felt a strange mix of melancholy and delight. Melancholy at being defeated by a mere mortal, yet delighted at witnessing the potential birth of a God King. In its long existence, it had witnessed countless prodigies, yet only one had ultimately ascended to become a God King. A majestic figure stood towering amidst the boundless cosmos, eternal and indestructible, impervious to all calamities. The might of the God King subdued heaven and earth, defying the very fabric of reality. Chapter 172, The Calamity Approaches, Farewell to Yekika. Human, what brings you here? The Thunder God, looking lost and forlorn, gazed at Wu Chang standing before him before slowly returning to his throne. Though it still found it hard to believe it had been defeated by a mere human, the brutal reality before it forced acceptance. Seeing the Thunder God Lord set aside his pride, Wu Chang's face broke into a smile, and the weight on his heart gradually lifted. Lord God, I have come seeking the shard of the Divine Palace. I defeated the illusory demon and learned from its memories that this fragment appears to be in your possession. I humbly request you part with it and grant me the shard of the Divine Palace. Wu Chang wore a faint smile, yet his tone was unusually confident, showing none of the fear one might expect from a mortal facing a deity. As if moved by Wu Chang's assurance, the Thunder God did not erupt in anger this time. Instead, a smile graced his face. However, he did not grant Wu Chang's request. Instead, he waved his hand in refusal. The shrine fragment cannot be given to you. It is a gift I intend to bestow upon the future God King. Though your potential is remarkable, you are not the God King. Depart now. As compensation, however, you may present me with any single request in the future. Within the bounds of my power, I shall grant it once. The Thunder God's words were courteous, even offering a trade-off, yet his stance remained unwavering. The shards of the Divine Palace would never be relinquished. Hearing this, Wu Chang found himself in a quandary. He had come specifically for the fourth Divine Palace fragment, yet now the other party refused to hand it over. Could he really force it to surrender the fragment? That was unrealistic. Setting aside the fact that such an act would enrage the Thunder God beyond measure, purely in terms of power, Wu Chang had no means to defeat the true form of a deity. After all, if he could force a deity's true form to surrender its possessions, why bother being a professional adventurer? He might as well become a god himself. This was the deity's domain. Though the level cap was set at 50, if the Thunder God Lord so desired, the instance's limitations held no sway over him whatsoever. Yet, just as Wu Chang pondered how to force the Thunder God to surrender the fragment, suddenly, a peculiar fluctuation surged from above. A massive spatial gate materialized above the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace. A sinister figure burst forth from within, radiating waves of malevolent energy. Wherever this shadow passed, all thunder creatures scattered in terror. Those too slow to flee dissolved on the spot. Observing this dark figure, the Thunder God's previously smiling face instantly darkened, his eyes clouding with gravity. It's the Calamity Demon Goddess. I never expected her to come. The Thunder God warned, seemingly unwilling to involve Wu Chang in this conflict. Yet Wu Chang appeared oblivious, standing nearby with an expression of curiosity, his smile not wavering in the slightest. At that moment, Wu Chang made the same system choice as last time. I choose C, directly repel the Calamity Demon God and make this Thunder God acknowledge my superiority. Seeing his attitude, the Thunder God couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. How could his goodwill be mistaken for a threat by this fellow?
But upon reflection, it likely hadn't occurred to Wu Chang that the Calamity Demon God was renowned for its might. Thus, it began explaining to him. The Calamity Demon God is one of the most powerful demon gods. Even during the Golden Age when God Kings emerged, her strength ranked among the absolute elite. Though only a fragment has arrived now, it is controlled by her true form. It seems I must intervene. The dark shadow drew nearer, and the lightning on the Thunder God's body flickered with increasing intensity. It knew exactly why the shadow approached to seek the shards of the divine palace. Soon, the dark shadow materialized within the grand hall, gradually taking the form of a familiar figure. Its enchantingly graceful appearance surprised Bai Shui, who had never seen a demon god before. She had always imagined evil gods as hideous creatures, never expecting one to be so beautiful. Little yellow-haired one, hand over the item. This time, I won't beat you. Yekika wore a confident smile, her eyes radiating an air of invincibility. After all, aside from the God King, no one could claim absolute victory over this demon god. Of course, in her view, her defeat by Wu Chang last time was merely because she had just been resurrected and was still in a weakened state. Oof, Yekika. The God King made a grave mistake by not exterminating all of you demon gods back then. The Thunder God snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with palpable indignation. Though a neutral deity, if forced to choose a side, it would stand with the human adventurers rather than align with the destructive dark gods. Ha! But that old fool is dead. To seal the abyss, he even sacrificed the divine realm itself. But I know the divine palace still exists, and one of its fragments is right here with you. If you know what's good for you, hand it over now. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to tear this place apart. A terrifying aura instantly emanated from Yekika. Bai Shui cowered behind Wu Chang, her eyes reflecting nothing but fear as if a mortal had encountered a ferocious beast. Hearing her words, the Thunder God hesitated. It knew it couldn't defeat Yekika, but this was a fragment entrusted to it by the Divine King. To simply hand it over to a demon god, it couldn't bear the thought. Seeing this, Wu Chang knew it was time for him to step in. If he didn't make his move now, the Thunder God might truly hand the fragment over to Yekika. With a deliberate cough, he emerged slowly from the mist. Yekika, it's been a while. Wu Chang wore a faint smile, his greeting as calm as ever. It was as if he and the Calamity Evil God weren't mortal enemies destined to fight to the death upon meeting, but rather a couple in the honeymoon phase who had gotten into a quarrel. Yet upon hearing Wu Chang's voice, Yekika's smile froze on her face. She turned her head and saw the human she had dreamed of killing standing before her. It's you! Yekika's voice suddenly rose to a shrill pitch. Witnessing this scene, the Thunder God's eyes widened in disbelief. It couldn't believe Yekika and Wu Chang had actually met before, and judging by the look on this Calamity Demon God's face, it seemed he'd suffered quite a setback at Wu Chang's hands. Why wouldn't I be here? The Thunder God is my big bro. You're picking on my brother? Of course I'm here. Wu Chang's matter-of-fact tone amused even the Thunder God. When exactly had he become his big brother? Hearing Wu Chang's words, Yekika fell into an unusual silence. She had assumed only the Thunder God would be here, thinking she could simply force him to hand over the fragment. But she hadn't counted on Wu Chang being present too, and crucially, she wasn't confident she could defeat this guy. Damn it! Yekika clenched her fists, her aura beginning to surge outward as if attempting to forcefully break through the instance's level cap. Seeing this, the Thunder God Lord urgently channeled the dungeon's power, forcibly maintaining the level cap at 50. He couldn't defeat Yekika, but this was his domain. The enemy wouldn't gain an advantage here. Seeing this, Wu Chang didn't hesitate. He unleashed the god-slaying triple slash, then concealed himself behind the third blade aura, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Yekika at point-blank range. Yet the enemy remained exceedingly cautious. Witnessing Wu Chang's decisive strike, Yekika saw no reason to linger further and instantly soared into the air. Wu Chang, mark my words, next time, I'll tear you limb from limb. With that, Yekika stepped into the spatial gate, which slowly closed behind him, leaving only 3 figures within the Grand Hall. Chapter 173, The Shrine Fragment Secured, the Shrine Disc. Vote for me. With Yekika's departure, the 3 remaining figures in the hall stared at each other in stunned silence. The Thunder God Lord couldn't fathom why Yekika, a Calamity Demon God, would fear Wu Chang so intensely. Even if he'd suffered a major defeat at Wu Chang's hands, such extreme caution seemed unnecessary. Bai Shui, meanwhile, stood completely frozen in place. With all her combat experience, she had no idea what had just transpired. All she had seen was Wu Chang strike, followed by the enemy's sudden flight. Yet, judging by the Thunder God's earlier words, this opponent seemed to be one of the most powerful demon gods. Why would he flee so easily? If the previous 2 were serious matters, then Wu Chang's situation was nothing short of frustrating. The arrival of the Calamity Evil God had actually shaken the Thunder God. If the opponent had stayed to fight him, he might have even been able to show off his divine power in front of everyone. Victory would then naturally lead to the Thunder God entrusting him with the fragment's safekeeping. But now Yekika had turned and fled without even engaging in battle. How was he supposed to obtain the fragment now? This guy is something else. Didn't I just crush her last time in the Wild Plains? Why is she running away now? Wu Cheng shook his head, his voice thick with frustration. Hearing his words, the Thunder God was so astonished he couldn't speak. Last time, Wu Cheng had already crushed the Calamity Evil God, even leaving her with psychological trauma. Did you hear what he just said? Even in the era when the God King existed, no one dared to make such a bold claim. Yet the problem was, the Calamity Evil God had indeed fled. Could it be, this fellow is telling the truth? The Thunder God Lord stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing in contemplation as he occasionally glanced at Wu Cheng. The Divine Palace fragment was undoubtedly the most precious thing he possessed. Beyond his own life, its value surpassed all other treasures. But the problem was that the Calamity Evil God had already found his way here. News of the Divine Palace fragment would inevitably spread. Then he wouldn't just be facing the Calamity Evil God, he might even encounter other top-tier evil gods. If a God King were present, he would have no fear after all. A God King's duty was to maintain stability across the entire divine realm. But now that the God King had fallen, until the next God King emerged, he, the Thunder God, was merely a neutral deity with no power to rely on. To put it nicely, as a neutral deity, neither side would easily provoke him. But to put it bluntly, he was a helpless loner. The moment the professionals and the evil gods began their great war, third parties like him would be the first to be eliminated. Enough, enough. Let him handle it. The thought flashed through the Thunder God's mind, and he swiftly made his decision. With a flick of his palm, a small sun-like orb suddenly appeared in his previously empty right hand, now emitting a faint, warm glow. This is the fragment of the Divine Palace I've been keeping. Yekika coming here means this place is no longer safe. Though this is a gift meant for the God King in the future, I will never let it fall into the hands of the evil god. Wu Cheng, I entrust it to you. The Thunder God's voice echoed throughout the grand hall. With a wave of his hand, the fragment slowly drifted toward Wu Cheng, emitting a soft, gentle glow. Seeing this, Wu Cheng's heart surged with excitement. With this fourth fragment secured, only 3 more remained to be collected. Perhaps he could inquire with the association for any leads. But for now, his priority was securing this fourth fragment. Thank you, Divine Lord. I, Wu Cheng, shall not disappoint. Wu Cheng clasped his fists in a bow toward the Thunder God, then turned his gaze to the fragment before him. He reached out and grasped the fragment in his hand. Instantly, the light vanished completely, leaving only a circular object resting quietly in his palm. A radiant smile spread across Wu Cheng's face as he examined the fragment. This was the largest fragment he had collected so far. Judging by its jagged edges, it seemed designed to hold other fragments in place. Well then, I trust you human practitioners will safeguard it well. The Thunder God spoke calmly, preparing to dismiss Wu Cheng and his companion. Yet suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the man. This aura was faint, yet it sent a powerful shock through the Thunder God. It was the Divine Palace. At that very moment, Wu Cheng also sensed something amiss. The remaining fragments of the Divine Palace were now vibrating rapidly. He hastily retrieved all the fragments he had gathered. Suddenly, they erupted in brilliant light, transforming into 4 luminous spheres that ascended into the sky. How is this possible? How could you have collected 4 Divine Palace fragments? The Thunder God's face was filled with utter astonishment at this sight. If Wu Cheng's defeat of the Calamity Evil God had merely stunned him before, then witnessing these 4 fragments now made him seriously doubt whether this human truly possessed the potential to become a God King. For the Divine Palace would never acknowledge anyone. Even if the Calamity Evil God had obtained it, she would be unable to wield it. Only a true God King could gain its recognition. Even in its fragmented state, this remained true. Otherwise, why would it have been utterly useless to him all these years? Watching the 4 glowing orbs spin rapidly, they finally merged into one. When the light faded, an incomplete disc appeared before everyone's eyes, then slowly descended into Wu Cheng's hands. What is this thing? Wu Cheng's eyes flickered with confusion as he examined the broken disc in his palm. The Thunder God, however, stared blankly at the disc. After a moment of composure, he explained. This is the Divine Palace disc. Once you gather the final 3 fragments, you will be able to forge the true Divine Palace. However, only when you become a Divine King will the Divine Palace truly be considered complete. Hearing the Thunder God Lord's answer, Wu Cheng's gaze toward the broken disc instantly grew fervent. So this was the true form of the Divine Palace, or rather, a palace constructed from an array formation. And only a God King could obtain the Divine Palace. Didn't that mean he too possessed the potential to become one? But he quickly regained his composure. After all he'd been through, Wu Cheng understood that potential was just potential. Only by transforming that potential into real combat power would he have a chance to become a top-tier professional. Thank you for your guidance, Divine Lord. He bowed his hands, his face bearing a look of gratitude toward the Thunder God. Without this 4th fragment, I likely would never have uncovered the true secrets of the shrine. And it was only thanks to his explanation that I came to understand the purpose of this disc. No need for formalities. If you have no further business, you may leave. The Thunder God waved his hand dismissively. To say he wasn't heartbroken that his most precious possession had been taken would be a lie.
Even if this man possessed the potential to become a god king after defeating the calamity demon god, the thunder god did not wish to keep seeing him now. Seeing this, Wu Chang made no further delay. He turned and departed the Cloud Sea Thunder Palace instance alongside Bai Shuwei. Chapter 174, Returning to the Association, a sudden dungeon appearance. Gazing back at the majestic palace behind them, Wu Chang felt only a wave of sorrow. Even a powerhouse like the Thunder God Lord could only retreat to this dungeon to survive. Even the so-called invincible God King perished in the abyss. Perhaps only after reaching God tier strength will I truly understand what the abyss of heaven and depths truly is. Running his fingers over his stubble, Wu Chang stepped out of the instance first. Bai Shuwei hurriedly followed, afraid of being left behind. Upon exiting, Wu Chang immediately spotted Song Qingye, his face etched with anxiety as he paced the room, wringing his hands. His agitation was palpable, so intense he hadn't even noticed his own exit from the instance. What on earth should I do? Should I inform that person about this? Song Qingye muttered to himself, his back to the instance, hesitating whether to inform Ning Zhitian. I don't think it's necessary anymore. Just then, Wu Chang smiled and spoke up suddenly. Hearing Wu Chang's voice, Song Qingye spun around, his face lighting up with delight. Good. I knew you'd make it back alive. How'd it go? Did you explore more than half the dungeon? It doesn't matter if you just circled the perimeter, safety comes first. Song Qingye couldn't care less about how much of the dungeon had been explored. To him, Wu Chang's safety was the only thing that mattered. Wu Chang merely smiled without responding. After all, the thunder god within was no ordinary being. Even if he mentioned it, no one would believe that such a powerful entity could reside within a dungeon. Seeing Wu Chang's reaction, Song Qingye didn't press further. Instead, he instructed them both to return and rest. Sitting in the rest area, Bai Shuwei's face was filled with curiosity. Her gaze lingered on Wu Chang before she finally gritted her teeth and decided to ask whether the thunder god's words held any truth. Wu Chang, did you truly defeat that calamitous demon god? Bai Shuwei's voice was soft, yet Wu Chang heard every word clearly. Yes. That creature once prepared to resurrect within the Wild Plains great world at the cost of the world's destruction. So I had no choice but to defeat it. Otherwise, its power would have grown even stronger. Wu Chang made no attempt to conceal the truth, nodding in acknowledgement. Such matters could always be uncovered by those who sought them out. Besides, Bai Shuwei was his teacher, and there was no conflict of interest between them. There was nothing to conceal. Upon hearing Wu Chang's answer, Bai Shuwei paused for a moment before letting out a relieved smile. I never imagined that after becoming a wanderer, you'd grow so powerful. Back then, I worried you might give up on yourself. Looks like I overthought it. A hint of nostalgia tinged Bai Shuwei's voice. Though only half a year had passed, it felt as if she could no longer keep pace with this student. Wu Chang remained silent, focusing instead on the system in his mind as he prepared to receive the rewards for completing this choice. Option completed. Receive tenfold completion reward. The system in his mind emitted a cold voice. Instantly, Wu Chang felt a strange power seeming to roam within his body. This power continuously evolved his body before abruptly surging back into his brain. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered his level had skyrocketed to 190. This is terrifying. Probably because this dungeon's difficulty is so high, the tenfold reward granted me this much experience all at once. Wu Chang clenched his fists, his mind filled with awe. He immediately opened his attribute panel to scrutinize his current stats. Name, Wu Chang. Title, Godslayer, Avenger, Wealthy Tycoon. Class, Freelancer. Level, LV 190 50%. Equipment, World-Shattering God-Slaying Blade God Tier, Heaven-Earth Unity Armor Mythic Tier, Dark Gold Giant Set Unrivaled Tier God Master Frame Mythic Tier, Mage Staff Unrivaled Tier, Space Splitting Orb Unrivaled Tier, Purple Spirit Gourd Epic Tier, Sky Riding Cloak Unrivaled Tier, Bombardment Seal Unparalleled. Strength, 2700 plus 375 Spirit, 2500 plus 225. Physical Resistance, 650 plus 275 Magic Resistance, 650 plus 275. Critical Chance, 60 plus 30% Critical Damage, 900%. Skills, Spiritual Suppression, Annihilation Fusion, Total Control, Divine Body Regeneration, Grand Life Restoration, Spatial Leap, Bloodline Curse, Mastery of All Martial Arts, Surprise Elbow Strike, Absolute Block, Fatal Strike, Dharma Body, Heaven Splitting Blade, Waterlord, Sea of Corpses and Blood, Reversal of Heaven and Earth, Tactical Chaos. Having endured the blood-soaked battles within the Abyss of Blood, all attributes saw slight enhancements. But none of that mattered most. After all, the most precious thing he had obtained was the Divine Palace Disc. This divine artifact, exclusive to the God King, was my greatest acquisition. I wonder when I'll finally gather all the fragments. I'm eager to see what truly lies within that divine palace. Wu Chang held the Divine Palace Disc, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Just then, he suddenly sensed a violent tremor. This tremor wasn't caused by an earthquake, but rather a spatial fluctuation. Spatial fluctuations varied in magnitude. Minor ones merely tore open fissures, while major ones could obliterate entire cities.
He scrambled off the bed, horror in his eyes, and stepped out of the room only to find Bai Shuai emerging with equal terror etched across her face. What's happening? Bai Shuai's eyes still held traces of terror. The shock had nearly knocked her unconscious. If not for her fierce will to survive, she would likely be lying motionless on the bed now. It must be a dungeon descending. Judging by the intensity of the fluctuations, this doesn't seem like a low-level one. Having experienced multiple hidden instance appearances, Wu Chang knew exactly what this meant. If they failed to gain complete control over this instance, the monsters within would likely break free and invade the Dragon Nation. At that point, it would become a race between Dragon Nation's professionals and death itself. Therefore, they had to seize control of the instance the moment it appeared. Sister Shuai, wait here. I'll go check out the dungeon first. Okay. Wu Chang quickly pulled on clothes to cover his muscles, then glanced back at Teacher Bai. He saw concern in her eyes, but Wu Chang offered no further explanation. He simply donned his sky cloak and flew toward the guild headquarters. Whether as a professional or as a resident of Huajing City, he had to keep this matter contained within certain limits. Above all, he couldn't let those monsters descend upon this world. Chapter 175, An Unseen Dungeon, the Godslayer Squad assembles. Upon arriving at the association, Wu Chang pushed open the door to Song Qingye's office to find nearly the entire leadership of Huajiang City's professional association gathered inside. Wu Chang has arrived. I was just about to send someone to fetch you. Please, take a seat. Seeing Wu Chang arrive, Song Qingye's face lit up with a delighted smile before he resumed discussing the sudden emergence of this instance. Chairman, we detected no spatial fluctuations preceding the instance's arrival. This is no ordinary instance manifestation. We detected no aura of the evil god, so it shouldn't be the evil god causing trouble. This instance appeared extremely abruptly. None of our departments detected any precursors. Wu Chang sat to the side, listening to the high-ranking guild members deliberate while mentally sifting through the flood of information. First, it was certain this sudden dungeon appeared unlike any previous one. Second, judging by the spatial fluctuations, this dungeon descent wasn't of the Godslayer tier, yet the aura within felt even more profound than that of a Hell tier dungeon. Moreover, some adventurers who had entered the instance had already emerged. However, they hadn't uncovered any useful information, and tragically, fewer than 1 in 10 who entered had survived. So should we deploy the Godslayer squad now? As soon as the basic information exchange concluded, a department head promptly proposed this suggestion to Song Qingye. At this suggestion, everyone's eyes filled with conflicted expressions. They didn't know the members of the Godslayer squad, nor did they know their whereabouts. It was even more difficult to recall them now to deal with this unprecedented instance. Song Qingye glanced at Wu Chang. Seeing no sign of refusal on his face, he made his decision. In that case, deploy 10 members of the Godslayer squad. I will handle contacting them. Song Qingye made the decision outright. Seeing that even the guild leader had spoken, the others fell silent, waiting quietly for him to contact the Godslayer squad. Seeing this, Song Qingye departed immediately and soon returned to the room. Contact has been established. This time, the most enigmatic figure of the Godslayer squad, the Heavenly Lord, will lead the operation. If even he can't handle it, then we'll have to seek support from higher up. Upon returning to the room, Song Qingye's first words were to announce the leader for this mission. Hearing this, everyone frowned involuntarily. After all, with Wu Chang present, why would they need the Celestial Lord to lead the team? Yet when they looked at Wu Chang, they noticed a hint of amusement in his smile. Since Wu Chang himself raised no objection, the others ceased their arguments and accepted the decision. In that case, we depart immediately. I'll personally lead the team there. You'll handle command here. With that, Song Qingye turned and walked away without delay. Wu Chang, seeing this, followed with a cheerful smile. Though the others wondered why Wu Chang was tagging along, since the guild leader hadn't objected, they tacitly accepted that he was likely their strongest external reinforcement. They boarded a special vehicle and headed straight for the area where the instance had appeared. Neither spoke throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the dungeon's location, Wu Chang discovered several members of the Godslayer squad he recognized were already present. Captain Xinglong and Hao Yenshu, upon seeing the Heavenly Lord mask he wore, looked slightly taken aback. Xinglong, though you are the Godslayer squad's captain, I've decided to entrust this mission's leadership to the Heavenly Lord. Once inside, everyone must follow the Heavenly Lord's orders, even you, Xinglong, as the captain. Understood. No one dared to oppose the chairman's decision. Even Xinglong, as the Godslayer squad's captain, didn't dare defy Song Qingye. What was it, after all? Just command over a single instance run. It wasn't like it was going to cost him his life. Besides, he never cared about such things anyway. Seeing that Xinglong was of no use, Song Qingye instructed the group to scout the instance first. Seeing this, Wu Chang stepped into the instance with a smile, and the others hurriedly followed. Yet the moment they entered, Wu Chang's smile froze solid. Instead of the expected dungeon scenery, they were met with a vast expanse of pale purple void. This pale purple space seemed to be constantly expanding, and every so often, a pair of yellow eyes would appear, glaring at them menacingly. Holy crap, what the hell is this place?
Codenamed Xuanwu, the top-tier professional couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He had followed Captain Xinglong into countless dungeons before, but this situation was completely unexpected. Xinglong, however, remained silent, shifting his gaze toward Wu Chang. Wu Chang stood there, his expression solemn as he stared intently at the pale purple wall. Slowly, he reached out and touched it. Watch out! A tentacle suddenly shot out from within the wall, lunging directly at Wu Chang. Seeing this, Xinglong urgently shouted the warning. Wu Chang, however, calmly sidestepped and grabbed the tentacle. The instant his fingers touched it, a searing pain shot through him. Oomph, petty tricks! Without hesitation, Wu Chang yanked the tentacle, determined to pull whatever lurked behind it out into the open. Whether his hand would be corroded was no longer within his realm of concern. After all, the party included a healer, so he had no need to worry about treatment. He lowered his center of gravity, thrust his legs backward with all his might, and instantly leaned his body backward. The tentacle was forcibly torn off. Its owner let out a wail of agony, a soul-shaking scream audible even through the pale purple wall. Roar! Before the others could react, a pale purple insect burst forth from the very spot the tentacle had emerged, targeting Wu Chang before he could steady himself. In an instant, a spear streaked past Wu Chang's cheek. Xinglong now stood enveloped in wind elemental energy armor, his entire being radiating the aura of a war god. Press forward without hesitation. I'll handle the rear guard. As the strongest combatant in the squad, Xinglong resolutely took on the rear guard duty. As for Wu Chang, his primary role was to clear the path ahead. After all, compared to the spear, his long sword was far more suited for head-on combat. Be careful. Wu Chang nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on the passage ahead. From the depths of the passage, a series of low, guttural growls echoed, as if intent on tearing them apart. Yet Wu Chang wore a faint smile. With a flick of his wrist, the world-slaying god-cutting blade materialized in his hand, its pale crimson glow striking vividly against the dim passageway. Everyone, follow me to investigate. In an instant, a blade aura shot forward, and Wu Chang followed closely behind. He intended to see what kind of monster lurked within this passageway. Chapter 176, Saving the Azure Dragon, the Abyss Dungeon. Vote for us. At Wu Chang's command, the members of the Godslayer squad followed closely behind him, charging deep into the tunnel. Soon, illuminated by the blade's glow, massive pale purple reptiles appeared before them. These creatures clutched human corpses in their jaws, evidently the remains of the previous group of adventurers who had ventured in. Damned creatures, all of you shall burn in hell. Xuanwu roared, hurling his shield forward to unleash a howling gale. Disturbed from their feeding, the insects grew enraged, their eyes turning bloodshot as they turned their gaze toward the intruders. Squeak! Their shrieks were filled with excitement, as if they had discovered prey. Instantly, they all became wildly agitated. Dozens of massive crawling beasts surged forward like a swarm of insects, bearing down on Wu Chang at the front. Seeing this, Wu Chang narrowed his eyes, his gaze flashing with murderous intent. Die, all of you! He roared, unleashing the Godslayer slash. The attack sent all the crawling creatures before him flying. Yet these monsters did not die. Instead, they lay on the ground, struggling to rise, seemingly unharmed. Wu Chang's brow furrowed at the sight. If these ordinary monsters were already this troublesome, what kind of brutal battle would await if they encountered a boss? Check attributes. Wu Chang instinctively checked the monster's attributes and was shocked to discover they were several times stronger than other dungeon monsters. Abyssal Crawler LV 200, a low-tier monster dwelling within the abyss, renowned for its terrifying devouring capacity and evolutionary potential. These creatures exist in vast numbers, consuming everything within reach. Upon evolving into the Abyssal Empress, it possesses power rivaling that of a god king. Strength 3000 spirit, 2000 physical resist, 5000 magic resist, 5000 stamina, 80,000. Skills, Abyss Devour, Endless Hunger, Absorb and Evolve. Gazing upon these abyssal crawlers, Wu Chang's hair stood on end, goosebumps erupting across his entire body. He never imagined this place would be the Abyssal Depths instance. According to the Thunder God, the God King had sacrificed his very life to seal the abyss. But now that the abyss instance had descended, could it mean the God King's seal was beginning to weaken? Looks like once we get out, we'll have to start investigating the abyss dungeon. Wu Chang's gaze swept coldly over the abyssal crawlers before he commanded the Godslayer squad to launch an organized assault. After all, these crawlers were numerous and possessed astonishing strength. Without a coordinated strategy, fighting haphazardly, they would likely be crushed swiftly. Yet at that very moment, he spotted a figure rapidly approaching from behind. Focusing his gaze, he recognized it as Xinglong, the rear guard. We're surrounded. Xinglong's body was covered in wounds, even his breastplate had been completely corroded, revealing the deep scars beneath, a testament to the ferocity of his recent battle. Yet now, he paid no heed to his own wounds. Instead, his gaze turned to Wu Chang, filled with deep concern. If his current combat strength was only half of his peak, then Wu Chang was their last hope. Is it the boss or just regular monsters behind us? Wu Chang scanned behind Xinglong but saw no pursuers, prompting him to ask. It's a boss. It can suddenly appear from within walls.
It's likely already infiltrated the walls, preparing to ambush us at any moment. Xinglong's face was clouded with worry that boss had caused him no end of trouble. Hearing this, Wu Cheng's face turned ashen. The path ahead was now overrun by abyssal crawlers. Eliminating dozens of them would prove difficult. And now a boss had appeared behind them. If no one dealt with it, the Godslayer squad would likely collapse under the double attack from both fronts. In that case, I'll take care of the boss. Captain, I'll leave this to you. Although Wu Cheng was in command of this battle, he still regarded Xinglong as his true leader. If nothing else, Xinglong's guidance during that pivotal reversal had cemented his status as Wu Cheng's mentor. Alright, be careful. Xinglong offered no objection. After all, compared to solo combat, he had far more experience with large-scale battles since becoming captain. Wu Cheng nodded, then headed straight back the way he had come. Along the way, his gaze swept over the surrounding walls, finding nothing suspicious. Yet the occasional growls that echoed through the tunnels filled him with anxiety, fearing that his slow progress might lead to casualties on the front lines. Yet when he reached the dungeon entrance, the boss remained nowhere in sight. Just then, a wail echoed from deep within the tunnel, followed by the furious roar of something enraged. No! This is a diversion tactic. Wu Cheng's heart sank. He immediately accelerated to his absolute limit and raced back. When he finally caught up with the Godslayer squad members, he found Xinglong collapsed on the ground, a patch of pale purple corrosion spreading across his chest. As the sole medic in the squad, the professional codenamed Jade Rabbit was now channeling all her energy into a skill, desperately trying to rouse the unconscious Xinglong. Heavenly Lord, come support us. The captain can't hold on much longer. Jade Rabbit's voice reached Wu Cheng's ears, sending a wave of panic through him. Rushing to Xinglong's side, he saw the captain was already clinging to life. Damn it, these damn things. Wu Cheng's gaze fell upon the abyssal crawlers. Though these monsters were clearly defeated, they still struggled desperately to resist. Clearly, the wounds on Xinglong weren't inflicted by these low-level monsters. It must have been that boss attacking from behind. But his priority now wasn't finding the boss, it was saving Xinglong. Life restoration spell, Bloodline Curse. Instantly, two buffs were unleashed and a vibrant green aura of vitality surged around Wu Cheng. Seeing this vitality, Yutu's face betrayed a look of astonishment. Based on past battle observations, she had assumed this heavenly lord was some elite combat specialist. Yet she never imagined he would possess such an advanced healing skill as Grand Life Restoration. This was a skill even she hadn't mastered yet. Not only could it revive Xinglong from unconsciousness, but it might even save him if he were hanging by a thread. As his stamina rapidly drained, Wu Cheng felt a wave of weakness and dizziness wash over him. However, the effects of the Grand Life Restoration technique were strikingly evident. Xinglong, who had been unconscious moments ago, slowly opened his eyes. Even the wound on his chest began to heal rapidly. Watch out for that boss. Not only can it burrow through walls, but it can also briefly turn invisible. Feeling his stamina rapidly replenish, Xinglong gritted his teeth and stood up, preparing to resume command of the battle. Just as Wu Cheng opened his mouth to speak, a terrifying aura surged from behind him. Turning, he saw two lantern-sized eyes staring fixedly at him. A figure darted through the void, its razor-sharp jaws snapping toward his throat. Chapter 177, Clearing the Abyss Dungeon, Level 100 Challenge begins. The instant Wu Cheng saw the monster, a flood of negative emotions surged through his mind. It was as if the creature's gaze contained every tragedy imaginable in the human world, making it utterly impossible to escape these negative reflections. But swiftly, Wu Cheng clenched his hand, and the world-slaying god-cutting blade materialized in his grasp. Those negative emotions instantly dissipated, leaving only a tranquil sea of calm within his mind. Damn it, this monster actually deals mental damage too. Wu Cheng muttered under his breath before the boss's detailed information appeared before his eyes. Abyssal Devourer LV-200, the evolved form of the Abyssal Crawler, possessing razor-sharp jaws capable of devouring all. Its terrifying power can even pierce the shields of defensive class players of the same level. Strength, 5,000 Spirit, 4,000 Physical Resistance, 10,000 Magic Resistance, 10,000 Stamina, 800,000. Skills, Abyss Devour, Shadow Shuttle, Void Undercurrent, Etherealization. Upon seeing this Abyssal Devourer, Wu Cheng immediately sensed trouble. Was this thing a minor boss or the final boss? After all, with so many abyssal crawlers around, surely there couldn't be only one Abyssal Devourer. Looks like I need to head back for a quick rest. Once things settle down here, I'll continue exploring. Wu Cheng gripped his long sword, his mind already made up. After defeating this boss, he would immediately return to report to the guild. Useful information would follow. His gaze fixed on the Abyssal Devourer, he unleashed the heaven-splitting blade's aura. To everyone's astonishment, it forced the arrogant boss to retreat repeatedly, even expelling its form from the void. Witnessing this, even Xinglong, captain of the Godslayer squad, couldn't help but marvel inwardly at Wu Cheng's astonishing rate of growth. Half a year ago, he could have easily crushed Wu Cheng. But now? Wu Cheng might just be able to pin him, the squad leader, to the ground and grind him into dust. Is this the gap between myself and a top-tier genius? Xinglong shook his head in reflection, but quickly refocused his attention on defending against the abyssal crawlers. He himself had once been a once-in-a-decade prodigy, yet standing before Wu Chang, he finally understood the vast chasm separating him from those truly monstrous geniuses. Meanwhile, Wu Chang's battle with the abyssal devourer had reached a fever pitch. Though every strike from Wu Chang carried true damage, the abyssal devourer's phantom skill allowed its body to vanish into the void. This meant that even when Wu Chang's blows connected, they failed to inflict any damage. Worse still, the brief pause in his attacks left him vulnerable to counterstrikes. Dharmakaya golden body. Wu Chang growled under his breath. A golden light flared around him, instantly tripling his attributes. Within this state, he unleashed the Godslayer slash. An unmatched blade light shot forward, forcing even the abyssal devourer whose body was concealed within the void to flee in its path. The weaker abyssal crawlers stood no chance. Shrieks filled the air as the abyssal devourer's body was cleaved clean in two, its upper half writhing lifelessly on the ground. The abyssal crawlers, bereft of their leader, scattered in terror, fleeing into the void and refusing to show themselves. Swish! Wu Chang's blade cleaved through the abyssal devourer's skull, finally ending the boss's existence. Defeated abyssal devourer. Annihilation fusion successful. Skill spatial leap and surprise elbow strike fused. Acquired new skill, void stealth dissolve into the void, rendering yourself undetectable to all except other void-dwelling creatures. Duration, 1 minute. The system's voice echoed in his mind, causing Wu Chang to raise an eyebrow in delight. He felt he'd truly hit the jackpot this time. After all, while Space Leap and Surprise Elbow Strike were highly effective skills, they were prone to being interrupted during transitions. Void Lurking was different. He could now sustain invisibility, granting him more options whether escaping the battlefield or ambushing enemies from behind. Excellent, excellent. It seems this trip was well worth it. He nodded, then turned to lead his squad away. But just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen to 199. The second 100-level challenge is now active. Upon completion, your level will advance to 200. Level 200 challenge ending the abyss, explore the abyss instance to earn rewards. Reach 50% or higher exploration progress to advance. Higher exploration progress yields richer rewards upon advancement. Facing the level 100 challenge, please make your choice. A. Explore the abyss dungeon with a party exploration progress increases exponentially. B. Explore the dungeon solo upon clearing the abyss, you will receive news of the 5th Divine Palace fragment. Staring at the options presented by the system in his mind, Wu Chang froze momentarily, feeling a sense of strangeness. Typically, at this juncture, he'd be prompted to either abandon or continue the challenge. Yet this time, he was unexpectedly asked to choose between leading an exploration or venturing alone. But since it involves the 5th shrine fragment, I absolutely have to give it a shot. Choose B. I'm exploring the dungeon solo. Wu Chang grinned, making his decision instantly. He glanced at the remaining members of the Godslayer squad, noticing most were in dire straits. Some had even been corroded halfway through the arm after coming into contact with the venom sprayed by the abyssal crawlers. Where his gaze settled, no fear flickered across their faces. They seemed to be waiting for his final decision. Ahem. He cleared his throat softly to get their attention. Once all eyes were on him, Wu Chang spoke slowly. I see you're all in rough shape. How about we rest here first, or just turn back the way we came? Once you've recovered, we can re-enter the instance. What about you? Hao Yenshui, wearing the Yenling mask, quickly picked up on Wu Chang's phrasing. It seemed he had no intention of leaving the dungeon himself. Xinglong also caught this nuance, fixing his gaze directly on Wu Chang. As for me? I'll just take another stroll around the dungeon. If it gets dangerous, I'll run for my life, of course. Wu Chang smiled, revealing his intentions. However, the others weren't quite on board, raising their hands one after another to stay with Wu Chang. Though they had suffered injuries, this was the Godslayer squad. As long as anyone remained alive, abandonment was unthinkable. However, when he saw they actually wanted to stay, Wu Chang fell silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but because he had a mission to complete. Seeming to sense his awkwardness, Xinglong, the squad leader, immediately spoke up. The guild leader instructed us to follow Wu Chang's lead entirely within the dungeon. Since he's already spoken, let's retrace our steps. Only by healing our wounds can we unleash our full combat potential. With Xinglong backing him up, the others protested briefly but eventually relented. There was little choice. They could ignore Wu Chang's orders outside the dungeon, where he held no authority over them. But Xinglong was the captain. Disobeying him would likely mean double the training later. The group fell silent, packing their belongings in preparation to leave. Hao Yenshui, seemingly realizing something, hurried over to Wu Chang. Better safe than sorry. Of course. Watching the Godslayer squad fade into the distance, Wu Chang's smile gradually faded from his face. Now, it was time for his solo act. Chapter 178, The Abyss Deep Within the Dungeon, Ever Expanding. After parting ways with Xinglong and the others, Wu Chang fixed his gaze on the depths of the passageway. From here on, he would clear the dungeon solo. But this is for the best.
At least I won't have to worry about looking out for others. I just wonder if those guys poisoned by the abyssal crawler's venom will ever recover. Recalling how the venom had swiftly corroded flesh moments ago, Wu Chang couldn't help but worry about his fallen comrades. Yet this worry was quickly suppressed, for the challenges ahead demanded his undivided focus. Drawing the world-slaying god-cutting blade, he stepped forward, advancing slowly deeper into the passageway. The blade's glow illuminated his path like a torch, occasionally revealing the scattered corpses of fallen adventurers on the ground. As for the abyssal crawlers, the death of the abyssal devourer had sent them scurrying into the purple walls, now only daring to peek out with a single eye to observe him. Bullying the weak, cowardly creatures. Wu Chang snorted coldly at the sight, his hatred for these abyss crawlers deepening. If the monsters within the dungeon still possessed a shred of reason, these abyss crawlers were nothing but crazed killing machines. Only when the abyssal devourer, their power core, perished would these crawlers cease their rampage. Footsteps echoed through the cavernous depths. The surrounding abyss crawlers watched Wu Chang leave their territory, yet remained frozen, unable to make a move. Only after leaving the abyssal crawler's territory did Wu Chang realize he had reached a fork in the path. The left wall of this junction grew even darker, as if it could swallow one's very gaze. The right fork, however, emitted a faint white glow, radiating an eerie softness and tranquility. Though the right fork undoubtedly seemed the safer choice, Wu Chang resolutely headed left. If I hadn't read books, I'd have chosen the right path. But the safer a place looks, the more dangerous it truly is. Places that appear dangerous on the surface are merely meant to make you retreat in fear. He gave a cold laugh and stepped directly into the left passageway. He failed to notice that after he entered, the right passage transformed into a massive maw, slowly vanishing as some creature writhed within. The deeper Wu Chang ventured into the left passage, the more pungent the stench in the air became. This stench wasn't from excrement, but rather the unprocessed odor of piled-up corpses. The stench made Wu Chang frown, his guard instantly rising. The presence of corpses meant a boss or monster likely resided here. Within this abyss dungeon, he had to be extra cautious. Squeak! Just as he cautiously guarded against monsters suddenly charging out, a sound abruptly came from the right. Turning his head, he saw a sky abyss devourer clinging to the wall. Its hideous face betrayed a hint of terror. Its claws dug deep into the wall, yet it couldn't break through the void to enter the wall's interior. Something behind it seemed to be tugging desperately, stretching its body and claws taut. Wu Chang's eyes widened at the sight. He knew full well the power of the abyssal devourer. To think there could be a monster that preyed upon such a creature, just how formidable could this being be? The next instant, the abyss devourer's claws shattered as it vanished before Wu Chang's eyes, fear etched across its face. Revealed instead was a colossal claw. The abyssal devourer was no larger than half a palm in its grasp. Crunch! As if swallowing its prey, that eerie sound echoed once more. A hideous, compound-eyed maw suddenly pressed against the wall. Its honeycomb-like eyes burned with a ravenous, devouring hunger. The monster fixed its gaze on Wu Chang, as if poised to burst through and devour him at any moment. Staring at that hideous face, Wu Chang's heart pounded wildly. Could he defeat this creature in his current state? Or would it crush him with a single swipe? Before he could ponder further, Wu Chang felt the ground shake violently. The corpse of the abyssal devourer had pierced through the wall and plummeted from above. For a moment, light from outside flooded the passageway, revealing a horrifying sight. Piled before him lay countless shells. If he recognized them correctly, every single one belonged to the abyssal devourer. Which meant that whatever had just been here fed on abyssal devourers, and this place was its hunting ground. Gulp! Wu Chang swallowed hard, glancing back only to find the monster had vanished without a trace. What a terrifying creature. I sincerely hope we don't encounter it in this instance. He took a moment to steady his trembling heart before cautiously moving forward. Having chosen to explore the abyss, there was no turning back now. Yet the path ahead seemed unusually smooth. Not only did he encounter no monsters, but even that creature that had hunted the abyss devourers earlier failed to reappear. It felt as though its earlier appearance had been nothing more than a fluke, devoid of any deeper significance. Soon, a tidal-like sound suddenly reached Wu Chang's ears. The sound seemed to come from directly ahead, rhythmic like the ebb and flow of the tide. Could this be the exit of the instance? Or is there no final boss within the abyss? A look of confusion crossed Wu Chang's face, but he still quickened his pace and pressed onward. The abyss was indeed fraught with danger. He decided to complete his task here as quickly as possible and return outside to level up. Yet when he emerged from the passageway, he found himself in an utterly empty chamber. There were no tides here, no rivers, only a creature resembling a rock sprawled on the ground. That tidal-like sound? It was actually the creature spitting out corrosive saliva that eroded the surrounding space. Moo! Seeming to detect Wu Chang's presence, it turned its head, revealing its true form. This creature, sprawled on the ground yet over 10 meters tall, bore a bovine face covered in pitted craters. Within these craters, abyssal crawlers writhed incessantly, as if poised to burst forth at any moment. Each spittle it sprayed onto the walls caused them to bulge outward slightly. Judging by its tracks, it appeared to have only recently arrived here. At this sight, Wu Chang was utterly horrified.
He had imagined the abyss to be terrifying, and he had imagined the monsters within to be merciless devourers of flesh. But he never imagined the abyss itself was expanding, devouring everything around it as the price. Moo! In that very instant of distraction, the spittle-spewing monster lunged forward with blinding speed, targeting Wu Chang. Chapter 179, Challenge complete, Return to the Association. Vote for me. Damn it! Startled by the creature's sudden attack, Wu Chang's expression darkened instantly. It wasn't because it had attacked him, but because he had realized the immense threat Tianyuan posed. If no one could halt Tianyuan's expansion, even the entire dragon nation might be swallowed whole. But now, he had to survive. He had to return alive to deliver this news to the association. With grim resolve, Wu Chang summoned all his weapons. Dharmakaya Golden Body. He activated triple attribute enhancement and immediately entered a state of void concealment. In this state, the enemy couldn't detect him unless they too slipped into the void. Meanwhile, he could safely observe their attributes and attack vulnerabilities. Abyssal Forger LV-210 evolved from abyssal crawlers. It carries an entire swarm within its body. Its saliva corrodes space and continuously expands the abyss. To prevent the world from being devoured, this creature must be slain. Strength 5,000 spirit, 9,000 physical resistance, 15,000 magic resistance, 15,000 stamina, 200000. Skills, damage sharing, corrosive spray, abyssal worm swarm. The monster's information appeared before Wu Chang's eyes. He never expected this creature to be called the Abyssal Forger. But the title fit its nature perfectly. It aided the Abyss's expansion, making it a higher priority target than even the Abyss Devourer. After all, no matter how powerful the Abyss Devourer was, it remained merely a destroyer, while the Abyss Maker could continuously expand the Abyss. Since Wu Chang had slipped into the void, the Abyss Maker's attack missed its mark. Yet it swiftly sensed something amiss, its form gradually becoming ethereal as if attempting to merge with the void itself. But Wu Chang would not grant it that chance. Seizing the moment while its opponent was in a semi-vaporized state, he launched a sudden assault. God-slaying slash. He roared furiously as his body burst forth from the void. The world-destroying God-slaying blade in his hand radiated divine might, unleashing a colossal blade aura that surged directly toward the Abyss Creator. Moo! Already slow-moving and now in a semi-transparent state, the Abyss Maker was unable to evade the attack in time. The Godslayer slash struck its body directly, instantly killing or wounding over half of the abyssal crawlers in that area. The Abyssal Creator let out a wail of agony. Yet swiftly, it fixed Wu Chang with a furious gaze, its bloodshot eyes burning with hatred. The next instant, its body began to rapidly expand, and the abyssal crawlers living on it became incredibly active. A powerful gust of air erupted from the Abyssal Creator's body, propelling the abyssal crawlers into the air. They maneuvered their bodies to encircle Wu Chang. Yet, whether from prolonged coexistence or some other reason, Wu Chang could discern a single thread connecting the abyssal creature to the backs of the abyssal insects. Die! Wu Chang gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He swung the world-shattering God-slaying blade to its absolute limit, unleashing heaven-splitting blade chi as freely as if it cost nothing. Simultaneously, the magic staff continuously spewed balls of light, staggering toward the aerial foes. After unleashing 3 heaven-slicing blade gangs, Wu Chang felt an overwhelming emptiness wash over his body, as if every ounce of strength had been drained. Yet from the purple spirit treasure gourd, a stream of vitality slowly flowed forth, forcibly restoring him to 2/3 of his peak strength. Feeling his strength gradually return, Wu Chang lifted his gaze toward the Sky Abyss Creators. Accompanied by the sweeping of the heaven-slicing blade, the once menacing abyssal crawlers had all perished. The Abyss Maker's body bore dozens of new wounds, some striking vital points. Had the blows penetrated just a fraction deeper, they would have been fatal. Even if it couldn't be instantly slain, such severe injuries meant survival was impossible. Therefore, Wu Chang prepared to finish off the boss directly, unwilling to continue expending his strength. Moo! As Wu Chang approached with murderous intent, a flicker of terror flickered in the Abyssal Devourer's eyes. That terror was swiftly consumed by utter madness. It roared furiously as energy surged within its body, causing its form to rapidly swell. Thick blood gushed from its wounds. It's going to self-detonate. Wu Chang instantly grasped the Abyss Devourer's intended plan to detonate itself, taking him down with it. But as he looked into the little eyes of the Abyssal Devourer, a cold smile spread across Wu Chang's face. Self-destruct? You think you're worthy? He sneered, then summoned his flying cloak behind him, propelling himself directly before the Abyssal Devourer. A flash of blade light later, the Sky Abyss Devourer's head rolled across the ground several times before swiftly disintegrating into a pile of flesh dust. Its previously swollen body deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing completely. Defeated the Abyssal Devourer. Gained 500,000 EXP. Congratulations, host, on completing the level 200 challenge. Your level has now been upgraded to 200. Challenge completed, rewards being distributed. As the voice echoed in his mind, Wu Chang realized his level had risen to 200. The next instant, he felt his body enter a state of ethereal lightness, as if returning to his mother's embrace, nourished by an unseen force. When he awoke, however, he found his surroundings unchanged. He hadn't been transported out of the instance yet. But when he checked his stats, he discovered they had doubled and the extra critical hit rate had even converted into critical damage. So now every single attack is guaranteed to crit, and the critical damage is 20 times the original damage. Wu Chang stared at his slightly exaggerated stats, inwardly gasping in astonishment. And that was before factoring in the weapon upgrade stats. He hadn't expected it to be this terrifying already. Perhaps next time he could seek out Chief Mujin in the Wild Plains Great World. Who knows? Maybe he could help further enhance the world-slaying god-slicing blade. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a white light began to emanate from his body, the harbinger of imminent teleportation out of the instance. As the light enveloped his entire body, Wu Chang's figure vanished instantly from the Abyss Dungeon. With his departure, the tunnels and empty chambers collapsed instantly, as if they had never existed. When Wu Chang regained his senses, he found himself back in Huajiang City. Behind him, a series of shattering sounds echoed. Turning his head, he saw the instance entrance shatter and slowly vanish before his eyes. Gazing at the sun already rising on the horizon, he felt fortunate not to have encountered the creature that preyed upon the Abyss Devourers. But now, he must report the news about the Abyss to the Association to prepare for the next sudden appearance of an Abyss Dungeon. Chapter 180, News of the Fifth Fragment, Lava Hell. Seeing the Association members around him who were worried about him, Wu Chang's face broke into a sincere smile. Regardless of the rivalries among them as professionals, they always united when facing dungeons. No need to worry. I've already conquered this instance. Wu Chang waved his hand dismissively before struggling to his feet. It wasn't that his body had suffered significant damage, but rather that his stamina was running low. After all, this was the Abyss Dungeon. Especially that creature that had just devoured the Abyss Devourer, it had put him under considerable pressure. But now that he'd made it out, he could finally relax. You little brat, you'd better tell me everything about what happened inside that dungeon. When I saw Qinglong and the others come out, I thought you'd been left behind. Song Qingye slapped Wu Chang's shoulder, his face wearing a relieved expression. After all, Wu Chang was a man of Huajing City. If he rose to prominence in the future, Huajing City would undoubtedly reap its share of rewards. Not to mention, Wu Chang had already caught the attention of higher-ups. If anything happened to him here, Song Qingye would be held accountable. I've caused you worry, Chairman. Wu Chang scratched the back of his head with a smile, then signaled with his eyes that some matters were best discussed elsewhere. As the association president, Song Qingye immediately understood the implication. He promptly dismissed everyone present, then escorted Wu Chang and Qinglong back to the association headquarters in a private vehicle. Back in his office, Song Qingye had Qinglong thoroughly inspect the surroundings to confirm no listening devices or arrays were present. Only then did he pour tea and invite Wu Chang to recount the events within the dungeon. First off, this dungeon is nothing like the ones we usually encounter. There was no difficulty rating, because anyone slightly weaker would have died instantly upon entering. There was no chance of survival. Wu Chang's expression grew grave as he described the existence of the abyssal crawlers and the abyssal devourers. However, Song Qingye and Qinglong initially dismissed it, reasoning that monsters capable of slaughter could be encountered within any instance. But when they heard the name Abyss Forger, their mouths instantly fell open, terror flashing in their eyes. If the first two threats posed dangers only to humans, the Abyss Maker could potentially annihilate the entire dragon nation. So you killed it, right? Song Qingye's voice was filled with urgency. Qinglong gritted his teeth as he stared at Wu Chang, terrified that the Abyss Forger hadn't been killed but had instead escaped. Yes, the Abyssal Forger has been slain by my hand. However, this monster evolved from the Abyssal Crawlers. Therefore, completely eradicating them is likely impossible. Wu Chang's voice remained utterly calm, without the slightest flicker of emotion, as if he had slain not a monstrous creator of the abyss, but merely the most ordinary of beasts. Hearing Wu Chang's reply, the other two finally exhaled in relief, patting their chests to steady their hearts. In that case, I must report this matter to the association. Does this instance have a name? I shall call it the Abyss Dungeon. Wu Chang's gaze was profoundly deep. This was the mysterious entity spoken of by the Thunder God. The abyss of heaven and earth, a place so perilous that even a god king had paid with his life. Precisely because of this, even he must prepare thoroughly before venturing inside. After bidding farewell to the two, Wu Chang returned to the guesthouse only to find Bai Shuai sitting on the sofa, waiting for him. Sister Shuai. He greeted her with a smile, and she nodded back with a smile, bringing out the breakfast tray. After breakfast, Bai Shuai left the guesthouse. After all, it wouldn't look good for a man and a woman to be alone together. Wu Chang, meanwhile, focused his attention on the system, preparing to receive clues about the fifth fragment. Soon, the system in his mind responded. A wave of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, immediately revealing scenes of the earth splitting apart and molten lava erupting everywhere. Instantly, he knew the name of this dungeon. The Godslayer tier instance in Yanjing City, Lava Hell. A look of shock flashed in his eyes as he mentally calculated when he could return to Yanjing. He had heard rumors of this instance. It was considered the deadliest in all of Yanjing City. Due to its terrifyingly high mortality rate, every entrant was required to undergo a verification of their abilities. Only those who passed the rigorous trials were permitted entry into lava hell. For others who dared to trespass, death was almost certain. He never imagined the fifth fragment would be found in this dungeon. It seemed the later fragments grew increasingly difficult to obtain. If the Thunder Palace in the Cloud Sea harbors a deity like the Thunder God, could it be that lava hell also holds an unseen neutral deity? Wu Cheng stroked his chin, his mind racing with possibilities. If a neutral deity truly resided within lava hell, the dungeon's difficulty would surpass his wildest expectations. But even if a god stands in the way of clearing this dungeon, I'll still push forward. After all, the temple shards were of utmost importance. It made no sense to know their location and then shrink back in fear. Wu Cheng resolved to collect all the shrine fragments before the Abyss instance became overrun with adventurers. After all, if the entities within the Abyss dungeon intervened to block him later, the difficulty of gathering the fragments might become even more absurd. Then he wouldn't be dealing with these mild-mannered neutral deities, but with the Abyss monsters who knew only slaughter. While he might negotiate with the neutral deities to surrender the fragments, the Abyss monsters would likely carry them back to their lairs to hide. Even with his extraordinary abilities, he wouldn't be able to retrieve them. That's precisely why we must act swiftly. Wu Cheng nodded slightly, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. To secure that fragment swiftly, he must return to Yanjing immediately. Regardless of anything else, he must get back before the monsters of the Abyss discovered the fragment's location. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The thought made him lose his appetite. He rose and headed straight for the association. Song Qingye had no time to see him off, but Wu Cheng didn't care about such formalities. He approached the teleportation array, paid the required gold coins, and entered his destination. Yanjing City Professional Association. This time, upon returning to Yanjing, he was determined to collect every last fragment. He would reveal that divine palace standing tall in the divine realm to the world. Chapter 181, the dungeon with the highest mortality rate entering means facing death. Wu Cheng's return to Yanjing was kept highly confidential. Even Guo Chongming, the president of the Yanjing City Professional Association, remained unaware. Though he hadn't concealed his whereabouts, every member of the association was now fixated on one thing: the Abyss dungeon. The existence of this dungeon could even threaten the survival of Dragon Nation and the entire world, compelling every professional association to take it seriously. However, the rank-and-file staff remained steadfast at their posts. Upon seeing Wu Cheng return, they were first utterly astonished, then immediately considered reporting the matter to the president. Wu Cheng, however, smiled and waved his hand, signaling them not to disclose the information. His return would inevitably stir certain individuals. Though the cult of the Dark God had been purged, it couldn't be guaranteed that no remnants remained hidden in the shadows. Retrieve all Yanjing City dungeon logs for me. I need to review them immediately. Wu Cheng entered the chairman's office. Finding Guo Chongming absent, he instructed the staff to retrieve the information he required. Given his standing within the Yanjing City Professional Association, the staff readily complied, pulling out the dungeon profiles. As he studied the dungeon overview displayed on the computer screen, Wu Cheng's brow furrowed deeply. His first priority was to pinpoint the exact location of the lava hell instance. Only then could he devise the most effective countermeasures based on the available intelligence. However, when he saw that this instance was located in the North District, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had been to that area before, and it didn't seem like a place where an instance would exist. Moreover, according to available intelligence, no one had ever fully cleared this instance to date. Its extremely high mortality rate meant few were willing to attempt it. This is troublesome. Not only is the challenge difficulty high, but I can't even find any information about it. Wu Cheng stared at the computer screen, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. If this instance was hidden so deeply, it might actually exist. A deity could very well reside here, perhaps even more than one neutral deity. Best to go take a look first. Despite lacking any useful intelligence, Wu Cheng resolved to explore the instance firsthand. He needed to grasp its general layout before proceeding. With that thought, he immediately set off for the Northern District. Finally, as he was about to leave the Northern District and enter the suburbs of Yanjing City, he spotted a dungeon standing in the distance. At the entrance to this instance, aside from the staff guarding the area, there were no other adventurers present. Were it not for the faint tremors emanating from within, Wu Cheng might have assumed the dungeon had long been abandoned. "Hello, are you planning to enter the instance?" The attendant wore a faint smile. He had seen many prepare to enter the instance, only to emerge utterly defeated each time. After all, this dungeon was famously dubbed Hell. What could a child of this age possibly hope to gain? Yet Wu Cheng's expression remained utterly calm, showing no sign of irritation at the staff member's condescending tone. "Process my entry permit, please." He casually placed his ID card on the counter and promptly paid the entry fee. Seeing his audacity, the staff assumed he was just another kid flaunting his wealth. But when they scanned Wu Cheng's ID card, they froze in place. He was a level 200 professional, and judging by the age on the ID card, he was barely a freshman in college. Did freshmen now need to be level 200 just to attend school? Or had he, stationed here, completely lost touch with the outside world? For a moment, the staff member found himself in a quandary. He wasn't sure whether to grant Wu Chang's request for an entry permit immediately. After all, if such a promising talent were to die, it would be a loss for the Dragon Nation. But the next second, Wu Chang produced the work credential Guo Chongming had given him. It clearly stated he was responsible for assisting the association in handling matters related to the Evil God Society. With this official document as backing, the staff member's expression instantly hardened. After all, this was an appointment from the chairman himself. He had no choice but to recognize it. Soon enough, I managed to secure an access permit. Interestingly, the staff member also warned me that if I encountered unavoidable danger, I should abandon the others and escape on my own. Wu Chang paid no heed to these words. If he abandoned his companions to save himself, what kind of professional would he be? He sidestepped the staff member, his gaze fixed on the fiery dungeon entrance, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. His last battle with the Thunder God hadn't been satisfying enough. He hoped this time, the deities of the lava hell would truly open his eyes. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the scene before him shifted abruptly. A vast expanse of molten lava spread out, teeming with flame-formed monsters locked in relentless combat. Clearly, this instance was nothing like the Cloudsea Thunder Palace. While the Thunder God merely enjoyed shaping thunderbolts into a forest-like form, this place was entirely guarded by lava monsters. Truly a god's dungeon, he thought. It looks nothing like those cheap imitations. He drew his weapon with a grin as his gear slowly materialized, then strode directly out of the instance's safe zone. The moment his body left the safety zone, the lava monsters seemed to instantly detect Wu Chang's arrival. They roared furiously, intent on obliterating him completely within this place. Yet Wu Chang remained unflustered, unleashing his blade aura. The monsters instantly dissolved into pools of molten rock and vanished. Yet despite their demise, Wu Chang received no notification of absorbed attributes. Clearly, these creatures possessed no true life. They were fabricated puppets. Very well then, let me see just how many puppets remain here. Wu Chang snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the ever-increasing horde of lava monsters ahead. He unleashed the god-slaying slash from his world-destroying god-slaying blade, then seized the moment to vanish into the void. As if he wasn't a fool. Avoiding direct combat was always the best option. As for tough talk? Who couldn't spout tough talk? Watching Wu Chang vanish into the void, the monsters instantly lost their target. They scattered wildly in all directions. Some enraged ones even grabbed their comrades and began pounding them viciously, a sight that made Wu Chang's teeth ache. Clearly, the deity who created such creatures wasn't exactly the brightest bulb. Surely we won't have to fight the moment we meet? Wu Chang frowned at his own question before striding forward through the void, deep into the dungeon. Chapter 182, The Flame Palace, The Blazing Wrath God. Since traversing the void left no trace, the monsters could only search everywhere following the initial path Wu Chang had left behind. No matter how hard they tried, they could never find Wu Chang's trail. After all, the void and the real plane existed as two completely separate realms. Even if Wu Chang stood right in the middle of this horde of monsters, he could still slip into the void and escape unhindered. But there are far too many monsters here. We've spent over half our time lurking in the void, and we still haven't seen where these monsters are actually coming from. Wu Chang soared through the air wearing his imperial cloak, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings to assess the environment. Yet the deeper he ventured, the more he sensed the sheer terror of this dungeon. The monsters here seemed endless, stretching as far as the eye could see. And because they were fire attribute creatures, the destruction they wrought was far beyond what ordinary monsters could inflict. No wonder they call this the dungeon with the highest mortality rate. It took nearly all my void lurking time just to escape the sea of monsters. Floating in the air, Wu Chang glanced back at the endless sea of monsters, unable to help but marvel at how twisted the creator of this instance truly was. His gaze then shifted forward, landing on a palace formed entirely of blazing fire, towering in the distance. Unlike the Thunder God's palace, this Flame God's palace clearly contained tangible structures evidently not built solely from raw elements. Crucially, the flames engulfing it burned with extraordinary intensity, mirroring the fiery temper of its master. Never mind. Let's go inside and see for ourselves. Who knows what kind of deity resides within? Wu Chang chuckled softly before soaring directly toward the Flame God Palace. As he drew nearer to the flame shrine, the surrounding temperature soared relentlessly. Not only would Wu Chang struggle to endure it, but even a god-tier practitioner who had deliberately lowered their level would likely find this heat unbearable. But for the sake of that fifth fragment, Wu Chang gritted his teeth and pressed onward. When he finally reached the entrance of the flame temple, he discovered the flames seemed to be directed into the form of a colossal flame giant. Its eyes were a pale yellow, yet they held a deep, seething loathing. Roar! It let out a furious roar, then lashed out with a kick directly at Wu Chang. Wu Chang understood this was the flame shrine's master expressing its displeasure. Having come this far, he wasn't about to be driven back so easily. Heaven-splitting blade chi. In an instant, countless flashes of blade light erupted. The giant's massive foot, mid-kick, shattered into countless fragments, ultimately dissolving into sparks that scattered into the heavens and earth. Having lost a leg, the unbalanced flame giant collapsed forward. Wu Chang seized the opportunity to sever its head cleanly.
Boom! A dull thud echoed as the giant's body suddenly exploded, vanishing as if it had never existed in this world. The severed head in Wu Chang's grasp slowly dissipated, leaving only the flame shrine, now stripped of its fiery protection, before him. Wu Chang froze in shock at the sight. He'd only intended to defeat the flame giant, never to destroy the flame shrine. What the hell just happened? Surely they won't make me pay for this? This is the palace of an ancient deity. Even if they sold me off, I couldn't afford the damages. A bitter smile played on Wu Chang's lips as his gaze pierced through the profound flaming divine palace, as if he could peer through space to observe its master. Oomph! Who dares intrude? State your name. Whether sensing Wu Chang's gaze or not, a deep, resonant voice echoed from within the flaming divine palace. The voice was deep and authoritative, as if deliberately suppressing its own rage. Yet Wu Chang offered no reply, striding instead deep into the palace's interior. A faint smile played on Wu Chang's face now, as if he were utterly unconcerned with the anger of the voice's owner. After all, in his eyes, having interacted with the Thunder God, even a neutral deity like this posed no challenge. Upon entering the Flame God Palace, he discovered that while the external flames had died down, a crimson gold lotus flower still burned brightly within. Upon the lofty throne, a middle-aged man with thick brows and a solemn countenance now glared at him. I am the master of this place, the blazing wrath god. Who are you to dare intrude upon my divine palace? The middle-aged man abruptly rose, unleashing a powerful aura that swept over him. However, despite his attempts to project dominance, the dungeon's level restriction suppressed his power. Thus, even if he wished to attack Wu Chang, he could only glare helplessly. After all, he knew full well the true power of that flame giant, even if others did not. This power approached his own peak strength at the same level. And the fact that this young man before him could decisively slay the flame giant with a single strike was proof enough of his terrifying prowess. Upon hearing the other's introduction, Wu Chang dropped all pretense, raising an eyebrow before speaking. Blazing Fury God, I know you possess a fragment of the divine palace. I've come here to retrieve that fragment. Of course, if you ask how I know, I absolutely won't betray the Thunder God. Wu Chang's lips curved into a faint smile as he casually shifted the blame onto the Thunder God. He had no choice. After all, the Thunder God was the only ancient deity he'd encountered so far. While he didn't know if the Blazing Fury God recognized him, he was certain the deity had at least heard his name. Sure enough, upon hearing Wu Chang had come to retrieve the divine palace fragment, the Blazing Fury God's brow immediately furrowed. Yet when the name Thunder God Lord was mentioned, his furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and even a hint of a smile appeared on his stern face. So you're sent by that old fellow. The shrine fragments are indeed in my possession. But what can you do if I refuse to hand them over? The Blazing Fury God spoke, his eyes brimming with defiance. The old Thunder God has sealed himself within his palace, longing to witness the emergence of the next divine king. But why didn't it ever occur to him that someone else could take the position of God King? Why couldn't he do it himself? I'm not as hypocritical as him. I want to be the God King, but the divine palace has already shattered into fragments and scattered far and wide. If you can retrieve every single fragment of the divine palace for me, once I become the divine king, I'll let you play at being a god too. With that, the Blazing Fury God's gaze fell upon Wu Chang. He was certain no one could refuse such an offer. Forget being a god, even becoming a demigod would put him above most mortals. Yet upon hearing his words, Wu Chang merely shook his head and chuckled softly. His laughter grew louder and louder until he was doubled over, gasping for breath. Seeing this, the Blazing Fury God felt puzzled. Had this fool been so overwhelmed by joy? But as Wu Chang laughed, his expression suddenly turned stern. He sneered. What if I refuse? Chapter 183, The Fierce Battle, The Radiance of That Blade. What if I say I don't want to? Wu Chang's voice echoed throughout the entire flaming god palace, and the surrounding flames seemed to subside slightly at the sound of his voice. Upon hearing Wu Chang's words, the blazing wrath god showed no sign of anger, only a cold smile. No? You have no right to refuse here. This is my divine palace, the sanctuary of the gods. Mortals like you will never comprehend the true power of the divine. In the next instant, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from the Blazing Fury God's body, its terrifying heat already beginning to melt the throne beneath him. The enraged Blazing Fury God had transformed entirely into a being of flame. The crimson gold lotus within the palace had vanished, becoming the weapon in his hand. Since you refuse to recognize the times, today I shall teach you a lesson in humility on behalf of the Thunder God. The furious voice echoed through the palace. In the next instant, the blazing wrath god, wielding the golden lotus, charged directly at Wu Chang. Seeing this, Wu Chang's lips curled into a cold sneer. Though the Thunder God was hot-tempered, he often recognized his place. His attacks were meant for sparring, not to take one's life. But this Blazing Fury God before him was different. His attack was a killing move, showing no intention of sparing him. In that case, I see no need to hold back either. God-slaying slash. Wu Chang growled, and the world-destroying God-slaying blade appeared in his hand. In an instant, a crimson gold flame lotus descended from the heavens, bearing an unstoppable might as if intent on obliterating the entire world. Then, a blade aura shot skyward, charging toward the crimson lotus flame with a force that seemed to split heaven and earth. Where blade light met crimson lotus flame, a blinding flash erupted in that instant. Countless elemental energies rapidly coalesced and dissipated, culminating in a violent explosion. Boom! The elemental storm obliterated everything in its path. Wu Chang gritted his teeth, activating the purple spirit treasure gourd to sustain his stamina and prevent it from being drained. Over there, the blazing wrath god had no such treasure to rely on, forced to endure the onslaught with his own body. Fortunately, he was a deity. Even when the elemental storm struck him head-on, it failed to inflict a fatal wound. When the storm finally subsided, he looked up expecting Wu Chang to have been torn to shreds. The next second, his eyes widened in shock. Wu Chang stood before him as if nothing had happened, his demeanor as carefree as if the elemental storm had never existed. Moreover, the long sword in Wu Chang's hand now glowed with a radiant light, as if another flash of blade energy would erupt at any moment. Witnessing this, blazing fury felt no fear in his heart, only boundless elation. He burst into a maniacal laugh, as if venting all the pent-up frustration from years trapped within the dungeon. Ha ha ha, after all these years, finally someone who can stand toe-to-toe with me. You know what? All those gods have gone into hiding. Finding a worthy opponent these days is tough. Tomorrow, when you come, just let me fight my fill. I'll hand over the shrine fragment to you immediately. As the last words left his lips, the blazing fury of the wrath god surged once more, his entire body drained of flame. The flames themselves coalesced into a massive blade forged of fire. You like using blades, don't you? This time, let's settle it with them. This blade is forged from the primordial divine flame. Not even a mythic tier weapon can withstand it. With a heat capable of incinerating everything, the origin divine fireblade descended from midair. Though still over 10 meters above the ground, Wu Chang could already hear the sound of moisture rapidly evaporating, causing the earth to crack. Such a terrifying spectacle instantly made Wu Chang realize that as deities, their power was far beyond anything he could currently comprehend. But so what? He couldn't fathom the power of the gods, but when these gods were at the same level, had they ever encountered a mortal like him? Since you've displayed the might of the divine, now it's my turn to show the courage of a mortal. Reverse the heavens, shatter. Wu Chang gripped the world-shattering god-slaying blade, his gaze hardening into unwavering resolve. In an instant, all his physical strength was drained and concentrated, as if even his very will was being consumed. A massive figure materialized before him, bearing a striking resemblance to himself. This figure seized the world-destroying god-slaying blade and slammed it fiercely against the origin divine fireblade. For a moment, all sound vanished. In Wu Chang and the blazing fury god's eyes, only the sparks from the collision seemed to exist. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. This time, even Wu Chang couldn't withstand the terrifying elemental storm, and his entire body was sent flying. Blazing fury fared worse. Floating mid-air without support, he tumbled several times on the ground from exhaustion before being slammed into the wall by the elemental storm, embedded so deeply he couldn't even pry himself free. When the even more violent elemental storm finally dissipated, Wu Chang struggled to open his eyes, only to find the divine palace around him had vanished without a trace. What was this place called a divine palace? Beyond a pile of debris, nothing remained. Even the throne where the blazing wrath god had sat moments before had completely vanished, leaving only a dust-covered platform. Truly terrifying. This is the power of the gods. Wu Chang swallowed a potion of vitality, finally mustering enough strength to sit up. The blazing wrath god, however, remained embedded in the wall in an extremely awkward position. With a sudden burst of strength, he managed to pry himself free from the wall only to plummet back to the ground. You little brat, I underestimated your skills. But being a deity, his recovery speed far outpaced Wu Chang's. Within a minute, he was already able to speak. Seeing the blazing fury god recover so swiftly, Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had truly underestimated this opponent. Yet the blazing fury god's gaze now held profound complexity, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his heart. He beckoned with his hand, and a glowing orb shot from the blazing fury god toward Wu Chang. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the fifth shard of the divine palace he had been searching for. I said earlier that regardless of victory or defeat, as long as I could fight to my heart's content, this fragment would be yours. Though this fight didn't fully satisfy me, once you become a demigod, I believe your power will surpass even that of the former god king. With you around, even if the abyss reappears in the future, there'll be no need for worry. A hint of relief and satisfaction tinged the blazing fury god's voice. With a wave of his hand, Wu Chang witnessed the surroundings around him shift rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he found himself transported back from the flaming palace to the dungeon entrance. Were it not for the fifth fragment still clutched in his hand, he might have thought it all a mere dream. Never mind. Though I don't know what their intentions are, now that I have the fragment, there's no need to dwell on it. He gazed at the fragment in his hand, filled with immense joy, yet his curiosity about the divine realm and the god king only deepened. What kind of existence could be so profound that even two deities, despite hiding themselves for so many years, still couldn't stop thinking about it? Chapter 184, The Dungeon Descends, The Benevolence of the Calamity God.
With the instant's entrance mere steps away, Wu Cheng hesitated not a moment before stepping through. Having secured what he needed from the Flame Temple, there was no reason to linger. The moment he stepped outside, he caught sight of the staff member staring at him in utter shock, eyes wide with awe as if witnessing some monstrous apparition.
Heh, you'll get used to it. It's no big deal. It's just clearing a dungeon. No need to make such a fuss.
Wu Cheng merely waved his hand, a smile playing on his lips, paying no heed to the astonishment in the attendant's eyes. He turned, donned his sky-sailing cloak, and flew away from the place. He urgently needed to gather information about the sixth fragment and hoped to learn more about the God King and the Divine Realm from the guild's higher-ups. Otherwise, as the owner of the Divine Palace, it would be rather ridiculous if he didn't even know about the previous God King or what had transpired in the Divine Realm. I wonder if the association has gathered any intelligence on the God King and the Divine Realm. If not, I'll just have to find a way to make contact with those God-tier professionals. Wu Cheng flew while mentally reviewing all the information he possessed. First, it was certain that the Abyss instance stood in opposition to all life, even the evil gods. Given the evil gods' nature, they would undoubtedly support the Abyss. After all, the Abyss had shattered the original world structure, allowing them, the evil gods, to descend into the real world without being confined within the instance. Second, the previous God King had sealed Tian Yuan completely at the cost of his own life. However, due to certain reasons, the God King's palace and the entire divine realm it occupied had shattered. Moreover, as time passed, the sealed Abyss began to weaken. The recent appearance of the Abyss instance in Huajiang City stands as the clearest proof. As for the third point, it is certain that the God King possessed power overwhelmingly superior to that of numerous deities. Even a formidable entity like the Calamity Evil God could not stand against the previous God King. That was the extent of the information currently available. To learn more about the war between the God King and the Abyss, Wu Cheng would likely have to seek out these details within the association. With that thought, Wu Cheng picked up his phone, intending to contact Wu Chongming to prepare him. But as he lifted the phone, he discovered all surrounding signals had vanished, as if blocked by some unknown force.
What's going on?
Wu Cheng frowned deeply, scanning his surroundings but finding no signal jammers.
Moreover, he was mid-air. It was impossible for anyone to block his signal. Suddenly, it dawned on him.
Aside from signal jammers, only a suddenly appearing instance could cause such a phenomenon. Looking up, he saw a tiny black dot suspended in midair, rapidly expanding as it hurtled straight toward him. Within that black dot, a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen. The malevolence and overwhelming pressure emanating from that gaze made him feel almost unable to bear it.
No! It's the true form of the Calamity Demon God.
The moment Wu Cheng saw those eyes, he instantly recalled the phantom of that demon god he had witnessed in the Wild Plains Great World. And besides the Calamity Evil God, no other evil god possessed the power to directly summon a dungeon into the Dragon Nation. After all, neither the Rock Demon Chris nor the Burning Sky Demon Morilang, whom he knew, possessed the power to break through the blockade of god-tier practitioners.
In the next instant, the black dot rapidly expanded, enveloping Wu Cheng entirely.
Realizing he couldn't escape the instance, Wu Cheng forced himself to calm down, quietly awaiting the changes in his surroundings. A spatial dislocation tore through him, causing his entire body to ache.
However, this pain lasted only an instant.
When Wu Cheng opened his eyes, the surroundings had transformed from the bustling metropolis into a desolate wasteland. Beyond the scattered stars serving as a backdrop, nothing else could be seen.
Where the hell did they dump me? Wu Cheng cracked his neck, realizing he wasn't bound.
Glancing down, he saw he was standing on a massive stone.
But this stone was suspended mid-air.
With every movement he made, it rose and fell in tandem. In the distance, these floating stones formed a path stretching toward the horizon, as if someone awaited him at its end. But the thought of the Calamity Demon God being here too made Wu Cheng frown. This guy had descended in his true form. If he went up there, surely he wouldn't get killed by that bastard Yekika? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wu Cheng found himself hesitating about whether to proceed.
But just then, a familiar voice echoed down from the heavens. Come up. With me here, you needn't worry.
This majestic voice carried a hint of concern, which surprised Wu Cheng immensely. He racked his brain, trying to place the voice. It sounded remarkably like Ning Jitian's.
Yet he wasn't particularly acquainted with the man. Why would this god-tier array master be here? Countless questions swirled through Wu Cheng's mind.
Yet, the mere presence of this figure suggested the Calamity Demon God held no ill will toward him. In an instant, his decision was made. Approach. With his resolve set, Wu Cheng immediately took a step forward, leaving the trembling meteorite behind. Yet the moment his foot touched the second meteorite, the one he had just stood upon crashed down with a thunderous roar. The echoes of its fall lingered long into the silence. Clearly, falling from here meant nothing but certain death. But this also made Wu Cheng realize he had no retreat. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he set off upward with unwavering resolve. As meteorites rained down, Wu Cheng drew ever closer to his destination at the zenith. Soon, a familiar specter materialized before him, none other than the calamitous demon god, Yekika.
You've got some nerve, daring to come onto my turf. Aren't you afraid I'll tear you limb from limb right here?
Yekika stared at Wu Chang, who stood atop the final meteorite, her fingers coiled with strands of elemental energy. Her demeanor suggested she intended to strike him down completely right here. Yet Wu Chang remained utterly composed, as if Yekika's true target wasn't him at all. A smile played on his lips as he spoke calmly. If you could kill me, you would have done so already. Stunned by Wu Chang's composure, Yekika paused before stepping aside with a light chuckle. Since you've come this far, step up. But once you hear our words, there will be no turning back. With that, she twisted her body and vanished before Wu Chang. He merely smiled and stepped directly into this domain belonging to the gods. Chapter 185, Ancient Secrets, the God King and the Divine Realm. When he reached the top of the instance, he found not only the Calamity Evil God present, but also the God Tier Array Master Ning Jitian seated there, leisurely sipping tea. It was as if the figure across from him, Yekika, wasn't a god of calamity at all, but an exceedingly beautiful human woman. Don't be so tense. Come sit over here. Ning Jitian patted the seat beside him, his face still wearing a warm smile. Hearing this god-tier practitioner address him, Wu Changxian felt a slight surprise before hastily taking the seat beside him, his gaze shifting to the Calamity Evil God across from them. He knew the Calamity deity would be the one to speak next, though he had no idea what would be said. As both pairs of eyes turned toward him, a breathtaking smile finally curved the disaster god's lips. Truthfully, the god of calamity began, what I'm about to share isn't particularly momentous. Yekika's crimson lips parted slightly, yet a hint of apprehension flickered in her eyes. Truthfully, I didn't want to see you at all. After all, you ruined my plans to return to my peak. But since this array master has stepped forward, I suppose I can't very well refuse. What I'm about to share concerns the ancient god kings and the divine realms. Once you learn these truths, you may well find yourselves entangled with us dark gods. Even so, will you still choose to listen? A faint smile played on Yekika's lips, seemingly curious to see how Ning Jitian, the god-tier array master, and the exceptionally talented Wu Chang would choose. Upon hearing his words, Wu Chang and Ning Jitian exchanged glances, each seeing unwavering resolve in the other's eyes. Since it concerned the ancient god kings and the divine realm, they would press forward no matter what. As for being associated with the? If anyone dared to spread such rumors, they wouldn't be believed. After all, one was a god-tier array master who served as a pillar of the dragon nation, while the other was a prodigious youth with the potential to ascend to godhood in the future. There was no way they would ever side with a demon god. We couldn't care less about that. Say what you want. Ning Jitian spoke bluntly, utterly unconcerned whether the other was one of the so-called strongest evil gods. Wu Chang found this somewhat surprising. While this god-tier array master was formidable, he surely couldn't be a match for the Calamity Evil God? For some reason, he showed no fear toward this demon god, appearing almost relaxed. Neither of them offered Wu Chang an explanation. The Calamity Evil God merely glanced at him before speaking indifferently. In truth, all evil gods and god-tier practitioners are fundamentally the same kind of being. The difference is that we've been trapped within this instance for tens of millions of years, while you god-tier practitioners can roam freely in the outside world. The primary reason we became this way is because of the abyss. Hearing the Calamity God's words, Wu Chang's eyes instantly widened, his gaze filled with utter disbelief. The notion that god-tier practitioners were fundamentally indistinguishable was staggering. Had anyone else heard this revelation, it would have sent shockwaves through the entire world. After all, since humanity's inception, coexistence between humans and the evil god had been impossible, only mutual slaughter existed. Throughout human history, the fallen gods had descended upon this world multiple times, unleashing unimaginable slaughter. Therefore, confining the evil gods within dungeons was the only viable solution. Yet now, someone dared claim that a demon god and a god-tier practitioner were one and the same, and that person was none other than Calamity, one of the mightiest demon gods. Such a claim carries undeniable weight. No need to be shocked. Once you become a god-tier professional, you'll understand the secret behind it. Ning Jitian showed no surprise whatsoever, sipping his tea with an air of leisurely contentment. Seeing this, Wu Chang understood that the Calamity demon god must be telling the truth. After all, if Ning Jitian, a god-tier professional, didn't refute it, there must be something he didn't know. With this realization, Wu Chang's heart gradually settled. Since there was no way to change it, he might as well accept the outcome directly. Seeing Wu Chang regain his composure so swiftly, Ning Jitian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. When he first received this news, he hadn't slept for days on end. He hadn't expected Wu Chang to recover from the shock so swiftly. This speed of acceptance was truly astonishing. However, the Calamity demon god did not pause her narration. Seeing Wu Chang accept the truth so readily, she actually sped up her speech considerably. The abyss is an entity that devours all, including both demon gods and deities. And that mysterious lord of the abyss possesses power matching that of a god king. Even I could only withstand a few rounds against him. The Calamity goddess's voice echoed slowly, and the mere mention of the abyss lord's existence sent a jolt through Wu Chang's heart. He had assumed the abyss was merely a phenomenon, never imagining it could give birth to a being matching a god king in power. Therefore, the abyss could no longer be treated as an ordinary matter. It must be regarded as a formidable enemy capable of threatening the dragon nation. If that's the case, shouldn't the previous divine king have sealed the abyss more thoroughly? Though it cost them their lives, the sovereign of the abyss was no weaker than a god king. To think sealing the abyss could be so simple is nothing short of wishful thinking. Yet despite the Calamity Demon God's confident assertions, Wu Chang refused to accept her words at face value. Until everything was verified, her words were merely a clue. Hearing Wu Chang's skepticism, the Calamity Demon God offered no rebuttal, instead letting out a light chuckle. Since you choose not to believe me, there's nothing more I can do. But I must tell you this, once the abyss begins to expand, it signifies that its master is gradually breaking free from the seal. To completely suppress the Lord of the Abyss, someone must become a god king now. Though Wu Chang shows great potential, he is still too young. Without a great opportunity and immense resolve, becoming a god king is impossible. It is you, Ning Jitian, who still holds the possibility of becoming a god king. The words of the Calamity Evil God instantly ignited a gleam of determination in both Wu Chang and Ning Jitian's eyes. Becoming a god king, if that goal seemed too distant for Wu Chang, it was the very pursuit of Ning Jitian's entire life. Yet he knew all too well that becoming a god king was impossible for him. Not only because he couldn't gather the so-called divine palaces or locate the already dissipated divine realm, but simply because his loyalty to the dragon nation meant he could never sacrifice his life to seal the abyss. As for trusting his teammates, that notion was too extravagant to entertain in the presence of god-tier practitioners. After all, even setting aside the dragon nation, divine-tier practitioners from other nations who lingered too long in one place were already showing subtle signs of corruption. Who could say when they might descend into beings akin to dark gods? I'd say Wu Chang has a good chance of it. God King, I care not for that. My only concern is the Dragon Kingdom. Ning Jitian rose with a smile, then waved his hand. Wu Chang immediately heard a cracking sound. Looking up, he saw a massive teleportation array appear in the sky, though its destination remained unknown. Let's go. I know you're gathering the fragments of the Divine Palace. Both the Thunder God and the Blazing Fury God have informed me. For the sixth fragment, allow me to guide you there. With that, Ning Jitian slowly rose into the air. Wu Chang pondered for a moment before following Ning Jitian directly toward the skybound portal. Chapter 186, The Sixth Fragment, A Trial from the Divine King. As Wu Chang and Ning Jitian ascended, the Calamity Evil God's gaze shifted elsewhere. Yekika had no intention of attacking the pair. Setting aside the fact that Ning Jitian's strength was hardly inferior to hers, the mere presence of the abyssal depths was enough to instill fear in her, one of the mightiest evil gods. After all, before the God King's emergence, they had lived under the terror of the Abyss Lord, with no room for resistance whatsoever. Both individuals currently in the heavens possess the potential to become God Kings. As a demon god who has witnessed the Lord of the Abyss, she naturally hopes another God King will emerge to oppose that terrifying existence. It would be best if, after becoming a God King, they sealed off the abyss once more. Otherwise, the feeling of someone riding on your head is truly unbearable. Yekika shook her head, then dissolved into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated within the instants. As everyone departed, the dungeon began to gradually collapse. Unlike ordinary instance collapses, however, this one vanished without a single sound, likely due to prior preparations. Wu Chang remained unaware of this, having already followed Ning Jitian into another dimension. If the previous instance had been a barren wasteland, this one could be described as teeming with life. Countless spirit beasts galloped through the area, each radiating an intense vitality. Wu Chang stared blankly at the spectacle. Such immense vitality completely surpassed his imagination. It could even be said that if the life force of any single spirit beast were infused into a dying person, it could instantly bring them back from the brink of death, perhaps even allowing them to transcend the normal limits of human lifespan. Where am I? He curiously scanned his surroundings, only to realize he seemed trapped within some kind of space. He couldn't move even an inch, unable to do anything but pace in place. Hearing this, Ning Jitian chuckled softly, instantly capturing Wu Chang's attention. Without elaborating, he merely waved his hand. Instantly, a small formation materialized out of thin air. Its speed suggested it wasn't being constructed on the spot but had been waiting, ready to respond to Ning Jitian's command at any moment. As the array settled, a visible light screen materialized before Wu Chang. He reached out to touch the membrane, only to discover it functioned like an energy shield, not only absorbing damage but also possessing remarkable malleability. The entire expanse of land was surrounded by such energy shields. It was obvious that whatever lay within was no ordinary place. With that thought, Wu Chang turned to look at Ning Jitian. Though he yearned to ask questions, the Divine Tier Array Master remained silent, and Wu Chang knew better than to press for meaningless answers. After all, bringing him here meant Ning Jitian had something important to say. Sure enough, after waiting a long while without Wu Chang speaking, Ning Jitian furrowed his brow slightly. The youngster was sharp indeed, he wasn't letting him show off. Still, he cleared his throat lightly before speaking. The reason the spirit beasts here possess such immense vitality is entirely due to the sixth fragment. This instance is part of the shattered divine realm. Combined with the fragment of the divine palace, it appears utterly extraordinary.
But that's not the most astonishing part. What follows requires you to make your own choice. Having said this, Ning Jitian turned his gaze toward Wu Chang.
His imposing eyes held an unprecedented gravity, as if the events to come lay beyond the control of even a divine tier array master like himself.
Please continue. Seeing his expression, Wu Chang understood that whatever followed would leave him no choice.
Yet, faced with the sixth fragment, he gritted his teeth and resolved to stay.
This instance has no level cap.
Level 1 players can challenge it, and so can God tier practitioners.
Moreover, there is only one boss inside the Phantom of the God King.
At these words, Wu Chang froze instantly.
The Phantom of the God King? The God King himself? But hadn't he died long ago? Why would his phantom linger here? Could it be that this terrifying being, before his death, had already foreseen the future? Had he left his phantom here to await someone capable of defeating him? Or was it merely to test the potential of future generations, to see if any possessed the makings of a God King? In an instant, countless thoughts surged through Wu Chang's mind. Such terrifying information suddenly surfaced, shattering the mental fortitude he had worked so hard to build. But why would Ning Jitian tell him all this? Could it be because he intended for Wu Chang to challenge the God King's phantom?
The thought sent chills down Wu Chang's spine.
Challenging a God King? That's practically suicide.
Yet Ning Jitian paid no heed to his thoughts, continuing uninterrupted.
Don't worry too much.
Whatever level you are when you enter, that's the level the Divine King's phantom will be. So fighting at the same level, you shouldn't be in any real danger. Moreover, several divine tier professionals I know have challenged it before, achieving results across 3 tiers on multiple attempts. As Ning Jitian spoke, a light screen materialized before him, displaying all 3 levels in sequence. Seeing this, Wu Chang knew he couldn't avoid it this time. Steeling his nerves, he looked at the light screen. The first tier was the simplest, survive for 1 minute against the Divine King's phantom. The reward was a random skill upgrade.
The second tier was significantly harder, requiring 5 minutes against the God King's phantom.
However, the reward was far more substantial, a direct 10-level boost for a God tier professional. Do not underestimate these 10 levels. For God tier practitioners, opportunities for advancement had become exceedingly rare, with each level gain measured in years.
A direct 10-level boost represents an astonishingly rapid advancement.
The third tier represents the highest difficulty level currently testable by Ning Jitian, and it is also the most challenging to complete. To complete this challenge, one must endure the Divine King's phantom for over 10 minutes, with the reward being one of the Divine King's phantom's attributes. It must be understood that those who attain the status of God King are invariably beings of immense power. The ability to unconditionally stack one attribute of the Divine King's phantom is an absolutely monumental gain for any God tier practitioner. No wonder this God tier array master is so formidable, he must have absorbed attributes from the Divine King's phantom.
Wu Chang suddenly understood.
This likely explained why Ning Jitian, despite being the youngest among God tier practitioners, possessed such terrifying combat prowess. Therefore, it is now your turn to challenge him. As he stood in stunned silence, Ning Jitian's voice drifted slowly toward him. Simultaneously, the system in his mind presented a new choice reward.
Facing the Divine King's phantom instance, please make your choice.
A. Abandon the challenge, acknowledging defeat, gain the title Contempt of the God King. Enemies with divine attributes cannot detect your presence and deal 10% less damage to you.
B. Enter the instance and defeat the Divine King's phantom.
Gain the fusion skill King of the Gods, incorporating 3 abilities including Dharmakaya Golden Body. All attributes increase 5-fold, each attack inflicts an attack effect, and the effect's damage is 5 times the normal value.
Duration, 5 minutes.
Chapter 187, Divine King of Equal Rank, Mythic Blessing. Seeing the 2 options in his mind, Wu Chang's lips curved slightly, though his decision had long been made.
I choose B. Rewards don't matter.
I mainly want to test just how powerful the God King's phantom truly is. After he made his choice, Ning Jitian's gaze shifted to him, as if asking if Wu Chang wanted to challenge it immediately.
Seeing the smile on Wu Chang's face, Ning Jitian knew the answer. Are you planning to go in and try it now? Ning Jitian asked softly.
Yes, let's go now. Since this God King can suppress numerous evil gods and the Lord of the Abyss,
there's no reason I shouldn't try fighting him.
Wu Chang wore a confident smile, as if he held his opponent in utter contempt.
Seeing this, Ning Jitian made no attempt to stop him.
Instead, he waved his hand, causing the light barrier to instantly dissipate. The energy shield slowly opened a gap, and an inexplicably terrifying aura immediately emanated from within.
Since you're ready, go ahead. I'll wait here for your return. As a God tier practitioner, Ning Jitian knew the dangers within were immense.
Yet Wu Chang's innate talent and power were undeniable, and he wanted to see just how strong this youngster could become. Seeing the opened energy shield, Wu Chang's lips curved into a smile before he stepped directly inside. In the next instant, the surrounding space continuously transformed, ultimately solidifying into a structure resembling a ring. Upon this platform, a shadowy figure now stood at its very center, emanating an aura of profound mystery. This figure was none other than the Heavenly King who had sealed the abyss. A youngster with decent talent.
The God King's phantom rose to his feet. His utterly ordinary features left Wu Chang somewhat taken aback. He had assumed all God Kings would be strikingly handsome or bear some distinctive markings. Yet now, it seemed the figure was indistinguishable from an ordinary person, utterly inconspicuous in a crowd. "My name is the God King of Battle. State your name." With a wave of his hand, the God King of Battle summoned a long spear that materialized in his grasp, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Wu Chang fixed his gaze upon the spear. Dragons coiled around its shaft, lightning flickered along its length. Though its overall glow was bright and luminous, it emanated a bloodthirsty aura that sent shivers down the spine. "This junior is Wu Chang. I beseech the Divine King to take action." Infected by the heavenly God King Do Tian's heroic spirit, Wu Chang clasped his fists in salute, his face now radiating confidence. He had never tasted defeat, whether facing demon gods or professional warriors. Even now, against an immortal God King, he remained utterly unshaken in his belief of invincibility. "Kill!" The God King of Battle roared in fury. His spear shot forth like a dragon as his entire form dissolved into a phantom, charging directly toward Wu Chang. Wu Chang refused to be outdone. His world-shattering god-slaying blade emitted bursts of blinding light as his aura erupted, transforming him into a mountain tiger unleashed. He clashed fiercely with the heaven-fighting God King. In an instant, both unleashed combat prowess unmatched at their level. The ground shattered into dust, only to rapidly regenerate under the energy shield's protection. Witnessing this spectacle, Ning Jitian, a god-tier array master, instantly widened his eyes. He had anticipated Wu Chang holding his own against the god-fighting Heavenly King, but never imagined this fellow would be so ferocious, engaging the peerlessly invincible Heavenly King in direct, head-on combat. This was something even divine-tier practitioners of equal standing couldn't achieve, yet a junior managed it with such ease. "Back when I fought this God King, I was pinned to the ground and beaten mercilessly. If not for my stamina holding out, I wouldn't have even been able to deploy my formations. I likely would have lost." Ning Jitian shook his head in awe, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He hastily set up a small recording formation, capturing every moment of Wu Chang's battle against the God King of Combat. Upon returning to the Dragon Nation, he intended to share this combat footage with the god-tier professionals he knew, letting them witness what true genius looked like. Yet despite these thoughts, his gaze remained fixed on Wu Chang, eager to discern the limits of this junior's potential. Yet 3 minutes passed, and Wu Chang still fought fiercely against the Battle God King. Empowered by his Dharma body, Wu Chang was even managing to suppress the Battle God King. Though he hadn't inflicted any substantial damage on the God King of Combat, the very fact that he was dominating the God King was proof of Wu Chang's terrifying combat prowess. Ha! But the God King of Combat was no ordinary foe. He thrust his spear directly at Wu Chang's heart, seemingly intent on a mutual destruction. Faced with such a desperate tactic, Wu Chang dared not take it lightly. He swiftly halted his attack, thrusting his blade forward to block the strike. After all, the Heavenly God King was merely a phantom now, while Wu Chang was fighting here in the flesh. If the opponent died, there might still be a backup plan. But if he died, that would truly be the end. With the offensive pressure lifted, a sly, triumphant smile spread across the Heavenly God King's face. He abruptly retreated, calm and composed, declaring, "Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Your talent exceeds mine in every way. Back when I competed with you for the title of God King, I doubt I even knew how I died. But you're still too green now." As he spoke, a gleam of brilliance flared around the God King of Battle. Bathed in the light, the wounds on his body rapidly healed, and even his stamina began to slowly recover. Witnessing this, Ning Jitian's face turned ashen. Everyone values their pride, so why was this God King of Battle so shameless? Fighting a junior was one thing, but using a stamina recovery skill? Could it be that back in the day, the God Kings had done the same, draining their opponents to death by relentlessly restoring their stamina? Yet the next instant, his eyes widened in shock as Wu Chang directly produced the purple spirit treasure gourd. "Heh, you started the recovery first." Wu Chang's voice carried a hint of mockery. Instantly, the purple spirit treasure gourd emitted a green glow, restoring over half of Wu Chang's stamina. And even that wasn't enough for him. He slapped himself with the life-restoring technique. Instantly, Wu Chang's stamina surged back to peak condition, as if he'd never fought at all. The Battle God King was so enraged by this sight he couldn't speak. He thought he was already despicable and shameless enough. How could this junior be even more so? Damn it, I'm done fighting. Watching Wu Chang activate the bloodline curse to further amplify his attributes, the Battle God King was so enraged he could barely maintain his ethereal form. Continuing this fight was futile. Victory was impossible. It would be better if this guy just conceded defeat outright. After all, among all the challengers he had faced, this young man before him held the greatest potential to become a God King. Hearing the martial God King concede, Ning Jitian's eyes widened. Holy, an unprecedented record just happened. Now that he's defeated the God King of Battle, I wonder what the reward will be. His eyes widened as he strained to see what would happen next. The illusory form of the God King of Combat seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, slowly dissipating into the heavens and earth, leaving behind only the most fundamental source of light. Wu Chang stepped forward, seized the light source, and absorbed it in an instant.
Chapter 188, Combat Power Boost, the Calamity Demon God Scheme. Wu Cheng clutched the light source, his face radiating excitement. The light slowly entered his body, a warm current instantly spreading throughout his being. Wu Cheng felt his body undergoing constant transformation and strengthening. Simultaneously, the system within his mind responded. Option completed. Congratulations, host, on successfully fusing the skill. You have acquired the skill King of Gods. Hearing the system's notification in his mind, Wu Cheng's face lit up with uncontrollable delight. He hurriedly opened his attribute panel to find that the skilled Dharma body had vanished, replaced by a new skill named King of Gods. At that very moment, the light source left behind by the God King was completely absorbed. Wu Cheng instantly felt his body undergo a tremendous transformation. He immediately summoned his detailed attribute panel and was instantly stunned by the terrifying changes. Name, Wu Cheng. Title, Godslayer, Avenger, Wealthy Landowner. Class, Lone Wanderer. Level, LV 299 0%. Equipment, World-Shattering God-Slaying Blade God Tier, Heaven-Earth Unity Armor Mythic Tier, Dark Gold Giant Set Unrivaled Tier God Master Frame, God Master Frame Mythic Tier, Mage Staff Unrivaled Tier, Space Splitting Orb Unrivaled Tier, Purple Spirit Gourd Epic Tier, Sky Riding Cloak Unrivaled Tier, Bombardment Seal Unparalleled. Strength 8000 plus 375 Spirit, 7000 plus 225. Physical Resistance, 5000 plus 275 Magic Resistance, 5000 plus 275. Critical Rate, 100 plus 30% Critical Damage, 2000%. Skills, Spiritual Suppression, Annihilation Fusion, Total Control, Grand Life Restoration, Bloodline Curse, Absolute Block, Fatal Strike, Heaven Splitting Blade, Water Dominion, Sea of Corpses and Blood, Reversal of the Heavens, Tactical Chaos, Void Lurking, King of Gods. All his attributes had been amplified, indicating he had fully absorbed the primordial essence left behind by the Divine King's phantom. Despite this terrifying surge in power, Wu Cheng distinctly felt the vast chasm between himself and that Divine King. If this had been the true form of the Divine King's phantom instead of its shadow, I doubt I could have held out even 10 minutes. Wu Cheng shook his head silently, his heart filled with profound curiosity about the true might of that God King. Initially, he had assumed the God King could seal the abyss only because numerous God-tier practitioners and demon gods had participated in the sealing ritual, sacrificing their lives to lock it away. Now it seemed he had been rather rash in his assumptions. It was likely this God King had sealed the abyss alone. After all, with such terrifying combat prowess and the Divine King of Combat's temperament, it was likely impossible to persuade him to sacrifice his comrades' lives to seal the abyss. It seems the Calamity Evil God has kept many things from us. But what exactly is this fellow planning by keeping it hidden? Recalling the words spoken by the Calamity Evil God moments ago, a contemplative expression inevitably spread across Wu Cheng's face. After all, as someone privy to the truth, concealing information was all too easy for him. Yet now they were all on the same side, united against the impending emergence of the abyss. Why would she conceal this crucial matter? After pondering for a long while, Wu Cheng still couldn't fathom her motives, yet a deep wariness toward the Calamity Demon God had already taken root in his heart. It seemed that even while aligned with them, this creature still harbored undisclosed motives. Even when confronting the abyss in the future, they would need to keep a close watch on these to prevent them from sabotaging their efforts from behind. With this thought, Wu Cheng turned his gaze toward Ning Jitian. He couldn't believe that as a God-tier array master, Ning Jitian hadn't discerned the Calamity Evil God's intentions. Yet at this moment, the Divine Tier array master stood utterly dumbfounded. After all, based on his own challenges and those of several other Divine Tier practitioners he knew, surviving 10 minutes against a Divine King's phantom was already considered top-tier performance among equals. Yet now, Wu Cheng had forced this God King phantom into surrender, causing it to vanish entirely. What kind of combat prowess was this? Even someone of equal rank like himself wouldn't stand a chance against Wu Cheng. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze push forward, sweeping the old ones onto the shore. This kid's talent is genuinely terrifying. A trace of emotion flickered across Ning Jitian's face. Back in the day, he too had been hailed as the rising tide destined to overturn everything. But times had changed. He never imagined he'd become one of those waves crushed on the shore. Yet when he met Wu Cheng's gaze, he understood the other was likely pondering matters concerning the Calamity Demon God. As a God-tier array master, how could he not know that the Calamity Evil God had undoubtedly withheld secrets from practitioners like them? For now, they shared the same camp. Until the abyss was completely resolved, they could coexist peacefully. With that thought, he waved his hand. A small teleportation array materialized beneath Wu Cheng's feet, instantly transporting him out of the instance. Is this what an array master does? That's incredibly powerful. Wu Cheng couldn't help but feel a jolt of awe witnessing such skill. Though his own stats far surpassed those of others at his level, conjuring an array with a mere wave of the hand like Ning Jitian did seem an impossibly daunting feat. After all, the array mage class requires significant time to deploy formations in the early stages, making them highly vulnerable in actual combat. But once they reach the ranks of demigod or even god-tier array masters, they can deploy formations swiftly. That's when array masters gain the edge over other classes.
You're envious of me? I'd rather be the one envying you. Seeing Wu Cheng's gaze, Ning Jitian couldn't help but retort. Not only did you defeat the Divine King's phantom, but you also absorbed the Divine King's primordial essence he left behind. You have no idea how many futures you've ruined. But since you're so outrageously talented, I won't breathe a word of this. A sly grin spread across Ning Jitian's face, clearly pleased that his little scheme had unsettled Wu Cheng. Hearing this, Wu Cheng, who had been on edge moments ago, finally relaxed completely. After all, the very purpose of this dungeon was for the God King to train his successors. But now that he had directly extinguished the God King's phantom, any talk of training successors was naturally impossible. Yet at that very moment, the dungeon trembled. A faint light slowly drifted from its center, settling into Wu Cheng's palm. Recognizing the familiar object, Wu Cheng instantly felt a surge of excitement. This was the 6th fragment of the Divine Palace. With this in hand, he now only needed to find the 7th fragment. With that thought, he turned his gaze toward Ning Jitian, hoping to glean some information from this God-tier array master. Yet Ning Jitian merely smiled and teased. I do know where the 7th fragment is. But since you want it, how about you agree to one condition of mine? Hearing this, Wu Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't expected this God-tier array master to actually know the location of the final fragment. What's one condition? I'd agree to 10 if you asked. Wu Cheng agreed without hesitation. The final fragment was too crucial to let slip away. At this, Ning Jitian grinned widely before stating, I'll suppress my power level. How about we have a fight? Chapter 189, Divine Tier Array Master, Plundering Array Abilities. I'll suppress my level. How about a fight? Ning Jitian's words slowly reached Wu Cheng's ears. His earlier elation instantly cooled. The thought of facing this God-tier array master in combat even at the same level was daunting. He knew he'd be thoroughly beaten. After all, he had witnessed the array master's prowess firsthand, a small-scale array conjured with a mere wave of the hand. How could he possibly hope to match that? Yet at that very moment, the system's voice echoed in Wu Cheng's mind. Facing the challenge from God-tier array master Ning Jitian, please make your choice. A. Decline the challenge, stating you're currently drained and unable to perform at your best. Gain the title Coward automatically senses life-threatening attacks and triggers a defensive response, but attack power drops to half normal. B. Accept the challenge and engage in a back-and-forth battle. Gain the skill Even Match when facing opponents of equal rank, regardless of their attribute strength, you will always engage in a back-and-forth battle. C. Accept Ning Jitian's challenge and defeat him. Gain a God-tier array mage ability and unlock the God-tier array mage inheritance character. Scanning the 3 options in his mind, Wu Cheng made his decision instantly. Option A seemed tempting, but having his attack power was utterly unacceptable for a weapon designed for one-hit kills. As for options B and C, while the difficulty gap between them seemed minimal, the rewards offered were worlds apart. I can already hold my own against God-tier practitioners. Why would I need a 50-50 chance skill? Could there be someone stronger than a God King? That's why I choose C. It's just a God-tier formation master. At the same level, I can still crush him. Wu Cheng decisively chose option C. The moment he made his decision, he verbally agreed to the challenge with Ning Jitian. Hearing Wu Cheng agree to a fair duel, a faint smile curved Ning Jitian's lips. He was eager to see just how far the limits of Wu Cheng's power extended. This youngster who had defeated the Divine King's phantom. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding space shifted rapidly, transporting them to a stage in Yanjing. This is my villa in Yanjing. Fight freely, no one will ever know we're here. Ning Jitian stretched his limbs, then used an array to compress his cultivation level to match Wu Cheng's. Along with this, he took out 2 pills and handed them to Wu Cheng. Holding the 2 pills in his hands, Wu Cheng finally understood what it meant that only those with true strength deserved access to rarer resources. One pill could fully restore a professional's stamina, while the other could completely refresh all their skills. On the market, these 2 pills combined would easily fetch over 10 million credits. Yet Ning Jitian handed them over as casually as if they were worth 1,000. Nevertheless, since combat was imminent, Wu Cheng swallowed the pills immediately and stepped onto the stage. Begin. Seeing this, Ning Jitian also stepped onto the platform and declared the duel open. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he swept his hand, conjuring a small formation in the air that instantly amplified his mental power by 20%. He then snapped his eyes open, and 2 laser beams instantly shot forth from his eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern the faint outlines of 2 miniature arrays. Seeing this, Wu Cheng hesitated not a moment. He charged forward, swinging his blade to shatter the laser beams. His target was now Ning Jitian's eyes. After all, this seemed to be the only way to attack him at the moment. By shattering these 2 formations, even someone as powerful as his opponent would likely be incapacitated for a moment. Yet at that very moment, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Ning Jitian's face. He then murmured, "Open." Several large formations, seemingly deployed unnoticed, instantly enveloped Wu Cheng, trapping him within their confines. Watching these formations confine him within a space barely larger than 10 square meters, Wu Cheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He hadn't even seen how his opponent had set up the formations.
He never imagined that, in the blink of an eye, a trap had been laid for him. But think you can trap me? Not a chance. Yet this dire predicament only ignited Wu Cheng's inner resilience. He slapped his body, activating the skill king of gods. In an instant, Wu Cheng's attributes surged to 5 times his normal level. The terrifying force proved too much even for the rare metal arena, which began to shatter and crumble. Seeing this, Ning Jitian's eyes widened in shock. This platform had been forged from rare metals he'd painstakingly collected, capable of withstanding the might of a level 500 professional. Yet now, it couldn't even withstand Wu Cheng's aura. Was this guy even human? Yet despite this, he felt no inclination to give up. Instead, a surge of heroic spirit welled up within him. Bring it on! Seeing Wu Cheng raise his greatsword high, Ning Jitian knew this must be his opponent's ultimate strike. His focus snapped back into place. His fingers began rapidly forming seals, conjuring arrays that materialized midair. They pinned Wu Cheng to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. God-slaying array. Yet Wu Cheng, trapped within the formation, showed no sign of yielding. Instead, he gritted his teeth and endured the pressure. Seeing this, Ning Jitian held nothing back, unleashing his most powerful formation. A formation radiating intense killing intent materialized above Wu Cheng's head. This formation was none other than the God-slaying array. The moment the God-slaying array materialized, all other formations were absorbed into it, continuously amplifying its power. Wuxing, now suppressed, felt his very life threatened. Though he knew his opponent had no intent to kill him, he was now seething with pent-up rage demanding release. Reverse heaven and earth. Originally intending to unleash the God-slaying slash, Wu Cheng ultimately chose to activate reversal of heaven and earth under the terrifying pressure of the God-slaying formation. In an instant, Wu Cheng felt his energy drained, yet his hands instinctively executed the motion of swinging a blade. A blinding blade light shot skyward, colliding violently with the God-slaying array. Though the God-slaying array had grown stronger through absorption, it remained incredibly fragile under this blade's light. Boom! After shattering the God-slaying array, the blade's aura continued hurtling toward Ning Jitian. Seeing this, Ning Jitian immediately released his suppression of the formation and shattered the blade's light with one hand. Yet the hand that shattered the blade trembled uncontrollably behind his back, hiding his disarray from Wu Cheng's gaze. You win! Ning Jitian muttered irritably. He had expected Wu Cheng to be formidable, but he never imagined he could shatter his God-slaying array like this. Hearing this, Wu Cheng's lips curved into a smile before he collapsed onto the ground to recover his stamina. Simultaneously, the system in his mind activated. Option completed. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the God Tier Array Master Quest. Simultaneously acquired Skill God Array, deploy any array in an instant. Chapter 190, The 7th Fragment, Magic Capital Practitioners Association. The notification in his mind drew an involuntary smile to Wu Cheng's face. He never imagined that fighting Ning Jitian would grant him the ability to deploy formations at lightning speed. If he ever wanted to learn array mage skills in the future, it would be like a fish in water, twice the result with half the effort. You really make me happy, kid. To actually cleave through my formation with a blade such terrifying destructive power. I haven't witnessed anything like this in ages. Ning Jitian's face bore a look of deep regret, his eyes clouded with a layer of gloom. Once hailed as the foremost master of formations, he had crushed his peers so thoroughly they dared not raise their heads. Yet today, after suppressing his own power level, he discovered that even the foremost array master had no room to resist before Wu Cheng. Had he not deployed the God-slaying array, Wu Cheng might have even gone through the motions of exchanging a few blows with him. But after deploying the God-slaying array, Wu Cheng unleashed his full power, shattering the formation completely. Enough, enough. Perhaps I truly have grown old, unable to keep pace with the younger generation. Ning Jitian shook his head with a sigh. He had once thought himself young, yet now he realized he had become an old relic of a bygone era. Let's go. There's no point lingering here any longer. Since I promised to reveal the location of the 7th fragment if you defeated me, it's time to show you. He sighed with regret, then proceeded to construct a large teleportation array ahead. While an ordinary array master would require days to construct such a grand teleportation array, in the hands of this god-tier array master, it was as easy as a wave of his hand. Hearing his words, Wu Cheng's face lit up with delight. Obtaining the array master's divine technique was already a tremendous surprise, but now the prospect of being taken directly to the location of the 7th fragment filled him with uncontrollable joy. Thank you, senior. Wu Cheng clasped his hands together in a respectful salute to Ning Jitian before stepping into the teleportation array. With 6 fragments already in his possession, recovering the 7th would bring the restoration of the Divine Palace within reach. He just didn't know what would happen once the Divine Palace reappeared. Perhaps he should inform the association first. Otherwise, if it triggered actions from the Abyss or the Demon Cult, it could stir up a major mess. As a divine light flickered from the teleportation array, Wu Cheng and Ning Jitian vanished from the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in another city, the demon capital. As the economic heart of the entire Dragon Nation, Magic City boasted exceptionally towering structures.
Countless practitioners adorned in gold and silver walked its streets, lacking the understated demeanor of Yanjing's practitioners. Due to the city's close ties with the outside world, Wu Chang even spotted the latest foreign products appearing on the streets. These items were banned in Yanjing, for who could say whether such products might threaten the Dragon Nation's security? Witnessing this scene, Wu Chang couldn't help but feel a touch of bewilderment. After all, growing up, he had never witnessed such extravagance. Now, he was truly seeing something new. Magic City really is different from Yanjing. You'll need to adjust properly. Back in the day, there were even instances where people from the Magic City looked down on Yanjing. I had a friend who was a 500-level genius demigod, and he nearly got called a country bumpkin in the Magic City. But that was decades ago. Things have improved considerably now.
Ning Jitian wore a nostalgic expression, as if this memory resonated deeply with him. Yet while the speaker meant no harm, the listener took it to heart. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. After all, everyone understood the implication of the phrase "I have a friend." He could easily imagine that friend's identity being none other than himself. He'd heard similar stories before. His parents had apparently encountered something similar during their business trip to the Demon City years ago. Back then, they were here for business and learning, so they rarely interacted with locals.
But now it seemed Shanghai's environment had improved considerably.
After all, no matter how important an economic hub it was, it still couldn't hold a candle to half of Beijing's stature. Come on, let's go straight to the professional association.
What you seek is there.
Ning Jitian seemed to emerge from his memories, shaking his head lightly before leading Wu Chang toward the Shanghai Professional Association. As for why he didn't teleport directly inside the association, it was simply because he had forgotten the exact coordinates and could only teleport to a general vicinity. Fortunately, the city's main thoroughfares were lined with various signs, allowing them to quickly locate the association's headquarters. But the moment they stepped inside, Wu Chang was immediately surrounded by a large crowd, as if they had known Ning Jitian and him were coming all along.
Oh my, young Master Ning. It's been so many years since you last visited. It's truly wonderful to see you today.
A tall, middle-aged man led the group, grabbing Ning Jitian's hand firmly.
Interestingly, Ning Jitian didn't pull away.
Instead, he smiled and shook the man's hand. What puzzled Wu Chang most was that the man didn't address Ning Jitian by name or even use a respectful title. Instead, he casually called him Little Ning, suggesting they were acquainted. Just as Wu Chang was pondering this, the man suddenly turned his gaze toward him.
You must be Wu Chang.
Xiao Ning has told me about you, a very capable and outstanding young man.
The future of Dragon Nation rests on young people like you.
Old fogies like me will be 6 feet under sooner or later.
With that, the middle-aged man released Ning Jitian's hand and led both of them toward an office.
Along the way, Ning Jitian explained the man's background to Wu Chang. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He looks only in his 40s, but he's actually over 120 years old. And before I became a god-tier array master, he was my former superior.
Just call him Old Nya.
Ning Jitian's voice drifted slowly over, and only then did Wu Chang realize that this Old Nya was actually Ning Jitian's senior predecessor. Only someone of such stature could address Ning Jitian as Little Ning.
This realization filled Wu Chang with admiration and respect for the elder.
In any era, those who stood on the front lines as practitioners deserved the respect of all.
Please sit down.
After entering the room, Old Nya gestured toward the seats, inviting Wu Chang and his companion to sit down and talk. Seeing this, Ning Jitian was about to speak up and explain his purpose to the elder, but Nia Lao cut him off immediately.
I know what you want. It's the fragments of the Divine Palace, isn't it? That item rightfully belongs to you.
It was merely entrusted to the association.
I have no intention of keeping it for myself.
Hearing this, Wu Chang and Ning Jitian exchanged glances, both seeing delight in each other's eyes. After all, the prospect of finally seeing the Divine Palace was impossible not to be excited about. But unexpectedly, Old Nia shifted his tone abruptly, his voice growing grave. But that artifact was stolen by a mole within the association. We can now confirm it was the work of the cult of the Dark God. Our investigation confirms that the culprit is likely hiding within the dungeon in the Eastern District. But he is immensely powerful. We urgently need your assistance.
With that, Old Nia's gaze fell upon Wu Chang and Ning Jitian, as if awaiting their response. Chapter 191, The Evil God Society, Level 100 Challenge Upgraded.
Hearing Elder Nia's words, Wu Chang and Ning Jitian fell silent. They couldn't fathom what circumstances could possibly drive an internal association member to betray their own organization and steal the 7th fragment. After all, only high-ranking personnel had access to such artifacts, those who could even touch them. That the Evil God Society would risk exposing such a high-ranking mole to steal the fragment proved they understood its importance to Wu Chang. After pondering for a long while, they still couldn't fathom which member of the Evil God Society could have orchestrated such a move. But suddenly, Wu Chang's heart skipped a beat as a name surfaced in his mind.
Yakika. It could only be her. As one of the most powerful evil gods, the Calamity Evil God was undoubtedly the most opposed to the reappearance of the God King. Moreover, Wu Chang and Ning Jitian had just returned from confronting the disaster evil god when the seventh fragment was stolen.
The motive was clear: to prevent the divine palace from emerging.
This line of reasoning seemed entirely plausible.
Senior Ning, perhaps it truly is the disaster evil god at work. He reluctantly voiced his conjecture. Upon hearing his analysis, both Elder Ni and Ning Jitian furrowed their brows, yet they too acknowledged that this matter was most likely the work of the god of calamity. After all, no other demon god would be foolish enough to strike immediately after joining the same faction. But aside from the calamity demon god, who else could possibly know that Wu Chang had already collected 6 fragments? For now, we should head to the East District to investigate and track down that traitor.
Sitting here debating won't get us anywhere.
Soon, old Nia made the final decision. He had initially wanted to send men directly to the Eastern District to hunt down the traitor, but the traitor was exceptionally powerful, and every agent dispatched had been eliminated. Now, with top-tier experts like Wu Chang and Ning Jitian at his disposal, his top priority was to completely wipe out the Eastern District's Joint Investigation Committee. As for the location of the 7th fragment, additional manpower would be allocated for its pursuit once that was accomplished.
Finding it would be a win for all.
If not, it would simply be fate, and Wu Chang would have to rely on his own efforts in the future.
Seeing his resolve, Wu Chang and Ning Jitian offered no further explanation. After all, everyone understood the gravity of this matter. Elder Nia would never treat them lightly, so both Wu Chang and Ning Jitian were willing to focus first on utterly eradicating the evil god society.
Moreover, both the Thunder God and the Blazing Wrath God had mentioned that the Divine Palace achieved its unparalleled splendor because of the existence of the God King, not the other way around. Wu Chang's current pursuit of the palace fragments was merely to understand its true purpose, not to rely on it to become some so-called divine king. Soon, a private car delivered the 2 men to Dongqing District. Before getting out, old Nia handed them a photograph depicting the traitor's appearance. Upon seeing the photograph, Ning Jitian's eyes widened instantly, and an uncontrollable surge of anger flashed across his face.
It's him!
Wu Chang could even see the man's hands trembling uncontrollably, a sign of exerting every ounce of strength yet failing to fully master his own body. He wondered what kind of person could provoke such a reaction from this god-tier array master. Could it be another old acquaintance? After a long moment, Ning Jitian finally tore his gaze away from the photograph. He exhaled a heavy breath, then turned away, hands behind his back, and began wandering around on his own. Wu Chang took the photo and saw a sunny, cheerful middle-aged man smiling confidently. His attire was impeccably neat, revealing absolutely no resemblance to a member of the evil god cult. In the upper right corner of the photo, the man's name was clearly displayed. Zhou Jia. Wu Chang slowly uttered the 2 characters, his mind searching to see if he recognized the man. After a long moment of thought, he couldn't recall any information about Zhou Jia. He was likely a figure shrouded in secrecy within the association. Yet here was a man of such high rank and influence, who had now betrayed the Dragon Nation and joined the evil god society outright. Wu Chang naturally had no clue what had driven him to this. Those privy to the truth, however, were now deep in thought, seemingly unwilling to reveal what they knew. Looks like there's more to this story than meets the eye. And judging by the signs, it seems connected to this god-tier array master. Wu Chang silently speculated within his mind, yet his legs moved forward immediately, following Ning Jitian as they began surveying the surroundings. The Eastern District was the most bustling part of the entire demon capital, nothing like the chaotic Northern District where the Yanjing demon cult lurked. But precisely because of this, the matter became even more troublesome. After all, in a chaotic district, one only needed to eliminate the root cause of the disorder, and then take the time to restore order afterward. But East District was the most vibrant and dazzling part of the city. Destroying this area and rebuilding it would be no simple task. You saw it yourself, skyscrapers and residential buildings surround us. We simply can't act here. Ning Jitian's tone was subdued, as if the man in the photo had dealt him a heavy blow. But now that they'd located the demon cult, Wu Chang didn't dwell on it. Instead, he focused his attention on the surrounding residences. Hearing Ning Jitian's words, he nodded in agreement. So hiding here is actually the safest option for them, but it makes things incredibly difficult for us. Our priority now is to secure all these locations without alerting the evil god society. What a headache! Wu Chang couldn't help but sigh. This was simply the reality. Everyone understood that the evil god cult must be eradicated. Even destroying an entire region was acceptable. But if that devastated area happened to be their own homeland, they would face immense resistance. Yet upon hearing Wu Chang's words, Ning Jitian suddenly smiled. He looked up at the sky, then addressed Wu Chang. Do you know why practitioners above level 700 are called god tier? At this question, Wu Chang shook his head. Naturally, he had no way of knowing. After all, though he was powerful, he hadn't yet reached level 300. Becoming a god tier practitioner was still far beyond his reach. In that case, I'll show you what a god tier array mage truly is. Seeing his bewildered expression, Ning Jitian felt a surge of childish delight. He slowly rose into the air, as if lifted by an unseen force. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from his entire body. Heaven's Eye tracking array. In the next instant, the information of every person and creature in the Eastern District appeared in Ning Jitian's mind. He then slowly transmitted this data to Wu Chang's eyes. After the array filtered out most of the data, over a dozen traces remained. Among them was Zhou Jia, the very person they sought. Simultaneously, an upgrade challenge notification echoed within Wu Chang's mind. Level 300 challenge activated, locate the shrine fragment to complete the upgrade. Chapter 192, You Greenhorn, are you even human? Seeing the upgrade quest appear in his mind, a flicker of delight crossed Wu Chang's face. Level 300. This was his level 300 upgrade quest. He had to complete it no matter what. Moreover, this quest involved obtaining a divine palace fragment. If he couldn't acquire the fragment, what else could he possibly use to level up? That was anyone's guess. This quest absolutely must be completed. Otherwise, getting stuck at level 299 forever, what kind of nonsense is that? After pondering this, Wu Chang's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Regardless of his own need to level up, he absolutely had to obtain the shrine fragment. It seemed he would have to give it his all this time. Zhou Jia absolutely could not be allowed to escape this place. With his resolve set, Wu Chang's gaze fell upon Ning Jitian, who was currently suspended midair. Only this god-tier array master could guarantee success. His role would be to assist when the time came. Soon, Ning Jitian slowly descended to the ground, though he now appeared somewhat drained. After all, casting that skill demanded immense stamina, and he had to eliminate each selected individual one by one. The fact he could even stand now was a testament to his resilience. I'll be setting up an array here shortly to ensure the safety of the surrounding residences. This formation will take considerable time to complete, so I may not be able to assist further. The rest of the mission is yours. Zhou Jia's location has been pinpointed for you, simply follow the trail. As he spoke, Ning Jitian produced a floating speck of light. Resembling a tiny firefly, it emitted a faint green glow. With a light flick of his finger, Zhou Jia's portrait instantly materialized in midair before being absorbed by the light point. After absorbing the portrait, the light point seemed to gain a spirit of its own, beginning to dance rapidly as if it couldn't wait to lead Wu Chang to the target. Understood. Though Wu Chang felt some regret that this god-tier array master couldn't intervene directly, having this object assist him in locating Zhou Jia would undoubtedly save him considerable effort. In that case, let's depart immediately. Wu Chang lingered no longer. Once the light point returned to normal, he immediately followed it away. Watching Wu Chang vanish, Ning Jitian finally exhaled in relief before collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. The gloom in his expression was impossible to conceal. Zhou Jia, you brat, how did you end up like this? He sat there, his eyes flickering between light and shadow. But just as Ning Jitian's thoughts were in turmoil, Wu Chang had already followed the light point to Zhou Jia's vicinity. Truthfully, given the bustling nature of the East District, Zhou Jia wasn't overly concerned about being spotted. Moreover, his masterful disguise skills could fool most professionals. Consequently, he was now strolling down the street with complete confidence, utterly unaware that he was a wanted criminal. After all, in his view, what he had done was still far from warranting the attention of certain individuals. They want me to get involved over a measly fragment? I wonder if the cult of the Dark God has lost its mind. I've been lying low for so long, finally clawing my way to that position. My ass hasn't even warmed the seat yet, and now I'm supposed to run? Damn it, if you can't help me become a demigod, I'll go all out against your demon god society. Zhou Jia sat at a street food stall, his mind racing over his future path. Truth be told, his allegiance to the demon cult stemmed from one simple desire, to grow stronger. With only 30 years left to live, unless he broke through to level 300 or became a demigod, death would inevitably claim him. But breaking through on his own was incredibly difficult. As for the association, they wouldn't invest such precious resources into an old man with an uncertain future. Thus, joining the cult of the evil god became Zhou Jia's final choice. As for the price he'd have to pay? Well, his son and wife had enjoyed their share of blessings for so many years. Sacrificing his own life for the sake of his grand plan for immortality, what did it matter? But just as he pondered this, a figure slowly sat down across from him. The newcomer was remarkably young, a faint smile playing on his face. Before him, a tiny speck of light danced. Despite Zhou Jia's years as a practitioner, he couldn't discern what this tiny light was. This seat is for me alone. Please take your business elsewhere. Zhou Jia flatly refused the young man before him. Though the other didn't look particularly wealthy, his own money hadn't fallen from the sky, why should he spend it on others? Yet the young man made no move to leave. Instead, he sat down, picked up a bottle of purified water, and poured himself a glass. I'm not here to eat. Hearing that detached tone, Zhou Jia's heart skipped a beat. I'm here to see you, Zhou Jia. Upon hearing his name, Zhou Jia's heart skipped a beat in shock, and he sprang to his feet. I'm Wu Chang. You've taken something that belongs to me. Hand it over if you know what's good for you. Right now, you're only suspected of colluding with the evil god society. Hand over the item, and I can spare your life. But if you choose to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Chang's expression remained unchanged, but the sharp gleam in his eyes made Zhou Jia realize this young man was no pushover.
Moreover, he'd heard this name countless times before Wu Chang, reputed to be the rising star among the younger generation in Yanjing.
Even Li Tiangang, the top dog of the Demon City, was no match for him.
He had been completely dominated by Wu Chang during the newcomer tournament. Yet now this young upstart dared threaten him, a seasoned veteran over level 200? Was he here to play games?
Ha! If any other high-level professional had come today, I'd have handed this over without a word.
But you, a wet behind-the-ears brat, think you can threaten me? How laughable. First, I'll take you down. Then I'll see if those association people will really fight me to the death over you. Zhou Jie roared in fury, completely disregarding the innocent bystanders around him as he unleashed an attack skill. Cloud-seizing palm.
A massive palm shot toward Wu Chang, while the surrounding crowd scattered in panic at the sudden commotion. But Wu Chang merely stared at the giant hand, his face showing not a trace of worry. Instead, his smile grew even more unrestrained.
Is that all?
He snorted coldly, and the world-slaying god-cutting blade appeared in his hand. A flash of blade light erupted, cleaving the cloud-seizing hand clean in two.
What attack remained?
Witnessing this, Zhou Jie froze in place.
What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a newcomer? How could he so easily shatter his attack?
Yet when he checked Wu Chang's stats, he froze like a stone statue.
Level 299. Higher than his own level. That damn leveling speed was terrifying. Was this guy named Wu Chang even human?
Chapter 193, The Fall of the Rock Demon God, Blade Light Shakes the Heavens.
Impossible. How could your level be this high?
Zhou Jie's face twisted in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that Wu Chang, just half a year ago hailed as the rising star of the younger generation, was now nearly his equal in level, even surpassing him by over 10 levels. Perhaps he'd already unlocked the 100-level challenge. The leveling he'd been so obsessed with was nothing but a string of numbers in the eyes of this genius. This world was just too unfair. For a moment, Zhou Jie was overcome with grief and anger, but what dominated his heart was jealousy and murderous intent toward Wu Chang. If he didn't eliminate Wu Chang, he would undoubtedly be dragged before the guild. At that point, forget about leveling up, his very survival would be in question. The evil god society wouldn't lift a finger to rescue him, Zhou Jie. Then he'd truly be trapped with nowhere to turn.
There's a lot you don't know. Just give up peacefully.
Wu Chang saw Zhou Jie's expression and knew he wouldn't go down without a fight. With a flick of his blade, his body vanished into the void, preparing to seize Zhou Jie while the opportunity presented itself. Once he obtained the 7th fragment, he could condense the complete Divine Palace and then smoothly complete the 100-level challenge. Everything seemed so natural and perfectly logical. But as Wu Chang vanished into the void, Zhou Jie clenched his teeth and pulled a smooth, round orb from his pocket. Though the orb resembled a stone, it emitted a faint earthen glow. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Wu Chang. He rushed forward, intent on seizing the moment to strike Zhou Jie down. But in the next instant, a colossal force abruptly surged forth, violently expelling him from the void. The pale yellow glow enveloped the surroundings. The nearby citizens had long since fled to a safe distance, terrified of being caught in the force's aftermath. Higher level, more powerful practitioners stood at the forefront, ready to confront the impending danger. Just as the force prepared to obliterate the surrounding residences to demonstrate its might, Wu Chang suddenly saw a crimson light emerge from the ground, forcibly shielding the building. Simultaneously, countless crimson lights surged from the ground, enveloping every house within their protective embrace. Clearly, Ning Jitian's protective array was now fully deployed. Now he could unleash his full power. At this thought, a genuine smile spread across Wu Chang's lips. Finally, he wouldn't have to fight with his hands tied. Whatever entity stood before him now, he would cleave it to pieces with a single stroke. Soon, within the earthen glow, a towering, imposing figure abruptly materialized before the crowd. Its terrifying might caused the ground to crack as a massive sword forged from solid rock plunged into the earth. Roar! The towering figure let out a furious roar, as if celebrating its own arrival. Upon hearing this sound, a name flashed through Wu Chang's mind. Rock Demon Chris. As the smoke cleared, Wu Chang saw a familiar face before him. Clad entirely in armor, his body covered in stone plates, his bulging muscles resembling hills, who else could it be but the stone demon Chris? Wu Chang, you've made me search so hard. Today, I'm taking the 7th fragment. If you think you'll ever assemble the God King's shrine, you're dreaming. The rock demon god's voice echoed around them as one of its massive hands reached out to grab Zhou Jie, clearly intending to carry him away and secure the 7th fragment for safekeeping. But Wu Chang wouldn't let it happen so easily. The instant the enemy moved, he planted his toes and launched himself forward like a cannonball. Godslayer slash. When facing the rock demon, Wu Chang never held back. Unlike the calamity evil god Yekika, this rock evil god was utterly single-minded, leaving no room for negotiation whatsoever. As a newly ascended demon god, he remained utterly oblivious even as the calamity demon god and his own followers sided with Wu Chang. His information was decidedly outdated. But since the enemy had made his move to seize the fragment, Wu Chang saw no reason to hold back any longer. A flash of divine light erupted, instantly severing the rock demon's massive hand. Just as Wu Chang expected the creature to let out a wail of agony, he realized he had completely misjudged the situation. The severed giant hand on the ground was still moving. Its target was Zhou Jia, who carried the 7th fragment. Ha 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 ha. I am a demon god. How could an ant like you possibly comprehend the limits of my power? So this is the fragment? Rest assured, I'll keep it safe. No one will ever guess where I've hidden it. The rock hand had already seized Zhou Jia, and a shimmering fragment was now clutched in the evil god of rock's palm. Witnessing this, Wu Chang's face instantly turned ashen, his right hand gripping the blade so tightly it began to turn pale. Die! Stealing his fragment, obstructing his ascension plan. Wu Chang's rage boiled over. He instantly activated his God King form and charged toward the rock demon god. But the rock demon god paid him no mind whatsoever. Its sole target was the fragment. Zhou Jia was merely a disposable pawn. Seeing Wu Chang charging straight at it, the rock demon hesitated no longer. It slammed Zhou Jia to the ground and began to slowly dissipate, seemingly intent on carrying the fragment away from this place. But at that very moment, an array suddenly descended from the sky. This formation seemed to carry an invincible suppressing force, causing the stone demon's gradually dissipating body to stabilize. Eventually, it couldn't even move. What is this? How could anyone restrict my movements? Feeling his body stiffen, the rock demon's voice betrayed a hint of panic. This avatar was a manifestation of his true soul. Aside from being slightly weaker in physical power, its combat experience and resistance to attacks were nearly identical to his own. Yet now it was bound to the spot. Few beings possessed such power, but one name surfaced in its mind. That bastard who had walked straight through the spatial gate he had opened, entering the demon god realm to wage war against him. Ning Jitian, may you rot in hell. As countless blades slashed toward him, the rock demon god knew his clone's fate was sealed. All he could do was unleash a futile roar of rage before dying. Under Wu Chang's murderous gaze, the blade light engulfed the rock demon entirely, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust finally settled, there was no trace of the evil god left, only a pile of scattered stones. Amidst the pile of rocks, a tiny speck of light now floated in midair, as if awaiting Wu Chang's arrival. The 7th fragment is mine. Though exhausted to the point of reluctance, Wu Chang grasped the fragment with evident delight. Now that all fragments were gathered, he only needed to find a place to fuse them together. Then he would witness the emergence of the God King's divine palace. Chapter 194. The divine palace emerges, shaking the heavens and earth. Vote for me. Holding the 7th fragment in his hand, Wu Chang's face was filled with delight. With this in his possession, he only needed to find a suitable location to fuse all the fragments together immediately. When the divine palace manifested, what extraordinary phenomena would it unleash? The anticipation was unbearable. His gaze drifted to Zhou Jia, who lay unconscious on the ground. The shockwave had shattered the traitor's legs and knocked him unconscious. Even if he left now, the man had absolutely no chance of escape. Still, just to be safe, he decided to tie him up first. When the association's people arrived to investigate, they would naturally take Zhou Jia away. With that thought, Wu Chang casually snatched a rope from the roadside and bound Zhou Jia's legs and arms together. Watching Zhou Jia lie on the ground like a caterpillar, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In this state, escape was utterly impossible. Wu Chang then scanned the crowd of onlookers gathering around. His body paused for a moment before vanishing into thin air. He didn't want to draw attention, especially to a fight in the city center. While those in authority might overlook the truth if they knew, the terrified citizens certainly wouldn't care. If they caught him and unleashed a torrent of abuse, he'd have no way to defend himself. When Wu Chang's figure materialized from the void once more, he had already arrived beside Ning Jitian. The god-tier array master who had just unleashed the colossal formation was now panting heavily, utterly drained of his usual composure. Noticing Wu Chang's presence, Ning Jitian lifted his eyes and murmured, "Where's Zhou Jia? Is he dead?" Hearing his first question was about Zhou Jia, Wu Chang instantly realized their relationship was far closer than he'd imagined. Thankfully, he hadn't struck a fatal blow earlier. Otherwise, even if Ning Jitian understood his helplessness, he would inevitably harbor some resentment toward him. "He's not dead, but I tied him up. The association's people should have taken him away by now." "That's good." Ning Jitian's expression eased slightly before he pressed on. "And the 7th fragment. The fragment is already in my possession. I only need to find a place to fuse them all together, and then I'll be able to witness the Divine King's divine palace manifest." Upon hearing the inquiry about the fragments, Wu Chang revealed everything without reservation. After all, Ning Jitian knew all the other fragments were in his possession. Trying to conceal the fusion from him was clearly impossible. Learning all fragments were gathered, Ning Jitian forced himself to rally his strength. He slowly rose, leaning against the wall, then turned his gaze toward Wu Chang. "Many years ago, I established a super array capable of shielding all sight from outsiders. Over the decades, I've continuously refined and perfected it. My original plan was to house gifted young disciples within it, protecting them from assassination attempts. However, after all these years, the inner mechanisms still aren't entirely sound. But now, it finally has a purpose. As he spoke, Ning Jitian waved his hand, and a teleportation array slowly materialized beneath their feet. Upon witnessing this, Wu Cheng understood his opponent's plan to have him fuse the fragments of the Divine Palace directly within that concealed formation. And now, this choice seemed remarkably fitting. After all, no one knew the scale of commotion the Divine Palace's emergence might cause. Moreover, this was the palace of a divine king. Drawing the attention of certain individuals with ulterior motives would be highly undesirable. Naturally, it was best to remain hidden for as long as possible. With that thought, Wu Cheng stepped directly into the teleportation array. A flash of white light erupted, and the two vanished from the demon capital. When Wu Cheng opened his eyes again, he found himself deep within an ancient mountain forest. Though the external scenery played out perfectly before his eyes, he couldn't shake the feeling that it carried an illusory quality. It seemed this shielding formation not only prevented outsiders from seeing inside, but also somewhat obscured the view of the outside world for those within. However, the energy consumption of such an array was immense. Otherwise, with the capabilities and methods of a god-tier array master, it wouldn't have taken so many years to refine it instead of completing its construction entirely. Let's begin. Ning Jitian leaned against a tree and slowly sat down. Casting the formation had drained his last ounce of strength. Now, he was merely forcing himself to stay alert, determined to witness the moment the Divine Palace manifested. As for rest? That could wait until the dust settled. Observing Ning Jitian's state, Wu Cheng hesitated no longer. He reached into his backpack and pulled out all 6 fragments. The 7th fragment in his hand seemed to sense this movement, suddenly beginning to vibrate in sync with the other 6. As all the fragments pulsed relentlessly, a faint crack began to appear on the surface of the concealed formation. Ning Jitian's eyes widened at the sight. This formation wasn't merely designed to block everyone's vision, it also possessed defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding a full power strike from a god-tier practitioner. Yet even so, it had developed cracks under the vibration of the Divine Palace fragments. One could only imagine that if the complete Divine Palace were to appear, the array might shatter completely. At that moment, Wu Cheng stared intently at all the fragments, watching as they drew closer and closer to each other, seemingly attracted to one another. The 4th fragment, acting as the core, had begun absorbing and merging the others into itself. The light emanating from it grew increasingly blinding. What a formidable energy fluctuation! Even when I broke through to the god-tier profession, I never possessed such terrifying power. Feeling the surging energy, Ning Jitian's face betrayed utter shock. Back when he had broken through to god-tier practitioner, he had been in the demon capital. Even then, god-tier practitioners in Yanjing had sensed that aura. Yet now, the energy emanating from the Divine Palace was even more terrifying than the wave he had unleashed back then. One could imagine that without the shielding array separating the two realms, this energy might have been felt by the entire nation. Indeed, if someone had employed specialized energy detection devices, even foreign nations might have sensed it, confirming the emergence of an extraordinarily formidable presence in this world. The final fragment has fused. Watching the 7th fragment slowly drift into the immense orb of light, Wu Cheng murmured to himself. As his words faded, the complete Divine Palace abruptly materialized before them. The halo's radiance completely dissipated, leaving behind only an incredibly magnificent palace. Though no larger than the palm of a hand, its emergence triggered a violent eruption of energy around it. In an instant, dragons soared and phoenixes danced as celestial beings bowed low. Thunder rolled and flames scorched the heavens, while countless energies coalesced into innumerable deities. All now knelt before the Divine Palace, as if celebrating its emergence. Witnessing this spectacle, Ning Jitian couldn't help but feel his heart surge with emotion, causing him to abruptly stand up. To his astonishment, he discovered that amidst the surging tide of energy, his body had fully recovered to its peak condition, all traces of fatigue vanished. Wu Cheng, however, was utterly dumbfounded, only snapping back to reality when the Divine Palace floated before him. Chapter 195, Divine King's Legacy, a full set of divine armor. Gazing at the Divine Palace suspended before him, Wu Cheng's face lit up with delight. He had expended untold effort gathering the fragments, and now the time for harvest had finally arrived. He immediately focused his attention on the Divine Palace and soon sensed an inexplicable connection forming between his mind and the artifact. It felt as though the palace clung to his very soul. Even if someone forcibly seized it, a single thought from him would cause it to reappear before him. Grow! 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 At Wu Cheng's command, the shrine once no larger than a palm began to expand. Soon, it transformed into a magnificent palace. From within drifted faint, ethereal female vocals, as if a divine maiden sang, while light mist wafted out, seemingly celebrating the arrival of its master. Senior Ning, let's go inside and take a look. Wu Cheng turned to look at Ning Jitian, noticing that the divine tier array master was already struggling to contain his excitement. Alright. Ning Jitian uttered the word with a tremor in his voice, his gaze toward Wu Cheng now tinged with a hint of reverence. There was no helping it. The suppression the Divine Palace exerted over them, the divine tier practitioners, far exceeded the imagination of others. It was like an emperor standing before a commoner. While the common folk might see him as merely a higher-ranking official, those in power knew full well that a single command from him could wipe out their entire family without a trace. To non-god tier professionals, the divine palace was like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. But once they attained god tier status, encountering the divine palace felt like a speck of dust finally seeing the vast blue sky. Both the god king and the divine palace exerted absolute suppression over these god tier professionals. Yet Wu Chang, the master of the divine palace, remained oblivious to this, striding directly toward its inner chambers. Soon, the two passed through the gate flanked by two dragon beasts, glimpsed the petrified three-legged golden toad, now a fountain statue, and walked past the guard squadron of demigods clad in armor. Finally, they arrived at the main hall of the divine palace. This was where the previous god king, the god king of battle, had cultivated and governed his divine domain. Though countless millennia had passed, the divine king's overwhelming presence still lingered here, guarding this shattered land. Is this the god king? They say divine tier practitioners can pierce the suppression of time and sense the summons of their descendants. And the might of a god king is even more terrifying. Merely the lingering aura left behind could likely slay a newly ascended god tier practitioner. Feeling the divine king's pressure here, Ning Jitian could only feel his legs trembling. Though he had been a god tier practitioner for many years, facing enemies that had long since evolved from practitioners to demon gods, and had even battled the phantom of a god king himself. Yet, after so many battles, only the divine king's pressure within the divine palace had ever made him feel a suppression that reached his very soul. This wasn't fear stemming from his own emotions, but the natural reaction of an intelligent being sensing a latent threat. Even as a god tier professional, he remained powerless against this fear that arose from the deepest recesses of his soul. Look! What is that? At that moment, Ning Jitian seemed to have spotted something, lifting his gaze toward the throne belonging to the god king. Upon hearing his words, Wu Chang, who had been marveling at how vast the shrine's interior truly was, couldn't help but look up. Above the throne, a pale golden light now hovered, radiating a peculiar, alluring charm. Come down. Upon seeing the light, Wu Chang seemed to be struck by some thought, and he actually waved his hand at it. To his astonishment, the light obeyed his command, slowly drifting down from the throne until it hovered before him. Staring at the pale golden light, Wu Chang reached out, intending to grasp it and see what treasure lay within. Yet in the next instant, he realized the surrounding scene was rapidly shifting. Ning Jitian vanished, the divine palace hall disappeared, leaving only a void of emptiness and a very familiar figure. The heavenly god King Do. Wu Chang gasped in shock at the sight. Wasn't he dead? Why was he here? Hearing Wu Chang's cry, the god king of battle turned, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. So it's you, little one. It seems the phantom I left behind in the shattered divine realm has been defeated by you. A faint smile played on the heavenly god king's face. With a wave of his hand, a set of stone table and chairs materialized. After taking a seat himself, he gestured for Wu Chang to join him. Observing the god king of combat's current demeanor, Wu Chang finally realized that perhaps the other was merely a god king's phantom as well. It was only because they shared the same memories that he recognized him. Fortunately, he sat down directly, wanting to see what this god king intended to do. Since you have defeated my divine king's phantom, it signifies that the divine realm must return. Back then, I shattered the divine realm to gather every ounce of power I could muster, sealing away the heavenly abyss. The return of the divine realm will inevitably bring forth a new god king. It seems that person is you. The tone of the god king of battle was remarkably calm, as if he already knew the events of the future. He showed no trace of regret, not even for his own impending death. Yet when Wu Chang heard he would become the future god king, a wave of bewilderment washed over him. His current level was far from sufficient to become a god tier practitioner. Why, then, did the other party insist he would ascend to god king after the divine realm's return? Though these thoughts churned within him, he remained silent, waiting for the god of battle to continue. The god king of battle, showing perfect understanding, spoke without pause. I have divided the divine realm into 7 fragments, each containing a portion of the power I left behind. Absorbing this power is what will allow you to become a god king in a short time, enabling you to oppose the abyss. And within the divine palace, the phantom image I left behind is nearly dissipating. Given this, allow me to lend you my aid. As the god king of battle finished speaking, his expression instantly turned grave. Yet Wu Chang still harbored doubts. How could this mere phantom of a god king possibly prepare to aid him? In that instant, the god king of battle transformed into a beam of light, merging directly into Wu Chang's body. Wu Chang immediately sensed profound changes within himself. All weapons not yet at the mythic tier were suddenly elevated to mythic rank. Moreover, his mind was suddenly flooded with vast knowledge. This knowledge comprised the skill manuals collected by the battle god king. By diligently comprehending them, Wu Chang could master every technique within. This was the gift the battle god king bestowed upon his successors. Bearing the regret of not having destroyed the abyss of heaven, he vowed to utterly eradicate it in the future. Chapter 196, Seeking the Divine Realm, the Abyss Dungeon descends. As the divine king's phantom gradually faded away, Wu Chang's face couldn't help but show a trace of reverence. This god king of battle had fought against the abyss throughout his life, and even after death, he had channeled his remaining power into resources for the growth of future generations. Such noble righteousness left no room for disrespect in anyone's heart. Is this the responsibility of a god king? If the day of the abyss's descent truly arrives, could I stand like the god king of battle? The thought struck Wu Chang suddenly, especially since the god king of battle had believed him destined to succeed as god king. On the day the abyss fully descended upon the world, could he, like the god king of battle, view life and death with such equanimity? Could he even prepare in advance, leaving his power to the next generation so they might carry on his unfinished work? I doubt I possess that capability. But the best outcome would be for me to end the abyss once and for all. A flicker of confidence passed through Wu Chang's eyes as a surge of heroic ambition filled his heart. What the heavenly god king could not resolve, he would resolve. What the heavenly god king could not utterly subdue, he would subdue. A flash of light erupted before his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the grand hall of the divine palace. Ning Jitian was waiting there, his face etched with anxious anticipation. The moment Wu Chang appeared, the worry on Ning Jitian's face instantly transformed into a look of surprise and delight. Where did you go? How could you vanish in the blink of an eye? I searched the entire hall for you just now, but couldn't find you anywhere. I thought something was wrong with this place and it had taken you away. So, did you find any secrets about the divine palace? Before Wu Chang could speak, Ning Jitian bombarded him with questions. Faced with this barrage of questions, Wu Chang himself didn't know where to begin. He could only smile and look at this god-tier array master. Seeing Wu Chang staring intently at him, Ning Jitian realized he'd been a bit rude earlier. After all, Wu Chang had endured a series of events. If there had truly been danger, it wouldn't have been up to him to worry, they would have fought long ago. Moreover, his appearance showed no signs of injury. His aura felt even more formidable than before. It was obvious he'd gained significant benefits. Go ahead, you speak first. Ning Jitian laughed it off, deflecting the topic back to Wu Chang. Seeing this, Wu Chang didn't hesitate, immediately recounting his encounter with the Divine King's illusory form. When Ning Jitian heard that another Divine King's phantom existed, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, the Divine King's phantom in the shattered divine realm had vanished. If this one still existed, perhaps he might yet have a chance to engage. Opportunities to cross blades with a God King were rare, and he intended to seize every single one. Yet when he heard that the Divine King had entrusted his legacy to Wu Chang, Ning Jitian suddenly fell silent. It wasn't merely because he'd lost the chance to fight the God King again, but also because he was deeply moved by the God King of Battle's noble spirit. As a God-tier practitioner, Ning Jitian himself could traverse the river of time and space, sensing the summons of those in the future. After all, such summons directly invoke the true names of God-tier practitioners or dark gods, a matter of utmost importance to them. Only at moments capable of altering the course of history would they respond to the call of future beings across the river of time. Yet to span tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years to mentor successors as the God King did, that was far beyond their capabilities. So this is the gulf between the God King and us God-tier practitioners. I thought that even if I couldn't match the God King, I was at least among the very top tier. But now it seems that no matter how much I strengthen myself, unless I become a God King, I'll never be capable of suppressing the heavenly abyss. Ning Jitian shook his head with a bitter smile, yet harbored no regret in his heart. After all, he had once had the chance to gather all the fragments of the divine palace. But what would he have done after completing the collection? Moreover, becoming a God King would require him to guard the divine realm. What about the Dragon Nation then? Could he really leave it to those God-tier professionals who were practically going mad from being bottled up? Those fellows weren't like him, they'd been driven nearly mad by the constraints of the mortal world. If he truly handed the nation over to them, it wouldn't be long before the entire world was destroyed by either God-tier professionals or demon gods. Therefore, upon learning that Wu Chang possessed the innate talent to become a God King, Ning Jitian was willing to expend tremendous effort to aid his growth. It wasn't merely because he desired a God King to emerge, but also because he hoped the emergence of the divine realm would draw all these God-tier professionals there. After all, only within the divine realm could their power be fully unleashed. Moreover, since the inhabitants of the divine realm would be at least demigod-level beings, there would be no need to fear massive destruction or casualties from conflicts between deities. Let's go. Someone has likely already sensed the energy of the divine palace's emergence. I'll cover for you when the time comes. You just focus on finding the shattered divine realm. If you need any help, don't hesitate to come find me. Once you become a God King, you'd better give me a share of the spoils. Ning Jitian made a joke, but his serious tone made Wu Chang realize the pressure he would bear was beyond anything he could imagine. He nodded, silently committing every bit of assistance this God-tier array master had offered him to memory. Though he couldn't openly aid Ning Jitian now, if he ever became a God King, perhaps he could help free the other from certain constraints. With that, the two stepped out of the divine palace. As Wu Chang and Ning Jitian reappeared in the outside world, the divine palace shrank to the size of a palm and hung at Wu Chang's waist, looking like an inconspicuous toy. Let's go. Ning Jitian smiled as he bid farewell to Wu Chang.
With a wave of his hand, an array materialized beneath his feet. He also cast an array for Wu Chang, one that could transport him to either the demon capital or Yanjing. The choice of destination left entirely to Wu Chang. Watching his companion prepare to depart, Wu Chang smiled and waved back. I hope the next time we meet, you'll be a god-tier professional. Ning Jitian's voice echoed through the mountains. Wu Chang gazed at the surrounding scenery, overcome with emotion. A god-tier professional. Perhaps he was already very close to that stage. But his next task wasn't to level up directly, he needed to find those shattered divine realms. The divine realm holds the energy of the battle god king. If I could absorb it all, perhaps I wouldn't need to toil so hard to level up. My next objective, locate the divine realm. A flicker of excitement passed through Wu Chang's eyes. Just as he prepared to step onto the teleportation array left behind ahead for Yanjing, he suddenly sensed a violent tremor rippling through the surrounding space. Looking up, he saw a massive instance portal abruptly descend from the heavens, as if intent on completely devouring the concealing array. The aura emanating from within felt eerily familiar, a sensation of devouring everything in its path. Staring at the dungeon entrance, Wu Chang's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Tian Yuan. Chapter 197, The Descent of the Abyss, the First Divine Realm Corrupted. Watching the Abyss instance descend from the heavens while the protective array was being relentlessly shattered, a hint of worry finally flickered across Wu Chang's face. He could tell now this Abyss instance hadn't appeared suddenly. It felt premeditated, and the target was none other than himself. Damn it, how could anyone know this place existed? And this place isn't even inhabited, how could anyone discover anything here? If the Abyss instance fully descends, it will likely devour everything around it. Watching the instance gradually stabilize, Wu Chang made a decision in his heart. Since there was no one else around, he had to step forward and purge this instance. After all, the existence of the Abyss dungeon posed a very real threat to the entire world. The creator of the Abyss remained alive within it, and its expansion might far exceed anyone's imagination. Even if I can't completely suppress the entire Abyss like the God King did, dealing with this instance is still no problem for me now. Wu Chang cracked his knuckles, a savage grin spreading across his face. The Abyss copies were undoubtedly enemies he would face in the future. Why not seize this opportunity to purge them all? It would be a way to weaken the Abyss's power indirectly. At that very moment, a system prompt flashed through his mind. Facing the descending Abyss instance, please select an option. A. Depart immediately. Disregarding this Abyss instance, gain status Abyss Resistance. Upon the Abyss's full descent, gain 100% Abyss Resistance. B. Report this instance to the guild and wait for their agents to enter it. Gain title, Informant. Receive special bonuses for every successful mission completed for the guild. C. Enter the instance and utterly eradicate the Abyss here. First Divine Realm, return. Staring at the options presented by the system in his mind, Wu Chang was instantly stunned. Clearing the dungeon and eliminating the Abyss could actually restore the First Divine Realm. That meant he wouldn't need to search anymore, he could simply clear the instance. In that case, I choose option C. Compared to the return of the First Divine Realm, all other rewards pale in comparison. Wu Chang made his decision immediately. If clearing the dungeon could restore the Divine Realm, he was determined to give it a shot. Yet he remained curious, why would clearing this instance cause the First Divine Realm to return? Could it be that this Abyss dungeon is a polluted Divine Realm? Otherwise, why would clearing it cause the First Divine Realm to return? A sudden thought flashed through Wu Chang's mind, sending a chill down his spine. If his theory held true, perhaps other Divine Realms faced the same fate. That is, they had been corrupted by the Abyss into various dungeons, waiting only for him to purify them. If that's the case, this situation is going to be a huge problem. After all, shattered Divine Realms contained immense energy reserves. Now that this energy had been transformed by the Abyss, the dungeon's difficulty would undoubtedly far exceed his imagination. Never mind. I'll just enter this instance and see for myself. For a moment, Wu Chang's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, but in the end, he suppressed them all, determined to enter this instance first and see what awaited. Finally, he draped his sky-sweeping cloak over his shoulders and soared toward the instance entrance in the heavens. Standing at the entrance, he faced the surging, violent energy crashing toward him, as if intent on crushing him completely right there. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have what it takes. Wu Chang snorted coldly before stepping directly into the instance. As the scene shifted before his eyes, Wu Chang found himself once more within the Abyss dungeon. Gazing upon the pale purple void that now filled the space, he felt an unexpected pang of pity. This place had once been a vibrant divine realm, home to countless deities. Yet now, it had become such a filthy abyss. Poof. This time, I'll clean this place out completely. A flicker of determination flashed in Wu Chang's eyes as he plunged deeper into the instance. Along the way, the abyssal worms seemed to have spotted some natural enemy, completely charging forward. Not only did they avoid approaching Wu Chang, they even averted their gaze from his direction, utterly afraid to meet his eyes. What's going on? I don't seem that terrifying, do I? Frowning, Wu Chang slaughtered a group of abyssal worms, but the creatures acted as if they hadn't even noticed, burying their heads deep into the void. This bizarre spectacle left Wu Chang momentarily stunned. After all, these creatures existed solely to devour. Why such fear toward him? Could it be because I'm carrying the divine palace? After much pondering, Wu Chang couldn't discern any significant change in himself compared to last time. Apart from the newly acquired divine palace, nothing else seemed capable of instilling such terror in these monsters. Just as he was about to remove the divine palace from his waist to test whether it was indeed the cause, at that very moment, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the passageway. A sky abyss devourer was crawling swiftly along the void tunnel toward him. Yet instead of charging directly at Wu Chang, it halted over 10 meters away, its eyes flickering with a trace of fear. Die! Upon seeing the abyss devourer, Wu Chang hesitated not a moment, swinging his blade directly at it. Yet, whether stunned by fear or not, the abyssal devourer froze in place, taking the blow head-on. Watching the creature split cleanly in two, Wu Chang's face twisted into a wry smile. So the creature he'd once regarded as a formidable foe was now, within this instance, barely even worthy of being called a minor boss. Moreover, with the divine palace present, whether due to the divine king's aura or not, these creatures didn't even dare to attack him. Watching these monsters stand there like living targets, allowing him to slaughter them at will, Wu Chang showed no mercy. Blade after blade ended their lives. Killing them granted attribute points anyway, might as well take the opportunity. Besides, letting these monsters roam free would only harm others. Killing them was actually doing a good deed. With this thought, Wu Chang swung his world-slaying god-slaying blade faster and faster. His attributes surged continuously, and a smile even spread across his face. He continued slaughtering the surrounding monsters as he advanced deeper into the passageway. For the greatest threat here wasn't the abyssal worms or the abyssal devourers, but the abyssal creators, the very beings fueling the abyss's relentless expansion. Chapter 198, Deepening the Abyss Dungeon, Spatial Turbulence. As Wu Chang delved deeper into the abyss, the scenes he witnessed grew increasingly terrifying. Countless abyssal crawlers cowered within the pale purple walls of the abyss, seemingly unaffected even by the death of the abyssal devourers. Yet the countless corpses littering the ground made Wu Chang realize these creatures were no ordinary insects. They were monsters that devoured humans and consumed everything in their path. Even killing them all is impossible. The beings within the abyss truly defy conventional understanding. A grave expression settled on Wu Chang's face. He couldn't fathom what kind of monstrous entity could continuously spawn such insects here. After all, while abyssal crawlers were the lowest-tier monsters of the abyss, their sheer numbers would undoubtedly have a massive impact on this instance. Moreover, abyssal crawlers required constant devouring to evolve into abyssal devourers. Yet despite having slain over 10 abyssal devourers, not a single abyssal maker had appeared, utterly defying logic. After all, without a sky abyss creator, this single instance couldn't possibly sustain such a vast horde of monsters. Even if this instance was converted from a divine realm, it couldn't withstand such relentless strain. Could there be some colossal energy source sustaining this instance? But wasn't the God King's power sealed away? It should only fully manifest once the divine realm returns. Unless the Lord of the Abyss intervenes personally, the sealed power of the God King should remain inaccessible. Wu Chang walked through the endless corridor, trying to analyze the situation. Yet beyond the loathsome abyssal monsters, he could see nothing else. Not even a single corpse lay scattered about, a clear sign that no other living creature had ventured here in ages. Yet this very dungeon had spawned such a multitude of abyssal monsters. It was truly unimaginable what kind of existence lurked within. Soon, Wu Chang heard a low growl echoing from the depths of the passageway. It sounded like the roar of some monster, yet it also resembled the rumbling of machinery. What is that sound? Why does it evoke such a primal sense of dread? Wu Chang froze instantly at the sound. Though he had no idea what kind of being produced it, the noise alone was enough to make him feel his very life threatened. It was as if he had never been a job changer before. Now a criminal was holding a gun pressed against his temple. Though you couldn't see the criminal's face, the cold muzzle alone was terrifying enough. Could this be the final boss of this area? Otherwise, if it's just a regular monster making that kind of roar, I'd probably have to turn tail and run right now. With this speculation in mind, Wu Chang could only conclude that a final boss was roaring. As for the reason behind it, he'd have to venture deeper to find out. With his doubts lingering, he kept walking through the passageway. Soon, he came upon a field littered with the corpses of Tianyuan crawlers. Clearly, these weren't his handiwork. They must have fallen to the roaring boss he'd encountered earlier. But isn't this the abyss? Even if they devour each other, they should be eaten clean. Why would it kill them without consuming them like this? Wu Chang examined the corpses. Everyone had been killed instantly, some showing no wounds at all, clear signs of a mental attack. For such an entity to kill abyssal crawlers purely for the sake of slaughter defied the very rules of mutual consumption and evolution within the abyss. Could this be a Tianyuan boss that's gone completely mad? It has lost its reason, driven solely by primal killing instinct. That's the only explanation. Wu Chang's brow furrowed deeply as he realized that not only were there corpses of abyss crawlers here, but also large numbers of abyss devourers and abyss creators had perished in this place. This revealed just how utterly deranged the final boss had become.
As he pressed deeper, the low growls grew clearer, sounding like muttered words intertwined with sobs and the sounds of swallowing. Soon, Wu Chang saw a massive gap ahead in the passageway. Storm turbulence was surging in wildly through it, and beyond the turbulence lay the source of the sound. Is it hoping no one disturbs its slaughter, or does it intend to use the storm currents to trap itself here? Gazing at the stormy turbulence, Wu Chang felt a surge of astonishment. Even at his current near demigod level, he couldn't guarantee he'd pass through unscathed. Moreover, this gap bore distinct fist and palm imprints on its sides clearly man-made. The question remained, had the storm been created to trap him, or had the gap been deliberately formed? But since he was determined to investigate, he had no choice but to push through the storm turbulence. Wu Chang glanced at the turbulence, his expression hardening into unwavering resolve. He retrieved the purple spirit treasure gourd and held it in his hand, ready to absorb its stored energy for recovery at the slightest dip in stamina. He tentatively extended his hand into the turbulence, finding it less terrifying than he had imagined. He then committed his entire body to traversing it. Yet the moment his entire body entered the turbulence, he realized it was a trap. If the turbulence he had just encountered was rated at level 1, the moment his body plunged into this new vortex, its intensity surged tenfold. The fierce spatial turbulence began inflicting damage on his body, even making it difficult to keep his eyes open. I never expected such powerful turbulence. Restore me. Wu Chang gritted his teeth and immediately activated the purple spirit treasure gourd to replenish his stamina. He then cast a grand life restoration spell on himself, barely managing to fully recover his stamina under the turbulence's assault. He immediately began navigating the turbulent space. Those mere 10 meters nearly stripped him raw. Once he emerged from the turbulence, the scene before him suddenly opened up. This was no longer a passageway but resembled a vast chamber. Above, the clear sky was visible, revealing the vastness of the cosmos as if he stood amidst the stars. Twinkling stars illuminated the space, and the breathtaking scene made Wu Chang reluctant to tear his gaze away. Just then, a low growl echoed through the air. Wu Chang snapped back to reality. He was still within the abyss of heaven and must remain vigilant at all times. He followed the direction of the sound and soon spotted a figure lying on the ground. Before him lay a large pile of abyss insect eggs, and the figure was crawling among them, seemingly holding something in its mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was the severed head of a sky abyss creator. I don't want to eat it. Kill. 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 The God King will come to save me. The horrifying voice echoed once more. The figure seemed to notice Wu Chang's arrival, whipping its head around 180 degrees. Its bloodshot eyes burned with a bloodthirsty madness. Chapter 199, The Abyssal Demon Lord, the Corrupted Demigod. Vote for me. The boss's gaze locked onto Wu Chang, its face still twisted in savage ferocity. The Divine Palace, the God King. Upon seeing Wu Chang, the boss actually managed to speak, the maniacal glint of murder in its eyes fading somewhat. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chang's face betrayed a hint of astonishment. This creature actually knew of the Divine King and the Divine Palace. Moreover, from his words, it seemed he was still waiting for the Divine King to come to his rescue. But why had he ended up like this? Wu Chang swiftly checked the enemy's attributes, and a message appeared before his eyes. Abyssal Demon Lord LV 380 originally existed as a servant of the Heavenly God King. Willingly remained here to resist the abyss despite being corrupted by it. Possesses terrifying power. Upon slaying, collected soul via the Divine Palace. When the Divine Realm returns and the God King emerges, it may be restored to its original state. Strength 10,000 Spirit, 20,000 Physical Resistance, 15,000 Magic Resistance, 15,000 Stamina, 1 million. Skills, Demon Lord's Descent, Abyssal Guardian, Abyssal Demon Armor. Gazing upon the boss before him, now corrupted by the abyss, Wu Chang felt an unexpected pang of pity. He should have been the Divine King's attendant, perishing alongside him, not clinging to life here by devouring the bodies of abyss crawlers, even becoming part of the abyss himself. That such a hero like Demigod should end up in such a pitiful state here only deepened Wu Chang's hatred for the abyss. But since the Divine Palace can grant you liberation, this time let me escort you back to the Divine Realm. When I return to the Divine Realm and ascend to the throne of the God King, it will be the moment your original form is restored. Wu Chang murmured to himself, his gaze hardening with resolve. The world-slaying god-cutting blade appeared in his hand, radiating a piercing divine light. This heavenly abyss instance was the first Divine Realm to be corrupted, its gatekeeper boss a demigod twisted by the abyss's corruption. Regardless of the reason, he would bring them back. At the very least, they must witness the day the Divine Realm returned. With this resolve, Wu Chang fixed his gaze upon the Abyssal Demon Lord across from him. Then, his form vanished into the void, preparing to deliver a fatal strike of mercy to spare the enemy from suffering. Yet the Abyssal Demon Lord seemed to sense something. His gaze locked onto Wu Chang, piercing through the veils of void to perceive his true form. Roar! The Demon Lord of the Abyssal Depths gaze then became utterly consumed by madness. Like a wild beast, he began crawling toward Wu Chang on all fours. A faint purple glow emanated from his hands, clearly a result of the Tianyuan corrosion. Yet this very purple energy could cleave through the void itself, sending a chill down Wu Chang's spine. Boom! The world-shattering god-slaying blade collided with the enemy's attack. Though neither side had unleashed any skills, the frenzied energy still forced Wu Chang back from the void. The abyssal demon lord fared little better. His flesh was torn to shreds, revealing armor formed from his bones, corroded by the abyssal corrosion. Whether due to this clash or not, the abyssal demon lord's gaze fixed intently on Wu Chang's waist, the very location of the divine palace. Noticing the gaze, Wu Chang hesitated not a moment, unleashing the divine palace. In that instant, a colossal pressure surged forth from the divine palace, pinning the abyssal demon lord to the ground, immobilized. Blood-red tears streamed from his eyes as if he were sensing the divine palace's summons. Seeing this, Wu Chang charged forward with his blade, poised to sever the enemy's head. Yet in that instant, the Tianyuan demon lord erupted in fury. The purple energy surging through his hands coalesced into the abyssal demon sword, which slashed directly toward Wu Chang's waist. His longing for the God King and the divine realm had crystallized into the deepest resentment. After guarding this place alone for hundreds of thousands of years, this was the outcome? Even though the Tianyuan demon lord had lost his sanity, the grief and fury in his heart only fueled his hostility toward Wu Chang. Godslayer slash. Faced with the relentless, lethal assault, Wu Chang had no choice but to unleash his skill. After all, unable to grant the enemy a swift end, he could only slay him first before using the divine palace to absorb his essence. He could only hope that upon revival, the enemy would forget this memory. A blade of light shot straight toward the abyssal demon lord, who merely sneered contemptuously before conjuring dozens of clones that pounced directly at Wu Chang. This display surprised even Wu Chang. After all, the energy cost of the clone skill was immense. Yet, after releasing so many clones, the enemy still maintained its offensive intent. Truly, he was a demigod worthy of standing beside a god king. But I'm no pushover either. As the swarm of clones closed in, Wu Chang let out a cold snort. A colossal surge of energy radiated outward from his body. Skill, King of Gods. Instantly, Wu Chang's attributes multiplied fivefold. The terrifying power caused even the world-shattering god-slaying blade in his hand to tremble. As a god-tier weapon, it required god-tier power to unleash its true potential. Heaven-splitting blade force. Wu Chang roared furiously, channeling all his energy into the blade in his hand. In an instant, blade light rained down like a storm, spreading throughout the chamber as if it could cleave the very void itself. Sensing the deadly threat, the abyssal demon lord dared not take it lightly. He recalled all his avatars into his body, then used abyssal power to form a shield several meters thick, attempting to block Wu Chang's full power strike. Yet upon witnessing his opponent's countermeasure, Wu Chang responded with a sneer. His attacks pierced defenses to deal true damage. Unless the opponent can restore stamina, no amount of defense can withstand his strikes. The heaven-splitting blade's aura pierced through the shield, striking the abyssal demon lord directly. The terrifying force embedded the demon lord of the abyss deep into the wall. The remaining blade energy did not miss its mark, piercing through his body and even carving a deep crater into the wall formed by his demonic power before slowly dissipating. When all the blade light vanished, the heavenly abyss demon lord fixed Wu Chang with a deep gaze. The madness in his eyes had long since dissipated, leaving only the purest clarity. He said nothing, but his gaze alone conveyed to Wu Chang that he had done well this time. At least he hadn't held back against the abyssal lord. Then, the heavenly abyss demon lord closed his eyes. A sphere of light, emanating black mist, drifted out from within him. It was his very essence. Wu Chang felt a pang of sorrow at the sight, yet he still raised the divine palace, preparing to absorb it. At that very moment, a system prompt appeared in his mind. Facing the Tianyuan demon lord's primordial essence, please make your choice. Chapter 200, Purifying Tianyuan, the first divine realm returns. Faced with the primordial essence of the abyssal demon lord, please make your choice. Seeing the sudden system prompt before him, Wu Chang raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of astonishment. Wasn't it agreed that I could absorb it into the divine palace for purification? Why is this option suddenly popping up now? A. Absorb the demon lord's essence, ensuring it can never be resurrected. Level up to 399, unlock the 4th round of 100-level challenges. B. Secure the demon lord's essence and purify it completely after the divine realm returns. Restore it to its peak state upon the first divine realm's return. Facing these two choices, Wu Chang made his decision instantly. While absorbing the demon lord's essence would strengthen him, Wu Chang wasn't the type to lose his mind over power. Moreover, the benefits of the first divine realm's return far exceeded anything he could imagine. After all, a divine realm at its peak was something all beings feared. Setting aside the countless deities dwelling within, the sheer magnitude of energy contained within the divine realm alone was terrifying. After all, this was a land capable of accommodating countless deities, guarded by divine kings and divine palaces. To think of it merely as a comfortable retreat for gods was far too simplistic. I choose B. Wu Chang reacted instantly, double-checking his choice several times to guard against the system playing tricks on him. He held deep respect for the warriors guarding the abyss. Though corrupted by its darkness, he would seize any sliver of hope to bring them back to the divine realm to witness the emergence of the divine palace and the realm itself. Option confirmed.
Instance cleared. First divine realm returned.
The system's voice echoed in Wu Chang's mind. Soon, he found himself enveloped in white light, teleported out of the instance. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself at the outer perimeter of the shielding formation. Ning Jitian, who had just departed, had rushed back with a look of deep concern, now shaking his head and sighing at his own carelessness. As if sensing the fluctuations of the teleportation array, Ning Jitian turned his head and looked over, his eyes suddenly bursting with surprise and delight. "You're finally back, kid. I thought I'd never see you again after you were swallowed by the abyss. This time it's my fault for not bringing you along. I'll never be so careless again." Ning Jitian's face bore expressions of regret and worry, as if he believed his early departure was somehow connected to this incident. But Wu Chang showed no trace of resentment on his face. If anything, he looked excited. If every time he ventured out with Ning Jitian and the other departed first, he could encounter a heavenly abyss instance, then it would be best for them to keep splitting up and reuniting these days. After all, he welcomed the prospect of the divine realm returning sooner. Only then would he have a chance to become a god-tier professional. "Senior Ning, no need to blame yourself. Perhaps something good will come of this." Wu Chang teased mysteriously before quietly waiting for the Tian Yuan instance to complete its purification. Seeing his inexplicably perplexed expression, even Ning Jitian, a god-tier array master, couldn't help but feel puzzled. The appearance of the abyssal depths instance could actually be a good thing? Even if Wu Chang had already cleared it, it wouldn't matter. After all, the instance was still here, meaning the association would send people to guard this location. And who knew if any members of the evil god sect might be among those sent? If trouble erupted, then it would spell major trouble. But since Wu Chang refused to reveal the truth, Ning Jitian chose not to press further. Instead, he stood aside and waited quietly. He had already notified several familiar god-tier practitioners. Even if the abyss dungeon wouldn't dissipate, their collective presence could seal it away. Then let that brat Wu Chang see what true god-tier array mastery looks like. Ning Jitian's heart began to swell with anticipation. After all, as a god-tier practitioner himself, he had been astonished by Wu Chang's feats on multiple occasions. Now, with the chance to show off in front of him, Ning Jitian was itching to prove his superiority. Wu Chang, however, remained oblivious to all this. His eyes fixed on the purification progress displayed by the system, his heart surged with excitement. First divine realm purification progress, 98%, 99%, 100%. Purification of the first divine realm complete. Return immediately? Yes. The purification process before his eyes was now fully complete. Upon seeing this, Wu Chang immediately recovered mentally. In an instant, the Tianyuan instance before him began to violently tremble. Countless energies converged here, even forming energy storms, as if something momentous was about to unfold. Witnessing this, Ning Jitian's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't fathom why the abyss dungeon, which had just settled down, would suddenly react so violently. But confusion aside, he swiftly conjured defensive arrays with a wave of his hand, repelling the raging energies. He then addressed Wu Chang. "Young man, I fear a great upheaval is imminent here. We should depart immediately and return once things have settled." As Ning Jitian spoke, he prepared to activate the array. Yet Wu Chang seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on the abyss dungeon with a faint smile. Following his gaze, Ning Jitian's mouth slowly fell open, his eyes filling with utter horror. The entrance to the Tianyuan dungeon had expanded to an immense size, and a vast landmass was now drifting out from within it. The land radiated boundless vitality. Even those on the brink of death would seemingly regain vigor the moment they stepped upon it. Countless energy barriers formed across the land, and at its very center, a brilliant golden light radiated boundless authority. That familiar sensation made Ning Jitian blurt out. "The primordial essence of the Battle God King. Is this the first divine realm?" He cried out in astonishment, while Wu Chang accepted it all with calm composure. After all, he had known beforehand that the first divine realm would return, though he hadn't anticipated such a tremendous commotion. With the divine realm's return, its immense energy and vitality would bless all practitioners within the Dragon Nation. Their future leveling would accelerate, and they would master skills more swiftly. The first divine realm hovered overhead, seemingly awaiting something. Wu Chang, observing this, donned his sky-riding cloak and slowly ascended, holding the divine palace in his hand. Standing before the first divine realm, the divine palace in his hand gradually grew larger until it transformed into a magnificent palace that descended upon the realm. Only then did the unstable divine realm finally settle. Boom! A muffled rumble echoed as the divine palace rooted itself within the first divine realm. The energy within surged with unprecedented vitality. The divine king's origin, seemingly sensing Wu Chang, immediately flew towards him. Chapter 201, Absorbing the Origin, Mastering Skills. Vote for me. The divine king's origin flew toward Wu Chang, slowly hovering before him. This faintly golden glowing essence was one of the energies stored by the heavenly god king Do Tian. As an entity capable of sealing the abyss of heaven alone, the power left behind by the heavenly god king Do Tian was absolutely immense. If Wu Chang could absorb all the energy within the 7 divine realms, it might even allow him to touch upon the position of a god king. Yet that would merely grant him access to that realm. To truly become a god king, one must forge the path through their own efforts. Yet now, this shortcut lay before Wu Chang. He could not remain unmoved. Is this the energy of a god king? Even just a remnant is terrifying enough. Feeling the terrifying aura within this massive energy, even Ning Jitian, a god-tier array master, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The energy within was immense not just for Wu Chang, but even reaching half of what Ning Jitian possessed at his peak as a god-tier array master. However, the absorption process incurred losses. Only about 10 to 20% of it would likely reach Wu Chang's body. Therefore, even if Wu Chang absorbed all of this primordial energy, he could never reach half of Ning Jitian's peak strength. Yet this terrifying rate of power growth was enough to reveal the might of the Battle God King. If the residual energy was this formidable, how overwhelming must the Battle God King have been at his peak? While Ning Jitian felt a chill of awe, Wu Chang's face was filled with rapturous delight. The golden orb drifted slowly into his body, not only causing his attributes to surge rapidly but also propelling his level upward at an astonishing pace. Most crucially, the legacy left by the god of battle in his mind began to absorb itself automatically, eliminating the need for him to expend energy understanding skills he had never encountered before. As he absorbed the God King's energy, Wu Chang found his comprehension of various skills deepening. Even the skills stored in his mind seemed to be automatically mastered, as if he could wield them effortlessly at any moment. A look of curiosity flashed across his face. With a flick of his wrist, a burst of fiery light instantly appeared in his palm, radiating intense heat. This is an arcanist's skill. Seeing the flame burning at over 1,000 degrees, Ning Jitian raised an eyebrow. He had no idea when Wu Chang had learned this skill, but the ability to manifest flames burning at over 1,000 degrees clearly demonstrated Wu Chang's exceptionally high level of proficiency. Yet Wu Chang didn't pause. Instead, his hands swiftly began forming seals. Were it not for the energy rapidly gathering around him as he moved, Ning Jitian might have suspected Wu Chang had suddenly lost his mind. Yet in the next instant, a bolt of lightning erupted from Wu Chang's hands, coiling around his body as several thunder dragons. From the fierce dragon heads and imposing eyes, Ning Jitian sensed the murderous intent these thunder dragons held toward their foe. This is a martial energy master's skill, martial energy dragon transformation. Seeing this skill, Ning Jitian's eyes widened, his voice filled with utter disbelief. Dragon transformation. This skill was notoriously difficult even for martial artists to master, as it was considered one of the pinnacle abilities of their craft. The manifested dragon not only automatically defended against enemy attacks but also assisted its master in combat. However, the most crucial requirement for this skill was personally engaging in combat with a boss possessing dragon bloodline. Ultimately, one even needed to extract pure dragon bone and essence dragon blood. Keep in mind that these two items could only be possessed by dragon bosses with exceptionally pure bloodlines. Ordinary dragon bosses simply couldn't have them. Yet Wu Chang now wielded it with casual ease, as effortless as eating or drinking. The problem was, Wu Chang hadn't stopped yet. He was actually using a new skill. Under Ning Jitian's stunned gaze, Wu Chang's entire body radiated golden light, transforming him into a miniature golden statue. An immense concentration of energy now pooled within his body. If instruments could measure it, they'd reveal Wu Chang had transcended normal biological form. He'd entered a pure energy state. Holy! That's the ultimate skill of a top-tier professional, the Chosen One's invincible golden body. Seeing this skill, Ning Jitian nearly jumped out of his skin in shock. Invincible golden body. This skill was undoubtedly the absolute pinnacle of all defensive abilities, without equal. After all, upon entering the invincible golden body state, the entire body transforms into an energy form. In this state, all attacks become ineffective. Even mental assaults couldn't produce any effect. After all, no matter how powerful they were, even god-tier professionals couldn't attack a mass of unconscious energy. Crucially, this skill had been elevated as the Chosen One's ultimate survival ability. Who would have thought Wu Chang had mastered it too? Is this guy really just a lone practitioner? How can he learn every skill? Even exclusive abilities of special classes appear in Wu Chang's repertoire. Beastmaster's Divine Beast Summon. The Fatal Strike of the Assassin Ninja. Holy Light Angel's Divine Lord Descent in 12-winged form. Wait, can a free agent really master all these skills? You're not even a special class. How can you possibly have so many exclusive skills? This isn't fair, it's not right. Watching Wu Chang's hands manifest one exclusive skill after another that Ning Jitian had seen before, Ning Jitian was now utterly mad. He couldn't comprehend it. Everyone had agreed these were exclusive skills for special classes, yet in Wu Chang's hands, they seemed to cling to him like they were begging to be taken. Yet a thought suddenly struck him. As a god-tier array mage, his most formidable skill was naturally the one he'd learned after ascending to godhood divine array. With this skill, he could swiftly deploy any formation. Could Wu Chang possibly have mastered even this skill? Ning Jitian stared blankly at Wu Chang, a mix of hope and trepidation in his heart. Hearing his words, Wu Chang turned his head, a confident smile playing on his lips. Several relevant formations had just appeared in his mind. Since this god-tier formation master wished to see them, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. With a wave of Wu Chang's hand, a series of small defensive formations instantly materialized before him. Then, with a clap of his hands, a large offensive formation materialized beneath his feet. It activated the moment it appeared, leaving no breathing room for the enemy. Ning Jitian froze at the sight. He never expected this guy to have actually mastered it. Chapter 202, The God Tier Professional Arrives. Vote for me. Ning Jitian never imagined he'd witness such a wealth of skills in a lone practitioner. Moreover, these skills weren't confined to a single tier. Whether it was offense, defense, or support for allies, they covered every aspect comprehensively. Even a dedicated professional would need immense time and effort to master such a range of skills. Yet Wu Chang wielded them effortlessly. How could this not astonish a god-tier professional like Ning Jitian? Did Wu Chang secretly master these skills in private, or did he gain this power after absorbing the Divine King's energy? If the former, Ning Jitian would likely consider dissecting Wu Chang to decipher his secrets and accelerate everyone's skill acquisition. But if it was the latter, then everything made perfect sense. After all, he had absorbed the power of a god king. Learning these skills was nothing. Even if he had leaped 100 levels in a single bound, Ning Jitian would have accepted it. At this moment, Wu Chang clearly had no idea that Ning Jitian, standing right beside him, was contemplating so many things. He was completely immersed in the joy of his breakthrough. Though his level remained stuck at 399, the skills he now possessed were undeniably real. Crucially, these skills couldn't be detected by others. Having learned them from the God King's legacy within his mind, he could unleash them at will without them appearing on his skill panel for others to see. This truly is the power of a God King. No wonder he's called the God of Battle. The memories I absorbed contained an ocean of skills, most of which were combat-related. Wu Chang surveyed the memories within his mind. The light sphere contained tens of thousands more skills he hadn't yet mastered. This inheritance had merely allowed him to grasp a few of the most elite techniques. The rest still lay dormant within the memory inheritance of his mind, awaiting his study. Perhaps the next time I encounter the Divine King's essence will be my chance to absorb even more power. Wu Chang's eyes shone brightly as he gazed upon the God King's inheritance. He was already eager to learn these skills, to enhance his power, and to one day defeat Tian Yuan. Just then, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras slowly drawing near. Though devoid of hostility, the terrifying pressure emanating from them made Wu Chang realize these beings were far beyond Ning Jitian's caliber. God-tier practitioners. He never imagined the return of the divine realm would trigger the emergence of God-tier professionals. And judging by the situation, it seemed they had arrived long ago. At this thought, Wu Chang's eyes narrowed slightly. This location was not only near the Dragon Nation's border but also a coastal region. The direction these auras came from clearly wasn't inland. It was highly likely that other nations had sensed the energy storm triggered by the Divine Realm's return and were rushing over to investigate. If they truly were divine tier professionals from other nations, and in such overwhelming numbers, Wu Chang and Ning Jitian would likely have no choice but to retreat first. But this concealed formation would inevitably be exposed before their eyes. Yet sensing Wu Chang's hostility, Ning Jitian hastily offered a nervous chuckle. Wu Chang, no need to be so tense. Everyone who's coming is someone I know. Didn't I tell you earlier that I called some friends to help with the Tian Yuan instance? I suppose they've already arrived. These three are all god-tier professionals, and compared to me, they're even older. Make sure you don't lose your manners later. Hearing this, Wu Chang recalled that Ning Jitian had indeed mentioned it. He hadn't expected these god-tier professionals to move so swiftly. The Abyssal Depths instance had only appeared 3 hours ago, yet they'd already arrived. Soon, Wu Chang spotted 3 figures appearing in the sky. After a brief search, they locked onto their target and descended directly. The leader was a massively built, bald giant with arms and face covered in knife scars, looking like a fearsome demon. The moment Wu Chang saw him, his eyes widened instantly, his gaze filled with astonishment. It's Chen Jiwang. They say before he broke through to God tier, he fought a level 600 Beast King for 3 days and nights over the East Sea. They say he was just an ordinary swordsman back then, but now he's a God tier blade mage. Who would have thought we'd actually see the real thing today? When the bald giant at the front heard his name called, a faint blush actually spread across his face. This left Wu Chang utterly bewildered. He hadn't expected such a contrasting side to this god-tier professional. Wu Chang then turned his gaze expectantly toward the second man. This figure wore a white robe, his face bearing an arrogant expression, as if he looked down on everyone. Holy crap, it's Zhao Hao, the god-tier spear mage. Is that the Zhao Hao who battled the demon god in Luoshui City? I watched the live stream back then. He pierced the demon god's head with a single spear thrust, forcing the demon god back into its realm and saving Luoshui City from disaster. Hearing the praise, Zhao Hao merely shot Wu Chang a dismissive glance, paying him no mind. However, his previously high-held head dipped slightly, as if acknowledging Wu Chang. Wu Chang understood the arrogance of this god-tier gun mage perfectly well. After all, god-tier practitioners in combat professions were extremely rare, and Zhao Hao and Chen Jiwang were among the very best. The third person was an elegantly dressed noblewoman, her face adorned with a polite yet icy smile. Wu Chang had no recollection of her, so he turned his curious gaze toward Ning Jitian.
Seeing this, Ning Jitian promptly stepped forward.
He had only briefly introduced the first two, as they were always the first to arrive during emergencies, like timely rain, so many people knew them. As for the third person, he walked over to her, took her delicate white hand, and said,
Wu Chang, this is your sister-in-law, Li Xiaolan. A god-tier mage, though she's not particularly skilled in combat.
She's more inclined toward researching formations.
Upon hearing Ning Jitian's introduction, Wu Cheng finally understood that this was Ning Jitian's wife, a practitioner fascinated by array formations. No wonder he had no recollection of her. The other three, however, were struck by Ning Jitian's unusual courtesy toward Wu Cheng.
After all, in their eyes, although Wu Cheng's current level was very close to that of a demigod, he was still on a completely different level from them, the god-tier professionals. Moreover, Wu Cheng appeared remarkably young, and it would likely take him nearly 100 or 80 years to reach their level of mastery. It was hard to imagine Ning Jitian being so courteous to such a junior, which piqued the curiosity of those present. As all eyes turned to him, Ning Jitian made no attempt to conceal Wu Cheng's identity, instead announcing it openly.
Wu Cheng, the prodigious young talent I've told you about.
Not only has he defeated a demon god of equal rank, but he also saved the vast world of Yeyuan. Moreover, he defeated the illusory form of the battle god king. Having now gathered all the fragments of the divine palace, he has been designated by the battle god king as the next god king.
The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd.
Chen Jihuang and the others turned their gazes toward Wu Chang, all traces of their earlier arrogance vanished.
Chapter 203, Rumors of the Second Divine Realm. Vote for me.
Now that Wu Chang was the divine king of battle's designated successor, the attitude of these god-tier practitioners toward him would be entirely different. Whereas before his identity was known, they had merely regarded Wu Chang as a talented junior, now they treated him as an equal.
I honestly didn't see anything special about him. Chen Jihuang spoke first, a hint of embarrassment flitting across his face.
After all, he was just a martial artist who knew little beyond combat.
The other two, however, wholeheartedly agreed with his assessment.
From any angle, Wu Chang appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary young upstart, entirely unlike someone designated as the successor to the God King of combat. Yet as Ning Jitian observed their reactions, his expression grew increasingly relaxed.
This reaction surprised Wu Chang. Could he actually be pleased that others underestimated him?
At that moment, Ning Jitian smiled at Wu Chang and explained. These three are all top-tier divine-level practitioners, each over level 800.
If even they can't discern your uniqueness, then naturally others won't either. Ning Jitian's explanation instantly made Wu Chang understand.
It turned out the other party had already considered his safety. One could only say that, as expected of a god-tier array master, the things he considered were indeed beyond what Wu Chang could think of at present.
With that realization, Wu Chang's face softened into a faint smile. It felt rather nice to have someone watching his back. At least he didn't need to worry about being ambushed from behind. After all, in the eyes of god-tier practitioners, he was utterly ordinary now. Naturally, others couldn't discern his uniqueness either. It was even possible that not even the evil god knew he had inherited the legacy of the battle god king. Perhaps even the abyss itself remained unaware of his existence. If that were truly the case, his future would be remarkably secure. He wouldn't need to fear anyone discovering his true identity.
In that case, it really is a fortunate turn of events. Plus, now that the first divine realm has been reclaimed, we only need to seek news of the second divine realm.
A faint smile spread across Wu Chang's face.
He placed complete trust in this god-tier array master, so he laid out his subsequent plans without hesitation, utterly unconcerned whether others were present.
Upon hearing this, Ning Jitian's face also broke into a smile.
He had witnessed the first divine realm's return firsthand. That terrifying energy made even him feel like a mere insignificant insect.
If the second divine realm were to return as well, the resulting upheaval would likely be even more colossal.
After all, the return of just one divine realm had already made him feel the energy within the Dragon Nation surge to unprecedented levels. If all 7 divine realms were to eventually belong to the Dragon Nation, this land might truly become a paradise on Earth. In that case, we must begin searching for information on the second divine realm with all our might. If you require any resources, just let me know. Ning Jitian waved his hand, taking charge of the matter without a moment's hesitation. He would never refuse anything that benefited both Wu Chang personally and the entire Dragon Nation. Wait, what exactly are these divine realms you're talking about? Why have I never heard of them before? Chen Jihuang was thoroughly confused by their conversation. As a rough and ready soldier who only knew warfare, such matters naturally held little interest for him, leaving him feeling utterly lost. As for Zhao Hao and Li Xiaolan beside him, though they'd heard of the divine realm, their understanding was superficial. After all, they weren't the type to actively seek out such information, so they couldn't possibly know the details clearly. Seeing the three of them looking utterly bewildered, Wu Chang could only smile and explain what had just transpired. He deliberately shared news about the divine realm with them, such as how the return of the first divine realm would improve the leveling environment for all Dragon Nation professionals. He hoped this information would earn their goodwill, ensuring they'd share news about other divine realms with him firsthand in the future.
Oh, so that's what you meant by the first divine realm.
We had no idea what caused that energy tremor earlier. Then Ning suddenly told us to hurry over. It really had us worried for a while.
I thought some demon god had invaded again, making such a fuss. Chen Jiwang clearly showed no interest in the divine oracle's message.
As a god-tier professional with a military background, his instinct was always to consider the worst-case scenario whenever something unusual occurred. Though I have heard rumors about divine realms. Just as Wu Chang was about to discuss splitting up to gather intelligence on the divine realm, Zhao Hao, who had been sitting with a cold expression, suddenly spoke up. At his words, Wu Chang and the others instantly turned their gaze toward him, their eyes brimming with anticipation. As everyone's gaze fell upon him, a flicker of awkwardness briefly crossed Zhao Hao's haughty face. Clearing his throat twice, he continued. I can't guarantee this information is accurate, so if we don't find the divine realm, don't blame me. He preemptively warned them, yet Wu Chang and the others showed no sign of anger.
After all, locating the divine realm itself demanded immense effort.
Even if uncertain of its validity, any information Zhao Hao could provide was invaluable.
Spit it out already. Don't keep us in suspense. Li Xiaolan couldn't hold back any longer.
As one of the rare female god-tier practitioners, she certainly had reason to be proud.
Senior Zhao, speak.
Wu Chang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was now filled with intense curiosity. He desperately wanted to know where Zhao Hao, a god-tier gun mage, had heard about the divine realm. Seeing such interest in what he had to say, Zhao Hao didn't keep them waiting any longer. He began recounting the information he'd heard about the divine realm. Back in my hometown, around the time I was born over 200 years ago, people already whispered that the divine realm was sealed within some dungeon.
They said that instance was brimming with vitality. Even if someone entered without actively absorbing it, their lifespan would become incredibly long.
That's why our village has always had so many centenarians. But later, as the association expanded from Yanjing across the nation, they investigated that dungeon and immediately sealed it off. Since I've only heard about the dungeon's existence and never personally explored it, I can't guarantee this story is true. Zhao Hao rubbed his hands together as he spoke, his expression shifting to one of unease. But upon hearing his words, Wu Chang and Ning Zhitian's eyes widened. It was teeming with vitality and entered practitioners' bodies automatically without needing absorption. This situation was identical to the first divine realm.
Wu Chang's eyes brimmed with astonishment.
He turned to Ning Zhitian, his voice trembling as he exclaimed. Senior Ning, it seems the second divine realm has been found.
Chapter 204, The Sealed Great World, Overflowing with Vitality. Wu Chang never imagined news of the second divine realm would surface so swiftly after the first divine realm's return.
Though urgent, this matter outweighed all his current concerns combined. Therefore, the moment he realized this was the return of the divine realm, Wu Chang made an immediate decision. He would set aside all other matters and begin preparations for the second divine realm's return without delay. After all, Zhao Hao had just mentioned that the second divine realm was a sealed instance. Though its interior remained unknown, the fact that it had been sealed away indicated it harbored dangers unknown to man.
So you plan to seek out the second divine realm immediately?
Seeing Wu Chang's eager expression, Ning Zhitian instantly understood his intentions. Hearing the question, Wu Chang nodded with excitement, confirming his intention to head straight to Zhao Hao's hometown to seek information about the second divine realm.
This can't wait. We must start preparing immediately.
Even if it turns out to be a wasted trip, it's better than doing nothing. Wu Chang's words echoed around them, causing Chen Jihuang and the others to regard him with renewed respect. Even these god-tier professionals hadn't expected Wu Chang to make such a decisive move so quickly. After all, at his age, most people tended to overthink things. Making such a swift decision required a certain level of life experience and wisdom.
Moreover, in matters of such gravity, a moment's delay could prove decisive.
Yet Wu Chang's grasp of the urgency delighted these divine-tier professionals. As the successor designated by the god-fighting Heavenly King, it seemed his character was well suited to getting along with them.
In that case, let's depart for my hometown immediately.
Old Ning, you know the address of my hometown Yuanshui City.
MHM. Ning Zhitian nodded, then with a wave of his hand, a large teleportation array materialized in an instant.
But if anyone else were to set it up, they'd not only need to confirm the exact coordinates of the destination but also spend a considerable amount of time arranging the array.
This was precisely the difference between a god-tier array master and an ordinary practitioner. The group stood within the teleportation array.
A flash of white light erupted overhead, and in its brilliance, everyone vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there at all. By the time they arrived, they had journeyed from the eastern coastal regions of the Dragon Kingdom to the inland areas of the northwest. Rows of rustic buildings came into view, each exuding an aura of profound harmony with nature. That's just how my hometown is. They love using natural materials for everything. And many of these structures were crafted from materials discovered in that dungeon. The elders residing in these structures have even lived to be over 200 years old. Zhao Hao described his hometown. The delight in his eyes suggested he hadn't returned in a long time, yet his longing and affection for his homeland were impossible to hide. Hearing this, Wu Chang furrowed his brow. It wasn't that he had any particular opinion about the long-lived elders, it was purely because he sensed something profoundly amiss here. He too sensed the presence of these long-lived elders, yet they seemed devoid of spirit, mere vessels of vibrant life. Unfortunately, as these elders age, their bodily functions continue to decline. Many now suffer from dementia. Zhao Hao spoke with a hint of resignation. Though he was a god-tier practitioner, he lacked the power to reverse such conditions. To date, only 5 god-tier healers had ever appeared in the entire Dragon Nation, let alone the world. Of those, only 1 remained alive. The others had either perished or, constrained by worldly burdens, ultimately succumbed to madness and became dark gods. Unfortunately, Alzheimer's disease was one of those conditions that left nearly all professions helpless except for god-tier healers. Hearing his words, the group fell silent, slowly making their way toward the local guild association. The local guild master, initially delighted to hear 4 god-tier practitioners had arrived and eager to greet them, discovered they had merely retrieved some information before departing. Wu Chang and his companions had no intention of lingering. They naturally wished to avoid drawing further attention to their presence here. This served not only to protect the locals but also to conceal the location of the second divine realm. Soon they arrived at a desolate wilderness. Strangely, a massive circular dome lay on the ground, seemingly sealed by some kind of formation. Upon seeing this array seal, Wu Chang's gaze turned to Ning Jitian. As the strongest divine-level array master of this age, it would be quite difficult to create an array he couldn't unlock. Exchanging a glance with Wu Chang, Ning Jitian slowly stepped forward to examine the formation. After a long while, even this divine-tier array master couldn't help but utter a gasp of astonishment. This formation has some tricks up its sleeve. Though he murmured in admiration, Ning Jitian's eyes never left the formation. His astonishment caught the attention of Li Xiaolan. The god-tier mage stepped forward, her eyes suddenly bursting with delight. This is a sealing formation. Judging by its scale, it must be designed to seal an entire world. This is a defensive formation. Not only can it withstand external attacks, but it can also block all disturbances within the instance. Whoa! This is an extremely rare energy storage formation. I'd love to know what kind of person could have combined all these formations together. Someone with such power couldn't possibly be a nobody. The couple continued their back-and-forth discussion, completely oblivious to the feelings of others. The others, however, showed no urgency, quietly waiting for the pair to decipher the formation. Wu Chang, meanwhile, wandered off to the side with a curious look, intending to observe the dungeon's surroundings. But when he glanced at the grassy area surrounding the instance, he suddenly sensed a trace of danger. This threat did not originate from outside the instance, but rather from something within it that seemed to be steadily advancing toward his body. It feels just like those old men I saw, as if that very vitality is relentlessly assaulting my body. And the vegetation here looks incredibly lush. Could it be because the vitality from inside the instance is spilling out? If that's the case, then the dangers of the second divine realm might surpass even those of the first divine realm. Wu Chang frowned, his eyes flashing with contemplation. If that were the case, he would need to be even more cautious in this second divine realm. Chapter 205, Theoretical Array Formation, Wu Chang breaks through. While Wu Chang and his companions patiently awaited the seal formation to be broken, Ning Jitian and Li Xiaolan found themselves growing increasingly perplexed. They had expended immense mental and physical energy on their calculations, yet no matter what they tried, they couldn't break these formations. Worse still, they discovered that even after breaking the first formation, the second, third, and subsequent formations would automatically repair and reinforce it. In other words, despite destroying the initial formation, the unique nature of the entire sealing array caused it to fully restore itself. What's going on? I've never seen an array like this before. Li Xiaolan's face was etched with doubt. As a god-tier mage, she had encountered countless formations, yet she had never witnessed one with such self-restoring capabilities. Ning Jitian's expression was equally grave. As a god-tier formation master who prided himself on having seen countless formations, he had only heard of such a formation, never witnessed it firsthand. This is the Heaven-Mending Formation. The Heaven-Mending Formation? Wu Chang, who had been observing the two men's puzzled expressions from the sidelines, approached just as the words heaven-repairing formation were spoken. Seeing Wu Chang approach, Ning Jitian and his wife looked surprised, but Ning Jitian quickly realized something. That youngster Wu Chang had just received the God King's inheritance. Even his own divine array had been studied by the other party. Perhaps he really could discern some clues. That's right, it's the Heaven-Mending Array. It's an array that exists only in theory, capable of manifesting through the interplay of arrays within arrays. We shattered one layer, only for it to be swiftly repaired by the others. In other words, breaking this theoretically only formation is itself merely theoretical. Ning Jitian's face twisted with frustration and discomfort. He boasted of being a god-tier array master, yet here he was, unable to break a single formation, utterly humiliating. Wu Chang, however, understood that if even this god-tier array master couldn't break it, it could only mean this array truly held some special secrets. After all, if it could trap even a god-tier array master, breaking it would be nothing short of an impossible task. Yet as the two stood perplexed, Chen Jiwon beside them suddenly broke into a smile. He rubbed his bald head, adopting a simple, honest expression before speaking in a deep voice. I'm just a simple guy, so feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm wondering is, since this formation can't be broken, could we just smash it with brute force? Not by us physically attacking it, but by using the internal energy to shatter it. Chen Jiwon's words reached every ear. Wu Chang and Ning Jitian's eyes lit up instantly. Right. They'd been fixated on using the formation itself to break it, or harnessing external energy to dismantle it. But they'd never considered how to neutralize it from within. If Chen Jiwan was right, once the cycle of the heaven-mending formation began to collapse from within, it would become completely irreversible. Even if the formations regenerated at incredible speeds, they couldn't possibly repair themselves from within. It was like a person suffering internal injuries. They must first heal the external wounds before the internal damage could gradually mend over time. Perhaps this approach truly holds merit. After all, if the array cannot be breached from the outside, destroying it from within might be the most effective strategy. Ning Jitian nodded approvingly, his confidence in this operation growing significantly. Wu Cheng's gaze flickered with surprise. Chen Jiwan, this god-tier blade mage who seemed to know only combat, was not as simple as he had imagined. Or perhaps it could be said that every practitioner who reached god tier was far more multifaceted than one might imagine. In that case, let's begin. Wu Cheng nodded, signaling Ning Jitian to initiate the operation. With a smile, he gestured for Chen Jiwan to enter the formation. He then instructed Zhao how to initiate the attack, thereby triggering the defensive array. A cold gleam pierced the formation, triggering its defense to instantly materialize and block Zhao Hao's strike. Southeast, southwest, center. In an instant, 3 gaps appeared in the defensive formation, all seized upon by Ning Jitian. But just as Chen Jiwan prepared to strike, Wu Cheng suddenly spoke. No, don't attack. All 3 are traps. Hearing this, all eyes turned to Wu Cheng. Clearly, they couldn't comprehend why he would claim these 3 newly revealed gaps in the formation were traps. After all, even the god-tier array master believed these 3 gaps could be exploited from within. Why would Wu Cheng speak up? Was the youngster just trying to show off? What the others failed to notice was the contemplative expression that flashed across Ning Jitian's face. Had they seen it, they might have been even more astonished by Wu Cheng. This kid had actually made a god-tier array master pause and think seriously. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Wu Cheng hesitated little before voicing his thoughts. First, why would such a formidable array as the heaven-mending array suddenly develop flaws? That's clearly unreasonable. Second, the energy fluctuations from these 3 array vulnerabilities are completely identical. This can only mean they're nothing but deceptive illusions. The true vulnerability remains hidden. By this point, the others were beginning to quietly trust Wu Cheng's assessment. After all, for a defensive formation, the most crucial qualities are solidity and stability. How could it reveal weaknesses the moment an attack was launched? That would be like laying bare its vulnerabilities to the enemy. Having said that, Wu Cheng turned his gaze toward Zhao Hao and gestured invitingly. Senior Zhao, please give it your all. This time, strike here. As he spoke, Wu Cheng's hand pointed directly at a specific spot above the Zhengfei Zhang. Though none present sensed any array fluctuations here. Indeed, even energy felt exceedingly sparse when sensed. Zhao Hao naturally did not refuse, given Wu Cheng's explicit instruction. He gripped his spear with both hands, his entire body shrouded in a murderous aura, like a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage. A true dragon spirit abruptly manifested upon the silver-white dragonbone spear, coiling around the spearhead and emitting a furious dragon's roar. Is this the might of a god-tier spear mage? Witnessing this, Wu Cheng couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Zhao Hao truly lived up to his reputation as a god-tier spear mage. The sheer energy radiating from his stance alone was enough to slay weaker demigods. Ancestral Dragon Breaker. With a thunderous shout, Zhao Hao unleashed a true dragon that shot forth from his body, striking precisely where Wu Cheng had pointed. Instantly, the entire repairing heaven formation began to tremble violently, its defensive power manifesting in full force. A golden giant materialized, its fingertip clashing with the true dragon. For a moment, neither seemed to gain the upper hand. Now! Senior Chen, strike! Wu Cheng seized the moment, directing Chen Jiwang to strike. Hearing his words, Chen Jiwang wasted no time, his long sword radiating a piercing aura. Tiger Blade. This was his ultimate strike, one that had gravely wounded more than 3 demon gods in the past. A white tiger, shrouded in murderous intent, burst forth from the blade, launching a surprise attack from behind upon the golden giant in the sky. Caught between 2 attacks, the giant instantly collapsed into disarray, dissipating into energy. The repair heaven formation attempted to swiftly mend the defensive array, but under the dual assault from within and without, its energy became chaotic. Finally, amid the expectant gazes of the crowd, it emitted a sharp crack. The repair heaven formation broken. Chapter 206, The Sacred Beast of the Divine Realm, Level 400 Challenge begins. The repair heaven formation is broken. This news sent waves of excitement through the entire crowd.
But the excitement didn't stop there. The reason the formation had been broken was entirely due to Wu Chang. Remember, this was the next divine king designated by the battle god king himself. He was already this powerful before even ascending to godhood. If he truly became a god-tier practitioner, his strength would likely rival that of top-tier experts like Zhao Hao. Guess I'm officially obsolete now. Ning Zitian chuckled wryly. Had Wu Chang not pointed out the flaw, everyone's efforts would have been wasted. Senior Ning, you jest. I merely took a clever shortcut. Wu Chang remained modest about deciphering the formation. After all, what he could discover, Ning Zitian could too. It was merely that the other had been careless in his haste. The others, however, saw it differently. They exchanged approving glances at Wu Chang. This young man possessed talent and humility, and crucially, he was the designated successor of a divine king. It was hard to believe his profession was that of a solitary practitioner. The future truly lies in the hands of the young. This thought echoed in the minds of everyone present. Wu Chang, however, remained oblivious to the shift in their gazes. His eyes fixed on the shattered sky-shattering array before he approached the slowly materializing instant's entrance. Let's go in, he proposed loudly. The others nodded in agreement. A brilliant green light flashed above the formation, and in an instant, the group vanished from their original spot, entering the instance. When Wu Chang turned to look, the surroundings had rapidly transformed. They found themselves immersed in a sea of emerald green. At the very center of this dungeon, a towering tree radiated vitality, its branches hosting emerald green creatures leaping and cheering. Countless streams of vitality poured directly into their bodies, leaving them no time to resist. This feels so good, this vibrant, life-filled sensation. Yeah, it feels like I've returned to my youth. Old Ning, look how smooth my skin has become. Except for Wu Chang, everyone else wore expressions of uncontrollable excitement. Even as god-tier professionals, they couldn't suppress this emotion. This vitality made them feel as though they'd returned to their prime. Except for Wu Chang, of course, because he was already at his youngest. Elders, doesn't this seem strange to you? Observing the group's expressions, Wu Chang could only sigh and offer a gentle reminder. His interruption gradually quieted the group's previously high spirits, and they turned their attention back to Wu Chang. All traces of their usual composure vanished. Driven by some primal instinct, their craving for youth, vitality, and life force was beyond anything Wu Chang could have imagined. Even Ning Zitian, the most level-headed among them, who had always dedicated himself to protecting the Dragon Nation, now had bloodshot eyes, seemingly blinded by the vitality surrounding them. Esteemed elders, you are being overly fixated. Wu Chang met their gazes without flinching, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Hearing his words, the divine tier practitioners all froze momentarily. The confusion in their eyes quickly faded, and they regained their senses. Ning Zitian was the first to recover. Feeling the vitality around him and the gradual rejuvenation of his own body, his eyes filled with caution. As I suspected, this vitality is deeply problematic. Shen Jiawang's face twisted with fury. Since becoming a god-tier professional, when had he ever been toyed with like this? Yet today, he'd been reduced to such an embarrassing and ridiculous spectacle, utterly humiliating. Zhao Hao and Li Xiaolan, the remaining two, also snapped back to reality. They had fallen victim without even realizing it, and now they were still trembling with fear. At that very moment, a voice carrying a tremor echoed from the distance. Ha! This is interesting. The group looked up, but saw nothing except the towering tree in the distance swaying gently. Probably that tree's up to something. Let's go check it out. Chen Jihuang immediately grabbed his blade and headed toward the tree. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed. But Wu Chang heard the system's voice in his mind. Detected sacred beast of the second divine realm world tree. Host, please make a choice. A. Reveal the divine palace in the first divine realm, directly merging the second divine realm into them. The world tree returns to its primordial state and begins growing anew. B. Complete the world tree's trial. Upon passing, the second divine realm will fully merge with the first divine realm. The world tree submits, increasing the combined divine realm's overall power by 50%. As the choices suddenly appeared in his mind, Wu Chang instantly understood why this instance felt so peculiar. So this was where the sacred beast of the divine realm, the world tree, actually resided. Of course, this world tree wasn't the kind where each leaf contained a world. Rather, it served to stabilize the divine realm. Now that the divine realm had shattered into 7 fragments, the world tree's immense vitality had accumulated here, causing the dungeon's peculiarities. I choose B. If such a massive world tree were to vanish, how much time would it take me to cultivate it back to its current state? Wu Chang made his choice immediately. After all, it was merely a matter of expending some effort to complete the trial, nothing to be concerned about. After making his choice, he hurried to catch up. The group had now reached the world tree. Chen Jihuang, sword in hand, seemed to be scouting for a spot to fell it. Meanwhile, Ning Zitian and Li Xiaolan were scanning the surrounding area with their arrays, trying to determine the true nature of this tree. This is the world tree. Its function is to stabilize the divine realm. But after the divine realm fractured, its life force began to spill out, causing the instance to become like this.
Seeing the hostility directed at the World Tree, Wu Chang felt compelled to explain, hoping to prevent friendly fire. Hearing Wu Chang's explanation, the first to react wasn't the divine tier professionals, but the seemingly lifeless World Tree itself.
Countless ages have passed, yet I never imagined anyone would still know of me.
A weathered human face appeared on the World Tree, while tiny emerald green creatures peeked out from behind its leaves.
These are the fruit spirits. Please do not harm them.
The World Tree's face bore a benevolent expression. Hearing this, the others glanced at the fruit spirits. Finding them non-threatening, they paid them no further mind. Seeing this, Wu Chang stepped forward, a smile on his face, and spoke.
The second divine realm is about to return. Are you prepared?
However, the World Tree remained unimpressed.
With a wave of its hand, a tunnel materialized beside it.
Pointing at the tunnel, it addressed Wu Chang and the others in a solemn tone.
The second divine realm has been trapped here for far too long. It cannot simply return just because you say so.
Only when someone passes the trial will the second divine realm naturally break free from its bonds. But whether you possess that ability remains to be seen. The World Tree's voice carried a chill and indifference, as if it held the person before it in utter contempt. Upon hearing this, Chen Jihuang flew into a rage, but Wu Chang waved him off.
Very well, then. I accept the trial.
He stood tall with pride, his face radiating confidence. Simultaneously, another voice echoed within his mind.
Level 400 challenge activated. Complete the World Tree's trial. The higher your completion rate, the richer your level up rewards. Chapter 207, The Phantom Figure, The Complete Heaven Repairing Array.
When Wu Chang saw that his level up quest was connected to the World Tree's trial, a gleam of excitement instantly flashed in his eyes.
This was a golden opportunity.
He could complete the trial while simultaneously boosting his level. How could he possibly refuse such a blessing? Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the trial entrance before him. Instantly, a flash of light erupted from the World Tree, and Wu Chang vanished from everyone's sight.
The remaining God-tier professionals exchanged glances before Ning Jitian stepped forward. Let's go.
Since the World Tree says we're all eligible for the trial, there's no reason to send Wu Chang alone. This matter concerns the Dragon Nation.
We cannot let Wu Chang go alone. Ning Jitian's face bore a resolute expression. As a God-tier professional, he absolutely could not back down.
Seeing this, a flush of embarrassment crossed the others' faces before they nodded firmly in agreement.
Once the light representing Wu Chang faded, the group approached the instant's entrance and entered one by one.
The World Tree watched from the sidelines, its ancient face betraying no emotion whatsoever. Only the tiny creatures clinging to its trunk kept hopping about, some even chirping questions.
Grandfather World Tree, can those people succeed?
I recall the previous groups that went and all failed.
If they succeed, does that mean we can finally leave this place?
The World Tree's fruit spirits chattered away, one after another. They had witnessed many enter to challenge it before, yet the outcomes were rarely favorable. Among them were even those the World Tree had held high hopes for, yet they too had failed. The World Tree did not answer their question, instead lifting its gaze toward the sky above.
They cannot succeed.
For only a God King possesses the right to restore the divine realm. As it spoke, a green light flickered before the World Tree, revealing the figures participating in this trial. As Wu Chang had been the first to enter the trial, the World Tree's gaze fell upon him first. Standing within the luminous sphere, Wu Chang now faced an utterly unfamiliar figure. Though appearing very young, the aura emanating from this figure suggested that of a God-tier practitioner.
Challenger, this is an array trial. Within this space, you have only one enemy, me. Your task is to utilize known formations to defend against my attacks.
If you can endure for 5 minutes, you pass this stage. The figure showed no hostility whatsoever, its tone utterly devoid of emotion, leaving Wu Chang doubting whether it was even real. Upon hearing these words, Wu Chang sheathed his world-slaying god-cutting blade.
He had come to complete the challenge, not to slash people. Your profession allows you to study formations. You'll likely find this place quite beneficial. The challenge begins.
The ethereal figure suddenly spoke, and a flame attack formation materialized instantly. A crocodile formed entirely of flames lunged directly at Wu Chang, showing no mercy whatsoever. The instant the array was unleashed, the Divine King's inheritance within Wu Chang's mind flashed brightly. It contained the very knowledge of this array. Yet as the figure wielded it, he found himself mastering it in an instant.
Bring it on! Wu Chang roared with laughter, then mimicked the gesture, lightly tapping his hands to unleash the identical formation.
Instantly, the two flaming crocodiles collided, ultimately disintegrating into scattered sparks of starlight. Seeing Wu Chang had copied his formation, the figure let out a soft snort. Yet his hand movements showed no sign of slowing. Array after array was unleashed, and Wu Chang, drawing upon the Divine King's legacy within his mind, managed to learn them all. After a long while, the Phantom's movements grew increasingly sluggish. He hadn't encountered such an intriguing young talent in ages. Meeting this youth today made him yearn to impart his entire lifetime of array knowledge to him. Yet, despite this, he remained bound by some unspoken rule. After all, even if he could pass the formations on to this youth, the boy's chosen profession might not align with his own. Certain exclusive skills simply couldn't be learned. Yet at that very moment, Wu Cheng's eyes blazed with a fire called challenge.
Enough attacking. Now it's my turn.
Wu Cheng was now incredibly excited, for within this space, his knowledge of formations had begun to absorb rapidly.
He had even nearly mastered the heaven-repairing formation that sealed this second divine realm. Since his opponent had run out of tricks, it was now his turn to shine.
As Wu Cheng's hands swept through the air, intricate formations abruptly materialized. However, these formations did not attack. Instead, they were positioned like strategic points, anchored in place by Wu Cheng. The ethereal figure slowly ceased its assault, seemingly intent on observing what Wu Cheng intended to do. Yet the heaven-repairing array was no simple feat to deploy, otherwise, it wouldn't exist solely in theory. By the time Wu Cheng reached the 100th formation, he was already feeling the strain.
Come on, repairing heaven formation. Success is near.
Wu Cheng gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain the formation's distribution. If he faltered now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Seeing Wu Cheng persevere so tenaciously, the ethereal figure couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. At the same time, he had already discerned Wu Cheng's intentions, though he made no move to stop him.
He too wanted to witness the commotion that would erupt once the formation was complete. 107th. Wu Cheng was drenched in sweat, straining every muscle to preserve the array's integrity. Yet as he positioned the 107th component, he realized there was simply no space left to place it. The repairing heaven formation now seemed complete. Adding one more array would cause it to collapse, while omitting one left it incomplete. Yet Wu Cheng distinctly sensed a void within the array. After all, he had constructed it based on the array sealing the second divine realm outside. Both shared the same weakness. Damn it! Where the hell am I supposed to place the 108th formation? Wu Cheng gritted his teeth. With only 30 seconds left before the challenge ended, if he failed to complete the repairing heaven formation, he might never get another chance in his lifetime. But at that very moment, the ethereal figure suddenly radiated a burst of light. Transforming into a shadowy form, it materialized directly before the repairing heaven formation, then turned its face toward Wu Cheng. Though Wu Cheng couldn't see its eyes, he knew it was watching him. This final formation is you. After uttering these words, the figure vanished as if it had touched some unseen rule. Yet upon hearing these words, Wu Cheng was instantly struck by realization. He had set up 107 formations, all external entities, yet only his own existence could sustain them. And among all these formations, what was the most fundamental, stable, and universally compatible one? It was, of course, the foundational formation every formation master cultivated. This formation possessed no inherent effects, it couldn't even attack or defend. Its sole purpose was to strengthen the bond between the array master and the formations. Yet now, it revealed its profoundly vital role. As long as one stood here, attempting to completely dismantle the heaven-mending array would transform that person into its core, aiding the grand formation in its internal energy harmonization. It worked! Wu Cheng laid the foundational formation beneath his feet. A pillar of light shot skyward, piercing through the dungeon's barriers and bursting into the outside world. The light pulsed and trembled, as if celebrating the full manifestation of the repairing heaven formation. Chapter 208, Trial completed, Divine King's potential. Vote for me. At that moment, the world tree, bearing the weight of countless ages, remained expressionless. His conjecture proved correct. Though these individuals possessed formidable strength, they were all stuck at the first stage, unable to progress. Though the first stage was tailored to their professions, array masters faced array challenges, spear mages encountered spearmaster trials. These phantom figures were all legendary figures who had left indelible marks on history. Though countless years had passed, and even their names had faded into the river of time, their greatness remained undiminished. Indeed, overcoming the first stage proves exceedingly difficult for them all. Only these two array masters still have some connections. A scrutinizing look flashed in the world tree's eyes, but it quickly sensed something amiss. Wasn't there only one god-tier array master among these people? What was the deal with this extra array master? He focused his gaze and saw that Wu Cheng's profession was clearly listed as free agent. When he saw Wu Cheng's profession listed as lone wanderer, the world tree's eyes widened in shock. He had been personally planted by the heavenly king of combat and had witnessed countless prodigies, yet even so, he had never heard of a lone wanderer being this formidable. Perhaps he learned array techniques, which is why he qualified for the array challenge? The world tree extended a branch to scratch its head, feeling somewhat bewildered. After all, history had never recorded any god-tier free agent figures. For Wu Cheng, whatever skills he had learned naturally determined which challenges he could undertake. Just as the world tree was puzzled, a sudden flash of brilliance erupted before its eyes. Then, a blinding light shot skyward, piercing through the dungeon and bursting outwards. In that instant, the world tree's eyes widened. This light could only signify one thing: someone had utterly surpassed all known predecessors in a particular aspect. He turned his gaze toward the light screen, only to discover that the radiance originated precisely from Wu Cheng's trial stage. He's actually completed an array formation that no one in history has ever accomplished. Is this truly a lone practitioner? Could it be the reincarnation of the Divine King himself?
For a moment, the world tree felt utterly dazed, as if its very brain had frozen. Even the vibrant life force pulsing around it seemed to pause. Simultaneously, the light appeared directly over Dragon Nation, drawing the attention of many. Although Ning Jitian had deployed numerous formations, he couldn't possibly cover the entire nation with a concealed array. In an instant, many foreign practitioners began inquiring about what had transpired. The realm of evil gods, a domain forged collectively by the dark deities. Though it couldn't compare to even the outskirts of the divine realm, it at least provided them a foothold. This place should have been lifeless and stagnant, yet just moments ago, a beam of light shattered its tranquility, sending all the evil gods into panic. For that light signified that a certain practitioner had achieved an unprecedented breakthrough, one that could potentially greatly enhance human power. In an instant, all the demon gods debated whether to launch a surprise attack. Only the Calamity Demon God remained seated upon his throne, still holding a demigod's heart in his hand, drawing power from it. What an intriguing little creature. Within that light, I sense Wu Chang's aura. I hope you don't disappoint me. Even if you choose to turn against us, you must wait until you sacrifice yourself and seal the abyss before doing so. For a moment, a cunning gleam flashed in the Calamity Goddess's eyes. She remained seated in silence, giving no further indication. The abyss, an entity that devoured all, held within its deepest depths the Lord of the Abyss, sealed by the Heavenly God King. Yet today, the Lord of the Abyss, who had remained utterly still until now, rarely twitched its nostrils. The very breath it exhaled sent a surge of fervor coursing through every being within the abyss. As the Lord of the Abyss stirred, all the abyss instances began to expand rapidly. But Wu Chang remained utterly unaware that he had now entered the final stage of this trial. Beyond the first stage's formation trial, the second stage was unexpectedly a blacksmith trial. Yet upon seeing the world-shattering god-slaying blade in his hands, he had passed it instantly. It was inconceivable that even in the era of the battle god kings, a weapon of such transcendent power had never been forged. As for the third and fourth stages, neither posed any difficulty for Wu Chang. One tested the speed of slaying monsters, while the other measured skill mastery. Both happened to be areas where Wu Chang excelled, so he crushed through them with ease. But this final stage is quite intriguing. That figure across from me looks strangely familiar. Could it be the battle god king? Wu Chang stared at the shadowy figure standing opposite him, his mind racing with speculation about the opponent's identity. He had met the god king of combat twice before, so he was quite familiar with his build. This phantom figure matched that description perfectly. Could it be that the God King's phantom had been left here as the final trial? But upon considering this, Wu Chang shook his head. If it truly were the Divine King's phantom guarding this place, passing through would be utterly impossible. After all, no one could guarantee a stable victory over a God King. If he didn't take action, it would be even more impossible for other adventurers to pass. Draw your blade. The phantom drew a long sword from its back and now faced Wu Chang directly. Seeing this, Wu Chang drew the world-slaying god-cutting blade to meet it. Yet the instant both blades were drawn and locked in a standoff, Wu Chang felt as though his very soul was being stared at by something. If he dared to attack further, he would be crushed without hesitation. For a moment, Wu Chang hesitated, unsure whether he should continue his attack. If he did not strike, his trial would be utterly impossible to complete. After all, he would fall at this final hurdle. Yet if he did strike, he would likely die right here. In that split second of hesitation, the opponent's long sword already began to swing high. If he didn't act now, the enemy would surely strike him down. Surrender, or fight back? I will never surrender. Gritting his teeth as the blade closed in, Wu Chang's eyes blazed with bloodshot fury. He made his decision, raising the world-shattering god-slaying blade high in his hand, resolved to meet the enemy head-on. What was death? After enduring countless trials and tribulations, he feared nothing more than death itself. If he had groveled before gaining power, and now, having obtained it, still couldn't face death, what face would Wu Chang have to show for all the trials he'd endured? In an instant, the terrifying pressure slammed Wu Chang to the ground. Yet the blade he swung did not falter, colliding directly with the opponent. The world-slaying god-slaying blade sliced through the phantom like cutting through vegetables, and the terrifying pressure vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Feeling the weight lift from his entire body, Wu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, he was enveloped in white light, teleporting away from this trial. Yet after Wu Chang vanished, the shattered phantom reappeared, followed by a faint sigh. This youth surpasses me in strength. He possesses the potential of a divine king. Chapter 209, Am I qualified now? Vote for me. Wu Chang remained unaware of any of this. All he felt was a profound relaxation throughout his body, as if someone who hadn't eaten in ages had suddenly indulged in a sumptuous feast. At this moment, Wu Chang felt the God King's inheritance manifest once more within his mind. Countless skills seemed to merge with him, as if they had been fully assimilated. If the previous enhancement focused on his frontal combat prowess, the skills he mastered this time were all related to recovery. Even his own life-saving restoration technique paled in comparison to these new abilities. Top-tier skills like primordial restoration, capable of regenerating severed fingers' last gasp, forcibly extending a dying person's life by a year, primordial drain, absorbing an enemy's stamina. These were all pinnacle skills exclusive to certain specialized professions. Logically, they should be impossible for other classes to learn. Yet now, Wu Chang had mastered them one by one, and others couldn't even tell he possessed these abilities. Lost in this blissful process, Wu Chang remained unaware that he had already been teleported out. Fortunately, everyone else was still grappling with the first and second stages, temporarily blind to the slightly lecherous grin playing on his lips. Soon, this divine king's inheritance concluded in an exceptionally comfortable state. Though some inheritances remained unabsorbed, Wu Chang realized absorbing them all at once might not be wise after all. Greed leads to indigestion. Likely, the God King of Battle had deliberately designed it this way. That was awesome. Wu Chang chuckled to himself, but as he tried to shift his body, something felt off. Why was he lying on the ground? And why was he looking up at the sky? Wasn't he supposed to be in the training space? Suddenly, he recalled the state he'd been in while absorbing the Divine King's legacy. If anyone had seen him like that, he'd be utterly humiliated. He scrambled to his feet, only to find no one else present besides the World Tree and its fruit spirits. As Wu Chang rose, the ancient face of the World Tree lit up with excitement. The ancient tree greets his divine majesty. As it spoke, the World Tree's trunk swayed slightly, and the fruit spirits materialized one by one, dancing and singing around Wu Chang. Wu Chang smiled at the sight. The World Tree's acknowledgement meant this second divine realm could finally return. Elder Tree, I am no God King. He smiled as he corrected the misunderstanding, and the World Tree said nothing more. He might not be the God King now, but having endured his trials, he had undoubtedly glimpsed the God King's phantom. If even the phantom of the heavenly God King couldn't stop this youth before him, then if he wasn't destined to become a God King, who else could possibly be? Seeing the World Tree ignore him, Wu Chang felt no awkwardness. Instead, he bent down, ready to play with the fruit spirits. But the moment he crouched down, Wu Chang's smile froze. Is this the future God King? That smile just now was so lecherous. Shoo, the World Tree said we must show respect to the God King. He crouched down. He's not going to eat us, is he? Why, I want to go home, the God King is so scary. He was writhing on the ground like a worm just now. When Wu Chang heard these words, he found himself both amused and exasperated. These little fruit spirits might possess sentience, but clearly, their intelligence was still at a child's level. Children speak without reservation, children speak without reservation. Wu Chang silently reassured himself before turning to the fruit spirits with a smile. Do you want to go out? Staying here all the time must get boring, right? But the fruit spirits remained silent, instead turning their gaze toward the World Tree. The World Tree understood that with the future God King now present, it could no longer claim dominion over this second divine realm. It nodded, signaling the fruit spirits to respond freely. Seeing the World Tree's stance, the fruit spirits didn't hesitate. They immediately answered with smiles. We want to go out. Seeing these little ones so eager, Wu Chang understood that being trapped here couldn't be an easy life. After all, aside from the World Tree, only the fruit spirits remained. A year or two might be bearable, but their days here were measured in tens of thousands of years. Staying any longer would surely drive even the resilient fruit spirits to despair. In that case, Wu Chang declared, once the others return from their trials, we shall restore the second divine realm. Wu Chang rose with a smile, his gaze turning toward the World Tree. His own will mattered, but as the ruler of the second divine realm, if the World Tree refused, he would have no choice but to force the issue. Yet, noticing Wu Chang's gaze upon it, the World Tree remained utterly unperturbed. Though the man possessed the potential of a God King, he was not yet one. There was no need for excessive caution. Restoring a divine realm isn't so simple. It requires gathering the fragments of the divine palace and gaining the approval of a God King. Have you accomplished all of these? A hint of pride flickered across the World Tree's face. As the World Tree personally planted by the Battle God King, it bore the Battle God King's mark. Its current stance was merely to gauge the caliber of this younger generation. He had acknowledged the youth and agreed to the second divine realm's return, but the crux lay in the boy first gathering the divine palace fragments. Otherwise, if he used his power to move the second divine realm only to find it unguarded by the divine palace, wouldn't all that effort be wasted? Yet upon hearing the World Tree's words, Wu Chang smiled, inwardly delighted that he had gathered the shrine fragments ahead of schedule. Originally, he'd merely wanted to see the shrine's form, never imagining he'd one day boast about it. But now that an opportunity to show off had presented itself, he wasn't about to let it slip away. With a swift motion, Wu Chang drew his right hand from his waist. A palace the size of a palm appeared in his grasp, shrouded in swirling mist and radiating an air of extraordinary significance. Is this the divine palace you speak of? With a flick of his wrist, the palm-sized palace shot forward, instantly transforming into a colossal, majestic imperial palace. As for the first divine realm, Wu Chang concealed it, unwilling to reveal it. Who knew what might happen if the two divine realms collided? When the World Tree saw Wu Chang produce the divine palace, astonishment instantly flashed across its aged, vacant face. This. The World Tree was so stunned it could not speak. It never imagined this young man before it had truly gathered all the fragments of the divine palace. Moreover, it seemed the first divine realm had even returned.
Could it be that after being trapped in the second divine realm for so many years, he was now so out of touch that he couldn't even grasp the current state of the outside world's practitioners? Wu Chang remained silent, instead summoning the divine palace before him. So now, do I have the right to restore the second divine realm? Wu Chang looked at the world tree with a smile, his eyes brimming with unabashed pride. Hearing this, the world tree dared not utter another word, merely bowing low and declaring, "My lord, the sacred beast of the divine realm, the world tree, obeys your every command." Chapter 210, The second divine realm returns, the sovereign of heaven and abyss awakens. At the world tree's command, the little fruit spirits snapped to attention. It seemed this young man before them was indeed the future god king they would swear allegiance to. Wait until my companions emerge before restoring the second divine realm. After all, the commotion that would follow would require their cover-up. Otherwise, it would surely attract the attention of those with ill intent. Wu Chang's gaze turned to the world tree, signaling his acceptance of its allegiance. Regardless of whether he could replace the world tree with something else, the fact that it had guarded the second divine realm for so many years meant its contributions could not be overlooked. Besides, the heavenly god king must have had his reasons for planting this world tree. If he were to remove the world tree from its position as the sacred beast of the divine realm, he truly had no idea what might unfold. "Thank you, Lord." Seeing that Wu Chang showed no intention of holding his discourtesy against him, the world tree's heart finally settled. After all, if Wu Chang truly chose to hold him accountable, no amount of merit would save him. For the other was the future god king. A god king's word was law, and it would be enforced without fail. "But your excellency, since you've already cleared the trial stages, there's no point in them remaining inside. Moreover, only one person has reached the third stage thus far. The rest are still struggling through the second stage. If we wait any longer, who knows how long it will take? It would be better to release them now and let them challenge it again after the divine realm returns." The world tree hesitated for a moment before finally voicing its inner thoughts. After all, in its view, this trial existed solely to select the next worthy candidate for God King. Now that the choice had been made, the remaining participants had no further reason to endure the ordeal. However, this stage could remain unchanged until the one before him ascended to God King, at which point alterations could be made. Upon hearing the world tree's words, Wu Chang stroked his chin before declaring with unwavering resolve, "In that case, let's wait another 10 minutes. If they still haven't emerged by then, we'll retrieve them first." "As you command." The world tree now held absolute reverence for Wu Chang's decision. Though merely the next god king, this alone was sufficient to command the world tree's submission. What Wu Chang hadn't anticipated, however, was that Ning Jitian and the others didn't remain in the dungeon for long. Shortly after he spoke, they emerged one by one from the trial stage, each looking thoroughly battered as if they just endured a fierce battle. "Hey, kid, how come you're out so fast? Did you get eliminated?" Chen Jihuang raised an eyebrow upon seeing Wu Chang standing outside. His own group had already reached the second stage, and by all accounts, Wu Chang should have easily cleared the third and fourth stages. After all, he was the designated successor to the god of battle. How could he suddenly falter like this? Wu Chang remained silent, however, simply instructing his men to tend to their injuries first. "Wu Chang, you cleared the stage, right?" But seeing the scene before him, Ning Jitian quickly realized the truth. Wu Chang had always been adept at creating miracles. This matter was of utmost importance. There was no way he could be dragged down by the others. That left only one possibility: Wu Chang had directly passed the world tree's trial. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang smiled and nodded. Yet his demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the others. After all, they were facing the most formidable deities of their respective professions in recorded history. Even though they considered themselves geniuses of their era, they still seemed utterly inexperienced in comparison. They had only managed to pass a few minor trials through constant trial and error. And now, Wu Chang had cleared them all in one go. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as the next god king. Impressive. I nearly died just getting through the first stage. Are you the god-tier professional or am I? You must be cheating. I'm impressed. The three god-tier professionals reacted differently, yet each wore a look of astonishment. Even the typically arrogant Zhao Hao was no exception. He had nearly broken through to the third stage himself, only to fall short at the last moment. Witnessing Wu Chang clear the entire assessment left him profoundly impressed. However, Ning Jitian was an experienced veteran. Having gone through the return of the first divine realm with Wu Chang, he quickly grasped the situation. The next phase should be the second divine realm's return, right? Should we exit the instance immediately? Ning Jitian's words instantly captured everyone's attention. All eyes turned to Wu Chang, awaiting his command. Seeing all eyes on him, Wu Chang's face broke into a smile. He glanced at the world tree, then shifted his gaze to the faces of these god-tier professionals. He waited until the world tree seemed almost impatient before speaking softly. "The world tree has just agreed to assist us in bringing back the second divine realm. Now, let's exit the instance and initiate it immediately." As he spoke, a faint white light began to emanate from Wu Chang's body, the sign that they were about to transfer out of the instance. Seeing this, the others chose to exit the instance as well.
Once everyone had gathered outside the instance, they discovered that the overflowing vitality spilling out had been completely absorbed. Clearly, with Wu Chang's successful completion of the World Trees trial, the terrifying vitality within the second divine realm had been restrained. It would no longer turn people into mindless zombies. Wu Chang then fixed his stern gaze upon the second divine realm, his right hand slowly lifting the divine palace. As Wu Chang's power flowed into the divine palace, it gradually expanded, transforming into a resplendent palace. The divine king's aura emanating from within sent shivers down the spines of all divine tier practitioners. This was the chasm between them and the divine king, a primal fear rooted in their very essence. Open! Wu Chang roared, summoning a storm of energy that swept through the area, uprooting trees by their roots. Fortunately, Ning Jitian, the god tier array master, was present. With just a few arrays, he confined the energy storm within a defined perimeter, preventing it from affecting other areas. Then, the dungeon entrance slowly expanded, and an entire continent materialized out of thin air from within. Fortunately, under the World Tree's control, this second divine realm, though terrifying in scale, appeared no larger than a modest hill. Coalesce. At that moment, a sharp gleam flashed in Wu Chang's eyes. This was the critical moment when the first divine realm and the second divine realm merged into one. Absolutely no interference was permitted. But clearly, he was overthinking it. With so many god-tier professionals guarding the area, coupled with the suppression of divine arts and the World Tree, the first and second divine realms swiftly merged into one. The boundless vitality radiated outward, filling even Wu Chang with an overwhelming sense of refreshing clarity. This time, however, the life force could be actively chosen whether to absorb or not, ensuring no further loss of control. Watching the shrine shrink back into his palm, Wu Chang couldn't hide the smile spreading across his face. Chen Jiwan, meanwhile, rubbed his bald head and casually declared, "Come on, come on, come on. Today, this old brother is treating. No matter what, the food will be top-notch." With him leading the way, everyone else was ready to indulge in a feast and unwind. Even Wu Chang was no exception. Having simultaneously returned 2 divine realms, he was now utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Within his mind, the system's voice manifested once more. Option completed. Divine realm power enhanced. Level 400 challenge completed. Post-upgrade level directly elevated to 450. Yet while Wu Chang and the others celebrated in excitement, the beings within the abyss were in an even greater frenzy. The sealed heavenly abyss's movements grew increasingly violent, its eyelids twitching rapidly. It seemed something had threatened its very existence, now forcing it to break free from its deep ceiling. Boom! A violent energy explosion erupted, hurling countless abyss creatures into the air. Even the Lord of the Abyss's most trusted followers couldn't withstand such a terrifying blast. Yet instead of wailing in agony, they erupted in loud cheers. Amidst the energy storm, a massive eye suddenly materialized. The Lord of the Abyss had awakened. Chapter 211, Foreign Visitors, a Meeting of Different Levels. Wu Chang and his companions arrived at a star-rated hotel reputed to admit only god-tier practitioners. Had it not been for several god-tier practitioners leading the way, Wu Chang likely would have been turned away at the door. The dishes served at the banquet table were exceptionally rare and valuable, each easily worth hundreds of thousands of yuan if sold elsewhere. Yet here, they were merely side dishes. After feasting to their heart's content, the group proceeded directly to the local guesthouse. Chen Jihuan was clearly already drunk, and by the time they reached the guesthouse, he was unconscious. "Honestly, it's been years since I've drunk this freely." Ning Jitian's face flushed crimson, clearly struggling with his alcohol tolerance. First it was the evil god, then recently the abyss. "If it weren't for your formidable strength, Wu Chang, and gained the recognition of the god of battle, I doubt I'd feel this at ease today." Ning Jitian's face lit up with excitement. Ever since Wu Chang entered his life, he'd felt the weight on his shoulders gradually lighten. Today, he could finally say he wouldn't need to worry about his future self anymore. Zhao Hao and Li Xiaolan also wore expressions of excitement. As god-tier practitioners, their burdens were naturally immense. But if Wu Chang could become a god king in the future, then they wouldn't have to be so exhausted anymore. Moreover, after years of guarding the Dragon Nation, they had even begun to sense certain issues within themselves. It wasn't that they wished to harm China, but certain rules governing divine tier professionals had made them increasingly weary of coexisting with ordinary people. If Wu Chang could become a god king and successfully seal the abyss in the future, then they, as god-tier professionals, could live comfortably for many years to come. Cheers to freedom! Zhao Hao reeked of alcohol now, every trace of his refined, scholarly demeanor gone. Even Wu Chang wasn't faring much better, his face flushed crimson, his mind already hazy. After all, the liquor they were drinking was potent enough to affect even god-tier practitioners. How could a mere demigod like him possibly withstand it? Just as everyone thought the night was winding down, Ning Jitian's phone suddenly rang. His expression turned grave the moment he glanced at the screen, the earlier sense of exhilaration vanishing entirely. "Who is it?" Seeing his expression, his wife, Li Xiaolan, sensed something was amiss. Unless it was something truly important, Ning Jitian wouldn't answer a call at this hour. Instantly, Wu Chang turned his curious gaze toward the commotion. Even Zhao stopped his drunken antics, sitting quietly nearby, eager to hear what the voice on the other end had to say. Soon, a commanding voice came through the line. The foreign delegation will arrive shortly. You'd better prepare yourselves. There must be no delays when they come to Yanjing tomorrow. That single sentence instantly sobered everyone up. Even Chen Jihuan, who had been sound asleep nearby, jolted awake instantly. He scrambled upright, every trace of drunkenness vanishing from his face. Wu Chang, however, looked at these god-tier professionals with curiosity, unable to understand why each of them appeared as if facing a formidable enemy. Senior Ning, what's going on? Seeing no one respond, Wu Chang tapped the phone he'd just received and asked curiously. Hearing Wu Chang speak, the others turned their gaze toward him. Ning Jitian stared blankly at his phone for a moment before sighing deeply. Foreign professionals are preparing to come to Longwei for an exchange. And it's not just a gathering of god-tier professionals, it includes demigods and even the top-tier professionals below demigod level. We're not afraid to exchange with foreign professionals at the top tier of combat power, but below demigod level, our current capabilities are somewhat uneven. Our strongest young talent is only at level 450, yet they can't defeat foreign practitioners of the same rank. Because foreign professionals follow different progression paths than ours. They surge ahead early on, but after reaching demigod status, their growth gradually plateaus. Our domestic practitioners, however, build strength gradually. They may not seem impressive early on, but once they become demigods, they truly begin to shine. My real concern now is the strength below the demigod tier. Who among us can shoulder this heavy burden? Ning Jitian sighed deeply. The alcohol he'd just consumed evaporated instantly. He could only begin searching his mind for those prodigious young talents, hoping someone would step forward to challenge the foreign exchange teams. Hearing this, Chen Jihuang and the others shook their heads in exasperation. They prided themselves on being no weaker than the foreign god-tier professionals, even capable of suppressing them. The problem was that ordinary professionals below the demigod level were always getting beaten badly. Though such exchanges occurred every few years, witnessing the younger generation get crushed time and again was no easy pill to swallow for them, the current generation of god-tier professionals. Yet upon hearing this, Wu Chang smiled. Below demigod? He himself hadn't reached that realm yet. Though his combat prowess could rival that of a god king of the same level, according to the tier system, those above level 500 were demigods, while those below remained ordinary practitioners. Thus, he was fully capable of shouldering this responsibility. The only question was why Ning Jitian had excluded him from participating. Senior Ning, do you think I could participate? Wu Chang's face bore a faint smile, his confident expression even infecting the surrounding group of god-tier professionals. Ning Jitian's eyes grew increasingly bright, until they finally fixed on Wu Chang with intense focus. He had always regarded Wu Chang as a peer among divine-tier practitioners, never once considering him for such a pivotal role. But now that Wu Chang had stepped forward himself, Ning Jitian instantly understood. Combat prowess was one thing, rank was another. The two couldn't be lumped together. Wu Chang's combat prowess rivaled that of a god king of the same rank, yet his declared level was undeniably below the demigod tier. Perhaps having him represent the younger generation in this diplomatic mission could yield unexpected results. Fine. You're in. I'd completely forgotten you're not a demigod yet. All this time, I've been treating you as a god-tier professional. Seems there are some perks to leveling up slowly after all. Ning Jitian chuckled as he ruffled his hair. Wu Chang felt a surge of excitement. He too was eager to witness the formidable prowess of foreign professionals, those who could suppress the young generation of the Dragon Nation. The others, however, heard Ning Jitian's words and couldn't help but twitch their lips. What did he mean by not leveling up too fast? Did he even realize just how absurdly fast Wu Chang's leveling speed was? While level 400 plus might seem insignificant to them as god-tier professionals, for an ordinary player, it would consume nearly a lifetime of effort. Still, they treated this remark as mere entertainment. Soon their attention shifted to the visiting delegation, and they began scouring the area to gather information about the visiting professionals participating in this year's exchange. Wu Chang gazed at the stars in the sky, his eyes burning with the fire of battle. Having already faced every professional in the Dragon Nation, perhaps now he could show these foreigners what a true freelancer's strength truly was. Chapter 212, You're not worthy to be my opponent. Vote for me. The next day, Wu Chang and his companions packed their belongings and immediately set off for Yanjing, daring not to delay even a moment. Even divine-tier professionals like Ning Jitian acted with equal urgency, moving even more frantically than Wu Chang himself. This piqued Wu Chang's curiosity. After all, god-tier professionals were among the most elite in Dragon Nation. Yet, the person on the phone yesterday had commanded these 4 god-tier professionals to scramble at their beck and call with just a single sentence. Wu Chang couldn't help but wonder what kind of person could command such unruly god-tier professionals. Once we arrive, keep your mouths shut. Don't speak out of turn. Even though you're destined to become a god king, right now you're still just a god-tier professional. Here, you must follow the rules. This place is the heart of the Dragon Nation. Generations of god-tier professionals have guarded it here. If you offend anyone, I won't be able to speak up for you. Before returning to Yanjing, Ning Jitian wore an unusually stern expression, his voice uncharacteristically grave. Though he didn't name names, Wu Cheng understood this was a warning directed at him. After all, the next destination was a place where foreign interviews could be received, undoubtedly a site of immense importance. Since he lacked the power to break the rules, it was best to operate within them. Besides, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, he naturally didn't want to make things difficult for these god-tier professionals who recognized him. Wu Cheng nodded in agreement, then watched as Ning Jitian began setting up the array. Soon, the massive teleportation array activated, instantly transporting Wu Cheng and the others to Yanjing, 10,000 miles away. When Wu Cheng looked up again, the small city of Zhaohao's hometown had vanished from view, replaced by a magnificent structure. The place resembled a divine palace, yet it lacked the profound aura one might expect. Instead, it appeared lavish but somewhat lacking in majesty. Doesn't it pale in comparison to your divine palace? This is the Dragon Nation's professional association headquarters. The man from yesterday is the president, a god-tier professional. And the strongest divine-tier practitioner. Li Xiaolan noticed Wu Cheng's expression and offered an explanation, though the final remark came from Zhao Hao himself. His face wore a solemn expression, devoid of his usual arrogance. Seeing both men like this, Wu Cheng felt a slight surprise. He hadn't expected the caller from yesterday to be the association president. Not only was this person a god-tier practitioner, but Zhao Hao even called him the strongest god-tier practitioner. That was no small feat. After all, Wu Cheng had witnessed Zhao Hao's strength firsthand. For Zhao Hao to acknowledge someone as superior to himself could only mean this president truly possessed the power to dominate him. Enough talk. Since they've already met with the president, let's proceed inside now. Ning Jitian glanced at his watch, then cut off Chen Jihuan, who was about to speak, and led the group inside. Chen Jihuan, abruptly silenced, opened his mouth but could only offer a helpless smile before following suit. Wu Cheng trailed behind the group, surveying the opulent interior of the building. He couldn't help but marvel at the Grand Association's extravagance. Inside hung not only materials dropped by monsters over level 400, but even the complete corpse of a dragonkin demigod suspended overhead, radiating an intense aura of power. While this pressure had no effect on Wu Cheng whatsoever, had it been displayed outside, even some lower-level adventurers might have fallen to their knees upon seeing it. As for why there was no corpse of a dragon deity, it was unclear whether none had been found or if defeating one was simply beyond their capabilities. After all, defeating a deity might only require being marginally stronger than them, but obtaining a deity's complete corpse demanded immense effort. As Wu Cheng pondered this, the group had already entered a spacious chamber. There, a man of imposing stature and resolute features sat upon a throne, his gaze sweeping over them with a hint of scrutiny. Opposite him sat a tall, fair-haired beauty with striking blue eyes, radiating a powerful warmth, likely the delegation's central figure. Behind her stood a young man with brown curly hair and a defiant expression, who now looked up with his head held high. My apologies for being late. Ning Jitian greeted the chairman with a smile, but Wu Cheng clearly saw a hint of respect in the chairman's eyes. Evidently, Ning Jitian had made a significant impression on him. Ilivika, I never expected it to be you. Li Xiaolan also smiled as she greeted the blonde-haired, blue-eyed professional. Ilivika, however, shot a glance at Ning Jitian before locking eyes with Li Xiaolan, a challenging smile playing on her lips. Wu Cheng instantly raised an eyebrow at the scene. There seemed to be some kind of rivalry between these two women, and this matter was somehow connected to Ning Jitian. Interesting, very interesting. Wu Cheng stroked his chin, finding himself unexpectedly curious about what kind of scene would unfold when Ning Jitian, Li Xiaolan, and Ilivika were all together. But just then, Zhao Hao, standing behind him, nudged him. Wu Cheng snapped out of his daze. He looked up to find the president's gaze fixed on him, as if trying to see right through him. Chairman, this is. President, I am Wu Cheng. Noticing the president's attention on Wu Cheng, Ning Jitian hurriedly spoke up. He couldn't let the president mistake Wu Cheng for an outsider that would complicate matters later. However, the president ignored Ning Jitian. Instead, he looked at Wu Cheng and then, surprisingly, a smile spread across his face. Wu Cheng, you're quite impressive. It seems our ordinary practitioners exchange tournament has hope this year. The president actually nodded at Wu Cheng with a smile, his tone even carrying a hint of approval. Seeing the Grand Master like this, Chen Jihuang and the others nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. They had followed the Grand Master for so long and had never seen him like this before. Could it be that he had noticed something? But since the president remained silent, they dared not ask. The lesson from last time was one they would remember for a lifetime. Just then, the foreign man with brown curly hair suddenly stood up with a grin, then declared arrogantly, Chairman, I'm afraid I cannot agree with your assessment. In my view, this young man named Wu Cheng is no match for me, Stark. For I am the dawn of the world. With that, Stark fixed Wu Cheng with a piercing gaze, his eyes brimming with defiance and contempt. Had he not known that directly inspecting someone's profile panel might cause unnecessary trouble, he might have immediately checked Wu Cheng's background, wondering what kind of person could command such intense attention from the Dragon Nation's chairman. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, even Ilivika showing a hint of panic. But Wu Chang met Stark's gaze head-on, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His right hand formed an international gesture of friendship. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Chapter 213, How dare such a lowly scatterbrain be so arrogant? Vote for me. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Wu Chang's words instantly caused everyone's expressions to shift dramatically, though the reasons behind each person's change varied. Those familiar with Wu Chang were pleasantly surprised by his display. After all, Wu Chang had always presented himself as exceptionally mild-mannered, showing no aggression except toward his enemies. Even Ning Jitian considered Wu Chang a man of good temperament, someone unlikely to be so confrontational in his dealings. Consequently, Ning Jitian harbored some concern that if the foreign delegation were to secretly bully Wu Chang in certain ways, it might genuinely put him in an awkward position. Yet unexpectedly, Wu Chang displayed such fierce aggression, even making overtures of international friendship. As for Stark and the god-tier professional, Olivia, their expressions were exceptionally grim at that moment. After all, ordinary Dragon Nation practitioners had always been generally weaker, failing to gain any significant advantage even against demigod-tier combatants. Now, not only did he dare to stand above them, but he even declared Stark was no match for him. Did they not know Stark was the strongest young talent the West had produced in nearly 2 centuries? Setting aside other factors, Stark's transcendent class, the Holy Sovereign, alone represented unparalleled combat prowess and potential. After all, every single Saint Master who had ever undergone a class change had left a legendary name in the history of the West. You moron. I'll kick your ass so hard my boots will leave marks. Stark fumed, his beard bristling and eyes bulging, even uttering a few choice words he'd picked up online. Yet upon hearing the insult, Wu Chang merely laughed. Was this an insult? Or did he think it would actually hurt him? Oh, you poor, unloved child. Your ancestors are ashamed of you. I suggest you get your head checked to see if it's functioning properly. Wu Chang sneered coldly, his eyes betraying no attempt to hide his contempt for Stark. Hearing this, Stark's lips trembled with fury. He desperately wanted to retort that his parents loved him dearly, that even his ancestors were proud of his career change, but his barren vocabulary left him unable to outclass Wu Chang in vulgarity. The very thought of having to calmly explain himself to Wu Chang sent Stark's blood rushing to his head. His face flushed crimson, his eyes darting repeatedly toward Wu Chang's neck. Clearly, Stark no longer wished to waste his breath. He only wanted to fight Wu Chang fairly and squarely, preferably ending this loathsome creature right before his eyes. But now was not the time for a fight. After considering his options, Stark realized that beyond his formidable strength, only one thing could truly crush his opponent, his newly acquired class after changing professions. I am a divinely chosen professional who has transferred to become a holy sovereign. Throughout human history, every holy sovereign has been a legendary figure. And what class are you? How dare you insult me like this? Stark's expression shifted from earlier fury to outright arrogance. After all, every word he spoke was undeniably true. Transitioning into a holy sovereign was indeed the aspiration of every Westerner. Since its inception, the profession had been accompanied by immense fortune and terrifying power. Even the last holy sovereign, who appeared 500 years ago, had slain a demon god on the verge of ascension, a feat unmatched to this day. Of course, Wu Chang knew this history too. In the past, he might have viewed the holy sovereign as a chosen one of the heavens. But now, knowing that a god king could command all deities, figures like holy sovereigns, holy sons, or holy daughters were nothing but specks of dust. After all, for a god king, slaying a demon god was as easy as lifting a finger. Thus, when asked about his profession, Wu Chang hesitated not a moment, declaring it with cold arrogance. Me? I'm nothing but a lone wanderer. Wu Chang's words echoed through the conference room. Except for those privy to the truth, everyone else wore expressions of shock and confusion. Even Olivia and Stark were baffled. Was Wu Chang declaring himself a freelancer to humiliate them, or was that truly his status? In his panic, Stark disregarded all decorum and stared directly at Wu Chang, causing the latter's character panel to appear before his eyes. The moment he looked down, he froze in shock. He really is a free agent. And a level 400 plus freelancer at that. Olivia was utterly stunned, her expression going blank. The lone wanderer class was scattered across the entire world, yet its rarity surpassed even those who had transferred to life-oriented professions. Unlike the so-called chosen ones, the holy lords, the free agent class could be described as utterly abandoned by the world. Countries had invested significant resources in cultivating free agents before, even secretly nurturing some to reach level 100. Yet tragically, not a single free agent had ever completed the level 100 challenge. Now, however, a level 400 plus free agent had emerged in Dragon Nation. How could this not send shivers down the spine of Olivia, who knew the inside story? She knew there must be some trickery involved, but Stark remained completely unaware. When he saw Wu Chang's class listed as free agent, a sneer even spread across his face. Ha! A lowly free agent dares to show off in front of me? What good is a level 400 plus free agent? You've probably only learned a handful of skills, and likely not many offensive ones at that. You actually dare to represent ordinary players below demigod status in battle against me? Kneel down and beg me now, and I might even spare your life later.
Stark didn't even bother with courtesy anymore. The bad mood Wu Chang had provoked earlier vanished completely the moment he learned his class. After all, he was the Holy Lord, why would he stoop to quarreling with a mere rogue? Yet the guild leader's expression darkened not because of Wu Chang's profession, but his sheer insolence. His face hardened as he turned to Olivia, his voice cold. Madam, if there is nothing further, you should return and prepare. The exchange conference begins tomorrow. I'm sure you have much to attend to. Hearing his words, Olivia, who had been momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality. She hurriedly stood up, casting a fearful glance at the president before stealing a look at Wu Chang, who remained utterly unfazed. Finally, her eyes lingered briefly on Ning Jitian and Li Xiaolan. The president is correct. We shall see you tomorrow. With that, Olivia ignored Stark entirely, casting a skill to teleport them both away. After watching them depart, the president's gaze shifted to Wu Chang, then lingered on Ning Jitian. Under that gaze, Wu Chang felt as if even the color of his underwear had been exposed. Speak. What's the situation? Seated on the sofa, the Grand Master loomed like a mountain, radiating an aura of authority and weighty presence. Chapter 214, The Purpose of the Exchange Meeting, Divine Realm Intelligence. Explain. What exactly happened? The chairman's commanding voice echoed in every ear. Not just Wu Chang, but even the perpetually arrogant Zhou Hao felt a twinge of fear at that moment. This man was renowned as the strongest god-tier professional in Dragon Nation, ranking among the top 10 globally among those who had revealed their power. To claim no fear would be pure bragging. I'll handle it. Seeing no one else speak up, Wu Chang stepped forward. He felt nothing but respect for the Grand Master before him, not a shred of fear. The man was undeniably powerful, but Wu Chang's own future held no less promise, it might even surpass everyone else's. Thus, when he saw Ning Jitian and the others hesitating, Wu Chang stepped forward without a moment's hesitation. Oh? Interesting. Seeing Wu Chang step forward, the chief president gave a dismissive smirk before waiting silently for his response. He was eager to know what gave this young man the audacity to stand here and speak to him. Seeing this, Wu Chang proceeded to recount some of his experiences. Initially, the president was surprised to learn Wu Chang's profession was that of a freelancer. But when he heard Wu Chang had escaped from the clutches of a demon god, his expression turned distinctly peculiar. For a professional who could escape from a demon god's grasp was no ordinary individual. At the very least, Wu Chang, as a freelancer, was already more formidable than many top-tier combat professionals. When he heard Wu Chang could hold his own against a demon god of equal rank, astonishment and awe filled the guild master's face. He knew Ning Jitian had a keen eye, so he hadn't scrutinized Wu Chang at first glance. But now, if Stark and the others hadn't already checked Wu Chang's attribute panel, even he, the guild leader, would have felt compelled to verify it himself. Therefore, President, I do not believe I am weaker than that Stark. In fact, I believe I'm stronger. Wu Chang's face radiated unshakable confidence, his arrogance unabashedly on display. Clearly, he had no intention of holding back during this exchange. Yet the president remained silent. For the lone wanderer profession was utterly useless. It could be said that no matter how talented a person was, once they transferred to become a lone wanderer, their entire life was effectively ruined. Though Wu Chang's current skill set appeared reasonably balanced, Stark's class was the divine sovereign, a profession reputed to possess immense destiny. Its skill repertoire was utterly incomparable to any other class. If this were just an ordinary competition, he might have been willing to give Wu Chang a chance. But now, with the stakes involving exchanges between the Dragon Nation and foreign countries, he dared not make a decision lightly. Noticing the hint of refusal in the other man's tone, Wu Chang pressed his lips together. He understood this was a difficult choice and remained silent. Yet Ning Jitian couldn't hold back. Wu Chang was someone he'd watched grow, and as a god-tier array mage, he naturally understood the situation. Seeing the Grand Master hesitate, Ning Jitian stepped forward. President, remember that Divine King the Association has been investigating? Ning Jitian's voice shattered the meeting room's silence, drawing everyone's gaze. Upon hearing his words, Wu Chang, Chen Jihuan, and the others understood it seemed Ning Jitian intended to reveal Wu Chang's identity to the association. This carried both advantages and disadvantages. The association would undoubtedly allocate resources toward Wu Chang, but it was only natural that this would stir jealousy among others. Oh? Any progress? The president raised an eyebrow, unsure why Ning Jitian was bringing this up now. Yet Ning Jitian stood beside Wu Chang, his face radiant with a brilliant smile. Chairman, we've uncovered quite a bit. The Tianyuan instance that appeared last time was sealed by that divine king. And that was merely a fragment of the abyss. Its ruler has begun to awake and only a god king can confront it. So what's the point of all this talk? The Grand Master trusted Ning Jitian's words, yet remained unaware of his true intentions. Judging by the reports submitted, these events contained virtually no fabricated elements. Not only because these god-tier professionals dared not, but also because they simply couldn't. Even if troubled by worldly matters, as long as they hadn't formally joined the side of the evil god, they would forever remain human practitioners. Wu Chang, he's the next god king designated by the god of battle himself.
Seeing the Grand Master's brow furrow, Ning Jitian hastily thrust Wu Chang forward. What followed was entirely up to Wu Chang to handle. Ning Jitian couldn't bear the Grand Master's wrath and could only hope that the latter would grant Wu Chang a chance out of respect for the God King. Hearing this, the Grand Master felt a sense of surreal disbelief. This young man before him, a mere independent practitioner, was supposedly the successor designated by the previous God King? And here he was claiming to be the God King himself. Yet Ning Jitian wouldn't joke about such matters. His expression grew grave as his gaze locked onto Wu Chang. Evidence. Two simple words, yet they weighed on Wu Chang like a mountain, leaving him breathless. Truthfully, he was already considering withdrawing from this exchange meeting. Not only did it have nothing to do with him, but the other party even doubted his abilities. But since Ning Jitian and the others had already stepped forward, if he couldn't prove himself, it might drag those behind him into trouble. He drew a deep breath, forcing his heart to settle. Gripping the Divine Palace in his hand, his gaze sharpened. The Divine Palace suddenly released an aura of immense grandeur. Before this aura, everyone felt like a mere speck beneath the starry sky, acutely aware of their own insignificance. The Grand Master appeared momentarily stunned, then erupted in wild elation. Excellent! 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 He exclaimed 3 times in succession, his delight unmasked. Rising from his chair, the chairman walked over to Wu Chang and placed a hand on his shoulder. Excellent! With you here, I can rest assured. This time, you are the Dragon Nation's greatest hero. Once we return from abroad, the entire association will support you in ascending to the position of Divine King. The chairman's eyes sparkled with approval. He already regarded Wu Chang as the future pillar of Dragon Nation. Once Wu Chang became the Divine King, the entire Dragon Nation would undoubtedly enter a period of rapid development. But Wu Chang felt a bit bewildered upon hearing these words. Seeing the president about to speak further, he hurriedly interjected. Wait, why after returning from abroad? Hearing his question, the president paused, suddenly realizing he hadn't explained the reason to anyone. A dungeon was discovered abroad, brimming with potent life force and containing sculptures of god-tier practitioners. The problem is, only practitioners below the demigod tier can enter it. Ilivica and the others came here specifically to allocate entry slots. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang and Ning Jitian exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. If their guesses were correct, this instance was none other than the Third Divine Realm. Chapter 215, the exchange begins, one man forms an army. Vote for us. At that moment, a glimmer of delight flickered in Wu Chang's eyes. After all, he had not a single lead on the Third Divine Realm until now, yet here he was, uncovering its trail through the exchange meeting. Moreover, it offered him a new direction. Could other divine realms also be scattered across the globe, requiring him to venture abroad in search of them? If that were the case, then he would have to take this exchange tournament seriously. At the very least, he needed to bring back a championship title to build some credibility abroad. That would make gathering information about the divine realms much easier in the future. So, which players do you plan to select? These are all the younger generation here in Yanjing. Though they can't match your caliber, they still have the strength to fight. As he spoke, the Grand Master placed a handbook before Wu Chang. It listed the names of all members qualified to participate in this exchange tournament. However, Wu Chang took the handbook, scanned it briefly, and then returned it. I don't think it's necessary to select any team members. If Stark hasn't been holding back, I believe I alone will suffice. Wu Chang's face radiated absolute confidence, and even his words caused the Grandmaster's expression to flicker with surprise. He had assumed that even after inheriting the God King's legacy, Wu Chang would still require considerable time to assimilate it before it could translate into combat prowess. But seeing Wu Chang's current confidence, he finally believed that Wu Chang likely already possessed formidable combat strength. Moreover, this combat power likely wasn't nearly enough to exchange blows evenly with Stark. It seemed capable of allowing Wu Chang to outright crush his opponent. Under normal circumstances, this exchange match should have featured 5 participants. Having Wu Chang fight alone seemed rather inappropriate. President, don't hesitate. None of us at the same level can defeat Wu Chang, let alone the others. Chen Jihuang hurriedly interjected, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. Truthfully, he too was eager to gauge Wu Chang's current strength, whether he could simply steamroll the foreign teams. After all, he was the inheritor of the God King's legacy and had single-handedly taken on the Abyss Dungeon. In Chen Jihuang's view, Wu Chang's combat prowess should be sufficient to crush these formidable foreign opponents. Hearing Chen Jihuang speak, a resolute expression flashed across the Grand Master's face. He slammed his hand on the table, then fixed Wu Chang with a piercing stare, his tone utterly serious. Kid, are you confident you can wipe the floor with these arrogant foreign teams? I don't want a narrow victory, I want you to utterly destroy them. As for any problems that arise, I'll take full responsibility. There's only one condition, you must fulfill what I've asked. Hearing the chairman's words, a smile spread across Wu Chang's face. The resentment from being doubted moments ago dissolved within him. Whether it was the news about the Divine Realm or the chance to thoroughly beat up these arrogant foreigners, he was more than willing to step in. He clenched his fists together before replying with unwavering resolve. Leave this to me.
I'll make sure that Stark ends up crawling on the ground, completely disoriented. Wu Chang grinned, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. A mere Saint Master dared to challenge a god king? He was nothing more than a guy who could barely kill a newly ascended evil god. If his power were truly formidable, he wouldn't need to send Stark to deal with the so-called god king. Simply slaying the calamity evil god would make the entire world regard this profession as supreme. If he couldn't, then he'd have to crawl before the god king's majesty. Agreed. Upon hearing Wu Chang's response, the Grandmaster wasted no words, entrusting him directly with this crucial mission. Seeing the Grandmaster's decision, the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief before dispersing to prepare for tomorrow's exchange tournament. The next day, Wu Chang had fully recovered to his peak condition overnight, eagerly awaiting the chance to showcase his skills. He even hoped his opponent would be formidable, ideally someone capable of battling him for 300 rounds rather than someone who would crumble at the slightest touch. Stepping out of his room, he found Ning Jitian and the others already waiting for him in the hall. Let's go. Relief washed over their faces. After all, they'd faced these opponents years ago and knew each enemy inside out. Barring any breakthroughs, they could easily handle them. As for Wu Chang, they harbored no doubts about his victory. Privately, they even placed bets on how long their opponents could last against him. Though they knew this foreign exchange team would be formidable, considering Wu Chang's strength, they offered an objective assessment. 5 minutes. If anyone could last 5 minutes against Wu Chang, they would concede that this exchange team was the strongest in history. Yet at this moment, Wu Chang, the sole participant in the ordinary practitioners' exchange match, showed no trace of tension. Instead, he radiated utter ease. Was he invincible? Of course not. Any god-tier practitioner, or even a demigod, could easily handle him. After all, the gap between a demigod above level 500 and a level 499 practitioner was like night and day. Yet among ordinary practitioners, while he wasn't invincible, claiming he faced few equals seemed a fair assessment. The exchange tournament order is god-tier, demigod, then ordinary practitioners. Watch us perform well in the first matches. The group found seats and settled in. Chen Jihuang wore a confident smile, his arm muscles twitching slightly. Clearly, he was deeply invested in this exchange match. As for Ning Jitian, one of the world's strongest array masters, he naturally went to inspect the array formations to ensure they were flawless. Of course, Ilivika and her team would also send people to conduct their own checks. Otherwise, if Ning Jitian served as both referee and competitor, wouldn't that guarantee him a win? Hey, isn't this the lone wolf? Why are you alone today? An irritating voice rang out. Wu Chang heard it and almost turned around to punch him. The arrival was none other than Stark, who had been humiliated yesterday. However, his speech was considerably smoother than the day before. It seemed someone had used something to accelerate his language acquisition overnight. Could it be that the Dragon Nation folks know they can't win, so they sent you, the Suicide Squad member? And with just one person? You're going to have a hard time winning this match. Want to make a bet now? Pick any one of our 5 guys to beat. Stark's voice sounded like a duck being choked, emitting an unbearably grating noise. Hearing this, Wu Chang could barely contain his rage. But now wasn't the time to act. This was a live broadcast, after all. He couldn't afford any mishaps. He turned, a faint glint of murderous intent in his eyes. The sharp gleam that flashed there made Stark shut his mouth immediately, as if he'd been locked in the gaze of a predator. One of me against all of you. Bunch of losers. Don't be cowards on the field. Wu Chang's gaze swept over the group. With a cold snort, he sat down to await the start of the God-tier professional match. Chapter 216, God War, the man closest to God King. Seeing Wu Chang had no intention of engaging them, Stark and the others merely sneered coldly before returning to their seats. Stark's gaze shifted to Wu Chang, tinged with a hint of mockery as if anticipating something. Soon, the battle among the God-tier practitioners commenced. Unlike the 5-round contests for ordinary practitioners, the God-tier fighters faced only 3 rounds. After all, each of their attacks inflicted immense damage. Even the formations laid out by God-tier formation masters couldn't fully absorb the force of their assaults. Yet despite the reduced number, everyone knew this divine battle held extraordinary significance. After all, the mysterious dungeon brimming with vitality couldn't be monopolized by any single party. The only way to allocate its treasures was through victory. Ilivika, we humbly request guidance from the Dragon Nation's representatives. As she spoke, Ilivika, the captain of this exchange match team, stepped forward without hesitation. She appeared utterly unfazed, as if victory were already assured. Ning Jitian and the others fully recognized her strength, but shouldn't the captain be saved for last? Why was she stepping forward as the very first contestant? Was she simply seeking a thrill? But since she had already stepped forward, it was now time for their side to consider their own selection. Without hesitation, the president directly dispatched Ning Jitian to face her. The history between these two ran deep. After all, Ning Jitian had once studied abroad for a period, and his romantic interest at the time had been none other than Ilivika. Though they ultimately didn't end up together, even now, their encounter sparked some gossip.
And those of them who knew the inside story, the god-tier professionals, were eager to see what would unfold in this momentous battle between deities.
Strike now. I won't hold back. Ning Jitian's expression was utterly cold, as if he didn't recognize his opponent at all.
Yet his wandering gaze kept drifting toward his wife, Li Xiaolan, clearly betraying the turmoil beneath his surface calm. Hearing his words, Olivia merely chuckled softly. She tossed her golden hair and, with a flick of her wrist, unleashed an array formation. Clearly, this exchange match captain was also a god-tier professional adept in formations.
However, Ning Jitian was renowned as one of the strongest god-tier array masters of his generation.
Despite the surprise attack, he effortlessly intercepted it. Moreover, he transformed the attacking formation into his own, returning it alongside his grand formation.
The two array masters exchanged attacks back and forth.
Although Ning Jitian gradually gained the upper hand, securing victory would still require some time. Wu Qing, observing this spectacle, continuously analyzed their subsequent moves. After all, battles between formation masters were inherently rigid, following predictable back-and-forth patterns, allowing him to predict most of the exchanges. But if one could pre-deploy formations to ambush the enemy, an array master's combat power could be amplified to unimaginable levels. When Wu Chang saw Ning Jitian deploy a small repairing heaven formation, he instantly knew the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion. This formation was reputed to exist only in theory. Though Ning Jitian's version was incomplete, it was more than sufficient to overwhelm array masters who had never encountered a repairing heaven formation before. Soon, with the repairing heaven formation's aid, Ning Jitian stood but a hair's breadth from victory. But at that very moment, Wu Chang's gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure. His gaze shifted toward the exchange delegation side, where he saw a lean man seated in an ordinary chair that somehow radiated the aura of a throne. The man's aura was profoundly restrained, yet the occasional flash of sharpness in his eyes made Wu Chang realize this was no one to be trifled with.
This man is powerful. His aura rivals that of the Calamity Evil God.
Wu Chang pondered the Calamity Evil God before reaching his conclusion about the man before him. In a direct confrontation, even if he couldn't kill the Disaster Evil God, escaping would likely be a simple matter. Moreover, this man appeared far stronger than Olivia standing on the field.
So why had he chosen to send Olivia into battle? Could there be some hidden trick at play?
A flurry of thoughts raced through Wu Chang's mind, but he suppressed his curiosity. After all, 2 more battles remained, perhaps they were saving the best for last.
Soon, Ning Jitian's battle concluded, and he opted to advance to the next round.
Just as Wu Chang wondered who the exchange delegation would send to face him, he saw the frail-looking man rise to his feet.
As he stepped forward, his physique underwent a dramatic transformation.
His previously stick-thin frame, resembling a bamboo pole, instantly restored to that of an average person. Those who recognized him gasped in shock at the sight, their voices filled with astonishment. Even the association president's expression shifted dramatically, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. As he stepped onto the stage, his expression remained utterly serene. His gaze fixed on Ning Jitian across from him, his calm demeanor suggesting he was observing nothing more than an inanimate object.
Fogue.
His calm voice echoed through the deathly quiet venue. Upon hearing his name, the crowd froze as if turned to stone.
Wu Chang glanced at Chen Jihuang and the others, noticing shock etched on their faces, their eyes occasionally flickering with fear. Senior Chen, do you know him?
Wu Chang leaned in to ask softly, but waited in vain for a response. Looking up, he saw Chen Jihuang and Zhao Hao standing frozen in place, utterly unable to believe the scene before them. This man's appearance had robbed them of their usual composure, leaving only tension in their expressions. Wu Chang had never seen them in such a state before, not even when meeting the Grand Master had it affected them this way. This only deepened his curiosity about just how powerful this man named Fogue truly was. You will surpass him in the future. There's no need to worry too much. Just as Wu Chang was lost in thought, the Grand Master's voice sounded beside him. Turning to look at the Grand Master, Wu Chang noticed a hint of concern flickering across his face, though he maintained a surface calm as he spoke. He is the strongest man in the entire Western world, reputed to be the closest existence to a god king. A century ago, he stood at the pinnacle of the entire world. Yet 20 years ago, he vanished without a trace, seemingly searching for a way to break through and become a god king. I fear this third divine realm is connected to him. The chairman spoke, casting a deep glance at Wu Chang.
Clearly, this remark was intended specifically for his ears.
Upon hearing this, Wu Chang understood the intricate maneuvering. The other party couldn't find a way back to the divine realm, so they were now attempting to involve the Dragon Nation. But this thing never belonged to you in the first place.
Wu Chang's gaze swept calmly over Fogue, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Chapter 217, Overwhelming Might, Unrivaled in Sight.
Vote for us. Wu Chang's gaze locked onto Fogue, his eyes carrying a dangerous glint. The third divine realm was his for the taking. Not even this so-called strongest practitioner beneath the Divine King could wrest it from his grasp. Besides, the fact that he sought help in the Dragon Nation likely meant he had no solution for the third divine realm himself, resorting to external forces for a breakthrough. But it's a pity you came knocking on the door of the rightful owner this time. Once I, Wu Chang, set foot in the third divine realm, it will be yours no more.
Wu Chang closed his eyes, striving to steady his emotions.
When he opened them again, his gaze was calm and unruffled, as if nothing had ever happened.
Yet within the array formation ahead, Ning Jitian now faced his adversary as if confronting a formidable foe.
Though he was a god-tier array master, before this figure named Fogu, he felt like an ordinary mortal, seemingly utterly powerless to resist.
Seeing his tense demeanor, Wu Chang instantly sensed trouble.
It seemed this Buddha's might was far more terrifying than he had imagined.
Strike now. Ning Jitian's expression was grave.
The repairing heaven formation now shielded him, yet even so, he still sensed the danger emanating from across the field. It felt as though he wasn't facing a human at all, but some kind of superhuman capable of killing him with a single punch. As the words fell, Fogu across from him suddenly moved.
His body trembled slightly as several figures shot skyward from his body, charging directly toward Ning Jitian without any concealment. Witnessing this, everyone held their breath in dread.
Even Wu Chang couldn't help but pause his breathing. The repairing heaven formation rapidly expanded, countless defensive arrays layering upon each other to form a shield composed of innumerable formations, standing tall before Ning Jitian. At the sight of this shield, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, as if victory were already within their grasp. Yet in the next instant, the figures bursting forth from Fog's body shattered through the shield's constraints and slammed directly into Ning Jitian. The repairing heaven formation seemed utterly oblivious to the assault, continuing to rotate slowly in place.
As an array master, Ning Jitian was now flying backward.
Had Fogg not held back his full power at the last moment, Ning would likely have suffered severe injuries.
Moreover, as a god-tier practitioner, his severe injury would undoubtedly cause significant repercussions. Recovering from such injuries would also demand considerable resources.
Thus, had Fogg truly crippled Ning Jitian, it would have meant openly severing ties with the Dragon Nation.
Yet beneath his cold, stern expression, Fogg understood perfectly well. He had come seeking support, not to make enemies.
Thus, he had held back at the last moment, sparing his opponent from serious harm and leaving only a touch of embarrassment on his face.
"You've improved."
Watching Ning Jitian collapse to the ground, Fogg calmly uttered just 3 words before shifting his attention away, his gaze turning coldly toward the battle-ready team assembled here. The savage glint in his eyes sent a chill down the spines of Chen Jihuang and the others. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as the strongest professional fighter. The gap between him and them was simply not on the same level. Wu Chang, however, stared blankly at the scene. It took him a moment, but then he understood why Ning Jitian had fallen so swiftly.
Without his formations, an array master was barely better than an ordinary combat professional.
Had he been able to deploy his formations beforehand, Ning Jitian likely wouldn't have been so vastly outmatched and suffered such a crushing defeat.
Seems every profession has its strengths and weaknesses. But thankfully, I'm a free agent.
My skills are all over the place, so I don't have to worry about these guys. After weighing the situation in his mind, Wu Chang felt a sense of relief. Still, he kept his eyes fixed on Fogg, trying to read something from the man.
Soon, the second god-tier practitioner from the Dragon Nation stepped forward.
Though Wu Chang didn't recognize this individual, it seemed the Grand Master had specifically designated him to enter the fray. Yet a flash of fury crossed Fogg's face at the sight of this man, though he ultimately said nothing.
This battle, however, astonished Wu Chang.
After making contact with this god-tier professional, he unexpectedly unleashed the very same skill Fogg had just used and with no less power whatsoever.
A mirror walker. Wu Chang instantly guessed his profession, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Mirror walkers could perfectly replicate any technique used by their opponents.
There had even been instances where a single mirror walker could absorb an entire enemy's arsenal upon contact. However, replicating enemy skills had certain level restrictions. If the gap was too great, the attempt would fail outright.
Unfortunately, this god-tier professional clearly lacked that ability.
After holding out for over 10 minutes, he suffered a regrettable defeat, ultimately leaving a fresh wound on Fogg's hand. The third god-tier professional to enter the fray was Chen Jihuang. His sweeping, powerful techniques proved somewhat troublesome for Fogg, but ultimately, Fogg forced Chen to the ground, trading injuries for the victory.
When this result was announced, the crowd's expressions shifted noticeably.
While aware of Fogg's formidable strength, they hadn't anticipated him defeating 3 divine-tier professionals of equal rank consecutively. Even after such feats, he still maintained overwhelming combat power. Under normal circumstances, this might have been acceptable, but this time, it determined whether the Dragon Nation's professionals could enter that mysterious instance. Consequently, even the guild leader couldn't help but feel a sense of unease.
It's fine. Our demigod-tier professionals are still formidable.
We'll make up for it here when the time comes. The guild leader offered calm reassurance, but everyone present understood the truth behind his words. When even the god-tier professionals, who had always held the upper hand, had suffered defeat, expecting the demigod-tier professionals to redeem themselves was nothing but self-deception.
The subsequent developments unfolded much as everyone had anticipated. In the demigod-tier battles, where they had previously been able to exchange blows evenly with the enemy, the Dragon Nation managed to win only 2 out of 5 fights. One of those victories had even come only because the enemy had been forced to withdraw after exhausting themselves from consecutive one-on-one duels against 3 opponents.
Such a turn of events instantly sent tension rippling through the entire crowd. The guild leader and Ning Jitian worried that if their side performed too poorly, they might lose their chance at the third divine realm. While the opposing side might not necessarily take them in, it was still best to return the divine realm as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Fogg and his group feared that Dragon Nation's weak strength might become a liability if they entered the third divine realm. The problem was that they had already informed China about this instance and presented their demands. If the other side negotiated based on national strength, it would be extremely difficult to exclude Longwa's professionals. It's fine. There's still the third battle for ordinary adventurers. That mysterious instance only permits ordinary adventurers to enter. This battle is the real crux of the matter. Fogg composed himself and turned his gaze toward them. Deep down, he knew full well that among these ordinary adventurers, the Dragon Nation's strength had always been somewhat weaker. His thoughts were merely a form of self-comfort. Yet when he saw Wu Cheng appear alone, his face radiating confidence, Fogg froze. A sudden premonition seized him. This youth was different. Chapter 218, Unrivaled Dominance. Wu Cheng rose from his seat and strode forward. Though he passed Stark and the others head-on, the confident expression never left his face. In a moment, I'll show you what true genius looks like. A mere wandering cultivator dares to act so arrogantly before me? It seems you truly don't understand the situation. Stark's face radiated utter arrogance, as if he had already written Wu Cheng off. Behind him, his companions wore equally haughty expressions, utterly dismissive of Wu Cheng. They had heard that this man was merely a freelancer, someone who couldn't even warrant their attention in the usually one-sided exchanges between ordinary practitioners. Yet Wu Cheng's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, he flicked his finger in a taunting gesture. Come at me all at once. When it comes to one-on-one, I'll take all of you on by myself. With that, Wu Cheng flashed an international gesture of friendship before striding toward the formation arena. The raised middle finger instantly ignited fury in Stark and his companions, who promptly followed him. Witnessing this, Fogg raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the Dragon Nation to send a lone individual to participate in the exchange tournament, and only one at that. Though Stark and the others didn't take this Wu Cheng kid seriously, Fogg sensed something deeply off. Expecting the Dragon Nation to surrender? That's impossible. And they've only sent one person. Doesn't that mean this kid's strength is already far ahead of the others? Even 5 of them combined might not be able to scratch him. Otherwise, the Dragon Nation would suffer a colossal embarrassment this time. Fogg narrowed his eyes, glancing at the Grand Master and Ning Jitian. He noticed the look of anticipation on their faces, and even he found himself growing curious. Could this Wu Cheng actually be something special? His gaze fixed intently on the formation arena. The contestants on both sides had already separated, and the formations on the ground had begun to activate. Clearly, the ordinary practitioners' exchange match was about to commence. Stark and his team wore excited expressions, their bodies already radiating skill-activated light. As the team's core, Stark radiated a holy white light that continuously expanded outward, enveloping his teammates. This was the core skill granted upon becoming a Holy Lord Divine Blessing. This skill granted the Holy Lord's allies attribute bonuses, and these bonuses were incredibly exaggerated, boosting all attributes by nearly 15%. This was precisely why everyone considered the Holy Lord to be the strongest class. Whether in team battles or one-on-one duels, the Holy Lord class had already pulled far ahead of all others. You insignificant lone player, you likely have no idea just how terrifying my class truly is. Today, I'll show you what a true god truly is. As Stark spoke, the white light enveloping him grew even more brilliant. One by one, his allies unleashed their ultimate skills. In an instant, the 12-winged angel, the demon lord, the night wolf king, and the vampire ancestor all materialized. These were unique advanced classes exclusive to the Western world, each showcasing their most distinctive charms at this moment. Kneel and beg for mercy. Under his teammates' protection, Stark felt invincible. Even a demigod might not stand a chance against him. At his command, 4 teammates charged directly at Wu Cheng, unleashing a relentless barrage of skills clearly intent on instantly eliminating him. Witnessing this, the guild leader and others held their breath in tense anticipation. Although Wu Cheng had assured him victory in this exchange match, judging from the previous battles against gods and demigods, Wu Cheng's chances of winning this time were incredibly slim. Even Fogg held his breath, eager to witness how Wu Cheng could possibly withstand such overwhelming assault. Yet, confronting such a fierce onslaught, Wu Cheng's face showed not a trace of panic. Instead, a faint smile played upon his lips. As he drew the world-destroying god-slaying blade, the smile faded from his face, replaced by sullen resolve. This battle determined not only his own passage to the third divine realm, but also the pride of the Dragon Nation. Victory was non-negotiable. At that very moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Special option triggered. Host, complete the challenge. Defeat your exchange match opponent within 1 minute. Any equipped item will be upgraded to God tier. When Wu Cheng heard the system's voice in his mind, his eyes instantly widened. A God tier weapon? He never expected such an option to appear again. It seemed he had to give it his all no matter what. Then let me show you what a true free agent is.
The skills you know, I can learn. The skills you don't know, I can master even more. Blood Curse, Spirit Blessing, Dragon King's Dance. Wu Cheng muttered skill names one after another. Seeing him in such a possessed state, everyone assumed he'd been scared out of his wits. Even Fogg felt a pang of disappointment. He'd hoped this guy might deliver a pleasant surprise, but instead, he seemed like a fool. As for whether Wu Cheng could actually use these skills, no one doubted it. After all, he was just a lone wolf. Knowing what these skills were for was one thing, you had to be able to use them. But the very next second, multicolored lights suddenly flared around Wu Cheng's body. Countless names of support skills poured from his mouth, and they were actually taking effect on him. Holy, what kind of free agent is this? The guild leader's eyes widened in shock at the sight, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a light bulb. He knew Wu Cheng had inherited the God King's legacy, but he never imagined a lone player could master so many skills. Was this even a free agent anymore? This class should be called the All-Rounder. On the stage, Stark froze in shock upon witnessing this, his own skills halting mid-cast. He couldn't comprehend how the opponent before him had transformed into a holy light warrior in an instant. Dozens of support class buffs now radiated from Wu Cheng, bathing him in an overwhelmingly brilliant light, as if the sun itself had descended to earth. While each buff only granted Wu Cheng a 1% stat boost, the sheer volume of them had at least doubled his power. King of Gods, Heaven-Splitting Blade. After unleashing every single buff skill, Wu Cheng finally manifested his most terrifying form. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, an overwhelming divine pressure descended upon Wu Cheng, suppressing even the sacred light that shrouded him and revealing his true form. This was the form of a god king. In an instant, the heaven-splitting blade's aura rained down like a torrential downpour. What of the Holy Sovereign or the 12-winged angel? Before such terrifying assault, they crumbled like clay pots, nearing collapse before even enduring a direct hit. No! Stark roared in anguish, then he and his teammates were sent flying backward like ragdolls, sending ripples through the surrounding formations. Wu Cheng, sword in hand, descended slowly from the sky. This battle was won with a single strike. Chapter 219, Quota Allocation, Fogg's Vigilance. As Wu Cheng's figure descended, every present soul fell silent, not a sound escaping their lips. They were god-tier practitioners, demigod practitioners, powerful and revered. Yet the moment they saw Wu Cheng, they all understood, if he could break through to level 700, the title of strongest practitioner would surely change hands. Forget Stark, whose profession was Holy Sovereign. Even if Fogg suppressed his own level to match Wu Cheng's, he would likely be crushed. Truly terrifying. With such a prodigy, how could the Dragon Nation not flourish? The Grandmaster rubbed his palms together with excitement. Though he always presented a stern image to others, even he couldn't help but show emotion in the face of such a scene. Ning Jitian and the others were equally stirred. As a god-tier professional who had spent days alongside Wu Cheng, he knew the young man's capabilities well and had been confident in this victory. Yet the defeats in the earlier god battles and demigod battles had filled him with dread. Only after Wu Cheng truly defeated his opponent did this surge of excitement finally manifest. He's incredibly strong. Stronger than all of us. Zhao Hao opened his mouth and uttered these two inexplicable sentences, yet upon hearing them, everyone nodded in agreement. The first remark acknowledged Wu Cheng's current prowess among ordinary professionals. He was likely the strongest, and in his recent state, he might even challenge a demigod-level professional and emerge victorious. The second remark looked toward Wu Cheng's future. If he could break through to level 700, even as a newly minted god-tier professional, he would likely crush most god-tier professionals. This young man may well surpass me in strength someday. Fogg narrowed his eyes slightly, though he harbored no particular thoughts about Wu Cheng. For in his view, once he conquered that vibrant dungeon, his power would far surpass his current level. Already hailed as the strongest god-tier professional, securing the dungeon's treasures would undoubtedly boost his power by another 10%. By then, even if Wu Cheng broke through to become a god-tier professional, dealing with him would be no trouble at all. Besides, whether he can even become a god-tier professional remains uncertain. For him to complete that advancement, it would likely take decades without any breakthroughs. Fogg chuckled softly, realizing he had overestimated Wu Cheng's threat. Meanwhile, Wu Cheng gazed down at Stark and the others sprawled on the ground, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just moments ago, they had been utterly arrogant. Now, they couldn't even manage to lie on the ground and speak to him. Moreover, his earlier blows had been precisely measured enough to render them unconscious without inflicting serious injury. After all, he still needed to travel to the third divine realm abroad. If he humiliated them too badly, it might lead to other complications later. Option completed. Purple Spirit Treasure Gourd upgraded to Super God tier. The moment the voice echoed in his mind, a look of astonishment flashed across Wu Cheng's face. The Purple Spirit Treasure Gourd could restore his stamina, and now that it had been upgraded to Super God tier, he couldn't help but wonder if it could instantly replenish all his energy in one go. From now on, forget about prolonged battles. Even if my opponent possesses the ability to kill me instantly, they'll have to see if the Purple Spirit Treasure Gourd agrees. Wu Cheng chuckled, choosing not to immediately inspect the upgraded gourd's attributes. After all, pulling it out now would likely attract envious eyes.
While his status in Dragon Country might deter others from acting abroad, anything could happen. When he returned to the Grand Master's side, he found Fogg and Olivika's people standing there as well. Yet their eyes held no trace of arrogance, only curiosity directed at Wu Chang. They were eager to know the true limits of Wu Chang's power. After all, the way he had just instantly defeated Stark and the others left no glimpse of his true potential. But the Grand Master wouldn't let them speak first. With a light chuckle, he shifted the topic directly to the allocation of spots for the Third Divine Realm. Although the God War and Demigod War had both ended in some defeat, Wu Chang's performance had more than compensated. In fact, precisely because the Third Divine Realm only allowed ordinary practitioners to enter, Wu Chang's performance had become paramount. Everyone, let's discuss the allocation of slots for entering that instance. Fogg, as the one who discovered the instance, you shall speak first. But let me make this clear, if the terms are unfavorable, the Dragon Nation will not participate in this instance challenge. The guild leader spoke with an air of commanding authority, his posture even straighter now thanks to Wu Chang's victory. There was no other way. With the other side needing him, he naturally had to demand the moon. How else could he probe their bottom line? The effect was immediate. Upon hearing the president's words, Fogg's brow furrowed slightly. His mouth opened as if to speak, but he was cut off by Olivika. President, we've allocated only 200 spots for ordinary adventurers entering the instance. Naturally, Fogg's people will take the lion's share. I'm willing to allocate 20 spots to the Dragon Nation. What do you think? Olivika immediately offered 1/10 of the slots. Frankly, this number was already quite generous. After all, besides the Dragon Nation, numerous adventurers from across the Western world sought entry. Allocating the remaining spots to them already showed considerable favor toward the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing this, the Grand Master saw no major issue and nodded, ready to agree. However, Wu Chang realized the other party hadn't finished speaking, or rather, he deemed the terms insufficient, at least not enough to secure the Third Divine Realm. Wu Chang stepped forward with a cold smile and retorted. If it's merely about securing a spot, that seems rather stingy. How will the resources inside be distributed? What if you seize the resources we acquire? Will the information gathered be shared? Or will it be handed over to you for your discretion? These matters must be clarified. Otherwise, I see no point in participating in this so-called dungeon trial. Wu Chang's light-hearted tone instantly stunned Olivika and the others, while a flash of murderous intent flickered in Fogg's eyes. Because these so-called resources and information were never meant to be shared, or rather, they should rightfully belong to them. After all, they were the ones deploying the dungeons and personnel. Why should the Dragon Nation get a share? Thus, they'd only mentioned quotas initially, deliberately avoiding any discussion of resources. Once the dungeon trial concluded, the Dragon Nation would simply have to swallow their grievances. But now that Wu Chang had exposed it, they had no choice but to bring it out into the open. Hearing Wu Chang's words, the chief president raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't considered this matter before, as international cooperation followed established conventions. But considering this matter involved the Third Divine Realm, Wu Chang was undoubtedly intent on bringing it back. If they didn't clarify things now, it would indeed become difficult to handle later. Thus, under the gaze of Olivika and the others, the Grand Master leaned back slightly, his expression utterly grave. Wu Chang's words fully represent our position. Clearly, he intended to fully back Wu Chang. Seeing the president and the others so resolute, Olivika cast a worried glance at Fogg. At this moment, even Fogg, the strongest god-tier professional, could not employ his ocean-deep scheming. Against an open strategy, all schemes proved futile. Seeing this, he could only sigh deeply, his gaze turning cold as he addressed Wu Chang. Information can be shared, but resources, well, they belong to whoever secures them. After speaking, he took a deep breath to steady himself. Hearing Fogg's words, the guild leader and the others chuckled lightly before beginning to discuss the matters at hand. Wu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the matter of returning the Third Divine Realm was now secure. Chapter 220, Journey to the Third Divine Realm, The Warning of the Calamity Evil God. With the most crucial terms of the deal settled, the subsequent conditions were negotiated swiftly. Within an hour, the Grand Master and Fogg finalized all arrangements and decided to depart immediately the next day for the newly discovered instance. The Third Divine Realm holds many dangers. You would be wise to proceed with caution. Due to the unique nature of this dungeon challenge, the Grand Master couldn't participate directly. Therefore, the team would be led by Wu Chang. However, based on intelligence the Grand Master possessed, this dungeon challenge was undoubtedly the most difficult tier ever encountered. Before departure, he offered one final piece of advice. I am well aware of this. I will bring our people back from this Divine Realm dungeon safe and sound. Provided that Senior Ning and the others put in some effort. Wu Chang was well aware of the dungeon's difficulty. His confidence in his own strength allowed him to guarantee with certainty that he would lead the team out of the dungeon intact. Hearing Wu Chang mention their names, Ning Zhitian and the others felt a pang of embarrassment. Wow, now he's starting to get involved in his own affairs. But he held no ill will toward Wu Chang after all, everyone had witnessed his performance against Fogg just moments ago. If they hadn't made thorough preparations, and folk teamed up with other god-tier professionals to attack them, it was likely none of them would survive. Besides, they were accompanying them this time, tasked with ensuring Wu Chang and the others returned safely from abroad. After all, accompanying Wu Chang into the Divine Realm instance were the future prodigies of the Dragon Nation. Absolutely nothing could happen to them abroad. Although Wu Chang was exceptionally powerful, and the enemy might hesitate to attack Longwa citizens abroad, necessary precautions were still essential to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Rest assured, we'll be fully prepared this time. If even one person goes missing abroad, I'll take my own life. I won't be worthy of being called a Dragon Nation professional. Ning Jitian hastily assured the Grand Master that this mission would proceed without incident. Seeing both men so resolute in their pledges, the chairman nodded in satisfaction before adjourning the meeting. After leaving the conference room, Wu Chang diligently began gathering intelligence on foreign operations. Having reached the pinnacle of ordinary practitioners, he grasped such knowledge swiftly. Ning Jitian, however, buried himself in intense work. He resolved to construct a portable heaven repairing array. Otherwise, having to deploy it on the battlefield each time even with the divine array skill would inevitably waste precious moments. Though it only took a breath or two, in the eyes of a god-tier practitioner, this was a fatal flaw. The next day, when Wu Chang awoke, numerous teams had already assembled. The Dragon Nation's members were long prepared, awaiting only his gathering before departure. He didn't recognize most of these young prodigies before him, but anyone selected by the Grandmaster to participate in this Divine Realm trial couldn't be weak. Yet for some reason, the gazes they cast his way carried a hint of hostility and rejection. Could it be that I'm too handsome, making them resentful of themselves? Wu Chang ran a hand through his sleek hair, feeling even more handsome than usual today. Regardless, he remained the undisputed leader of this mission. The Grand Master's direct order could not be overturned simply because these ordinary adventurers harbored grievances. Let's go! Seeing the group already brimming with impatience, Wu Chang wasted no words. With a sweeping gesture, he led them into the prepared teleportation array. The array had been prepared long ago, and the moment they stepped onto it, the teleportation mechanism activated. However, due to the vast distance, this teleportation couldn't deliver them directly to their destination. After several transfers, the group finally arrived before the entrance to the third Divine Realm instance. Fog, Ilivica, and the others were already waiting there. You're finally here. I thought the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't trust you to come. Seeing Wu Chang appear, Fog's previously stern expression instantly relaxed. With Wu Chang present, conquering this instance should pose no problem. As for Stark and the others, they could only be allowed to enter to broaden their horizons, while also keeping an eye on Wu Chang's actions. Should Wu Chang make any unwarranted moves or take anything important, they could report it to him immediately. As for the contracts and agreements he'd signed with the Grand Master, what did it matter? Once he broke through to the highest realm, who could possibly restrain him? And if he were to eliminate Wu Chang, he refused to believe the Dragon Kingdom would declare all-out war over this mere pawn. The thought of his imminent breakthrough to that final step caused a flicker of anticipation to appear on Fog's face. Even the gaze he cast upon the crowd took on a sacred quality. He was destined to become a true deity overlooking the mortal world. No one could threaten his status, so naturally, he wouldn't stoop to the level of these common mortals. Since everyone is here, let us enter now. Ning Jitian nodded at the sight, and seeing no objections, he joined hands with Li Xiaolan to break the seal on the instant's entrance. The others leapt in one after another. Wu Chang brought up the rear, waiting until everyone from the Dragon Nation had entered before stepping into the instant's entrance himself. But at that very moment, the entrance suddenly trembled. A palpable pressure surged from within the instance, targeting none other than Wu Chang. Seeing this, Ning Jitian acted swiftly, but the force seemed to hold no hostility toward them. It merely brushed against Wu Chang before dissipating instantly. After withdrawing his formation, Ning Jitian furrowed his brow and began murmuring to himself. It's the Calamity Demon Goddess. What does she intend? Others couldn't see the source of this force, but Wu Chang saw it clearly. Within the colossal force, the figure of the Calamity Demon God flickered in and out of view, and it seemed as though she had stuffed something into her embrace. Upon entering the instance, Wu Chang had no time to survey his surroundings. Instead, he looked down at his own chest. A crystal stone lay there quietly, appearing utterly devoid of any special properties. Yet at that very moment, the crystal stone slowly dissipated, leaving only a few words drifting into Wu Chang's mind. Third Divine Realm, Great Crisis. Fog is a fraud. The few words scrawled by the Calamity Demon God sent a chill down Wu Chang's spine. He instinctively scanned his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. This ordinary scene, once utterly mundane, now felt eerily unsettling. If the Calamity God spoke truth, then this instance contained something that could threaten his very life. And that thing must be the real reason Fog dared not enter the instance. Chapter 221, Stark's Intentions, Third Divine Realm Map. Everything around him was eerily quiet, yet Wu Chang remained on high alert. There was no other choice. Though the Calamity Demon God was also hostile toward him, overall, the other party still believed he was capable of sealing the heavenly abyss, just like the God King of Combat. Therefore, until he became a god king and resealed the abyss, the calamity god and his kind would likely refrain from acting against him. Let's go. Stark, however, remained unaware of the underlying circumstances. Seeing Wu Chang and his companions enter the instance, he promptly led his men away. He had no desire to stay with Wu Chang anyway. After all, his last defeat had been too humiliating, and whenever he encountered Wu Chang, he couldn't shake the feeling of being inferior. Seeing Stark's reaction, the others wore expressions of surprise. Whether it was the Dragon Nation team or the others, they couldn't quite figure out what had transpired between Stark and Wu Chang. Judging by the situation, Stark seemed to be at a disadvantage. As a young member who had recently transferred to become a Holy Lord, he was naturally regarded by many as a leader figure. Yet now, he didn't even dare to confront Wu Chang, which was truly puzzling. Do you think our captain fought Stark before? Hard to say. The guild master only mentioned the captain's strength, not how powerful he truly is. What's strong? Stark just doesn't bother with us. If he really went all out, he'd probably beat us senseless. That's a bit harsh. We might not win, but we wouldn't get beaten to a pulp. Who knows? But you can't even beat me, can you? Watching Stark walk away, the Dragon Nation members began discussing among themselves. They were geniuses from various regions, brought together solely for this mission. Getting them to obediently follow a single person's orders would be difficult without some real skill. Yet as Wu Chang listened to their murmurs, his brow furrowed slightly. Truthfully, he couldn't quite tell if Stark knew something, which was why he'd led his men away first. If Fogg truly shared what he knows with Stark, things could get complicated. Wu Chang's brow knotted into a tight knot. At this moment, he was genuinely unsure what the other man's actions truly signified. Was Stark trying to pique his curiosity and lure him into a trap? Or was he attempting to shake him off and act alone? His mind was in turmoil, completely oblivious to the growing intensity of the discussions about him around him. Yet at that very moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Special option triggered. Host, please make a selection. A. Join Stark in this dungeon challenge. Gain information on the mythic tier weapon, the heaven-splitting axe. B. Refuse to act with Stark and choose to lead the Dragon Nation team in exploring the opposite direction. Unlock the third Divine Realm map. Staring at the message in his mind, Wu Chang found himself momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the system to pop up so abruptly, leaving him no time to react. But Wu Chang quickly snapped back to reality. He stared blankly at the two options before him, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Judging by the options the system had presented, it seemed Ferg hadn't fully explored the entire third Divine Realm. Otherwise, when he encountered the mythical grade weapon, the heaven-splitting axe, he wouldn't have left it behind in the third Divine Realm. He would have taken it for himself. After all, even if he didn't necessarily need a mythical grade weapon himself, bringing it back could easily cultivate a capable lieutenant. Therefore, I choose to explore in the opposite direction. Wu Chang grinned, quickly making his decision. He knew nothing about the third Divine Realm as a whole, so obtaining a map was more crucial than acquiring the heaven-splitting axe. Besides, once he restored the third Divine Realm, everything left behind including the axe of creation would reveal its location to him. Then he wouldn't need to waste effort searching. With a single thought, he could summon anything within the Divine Realm. Option completed, third Divine Realm map successfully distributed. The system's voice echoed, and instantly, a complete map materialized in Wu Chang's mind, detailing every terrain and feature of the entire third Divine Realm. What astonished Wu Chang most was that it even marked locations requiring special attention, such as a teleportation array within the third Divine Realm that provided direct passage to other realms. This array, however, was known only to the God King. Looks like if Fogg makes his move, we can slip right out of the third Divine Realm. I doubt they'd ever imagine a teleportation array exists within this Divine Realm. Wu Chang chuckled before shifting his attention away from the map. His gaze swept around the room, catching the displeased stares of the young prodigies from the Dragon Nation. They had been gone for quite some time, and as their leader, he had been standing there blankly. To the others, this was nothing short of irresponsible behavior. Let's move on. Wu Chang cleared his throat softly, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing their captain snap out of his daze, the group who had been voicing their displeasure earlier fell silent. Until they had a clear grasp of Wu Chang's capabilities, they wouldn't entertain any reckless ideas. Of course, if Wu Chang proved weaker than them, then this leader title would be nothing but a title. In that case, they wouldn't hesitate to choose their own leader. Our path diverges from Stark and the others. If we encounter anything, we should document it ourselves first. While the rules mandate information sharing, I hope everyone understands what can and cannot be disclosed. Wu Chang's gaze swept deeply across the group. The professionals who met his eyes nodded in unison. No one objected to this arrangement. After all, they and Stark belonged to two distinct factions. Even if some harbored reservations about Wu Chang's position, those were internal conflicts. They wouldn't let them escalate into irrational actions. Then follow me. With that, Wu Chang led the group away in the opposite direction from Stark and his companions. Meanwhile, he mentally scanned the terrain ahead, preparing for any unexpected complications. According to the mental map in his mind, the nearest location was called the Forge. This place seemed to be where the gods once practiced crafting weapons.
Though long abandoned, it should still hold some useful items. After all, these were creations of the gods. Even if the items were only meant for demigods, they would be more than sufficient for ordinary adventurers to enjoy. Studying the map, Wu Chang's heart gradually settled. No longer troubled by the calamity demon god's warnings of danger, he focused intently on leading his party forward. Chapter 222, The Divine Palace Armory, a familiar figure. Vote for us. While Wu Chang and his companions pressed forward in their exploration, Stark suddenly felt a pang of unease. According to Lord Fogg's instructions, Wu Chang and the others should have been following behind him, not completely out of sight as they were now. If even Wu Chang and the others are nowhere to be seen, then the traps Lord Fogg set up are completely useless, aren't they? A trace of worry flitted across Stark's face, though the others remained oblivious. This wondrous realm, teeming with vitality, held an irresistible allure for ordinary adventurers like them. No need to worry so much. Wu Chang and the others might just be keeping their distance for appearance's sake. They're probably tracking our footsteps right now, trying to catch up quickly. Another member privy to the situation smiled, as if Wu Chang and his group were already as good as caught. Hearing this, Stark's heart gradually calmed. Right. Wu Chang and his group weren't familiar with this place. What other options did they have besides relying on themselves? They were probably still trailing behind eagerly. Thinking this, Stark realized he'd been overly anxious, foolishly believing Wu Chang and his group could evade his pursuit. In that case, let's not concern ourselves with them. Completing Lord Fogg's task is the utmost priority. Stark chuckled softly before urging his group to pick up the pace. He wanted to see just how much of a show Wu Chang could put on after losing face like this. Meanwhile, Wu Chang had already led his men to the so-called forge site. But the place appeared long abandoned. Though fragments of weapons still littered the ground, they had lost all their former luster, looking no different from ordinary scraps of iron. Looks like getting anything worthwhile here is going to be tough. Wu Chang frowned at the desolate scene. He had intended to bring his men here to salvage items no longer needed by the gods, only to find it had long since become a dumping ground. Forget weapons discarded by the gods. He couldn't even find a single forging platform. This shouldn't be happening. The map clearly marked this location. Why is it so strange? Wu Chang stared at the scattered scrap metal fragments on the ground, sensing an inexplicable unease. Just then, he noticed the iron scraps on the ground seemed to form some kind of pattern, faintly emanating an unusual power. He bent down, frowned as he examined them, and finally concluded that these scattered metal scraps were definitely peculiar. Had he not mastered the skills of array formations, he likely would have dismissed this place as insignificant. You almost fooled me. But now that I've spotted the trick, you won't get away with hiding it any longer. Wu Chang chuckled softly before beginning to examine the arrangement of the iron fragments. Though the surrounding practitioners didn't understand Wu Chang's purpose, since he was their leader, they could only follow him obediently. Soon, those who had studied array master skills noticed something amiss. They too recognized a pattern in the arrangement of the iron plates on the ground, and admiration for Wu Chang surged within them. Initially, they'd assumed this leader had no real talent and had only gotten the position through connections. But now, it seemed entirely different. Wu Chang's strength was far more terrifying than they had imagined, possibly even surpassing the combined might of their entire group. Moreover, judging by Stark's attitude toward Wu Chang, their suspicions about something having transpired between the two might indeed be true, and it likely ended with Stark at a disadvantage. This thought surfaced simultaneously in everyone's minds. They exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes, before burying their admiration for Wu Chang deep within. As young prodigies from various regions, they naturally kept such emotions hidden. What they didn't know was that Wu Chang couldn't care less about such things. As long as they didn't cross certain lines, he wouldn't bother to intervene. After all, his mission now was to restore the divine realm, not to concern himself with the rivalries of these young men. Found it. This is the place. The energy here is so dense, this must be the core of the formation. Upon arriving at a seemingly ordinary location, Wu Chang's eyes lit up with uncontrollable astonishment and delight. He swiftly formed hand seals, activating the skill Divine Array. One after another, miniature formations materialized under his hands. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen arrays appeared before the group, leaving these self-proclaimed young prodigies utterly speechless. Holy crap, what kind of deployment speed is that? Even I, a 400+ level formation master, can't match the speed of the leader. It's terrifying. That speed is almost on par with Senior Ning's. I've only ever witnessed such terrifying speed from Senior Ning before. Those formations were set up in the blink of an eye. No wonder he was appointed by the Grandmaster himself. He's leagues ahead of us. Whispers of awe filled the air, eyes brimming with admiration and respect for Wu Chang. They were prone to pride in their own abilities, but when faced with someone vastly superior, they willingly bowed their heads. Open. At that very moment, Wu Chang abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on a patch of ground beneath his feet. At his command, the ground began to tremble violently, as if something was breaking through the earth. A buried, earth-colored palace slowly rose from the ground, its roof tiles still caked with dirt, giving it a rather shabby appearance. Wu Chang paid no mind whatsoever, charging straight toward it.
Seeing this, the others behind him hurriedly followed. The magnificent palace stood before them, radiating an aura of majestic authority. Wu Chang and his companions looked up to see a massive plaque hanging above. The golden characters shone like miniature suns, so dazzling they were almost impossible to look at directly.
Divine Palace Armory.
Wu Chang slowly read the words aloud. As his voice faded, the sealed palace doors began to open slowly. Yet Wu Chang did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he stood quietly, his gaze fixed upon the doors. When the doors swung fully open, a figure emerged from within the armory.
At the sight of this figure, Wu Chang's eyes widened instantly. The Calamity Demon God? Chapter 223, Confronting the Calamity Demon God, Seeking the Root Cause. Vote for me. It's actually the Calamity Demon God. As the figure emerged from the armory, Wu Chang's face contorted into an expression of utter astonishment.
He never expected to encounter the calamitous demon god Yekika here, and judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a lingering phantom left behind from years past. Otherwise, the look in its eyes as it gazed at him wouldn't have been so filled with doubt.
Who are you? How do you know my name? The Calamity Goddess waved her hand, summoning a massive blade. Though perplexed by how this youth knew her name, as guardian of the Divine Palace Armory, she could not afford any leniency.
This was the duty bestowed upon her by the God King. Even after thousands or tens of thousands of years, as long as this phantom remained, she would steadfastly fulfill it. Hearing the Calamity Goddess's phantom explain thus, Wu Chang finally confirmed that the other truly possessed no memories of the present. Otherwise, as someone who had left an indelible mark upon her, Yekika wouldn't have been completely oblivious to him.
Is it so difficult to know your name? I even know your true name.
Wu Chang replied with a smile, yet the crowd behind him was already horrified.
Knowing a demon god's title was entirely different from knowing its true name.
After all, a title could be disseminated, it was merely a designation for the demon god. The true name, however, concerned the very life of the evil god. It was extraordinarily difficult to learn the true name of another evil god, not just for practitioners like Wu Chang, but even for god-tier practitioners or other evil gods. Even the Calamity Demon God's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Wu Chang claim knowledge of her true name. Yet this flicker vanished instantly, replaced by a furious glare.
If you know my true name, why did you dare invade the armory?
With a flick of her wrist, the Calamity Demon God's blade erupted in a blinding flash of light, shattering the ground before Wu Chang into dust. Witnessing this, the young prodigies of the Dragon Nation paled in shock. They never imagined the Calamity Goddess would resort to such a sneak attack. They hadn't even considered that the Calamity Demon God could unleash such a skill with a mere gesture of feet nearly matching half their own power. Though they held the numerical advantage, this was the Calamity Demon God's domain. If he chose to fight them to the death, defeating him would demand immense effort. While casualties might be avoidable, if Stark and his group were to uncover the dungeon's secrets first, wouldn't they be betraying the Grand Master's trust? The leader told me to go. We've defeated a god of the same level before. Right. Those gods weren't as intimidating as this one, but were no cowards either.
Captain, let's take her down and investigate the secrets of this armory.
The group urged Wu Chang to defeat the Calamity Evil God, but as the leader, Wu Chang now wore a mysterious smile. He gripped the world-shattering god-slaying blade, then gave it a light flick. Several blade auras instantly materialized, passing through the Calamity Demon God before slowly dissipating.
Yekika, make your move. Wu Chang chuckled softly, invoking the Calamity Demon God's true name with a peculiar intonation.
The moment the syllables Yekika were uttered, the disaster demon god erupted in fury.
Its eyes blazed with disbelief and rage-fueled madness.
She never imagined this youth before her would actually know her true name.
Die!
The goddess of calamity swept her hand, and the long sword in her grasp instantly multiplied into countless duplicates. They rained down like a storm, hurtling directly toward Wu Chang. Yet Wu Chang showed no trace of fear upon witnessing this spectacle. Instead, he charged forward with a smile.
Come on then! Heaven-splitting blade chi!
Wu Chang swung his world-shattering god-slaying blade, unleashing a torrent of blade chi that collided head-on with the enemy's assault. After two fierce exchanges, he held his ground without yielding an inch. This spectacle left the surrounding young prodigies utterly stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Wu Chang's strength was truly formidable even against a demon god, he held his own. No wonder the Grand Master had personally selected him as the leader for this dungeon trial.
The Calamity Evil Goddess, however, wore a look of fury.
Seeing her attacks systematically deflected by Wu Chang, a flash of anger crossed her flawlessly beautiful face.
Since you seek death, let me see if your life force is as resilient as your body. Trace to the root, annihilate.
A thick black mist swirled across the Calamity Goddess's face. Her fierce gaze seemed to pierce through every experience Wu Chang had endured over the years. Finally, she zeroed in on the day Wu Chang was born, determined to end it all today.
Die! The Calamity Demon God let out a savage laugh.
Wu Chang felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being targeted by something utterly terrifying. Yet just as the goddess of calamity prepared to erase the newborn Wu Chang, a sudden force halted her action. She looked up to see a figure radiating crimson light standing before her, now imprisoning her within this confined space. Return. Your task is complete. As that majestic figure appeared, the Calamity Goddess was instantly pushed out of the space. Even her form began to dissolve, as if that terrifying presence commanded the very fabric of reality. Yet despite this, the Calamity Demon God showed no sign of anger, instead waiting quietly for her own disappearance. For that figure was none other than the martial God King. Watching the Calamity Demon God slowly vanish, Wu Cheng's face twisted with confusion. You hadn't even made your move, how could she simply disappear? Someone must be aiding her from behind the scenes. Could it be that being? Wu Cheng believed there was only one being capable of commanding the Calamity Demon God, the Battle God King who sealed the Heavenly Abyss. Though he didn't know how the Heavenly Kings had intervened, now that the Calamity Demon blocking their path had vanished, they could proceed to investigate the armory. Let's go. We'll see what's inside. Wu Cheng spoke as he prepared to step inside the armory, yet he failed to notice the footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw the adventurers who had followed him staring at him in utter disbelief. Clearly, they couldn't believe that Wu Cheng had defeated the Calamity Evil God without lifting a finger. This wasn't merely a matter of strength. To them, the Calamity Demon God had vanished out of sheer fear of Wu Cheng's presence. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and go inside to see. Wu Cheng scolded with a laugh, offering no explanation. If they preferred to fill in the blanks themselves, that suited him just fine. Hearing Wu Cheng's words, the crowd behind him finally snapped out of their stupor and hurriedly followed his footsteps into the armory. Chapter 224, The Divine Palace Armory, a monster that instantly slaughtered top-tier geniuses. Come on, let's go see what's inside. As Wu Cheng's words fell, the others hurriedly followed, afraid of falling behind. This was the Divine Forge itself. If anything valuable was found, everyone would naturally prioritize their own needs first. After all, the good stuff was limited, no one was going to leave it for others to take. Wu Cheng led the way, passing through the main gate until they finally reached the inner sanctum of the armory. Surrounding them were weapon racks, each holding a weapon radiating a terrifying aura. At the sight of these weapons, astonishment instantly spread across Wu Cheng's face. These are all peerless grade weapons. Is this the Divine Armory? The treasures within are truly eye-opening. Surveying the hundreds of peerless weapons before him, Wu Cheng felt his worldview crumbling. Weapons of this caliber could only be forged by divine-tier smiths. Without specialized crafting skills, other divine-tier practitioners simply couldn't produce weapons of such quality. And these peerless weapons were merely the first tier of the armory. Above them lay nearly 100 epic grade weapons, and at the very pinnacle, 10 mythical grade weapons. Truly terrifying. The God King is incredibly generous. Wu Cheng shook his head in awe before waving his hand. Instantly, the mythical grade weapon materialized directly in his grasp. Though their properties varied, none felt as comfortable to wield as his current world-shattering god-slaying blade. Therefore, Wu Cheng intended to store all these weapons within the Divine Master Frame to enhance its damage amplification effect on him. As for what others might think, why should he care? Leaving behind the peerless tier and epic tier weapons was already exceptionally generous. After all, without him, their chances of locating the armory and successfully entering it were nothing short of a pipe dream. If anyone thought he should relinquish the mythic grade weapons, he wouldn't mind demonstrating his strength to make them understand that here, Wu Cheng was the leader. But clearly, these young prodigies from the Dragon Nation weren't fools. Seeing the empty weapon rack at the very top, they understood exactly what was going on. But they understood even more clearly that as the leader personally appointed by the Grand Master, Wu Cheng held absolute authority here. He could even report this matter to the Grand Master himself, and the latter wouldn't say a word. Fortunately, everyone pretended not to notice the matter. Instead, they gathered before Wu Cheng, their expressions tinged with a hint of hope. Team leader, may we select weapons suited to us? A professional stepped forward, asking Wu Cheng in a soft voice. Seeing everyone so tactful, Wu Cheng wasn't about to be petty. He casually replied. There are plenty of weapons here. Go ahead and pick the ones that suit you best. But each of you can only take one. Bring the rest back to the country, the Grand Master might have other instructions. At his words, the group erupted in cheers. After thanking Wu Cheng, they dispersed to find weapons suited to their needs. Wu Cheng, meanwhile, turned his attention to the map in his mind, his thoughts already turning to where he should head next. Judging by the map of the Third Divine Realm, there doesn't seem to be any straightforward way to clear this area. Therefore, to complete the challenge of the Third Divine Realm, I'll likely have to put in a bit more effort. Meanwhile, just as Wu Cheng and his group located the armory and were selecting their spoils, Stark and the others had already panicked. He realized that Wu Cheng's group hadn't followed him at all, instead, they had gone off somewhere else entirely. This is bad, really bad. If Lord Fogg finds out Wu Cheng has lost track of me, he'll make me a living widow. Stark was now utterly panicked. According to Fogg's speculation, Wu Cheng and his group should have followed him to a place called the Quicksand Abyss. This place was incredibly dangerous, even harboring some kind of unseen monster. Lord Fogg had used special means to infiltrate this instance, only to be driven back by this very monster. He had planned to leverage Wu Chang's combat prowess to break through this barrier, only to discover Wu Chang wasn't even following him. Did this mean he would have to sacrifice lives to overcome the current obstacle? But if that were the case, never mind that Stark's profession was Holy Lord, even Folk himself would be utterly disgraced by the Western world. These were the seeds of the future. If lives were truly lost here, he would never be able to bear the responsibility. This is bad. What do I do now? Staring at the quicksand abyss mere steps away, Stark was utterly at a loss. Was he supposed to turn back now, find that Wu Chang fellow, and tell him he needed to borrow his power to break through this barrier? Though it was the safest option, doing so would surely make Wu Chang wary. And what about the spoils from the stage he cleared? Were they all going to the Dragon Nation team? That was absolutely unacceptable to everyone. Captain, let us go down and try it. Stark, privy to the situation, wavered. Yet the other members, completely unaware of the intricate details, brimmed with confidence. They wanted to break through this gate to prove their strength and be the first to claim the loot within. Even with Stark holding them back, they couldn't help but grow restless. No, absolutely not. Stark immediately shot down the suggestion. His stern expression and resolute words stunned everyone for a moment, but they quickly filled with disdain and contempt. As their leader, Stark didn't even possess the courage to challenge the stage. Such a man couldn't possibly inspire respect from these adventurers hailing from different nations. Not even a younger version of Fog could command their admiration. Can't go in? More like you're too scared. A top-tier combat professional stepped forward. This individual, a lord of the underworld's messenger, possessed terrifying offensive skills and was deeply dissatisfied with Stark's cowardice as the team leader. Since you won't go, I will. A coward like you has no right to lead us. With that, he charged straight toward the quicksand abyss. Stark's face had already turned ashen upon hearing this, but when he saw the other man preparing to break through the barrier, he still tried to speak up to stop him. The reason was simple: he couldn't stand by and watch someone die before his eyes. Otherwise, he'd be in serious trouble once they got out. Before he could utter a word, however, a monstrous rhino over 10 meters tall, with a pair of wings sprouting from its back, burst forth from the earth beneath them, its emergence met by the hopeful gazes of the entire group. The man attempted to unleash a skill to confront the enemy, only to discover his abilities had been sealed by the creature. He could only resort to the most basic normal attack. No! Terror flashed in his eyes as he roared for help. But before his voice could carry, the rhino monster opened its massive jaws. Gravity hundreds of times stronger crushed the prodigy into a bloody pulp. Witnessing this, the crowd fell into stunned silence before their faces contorted with utter terror. A top-tier combat prodigy, dead in an instant? Chapter 225, Stark's Plea, Guardian Spirit of the Divine Realm. Just as Stark and his companions were paralyzed by the monster's presence, Wu Chang had already led his team to the second location. Marked on the map as the Divine Realm Spring, its waters could instantly heal the wounds of demigods. Unfortunately, it seemed to have dried up completely, with no trace of flowing water visible. Yet the lingering fragrance in the air brought Wu Chang a wave of physical comfort. It truly lives up to its reputation as a sacred place within the Divine Realm. The first Divine Realm has been transformed into the Abyss Dungeon, yet even before we've fully explored the second Divine Realm, the World Tree alone reveals the profound depth of the Divine Realm's foundations. I never imagined the treasures within this third Divine Realm would surpass even my wildest expectations. It's hard to fathom the immense sacrifice the Divine God King must have made to seal the Lord of the Abyss. Wu Chang gazed at the now dry spring, a hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. After all, he had witnessed the might of the Battle God King firsthand, a being who utterly crushed all others of equal rank. And the Lord of the Abyss required the God King of Combat to shatter the Divine Realm itself, for his sealing his power must have far surpassed all expectations. The leader seems to have found nothing here. Should we head back? A professional approached, his gaze turning to Wu Chang with a questioning look. The others also turned their attention to him, eager to hear Wu Chang's next plan. Yet each pair of eyes held a flicker of awe. After all, this leader could slay a demon god outright. Dealing with them would be as easy as lifting a finger. Hearing the question, Wu Chang stroked his chin before shaking his head. For just moments ago, the system's options had flashed through his mind. Facing the dried-up Divine Spring, please make a choice. A. Abandon this dried-up spring and wait for the third Divine Realm's return to revive it. Gain the secret of the Divine Realm Guardian Spirit, accelerating the third Divine Realm's return. Progress. B. Clear the source of the dried-up spring, allowing the water nurtured for tens of thousands of years to reappear. Gain the method to clear the spring's source. Gazing at the two options in his mind, Wu Chang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Guardian Spirit of the Divine Realm? What on earth was that? He had never heard of such a thing, and its location wasn't even marked on any map. Though the Divine Realm Guardian Spirit was crucial to the third Divine Realm's return, he didn't even know where it resided. What use would the secret be if he couldn't locate it? But the Divine Spring lay right before him. All he needed to do was clear the source of the spring, and the water nurtured for tens of thousands of years would gush forth once more. With this water, he would never again need to fear being unable to recover from fatal injuries. After all, if it could instantly heal even a demigod's wounds, there was no reason it couldn't mend his own. I choose. Just as Wu Chang prepared to make his decision, he suddenly felt something vibrating inside his pocket. The vibration was unusually rapid, as if someone was urgently searching for him. Though he didn't know who it was, Wu Chang pulled a small circular disc from his pocket. This communication device had been obtained before they entered the third divine realm. Engraved within were various communication arrays, enabling spatial communication across this realm. The name displayed on the device startled Wu Chang. It was Stark, the very man who had tried to ambush him. But the urgency in the message clearly signaled something important. Wu Chang immediately opened the communication to find out what Stark needed. Come quickly to aid me. The divine realm guardian spirit has appeared. Reading Stark's message, Wu Chang's eyes widened instantly. Thankfully, he hadn't made a decision earlier. He never imagined news of the divine realm guardian spirit would appear before him like this. Between restoring the third divine realm and clearing the spring's blockage, he knew which matter took precedence. Once the third divine realm was fully restored, the spring's issues could be resolved at any time. But I really dislike his tone. Wu Chang's lips curled into a smile as he read the words. The other party must have encountered some insurmountable problem, otherwise, they would never have lowered themselves to seek his help. No. But the other party showed no sign of pleading, so Wu Chang couldn't be bothered to reply with even a single word. After all, Stark and the others were best left to proceed in the opposite direction. He could catch up after finishing his exploration here. The divine realm guardian spirit was waiting there. If he rushed too eagerly, they might mistake him for some kind of do-gooder. After sending that single word, Stark remained silent for an extended period. Wu Chang wondered if something had gone wrong. But just as Wu Chang made his decision and prepared to lead his men to the next location, Stark's reply finally arrived. Wu Chang, please, hurry over and help us. The divine realm's guardian spirit is far too powerful. Over 10 of our people have already fallen here. If the casualties keep mounting, I'll face serious consequences back home. This time, Stark's tone was filled with pleading, all traces of his usual arrogance gone. Reading these words, Wu Chang couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected the divine realm's guardian spirits to be so formidable, capable of slaying over 10 young prodigies from the Western world. These weren't mere squabblers. When united in crisis, they formed a formidable force. Even now, this group was arguably the strongest among the younger generation. Yet the divine realm guardian spirit had slaughtered over 10 of them. One could only imagine the sheer terror of this monster. All the spoils are mine. But none of this concerned Wu Chang. Even if Stark had perished, the Dragon Nation remained uninvolved. Compounded by the schemes of Fogg, Stark, and others against him, Wu Chang boldly demanded an exorbitant price. All right. What he hadn't anticipated was that Stark would agree to the matter immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Clearly, the pressure from that divine realm guardian spirit had forced him to play his bargaining chips. Seeing the other party agree, Wu Chang's smile grew even broader. He waved his hand and addressed the group. Let's go. Stark's group is in trouble and begging us for help. Just a heads up, that monster is incredibly powerful. You guys stay put in the back and don't get in the way. But if anyone over there tries to pull any underhanded tricks, you can step in and handle it yourselves. I, Wu Chang, have your backs. These few words instantly stirred the hearts of these young prodigies from the Dragon Nation. A Western team actually lowering itself to ask for help? And their leader wasn't afraid of them at all. He'd even tell them to back off if they annoyed him. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. They had to be part of the action. Everyone echoed Wu Chang's words, eager to witness the miserable state of Stark's team. Chapter 226, Recruiting Guardian Spirit Standard Procedure. Vote for us. Thanks to Stark's location guidance, Wu Chang quickly pinpointed their coordinates on the mental map and arrived within half an hour. But when he saw Stark and the others, their appearance was utterly wretched. Stark, the team leader, wore tattered clothes, his hair disheveled and face unkempt. The usual spark in his eyes was gone, making him look like a beggar. The others were equally listless, many covered in wounds, clearly having narrowly escaped death. Some had even lost limbs, their agonized cries piercing the air. Seeing this scene, Wu Chang's brow furrowed involuntarily. Though he possessed formidable strength, defeating all 180 of them would be impossible if they united as a cohesive force. It seems this guardian spirit is more troublesome than I anticipated. Wu Chang murmured to himself before stepping directly before Stark. Noticing Wu Chang's arrival, Stark lifted his head, a self-mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You're finally here. Now you see the sorry state I'm in. If you can't handle it, you'd better run. This kind of monster is beyond our capabilities. Stark's voice was filled with desolation, as if he had been utterly crushed by the divine realm guardian spirit and lost all hope. Wu Chang offered no reply to his words, instead fixing his gaze upon the quicksand abyss stretching ahead. A terrifying aura emanated faintly from that place, likely the location of the divine realm guardian spirit. Wu Chang slowly edged forward, his expression utterly grave as the world-slaying god-cutting blade materialized in his hand. Having made his choice regarding the system, all information concerning the divine realm guardian spirit now flooded his mind. Interestingly, the divine realm guardian spirit was connected to the world tree. Or rather, its very purpose seemed to be cultivating soil for the world tree. Upon learning this, Wu Chang was stunned, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He never imagined that the monster within the third divine realm, one that no one could defeat, existed solely to till the soil for the world tree. Indeed, nothing within the divine realm can be viewed as ordinary. Who knows? Perhaps that stone monument I saw in the divine realm was actually a deity's weapon turned to stone. Gazing at the quicksand abyss ahead, Wu Chang let out a soft chuckle, his mind already forming a plan. This was a divine realm guardian spirit existing solely to till the soil for the world tree. With his divine palace, defeating it would be as easy as turning his hand. But why was it so frenzied? That answer would only come after he defeated the guardian spirit. I'll be back soon. Wait here. Wu Chang waved his hand, then strode confidently toward the quicksand abyss. The Dragon Nation's professionals, seeing Wu Chang act with such reckless abandon, immediately rushed to follow and assist. They had witnessed Stark and the others' ordeal all too clearly. Morale was already near collapse. They certainly didn't want their leader to take such a reckless risk. It's just a guardian spirit. Why not simply bypass this area? Why charge headlong into a confrontation? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wu Chang turned back to glance at the group, his tone unwaveringly resolute, without a trace of hesitation. With that, Wu Chang quickened his pace toward the quicksand abyss. He too was eager to uncover the reason behind the guardian spirit's frenzied madness. Hearing his words, the Dragon Nation practitioners halted in their tracks, their eyes fixed on Wu Chang with hopeful anticipation. As for Stark and the others, doubt now gnawed at their hearts. They couldn't tell if Wu Chang truly had a plan or was merely putting on a show. Wu Chang said nothing more. Instead, he stepped before the quicksand abyss, sensing its violent aura. A faint smile touched his lips. Since you know I'm here, show yourself. Wu Chang's words drifted lightly into the quicksand abyss. Instantly, the sand that had flowed slowly became wildly turbulent. The guardian spirit slowly materialized within the sandstorm, its bloodshot eyes blazing with hatred as it fixed its gaze on Wu Chang, as if it were about to tear him apart. Roar! Glaring at the human before it, who clearly saw death, the guardian spirit roared furiously, its entire body suddenly releasing a dense surge of earth elemental power. In an instant, Wu Chang felt as though his body had been magnetically drawn to something, making even the slightest movement incredibly difficult. Yet he remained standing there, unflappable, his right hand already gripping the divine palace. Captain, watch out! Team leader, get out of the way! Voices of concern echoed from behind him. Some even tried to rush forward to help Wu Chang, but were halted by the sandstorm. Stark watched the scene unfold, a look in his eyes that was impossible to decipher, a mix of relief and sorrow. He felt relief that he could kill Wu Chang here, yet sorrow that a man of Wu Chang's caliber would meet his end in this insignificant dungeon. Since you show no mercy, don't blame me either. Wu Chang's gaze swept over the divine realm guardian spirit, and the divine palace in his hand instantly expanded. A dazzlingly magnificent palace materialized before them, emanating an aura so terrifying it seemed poised to annihilate them at any moment. The divine realm guardian spirit sensed this aura. Shock and bewilderment flashed in its eyes, which had been filled with murderous intent. It yearned to halt its advance, to prostrate itself in worship before this colossal presence. Yet the overwhelming force propelled it relentlessly toward the divine palace. Roar! The divine realm guardian spirit crashed directly into the palace. The gravitational force binding Wu Chang instantly dissipated, and the surrounding sandstorm vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Wu Chang turned and entered the divine palace himself. A world tree stood tall in the distance, and the divine realm guardian spirit now lay bound by its roots, stripped of its former majesty. Master, it has repented. The world tree's gaze was solemn, yet its tone carried a hint of supplication. Clearly, it understood the consequences of offending the God King. Death was the only path left. You stay here and discipline it properly. Once the third divine realm returns, I shall release it. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang nodded. He had no desire to kill the guardian spirit of the divine realm. After all, it was a being that had once existed within the divine realm. Since the world tree had stepped in, he might as well take advantage of the situation and let it handle the discipline. With that, Wu Chang stepped directly out of the divine palace. The magnificent palace slowly shrank, eventually shrinking to the size of a palm before returning to Wu Chang's waist, disguised as a pendant. Witnessing this scene, all the practitioners stared wide-eyed, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What on earth was happening? The divine realm guardian spirit that had slaughtered their comrades was now being effortlessly absorbed by Wu Chang. This utterly unscientific occurrence, who could possibly step forward and explain it? But observing the stunned crowd, Wu Chang merely waved dismissively with a smile. No need to be surprised. This is routine. Chapter 227, The Hidden Hand Behind the Divine Realm's Return. Vote for me. Don't get too worked up, it's just standard procedure. Wu Chang waved his hand casually, a confident smile playing on his face. Yet upon hearing his words, the others froze, utterly speechless. Such an untamable guardian spirit of the divine realm had been so easily subdued by Wu Chang, and now he casually dismissed it as routine?
How could they, who prided themselves as top-tier geniuses, possibly show their faces here? They had assembled a 100-strong team and hadn't even plucked a single feather from the Divine Realm Guardian Spirit. By comparison, they felt utterly humiliated. Ahem, aren't you people from the Dragon Nation known for your humility? I think about this matter. Seeing this, Stark wanted to claim credit for defeating the Guardian Spirit. After all, without him summoning Wu Chang, how could the opponent have defeated the Guardian Spirit? With this thought, he reasoned that by claiming credit for defeating the Guardian Spirit, Lord Fog would have no grounds to blame him once they left. But upon hearing his words, Wu Chang scoffed coldly and replied, "We Dragon Nation practitioners are humble, but that's no reason for you to exaggerate the situation. No one can take credit for this achievement away from me. Besides, do you think your side doesn't have traitors?" Wu Chang pointed behind Stark, a mocking expression on his face. Hearing Wu Chang's words, Stark turned to look. The team members who had once shown him utmost respect now glared at him with eyes wide with fury. Clearly, none of them wanted him to distance himself from this incident. After all, those who had died were their comrades. If he were to distance himself, how could they face their fallen teammates? You. Seeing this, a flash of anger crossed Stark's face, but it quickly faded into a sigh as he seemed to accept his fate. He understood clearly that he could not absolve himself of this matter. Even if he completed the entire dungeon, he would still face the corresponding punishment. Otherwise, even Fog wouldn't be able to justify it to the others. Forget it. Let's drop this matter. What are your plans moving forward? Will you be joining us? Stark's gaze turned to Wu Chang, a hint of expectation lingering on his face. Regardless of Wu Chang's strength, Lord Fog had meticulously prepared subsequent trials for him. How could they simply let him leave so easily? Staring back at Stark, a contemplative look flickered in Wu Chang's eyes. Just moments ago, the system's voice had echoed in his mind, announcing the reward for completing the challenge. Now, he could faintly sense an unbreakable connection forming between himself and the Third Divine Realm. Yet this bond remained subtle and fragile, insufficient to fully reclaim the Third Divine Realm. If only I could strengthen this bond with the Divine Realm. Wu Chang sighed inwardly, ultimately deciding to part ways with Stark's group. He had never been close to Stark and his crew, and they had even tried to kill him. Why risk his life by continuing to work with them? At that very moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Regarding Stark's invitation, please make a choice. A. Join Stark's expedition to uncover the mastermind obstructing the Third Divine Realm's return. Gain intelligence details on the Abyssal Demon Seed. Defeating it will restore the Third Divine Realm. B. Decline Stark's invitation and independently locate the hidden lair of the Abyssal Demon Seed. Defeating the Demon Seed will allow the Third Divine Realm to return. Staring at the two options in his mind, Wu Chang's eyes widened instantly. So a Heaven Abyss Demon Seed actually dwelled within this Third Divine Realm, and its very existence was to obstruct the realm's return. But why do both options lead to nearly identical outcomes? Wu Chang furrowed his brow, but then he smiled and answered with resolve. I choose option A. Without much hesitation, Wu Chang ultimately chose to act alongside Stark and the others. After all, both paths led to similar outcomes. Following Stark and the others would also grant him information about the Heaven Abyss Demon Seed. With such an advantage available, there was no reason not to seize it. Option completed, Abyssal Demon Seed information released successfully. The system's cold voice echoed, and a new piece of information appeared in Wu Chang's mind. But he didn't immediately review it. Instead, his gaze shifted to Stark. Wu Chang's eyes scanned Stark's face, his piercing gaze almost seeming to see right through him. Stark, meanwhile, fidgeted uncomfortably, unsure whether Wu Chang's scrutiny meant he had already uncovered something. Joining your operation isn't out of the question, Wu Chang stated, but you're withholding something from me, aren't you? Just as panic flashed across Stark's face, Wu Chang spoke. Hearing Wu Chang's words, Stark flashed a moment of bewilderment before a smile spread across his face. Whether Wu Chang realized it or not, as long as he joined forces with Stark, it couldn't be better. Eventually, there would be an opportunity to trap Wu Chang within the gate, or perhaps even have the gate's monsters kill him outright. Either outcome would be entirely beneficial to Stark. Brother Wu Chang, you see, this is where you're mistaken. If you join us, we'll share everything we know with you, no holds barred. Come on, let's move forward together. There's another monster ahead, and we'll likely need your help to deal with it. With that, Stark grinned and slung his arm around Wu Chang's shoulder as they strode forward, acting as if they were the closest of friends. Wu Chang didn't refuse either, instead smiling and playing along with Stark. Seeing his plan succeed, Stark made no secret of the monster ahead. Instead, he enthusiastically shared all the intelligence they'd gathered so far. Those monsters ahead are savage by nature and can block our vision and senses. Even practitioners renowned for their keenest senses cannot break through its blockade. Moreover, this creature is highly aggressive. The void space around it keeps expanding, making it truly formidable. But I'm confident that for you, Wu Chang, taking it down will be a piece of cake. Stark couldn't resist toasting Wu Chang as he spoke. In his eyes, Wu Chang was practically his equal. All it took was a little flattery to send him soaring. Wu Chang merely smiled without responding.
his attention already fixed on the information about the abyssal demon seed in his mind. After fully absorbing the information about the abyssal demon seed, Wu Cheng's gaze swept over Stark's face, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. The information Stark had provided about the Heaven Abyss demon seed was largely accurate, yet they had deliberately withheld the complete details. This abyssal demon seed possesses demigod-level power. Such crucial information, I refuse to believe they failed to uncover it. But since you've chosen to play such games, I'll be watching to see just how quickly you rush to your deaths. Wu Cheng sneered inwardly, finding himself oddly eager to confront the abyssal demon seed. Not only did he want to witness Stark and the others humiliated, but he also sought to defeat the abyssal demon seed and restore the third divine realm completely.